Reborn on the eve of Dawn's open beta. Mufeng caressed the S-rank talent card he'd bankrupted his family to obtain, his eyes burning with the flames of vengeance and the resolve to protect. In his past life, he witnessed human civilization crumble under the iron hooves of the Chaos Gods, his sister died tragically, and he himself fell in battle. In this life, a mysterious power descended, mutating the S-card. The sole SSS rank talent, Chaos Apostle, skills have 0 cooldown and 0 cost. An infinite firepower spell turret is ready. Oh gods, are you prepared to face your doom? Summer 2033, a stormy night. Inside his rented room, Mufeng looked at his 20-year-old self in the mirror. The dead eyes didn't belong to someone this young. He was back, reborn to the day before Dawn's open beta launch. Dawn, the virtual reality game hailed as the second world, ushered in an era for everyone, but 3 years later, it brought the apocalypse. The game invaded reality, and the Chaos Gods descended. Recalling humanity's crushing defeat, his sister's death, and his own final, exhausted fall, Mufeng's heart felt frozen solid. Trembling, he pulled a silver combination lockbox from the closet. Inside lay a single golden card, the S-rank talent card. This was the sole hope he had obtained in his previous life by exhausting his parents' inheritance and taking on massive debt. Dawn assigned random talents upon registration. An S-card meant a high starting point. Thinking of his sister, who had worked tirelessly to help pay off the debt for this card, a sharp pain pierced Mufeng's heart. In this life, I will never let you suffer even the slightest harm. His phone rang. The caller ID, Lin Yanran. Mufeng's gaze turned instantly cold. Mufeng, can we meet? Her delicate voice came through the phone. What is it? Mufeng's tone was calm. That S-rank talent card you have, can you give it to me? Please, for the sake of us growing up together. For Yi Tian, right? Mufeng cut straight to the point. Yes, but brother Yi Tian is your good brother too. I bankrupted my family for this card. If I give it to him, what about me? Don't you like me? Help me, brother Yi Tian really needs it. I like you, that's right. Mufeng's voice was as cold as ice. But you, have you ever liked me? Silence was the best answer. Mufeng hung up directly. In his past life, he had been pleaded with just like this, handing over his only hope to his love rival. How utterly laughable. He took the childhood photo of him and Lin Yanran, treasured for years, from its frame. He lit it with a lighter, watching it turn to ash, either a lifetime or strangers. Meanwhile, in a hotel suite, Lin Yanran snuggled into Yi Tian's arms, complaining aggrievely he didn't agree. Yi Tian frowned, then pulled her possessively into his embrace. My woman won't be humiliated by the likes of Mufeng. It's just an S-card. If it's gone, we'll figure something else out. Mentally, however, he was plotting how to use his family background to gain an even greater advantage. The next morning, the gaming helmet arrived on time. Mufeng locked the door, inserted the S-card, put on the helmet, and activated it. His consciousness entered a magnificent golden palace. Welcome, drawing talent. Congratulations on obtaining S-rank talent. Cooldown reduction. Anomaly detected. Unknown divine power residue. Talent mutating. Congratulations on obtaining SSS rank talent. Chaos Apostle. Chaos Apostle. Casting any skill has no cooldown and no cost. SSS rank? Unknown divine power? Mufeng was shocked. Although the word chaos concerned him slightly, the heaven-defying effect of this talent made him ecstatic. Infinite firepower. He quickly created his character, ID, Dust, Class, Apprentice, Mage prerequisite. Due to his talent's nature, he focused points on intelligence and vitality, neglecting spirit. A flash of light, and Mufeng appeared in Twilight Village. Players were constantly materializing around him. He immediately squeezed out of the crowd and into an empty alley. Opening his inventory, worn short robe, Greystone, plus 20 HP, plus 10 energy, worn wooden staff, Greystone, plus 2 spell power. After equipping them, he didn't queue up to find the village chief but headed straight for the forest southwest of the village. Relying on his past life's memories, he expertly navigated around prowling wild wolves, reached a large tree deep in the forest, and slipped into a hidden hole among its roots. A moment later, he held a white rune stone. Skill stone, Fireball, F-rank deals 10 damage, 3-second cooldown, costs 5 energy. Mufeng learned it immediately. This solved the early game apprentice dilemma of having no skills, normally requires spending 30 gold, extremely hard to obtain early on. He found a wild wolf, level 1, 50 HP, and used Inspect. Mufeng raised his hand, and a fireball shot out. -10. The wolf yelped in pain and lunged. A smirk touched Mufeng's lips as he glanced at his skill bar. Fireball had no cooldown. The energy bar hadn't budged. Here it comes. He raised his hand, and fireballs erupted like a machine gun. Fwoosh, 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 fwoosh. 5 fireballs struck accurately. The wolf howled and collapsed, gained 15 EXP. This is too broken. Mufong began a frenzied grinding spree. The howls of dying wolves echoed throughout the forest. About an hour later, Mufong reached level 2, allocating his points, 2 vitality, 3 intelligence. Satisfied, he left the forest and returned to Twilight Village. Outside the village, it was a sea of people. Players formed parties to grind mobs, their shouts for recruitment echoing endlessly. Seeing apprentice players still whacking monsters with wooden staffs, Mufong shook his head and walked straight into the village. He first went to the tailor shop, selling the 20 wolf pelts he'd collected, quality reduced due to fire damage, totaling 15 gold. The tailor issued a quest, Tailor's Commission, offering a high price for fire lizard scales from the underground cave. Mufong accepted the quest, then bought torches and rope from the general store. Next, he went to the red-roofed cottage north of the village and found the NPC, Orkin. Mr. Orkin, I heard your child is gravely ill and needs Stoneheart grass? I know where it is. Mufong directly stated the hidden quest clue he knew from his past life. Really? Orkin was overjoyed. If you cure my child, I'm willing to gift you my ancestral weapon. Accept hidden quest, Stoneheart grass? Okay, I'll go get it right away. Mufong accepted. Stoneheart grass was also in the underground cave. Leaving Twilight Village again, any wolves along the path became easy EXP. Reaching the gloomy entrance to the underground cave, marked with a warning sign, Mufong lit a torch and entered alone. The cave was dark and damp. Mufong simply cleared the path with infinite fireballs. The light served as illumination and startled ambushing night bats, level 2, from the walls. Charred bat corpses rained down. Deeper in, he encountered fire lizards, level 3, fire resistance. Fireball damage was reduced, 1612, but Mufong overwhelmed them with sheer quantity. He collected fire lizard scales along the way. Reaching the end of the cave, he faced a fire lizard elite, level 3, elite, 300 HP. Mufong dodged its flame spell with agile footwork while unleashing a constant stream of fireballs, quickly blasting it to death. He picked up the loot, 100 plus gold, fire lizard staff, greystone, plus 3 spell power, plus 2 fire damage, gained 90 EXP, and reached level 3. He equipped the new staff. In the creature's nest, he found the Stoneheart grass, returning fully loaded. First, he went to the tailor shop to turn in the scales. 18 times 5 is equal to 90 gold, completing the quest for another 120 gold. Then, he delivered the Stoneheart grass to Orkin's house. Overcome with gratitude, Orkin gifted him the ancestral weapon, a heavy sword glowing with a black light. Completing the hidden quest yielded 300 gold. Within hours, Mufeng's net worth was close to 1,000 gold coins, but he knew this was just the beginning. He went near the life altar, resurrection point, where the most players gathered. A small market had already formed, with over 1,000 stalls selling various greystone equipment. Mufong found an empty spot, placed the black iron heavy sword down, displayed its stats publicly, and set the price, 5,000 gold. Amidst a sea of greystone gear, this black iron weapon stood out like a crane among chickens, instantly capturing every player's attention. Holy crap, a black iron weapon? The server's only been open a few hours. This expert is insane. 5,000 gold. Couldn't afford that even if I sold everything. A large crowd gathered, buzzing with discussion, but for now, no one could produce such a huge sum. Mufong, however, remained unfazed, calmly waiting for a discerning buyer. At this moment, Mufong said, I also accept cash transactions, the highest bidder wins. As soon as he said this, someone immediately called out, I'll take it for 6,000 yuan. What's your bank card number? I'll transfer it to you. I'll offer 8,000. 8,000. 9,000, sell it to me. 12,000. 17,000. The price kept climbing. There were many wealthy players and second generation rich kids playing Dawn. For them, 10 or 20,000 was just pocket change. In the end, the price was settled at 32,000, sold to a young warrior in his 20s. Mufong provided his bank card number to that person. The person immediately logged out of the game to transfer the money to Mufong. Mufong also logged out of the game. After checking that the money had been credited to his bank account, he logged back in. He traded the black iron great sword to the young man. The young man equipped the black iron great sword immediately and excitedly left, apparently heading out of Twilight Village to test the power of his new weapon in the wild. Mufong then logged out of the game again. It was already noon. Mufong hadn't eaten breakfast, so he planned to go downstairs to grab something to eat. Before leaving, he transferred 20,000 to his sister's bank card using his phone. There were quite a few restaurants downstairs in the rental building. Mufong casually picked one and ordered a spicy shredded pork rice bowl. Perhaps due to the open beta of Dawn, the usually bustling street was quite empty today, giving it a rather desolate feel. After filling his stomach, Mufong returned to his rental unit, ready to continue leveling up. The place he lived in was an old building. The living conditions weren't great, but the rent was very cheap. The monthly rent was only 800 yuan. It was cheap, but that was its only advantage. Everything else was hard to describe. Once he earned some more money, Mu Feng planned to move to a different place. Mu Feng walked into the hallway. The motion sensor lights flickered, seemingly malfunctioning, with the light dimming and brightening, unpredictably creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere. Mu Feng walked up the stairs. He lived on the top floor, 503, and when he reached the 5th floor, he found a 15 or 16-year-old girl sitting on the stairs. The girl was wearing a white dance dress, and beneath the short skirt were white tights that wrapped around her slender, beautiful legs. She had a red backpack on her back. With her head lowered, she held a textbook in her hands, still persisting in studying under the dim light. Mu Feng was taken aback when he saw her. Then, memories of her automatically surfaced in his mind. The girl's name was Sanja, and she lived across from Mu Feng. In 502, her father was a gambling addict and loved to drink, often having people come to collect debts. Her mother had left due to the unbearable domestic violence, leaving Sanja alone in this broken home. Seeing the girl's plight, Mu Feng asked, "Why aren't you going home? Are you facing some difficulties?" Sanja lifted her small face, revealing her delicate features, and forced a smile, saying, "I forgot my keys. Dad will be back soon, you don't need to worry about me." Mu Feng could see the stubbornness in her eyes. Even if he offered to help her, she probably wouldn't accept. After a moment of silence, Mu Feng quickly walked past Songjia and returned to his home. He closed the door, put on his gaming helmet, and entered the world of Dawn. The number of players in Twilight Village was still the same. In front of the village chief's house, players were lined up in a long queue just to receive quests from the village chief. Mu Feng glanced at the line and decided against seeing the village chief. Looking at the length of the queue, it seemed he would have to wait 3 or 4 hours to meet the village chief. Better to wait a bit longer. Wait until there are fewer people. After all, the new player quests issued by the village chief could be done anytime. There was no rush. After pondering for a moment, Mu Feng walked towards the Twilight Tavern nearby. This tavern was the only one in Twilight Village. The warrior trainer, apprentice trainer, ranger trainer, and other novice profession mentors had been staying at the Twilight Tavern. If you wanted to buy skill stones, you would come to the tavern to find them. At this moment, there weren't many players in the tavern. Mu Feng found the apprentice trainer Anna sitting by a window at a table on the 2nd floor. She had water blue hair, a beautiful face, wore a pointed wizard hat, and a rather loose blue robe. Anna was reading a magic book, and beside her stood a tall staff adventurer. "Do you want to buy skill stones?" Anna asked as she looked up when Mu Feng approached her. Mu Feng nodded. Anna waved her hand, and 4 skill stones appeared on the hardwood table out of thin air. Fireball F effect throws a fireball at the enemy, dealing 100% times spell power plus 4 points of additional damage, fire damage. Casting range 10 cooldown, 3 energy cost, 5 selling price, 30 gold coins. Ice spike F effect fires an ice spike at the target, dealing 90% times spell power, frost damage, with an added slowing effect. Casting range 9 cooldown, 4 energy cost, for selling price 30 gold coins. Charged bolt F effect fires a lightning ball, dealing 100% times spell power, lightning damage, with a 10% chance to fire 3 lightning balls at once. Casting range 12 cooldown, 6 energy cost, 5 selling price, 30 gold coins. Rotten arrow F effect shoots a magical arrow at the target, dealing 100% times spell power plus 7 points of additional damage, dark damage, to the enemy. Casting range 15 cooldown, 10 energy cost, 6 selling price, 30 gold coins. Mu Feng spent 90 gold coins to buy the 3 skill stones, excluding fireball. This caught Anna's attention. Currently, there weren't many players who could take out 30 gold coins, let alone one who could take out 90 gold coins at once. In the entire Twilight Town, perhaps only Mu Feng could do that. Anna closed the magic book and said to Mu Feng, "Adventurer, I can sense your strength. I have a task for you, dangerous but with a generous reward. Would you be interested?" "I would like to hear more," Mu Feng replied. "Deep in the Twilight Forest, there is a mutated wild wolf. I need its teeth to complete a magical experiment, and the reward is a skill stone I have treasured for many years," Anna said. "System, do you accept the quest, mutated Feng?" Mu Feng said, "Alright, I accept this quest." After a pause, Anna added, "My magical experiment needs to be completed within 3 days, please hurry." I understand," Mu Feng said, and then left the Twilight Tavern. Purchasing more than 2 skill stones at once from the apprentice trainer has a certain chance to trigger this quest. This task can only be triggered once, first come, first served. This task not only offers generous rewards but also increases the favorability of the apprentice trainer Anna. It is one of the few high-level tasks in Twilight Village. After leaving the tavern, Mu Feng glanced at the 3 white skill stones he had just purchased in his backpack. He did not intend to learn from these 3 newly acquired skill stones. The 4 types of F-level skill stones sold by Anna are also known as beginner spells. Their damage and effects are roughly the same. It is sufficient for players to learn just one. Mufeng has already learned Fireball, so there is no need to learn the other 3 skills with similar effects. The skill bar in the Dawn world has no limit. In theory, players can learn as many skills as they want. However, after reaching level 10 and changing jobs, some skills that are not suitable for the player's profession will be deleted. For example, if one changes to a Fire Mage, all Ice-type skills learned by the player will be forcibly deleted by the system, leaving only the skills that meet the job requirements. As for those deleted skills, they are just gone, with no compensation. This has led to many players' hard-earned high-level skill stones being wasted. They learn them, but after changing jobs, they get deleted. If one does not want the skill stones to go to waste, they must plan ahead to avoid such wasteful behavior. The reason Mufeng bought 3 skill stones at once was simply to trigger Anna's task. Skill stones can be sold at stalls, and if settled in Huaxia coins, many people would likely compete to buy them. Next, he should head to Twilight Forest to complete the task assigned by Anna. If his memory serves him right, the level of the demonized wolf should be level 5, an elite monster, accompanied by quite a few ordinary monsters, numbering around 30 or 40. They are easy to kill, posing no difficulty. Let's make it quick. Mufeng glanced at the map, confirming the location of Twilight Forest and the approximate location of the demonized wolf within it. In his previous life, while leveling up in Twilight Forest, he happened to encounter the demonized wolf. Therefore, he remembered the activity location of the demonized wolf. But so many years have passed and his memory of the demonized wolf has become vague. Mufeng now only remembers the general area. He would have to search for the specific location once he arrived. Mufeng closed the map and headed straight for Twilight Forest. Twilight Forest is a level 5 map. At this time, most players are only at levels 3 or 4 and have not yet reached the level to enter Twilight Forest. Therefore, in the entire Twilight Forest area, Mufeng is the only player. The monsters here are all level 5. They are strong and provide abundant experience upon defeat, with plenty of loot drops. The distribution of monsters is quite dense. As a Reborn player, Mufeng can easily avoid monsters with his positioning and sneak into Twilight Forest. He could, but there was no need. He could just charge directly into Twilight Forest. In fact, that's exactly what Mufeng did. Facing the onslaught of numerous level 5 monsters, Mufeng dodged their attacks while continuously launching fireballs, killing monsters one after another. Each fireball hit a monster, causing blood-red numbers to float up from them. Mufeng's experience points surged rapidly. Soon, he leveled up to level 4. He allocated the 5 free attribute points, adding 2 points to stamina and 3 points to intelligence. Mufeng's fireball spell gained a slight increase in power. He had already traveled quite a distance within Twilight Forest and had no idea how far. He was from the task target, the demonized wolf. Mufeng opened the map to carefully discern the direction. It should be around here. Why can't I see any trace of the demonized wolf? Just as Mufeng was puzzled, he suddenly noticed a pair of purple-black eyes, gleaming with a cruel light, staring intently at him from the grass ahead. It's a corrupted wild wolf. Mufeng immediately recognized the monster hiding in the grass. Normal wild wolves have light yellow eyes, but the eyes of a corrupted wild wolf are purple-black. It was only then that Mufeng suddenly realized he had fallen into the monster's encirclement. 20 or 30 wild wolves silently surrounded him from all directions, enclosing him within. However, the wild wolves did not completely surround Mufeng. They were still a distance away, and there was plenty of space between them, allowing him to break free at any moment. Fortunately, Mufeng noticed early. Otherwise, he would have fallen into the ambush of these old sixes. The monsters and NPCs in the Dawn world are not puppets created from code and data, dull and devoid of any intelligence. They are living beings created by the gods of order. They understand joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, can think independently, and are truly living entities. The higher the monster's level, the greater its intelligence. The corrupted wild wolf before him had an intelligence level comparable to that of a 5 or 6-year-old child. It even understood tactics, commanding the pack of wild wolves to besiege Mufeng. With a calm expression, Mufeng cast a reconnaissance spell at the corrupted wild wolf, obtaining its attributes. Corrupted Wild Wolf, Elite, Level 5 Health, 1000 Energy, 50 Attack, 60 Skill, Rending Claw. F. Mufeng's reconnaissance spell successfully provoked it, and with its roar, the wild wolves charged at Mufeng. Unfazed, Mufeng raised his fire lizard staff and hurled a fireball at the nearest wild wolf. At that moment, Mufeng's spell power was 27 points. One fireball could deal 33 points of fire damage. The wild wolf had 250 health points. On average, it would take 8 fireballs to take down one wild wolf. With the boost from his talents, Mufeng wielded his staff like a machine gun, firing fireballs in rapid succession. Any wild wolf daring to approach him was instantly turned to charcoal by the torrential fireballs, dropping a pile of equipment, materials, and gold coins. Before long, all the 20 or 30 wild wolves around him had perished under Mufeng's fireballs. Faced with Mufeng's Overwhelming combat power, the corrupted wild wolf did not flee in fear. Instead, it was stirred into a frenzy and charged at Mufong at high speed. It leaped into the air, at least 3 or 4 meters off the ground. The corrupted wild wolf's front claws glimmered with a blood-red light, the effect of the F-level skill Rending Claw. Mufong quickly retreated while simultaneously casting several fireballs at the corrupted wild wolf. The corrupted wild wolf, mid-air, could not evade the spell. When it landed, its skill not only missed Mufong but also took several fireballs in return. A series of bright red numbers floated above the corrupted wild wolf. -33, -32, -31, -32 with agile movements. Mufong dodged the corrupted wild wolf's attacks while dealing damage. After about 3 or 4 minutes, the corrupted wild wolf's health hit 0 and it fell to the ground. System, you have gained 300 experience points. System, you have successfully leveled up to level 5. System, you have gained 5 free attribute points from leveling up. Mufong stepped forward and picked up the quest materials, skill stones, and equipment dropped by the corrupted wild wolf. Magic Wolf Fang Teeth quest material introduction handed over to apprentice trainer Anna to complete the task. Will to kill level F class, unlimited type, passive skill. Effect releases killing intent with a certain probability of frightening surrounding enemies. Introduction, a skill that can grow. Kill 10,000 enemies to advance to the next level. Kills 0/10,000 Magic Wolf Robe, Bronze type, Cloth Armor, Health 10, Intelligence 10, Movement Speed 5%, Durability 50/50ths. Not bad. Not only did I get a skill stone but also a piece of bronze equipment. Mufong did not hesitate. He changed out of the novice robe and equipped the Magic Wolf Robe, enhancing his character attributes. He also learned the skill Will to Kill. When he had the chance, he picked up the loot dropped by the wild wolves he had just killed. A total of 31 wild wolves were slain, dropping nearly 100 gold coins, several materials, and 3 pieces of equipment. Wolf Fawn Gloves, Grey Stone, Wild Wolf Battle Garb, Grey Stone, Wolfskin Boots, Black Iron. Mufong equipped the Wolf Fawn Gloves and Wolfskin Boots. Gained attack speed plus 1%, defense plus 10, movement speed plus 3%. The Wild Wolf Battle Garb is light armor, only rangers can equip it. Will sell it at the market when he returns to Twilight Village. After collecting the loot, Mufong returned to Twilight Village along the same path. Halfway there, he suddenly heard the sounds of fighting not far ahead. It should be players battling monsters making those noises. Mufong walked forward to check. Sure enough, not far ahead, 3 players were fighting desperately against a dozen wild wolves. A warrior, an apprentice, and a ranger. A standard 3-person battle team. All 3 had their IDs hidden. Mufong could only see that all 3 were level 4. Not even level 5, yet daring to come to Twilight Forest to level up. Really? Mufong shook his head. The situation was clearly in favor of the wild wolves. All 3 players were low on health, and he really didn't know why they had provoked so many wild wolves. Seeing that these 3 players were about to lose their lives to the wolves, Mufong decided to step in and help. Even if he didn't help, the wild wolves had keen senses and had already caught the scent of Mufong. After taking care of these 3 players, the wild wolves would be after him next. He was in a hurry, so it was better to resolve the obstacle in front of him sooner. Mufong raised the fire lizard staff, and a fireball shot out, hitting a low-health wild wolf and directly ending its life. Mufong deliberately paused for a few seconds. He threw another fireball, killing another low-health wild wolf. Realizing someone was helping, the 3 players reignited their desire to survive. They gathered their spirits and bravely fought the wolves. With Mufeng's help, they quickly took down all the wild wolves. The crisis was averted. Among the trio, the warrior player directly sat down on the ground, panting, and said, "That scared me to death. I thought we were done for." "It's all your fault. Who told you to come to this lousy place to level up?" the female ranger player complained. The warrior player rolled his eyes and said, "Who knew there would be so many monsters here?" "Alright, let's not argue," the female apprentice player said. "Stop bickering, quickly go pick up the gold coins and materials dropped by the monsters." Clearly, this little team was led by this somewhat attractive female player. As soon as she spoke, the other 2 immediately fell silent. Just as the warrior player and the ranger player were picking up the gold coins scattered on the ground, Mufong slowly walked over. Upon seeing Mufong, the 3 immediately realized that it was this person who had saved them earlier. "Brother, thank you for your help," the warrior player said lazily. "Hey, can you be a good person and give us a few bottles of life potions and energy potions? We've run out of potions," the female ranger player said bluntly. As for the female apprentice player, she didn't even say a word of thanks, just nodded at Mufong as a greeting. If it weren't for Mufong's intervention, these few would probably have been killed by the wild wolves and resurrected in the village. Their arrogant attitude didn't anger Mufong. There were plenty of players with such ungrateful hearts. Anyway, Mufong helped out to clear the obstacle in front of him and returned to Twilight Village as soon as possible. He said nothing and walked past them towards Twilight Village. Watching Mufing's departing figure, the female ranger's gaze flickered as she noticed the bronze robe he was wearing. She approached the somewhat attractive female apprentice. "Sister Shoudai, look at that guy's cloth armor, it's bronze level. Should we take him down?" The player called Sister Shoudai hesitated. "Isn't that a bit too much? After all, he just helped us." The female ranger chuckled. "This isn't the real world, it's just a game meant for excitement. Besides, we didn't ask him to save us. Killing him and stealing his gear won't leave us with any psychological burden." "That makes sense." Sister Shoudai nodded thoughtfully. In the early stages of the game, black iron equipment was already quite rare, let alone bronze level gear. Ultimately, she couldn't resist the temptation of the bronze cloth armor. She agreed to take action against Mufing. The female ranger added, "We need to act quickly, or he might get away." "Okay." With that, Sister Shoudai raised her staff to cast a spell. After a few seconds, an ice spear formed and shot rapidly towards Mufing. Mufing had already noticed that the female ranger was looking at him strangely. He had been on guard against them. Sure enough, he hadn't walked far when he heard a swift sound of air being pierced from behind. Mufing didn't dodge but took the ice spear head-on. -16, a bloody number floated above Mufing's head. The ice spear spell had a slowing effect. Mufing immediately felt his legs stiffening as if frozen and his movement speed slowed down. At the same time, Mufing received a system notification. "System, you have been attacked by Dai Lianhua, Kawaii Little Bunny, and Zhuai Yijiu Hua, and have entered combat status." Combat status is divided into two types. One is actively entering combat status, and the other is passively entering combat status. The difference is that one incurs a kill value penalty for killing players, while the other does not. Mufing entered combat status passively. Even if he killed all three, he wouldn't incur a kill value penalty. This is also why Mufing clearly could have dodged that ice spear but chose not to. "Since you want to die so badly, then I'll grant your wish." Mufing immediately turned around, raised his staff, and prepared to cast Fireball. Among the three-man team, the one responsible for melee, Zhuai Yijiu charged forward with a gray stone short knife, shouting wildly. The other two provided ranged support from the back. Mufing raised his hand. Several fireballs shot out, all hitting Zhuai Yijiu. Zhuai Yijiu saw darkness before him, and when he woke up again, he found himself next to the life altar in the center of Twilight Village. Instantly, one person was killed. Mufing ignored the gold and equipment scattered on the ground and locked his target on the female ranger with the ID Kawaii Little Bunny. The ID was quite cute, but her character was really not that great. Another round of fireballs was shot out. The ranger was an agile class, quick in movement and speed. The cute little bunny managed to dodge a few fireballs by luck, but in the end, she was predicted by Mufing and killed due to her movement. "Now there's only you left," Mufing said to the last remaining person, his tone calm. Dai Lianhua looked at Mufing in disbelief. "Just now, was that a fireball? How is that possible?" "Dai," Mufing said coldly. "Wait, do you know who I am?" Dai Lianhua raised her head defiantly. "I know." Mufing replied indifferently, "You are the vice president of the Fire Beacon Guild and the girlfriend of the president, Fire Beacon Liancheng." Dai Lianhua was taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "Since you know who I am, can we end this here? If you kill me, my boyfriend will definitely not let you go. It's precisely because of your boyfriend that, from now on, whenever I see you in the wild, I will kill you," Mufing declared. "What?" Dai Lianhua looked shocked. The next moment, countless fireballs struck Dai Lianhua's delicate body. "Ah!" Dai Lianhua let out a scream, and, in the blink of an eye, her health was reduced to zero, dropping a pile of equipment. Mufing walked over to Dai Lianhua's corpse and picked up the equipment she dropped. As expected of the vice president of the Fire Beacon Guild, the equipment on her is quite good, and there are so many gold coins, what a great haul. Mufing commented as he picked up a black iron necklace that Dai Lianhua dropped. Wolf's Phone Black Iron Type Necklace Intelligence 5 Durability 10 out of 10. After collecting the spoils, Mufing returned to Twilight Village as if nothing had happened. In his previous life, the Fire Beacon Guild was a dominant force in Twilight Village, with its members being overbearing and often attacking players in the wild to steal equipment. Mufing had been killed multiple times by members of the Fire Beacon Guild in the wild. They not only took Mufing's equipment and gold but also humiliated him repeatedly. In this life, Mufing was determined to take revenge on the Fire Beacon Guild. To vent the anger of his past life, he planned to find a reason in the next couple of days to trouble the Fire Beacon Guild. Unexpectedly, today he happened to encounter the girlfriend of Fire Beacon Liancheng. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity when he first saw Dai Lianhua. She had hidden her ID, so Mufing initially didn't know who she was. Later, Dai Lianhua attacked Mufing. Mufing learned her ID through the system prompt and recognized her. Since she had come to him, he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. From now on, whenever he saw Dai Lianhua or members of the Fire Beacon Guild in the wild, he would make sure to kill them so they wouldn't dare step out of Twilight Village. Back in Twilight Village, Mufeng headed straight for the Twilight Tavern. When he presented the quest item Fangs of the Corrupted Wolf to Anna, surprise flashed in her eyes. "You are quite impressive, finishing the task so quickly," Anna said. "Here, this is the reward I promised you." Anna pulled out a skill stone glowing with a black light from somewhere and handed it to Mufeng. Corrosion level E-class apprentice effect deals 200% times spell power times 2 corrosion damage to enemies within 10 seconds. Casting range 8 cooldown 60 energy cost 50. Mufeng's current spell power was 63 points. This meant that using corrosion would deal 252 points of damage to enemies within 10 seconds. If he threw a few hundred corrosions, anyone would die. Mufeng didn't hesitate. After receiving the corrosion skill stone, he immediately learned it. Anna looked at Mufeng and pondered for a moment, saying, "To be honest, your strength exceeds my expectations. I have another task I want to assign to you. I wonder if you would be willing to accept it?" "What task?" Mufeng asked. He did not blindly accept the task as soon as he heard about it. If he received a task that was too difficult and failed to complete it, he would be punished. Although Mufeng had absolute confidence that as long as it was a task from the novice village, no matter how difficult, he was confident he could complete it. However, due to the caution he had developed in his previous life, Mufeng needed to know the task details before deciding whether to accept it. Anna said in a low voice, "Deep in the Twilight Forest, there is an ogre tribe. Eliminate the ogre tribe and bring me the energy heart of the ogre mage." Mufeng asked, "What is my reward? How about a D-grade skill stone?" Anna smiled. Mufeng frowned slightly, and after a moment of silence, he nodded in agreement. "Remember, don't let anyone else know. This task can only be completed by you alone. If a third person finds out, the task will be considered a failure. Do you understand?" Mufeng nodded. Anna smiled brightly and said, "All right, you can go now." As he walked out of the Twilight Tavern, Mufeng suddenly heard some noise nearby. He realized the noise was coming from the real world. It seemed like someone was banging on his front door. This was serious. Mufeng immediately logged out of the game. His consciousness returned to the real world. He took off the helmet he was wearing and listened carefully. Indeed, he heard the sound of banging and arguing. However, it wasn't his door that was being banged on. It was the door of the neighbor's house. Next door, Sanja. Mufeng got up and went to the door, looking through the peephole. He saw several burly men at his door, roughly pulling Sanja, cursing and muttering about something he couldn't understand. Seeing this, Mufeng didn't hesitate and immediately opened the door, shouting, "Stop it!" The burly men who were manhandling Sanja were startled by the sudden shout, but when they saw it was Mufeng, disdain immediately appeared on their faces. "I thought it was someone important, turns out it's just you, kid. I advise you to mind your own business and stay out of it. Kid, have you paid back the money you owe Sister Yen? Get lost, get lost." These burly men were notorious debt collectors in the neighborhood, and the Sister Yen they mentioned was their boss, one of the underground forces in Jinnan City. Mufeng's S-grade talent card was bought from Sister Yen, for which he still owed her a considerable amount of money. Mufeng looked at Sanja, who was trembling like a frightened deer. He asked, "What happened?" "This girl's father ran off after owing over 200,000. We can't find him, so we can only take his daughter as payment. This girl is quite pretty. If she sells herself, she could earn back the money her father owes in less than a year. You better not meddle in this, just stay at home and pretend you didn't see anything. Do you understand?" A burly man with a dragon tattoo on his shoulder threatened viciously. Mufeng calmly replied, "Let her go, then get lost." "What did you say?" "I think you're itching for a fight, looking for death." The burly men were furious and came up to teach Mufeng a lesson. But when they saw the look in Mufeng's eyes, they were suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Those eyes were filled with killing intent and brutality. In the last life, the apocalypse descended. Mufeng fought with monsters all day long, and the number of monsters, traitors of humanity, and chaotic believers that died at his hands was countless. In the game, there was a mythical title, the Butcher of the Sanctuary. The only way to obtain this title was to kill over 100 million beings. In the last life, only Mufeng had obtained this title. It would not be an exaggeration to say he fought his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The malevolent aura surrounding Mufeng was enough to scare off these few debt collectors who were strong on the outside but weak on the inside. The man in a black elastic vest, tattooed with a dragon over his shoulder, was named Qin Biao, the #1 enforcer under Sister Yen. He had spent a few years in prison. Having had the fortune to see many serious criminals, Qin Biao had once encountered a serial killer who had killed 7 or 8 people and was about to be executed. The look in that serial killer's eyes was just like Mufeng's. However, the killing intent in Mufeng's gaze was even heavier than that of the serial killer. Just by making eye contact with Mufeng's eyes, Qin Biao and the others felt a chill run down their spines, an unknown fear surging in their hearts. Qin Biao had been in the underworld for over 10 years. In their line of work, those who weren't afraid of death were already dead, and the bold ones were in prison. Those who had survived to this day were all perceptive and knew how to read the situation. They understood when to be ruthless and when to back down. Chen Biao was very clear about this. Just like now. Chen Biao swallowed hard, forcing a smile on his face. Kid, don't think that just because Sister Yen likes you, we won't dare to touch you. We'll let you go this time, but next time you won't be so lucky. This little girl, you can protect her for a while, but not for a lifetime. We'll be back next time. Let's go. After saying that, Chen Biao led a few younger brothers away in a hurry. Mu Feng watched the backs of Chen Biao and the others leave, feeling somewhat strange. They left so easily? In the last life he had dealt with Chen Biao. These people were not so easy to talk to. Mu Feng had thought there would inevitably be a conflict. He had even thought about where to bury the bodies. Could it be? Mu Feng had a deduction in his heart. He stared at the concrete wall in the corridor and with a thought he cast the corrosion spell. The next moment, the concrete wall was rapidly corroded as if it had been attacked by sulfuric acid. A large chunk eaten away. Seeing this scene, Mu Feng's heart tightened. Sure enough, he had inherited the abilities from the game. Just now, when Chen Biao and the others faced Mu Feng, they suddenly felt fear and were intimidated by him. Besides the malevolent aura surrounding Mu Feng, there was another reason. That was the passive skill he had just learned not long ago, Will to Kill. The skill effect was, there was a certain probability of instilling fear in nearby enemies. Mu Feng remembered that in the last life, during the public beta of Dawn, it wasn't until 3 years later that the 4 chaotic evil gods descended and the game invaded reality. Only then did the Dawn players inherit the abilities and equipment of their game characters. For some unknown reason, Mu Feng had inherited the game abilities ahead of time. He could cast skills in the real world. Mu Feng was eager to study this further. But now, there was something urgent to handle. Mu Feng looked at Sanja, who was kneeling on the ground, her white stockings covered in dust as if she had lost her soul. Her mother had abandoned her and left. Even her father had irresponsibly run away, leaving her with over 200,000 in debt. She had almost been taken away by debt collectors. If it weren't for Mu Feng's help, her life would have been ruined. At this moment, Songjia's heart was like dead ashes, her willpower crushed. Mu Feng sighed and softly asked Songjia, "Do you have a place to go?" Songjia pitifully shook her head. Her father had run away, and he hadn't even left her the house key. Songjia now has no home to return to. Even if she went back, she would be confronted by Chen Biao and other debt collectors. "Do you have any relatives in Jinnan City?" Mu Feng asked again. Songjia fell silent. She did have a few relatives in Jinnan City. In this day and age, blood relations have grown thin, and everything is based on interests. Songjia understood her relatives' true colors very well. They would never let her stay without a reason, especially now that she was burdened with a large amount of debt. Songjia was like a plague. Her relatives would avoid her, let alone take her in. In other words, Songjia was homeless now. Mu Feng pondered for a moment and said, "If you don't mind, you can stay at my place for a few days. With me around, Chen Biao and the others won't make things difficult for you." Upon hearing this, hope sparkled in Songjia's eyes. Her delicate and lovely face was filled with gratitude as she said, "Thank you, brother Mu Feng." Mu Feng replied lightly, "It's just a small favor." Thus, Songjia moved into Mu Feng's rental apartment. The apartment was small, only a little over 50 square meters, with a one-bedroom layout. Mu Feng gave up the only bedroom for Songjia to stay in. He could sleep in the living room. When Songjia learned of this, she quickly waved her hands in refusal, saying, No, that won't do. Let me sleep in the living room. Brother Mu Feng, I am already very grateful that you can take me in. Besides, the sofa in the living room is so small, you definitely won't be comfortable sleeping there. Let me take the sofa. Seeing Songjia's serious expression, Mu Feng didn't insist any further. Alright then, just treat it like your own home, no need to be formal. After saying that, Mu Feng returned to the bedroom to continue his game. At that moment, he noticed several unread messages and calls on the bedside table's phone, all from his sister. His sister was calling. She must be asking about the 20,000 yuan he sent her. Mu Feng called his sister back. Beep, beep, beep. After a few seconds of busy tone, his sister answered the call. Chen, what's up with that 20,000 yuan? Where did you get so much money? His sister asked. Mu Feng replied, I earned it in Dawn. Don't worry, sister, I'll soon be able to make your life better. His sister smiled gently. Alright, as long as you're happy, I'm satisfied. Clearly, his sister didn't believe that Mu Feng had the ability to do that. She usually didn't play games and wasn't familiar with Dawn, thinking it was just like any ordinary online game. To this, Mu Feng didn't bother to explain much. Actions speak louder than words. Once he achieved his promise to his sister, that would be more convincing than 1,000 explanations. After chatting with his sister for a while, Mu Feng hung up the phone. Just as he set his phone down and picked up his gaming helmet, another call came in. Mufeng picked up the phone and glanced at the caller ID. It was a call from Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu was Chen Biao's boss, Sister Yen. She was also the lucky one who had reserved the game and obtained the S-level talent card. Mufeng had bought that S-level talent card from her. It seemed that Chen Biao had already told Sister Yen about Song Jia's situation. Mufeng took a deep breath and answered the call. Hello, Miss Yen, are you looking for me? On the other end of the phone, a lazy and charming female voice came through. Xiao Mufeng, are you free to come see me now? Mufeng replied, sure, where should I meet you? Just come to my house, Longting Junjing number 261, Yen. Ruyu said lazily. Go to your house? Mufeng glanced at the darkening sky outside and hesitated. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? How about I invite you to a cafe, or you can choose any place outside to meet, Mufeng suggested. Come on, are you afraid that your sister will eat you? Yen Ruyu pouted. Seeing that Mufeng remained unmoved, Yen Ruyu changed her strategy. She switched to a more plaintive tone and said, Sister even gave you the priceless S-class talent card, is this how you repay me? Mufeng sighed. Yen Ruyu was right. The S-class talent card was invaluable. With only 10 in the world, if auctioned, it would fetch at least tens of millions. Yet Yen Ruyu sold it to Mufeng at a relatively favorable price. Many had offered high prices to buy the S-class talent card from Yen Ruyu, but she sold it only to Mufeng. This kindness had always been etched in Mufeng's heart. After a moment of silence, Mufeng reluctantly said, Alright, I'll go to your house to see you. I'll be waiting for you, Yen Ruyu said sweetly. After hanging up the phone, Mufeng took a deep breath, walked out of the bedroom and into the living room. On the sofa, in the living room lay a pair of dusty white stockings and a white dance dress that had just been taken off. From the bathroom, the sound of running water could be heard. It seemed that Song Jia was taking a shower inside. The glass door of the bathroom was slightly fogged. Mufeng instinctively averted his gaze and said, Song Jia, I'm stepping out for a bit, I'll be back soon. Hearing Mufeng's voice, Song Jia in the bathroom seemed a bit shy and flustered. Her body shivered as she replied, Oh, okay. After that, Mufeng left the rental apartment directly. He went downstairs and hailed a taxi by the roadside, heading to Longting Junjing. After about half an hour's drive, Mufeng arrived in front of a luxurious villa community. This was Longting Junjing, the most luxurious villa community in Jinan City, with extremely high property prices, costing 20 to 30,000 per square meter. Those who lived here were either rich or noble. The security was very tight. No one was allowed to enter the community except for the owners. Yen Ruyu had already informed the security guard at the entrance in advance. After registering his name, the guard let him through, and Mufeng entered the community, heading straight to villa number 251. In his previous life, Mufeng had visited Yen Ruyu's home and vaguely remembered its exact location. After finding the right place, Mufeng politely knocked on the door. After a while, Yen Ruyu personally came to open the door for Mufeng. Xiao Mufeng, long time no see. You must have missed your sister to death, Yen Ruyu said with a smile. She was about 30 years old, with an enchanting appearance and a hot figure, wearing a dark cheongsam and a pair of long beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings. Yen Ruyu was like a night rose, seductive yet dangerous. Faced with Yen Ruyu's enthusiasm, Mufeng felt a bit at a loss and could only whisper, Miss Yen, did you need something from me? The doorway is not a place for conversation. Come in, Yen Ruyu said, stepping aside to invite Mufeng in. Mufeng hesitated for a moment, but eventually stepped inside. Once Mufeng was in the house, Yen Ruyu casually locked the door behind him. Mufeng turned around just in time to see this scene, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Sister knew you were coming, so I specially cooked 2 of my signature dishes for you. Come and try them, Yen Ruyu said, reaching out to take Mufeng's hand. Mufeng subtly dodged. Yen Ruyu missed but didn't get angry, still wearing a charming smile on her face. In the dining room, Mufeng sat down at the dining table and said straightforwardly, Miss Yen, what did you call me here for? It's nothing serious, just that Song Jia's father owes me over 200,000. Chun Biao and the others went to collect the debt, but they said you stopped them. What's going on? Yen Ruyu replied. It's nothing. I felt sorry for Song Jia, so I couldn't bear to help her, Mufeng said. Yen Ruyu smiled charmingly and said, just over 200,000. As long as you speak up, not only can this debt be cleared, but even your own debts can be wiped out. Mufeng shook his head and said, the 200,000 that Song Jia owes, plus the 500,000 I owe, I will pay it all back within half a month at most. Don't be too proud now, Yen Ruyu said playfully. Mufeng smiled and said, I keep my word. After dinner, Mufeng didn't linger and bid farewell to Yen Ruyu as he left. Yen Ruyu stood at the door, watching Mufeng's departing figure. She licked her lips and murmured, I'll trick you into bed sooner or later. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened. Under the starlit sky, Mufeng walked alone along the tree-lined path. He was very clear about Yen Ruyu's feelings for him. In his previous life, he had deeply loved Lin Yanran and had always been unable to forget her, which led him to repeatedly reject Yen Ruyu's temptations. In this life, time was pressing. The chaotic gods would invade Earth in 3 years. Mu Feng needed to grow strong enough within these 3 years. Time was tight and the task was heavy. He simply had no energy to deal with Yen Ruyu. Women would only hinder him from playing games. It was better to honestly earn money to pay off debts rather than always thinking about living off others. Mu Feng hailed a taxi and returned to the building where he rented a room. He went upstairs and unlocked the door with his key. As soon as he entered, he saw Sanja wrapped in a blanket, sitting on the sofa reading a book. "Brother Mu Feng, you're back," Sanja said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Seeing Sanja like this, Mu Feng instantly guessed that she had taken a shower and, without any change of clothes, could only wrap herself in a blanket to cover her naked body. "I'm sorry, brother Mu Feng. I took your blanket from the bedroom without asking," Sanja said softly. It was currently summer. The blanket in Mu Feng's bedroom was very thin. Wrapped in it, Songjia's graceful figure was fully revealed. Mu Feng sighed and thought, how can I focus on playing games like this? It's fine. Here, take 500. Tomorrow, go to the clothing store downstairs and buy a few outfits to wear. Mu Feng handed his cash to Songjia. Then, he patted her head and returned to his bedroom to continue playing games. Songjia looked at Mu Feng's back, her eyes filled with gratitude. Mu Feng put on his gaming helmet and entered the Dawn world once again. The time in the Dawn world synchronized with the real world on a one-to-one basis, with a full day being 24 hours. At this moment, the time in the real world was night. In the Dawn world, it was also dark. As night fell, the number of online players in Dawn did not decrease. In fact, it increased significantly. Although it was the weekend, many people were tied up with various daytime chores and could not log into the game. Most people only had a moment of free time at night. The Dawn game helmet uses new technology. Players' consciousness is in the Dawn world while their physical bodies in the real world are in deep sleep. It's just like the principle of dreaming. Theoretically, when players wear the game helmet to play, it's equivalent to sleeping. Therefore, night is the time when the number of Dawn players online is the highest. Mu Feng weaved through the crowded flow of people and arrived near the life altar in the center of Twilight Village, setting up a stall to sell the loot he had obtained during the day. In addition to the equipment, materials, and items acquired from monster hunting, Mu Feng also took down 3 players from the Flame Guild in the afternoon. They dropped quite a bit of equipment and gold as well. Today had been a fruitful day for Mu Feng. As a result, the items he sold were of much higher quality than those at other stalls, and since they could be paid for with Huaxia coins, it didn't take long for him to sell out. After packing up, Mu Feng went to the potion shop and bought 20 bottles of mini life potions. Using life potions can restore health points, which are essential for players to level up, grind dungeons, and fight bosses. A mini life potion restores 20 health points and costs 5 gold per bottle, restoring 20 health points. It's fine for low-level players, but as levels increase, those 20 points become a drop in the bucket. However, at the merchant in the novice village, players can only buy mini life potions. They can only purchase small life potions in the main city until better alternatives are available. Mu Feng had to make do with the mini life potions. After stocking up on supplies, Mu Feng headed straight out of Twilight Village. The ogre tribe deep in the Twilight Forest. The average level of the ogre warriors there is level 10, and there are quite a few of them. The boss, Ogre Shaman, is a level 10 Lord Monster. Given Mu Feng's current level, it would be a bit of a stretch to go there. To complete the hidden quest issued by Anna, he needed to level up a few more times. Mu Feng planned to grind hard tonight, aiming to reach level 8 or 9 by tomorrow morning. That way, he would have the confidence to challenge the entire ogre tribe alone. Not far behind Mu Feng, 2 players were stealthily following him. They pointed at Mu Feng's back. Do you think it's him? His ID is Dust, he's an apprentice, and he has bronze equipment on him. It must be him. Alright, notify the guild leader immediately and tell him we've found the person. Understood. Hurry, he's about to leave the village. Let's keep up with him, we can't lose him. Right, we finally found him, we can't let him get away. Leaving Twilight Village, Mu Feng headed straight for the Twilight Forest. The best leveling spot near Twilight Village is undoubtedly the Twilight Forest. This area is densely populated with monsters, making it a great grinding spot. The open beta of Dawn has been ongoing for a day, and players are leveling up rapidly, with some even reaching level 6, which is 1 level higher than Mu Feng. There are quite a few players in Twilight Village who have reached level 5. At this time, there were still many players coming to the Twilight Forest, and with so many people, the entire forest felt incredibly lively, diluting the quiet and dark atmosphere of the Twilight Forest. Before entering the Twilight Forest, Mu Feng noticed that someone seemed to be following him not far behind. He discreetly turned to look back and saw the IDs of the 2 who were tailing him. One was called Flame Orange, and the other was Flame Mad Blade. It's the Flame Guild members, Mu Feng thought to himself. Earlier in the day, he had taken down the vice president of the Flame Guild, who was also the girlfriend of the guild leader, Flame Liancheng. Now, he was being followed by players from the Flame Guild at night. Anyone could guess that the Flame Guild was out for revenge. Perhaps they were gathering their members to come find him for retribution. Feng was not the least bit worried. There was even a bit of surprise. It seems someone is sending me equipment and gold again tonight. A smile couldn't help but appear on Mu Feng's face. He turned and walked towards the two people behind him, Fenghua Juzi and Fenghua Guangdao. The two had been stealthily following Mu Feng. When Fenghua Juzi and Fenghua Guangdao saw Mu Feng suddenly turn towards them, they were taken aback and stood there, somewhat at a loss. He can't have discovered that we're following him, right? Fenghua Juzi turned to run, but he was pulled back by Fenghua Guangdao, who whispered, "Don't panic, stay calm, there's nothing to be afraid of." Does he dare to make a move? Hearing this from Fenghua Guangdao, Fenghua Juzi calmed down. Indeed, their Fenghua guild had about 50 or 60 members, enough to walk through Twilight Village without fear. Who would dare to provoke them for no reason? Moreover, they had already informed the guild leader. Guild leader Fenghua Lianchang was leading the brothers over. After thinking of this, Fenghua Juzi gained confidence and met Mu Feng's gaze without fear. "Even if you discovered we were following you, so what? What can you do?" Mu Feng walked up to the two and quietly asked, "Is Fenghua Lianchang coming soon?" The two were taken aback and exchanged glances. Fenghua Guangdao scoffed, "That's right, our guild leader will be here in 3 or 4 minutes. Are you scared?" Mu Feng nodded. "Very good." After saying that, Mu Feng raised the staff in his hand and a dark light flashed. Several corrosion spells landed on Fenghua Guangdao. Fenghua Guangdao was a level 3 warrior with about 150 health points. A few seconds later, his health was completely corroded and he died. His equipment dropped, along with a few gold coins. Tisk, poor guy. Mu Feng couldn't help but shake his head. He picked up the equipment and gold coins dropped by Fenghua Guangdao, then looked at the stunned Fenghua Juzi beside him and said, "Could you hurry up and urge Fenghua Lianchang to come faster? I'm busy and don't have time to wait for him." Fenghua Juzi was stunned for a few seconds. Then, he suddenly turned and ran, while calling Fenghua Lianchang through voice chat. The call connected. Fenghua Juzi shouted, "Guild leader, hurry up." Fenghua Guangdao was taken out by that guy. "What? Tell me exactly what happened," Fenghua Lianchang asked, puzzled. Before Fenghua Juzi could explain in detail, Mu Feng cast several corrosion spells on Fenghua Juzi. His health was instantly emptied and he fell to the ground, dropping equipment and gold coins. Mu Feng said leisurely, "What a pity, if you hadn't run, you could have lived a little longer." At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Mu Feng's ears. "System, you have killed player Fenghua Juzi, killing value +1. Having taken down both Fenghua Guangdao and Fenghua Juzi, Mu Feng's killing value increased by 2 points. If the killing value exceeds 10 points, town NPCs will become hostile, and if it exceeds 20 points, approaching a town will result in attacks from town NPC guards. There are 2 ways to eliminate the kill value. One is through the passage of time. For every day that passes, the player's kill value decreases by 1. The other is to go to the punishment temple to confess and atone, which can also eliminate the kill value. If there is no time to confess, one can purchase atonement tickets from the priests at the punishment temple. 1 gold coin for 1 atonement ticket and 1,000 tickets can offset 1 kill value. The novice village does not have a temple. Temples are only found in the main city. It is also uncertain how many people Fenghua Lianchang will bring. If the number exceeds 20, it could be a bit troublesome. It's not that they can't be defeated, but the accumulation of kill value would lead to a bounty from the village guards. By then, Mu Feng would have to hide in the wilderness for a few days until the kill value drops below 20 before returning to the village. Troublesome. As it is, the thought of the equipment levels of Fenghua Lianchang and his companions should be quite high, and they likely have a good amount of gold. Taking them down could easily net 1,000 or 8,000. If one thinks about it that way, it's quite worth it. Mu Feng stayed in place, quietly waiting for the arrival of Fenghua Lianchang and the others. After about 15 or 16 minutes, Mu Feng spotted a young warrior with the ID Fenghua Lianchang, followed by 7 or 8 people, striding aggressively towards his location from the direction of Twilight Village. Seeing that Fenghua Lianchang and the others had finally arrived, Mu Feng couldn't help but shake his head. This was too slow. He had waited for over 10 minutes and was growing impatient. Moreover, Fenghua Lianchang had brought too few people for revenge. Mu Feng had expected at least 20 or 30 to show up, worrying about the possibility of his kill value exceeding 20 points, which would force him to hide in the wilderness for a few days. Yet, only this few had come. Who could he kill? Fenghua Lianchang's group stopped about 10 meters away from Mu Feng. He did not rush to attack but squinted, sizing Mu Feng up from head to toe. Fenghua Lianchang was slender, with fair skin, and it was clear he was the type of rich kid who had been pampered since childhood. And indeed, he was. Fenghua Lianchang was a second-generation rich kid. His family was in the hotel business, owning several chain hotels, and they were quite wealthy. Most members of the Fenghua Guild were either wealthy second-generation friends of Fenghua Lianchang or sycophants. who followed his lead. In the game Dawn, although players couldn't spend money to gain advantages, they could buy gold on the black market. In his previous life, Finghua Liancheng had spent lavishly, investing over $1 million into the game all at once. In the early stages of the game, he built the Finghua Guild into the #1 guild in Twilight Village. Since then, the Finghua Guild had been a tyrant in Twilight Village, with almost all its members being red-named players. This group often had a saying, "It's all about the thrill." They certainly enjoyed the thrill, but it was the ordinary players of Twilight Village who suffered. Finghua players did not regard ordinary players as human but treated them like wild monsters, wantonly slaughtering and humiliating them for fun. The freedom in the game Dawn was extremely high. Players could be said to be almost unrestricted within the game. Therefore, in his previous life, there were often players who would kill others in the wild for amusement, and the system did not intervene. If players did not want to be humiliated, they could only choose to commit suicide or forcibly exit the game. In his previous life, the Finghua Guild had caused Mufeng no small amount of trouble. In this life, Mufeng vowed to take 100-fold revenge. After sizing Mufeng up for a moment, Finghua Liancheng withdrew his gaze and sneered, "So you're the one who killed my girlfriend in the wild? You recognize me, knowing she's my girlfriend, yet you dared to kill her. You've got some guts." Standing beside Finghua Liancheng were Dai Lianhua, Kawaii Little Bunny, and Zhuai Yijio Shihua. Dai Lianhua held her head high, looking coldly at Mufeng. Her gaze was as if she were looking at a dead person. Hee, dust. You can't escape today. If you don't want to be hunted down by our Finghua Guild in the wild in the future, you better give us a few kowtows, I said with a smile. Right. Kneel and kowtow. Hurry up, or we'll definitely kill you down to level 1. Kneel. Quickly kneel. Several Finghua players shouted frantically. The female ranger with the ID cute little bunny said fiercely, "We can't let him off so easily. Besides kneeling and begging for mercy, he has to hand over all his equipment and gold." Mufeng couldn't be bothered to waste words. He raised his staff, and several corruption spells fell on cute little bunny. In an instant, she was killed. The members of Finghua Liancheng were all taken aback. What the hell? What skill is this? The damage is so high. What are you waiting for? Attack! Warriors, charge! Apprentices and rangers, prepare for ranged attacks. Mufeng coldly looked at the chaotic crowd in front of him. Facing the scattered charge of several warriors, he remained calm and raised the fire lizard staff. A black light shone, and several corruption spells fell. In just a few seconds, the 3 warrior players from Finghua Guild had their health points completely drained by the damage from the corruption spells. In less than a minute, half of the people brought by Finghua Liancheng were dead. Seeing the scene, Finghua Liancheng's expression changed. He didn't expect this guy named Dust to be so strong. Finghua Liancheng was a level 5 warrior, equipped with 2 pieces of bronze gear and several pieces of black iron gear. His equipment was luxurious, even better than Mufeng's. Tonight, there was one more reason to kill Finghua Liancheng. Seeing Mufeng easily kill several level 3 and 4 players, he was immediately frightened and dared not approach. However, Mufeng had no intention of stopping. He took a few steps forward. The casting range of corruption was 8 yards, or 8 meters. Once the enemies entered Mufeng's casting range, he showed no mercy and cast several corruption spells again, taking down the other 2 besides Finghua Liancheng and Butterfly Love. Witnessing Mufeng's strength, Finghua Liancheng wanted to escape, but in front of his girlfriend and so many onlookers, he couldn't lose face. A hint of fear surged in Finghua Liancheng's heart, and he forced himself to remain calm, saying, "Dust, I advise you to stop now. If you let me and my girlfriend go, I can pretend nothing happened today. But if you dare to harm my girlfriend, I swear I will never let you go in this lifetime." Finghua Liancheng said firmly, word by word. Beside him, Butterfly Love looked at Finghua Liancheng with deep affection. It seemed she was moved to see her boyfriend still trying to protect her in this critical moment. Mufeng, expressionless, threw a fireball at Butterfly Love. The fireball spell dealt 70 points of damage to Butterfly Love. A bloody 70 floated above her head. Finghua Liancheng angrily said, "Fine, you have guts, but if you dare to kill my girlfriend, I swear I will use all my power and connections to take you down." Mufeng then threw 2 corruption spells at Butterfly Love. The flames of war watched helplessly as his girlfriend's health points dwindled, exploding into a pile of equipment. "I admit, I spoke a bit too loudly just now, but if you can let me go, I swear I will never trouble you again," the flames of war said in a deep voice. The Shepherd Wind replied indifferently, "From now on, whenever I see a member of the Flame War Guild in the wild, I will kill one. Do you understand?" After saying this, the Shepherd Wind was too lazy to entangle with him any further. He had already wasted nearly half an hour because of the flames of war and others. Several corrosive spells fell, directly killing the flames of war. With his death, a pile of equipment and gold coins exploded on the ground. The golden coins spread across the ground, dazzling to behold. The conflict between the Shepherd Wind and the flames of war attracted a group of players to watch. Upon seeing the coins and equipment scattered everywhere, many Nearby players revealed a glimmer of greed in their eyes. But when their gazes met the shepherd wind, that glimmer of greed instantly vanished, replaced by a deep sense of caution. No one dared to pick up the gold coins and equipment scattered on the ground. The shepherd wind leisurely picked up the spoils one by one. Among them were 17 pieces of black iron equipment, 2 pieces of bronze equipment, and 28,000 gold coins. Most of the equipment and gold coins were dropped by the flames of war. Nearly 20,000 gold coins were probably what he had exchanged from the black market. The black market mentioned by the shepherd wind was not as mysterious as in novels or movies. It was a trading website that had just been established specifically for trading gold coins, equipment, skill stones, and items from the game dawn. It was not under official supervision. Transactions relied entirely on mutual trust. Therefore, players habitually referred to it as the black market. After collecting the spoils, the shepherd wind continued towards the twilight forest. The onlooking players automatically made way for him. Among this group of onlookers, 2 people were discussing the shepherd wind. One was a man and the other a woman. The man's ID was Clear Wind Under Heaven, a level 5 apprentice. The woman's ID was Clear Water Mist, a level 5 ranger. Both of them were good-looking and had an extraordinary demeanor. Just by their presence, it was clear that they were not ordinary people. Clear Wind Under Heaven looked at the departing figure of the shepherd wind and said softly, "Mist, what do you think of this player called Dust?" Clear Water Mist replied nonchalantly, "Just average." Clear Wind Under Heaven asked with interest, "Why? This guy called Dust is indeed quite strong. I suspect his talent is likely above B level. But he has a fatal flaw. That is, he doesn't understand the ways of the world. To put it bluntly, he lacks social experience. It's obvious he's a kid who hasn't been through the grind of society. If it were me, I would give the Flames of War some face and resolve the conflict with the Flame War Guild. After all, it's better to resolve enmity than to create it. Having more friends is always better than having more enemies. This Dust only seeks momentary pleasure, but he doesn't realize that his reckless behavior has completely turned him into an enemy of the Flame War Guild, leaving no room for reconciliation. The Flames of War will definitely seek revenge. Offending a guild with considerable strength clearly has no good outcome. From now on, he will be in for a tough time. In the wild, he will constantly face the revenge of the Flame War Guild. Kids are just kids. With no cunning at all, this child will find it hard to achieve great things in the future. Clear Water Mist spoke at length, dismissing everything about the shepherd wind. Clear Wind Under Heaven nodded thoughtfully. "You're not wrong, but if he could be of use to me, he would be a fine sword." Clear Water Mist turned to look at Clear Wind Under Heaven. "Surprised? You want to take him in?" "Exactly," Xingfeng Tiantian said in a low voice. "His talent seems quite good. If he can be properly trained, he could amount to something in the future. So should we recruit him now?" "No, let's wait a bit longer." Qing Shui Miao Miao asked curiously. "There are many guilds in Twilight Village. Aren't you afraid he might be recruited by someone else?" "No rush." Xingfeng Tiantian smiled and said, "I see this Gen AI. He is filled with arrogance. We need to first diminish his prestige before we can recruit him." "How do you plan to diminish his prestige?" Qing Shui Miao Miao asked. Xingfeng Tiantian, with a confident demeanor, replied, "Of course, we will use the hands of the Beacon Fire Guild. Once Mufeng suffers humiliation at the Beacon Fire Guild, we can recruit him then, and it will definitely work." After hearing Xingfeng Tiantian's words, Qing Shui Miao Miao had a look of sudden realization followed by a face full of admiration. On the other side, Mufeng entered the Twilight Forest, continuously moving deeper into it. The further he went, the stronger the monsters in the Twilight Forest became. The Twilight Forest is nearly as large as a county, with a wide variety of monsters, most of which are wolf-type creatures. Mufeng walked for over half an hour, encountering a level 5 wild wolf and a new type of monster. Twilight Frenzy Wolf, normal, level 7 health, 350 attack, 21 Twilight Frenzy Wolf, elite, level 7 health, 700 energy, 20 attack, 42 skill, Nightclaw, F. The Twilight Frenzy Wolf comes in 3 types, normal, elite, and boss. The normal and elite types are quite common, while the boss level Twilight Frenzy Wolf is rare and can only be encountered with good luck. Just like Mufeng, who was fortunate tonight, as he had just stepped into the area of the Twilight Frenzy Wolf and encountered a boss level 1. It's hard to say whether Mufeng was lucky or if the Twilight Frenzy Wolf was unlucky. If this had happened to another level 5 player, it would have been considered bad luck. Just stepping into the activity area of the Twilight Frenzy Wolf and encountering a boss monster, what else could it be but bad luck? But for Mufeng, it was not bad luck, it was good fortune. Upon seeing the boss level Twilight Frenzy Wolf, Mufeng's first action was to cast a reconnaissance spell on it. Twilight Frenzy Wolf, boss, level 8 health, 1600 energy, 30 attack, 96 boss talent, Wolf Howl, F skill, Nightclaw, F. The reconnaissance spell can reveal the attributes of the monster, but it also has a certain probability of angering the monster. Every time Mufeng used the reconnaissance spell, it would always anger the monster. Previously, Mufeng thought that the goddess of fate had not favored him. Now he suspected that he might have been favored by the god of misfortune. Facing the enraged boss monster, Mufeng dodged while throwing corrosive spells at the Twilight Frenzy wolf. After rough calculations, Mufeng's spell strength was 63 points and the corrosive spell could deal 252 points of corrosive damage within 10 seconds. With several corrosive spells stacked every 10 seconds, the boss-level Twilight Frenzy wolf's health would be completely corroded, leading to its demise. Mufeng approached the corpse of the Twilight Frenzy wolf and picked up the items it dropped one by one. He was lucky. The Twilight Frenzy wolf dropped an F-level skill stone. Wolf Howl level F-class unlimited effect causes nearby enemies to flee in fear. Casting range for cooldown 10 energy cost 8 inch. In the game Dawn, the drop rate for skill stones is even lower than that of equipment. The main way for players to obtain skill stones is from trainers. Especially for monster skill stones like this one, there are no class restrictions, anyone can learn them, making them quite rare. Unfortunately, Mufeng already has the passive skill Killing Will. If he learns the skill Wolf Howl, it will result in a skill duplication, wasting it for nothing. Rather than waste it, it would be better to sell it at a stall. Monster skill stones are always in high demand, and he can definitely sell it for a good price. After defeating the boss-level Twilight Wolf, in addition to dropping a monster skill stone, it also dropped several alchemy materials and tailoring materials. The secondary profession can only be unlocked at level 10 in the main city. Most players who obtain such secondary profession materials, except those who plan to become full-time life profession players, will sell them to merchants or set up stalls to sell. During the novice period, players' inventory slots are quite tight. There aren't that many empty slots to store miscellaneous items. After killing the boss-level Twilight Wolf, Mufeng gained 480 experience points, reaching 100% experience. And leveling up to level 6, he received 5 free attribute points. Mufeng stored the combat items properly and allocated his attribute points. He continued on his journey, aiming to reach level 8 by tonight. The long night passed quickly. Before long, the entire night had gone by. When Mufeng returned to Twilight Village, his level was now 8. He glanced at the time, it was already 7 in the morning. Once he returned to the safe zone, Mufeng immediately logged off and exited the game. He took off the game helmet and rubbed his head. Wearing the game helmet for an entire night had made his head a bit sore. Once I have money in the future, I must buy a game pod, Mufeng thought to himself. He looked out the window at the blue sky, with a few leisurely white clouds floating above. Mufeng got up, prepared to wash up, and went downstairs to buy some breakfast. When he pushed open the bedroom door, he saw Sanja wearing a beige t-shirt on top and a pair of black shorts that reached the upper thigh, her long and slender beautiful legs fully visible. Sanja was sitting on the sofa reading a book. Mufeng curiously asked, "Hey, where did you get those clothes?" Sanja replied softly, "I called a classmate and asked her to bring me a few pieces of clothing." Mufeng scratched his head. Last night he indeed hadn't considered it well. Besides her dance outfit and white stockings, Sanja had no other clothes. Even if he gave her money, she couldn't possibly go out dressed like that to buy clothes, right? At that moment, Mufeng keenly noticed that his rental apartment seemed to have been cleaned. The whole place looked brand new. It was needless to say that it must have been Sanja who did it last night or early this morning. Sanja shyly said to Mufeng, "Brother Mufeng, I made you breakfast, it's on the dining table." "Oh, really? Thank you," Mufeng said as he walked over to the dining table, where a bowl of instant noodles, 2 fried eggs, and 2 fried ham slices were laid out. All were ingredients from Mufeng's fridge. His home only had some instant noodles, eggs, and ham left. Not bad, Mufeng thought. This little girl was quite sensible, knowing how to clean and make him breakfast. It was worth bringing her back. While slurping the instant noodles, Mufeng kept an eye on the news and forum information online. The first day of the public test for Dawn. The response was excellent. No one who had experienced the game had anything bad to say. The hot search rankings were also dominated by Dawn. Many companies, groups, celebrities, big streamers, and professional players were flocking into the world of Dawn, especially in the streaming industry. Just opening any streaming app, the game category was almost entirely filled with streamers playing Dawn. After breakfast, Mufeng greeted Sanja and returned to the bedroom, put on the helmet, and continued leveling up. Once online, Mufeng arrived at the central life altar of Twilight Village, setting up a stall to sell the spoils obtained last night, especially thanks to the brothers from the Flame Fire Guild. They contributed a lot of equipment and gold. In the early morning, the number of players in Twilight Village had decreased significantly. However, this did not affect Mufeng's business. In the early stages of the game, most of the equipment dropped by monsters was of the gray stone level. Black iron equipment was rare, and bronze equipment was even scarcer. In just over an hour, Mufeng sold all the equipment at his stall. The average price for black iron equipment was around 8 to 9,000 each, while the price for bronze equipment reached several tens of thousands. Unfortunately, today was no longer the first day of the game's open beta. Yesterday, on the first day of the open beta, Mufeng was also setting up a stall in the same place, selling a black iron heavy sword for a high price of 30,000 huaxia coins. Rarity makes things valuable. At that time, the black iron heavy sword Mufeng was selling was the first black iron weapon in all of Twilight Village. Naturally, it could fetch a high price. Now, although black iron weapons were scarce, players were not as eager for them anymore. A piece of black iron equipment could sell for 8 to 9,000. Mufeng was already very satisfied. When the game reached its mid-stage, the number of black iron equipment dropped by monsters would increase, player levels would rise, and the market would become saturated. A piece of black iron equipment would only sell for 1 to 2,000. After selling all the equipment, Mufeng had earned nearly 300,000. In just one day of the Dawn Open Beta, Mufeng made 300,000. In the whole world, perhaps only Mufeng could achieve this. This was also thanks to the members of the Flame Fire Guild who contributed a large amount of equipment in gold to Mufeng. Today, Mufeng did not plan to leave the village to level up. Instead, he prepared to tackle the hidden quests in Twilight Village, aiming to complete as many hidden quests as possible. While having breakfast, Mufeng checked the Dawn Forum and found that someone had already discovered and completed hidden quests in Twilight Village. 2 hidden quests, in fact. Mufeng remembered that in his previous life, someone had counted. There were a total of 13 hidden quests in Twilight Village. On the first day of the open beta, players had completed 2, and Mufeng had also completed 2, leaving 9 hidden quests remaining. He needed to finish the hidden quests as soon as possible. Otherwise, in this small place of Twilight Village, these hidden quests would soon be fully uncovered. In his previous life, Mufeng often frequented forums to find strategies. Therefore, he was quite familiar with the 13 hidden quests in Twilight Village, knowing how to trigger and complete them. First, Mufeng went to the general store. He spent a hefty sum to buy an ancient alchemy book costing 3,000 gold coins. Holding the ancient alchemy book, Mufeng found the potion merchant. Besides being a merchant, he was also an alchemy apprentice obsessed with alchemy. After giving him the book, Mufeng received a system prompt. System, you gained 50 favorability points with the potion merchant in Twilight Village. Favorability in the Dawn world is divided into 5 levels: indifferent, friendly, liking, love, and vow. With these 50 favorability points, Mufeng's relationship with the potion merchant reached the friendly level. As a token of friendship, the potion merchant gifted Mufeng a bottle of Life Blessing Potion. Life Blessing Potion, type consumable effect, after use, receive the blessing of the Goddess of Life, healing all ailments of the body. Aside from the blessing of life potion given by the potion merchant, Mufeng also received a permanent 10% discount when purchasing items from the potion merchant. It sounded pretty good. However, the potion merchant in the novice village only sold 2 types of potions, the mini life potion and the mini energy potion. It seemed like a discount, but in reality, it was not. After obtaining the blessing of life potion, Mufeng arrived at a narrow alleyway to the north of Twilight Village. It was dark and cramped, exuding a strange and eerie atmosphere. Even the bright and warm sunlight could not dispel the darkness of the alley. Not to mention NPCs, even players were reluctant to linger near this alley. The alley was referred to as Shadow Alley by the villagers of Twilight Village. The people living in this alley were dangerous individuals skilled in dark magic, curses, and voodoo. Whether players or NPCs, if one entered Shadow Alley without an invitation, there was a high probability of being afflicted by some unknown curse. Just yesterday, more than 10 players wandered into Shadow Alley, only to be inexplicably cursed. They had to put in a lot of effort to remove the curse from their bodies. One of the victims posted about this incident on the forum, warning other players to be cautious of Shadow Alley. Most players in Twilight Village had seen this post. Therefore, you could see players everywhere in the streets and alleys of Twilight Village, but not a single player could be found in Shadow Alley. Mufeng entered Shadow Alley alone and arrived at the entrance of a shop with a sign that read Voodoo Shop. He did not hesitate. He pushed open the tightly shut door of the Voodoo Shop and walked straight inside. Inside the Voodoo Shop, a strange smell of mint, rotting wood, and corpse oil mixed together filled the air. The Voodoo Shop was not large, only about a dozen square meters, but it was filled with many pieces of furniture and miscellaneous items. The layout was very compact and quite cramped. The shelves, covered in black stains, were filled with all sorts of bizarre and strange items: voodoo dolls, rotting eyeballs, and the corpse of a gnome soaked in yellow liquid. Behind one of the shelves sat an NPC cloaked entirely in black robes. "Welcome to Zul's Voodoo Shop. What do you need? Don't say I didn't warn you. If you just look and don't buy, be careful of Zul cursing you, hehehe." The NPC named Zul was the owner of the Voodoo Shop. Her voice was hoarse and unpleasant, and her laughter sounded like that of an old witch from a fairy tale. Mufeng replied calmly, "I want to sell you a potion." "Oh, what kind of potion?" Zul asked. After a pause, Zul added, "Adventurer, my time is very precious. If the potion you present doesn't interest me, I will curse you as well." Zul's entire face was shrouded in the shadow of her black robe. At a glance, all that could be seen was a mass of darkness. Faced with Zul's danger, Mufeng did not feel afraid. He smiled slightly and said, "Trust me, you will be interested." After saying that, Mufeng took out the blessing of life potion he had just received from the potion merchant and placed it on the counter. Upon seeing the potion, Zul showed no reaction. She smacked her lips and muttered, "Potion from the Temple of Life? Common goods. Considering it's not easy for you, I'll take this potion for 10 gold coins." After saying that, Zul threw 10 gold coins onto the counter. Then, with lightning speed, she reached out her right hand to grab the blessing of life potion on the counter. But Mu Feng's hand was even faster. He snatched the mysterious blessing potion first. Zul's hand grasped at nothing. She awkwardly retracted her right hand and asked, "What, do you think 10 gold coins is too little?" Zul complained, "You adventurers are all a bunch of greedy folks. How about this, 20 gold coins plus a magical voodoo amulet and you give me the potion, deal?" Mufeng glanced over. The voodoo amulet Zul held showed no signs of magical energy, purely a handcrafted trinket. This voodoo amulet wasn't even considered equipment. It was just like the bow on a little girl's dress. At most, it was a decorative item without any effect. Not equipment nor an item. Zul was clearly trying to fool Mufeng into thinking he was a fool. Mufeng replied calmly, "I don't have time to waste with you. We both know that the life blessing potion from the Temple of Life is worth far more than 20 gold coins. And a worthless voodoo amulet. If you want this potion, you need to show some sincerity." Zul shrugged and said, "Alright, I admit, the life blessing potion is indeed worth a few coins." After a pause, Zul said, "Name your price." 100,000 gold coins. Mufeng declared boldly. Kak. Zul let out a strange laugh, as if he had heard the biggest joke. Suddenly, Zul's laughter stopped abruptly, as if he had choked. Zul said coldly, "You can't be serious. The life blessing potion, while rare, is worth at most 1 or 2,000 gold coins. How dare you sell it for 100,000 gold coins? Don't you think you're being too greedy?" Mufeng replied calmly, "And you wanted to buy it from me for 20 gold coins. Don't you think you're being cunning?" Zul cleared his throat and said, "Same to you." Zul said solemnly, "Our time is precious, and I hope we can be a bit more honest with each other. Go on, please give me a more sincere offer." 100,000 gold coins, not a single coin less. Mufeng stated. Zul was silent for a moment and said, "Adventurer, you may not know who you're talking to. Believe it or not, once you step out of this alley, you'll contract a serious illness and die in agony." Mufeng chuckled lightly and said, "Of course I know who you are. The high priest of the voodoo cult." Hearing Mufeng expose her identity, Zul was not surprised. In Twilight Village, many knew her identity. What surprised her was that Mufeng, knowing who she was, still dared to speak to her with such arrogance. It should be noted that the high priest of the voodoo cult is above level 80. Zul was no exception. An 84-level voodoo high priest, the highest level in Twilight Village. And this adventurer, clearly a novice, was only level 8. Where did he get the courage to provoke her? It seemed she had been too gentle and kind over the years. The villagers had forgotten her terror, forgotten the horror of an 84-level voodoo high priest. So much so that these naive novice adventurers dared to provoke her. They had lost their respect for her. Their awe for a powerful being. She needed to teach these people a lesson. Ordinary curses were no longer effective. She needed to give him a profound and cruel lesson. One that he would never forget for the rest of his life, a lesson he would remember forever. Unbeknownst to her, Zur had already acquired a voodoo doll in her hand. Strangely, this voodoo doll bore some resemblance to Mufeng's appearance. Just as Zur was about to teach Mufeng a profound lesson, Mufeng slowly said, "I not only know that you are the high priestess of the voodoo sect, but I also know that you are cursed by the Temple of Life. In the world of Dawn, aside from the voodoo sect, there are many other forces skilled in curse techniques such as the Temple of Life, the Temple of Death, and the Temple of the Desert. However, they refer to the curses of the temples as divine retribution techniques. The terminology may differ, but the effects remain the same. Especially the curse techniques of the Temple of Life, which can be even more troublesome than those of the voodoo sect." Mufeng's words immediately stunned Zur. She did not expect that this seemingly novice adventurer knew about her curse from the Temple of Life. This matter was something Zur had never told anyone. Only she knew about it. This was also the reason why a dignified level 84 voodoo high priestess would come to such a remote village, running a voodoo shop and living a life akin to seclusion. Cursed by the Temple of Life, whenever Zur used her skills, she would age rapidly and be plagued by various diseases. Therefore, Zur tried to avoid taking action unless absolutely necessary. "How did you know I was cursed by the Temple of Life?" Zur asked. Mufeng did not answer but instead said, "Not only that, I also know that the only way to cure the curse on you is to use the life blessing potion. The Temple of Life strictly prohibits anyone from selling potions developed by the Temple of Life to its enemies. Each bottle of potion that flows out of the Temple of Life is inscribed with divine runes that can monitor the whereabouts of every bottle. The authority of the Temple of Life in the world of Dawn is immense. The life altar used by players to resurrect is built by the Temple of Life. The pharmacists in the world of Dawn are all followers of the Temple of Life. If players want to become pharmacists, they must also believe in the Temple of Life. No one dares to offend the Temple of Life, and even fewer would dare to help its enemies. Because of this, for so many years, Zur has been unable to obtain a single bottle of the Life Blessing Potion. She could only stay in the small place of Twilight Village, waiting slowly for death. Mufeng's arrival and the Life Blessing Potion he brought gave her hope. Zur was not wrong. The Life Blessing Potion was only worth 1 or 2,000 gold coins. But for Zur, the Life Blessing Potion was a life-saving elixir. Her life was worth far more than 1 or 2,000 gold coins. Zur sighed. At first, she had thought of using deceit to trick Mufeng into giving her the Life Blessing Potion. Since Mufeng understood her so well, he must have come prepared and would never easily give her the potion. Zur sighed. Go ahead, tell me your conditions. Mufeng replied leisurely, 100,000 gold coins, or items of equal value to 100,000 gold coins, will do. You should know that if you sell the Life Blessing Potion to me, you will offend the Temple of Life. No one dares to offend the Temple of Life. Zur couldn't help but say. Of course I know, Mufeng said. Stop dragging it out. Do you want to live or not? Zur immediately closed her mouth. After pondering for a moment, she said, I can't come up with 100,000 gold coins right now, but I do have a few items of equal value. As she spoke, Zur took out a dusty black pigskin suitcase from under the counter. Opening the suitcase, it was stuffed with various strange items and props. Zur said, take a look and see if there's anything you like. Mufeng carefully examined all the items in the trunk. However, he did not find what he was looking for. It seemed that Zur noticed Mufeng's dissatisfaction with the contents of the trunk. She quickly said, the items in the box are rare artifacts I have collected for many years. Is there really nothing you want? Mufeng remained silent. After a moment, he slowly said, I heard that you have a totem pole from the shaman temple? Zur was taken aback. If it weren't for Mufeng's reminder, she would have forgotten that many years ago she had obtained a totem pole from the shaman temple. Now, she didn't even know which corner she had stuffed it into. How does this kid know everything? Zur couldn't help but mutter to herself. Mutters aside, she said on the surface, so you want that thing? No problem, I'll go find it for you right now. Zur slowly walked out from behind the counter. Her figure was hunched, resembling an elderly person in their 80s, exuding a scent of decaying flesh as if her body was gradually dying. The Temple of Life was skilled at bestowing life upon all beings. It was also adept at gradually stripping others of their lives. It would be easy for the Temple of Life to kill Zur, but they would not do so. They only wanted to torment her. The Temple of Life had always been cruel to its enemies, showing no mercy whatsoever. In the previous life, Mufeng had already experienced this deeply. After a while, Zur pulled out a half-section of a round log, about the thickness of a baby's arm, from some corner. Dark-colored patterns of spears, black panthers, and eagles were carved on it in blood. This is what you want, right? Zur trembled, holding the totem pole with both hands, and handed it to Mufeng. Mufeng took it with one hand. The moment he received the totem pole, detailed information about it appeared before his eyes. Dark Spear Tribe Totem Pole. Type Sacred Object. Effect 1. Sacrificing a certain number of souls to the totem pole will randomly grant you a shaman skill stone. The stronger the sacrificed souls and the more numerous they are, the higher the level of the granted skill stone. Effect 2. After level 10, you can use this sacred object to change your class to shaman. Sacrifice count 2020. Seeing the two effects of the totem pole, Mufeng nodded in satisfaction. The second effect, which allowed him to change to a shaman, was optional. Mufeng was not interested in the shaman class. What he valued more was the first effect of the totem pole. Sacrificing souls could yield skill stones. Most of the elemental magic of shamans was applicable to many mage classes, which was also why Mufeng wanted it. In the previous life, a lucky player had obtained this sacred totem pole from the voodoo shop in Twilight Village's night alley and had posted its detailed attributes on the forum, which made Mufeng envious. Next to him, Zur rubbed her hands together and cautiously said, Kind adventurer, can you now give me the life blessing potion? Mufeng put away the totem pole, turned to Zur, and exclaimed in surprise, What? You actually think your life is worth just a totem pole that's been thrown into some corner gathering dust? Zur. About half an hour had passed. Mufeng looked at the fully packed backpack with satisfaction. At this moment, the trunk that had held Zur's precious collection for many years was already half emptied. Zur stood by, on the verge of tears, her heart bleeding. These were her treasured possessions accumulated over many years, gone. All gone. Mufeng was very faithful to his promise. Since Zuer had given him what he wanted, he didn't say much more. He took the life blessing potion out of his backpack and handed it to Zuer beside him. She took the potion. The backpack had just enough space for one more slot. Mufeng casually took another voodoo doll from the trunk and stuffed it into the backpack. Zuer trembled with excitement. She shivered as she reached out to take the bottle, the potion she had longed for. At the same time, Mufeng received a system warning. Warning, your actions are suspected of aiding the enemies of the Life Temple. Warning, please stop immediately. Otherwise, you will become an enemy of the Life Temple. Mufeng directly ignored the system's warning. In his previous life, the gods of order had inexplicably despised Mufeng, so his relationship with the order temple had always been poor. Anyway, he was not favored by the gods of order. So what if he became an enemy of the Life Temple? His player identity was special. Even if he opposed the Life Temple, they had no way to sanction Mufeng. Handing the life blessing potion to Zuer, the transaction was officially completed. Mufeng simultaneously received two system notifications. System, congratulations, you have completed the hidden quest, the Cursed Voodoo Priest. System, congratulations, you have received the hidden quest reward, Silver Title, Voodoo Friend. Voodoo Friend, wearing the title, your favorability with NPCs of the Voodoo cult will automatically increase to Friendly level. Mufeng had known the effect of the Voodoo Friend Silver Title since his previous life. This was the first title he had obtained. Mufeng casually equipped the Voodoo Friend title. Just then, he received two more system notifications. System, your reputation with the Life Temple has decreased by 100 points from neutral to unfriendly. System, in the future, your resurrection at the Life Altar will be delayed by 12 hours. This is the punishment for helping the enemies of the Life Temple. To this, Mufeng ignored it again. As for the 12-hour resurrection delay, such a punishment only worked on ordinary players. For Mufeng, it had no deterrent effect. After bidding farewell to Zuer, Mufeng left the voodoo shop and exited Shadow Alley. He had completed a hidden quest. In Twilight Village, there were still 8 hidden quests waiting for Mufeng to complete. Before doing the hidden quests, Mufeng went to the resurrection point at the Life Altar Inn, the center of Twilight Village. Most players would choose to set up stalls here. He wandered between various stalls for over half an hour and finally found what he wanted. Level 1 Backpack Expansion Scroll effect after use increases backpack slots by 30. The player's initial backpack slots are 30. Using a level 1 backpack expansion scroll doubles the slots to 60. This item is not sold by town merchants. It can only be dropped by wild monsters or in dungeons. With a very low drop rate, rarity makes it valuable. Therefore, the price of the backpack expansion scroll is very high. Just like the stall selling the level 1 backpack expansion scroll now, the price was 11,000 gold coins. Such a high price made many people hesitate. The backpack expansion scroll was not a necessity. The initial capacity of the player's backpack, 30 slots, was completely sufficient in the early stages of the game. There was no need to spend over 10,000 gold coins to buy a level 1 backpack expansion scroll. Thus, many players only picked up a backpack expansion scroll at the stall to take a look, broadening their horizons. No one really intended to buy it. After a trip to the voodoo shop, Mufeng's backpack was already stuffed to the brim. He urgently needed a backpack expansion scroll. Therefore, when he saw someone setting up a stall to sell backpack expansion scrolls, Mufeng didn't hesitate and immediately reached for his gold coins to make a purchase. Seeing that someone was finally interested in buying, the stall owner hurriedly wanted to make the transaction. Just then, an unpleasant voice rang out from the side. Wait a minute, I'll offer 20,000 gold coins for that level 1 backpack expansion scroll. I want it. Upon hearing this, the stall owner, who was eager to trade with Mufeng, immediately halted the transaction. He flashed a bright smile at Mufeng and said, sorry, brother, the highest bidder wins. After saying that, the stall owner went to the buyer who was willing to pay 20,000 and completed the transaction with him. Mufeng turned to the side, looking at the player who was deliberately driving up the price and disrupting his good fortune. Oh, it's an old acquaintance. Fenghua Lianqing was smirking at Mufeng with a smug expression. Chen Ai, don't be unconvinced. I did it on purpose just to annoy you. What are you going to do about it? Fenghua Lianqing spent 20,000 to buy the level 1 backpack expansion scroll from the stall owner. He held the scroll in his hand, flaunting it in front of Mufeng, and taunted, you poor thing. Let me tell you, from now on, you are the #1 enemy of our Fenghua guild. I will assign someone to watch you 24 hours a day. Every move you make will be under my watch. As long as you dare to leave the safe zone, I will bring all the guild members to hunt you down in the wild. I will make sure you never dare to step out of Twilight Village again, Fenghua Lianqing said fiercely. Mufeng, however, said nothing and logged out of the game. Seeing Mufeng log out, Fenghua Lianqing wore a victorious smile and said smugly, coward, thinking that logging out means you're safe. Daring to offend me, you won't even know how you died. After logging out of the game, Mufeng took off his gaming helmet, picked up his phone, and searched for the Dawn Trading Network, a site also known as the Black Market. Mufeng didn't like to talk tough. He was someone who always followed through on his words. Rather than exchanging insults with Fenghua Lianqing, it was better to think of a way to torment him instead. The trading network had a dazzling array of goods. Gold coins, equipment, items, skill stones, everything was available. Mufeng entered Backpack Expansion in the search bar. The next moment, the page refreshed, displaying several pages of products, all level 1 Backpack Expansion scrolls. Prices ranged from 9,000 to 15,000. Mufeng found a seller with the highest credibility and spent 12,000 to buy a level 1 Backpack Expansion scroll from him. The trading post was only available in the main city. Before level 10, players completed transactions using a mailing system. There were teleportation arrays connecting the novice villages of major cities in the Dawn world. To mail items, one just needed to use the teleportation array. It was quite convenient and fast. However, the cost was not low. Each teleportation cost between 1,000 to 10,000 gold coins. The farther the distance, the higher the price. For example, this time, the price of the level 1 Backpack Expansion scroll was 9,000, and the additional 3,000 was the teleportation fee. The transaction is complete. Mufeng logged back into the game. After going online, he headed straight to the post office in Twilight Village and picked up a package that had just been teleported from Giant Axe Village. Inside the package was a level 1 Backpack Expansion scroll. Upon receiving the item, Mufeng immediately used the scroll. The capacity behind him instantly doubled, expanding from 30 slots to 60 slots. Then, Mufeng left the post office and went to the home of a scholar named Aileen in Twilight Village. Mufeng spent 3 to 4 hours. In one go, he completed all the remaining hidden quests in Twilight Village. Most of these hidden quests only required delivering a certain special item to complete, so they weren't too difficult. The items needed for the hidden quests could all be found at stalls near the resurrection point. A small number of hidden quests, however, were a bit more troublesome. For example, the quest to find the village chief's lost shorts. The village chief's shorts would randomly respawn in places like the basement of the church in Twilight Village, the farm's haystack, the black mushroom forest, and the bedroom of the charming widow Elena, and so on. This hidden quest about the village chief's shorts was quite special. It was a repeatable hidden quest. After a certain period, the village chief's shorts would disappear without a trace. To avoid raising suspicion from the village chief's wife, you had to help the village chief find his shorts as quickly as possible. To take on this hidden quest, you not only had to earn the village chief's trust, convincing him that you were a reliable and discreet adventurer who wouldn't leak a word about this matter, but you also had to rely on luck. The village chief's shorts weren't lost every day. In the previous life, players had noted that at the beginning and middle of each month, the probability of the village chief losing his shorts was relatively high. Visiting the village chief around these times would give you a certain chance of triggering the hidden quest. Coincidentally, this morning, the village chief, who had drunk himself into a stupor, woke up to find his beloved shorts missing again. At that moment, Mufeng arrived. As a reborn player, Mufeng was well aware of the village chief's situation and easily gained his trust. He successfully triggered the hidden quest, the village chief's lost shorts. To help the village chief find his lost shorts, Mufeng ran around tirelessly. He carefully searched every mentioned location and finally found the village chief's shorts in Aunt Mary's doghouse. Looking at the shorts covered in an unknown liquid and the little female dog inside the doghouse with a shy expression, Mufeng had no idea what the drunken village chief had done to Aunt Mary's pet. He didn't want to know either. With a face full of disgust, Mufeng used a stick to pick up the shorts. He found them dirty and didn't want to put them in his backpack. So, he carried them with the stick, avoiding the crowd, and returned to the village chief's house to return the shorts. Upon receiving his recovered shorts, the village chief was very happy. At that moment, the system also notified Mufeng that he had completed the hidden quest, the village chief's lost shorts. He received the quest reward, a special item, the village chief's friendship medal. With it, you could make a reasonable request to the village chief. Of course, asking the village chief to gift you a golden level weapon, 1,000,000 gold coins, or an S-level skill stone, such requests were out of the question. In the previous life, players had tested this. The most you could ask the village chief for was to use the friendship medal to avoid being captured by the village guards for a minor offense in Twilight Village. Or you could get an 80% discount from the NPC merchants in Twilight Village. Anything within the village chief's capacity could be done with the village chief's friendship medal. If used properly, it could yield unexpected results. As mentioned earlier, there were a total of 13 hidden quests in Twilight Village. But Mufeng speculated that Twilight Village likely had more hidden quests than just these. For example, the apprentice trainer Anna. Mufeng had previously triggered a hidden quest to collect the teeth of the enchanted wild wolves for her. Later, because he completed the quest too quickly, showcasing his strength, he caught Anna's attention and received another hidden quest. In his last life, Mufong had never heard of any player triggering 2 hidden quests in a row from this NPC, Anna. Anyway, no matter what, he had completed all the known hidden quests, and that was enough. Mufong didn't have time to continue staying in Twilight Village to uncover hidden quests. It was time to leave the village, head deep into Twilight Forest, complete the hidden quest assigned by Anna, and level up to level 10. The first player in the world to reach level 10 would receive a special reward. Mufong was determined to obtain this special reward. After quickly organizing his backpack and selling some useless items at a stall or directly to NPC merchants, Mufong visited the general store. He purchased a complete map of Twilight Forest. The player's map booklet included a complete map of the novice village and its surroundings, as well as partial maps of nearby areas. It was considered a newbie benefit. If you wanted to go further away from the village, you had to buy a blank map to record every area you passed through or purchase a complete regional map. Mufeng's map booklet only recorded half of Twilight Forest. As for the depths of Twilight Forest, it was completely dark on Mufeng's map booklet. After buying the map, Mufong quickly left the village. Just as Mufong was about to leave the village in the safe zone, 2 players from the Fire Beacon faction who had been ordered to follow him immediately reported this to Fenghua Liancheng. Just as Mufong was about to leave Twilight Village, a male and a female player blocked his path. Upon seeing their IDs, Mufong raised an eyebrow and revealed a strange smile. He didn't expect to meet an old acquaintance from his last life so soon. Qingfeng Tian was the president of the Qingfeng Guild, and the female player next to him, with the ID Qing Shui Miao Miao, was his girlfriend and the vice president of the Qingfeng Guild. In his last life, the 2 most famous guilds in Twilight Village were the Fire Beacon and Qingfeng Guilds. Due to interests, the Qingfeng Guild often clashed with the Fire Beacon Guild in the early stages of the game. To take down the Fire Beacon Guild, Mufong had collaborated with the Qingfeng Guild a few times and was somewhat familiar with Qingfeng Tian. At the exit of Twilight Village, seeing Qingfeng Tian staring at him intently, Mufong understood that Qingfeng Tian was specifically waiting for him. He didn't know what Qingfeng Tian wanted from him. Mufong did not pause his steps and walked straight up. Sure enough, before Mufong could get close, Qingfeng Tian smiled and approached, saying, "Brother, please hold on." Mufong stopped and asked, "What's the matter?" Qingfeng Tian smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself first. I am the president of the Qingfeng Guild, and this is our vice president." After a brief self-introduction, Qingfeng Tian said seriously, "I would like to invite you to join our Qingfeng Guild." A look of surprise appeared on Mufeng's face. He had just been pondering in his mind the reason why Qingfeng Tian and Qingshui Miao Miao had come to find him. He never expected that they were actually here to invite him to join the Qingfeng Guild. Mufeng speculated that it was probably because of last night. He had crushed Fenghua Liancheng and others outside the Twilight Forest, exposing his strength, and thus caught the attention of Qingfeng Tian. At that time, Qingfeng Tian was likely present at the scene, or he might have heard about it from others. Regardless, today's invitation from Qingfeng Tian to join the guild was definitely related to his annihilation of Fenghua Liancheng's group last night. Faced with the invitation from Qingfeng Tian, Mufeng didn't even think twice before directly refusing. The Qingfeng Guild was one of the 2 major guilds in Twilight Village, and no one dared to provoke them. Everyone wanted to join. Players in Twilight Village took pride in being part of the Qingfeng Guild. However, there were probably hundreds of thousands of novice villages like Twilight Village around the world. A novice village was just a novice village. It couldn't hold any significance. Once the Qingfeng Guild went to the main city, they probably wouldn't even rank in the top 500 on the guild leaderboard. In fact, in his previous life, the Qingfeng Guild was well known in Twilight Village, so much so that everyone had heard of them. But once they reached the main city, both the Qingfeng Guild and the Fenghua Guild were like a drop of water in the ocean. They could no longer stir up any waves. They completely faded into obscurity, disappearing without a trace. In his previous life ever, since they went to the main city, Mufeng had not heard a single thing about the Qingfeng Guild. However, he did hear that the Fenghua Guild later left the main city and returned to Twilight Village, continuing to bully the new players there. Fenghua Liancheng and his group had no ambition or drive. They only thought about picking on newcomers and enjoyed bullying the weak. After realizing they couldn't act recklessly in the main city, they returned to Twilight Village. Later on, a player who had been bullied by the Fenghua Guild returned to the novice village a year later, seeking revenge. Because the Fenghua players had remained in the novice village, their levels and equipment had fallen far behind those of the main city players. The combat power of both sides was simply not on the same level. The main city player returned this time specifically to take revenge on the Fenghua Guild. He spent a huge amount of gold to purchase a large number of redemption tickets, nearly a few million of them. He cornered Fenghua Liancheng and others at the resurrection point and killed them indiscriminately. Because he had redemption tickets, no matter how many points of murder value he accumulated, he could use the tickets to wash away the killings and sins. He faced no punishment. Fenghua Lianqing and his group were trapped at the resurrection point, starting from level 20, and were killed repeatedly, losing a level each time until they dropped to level 1. They were completely crushed. Only then did the main city players stop. Thus, the Fenghua Guild, the scourge of Twilight Village, was completely eradicated. It was said that this incident even made it to the trending topics on Weibo that day. To get back to the point, faced with the invitation to join the guild, Mu Feng directly refused. Qingfeng Tian was not angry, he still smiled. He and Xingshui Miaomiao exchanged a glance, as if they had already anticipated Mu Feng's refusal. Qingfeng Tian chuckled, Lord Dust, if you encounter any trouble in the future or change your mind, feel free to come find me. Our Qingfeng Guild always welcomes your joining. By the way, here's a piece of advice, it's best not to leave Twilight Village today. Alright. Mu Feng then asked. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. After saying that, he walked past the two and continued toward the outskirts of Twilight Village. He treated Qingfeng Tiantian's advice as if it were just the wind passing by, ignoring it. Seeing that Mu Feng was determined to leave the village, Xingshui Miaomiao couldn't help but ask, Hey, where are you going when you leave the village? Without looking back, Mu Feng replied, Hunting. Xingshui Miaomiao wore a puzzled expression. Hunting? What does it mean? Is he going to level up? The calm and breezy Qingfeng Tian said, No matter if he's going to level up or hunt, look over there, the people from the Fenghua Guild have already set their sights on him. Xingshui Miaomiao followed Qingfeng Tiantian's finger and indeed saw two sneaky players with the ID prefix Fenghua stealthily following Mu Feng. Young man, it's normal to be proud and ambitious. Such people are the hardest to manage. That's why he needs to encounter more setbacks and difficulties so he learns to bow his head. I'm not afraid he won't submit. Qingfeng Tian imparted his skills of manipulation to Xingshui Miaomiao. Xingshui Miaomiao nodded in agreement. After a moment of silence, she hesitated and said, President, should we bring people to follow him? If we can rescue Chen Ai directly from the Fenghua Guild, wouldn't that be better? Too troublesome. Qingfeng Tian shook his head. Let's wait for Chen Ai to suffer a bit more first. On the other side, upon receiving the news, learning that Mu Feng had finally left Twilight Village, Fenghua Lianqing, who was leveling up in the wild, immediately gathered his men and returned to Twilight Village. Last time, he had suffered a loss because he didn't know the depth of Chen Ai's strength. This time, Fenghua Lianqing called in over 30 people. He had to show Chen Ai a thing or two. Fenghua Lianqing didn't believe that even if Chen Ai was strong, he could take on more than 30 of them. Orange, Crazy Blade, you two stick close to Chen Ai. If he gets away, I'll hold you accountable. Did you hear that? In the team channel, Fenghua Orange and Fenghua Crazy Blade assured him repeatedly that they would never lose track. Do well. And after the job is done, each of you will get 10,000 yuan. After shutting off the voice channel, Fenghua Orange said worriedly to Fenghua Crazy Blade beside him, What if we fail again this time? The president will definitely vent his anger on us. What should we do then? Fenghua Crazy Blade rolled his eyes and said, Are you stupid? How could we possibly fail this time? Do you think over 30 people can't handle one Chen Ai? If you want to do it, do it. If you don't want to, get lost. That 10,000 Huaxia coins of yours belongs to me. Don't be like that. I never said I wouldn't do it. Fenghua Orange smiled apologetically. Just do it well. This time let's keep our distance. We mustn't lose track. Fenghua Crazy Blade said. Okay. The last time they followed Mu Feng, they were directly killed by Mu Feng and developed a psychological shadow. This time, they dared not get too close to Mu Feng, keeping about 1,000 meters behind him. Mu Feng did not head to Twilight Forest. Instead, he arrived at a hilly area in the northwest of Twilight Village. There were no wild monsters or players here, and the scenery was pleasant. After arriving, Mu Feng casually found a rock to sit on, enjoying the surrounding scenery, as if waiting for someone. From a distance, Fenghua Orange and Fenghua Crazy Blade showed puzzled expressions. What is he trying to do? Is he here for a spring outing? Doesn't he know our Fenghua Guild is hunting him? Fenghua Orange said to Fenghua Crazy Blade, Do you think we should report this to the president? I don't think so. As long as we send the coordinates of Chen Ai's position to the president, once he arrives, our task will be considered complete. Fenghua Crazy Blade said. I always feel that this guy came here on purpose. He must have some kind of conspiracy. Maybe there's an ambush here. Fenghua Juzi said suspiciously. Fenghua Quanggao scoffed. What ambush? Look at this place, it's wide open. There's not even a spot to hide. How do you think he would ambush us? Even if Chen Ai really wanted to play tricks, he wouldn't choose this place. He would choose a complex terrain like the Twilight Forest for an ambush. Do you understand? You pig-brained. After being lectured by Fenghua Quanggao, Fenghua Juzi obediently shut his mouth. As for Mu Feng, he came here just to deal with Fenghua Lianqing and the others before heading deeper into the Twilight Forest. He chose this place because it was a great hunting ground. The view was clear, the terrain relatively flat, and there were no obstructions. It was perfect for hunting players. About 10 minutes later, Fenghua Liancheng, furious, led about 30 people from a distance toward this place. Where is that dog Chen Ai? Fenghua Liancheng asked aggressively as he approached Fenghua Juzi and Fenghua Guangdao. Fenghua Guangdao quickly pointed into the distance. President, he's over there. Fenghua Liancheng questioned. Damn it, I told you to follow him. Why are you so far away? Aren't you afraid he'll run away? Fenghua Juzi cautiously explained. President, we couldn't get too close. What if we were discovered? Just get lost, I don't have time to waste on you. Fenghua Liancheng waved his hand impatiently. All right, President. Fenghua Juzi and Fenghua Guangdao immediately retreated. They both wore a hint of glee on their faces. The task assigned by the president was considered complete, and they would easily pocket 10,000 huaxia coins. This money was too easy to earn. After sending the two away, Fenghua Liancheng gazed at Mu Feng from a distance. After a while, he turned to the few people behind him and said, Brothers, let's split into 3 groups and surround him. We can't let Mu Feng escape. Understood, everyone replied in unison. Fenghua Liancheng divided the people he brought into 3 teams and moved in 3 directions to encircle Mu Feng. Mu Feng was still sitting on a piece of blue stone, leisurely gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, relaxed and carefree. He had already noticed the movements of Fenghua Liancheng and the others. Seeing them split into 3 groups, trying to surround him out of fear that he would escape, Mu Feng found it amusing. If Mu Feng really wanted to escape, even if they split into 30 groups, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Unfortunately, the novice village didn't have a punishment temple, so he couldn't buy a redemption ticket. Otherwise, he would have blocked Fenghua Liancheng and the others at the resurrection point and killed them indiscriminately. There was no need for such trouble. Mu Feng sighed. After a moment, Fenghua Liancheng finally completed his so-called split and surround, leading 30 people to encircle Mu Feng right before his eyes. Shan Ai. I, Fenghua Liancheng, keep my word. If you dare to leave the city, I dare to kill you. Today, I'll let you see the consequences of offending me. Aren't you very strong? Last time, 7 or 8 of us couldn't beat you. This time, with more than 30 of us, let's see you make a move. Hee hee, don't blame me for bullying you. Fenghua Liancheng shouted crazily. Mu Feng didn't waste any words. He raised the fire lizard staff, and several corrosion spells fell directly. Instantly, he killed the cute little rabbit. Why is it me again? The cute little rabbit said with a face full of grievance. Damn it, you dare to strike first? Are you tired of living? Fenghua Liancheng shouted angrily. Brothers, kill. With Fenghua Liancheng's command, a chaotic mob from the Fenghua Guild rushed forward. Mu Feng even saw several apprentices and rangers mixed in with the charging group. Faced with this rabble, he remained unfazed, frantically casting spells at the members of the Beacon Fire Guild. At an average speed of 1 skill per second, he unleashed his abilities on the enemy. The members of the Beacon Fire Guild had an average level of 5 to 6, with equipment of varying quality, some good, some bad. Their average health was around 700 to 800. With just a few corruption spells, he could take the life of a Beacon Fire player. By the time the Beacon Fire players finally charged in front of him, only one remained alive. He cleanly took that player's head. Then, stepping over the corpses scattered on the ground, he walked towards Beacon Fire Liancheng and the others. Beacon Fire Liancheng had the best equipment and the highest level. His class was warrior, yet he only dared to hide at the back during battles. This filled Mu Feng with disdain for Beacon Fire Liancheng. This time, most of the players brought by Beacon Fire Liancheng were melee classes. As soon as Mu Feng made his move, he took down more than 20 people. This left Beacon Fire Liancheng and the others dumbfounded. They never expected that Mu Feng would be so fierce. It was one thing for one person to take on 7 or 8, as some highly talented players could indeed have that strength. But a player who could instantly kill more than 20 people? That couldn't simply be explained by having high talent. Beacon Fire Liancheng had seen S-level talent players online. In this internet age, short videos and live streaming were rampant. Just yesterday, he had come across a streamer with S-level talent. Thanks to the hype of Dawn and the gimmick of S-level talent, the small game streamer, who originally had only 20 to 30,000 followers, had skyrocketed to 1 million followers. And millions of viewers in just one day after the public beta of Dawn. Overnight, he became a top streamer on the live streaming platform. That streamer had once showcased his S-level talent effects and practical results to the audience in his live stream. Players with S-level talent were indeed strong, several times stronger than ordinary players. The enhancement of their strength due to S-level talent reached a terrifying level. But there was not a single S-level talent player who could be as strong as Mu Feng. It was simply unheard of. Could it be that this guy, Chen Ai, was cheating? Last night, when Beacon Fire Liancheng and the others were killed by Mu Feng, he had speculated that Mu Feng's talent level was likely B-level or above. But today, what Mu Feng had done completely overturned Beacon Fire Liancheng's guess from yesterday. This guy was neither a B-level talent nor an S-level talent, but a cheater. Before Beacon Fire Liansheng died, he shouted in anger, "I want to report, someone is cheating." His furious shout was abruptly cut off. Beacon Fire Liansheng's corpse fell to the ground like a rotten piece of wood, dropping a pile of equipment. Last night he had contributed 2 pieces of bronze equipment to Mufeng, and today he contributed 4 more. Among them, 1 piece of bronze equipment looked somewhat familiar. Wasn't this the bronze equipment he had sold at his stall this morning? How did it end up back in Beacon Fire Liansheng's hands? Did he send someone to buy it back? Or did he kill the player who bought this piece of bronze equipment and claim it for himself? With Mu Feng's understanding of Fenghua Liansheng's working style, killing and looting equipment was as routine as daily meals for him. It was not excessive to do such things. Unfortunately, Fenghua Liansheng's class was a warrior. The equipment could only be used by warrior players. Mu Feng couldn't equip it. He could only wait until he returned to Twilight Village to set up a stall and sell it. However, on the other hand, Fenghua Liansheng was indeed wealthy. The last time he was killed, he dropped 2,000 to 3,000 gold coins, and this time, he dropped a full 80,000 gold coins. These coins were probably all exchanged from the black market. Most members of the Fenghua Guild were just sycophants around rich second-generation heirs. They were useless at everything. All they could do was flatter and fawn. Relying on them, the Fenghua Guild could never become a tyrant in Twilight Village. Players with good skills and high talent would not join a guild that spent all day bullying others for fun. The quality of the guild members was lacking. There was no choice. To improve the combat power of the guild members, Fenghua Liansheng could only spend money, exchanging a large amount of gold coins from the black market to buy equipment or skill stones for the guild members. This was to enhance the combat power of the Fenghua players. The novice village did not have a bank to store gold coins. The exchanged gold coins could only be carried on their person at all times. Therefore, Fenghua Liansheng carried a large amount of gold coins in his backpack. Mu Feng sighed, "This guy Fenghua Liansheng really doesn't learn his lesson." He had been killed last night, losing a pile of equipment and gold coins, yet he dared to come back today, and even dared to carry so many gold coins on him. But that was fine, it was a free gift for himself. After collecting the spoils, Mu Feng headed towards Twilight Village. Today, he must reach level 10. The outskirts of Twilight Forest were filled with players. The Twilight Forest, which had been empty and quiet yesterday, was now bustling with players everywhere. Mu Feng ignored the players and wild monsters around him. He walked straight into the depths of Twilight Forest. As he ventured deeper into the Twilight Forest, the number of players decreased while the monsters increased and their levels rose. He arrived at the activity area of the Twilight Mad Wolf. The Twilight Mad Wolf leader who had been killed last night had respawned today. Coincidentally, Mu Feng encountered it. Upon seeing Mu Feng, the Twilight Mad Wolf leader immediately launched an attack. Its figure darted towards Mu Feng like a ghost. Mu Feng, just like last night, nimbly dodged, avoiding the first wave of attacks from the Twilight Mad Wolf leader. Then, he unleashed his skills frantically. Several corruption spells landed directly on the Twilight Mad Wolf leader. Blood-red damage values continuously floated above it. In less than a minute, the Twilight Mad Wolf leader's health was corroded down to a sliver. The next moment, the Twilight Mad Wolf leader met its end with resentment. After picking up several monster materials dropped by the Twilight Mad Wolf leader, Mu Feng continued forward, using corruption to kill any monsters he encountered. His experience points soared. At the same time, the relic, the Dark Spear Tribe Totem Pillar, quietly lay in his backpack, rapidly devouring the souls of the dead monsters. Offering souls to the Totem Pillar would grant him Shaman skill stones. However, only classes like Soul Warlocks and Shaman Priests have the skills to store souls. Alternatively, items like Soul Crystal Balls, Soul Storage Boxes, and Soul Bottles could also be used to collect the souls of dead monsters. Mu Feng was neither a Soul Warlock nor a Shaman Priest, nor did he possess the aforementioned items. Fortunately, the totem pillar itself could automatically store souls with a capacity of 100 souls. Once the stored souls reached capacity, Mu Feng would offer them as a sacrifice. Soon, the soul storage of the totem pillar reached its limit. Mu Feng wiped the blood of the Crimson Wolf splattered on him and took out the totem pillar from his backpack. Everything in the Dawn world felt very real. Whether it was the corpses of monsters or the hot blood sprayed from them, everything appeared exceptionally vivid. The monster corpses, along with the remaining entrails, fresh blood, and flesh, will refresh within 10 minutes. Therefore, even if the robe is stained with monster blood, it will refresh after a while, so there's no need to worry. After taking out the totem pole from the backpack, Mu Feng found a secluded spot without monsters. He began to offer sacrifices to the ancestral spirits of the shaman faith. Sacrifice the souls. The specific process is quite simple. The system popped up a dialog box asking if you want to sacrifice 100 low-level souls to the ancestral spirits of the Dark Spear tribe. Mu Feng chose yes. The next moment, the totem pole emitted a faint golden light and a desolate, savage, bloody aura emanated from it. Immediately after, Mufeng heard the system notification again. System, sacrifice completed. You have received the ancestral blessing of the Dark Spear Tribe, Shaman Skill Stone, D ×1. Lightning Arrow level, D class. Magic effect, deals 350% times spell power, natural damage to enemies, with a 50% chance to inflict a paralysis effect for 1 second. Paralysis causes the target to be completely stiff and unable to move. Casting range, 30 cooldown time. 60 energy consumption, 40 Ha. Mufeng let out a long breath. Thankfully it wasn't the shaman's totem spell or soul spell. These two types of skills are professional skills of shamans and can only be learned by shamans. Lightning Arrow belongs to elemental skills and can be learned by any magic class. Without hesitation, Mufeng immediately learned Lightning Arrow. Overall, the damage dealt by Lightning Arrow is certainly not as high as corruption, but the paralysis effect attached to Lightning Arrow is something Mufeng valued greatly, as it can play a crucial role in battle. After the sacrifice, Mufeng stuffed the totem pole back into his backpack. Totem pole sacrifice count, 19/20. Mufeng continued on the path to the depths of the Twilight Forest towards the Ogre tribe, passing through the area where the Twilight Wolves were active. After walking a bit further, he would reach the Ogre territory. Ogres are an extremely brutal and bloodthirsty race. They are born warriors, incredibly strong, foolishly savage, and unafraid of death. The leaders of the Ogre tribe are the chief, the mage, and the shaman. A tribe will only have one of the aforementioned leaders. There will never be a situation where an ogre chief and an ogre shaman jointly rule a tribe. Based on Anna's quest content, it's not hard to deduce that the leader of the Twilight Ogre tribe should be an ogre mage. If that's the case, after killing the ogre mage, it's possible to drop a mage skill stone. Mufeng thought aimlessly while heading towards the ogre tribe marked on the map. The map purchased from the NPC merchant would mark the locations of some monster tribes or the coordinates of some herbs and ores. Therefore, Mufeng just needed to follow the map to find the ogre tribe hidden deep in the Twilight Forest. Soon, Mufeng found the location of the ogre tribe and arrived nearby. Mufeng did not act rashly. In his previous life, he had never ventured deep into the Twilight Forest to level up. Instead, he had gone to other areas for training. Therefore, he was not familiar with the specific situation of the ogre tribe. However, based on his experience, a tribe of this scale would likely have around 50 ogres. To verify his assumption, Mufeng climbed the tallest tree nearby, using the lush branches and leaves to conceal his presence and scout the enemy. Ogres, being creatures of limited intelligence, could not be expected to construct any decent buildings. The ogre tribe below him appeared to be a war fortress abandoned by humans, which the ogres had taken over as their base. The city walls were mostly intact, though the watchtowers on top were almost all destroyed. Even if the watchtowers were not destroyed, the ogres, with their massive bodies, would be unable to climb them. It was currently 2 in the afternoon. The weather was hot, and the ogres had just finished their lunch. Each one sported a greasy, heavy belly, dozing off in the shade of the city walls, or lying on bones and food scraps, leisurely taking a nap. He roughly counted, there were about 42 ogres. This was not far off from his initial estimate. Mufeng's gaze searched around, looking for the target of his mission, the ogre mage. Inside the war fortress's walls, he spotted a simple stone house, marked with a few basic magical runes. If he guessed correctly, the ogre mage should be inside that crude stone house. Good. Now that he had confirmed the target's location, Mufeng decided to act immediately. He nimbly descended the tree and quietly approached the few ogre warriors at the tribe's entrance who were lazily dozing off. These ogres were responsible for guarding the area. If any enemies approached, they were supposed to sound the alarm. Clearly, they were neither diligent nor responsible. The snores of these ogre warriors were deafening. They were sleeping soundly, completely unaware of Mufeng's arrival. Mufeng used a scouting spell on them. Ogre Warrior, common, level 10 health, 500 attack, 30 racial talent, super strength F. Mufeng's scouting spell roused the Ogre Warrior from its slumber. Before it could fully wake up, Mufeng struck first. Several corrosive spells landed directly on the Ogre Warrior. Under attack, the Ogre Warrior reacted quickly, suddenly opening its eyes, locking onto the enemy, and then reaching for the weapon standing nearby with its fat, rough hand. Ogres typically stood 3 to 4 meters tall, with a plump physique, a single eye, and rough, tough blue-green skin. Some ogres had a short, thick horn on their heads, while others did not. The weapons used by ogres were simple, brutal heavy weapons like spiked clubs. Before the Ogre Warrior could get up from the ground, the corrosive spell had drained its health completely, leading to its demise. Despite the commotion, the other Ogre Warriors continued to sleep soundly, showing no signs of waking up. Mufeng repeated the process, casting several more corrosive spells efficiently, taking down another Ogre Warrior. However, this time, he was not as fortunate as before. The stench of blood from the dead ogre and the deathly aura from the corrosive magic stimulated the sensitive noses of the other Ogre Warriors, waking them from their slumber. Seeing their companion dead and an enemy intruding, one ogre warrior charged forward, swinging its heavy wooden spiked club. The other ogre warrior blew the beast bone horn hanging from its chest. Just as the ogre warrior was about to sound the beast bone horn, Mufong quickly unleashed a series of lightning arrows at it. The lightning arrows, formed from condensed electrical energy, were fired continuously, creating a chain of lightning. Upon hitting the ogre warrior, the paralysis effect of the lightning arrows was triggered. The ogre warrior immediately stiffened, unable to move. At the same time, bright red damage values floated above its head. -280, -277. The ogre warrior only had 500 health points. 2 lightning arrows had instantly killed it. After taking down the ogre warrior with the horn hanging from its neck, Mufong immediately shifted his attack target and fired lightning arrows at another ogre warrior charging towards him. At this moment, the ogre warrior was less than 5 meters away from Mufong. He could smell the stench of blood and filth on it. It raised a spiked club larger than an adult and hurled it heavily at Mufong. Mufong did not dodge. He took the blow from the thrown spiked club head-on. His health decreased by 24 points. At the same time, Mufang's lightning arrow also hit the opponent, instantly killing it. The commotion from Mufang's battle with several ogres at the entrance of the ogre tribe was eventually heard by the ogre warriors inside the tribe's walls. Mufong could already hear the ogres running. Their heavy footsteps thudded against the ground, creating a noticeable tremor. There were only a few dozen ogres, yet it felt like 1,000 troops. Mufong was unafraid. He stood alone at the broken city gate. Whenever an ogre came out, he would kill one. The ogre tribe not only had ordinary ogre warriors but also ogre throwers, elites, ogre chefs, bosses, and other monsters. In the world of Dawn, only the ogre race had chefs as their leaders. The ogre throwers could hurl boulders the size of watermelons and crudely made heavy wooden spears. These wooden spears were 1/2 meter thick and 2 meters long, not meant for stabbing but for smashing. Facing the various ranged projectiles thrown by the ogres, Mufong skillfully dodged while using lightning arrows, prioritizing the annoying ogre throwers first. As for the ogre chef, it was just as troublesome as the ogre throwers. Ogre chef, boss, level 10 health, 2000 attack, 120 racial talent, super strength F, skill, thick skin aura F. Thick skin aura effect provides 5% resilience to friendly units within a 20-yard range. The weapon used by the ogre chef was a modified tribal heavy axe. Unlike other ogre warriors who charged into battle, it remained in the back, constantly roaring and screeching, commanding the ogre warriors to attack. Capture the leader first. Monsters like this that can grant auras to allies must be dealt with first. Next, it will be your turn to die. After confirming the attack target, Mufong unleashed a flurry of lightning arrows, as if possessed by the god of thunder, pouring down upon the ogres. In an instant, several ogres were taken down, and even the ogre chef was left with low health. Raised his staff, and a lightning arrow shot out, poised to claim the life of the ogre chef. In an instant, a dark shield enveloped the ogre chef, blocking this final strike. His gaze sharpened. He knew that the ruler of this ogre tribe, the tribal leader, the ogre mage, had arrived. He was also the target of his hidden mission. Ogre mages generally come in 2 types, dark mages and fire mages. This can be discerned from the skin of the ogre mage. Dark mages have dark purple skin, while fire mages have crimson skin. In fact, from the dark shield skill just cast by the ogre mage, it could also be recognized that the opponent was a dark mage. Amidst the cheers of the ogre warriors, a 2-headed ogre dark mage slowly emerged from the shadows. The 2-headed ogre is an anomaly within the ogre race, possessing intelligence far superior to that of ordinary ogres. They also serve as reserves for mages and shamans. The ogre mage before him stood about 5 meters tall, with 2 heads, each having 1 eye. One head bore a horn, while the other did not. It was clad in a loose, light purple robe, and held a staff resembling a wolf's fang. If it weren't for the magical gems embedded in it, one might not recognize it as a magic staff. Following the usual practice, cast a reconnaissance spell at the ogre mage. Dark Hammer Twilight Lord Identity Twilight Tribe Ogre Mage. Level 10 health, 4000 energy, 200 attack, 240 racial talent, super strength F. Dark Mastery E. Skills, Dark Impact E. Dark Shield E. This was the first Lord monster would kill since his rebirth, which made him a bit excited. In his previous life, had no teammates and was a solo player. The Lord bosses near Twilight Village were monopolized by various guilds and teams, leaving no chance for solo players like him. Took a deep breath and instinctively tightened his grip on the fire lizard staff in his hand. In the next moment, several lightning arrows shot towards the severely wounded ogre chef, determined to end its life. The ogre dark mage employed the same trick again, casting another layer of shield over the ogre chef. Its shield blocked one lightning arrow but could not withstand the subsequent barrage of arrows. The lightning arrows tore through the dark shield, piercing the ogre chef's corpulent body. In the end, the ogre chef still fell to his hands. This ignited the fury of the ogre dark mage. Its roared, and the ogre warriors surged forward like they had been injected with adrenaline, charging madly at. Stood his ground, unmoving. There were still 21 ogre warriors left before him. On average, 2 lightning arrows could instantly kill one ogre warrior. Could cast 1 lightning arrow per second. This meant that 42 lightning arrows could eliminate all the ogres in front of him. In less than a minute, that was indeed the case. With the SSS level talent Chaos Apostle enhancing him, unleashed a barrage of spells like a Gatling gun, overwhelming all in his path. Now, only the Ogre Dark Mage remained. Faced with terrifying attacks, both heads of the Ogre Dark Mage displayed a hint of fear. But soon, the fear on its face was replaced by rage. With all its kin slain, only the blood of its enemies could quell its fury. Even though the two-headed ogre's intelligence far exceeded that of ordinary ogres, they were still just ogres. Their way of thinking was something normal humans could never comprehend. The Ogre Dark Mage raised its staff, resembling a wolf's fawn, and struck the ground forcefully. In the next moment, a dark shockwave erupted, surging towards. Mufong quickly dodged to the side. At the same time, he threw several corrosive spells and lightning arrows at the Ogre Dark Mage. The Ogre Dark Mage cast a layer of dark shield on itself. Under the spells that filled the sky like stars, the Ogre Dark Mage's shield shattered like thin paper. The continuous corrosive damage from the corrosive spell and the paralysis damage from the lightning arrows left the Ogre Dark Mage standing still, unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, Mufong unleashed a flurry of lightning arrows, all hitting the Ogre Dark Mage. Its health, which was as high as 2,000, rapidly decreased at an astonishing speed. -280, -53, -283, -41. Once the Ogre Dark Mage's health was completely depleted, its heavy body fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. At that moment, Mufong heard the system's notification in his ears. System, congratulations on your first kill of a Lord Boss. You have earned the Black Iron title, Ogre Slayer. System, you have gained 1200 experience points. System, congratulations, you have leveled up to level 10. System, as you are the first player in the world to reach level 10, you have received a mysterious treasure chest. But that's not all. The first player to reach level 10 will be announced to the world. The next moment, the voice of the world announcement rang in Mufeng's ears. World announcement, in the Huaxia region, Twilight Village, Dust has become the first level 10 player in the world. Let us cheer for Dust. Not only in the game. The homepage of the Dawn official website, the announcement board in the Novice Village, and the bards in the tavern would all sing praises of Mufeng's achievements. This would last for a week. Mufeng didn't care about this. But what he didn't know was that this world announcement had caused a stir worldwide. Twilight Village. Ha! Who is Dust? I've never heard of such a person. Damn, our Novice Village actually produced such a big shot. God, I'm only level 6 now, and he's already level 10. I really don't know how he leveled up. Upon hearing this news, Fenghua Lianqing was first taken aback, then his expression turned cold. His face was unpredictable as he strode over to the cute little cat. He slapped her face. It's all your fault. You encouraged Xiao Dai, causing our guild to attract this guy Dust. The cute little cat covered her face in a fluster. She received a system prompt asking if she wanted to immediately notify the Twilight Village security team about the attack. Naturally, she didn't dare to choose yes. That would completely offend Fenghua Lianqing. The pain sensitivity in Dawn was forcibly set to the lowest. Therefore, even though she was slapped by Fenghua Lianqing, the cute little cat still felt no pain at all. But in front of many guild members, being humiliated like this by Fenghua Lianqing made the cute little cat tremble with grievance, not daring to refute or resist. Beside Fenghua Lianqing, Dai Lianhua also loudly accused her. It's all your fault. Dust kindly saved us, yet you encouraged me to take him down and steal his equipment. How could you be so bad? Now you've brought such a powerful enemy to the guild. What do you think we should do? Fenghua Lianqing and Dai Lianhua were indeed a couple. Both had the same personality. In just a few words, they placed all the blame on the cute little cat. In fact, this matter indeed arose because of the cute little cat. Yesterday, Dai Lianhua and her companions encountered danger, and Mufeng came to their aid. After saving them, she noticed that Mufeng was well-equipped and developed malicious thoughts. She wanted to eliminate Mufeng and seize his equipment. However, Dai Lianhua agreed to this plan. Now, both of them attributed all the blame to the cute little cat alone. It was indeed a bit unfair. But she also deserved it. After all, a woman who named herself Cute Little Cat can't be that great. If it were a child still in elementary school, it could be understood. But a woman in her 20s choosing such a shameful ID? Isn't that just a typical green tea bitch? On the other side, Qingfeng Tianxia and others were leveling up in the wild. After receiving the world announcement, the two were clearly taken aback. Qingfeng Tianxia's face showed astonishment, looking incredulous. How could he? Could it be that the Fenghua Guild didn't go to seek revenge on Chen Ai? This doesn't make sense. It shouldn't be. How could he level up to 10 so quickly? After a moment of silence, Xing Feng Tianxia said. To the dazed Qing Shui Miao Miao beside him, go check immediately if the Fenghua Guild has made a move on Chen AI. Oh, okay. Qing Shui Miao Miao responded and immediately made a voice call to the guild members staying in Twilight Village, asking them to investigate the matter. Xing Feng Tianxia's expression was very serious. Things were not going as he had planned, which made him quite unhappy. According to his thoughts, after Chen Ai suffered in the Fenghua Guild, he would naturally come back to seek his protection. At that time, he could effortlessly recruit a great general. But now, not only had Chen Ai not suffered any grievances, but he had also become the first player in the entire Dawn world to level up to level 10. The world announcement went out. With fame and fortune, he gained plenty of face and was quite glorious. Now, recruiting Chen Ai to join his guild had become even more difficult. At the same time, players from all over the world remembered the ID Chen Ai, sparking heated discussions. If nothing unexpected happened, this matter would definitely trend on Weibo that day. Back to the main topic. Far away in the depths of the Twilight Forest, in the ogre tribe, Mufeng was happily collecting his spoils. As a lord-level boss, the items dropped by Choi Twilight were luxurious. Not only did he drop a silver weapon and a pair of bronze boots, but he also dropped 2 mage skill stones. First, let's talk about the equipment. Dark Staff, Silver, Type, Magic Staff Attack Power, 10 Spell Power, 80 Additional Effect, Ogre's Might, Ogre's Might, attacking enemies has a 5% chance to trigger a spell critical hit, dealing triple damage. Durability, 60-60. The attributes of this silver magic staff are quite good, and the additional effect is not bad either. It truly is a weapon dropped by ogres. The weapon's attributes are straightforward and brutal, not only increasing spell power but also enhancing melee attack power. The only thing is the weapon's name is a bit. The appearance of the dark staff resembles a smaller version of a Wolf-Tooth Club magic staff. Coupled with this unique weapon name, it made Mufeng think of some unpleasant things. Regardless, Mufeng was very satisfied with this silver weapon. That was enough. The ogre dark mage also dropped a pair of bronze boots. Mighty feat, bronze. Type, mage boots, spell resistance, 30 dark element resistance, 30 movement speed, 20% durability, 30-30. After looking at the attributes of the mighty feat, Mufeng immediately equipped them. Then he turned his attention to the 2 skill stones dropped by Choi Twilight. Shield of Darkness level, E-Profession, Apprentice effect, cast a protective shield on an ally or oneself, lasting for 5 seconds. The shield absorbs 80 points of damage. Casting range, 5 cooldown time. 60 energy consumption, 80 dark mastery level, E-Profession, unlimited effect, increases dark skill damage and effects by 10%. Type, passive, 2 skill stones. 1 defensive, 1 passive. The effects are decent and Mufeng has learned both. After reaching level 10, Mufeng gains 5 free attribute points, distributed as 2 points in stamina and 3 points in intelligence. Currently, Mufeng's attributes are as follows. Strength 2 stamina, 30 agility, 4 spirit, 5 intelligence. 45 spell power, 179. The main attribute of an apprentice is intelligence, with stamina and spirit as secondary attributes. This is due to his innate talent. Mufeng does not consume energy when casting skills, so there is no need to allocate points to spirit. As he said before, this saves quite a few attribute points. Upon reaching level 10, the system rewarded him with a mysterious treasure chest. The system placed the reward in his backpack. The mysterious treasure chest is silver white, covered in mysterious ancient magical runes. Mufeng took out the mysterious treasure chest, feeling excited, and opened it. System, congratulations, you have obtained Great Secret Realm Challenge Qualification. Certificate ×1. The Great Secret Realm Challenge Qualification certificate is a palm-sized card that shines with 7 colors. At this moment, this certificate is worth nothing. If taken to the black market, it might not even sell for a single gold coin. But once the Great Secret Realm opens, this certificate will be worth 1,000,000 gold coins, or even more. In the last life, a lucky person obtained this certificate and, during the Great Secret Realm Challenge, received a hero class transfer stone. Thus, he reached the peak of his life. And that lucky person was known as the Child of Destiny, Etion. Blessed by the God of Destiny, Etion could obtain all good things. I remember in the last life, Etion reached level 10 at exactly 9 AM tomorrow, becoming the first level 10 player and gaining fame worldwide. In this life, Mufeng practiced crazily, completing a large number of hidden tasks and killing nearly 1,000 monsters. In a short time, it was only on the second day of the public test that he became the first level 10 player in the world. Mufeng solemnly stored the Great Secret Realm Challenge Qualification certificate. Then, he approached the massive corpse of the ogre dark mage, took out a small white stone knife, and opened it up. He retrieved the energy heart located on the right side of its chest. Materials like the energy heart only appear within magical type monsters. They can be used to create potions, items, magic circles, alchemical bombs, and more. The energy heart of the ogre dark mage is like a black gem the size of a human head, shimmering with brilliant dark light. After storing it, Mu Feng walked straight into the ogre tribe. Generally, places like this tend to have treasure chests. Mu Feng arrived at the shabby rock hut where the ogre dark mage was located and indeed found a bronze treasure chest inside. He walked up to the chest and tried to open it. However, he received a prompt that the chest was locked and could only be opened with a key. Treasure chests in such tribes usually have their keys dropped by the tribe's boss. However, the Dark Hammer Twilight did not drop the chest key. There was no choice. To open the locked chest, he had to think of another way. In such situations, the magical keys sold at the general store or the thief profession's lockpicking skill can open locked chests. Mu Feng, as a reincarnator, naturally had rich experience. Before coming here, he specifically visited a grocery store to purchase all the items and tools that might be needed for his adventures. Among them was a magical key. This item was priced at 500 gold coins in the grocery store. The price was quite expensive, but Mu Feng still bought it, purchasing 2 magical keys at once. At this moment, it was just what he needed. He used the magical key to open a treasure chest. Mu Feng obtained a bronze-level leg armor and a small potion. Ogre leather pants, bronze type, leg armor health, 200 defense, 150 magic resistance, 20 durability, 50-50 small stamina potion type. Consumable effect, stamina increased by 20%, lasting for 3 minutes. Mu Feng equipped the ogre leather pants and stowed the small stamina potion in his backpack. Then, he rummaged through the small hut of the ogre dark mage, finding several magical materials and 5 or 6 pieces of damaged equipment. Damaged equipment refers to items that have exhausted their durability. At the equipment shop, for a certain amount of gold coins, a blacksmith can help you repair the damaged equipment. However, the process of repairing costs gold coins, and it is not a small sum. Sometimes, the cost can even far exceed the purchase price of the damaged equipment. Therefore, Mu Feng only took a few magical materials, which were still worth some gold coins. As for the damaged equipment, it had no value, so Mu Feng left it there without a second thought. After looting the ogre tribe, Mu Feng was finally satisfied and set off on his way back to Twilight Village. He passed through Twilight Forest and returned to Twilight Village. Before entering the village, Mu Feng encountered a bit of trouble. While heading deep into Twilight Forest, he had taken out more than 30 members of the Beacon Guild in one go on the hills near Twilight Village. Coupled with the 7 or 8 he had taken out the previous day, Mu Feng's kill count had accumulated to around 40 points. Once the kill count exceeds 30 points, one would be pursued and wanted by the town guards. Before Mu Feng even reached the village entrance, a team of village guards approached him, preparing to arrest him and imprison him. The prison is not a place for people. It is dark, damp, and has a harsh environment. You must stay in prison until your kill count drops to 0 points. It takes a natural day for the kill count to decrease a little. If Mu Feng had 40 points of kill count and was locked up in prison, he would have to wait 40 days to be released. You also cannot log off. Logging off does not count towards time. You must remain logged into the game until your kill count reaches 0. The prison is simply a torturous place. Fortunately, Mu Feng had the village chief's friendship medal. With this item, Mu Feng successfully avoided this prison disaster. He returned to Twilight Village openly despite his bloodstained ID. Mu Feng did not rush to turn in his quest. Instead, he logged off. First, he needed to eat something. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. Mu Feng had only eaten a bowl of instant noodles in the morning, and by now, that little food had long been digested. He was starving, feeling a bit dizzy. Mu Feng felt he could eat a whole cow. Just as he was about to pick up his phone to order takeout, someone knocked on his bedroom door. A clear and lovely voice came from outside. "Brother Mu Feng, are you awake?" Mu Feng, while browsing the takeout platform, replied, Is there something?" Sanja pushed the door open, standing at the entrance with a slight blush on her face, and said, "Brother Mu Feng, I made lunch for you, but you were playing games all afternoon, and I didn't dare to disturb you, so, do you want to eat now?" "Oh, really?" Mu Feng put down his phone and replied, "Sure, let me see how your cooking is." Sanja smiled and nodded vigorously. She was like a little deer, bouncing away. Mu Feng also got out of bed, put on his slippers, and walked towards the living room. Sanja heated up the food and brought it to the table. There were 2 dishes and a soup, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, nutritionally balanced, and it looked quite decent. Mu Feng picked up a chopstick of spicy shredded pork and stuffed it into his mouth. The taste was good, quite delicious. Mu Feng couldn't help but praise, "Your cooking skills are really impressive." "Because I often cook at home," Sanja replied. Songjia's mother left home a few years ago, leaving Sanja to live with her father. Her father was a gambling addict and a drunkard, often absent from home. Children from poor families grow up quickly. Living in such an environment, Songjia had to take care of herself. "By the way, aren't you going to school today?" Mu Feng asked. Songjia shook her head and softly said, "It's Sunday, no school." After eating, Mu Feng burped. Then he said to Sanja, "You can stay at my house for a while, no need to worry about those debt collectors." He didn't mention what would happen later, because in 3 years the chaotic gods would invade Earth. By then, the world would undergo tremendous changes. Songjia looked at him gratefully and said, "Thank you, brother Mufeng. It's nothing, no need to thank me." After saying that, Mufeng returned to his bedroom to continue gaming. Once online, Mufeng immediately went to the Twilight Tavern and found the apprentice trainer, Anna, on the second floor. When she saw Mufeng, she was momentarily stunned. As if realizing something, a look of shock appeared on Anna's face as she asked, "Have you really obtained the energy heart of the ogre mage?" Mufeng nodded. He took out the energy heart and placed it on the table in front of Anna. Upon seeing the energy heart, a satisfied expression appeared on Anna's face. "Very good. Quite impressive." Anna looked at Mufeng meaningfully and then said, "You did a great job on this task, I'm very satisfied." After that, 2 runestone appeared in Anna's hand out of thin air. "This is your task reward, and there's also a job change stone as an extra reward for this task." Mufeng's expression remained unchanged as he accepted the task rewards handed to him by Anna. He also heard the system prompt ringing in his ears. Task completed, reward 1,500 experience points. The 2 runestones as task rewards were a D-level skill stone and a job change stone. When he saw the names of these 2 runestones, a look of surprise flashed in Mufeng's eyes. Summon imp level, D profession, demon sorcerer effect, summons an imp that obeys the demon sorcerer. Cooldown 180 mana cost, 90 demon sorcerer type, job change stone profession, apprentice. Description: using this job change stone, you can change to a demon sorcerer. Required level, level 10. Mufeng shifted his gaze from the job change stone and skill stone to Anna, who was smiling at him. Mufeng smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be a demon sorcerer, that's quite surprising." It was indeed surprising. Even in his previous life, no player knew that the apprentice trainer in Twilight Village was actually a demon sorcerer. The rulers of the Dawn world are the gods of order. Their main enemies are the gods of chaos. Besides that, followers of evil gods like demons are also enemies of the gods of order. Therefore, the profession of demon sorcerer is heretical in the Dawn world. If the punishment temple were to find out, they would send out punishment knights and punishment mages willing to destroy Twilight Village just to capture Anna and then publicly bind her to a cross for execution by fire. Anna smiled charmingly, not answering, but instead asked in a tempting tone, "Do you want power?" Mufeng smiled. He indeed wanted power, but not the meager evil power granted by mere demons. He sought a power that could surpass both the gods of chaos and the gods of order. "Sorry, I'm not interested in becoming a demon sorcerer." With that, Mufeng turned to leave. Anna said behind him, "If you change your mind, you're welcome to find me anytime." In his previous life, Mufeng had heard that demon sorcerers would hide among the crowd, tempting players to become demon sorcerers. Of course, not everyone is qualified to become a demon sorcerer. One must gain the recognition of a demon sorcerer to be eligible for the class change. Just like Mufeng, only after gaining Anna's recognition did she grant him the class change stone for demon sorcerers. For other players, it would be useless to beg on their knees if they were not recognized. To be fair, the profession of demon sorcerer is indeed powerful. Not only are they skilled in shadow spells, but they can also summon demons. However, this profession is not suitable for Mufeng. He already had plans for his future profession. As a side note, if Mufeng were to report Anna as a demon sorcerer to the priest in the village church, he would receive a handsome reward. But that would also offend the demon sorcerers. From what Mufeng knew about demon sorcerers, they could be described as petty and vengeful. Offending them would not end well. If they found out it was Mufeng who betrayed them, they would definitely find ways to retaliate against him. Moreover, Anna dared to give Mufeng the demon sorcerer class change stone, and didn't mind revealing her true identity to him. This indicated that Anna must have some backing. Or perhaps she wasn't worried that Mufeng would report her to the church because the church's priest had also been tempted by demons. Such things happen often. They are not uncommon in the Dawn world. Thinking carefully, the dirty deeds the village chief did in the church's basement must have been known to the church's priest. Surely, it was with his tacit approval that the village chief dared to act. If you say the priest hasn't been corrupted, Mufeng wouldn't believe it. In summary, this hidden quest is worth it. A demon sorcerer class change stone, if sold on the black market, could fetch at least 100 to 200,000 yuan. The demon sorcerer class change stone is considered a contraband item, prohibited from being sold in towns or auctioned in trading houses. It can only be sold on the black market. After some time, he plans to list the demon sorcerer class change stone on the trading network to see if he can sell it for a good price. While Mufeng was pondering, he arrived near the resurrection point to set up a stall. Before taking the next action, he decided to clear out his backpack. At this moment, his backpack was stuffed to the brim. This time, his journey deep into the Twilight Forest was quite fruitful, not to mention the large amount of equipment sent by his friends from the Flame War Guild. He once again thanked the likes of Flame War City for their hard work in sending him equipment and gold coins. Mu Feng set up his stall to sell. In no time, he attracted a crowd of players to watch. His stall supported not only gold coin payments but also payments in Huaxia currency. As a result, many wealthy second-generation heirs and rich people rushed to buy. Just as he was selling hotly at his stall, a young man with a fair complexion approached Mu Feng and said loudly, "Brother, I want all your equipment. How about a flat price of 250,000? Mu Feng lowered his head and roughly calculated the total price of the equipment, which was about 220,000. A price of 250,000 was high, but being able to sell all the equipment at once was quite good. Mu Feng immediately agreed. "What's your bank card account number? I'll transfer the money to you right now," the young man said boldly. Mu Feng provided his bank card account number. Then, the young man took out a smartphone and made the payment through the game. The advanced gaming pod could connect to the phone. This way, players would have a virtual phone in their inventory while in the game. The phone looked and functioned exactly like one in the real world, with features like making calls, sending texts, and browsing the web. After a while, the young man finished the transaction. Mu Feng logged off, checked his phone, and saw that the money had arrived. He logged back in and traded all the weapons and equipment from the stall to the young man. After the transaction was complete, Mu Feng was about to leave when the young man stopped him and said kindly, "Brother, let's be friends. If you have equipment in the future, save it for me, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the price." Mu Feng nodded in agreement. System Yi-Shi-chan requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Seeing this ID, Mu Feng couldn't help but smile knowingly. He accepted the friend request. When Yi-Shi-chan saw Mu Feng's ID, his eyes widened in surprise. "You are actually Chen AI?" Mu Feng nodded. To avoid some annoying troubles, he had hidden his ID before entering Twilight Village. "No wonder you can sell so much equipment," Yi-Shi-chan said, looking enlightened. After saying that, he looked Mu Feng up and down, his eyes shining with interest. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave," Mu Feng said. "Okay, bye. Remember to contact me if you get any equipment in the future." Yi-Shi-chan waved goodbye. "Don't worry, I got it," Mu Feng replied. Then, he turned and walked towards the village chief's house. The day after the public test, the players gathered around the village chief's house had already dispersed. Because Mu Feng had helped the village chief find his lost shorts last time, he had gained a few points of favorability. Therefore, the village chief was very warm towards him, inviting Mu Feng into his living room and serving him a cup of red tea and some coarse salt biscuits as a snack. Mu Feng came this time for the novice quest. In the wild, he needed to kill 10 wild wolves, collect 10 wolf teeth, and deliver them to the village chief. Completing this novice quest would unlock subsequent quests to head to the main city. To go to the main city, he had to complete the prerequisite novice quests first. The task was quite simple. Mu Feng directly took out 10 wild wolf teeth that had been prepared from his backpack and handed them to the village chief. The village chief accepted them. A system prompt sounded in Mu Feng's ears. System, congratulations on completing the novice quest. The village chief's commission. System, reward for the quest, gold times 10. After he completed the novice quest, the village chief seemed to suddenly remember something. He said to Mu Feng, "Adventurer, a steel-toothed wild boar has taken over the black mushroom mill located south of the village a few days ago, injuring several mill workers. Can you get rid of it for the village?" System, do you accept the main quest bounty on the steel-toothed wild boar? "Of course, it is my honor to relieve the village chief's worries," Mu Feng replied. Once he completed this main quest, the village chief would reward him with a teleportation token and a letter of recommendation personally written by the village chief. With the teleportation token and the letter of recommendation, he could set off for the main city immediately. But Mu Feng did not plan to go to the main city so quickly. If he remembered correctly, there was a hidden golden treasure chest in the dark garden area near Twilight Village. In his previous life, a player accidentally discovered this golden treasure chest, opened it, and obtained a golden level ring worth 1,000,000 gold coins. He was determined to get this golden treasure chest hidden in the dark garden. The main quest could wait. Before heading to the main city, he had to visit the dark garden to obtain the golden treasure chest. After bidding farewell to the village chief, Mu Feng went to the grocery store and spent 100 gold coins to purchase a hidden map of the dark garden. The grocery store owner was a middle-aged man in his 40s with brown hair, a small mustache on his lips, and round glasses. His name displayed above his head was Jeff. Seeing Mu Feng purchase the map of the dark garden, Jeff asked, "Adventurer, are you planning to go to the dark garden?" Mu Feng nodded. Jeff's expression turned serious. "Haven't you ever heard of the terrifying legends about the dark garden? The legend says that hundreds of years ago, a baron built a beautiful garden for his beloved wife. The Baroness loved the garden and often stayed there to admire the flowers, even spending the night in the garden. Over time, the Baroness became involved with the gardener hired to tend to the garden, and they often indulged in pleasure there. Later, the Baron found out about this, and in a fit of rage, he buried the Baroness and the gardener alive under a patch of tulips in the garden. Since then, the garden has been haunted. People often see ghosts and spirits wandering in the dark garden. Many villagers have gone missing there. To this day, they have not been found, and their bones are nowhere to be seen. After listening to the grocery store owner's story, Mufang's expression remained unchanged, unmoved. Then, Jeff revealed his true intention. This is a dawn amulet I got from a priest at the Dawn Temple. With it, no ghosts or spirits will dare to approach you. It's on sale now, 2,000 gold coins, buy one get one free. If it were an ordinary person, I would never sell this treasure to them. I can tell at a glance that you are no ordinary person, and we are fated, so I am selling it to you. Remember, don't tell anyone else. The Dawn Amulet is very sought after. I will only sell it to you. Mufang glanced at the Dawn Amulet in Jeff's hand, which was similar to the voodoo amulet used by Zor from the voodoo shop to swindle people. Whoever buys it gets tricked. If it were the genuine amulet from the Dawn Temple, it would indeed have the effect of warding off spirits and purifying ghosts. But the Dawn Amulet in Jeff's hand had twisted prayers written on it, and the divine power of Dawn was extremely weak. As a reborn person immediately recognized it. This was a low-quality version of the Dawn Amulet, created by an apprentice priest of the Dawn Temple. Its effectiveness was only 1/10 that of a genuine Dawn Amulet. However, the item description of the Dawn Amulet in Jeff's hands was identical to that of a real one, enough to confuse anyone. Players determined whether an item or equipment was good or bad based on its attributes and description. It was clear at a glance. Good or bad, one could tell right away. Players had never considered that there could be swindlers and counterfeit goods in the game. Unless they were veteran players, it was difficult to distinguish which Dawn Amulet was genuine and which was fake. Jeff, the swindler, often sold low-quality Dawn Amulets to players in Twilight Village because his eldest son was an apprentice priest at the Dawn Temple. In the previous life, many players had fallen victim to Jeff's deception, taking low-quality Dawn Amulets to confront the ghosts and spirits in the Dark Garden, resulting in their tragic deaths. Had always looked down on swindlers. He coldly said, if the people of the Dawn Temple find out that you dare to sell low-quality Dawn Amulets here, ruining the reputation of the Dawn Temple, your son will probably be expelled from the Dawn Temple. Jeff trembled all over. He widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at, murmuring, how do you know? If you want to keep something a secret, you must not do it, replied. Jeff shook with fear. The Dawn Temple valued reputation and prestige more than life itself. If the Dawn Temple learned that he dared to sell low-quality Dawn Amulets under their name, the consequences would be far more serious than what it said. Jeff had thought that the adventurers who suddenly appeared in the village these days were just inexperienced outsiders, easy to fool. Even if the players discovered problems with the amulets they bought from him, Jeff believed he could make excuses to shirk responsibility, thinking they wouldn't report him to the Dawn Temple. But he never expected to encounter a tough opponent today. His scam was exposed in one breath. After pondering for a moment, Jeff put on a smile and said, Dear adventurer, it was old Jeff's mistake, I grabbed the wrong amulet. This is the real Dawn Amulet. With that, Jeff put away the low-quality Dawn Amulet and took out another one from under the counter. This time, the Dawn Amulet he presented shimmered with a faint platinum light, surrounded by abundant Dawn divine power. This was the genuine Dawn Amulet. Seeing the shopkeeper Jeff lying through his teeth did not expose him. Instead, he calmly stated, You just said the price of the Dawn Amulet is 2,000 gold coins, and there's a buy one get one free offer, right? I'll take however many Dawn Amulets you have. The official price of a genuine Dawn Amulet from the Dawn Temple was 5,000 gold coins each. If Jeff sold them for 2,000 each, he would definitely incur a huge loss. Naturally, he was unwilling. Jeff unwilling? There's no such cheap thing in this world, letting him take all the benefits. Mufang must have it. Jeff had to bleed a little today. Seeing that Mufang was not someone who could be easily dismissed, Jeff had no choice but to bring out his second son. Kid, I warn you, my second son is a member of the Twilight Village security team, and he has a good relationship with the captain of the security team. Before Jeff could finish his sentence, he saw Mufang take out an item and immediately shut his mouth. The village chief's friendship medal. This item had been used not long ago, when Mufang returned to Twilight Village. Due to his high kill value, the security team wanted to capture him, and he had used it then. After use, the friendship medal does not disappear but remains as a souvenir. As the owner of the general store in Twilight Village, Jeff naturally recognized the village chief's friendship medal and understood what it meant. It proved that Mufang had a good relationship with the village chief of Twilight Village. Selling inferior versions of the Dawn Amulet was indeed his fault. If the village chief found out about this, he would definitely be the one punished in the end. He might even be reported to the Dawn Temple. Jeff weighed the pros and cons. Briefly, he knew he had to bleed a little today. It was better to lose money than to invite disaster. Jeff forced a smile and said, "Respected adventurer, my little shop operates on a small scale and I only have 2 Dawn amulets in total. How about this? 2,000 gold coins, buy one get one free." Mufeng smiled and said, "Oh really? When I go to the main city later, I'll have to visit the Dawn Temple and ask them to give you more Dawn amulets to sell." Mufeng's words were filled with a threatening undertone. Jeff broke out in a cold sweat and said, "I must have remembered wrong. There are actually 6 left. Not enough. Then 8? I want 20. Mufeng said. Jeff looked pained and said, "All right." Just like that, Mufeng spent 20,000 gold coins to buy 20 Dawn amulets worth 100,000 gold coins. After leaving the general store, Mufeng exited the village and walked along a small path towards the Dark Garden. The Dark Garden area was not far from Twilight Village, located on a plain near the back mountain of Twilight Village. Along the way, there were quite a few wild monsters and players leveling up. As Mufeng was walking, he suddenly saw several players with the prefix Finghua bullying a young couple. "Hey, who allowed you to level up here? Don't you know this is the territory of our Finghua guild?" said a level 7 warrior player named Finghua Bazuz, with a rogue demeanor. The young couple, looking just over 20, had the boyfriend protecting his girlfriend. Behind him, arguing, "Who says this is your territory? There are many people leveling up here. Why are you looking for trouble with us? You can only blame yourselves for being too weak." Another player, a level 6 apprentice named Finghua Daodu, said with a wicked smile, "One level 4, one level 2. If we don't bully you, who should we bully? If you let us touch your girlfriend, we'll let you go. How about that?" Finghua Bazuz said with ill intent. "This is a good idea. I've heard that Dawn has super high freedom. You can do whatever you want. Yeah, I've always wanted to try with a female player, and today is just right." After saying that, several Finghua players lewdly reached out to touch the female player. The boyfriend tried to stop them but was pinned to the ground by 2 Finghua players, unable to move. The high freedom of Dawn was originally intended to provide players with a real game world, but some people used it to harm and bully others. Dawn does have protections for female players. When attacked or harassed in a safe zone, one can immediately call the security team to ensure that the attackers and harassers receive their due punishment. But in the wild, actions like touching or groping are considered normal attacks and are not protected. The boyfriend was pinned to the ground, helplessly watching as his girlfriend was about to be humiliated. At this moment, both sides were in a state of combat, unable to forcibly exit the game. The opponents were numerous. There was no way to escape, and he couldn't fight back. With no other options, the boyfriend could only cry out for help to the other players around him. However, among the dozens of players nearby, not a single one was willing to lend a hand upon witnessing this scene. Although the open beta had only been running for 2 days, the Flame War Guild had already made quite a name for itself in Twilight Village, albeit not a good one. It could be said to be infamous, notorious. Despite its bad reputation, sometimes infamy can garner more respect. No player was willing to offend the Flame War Guild. The players merely stood by, coldly watching. Some even pulled out recording scrolls, preparing to capture the moment. As the girlfriend was about to be humiliated, the indifference of the crowd made the boyfriend close his eyes in humiliation. Just then, a lightning arrow shot in at an incredible speed, hitting the Flame War Overlord. A bright red number floated above his head. 618. It directly took away a quarter of the Flame War Overlord's health. Now, Mufeng's spell power had reached 179 points. The damage of the lightning arrow was 350% times 179 points of spell power equals 626. The attacked Flame War Overlord was furious. He glared at the direction of the attacker and roared, "Who is it? Don't you know this lord is a member of the Flame War Guild? It's me, Dust." Mufeng said coldly, "Remember my name, and remember this next statement. From now on, whenever I see a Flame War player in the wild, I will kill one." After saying that, a jumping arc of electricity flashed across the dark staff in Mufeng's hand. In an instant, several more lightning arrows shot out, hitting the Flame War Overlord and claiming his life. Before the Flame War Overlord could beg for mercy, he became a corpse. Equipment and gold exploded all over the ground. The remaining Flame War players nearby, at the moment the Flame War Overlord was attacked, immediately drew their weapons, ready to fight. But when they heard Mufeng's ID, they instantly lost their fighting spirit. Each of them had a grim expression, their faces shifting between emotions. Not long ago, Flame War Liancheng had led 30 Flame War players to seek revenge on Dust, only to be wiped out by Dust alone. Because Flame War Liancheng found it embarrassing, he strictly ordered his members not to spread the news. Aside from the players of the Flame War Guild, no other players knew the inside story. The Flame War players had thoroughly witnessed Mufeng's terror. More than 30 Flame War players, all elite members of the Flame War Guild. They couldn't defeat Dust, let alone these few ordinary members who weren't even considered elite. So, the remaining few Flame War players, without hesitation, tacitly turned and ran. How could Mufang let them off so easily? No matter how fast they ran, could they outrun a lightning arrow? Mufang lightly waved his dark staff a few times and several lightning arrows shot out, hitting the fleeing Flame War players. He took them all down. Not a single one was spared. Mufang picked up the equipment and gold coins they dropped. After doing all this, Mufang continued on his way to the Dark Garden. Just as he was leaving, the couple who had just been bullied by the Manhwa players stopped him. Both of them had grateful expressions on their faces. "Brother, thank you so much for your help just now. This amount of money may not be much, but it's my little token of appreciation. Please accept it." The male player gave all the gold coins he had earned from monster drops today to Mufang. It wasn't much, just 127 gold coins. He was only level 4, and earning this much gold was already quite difficult. Mufang shook his head and did not accept it. He simply said it was just a small effort. Not worth mentioning. After saying that, Mufang walked around the two and continued on his way. Speaking of which, he was about to leave Twilight Village and he felt a bit reluctant. He had promised to torment Finghua Lianqing, and leaving just like this made Mufang feel unsatisfied. Should he stay in Twilight Village for a few more days? He could lurk in the wild and kill Finghua Lianqing a few more times. That guy had quite a bit of equipment and gold coins. Killing him once was almost equivalent to the loot dropped by a boss. While he was lost in thought, he hurried on his way. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the Dark Garden. This area only opened after midnight, allowing players to enter. It was currently 8:49 in the evening. There was still a long time until midnight. Mufang casually found a place, logged out of the game, and prepared to have dinner first, then take a shower, and log back in at midnight. After logging out of the game, Mufang took off his gaming helmet and immediately felt stiff and sore all over. For the past 2 days, aside from a quick breakfast and lunch, he had been playing the game, and his online time had almost reached 2 days in one night. Additionally, the bed in his rented room was too hard, making it uncomfortable to lie down for long periods. This led to him feeling back pain after playing the game. Mufang got out of bed and did some simple stretches. Then he left the bedroom and went to the living room. Just in time, he saw Sanja in her dance outfit, practicing her splits and bending down for various dance poses. It seemed that Sanja had been practicing for quite a while. Her delicate face was covered in beads of sweat from her hard work. When she saw Mufang come out of the bedroom, Sanja lifted her little face and sweetly smiled at him, saying, "Brother Mufang, wait a moment, I'll go make dinner for you right now." After saying that, Sanja got up, her dainty feet touching the ground as she walked towards the kitchen. Mufang saw this and said, "Put on your shoes, be careful not to catch a cold." "It's fine," Sanja replied. After more than an hour, Sanja came out of the kitchen with a meal. Dinner was quite sumptuous, with braised chicken pieces and cola chicken wings, and it smelled good. After dinner, Mufang prepared to take a shower in the bathroom. While Sanja was tidying up the table, she suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly grabbed Mufang, saying, "Brother Mufang, wait a moment, let me clean the bathroom first, it's a bit messy." After saying that, Sanja rushed into the bathroom. After a while, she came out of the bathroom holding 2 light pieces of clothing, her face flushed. Those should be her underwear. Mufang pretended not to see and went into the bathroom to take a shower. After a quick rinse, Mufang wrapped himself in a towel and walked out of the bathroom. With nothing to do, Mufang sat on the sofa in the living room to watch TV and pass the time, waiting to log back into the game after midnight. After Sanja finished tidying up the kitchen, she also sat on the sofa with Mufang to watch TV. Sanja curled up in a corner of the sofa, her body exuding a faint scent of jasmine. It was the fragrance of the shower gel. For some reason, even though Mufang and Sanja used the same shower gel, the scent on Sanja was noticeably more pleasant. This left Mufang puzzled. The two were watching TV and chatting, which brought them closer together, gradually dissolving the sense of unfamiliarity between them. Time passed. Soon it was midnight. Sanja had already fallen asleep. Mufang got up to turn off the TV, then covered Sanja with a blanket before returning to the bedroom. He put on his gaming helmet, logged into the game. Once online, Mufang opened his eyes. There were 5 minutes left until the Dark Garden opened. At the entrance of the Dark Garden, besides Mufang, several other players had gathered. They were all players preparing to explore the quiet garden tonight. In the Twilight Village Tavern, there was a herbal merchant who had come from the main city to Twilight Village. He had been purchasing moonlight flowers, stoneheart flowers, and blue poison herbs for years. Blue poison herbs grew deep in the Twilight Forest, right within the activity range of the Twilight Wolves. Stoneheart flowers were found in underground caves, guarded by elite fire lizards. As for moonlight flowers, they grew within the Dark Garden. The purchase price for moonlight flowers was 100 gold coins each. Such a high purchase price naturally attracted players who bravely ventured into the Dark Garden to collect moonlight flowers. Besides the players coming for gold, there were also a few drawn by the terrifying legends of the Dark Garden. According to legend, the ghost of a buried baroness and a gardener wandered within the Dark Garden. They would bury any intruders alive. Those who went missing in the Dark Garden were said to have been buried beneath the flower mud. This was also why the moonlight flowers in the Dark Garden, despite no one tending to them, bloomed so vibrantly. At the Twilight Village security captain's place, players could accept a quest called The Missing in the Dark Garden. The task was to investigate where those who had gone missing in the Dark Garden had gone, to bring back the remains of the missing villagers. Such a thrilling and terrifying quest naturally attracted a few players who loved excitement and adventure. Since the Dark Garden was a level 7 map, with Mufong included, there were a total of 6 people exploring this place tonight. As the opening of the Dark Garden approached, Mufong walked slowly to the garden entrance. While the Dark Garden had not yet opened, Mufeng's gaze swept over the players who would explore the Dark Garden with him. The other 5 were 3 men and 2 women, all level 7. Among them was a streamer player named Shushi. She was quite attractive looking, rather cool and tall, and her profession was ranger. Dressed in a black tight-fitting hunting outfit, her figure was perfectly outlined, exuding a heroic demeanor. She had a mature and confident style. Hello everyone, Shushi will be challenging the exploration of the Dark Garden tonight, and I hope you can pay attention and give me encouragement. Shushi was speaking to a silver metallic sphere floating in mid-air. The silver metallic sphere was about the size of a ping-pong ball. It hovered in the air, projecting a virtual light screen. It was like a live streaming room, where one could see the audience's comments and donations from the real world. It also allowed interaction with the audience. This silver metallic sphere was called the Silver Sprite, a live streaming prop specially developed by the Dawn official team. With it, players could stream live in the game. It could be purchased in the official website store for 15,000 Huaxia coins. The live streaming spirits are divided into 3 versions: the standard version, the upgraded version, and the deluxe version. Ordinary small streamers don't have much money. They usually buy the standard version priced at 15,000. However, the female streamer with the ID Chushi uses the deluxe version worth 200,000. Mufong glanced at the virtual screen projected by the live streaming spirit. The popularity of her streaming room was astonishingly in the millions. Such popularity proved that she was far from being a small streamer. Mufong often kept up with game news and information, but he had never paid attention to game streamers. He only recognized a few prominent streamers from his previous life. In this era, with the increasing informatization and networking, live streaming has become integrated into people's lives. In his previous life, there were numerous top-player streamers. For professional players who love games, they could play games and earn extra money at the same time. Why not? In the later stages of the game in his previous life, Mufong gradually gained some fame through relentless effort. At that time, a live streaming platform had contacted him, offering a hefty sum to invite him to stream on their platform. Mufong declined. He didn't want to be disturbed by third parties while playing games, so he turned down the invitation from the streaming platform. He had never heard of the ID Chushi before. Judging by her equipment and level, she didn't seem very high. She was probably just a pretty face streamer, attracting fans with her looks while her skills were quite average. There were at least tens of thousands of such pretty face streamers in Huaxia, so it was nothing unusual. Mufong glanced at Chushi and then withdrew his gaze. However, the few people beside him showed surprise and excitement upon learning that her ID was Chushi. One male player with the ID Luo Hua Wuching exclaimed excitedly, "Chushi, I'm your die-hard fan. I watch your streams every day at the same time. I can't believe I get to see you here, it's so thrilling." Standing next to Luo Hua Wuching was a beautiful girl with the ID Naiha Hua Luo. She bore some resemblance to Luo Hua Wuching. Judging by their ages, they should be siblings. Naiha Hualuo, seeing her brother's embarrassing demeanor, felt a headache coming on and couldn't help but roll her eyes, wearing a helpless expression. "Is that so? I'm also very happy to see you," Chushi greeted coolly. Besides these 3, the other 2 were male, around their 20s. One had the ID Baipyo Dalao, a level 7 warrior. The other was Baichio Bei, a level 7 apprentice. These 2 had come with Chushi. However, it seemed they weren't familiar with each other, as they hadn't exchanged a word, and there was a subtle sense of competition between them. The Dark Garden was the most dangerous area in Twilight Village. Even the official website of Dawn had issued a warning. It was best for players exploring this area to be above level 7 and have more than 15 people. The streamer Chushi naturally knew this. Aware of her own weakness, she invited Baipyo Dalao and Baichio Bei to accompany her. Both were her fans and admirers, so they readily agreed. At this moment, it was exactly midnight. The Dark Garden area opened. The rusty coppered gate of the garden slowly creaked open. A chilling wind mixed with the smells of blood, rotting flesh, and damp earth blew towards Mufong and the others. Countless crows circled above the garden, Some crows perched on the garden's copper railing, their blood-red eyes coldly staring down at Mufong and the others. That gaze was like looking at dead people. Such a sinister and terrifying scene made the faces of everyone present, except for Mufong, look somewhat grim. The sibling duo. Sister Naihe Hualuo's face turned pale, and she swallowed hard, feeling a bit scared as she said, "Brother, why don't we wait until our levels are higher or there are more people before we come? I'm a little afraid." Brother Hualuo Wuqing showed a hint of hesitation on his face. Both the Dawn official website and the NPCs in Twilight Village had warned players that the Dark Garden was very dangerous. With low levels, one should not venture in lightly. The death penalty in Dawn was severe. When a player died, not only would they lose a level, but they would also drop all their equipment and all the gold they were carrying. Such a serious death penalty made players wary of certain dangerous places. Even the streamer Chu Shi was no exception. She was a girl, naturally feeling fear and dread in such places, especially since she knew her own strength was lacking. Otherwise, she would have brought in 2 external helpers. After hearing Naihe Hualuo's words, she couldn't help but feel a bit hesitant. However, Chu Shi had chosen to stream the exploration of the terrifying Dark Garden tonight for the sake of the broadcast's appeal. If she gave up halfway, the viewers in the livestream would probably not take it well. Seeing Chu Shi's hesitation, Bei Qiu Bei immediately said softly to her, "There's nothing to be afraid of, don't worry, with me here, I will definitely protect you with my life." The nearby Big Shot by Pao also immediately chimed in, "And I'm here too, Shishi, we don't have to be afraid, I have a secret weapon." Bei Qiu Bei shot a disdainful glance at Bai Pao. He thought to himself, "You think you can compete with me for a woman? Everyone has a secret weapon, I want to see what yours is." "Right, it's just a dark garden, what's so scary about it? Goddess Chu Shi, I'll protect you." Luo Hua Wuqing, standing not far away, also shouted excitedly. He was also spurred on by Bei Qiu Bei and Bai Pao. No one wanted to show their cowardice and fear in front of their beloved goddess. Seeing her brother acting like a sycophant, completely disregarding his sister's feelings, Naihe Hualuo looked at her brother with disdain. After pondering for a moment, Chu Shi dismissed the thought of leaving. First, she was afraid of losing popularity in the livestream. Second, the big shot by Piao and Bei Qiu Bei she had brought were both gaming experts. In terms of both skill and equipment level, they ranked among the best in Twilight Village. Moreover, before coming to the Dark Garden, both had privately told her that they had prepared secret weapons to counter ghosts and spirits for exploring the Dark Garden. Seeing their earnest expressions, Chu Shi felt encouraged. But just to be safe, she thought it would be better to bring more people along. More people meant more safety. Therefore, Chu Shi proactively asked Luo Hua Wuqing, "May I ask what your 2 purposes for coming to the Dark Garden are?" Luo Hua Wuqing quickly replied, "We took on a task from the herbalist in Twilight Tavern to collect moonlight flowers in the Dark Garden." "I see." A smile appeared on Chu Shi's beautiful face as she asked, "In that case, shall we team up to explore the Dark Garden together?" Before coming to the Dark Garden, we went to find the security captain and accepted a task to search for the remains of the missing persons in the Dark Garden. Our tasks don't conflict, you help us find the missing remains, and we help you collect moonlight flowers, how about that? To be able to team up with the Goddess of Dawn, the heartless falling flowers could not ask for more. He quickly nodded in agreement. "It is my honor to join the Goddess of Dawn's team." Meanwhile, his sister, the Flower of Fate, also thought that teaming up for exploration and mutual benefit was a good idea. She didn't refuse, tacitly agreeing. Standing on either side of the Goddess of Dawn were Bei Qiu and the freeloading boss. Although they were somewhat displeased to see another person join, they said nothing more. The heartless falling flowers siblings joined her team. She now had an extra layer of assurance for exploring the Dark Garden. The Goddess of Dawn then set her sights on the figure standing a little farther away, Mufong. This person had a hidden ID and hidden level. Standing alone, not saying a word, he was very mysterious. She took the initiative to step forward and greeted him. "Hey there, may I ask what your purpose for coming to the Dark Garden is?" Mufong replied, "None of your business." The smile on the Goddess of Dawn's face instantly froze. Suppressing her anger, she forced a smile and said, "The Dark Garden is very dangerous, exploring alone can easily lead to trouble. Why don't we team up and explore together, what do you think?" "No need, I'm enough on my own. You are just a burden." With that, Mufong turned and walked straight into the Dark Garden, leaving the Goddess of Dawn and her group stunned in place. The scene just now was completely recorded by the live streaming sprite. Many viewers in the live stream saw and heard it. The chat room exploded. "Wow, who is that guy? So arrogant. Damn, how dare he talk to our Goddess of Dawn like that? If I were there, I would definitely go up and break his legs, making him kneel and apologize to the goddess." Exactly, are those 2 bodyguards the pillars? Just standing there dumbfounded without doing anything? Damn! The freeloading boss finally reacted when he saw Mufong enter the Dark Garden. He angrily said, "Cece, do you want me to chase after him and take him down right now?" This guy has no manners at all, not a shred of gentlemanly demeanor. He really deserves it. Beicho also had an angry expression. The goddess of dawn forced to smile and said, "Forget it, there's no need to argue with someone like him, or you'll just end up upsetting yourself." She hated people like Mufong, who were rude and showed her no respect. But since they were still live streaming, the goddess of dawn didn't want to lose her temper. She could only pretend to be magnanimous. The goddess thought, "You despicable guy, I want to see how you'll be scared to death in the dark garden all alone. I will record your disgrace and show it to the viewers in the live stream." "Cece, you are really gentle," the freeloading boss coldly said. "If he hadn't run away so fast, I would definitely make him pay." "Same here," Beicho said. "This guy runs pretty fast, just wait until he enters the dark garden and I'll show him what for." "That's right, when we run into that guy later, he must apologize to the goddess of dawn," the heartless falling flowers said firmly. His sister quietly advised, "Brother, this has nothing to do with us, why are you making a fuss?" "Who says it has nothing to do with us? The goddess of dawn's matters are my matters," the heartless falling flowers replied. "Sigh," the flower of fate sighed helplessly. The three men, filled with righteous indignation, cursed Mufong for about 10 minutes before finally stopping. "In the end," the goddess of dawn said, "Alright, let's hurry and go in." A group of people followed Mufong into the dark garden. In the last life, Mufong had visited the dark garden when he was at level 9. It was far more dangerous than he had imagined. The monsters in the dark garden were all from the ghost race. They were elusive, naturally immune to physical damage, and had built-in invisibility, making them extremely troublesome. Humans found it hard to see ghosts with the naked eye unless they had a special profession or used a spirit vision potion. The potion merchant in the novice village only sold minor life potions and minor energy potions. There were no other types of potions available. The spirit vision potion was impossible to obtain. Ghosts were inherently invisible, but Mufong was not afraid. Years of fighting in his last life had honed his powerful perception abilities, allowing him to clearly sense enemies nearby. Just like now, Mufong suddenly turned around and a lightning arrow shot out. It instantly hit an area behind him. The lightning arrow seemed to strike something, followed by a crack of thunder. In the air, a twisted, terrifying humanoid figure gradually appeared. Mufong cast a detection spell. Ghost, normal, level 7. Health 350, attack 21, racial talent, immune to physical, permanent invisibility with only 350 health points. Mufong's lightning arrow instantly killed it. If an ordinary player encountered a ghost without the aid of a spirit vision potion, they probably wouldn't even know what was attacking them. This was just an appetizer. Not worth mentioning. As they ventured deeper into the garden, the number of ghost monsters increased. Moreover, there were 2 boss-level ghosts hidden within the dark garden. Those 2 boss-level ghosts were the true terror of the dark garden. In his last life, Mufong happened to read a post about the golden treasure chest in the dark garden. It detailed the location of the golden treasure chest within the dark garden. However, so many years had passed that Mufong had forgotten many details. He roughly knew the location of the golden treasure chest. Anyway, the dark garden would remain open until 6 in the morning. With a whole night ahead, even if he had to turn the entire dark garden upside down, he would find the golden treasure chest. The outer area of the dark garden was a maze built from greenery. It had been unattended for hundreds of years. The maze's plants were left with only withered and decayed branches. Mufong was too lazy to navigate the maze and directly used a fireball spell to clear a path, burning all the withered and decayed plants. He used brute force to create a way. During this process, ghost monsters continuously came to harass him. Mufong could clearly sense the malice emanating from the monsters. Even though they were permanently invisible, the malice they radiated made them as conspicuous as fireflies in the dark night. In the flicker of lightning, ghosts perished under the lightning arrows of Mufong. Ghosts, as a type of monster, rarely dropped equipment or gold upon death. Instead, they dropped a special material called soul ashes. This substance could be used for alchemy and forging, making it quite valuable. If one could process the soul ashes into soul fuel, it would be even more precious. While battling the ghosts, Mufong did not forget to collect the soul ashes that fell to the ground. If the fallen soul ashes were not picked up within a minute, they would disappear. Therefore, Mufong was eager to gather the fallen soul ashes. He cast fireball spells to clear his path and used lightning arrows to slay monsters, doing so without any concealment or hesitation. Such a high-profile display immediately attracted all the nearby ghosts. With so many ghost monsters around, Mufong had no choice but to pause and focus on killing them. Only after he had eliminated all the ghosts that were bothering him did he put away his staff and continue forward. Boom! Boom! 2 fireballs burned away the green plants blocking his way, and Mufong walked through the ashes, emerging from the green maze surrounding the dark garden. As he passed through the maze, a sea of flowers came into view. Tulips, red roses, wisteria, various precious and rare flowers bloomed in a riot of colors. Among this sea, Of flowers, there were inconspicuous small white flowers mixed in, resembling roadside weeds. These seemingly ordinary white flowers were the famous moonlight flowers. Herbal merchants traveled tirelessly from the distant main city to this remote place, Twilight Village, specifically for the moonlight flowers. The moonlight flower is one of the main materials for crafting the moonlight potion in the moon god temple. However, the growth conditions for moonlight flowers are extremely harsh. There are no patterns to their growth, and they cannot be cultivated artificially. They only grow in certain specific areas and dungeons. The moon god temple has been buying moonlight flowers at high prices for years. Greed blinds the heart. Because of this, the villagers of Twilight Village recklessly ventured into the dark garden, becoming the blood food for the ghosts, their bodies turning into fertilizer for this sea of flowers. When Mufong lowered his head, he happened to see a half-buried arm in the soil beneath the flower sea. The flesh and blood above were gone, leaving only stark white bones. Although the moonlight flowers are valuable, they were not Mufeng's main target tonight. The golden treasure chest was the priority. He needed to find it first before considering anything else. In the center of the flower sea stood a meticulously constructed villa, having been neglected. For years, the villa was covered in blood-red roses and vines, giving it an exceptionally eerie and sinister appearance. The golden treasure chest was hidden inside the villa. Before heading to the villa, Mufong deliberately avoided a distant field of tulips where the moonlight flowers grew the most. Generally speaking, boss-level monsters would reside in eerie and sinister places like this villa, quietly waiting for players to arrive. However, the dark garden map was different. The map's boss was not in this villa but in the seemingly ordinary tulip field in the distance. Earlier, the grocery store owner, Jeff, had recounted the terrifying legends of the dark garden. He mentioned that the Baron had buried his unfaithful Baroness and her lover, the gardener, alive in a tulip bed. The legend was true. Beneath the distant tulip field lay the remains of the Baroness and the gardener. Their souls had been wandering near that tulip field. The area around the tulip field, filled with moonlight flowers, was a trap designed to lure players into a snare. In contrast, the villa, which seemed to have many monsters, had none at all, with only a few ghosts that liked to scare people. In his previous life, when Mufong explored the dark garden, there are already several guides about the dark garden on the forum. This can only scare new players. Mufong deliberately avoided the map boss and headed straight for the villa. Arriving at the front door of the villa, he looked at the dusty copper lock above. Mufong cast a fireball spell, melting it into a puddle of copper. Pushing the door open, Mufong walked into the dark garden villa, which had been uninhabited for hundreds of years. It was dim and cold, with a chilling wind. Mufong took a torch from his backpack and lit it. The faint light illuminated a small area around him. Although the villa had been uninhabited for years, strangely, there was not a speck of dust on the floor, and the furniture was arranged neatly, exceptionally clean. It was clear that someone had been taking care of the villa for years. As mentioned earlier, a few little ghosts lived in the villa, and it was they who kept it so clean. If an ordinary player came here for the first time, they would definitely feel a chill down their spine. Mufong remained calm and walked straight towards the villa's basement. He remembered that the golden treasure chest was hidden in the villa's underground secret room. The entrance seemed to be in the basement. The entrance to the villa's basement was behind the grand staircase in the first-floor hall. For some reason, there were many mirrors placed here. The mirrors were taller than a person and covered with a layer of white cloth, looking very eerie. As Mufong passed by the mirrors, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of something strange in the reflection. At the same time, he sensed a malicious presence in the corner of the hall. Mufong raised his dark stick and released a lightning arrow towards the source of the malice. Put! The lightning arrow hit something. A sharp, painful scream echoed. After a moment, there was silence, leaving only a small pile of soul ashes. Just now, a ghost had been hiding in the corner. The mirror covered with white cloth was the ghost's scare tactic, and the strange image in the mirror was the ghost's trick. The terrifying atmosphere of the dark garden was overwhelming. On the first challenge, it was easy to be frightened. But after reading the guides and exploring a few times, understanding the ghost's little tricks, one would no longer feel afraid. Mufong stepped forward and picked up the soul ashes dropped by the ghost. As he straightened up, he keenly sensed that several malicious presences in the villa were now targeting him. The ghosts were everywhere in this villa. He didn't have time to find and eliminate them one by one. It was more important to handle the main business first, but if he left the ghosts unchecked, they would cause him quite a bit of trouble. They would keep bothering him, which was not ideal. At such times, the Dawn amulet he had purchased from the grocery store owner came in handy. Mufong took out a Dawn amulet from his backpack. As soon as he took out the Dawn amulet, all the malicious gazes directed at him disappeared. Dawn amulet type Amulet Effect 1 can be worn as a necklace, granting the effect of protection of the Dawn God, repelling all evils and preventing harm. Effect lasts for 1 day. Effect 2, when used directly, it deals 1000 points of fixed holy light damage to the target, dealing double damage to ghostly and evil beings. Mu Feng directly equipped the Morning Dawn amulet. Instantly, the terrifying feeling that had lingered in the villa dissipated significantly. Alright, now we could focus on finding the hidden secret room that contained the golden treasure chest. At the bottom of the grand staircase leading to the second floor in the villa's hall, there was a wooden door about a person's height. Mu Feng pushed it, but it wouldn't budge. It seemed something was blocking it. From behind, without hesitation, Mu Feng raised his hand and cast a fireball spell, blasting the wooden door open. He stepped on the wooden debris scattered on the floor and walked down the narrow staircase leading to the basement. Upon arriving in the basement, which was about 20 to 30 square meters, he found some wine racks and wooden barrels stacked around. The entrance to the hidden secret room was right here. However, Mu Feng couldn't quite remember where the mechanism to open the secret room was after all these years. Moreover, once the golden treasure chest was opened, it would never respawn. At that time, Mu Feng had no idea he would be reborn. He had merely read that post out of curiosity, and the specific content had long been forgotten. He vaguely remembered that the mechanism to open the hidden secret room was related to wine. Since it was related to wine, it meant it was connected to the wine racks and wooden barrels in front of him. The wine racks were completely empty, not resembling anything with a mechanism. Mu Feng focused his attention on the large wooden barrels. He approached and examined them closely, discovering that the barrel placed against the wall had a ring of iron plates firmly embedded in the ground beneath it. This must be it. Mu Feng cast another fireball spell, directly blowing the wooden barrel into splinters. Sure enough, he found a hidden door underneath. The hidden door was made of steel, very sturdy. Mu Feng unleashed several fireball spells to destroy it, revealing a dark, gaping hole. He went straight down. He found that the space below was much larger than he had imagined. It was several hundred square meters, with glowing stones embedded in the walls providing illumination. Looking around the hidden secret room filled with numerous alchemical instruments, test tubes, glass cups, and dozens of iron cages in the corner, Mu Feng realized that this was actually a secret laboratory. Those iron cages were likely used to imprison experimental creatures or humans. Human experimentation was not uncommon in the Dawn world. After all, some main cities still practiced slavery. The Dark Garden actually concealed a terrifying secret. The Baron ostensibly built the garden to please his wife, but in truth he constructed it for this secret laboratory. The garden was merely a facade, a cover to deceive others. While human experimentation was rampant, it did not mean it was legal. If the punishment temple found out anyone daring to conduct human experiments would be immediately tied to a cross and burned. They openly forbade it, so they did it secretly. Nearly hundreds of humans had died in this secret laboratory. This was also why there were so many undead spirits in the Dark Garden. As Mu Feng walked through, the spirits he encountered were all souls of humans who had met tragic ends in the secret laboratory. The death of the Baroness was due to her accidental discovery of the hidden laboratory in the basement. Upon learning that her husband had committed such inhumane acts, the Baroness rushed to find the gardener sleeping in the flower room, asking him to notify the priest and the security team in the nearby village. Before the gardener could escape the garden, he was discovered by the Baron. The Baron sent his subordinates to capture the gardener and his wife, and despite his wife's desperate pleas, he buried them alive. Afterward, he spread rumors, accusing the Baroness of having an affair with the gardener, claiming that in a fit of rage, he killed her. Later, the Baron never remarried. Without heirs to inherit the family, the Baron's lineage quickly declined. After his death, the Dark Garden also became a no man's land, unattended for many years. Until now, the Dark Garden has become a paradise for ghostly souls. In the previous life, a player discovered this secret laboratory. Based on the diary left by the Baron inside the laboratory, they pieced together the truth of the Dark Garden. They posted this matter on the forum. Mu Feng ended his recollection. He looked around and found a golden treasure chest placed in the corner. He remembered that the chest was guarded by an elite ghost. Once he approached the chest, it would trigger the attack of the elite ghost monster. Relying on the Dawn amulet he had, Mu Feng stepped forward. When he was only a step away from the golden chest, a pitch-black shadow emerged from behind the chest and immediately launched an attack on Mu Feng. But with the Dawn amulet on him, the ghostly shadow quickly shrank back, hiding in the corner, afraid to advance. Mu Feng casually cast a detection spell. Ghost Guardian, Elite, Level 7 Health, 700 Attack, 42 Racial Talent, Ignore Physical, Bone-Chilling Cold Skills, Ghost Strike E. He glanced at the attributes and talents of the Ghost Guardian. It did not have the talent for permanent invisibility, but instead had the talent for bone-chilling cold. Mu Feng casually shot a lightning arrow to deal with it. After the Ghost Guardian died, it dropped a skill stone. Mu Feng picked it up and took a look. Ghost Strike Level E-Class, Ranger Effect, randomly deals one of 3 types of damage, fire, frost, or lightning to an enemy. Casting range, melee cooldown, 300 energy cost, none. It was also a decent skill. He stored it away, and excitement appeared on Mu Feng's face as he walked towards the golden chest. Golden treasure chest unlocked. Since it was not locked, it could be opened without a magical key. Mufong reached out to touch the golden chest. A dialog box appeared, asking if he wanted to open the chest. Mufong chose yes. System: opening chest 1%, 2%, 3%, 100%. After the chest opened, Mufong immediately reached inside to feel around. After a while, when he withdrew his hand, he found a ring shimmering with golden light. Ring of Flicker, gold, type, ring, all attributes, 20 equipment skill, Flicker, B, durability, 10 out of 10. Flicker, B, skill effect, teleports you a short distance instantly. Casting range, 20 cooldown, 180 energy cost, 300. In simple terms, the equipment skill of the Ring of Flicker is the same as the flash skill in League of Legends or Honor of Kings. After obtaining the golden ring, Mufong couldn't wait to equip it. Then he tested the equipment skill of the Ring of Flicker. At the moment he activated the skill, Mufong was instantly teleported a short distance ahead. He quickly checked the cooldown time of the equipment skill. The skill had no cooldown. His talent, Chaos Apostle, indeed also worked on equipment skills. With the Ring of Flicker, this meant that Mufong could use the Flicker teleportation skill an unlimited number of times in the future. The main drawbacks of magic-type professions are slow movement speed and weak defense. With it, slow movement and short legs would be a thing of the past. He obtained the Ring of Flickering. His purpose for this trip was accomplished. Mufong, feeling leisurely, began to wander around this hidden laboratory. He rummaged through the place and found 7 or 8 bottles of potions. Unfortunately, most of these potions had expired due to their age, with only 2 bottles still in decent condition. Expired potions have their effects halved. If one were to forcibly consume an expired potion, it could lead to extremely serious side effects. These potions were all low level. Moreover, being expired, they held little value, so Mufong left them behind. As for the 2 intact potions, they were miniature intelligence potion and small speed potion. One could increase intelligence by 5 points for half an hour. The other could temporarily enhance movement speed for 10 minutes. Aside from the few potions, Mufong found nothing else. He had thought that in an alchemical laboratory like this, there would be items left behind, such as potion formulas. But then he reconsidered. Potion formulas are the lifeblood of an alchemist. When the Baron abandoned this alchemical laboratory and evacuated, he surely took valuable items like potion formulas. With him, it was impossible for him to leave them behind. On a small level 7 map, having a golden treasure chest was already a stroke of luck. After all, he had only obtained a silver weapon after defeating the only boss in Twilight Village, the Ogre Dark Mage. Golden equipment could only drop from bosses level 20 and above. What more could he complain about? Mufong stored the 2 potions carefully and, after confirming there were no other valuable items in the area, took one last look at the hidden laboratory. Then, he activated his equipment skill, flickered a few times, and left the hidden laboratory, exiting the basement. The flicker skill was extremely difficult to master. It was hard to control. The teleportation distance, especially for high difficulty operations like teleporting through walls. You could not be sure what the situation was like on the other side of that wall. A slight miscalculation or even a tiny deviation in the teleportation position could result in the player teleporting into a wall or the ground, leading to being buried alive. For beginners, mastering teleportation would take at least 4 or 5 days. Mufong was a reborn player. In his previous life, when he reached level 200 as a mage, he could learn an A-grade skill called mind teleportation from a trainer. The effect of mind teleportation was similar to that of flicker, but the teleportation distance was significantly greater. The teleportation distance of flicker was 20 yards or 20 meters. The teleportation distance of mind teleportation was 50 meters. Of course, the cooldown time and energy consumption of mind teleportation were much higher than those of flicker. In his previous life, top-tier magic players would learn the mind teleportation skill and had to master it proficiently. When the chaotic gods invaded and you were on the battlefield, you would realize that sometimes a displacement skill could save your life. If he were in an unfamiliar place, Mufong would not dare to use flicker for instant teleportation. Who knew what was on the other side of the wall? It might even be a solid wall. But in places Mufong had walked through, he was confident in using flicker without incident. In an instant, he returned to the empty, eerie hall on the first floor of the villa. The moment he appeared, Mufong clearly sensed that there were quite a few malevolent ghosts in the villa hall. However, because of the dawn amulet he wore, low-level ghosts avoided him. As soon as he appeared, the ghosts scattered. Mufong was too lazy to play hide-and-seek with the ghosts in the villa. He directly ignored them and walked straight towards the villa's main door. Leaving the villa, Mufong felt in high spirits, finding everything pleasing to the eye. The night sky, with the moon like a jade plate. Under the bright moonlight, a layer of silvery mist covered this sea of flowers, vibrant and colorful. It was exceptionally beautiful and tranquil. The scene before him made Mufong sigh with emotion. How beautiful it was. In his previous life, ever since the invasion, Of the chaos evil god, he hadn't seen such beauty for a long time. With the flickering ring in hand, he felt quite good at this moment. He had the leisure to calm his mind and truly appreciate the beauty before him. If it weren't for the fact that not far away, the initial Dawn group was being chased by ghosts, crying and howling, it would have been a perfect sight. Mufong would have certainly enjoyed this beauty a little longer. He cast a disdainful glance at the initial Dawn group, feeling somewhat surprised. They were still alive. He had thought they had perished in the green plant maze. The novice village did not sell spirit vision potions. As mentioned before, the only way to see the invisible ghosts was to use a spirit vision potion. Aside from that, one could either, like Mufong, rely on years of combat experience to sense the ghosts' positions and kill them, or go to the general store to buy a Dawn amulet to wear, which would deter evil creatures like ghosts from approaching. The premise was that one had to buy a genuine Dawn amulet. A low-quality Dawn amulet had weak divine power and was utterly useless. Simply put, a low-quality Dawn amulet wouldn't scare a ghost at all. There was another method. Go to the church in Twilight Town, find a priest, and spend gold coins to have him bless you with the divine art of detect evil. With this divine art, if an evil creature approached, it would issue a warning, allowing you to prepare and not be caught off guard by a ghost. Aside from their racial ability to become invisible, ghosts weren't particularly powerful. Players who didn't master the above strategies would be seeking their own doom by coming to the Dark Garden. If they couldn't even get through the first level, the green plant maze, where the most ghost monsters were, they had no chance here. Unexpectedly, the initial Dawn group had managed to get through the green plant maze and arrived here. This surprised Mufong quite a bit. In fact, the reason the initial Dawn group could safely arrive here was entirely due to Mufeng's earlier high-profile actions in the maze, which attracted most of the ghost monsters to him. Mufong drew the fire away from the initial Dawn group, allowing them to arrive safely in this sea of flowers. When the initial Dawn group saw the eerie villa covered in blood roses and vines not far away, they unanimously concluded that there would definitely be a large number of monsters and bosses inside that terrifying-looking villa. Therefore, they chose not to go to the villa. Instead, they stayed in the flower sea, picking moonlight flowers and searching for the remains of missing villagers. The villagers' remains were buried beneath the soil of the flower field. The security captain only needed 10 complete remains to report back. Naturally, as newcomers, they were attracted to the tulip field filled with a large number of moonlight flowers. With so many moonlight flowers, if they picked them all and sold them to the herbalist, they would surely make a good sum of money. The group was quite excited. No one would complain about having too little money. Just as they were chatting and laughing while picking moonlight flowers, 3 men surrounded the initial Dawn like little pugs, doing their utmost to make her happy. Danger approached quietly. Naihua Luo glanced helplessly at her brother, who was circling around Chushi like a little dog. She sighed, filled with dissatisfaction towards her own brother. Seeing his useless demeanor made her angry. Damn! Brother, have you forgotten the purpose of this trip? We came to pick moonlight flowers, not for you to be a sycophant. Complaints aside, someone still had to do the work. After grumbling a few words, Naihua Luo bent down again to pick the moonlight flowers. What she didn't notice was that not far behind her, a bony, bloodless pale right hand emerged from the blood-soaked flower mud. Immediately after, a woman with a face full of resentment, disheveled hair, and dressed in a white long dress crawled out of the flower mud. She was extremely tall, with slender, long limbs. Her limbs twisted casually like spider joints, resembling a tattered, abandoned puppet, which was particularly horrifying. At that moment, Naihua Luo, with her back to it, couldn't see anything. She was still focused on picking the moonlight flowers, unaware that danger had arrived. Meanwhile, not far away, Chushi was live streaming, interacting with the audience while cheerfully dealing with the 3 men surrounding her. Just as Chushi was thanking the top supporter for sending a rocket, she suddenly saw the woman in white standing behind Naihua Luo. Their eyes met, and she was startled, her face turning pale as she let out a terrified scream. A ghost! The others immediately looked in the direction Chushi was pointing. Upon seeing the Baroness, they were all taken aback, but they quickly calmed down. Beicho Bei immediately cast a reconnaissance spell on the Baroness. Vengeful Soul. Boss, level 7 health, 1400 energy, 50 attack, 84 racial talent, ignores physical and magical resistance skills, Vengeful Howl. It's a boss monster. Beicho Bei said with a serious expression. The free-loading Big Shot shouted, Shishi, don't be afraid, stand behind me, I'll protect you. Beicho Bei shot him a cold glance and retorted, it's just a boss monster, Shishi, you don't need to be afraid, I'm here. At this point, Chushi had calmed down. Her beautiful face regained some color as she smiled and said, great, I'm counting on you to protect me. Don't worry, I have a secret weapon. It's specifically designed to deal with these ghosts. The freeloading Big Shot replied cheerfully, then smugly glanced at Beicho Bei. He. Beicho Bei sneered twice. Meanwhile, Luo Hua Wuqing was not beside Chushi at that moment. Upon seeing the monster, he immediately rushed towards his sister's position. Naihua Luo was the closest to the boss monster and would definitely be the first to be attacked. Little sister, don't be afraid, brother is coming. This shows that Luo Hua Wuqing actually cares for his sister. Seeing his sister in danger, he was the first to rush forward. Just as Chu Shi let out a scream and pointed behind her, Naihua Luo turned her head and was genuinely startled the moment she saw the vengeful soul. Her legs went weak and she fell onto the flower field, but she quickly recovered. Without hesitation, she got up and ran forward, trying to get as far away from the boss monster as possible. For some reason, after the vengeful soul emerged from the tulip field, it stayed in place, motionless, not launching an attack. It merely coldly watched Chu Shi and the others. At the same time, in Chu Shi's livestream, the audience was startled at the first sight of the vengeful soul. Oh my god, the developers of Dawn are really ruthless. This could give players a heart attack. So thrilling, too bad I'm not in Twilight Village, otherwise I'd definitely go challenge it. Hehe, I'm in Twilight Village and tomorrow I'm going to challenge too. Brother, take me with you. Let's team up. This cursed place is eerie and terrifying. I wouldn't go even if you paid me. At this moment, Chu Shi had no time to look at the comments in the livestream. She said with a puzzled expression, why is it standing there without moving? Shouldn't we attack first? ByQbi pondered, strike first, that's never wrong. After saying that, ByQbi took out a green magic wand from his backpack, waved it gently, and shot a fireball at the vengeful soul. The fireball hit. The vengeful soul had magic resistance and the damage from the magic was minimal. ByQbi's action did not cause effective damage but instead angered the vengeful soul. It howled to the sky, its mouth splitting open like a snake, letting out a painful wail. Suddenly, under the moonlight, a vibrant sea of flowers, like boiling seawater, erupted with countless ghostly spirits emerging from beneath the flower sea. There were also about 40 to 50 ghostly monsters. In addition, a vengeful soul dressed as a gardener appeared, also a boss-level monster. Attacking the vengeful soul first was like poking a hornet's nest. In an instant, many deceased spirits emerged from beneath the flower sea. Chu Shi and the others were completely surrounded. With so many monsters, they couldn't resist. Chu Shi panicked, her beautiful face showing signs of tension. What to do? What should we do now? ByQbi smiled gracefully. Cece, don't be afraid, I'm here. The freeloading boss scoffed. What good is that? ByQbi smiled and said, let me show you what a trump card is. After saying that, ByQbi took something out of his backpack. The freeloading boss was startled upon seeing it and asked, where did you get a Dawn amulet too? Where I got it from is none of your business. ByQbi said proudly, just watch. After saying that, ByQbi immediately used the Dawn amulet. The amulet in his hand erupted with a brilliant light. In the quiet night sky, it was exceptionally dazzling. As the light gradually faded, the Dawn amulet in ByQbi's hand also lost its effect, completely turning into a useless piece of paper. Is this it? ByQbi stared blankly at the unharmed ghostly monsters around him, his face filled with confusion. This doesn't make sense. How could this happen? The shopkeeper clearly patted his chest and assured me that as long as I took out this amulet, even the most powerful evil creature would die. Why is this happening? Could it be that I used it incorrectly? The freeloading boss disdainfully said, you little trash, where did you get a low-quality amulet to show off in front of me? Let me show you what a real Dawn amulet is. After saying that, the freeloading boss also took out a Dawn amulet from his backpack. The Dawn amulet in his hand looked exactly like the one in ByQbi's hand. But the freeloading boss was convinced that the one in his hand was truly effective, while ByQbi's amulet was a defective product from some corner. What a shameful idiot. With such a lowly character, you dare to compete with me for CC, huh? The freeloading boss muttered, then raised the Dawn talisman in his hand high. He activated it. The next moment, another dazzling platinum light burst forth. And then, there was nothing after that. The Dawn talisman in his hand, after emitting that blinding light, turned into a scrap of paper. The freeloading boss was dumbfounded. How could this happen? His face showed the same expression as ByQbi, completely bewildered. ByQbi, with a stiff expression, asked, did you also buy your talisman from the grocery store in Twilight Village? Could it be that you did too? The freeloading boss looked astonished. Didn't the grocery store owner say he only sold to me? How could it be? At this point, the freeloading boss suddenly realized the grocery store owner had tricked him, sold him a fake. He never expected that there would be unscrupulous merchants in the game. He had learned a valuable lesson this time. ByQbi gritted his teeth and said, damn unscrupulous merchant. At that moment, the siblings Luo Huawuqing and Naihua Luo, who were fighting against the ghosts, called for help. Brothers, what exactly is your trump card? Hurry up and use it, we can't hold on any longer. Luo Hua Wuqing, a ranger, was fighting the ghosts with a black iron dagger. The ghosts were immune to physical attacks. Luo Huawuqing's attacks landed on the ghosts. It was like hitting air, causing no damage at all. His sister, Naihua Luo, although an apprentice and a magic-type profession, could deal some damage to the ghosts with her F-level skill, charged shot. But it was not enough. Relying on her alone was not a solution. The ghosts were not targets, they wouldn't just stand there and take it. The ghosts' attacks were real damage. -19, -21, -18. Luo Huawuqing and his sister kept seeing red numbers above their heads. They were about to collapse, and Luo Huawuqing hurriedly sought help from the freeloading boss in Beichoubei. Since they entered the Dark Garden, these two had been talking about their trump card, shrouded in mystery. Both of them looked confident and composed. Now that they were in a crisis, it was time for them to take action. The panicking Chushi also urged, "Right, if you have any trump cards, hurry up and use them, or we'll all die here." The freeloading boss and Beichoubei exchanged a shameful glance. They were too embarrassed to say anything. Chushi, unable to speak, tentatively asked, "Could it be that, like just now, was your trump card?" "Aha! The freeloading boss." And Beichoubei awkwardly nodded and replied softly. Chushi looked speechless. She knew it. Men's words are full of lies. If she had known, she wouldn't have believed these two and insisted on going on an adventure in the Dark Garden. Wouldn't it have been better to stream in Twilight Forest at night? Now it was a disaster. If they died, not only would all their equipment drop, but even the gold coins in their backpacks would be lost. She had spent quite a bit of money on her gear. Just thinking about losing so much money made Chushi feel a pang in her heart. At that moment, in the live stream room, "I'm dying of laughter, this show is amazing. Haha, I thought these two were expert players hired by the streamer, but they're just two clowns. What a pity, the streamer and her team are definitely going to pay for this tonight." In Chushi's team, besides Nai Hihua, Luo and Beichoubei, who were magic-type professions, the rest were all physical professions. Faced with such a large number of ghost monsters, they had no choice but to run. Whether they could escape depended on luck. Just then, Mufeng, who had just walked out of the villa, happened to see this scene. "These guys are still alive?" Mufeng muttered to himself. "Well, I have to get rid of those two vengeful souls anyway, so consider it saving your lives." That field of tulips. It's filled with a lot of moonlight flowers. As the saying goes, a thief doesn't leave empty-handed. No, it should be, a wild goose leaves its mark. As the saying goes, since I'm here, I'm definitely going to take those moonlight flowers. As for Chushi and the others, will they repay kindness with malice like the butterfly lovers? Mufeng would love for them to do just that. It would be a legitimate reason to kill and loot without worrying about accumulating kill points. Why not? Look at the gear they have, it seems pretty good. Especially that female streamer. She has at least 3 pieces of bronze-level equipment. After a moment of silence, Mufeng stepped forward. The few people who were exhausted from fleeing saw Mufeng approaching them unharmed and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Does this guy not see the ghosts chasing us? What's he here for, to die? "Hey, big brother, run!" Nai Hahua shouted. She was quite nice, not forgetting to tell Mufeng to escape. However, Mufeng ignored her words and continued walking towards them. Chushi thought to herself, could he be coming closer to mock us? What a terrible guy. A hint of disdain and disgust appeared on her beautiful face. This should be about the right range. Mufeng stopped, took off the dawn amulet around his neck, and held it in his hand. Seeing the dawn amulet in Mufeng's hand, Chushi couldn't help but roll her eyes, while the freeloading big shot in Beichoubei showed a smirk of glee. The next moment, a brilliant dawn holy light descended. The souls illuminated by the holy light melted away like snowflakes exposed to the summer sun, completely obliterated. Only the 2 boss-level vengeful souls remained. They were not dead, but severely weakened. Mufeng shot 2 lightning arrows, swiftly taking care of them. The battle ended. Only the ashes of souls and 2 special items dropped by the vengeful souls remained on the ground, and the already dumbfounded Chushi and the others. Mufeng stepped forward and picked up the dropped loot one by one. At this moment, Chushi's live stream exploded like before. Wow, this guy is the real deal. This big brother is hiding his talents. Looking ordinary on the surface, but when he strikes, it's a thunderous move. Does anyone know what item the big shot is holding? It's so awesome. I must buy a few for self-defense. Is this big shot streaming? The freeloading big shot and Beichoubei standing aside suddenly felt a sharp pain in their cheeks. It was as if someone had slapped them hard. The slap in the face came unexpectedly. However, Chushi, Luo Huawuqing, and Nai Hahua approached normally to greet him. "Hey, big brother, you're really amazing. Can we add each other as friends?" At this moment, Chushi had already forgotten the earlier unpleasantness. A charming smile appeared on her beautiful face as she stepped forward to greet him. Mufeng glanced at Chushi and shook his head. He then said, "The loot on the ground belongs to me. No objections, right?" "Of course, no objections," Chushi replied. "The rules are like this. The blame lies with Mufeng, and the dropped items should belong to Mufeng as well." Mufeng then asked, "I want all the moonlight flowers here." This time, Chushi and the others hesitated a bit. But in the end, they nodded in agreement. Luo Hua Wuqing laughed heartily. Thanks to you, brother, for your help. These moonlight flowers will be considered as a reward. Mu Feng saved them. If it weren't for him, they would have died, and the moonlight flowers wouldn't have been theirs to pick. Now that they could keep their lives, they had to thank Mu Feng. This surprised Mu Feng a little. He couldn't bring himself to kill for loot, nor did he look down on such actions. Since the other party was so sensible, he decided to let them off the hook. Mu Feng picked up the dropped loot and walked towards the nearby tulip field, picking all the hundreds of moonlight flowers growing in the vicinity. Chu Shi and the others stood quietly by, watching. Although Bai Piao and Bai Qiu Bei were somewhat dissatisfied with Mu Feng's greed for picking all the moonlight flowers, they had just embarrassed themselves to the point of shame. They had no face to stand up and argue with Mu Feng. They remained silent, standing aside. Chu Shi had been trying to strike up a conversation with Mu Feng, but he had been indifferent to her, which inevitably left her a bit disappointed. After picking the moonlight flowers, it was time to end their visit to the dark garden. As Mu Feng and Chu Shi left the dark garden, it was time to part ways. Luo Hua Wuqing and his sister warmly greeted Mu Feng before leaving. Chu Shi kept pestering Mu Feng, wanting to add him as a friend. Hey, where are you planning to go next? Want to team up? Mu Feng shook his head. Then can we add each other as friends? Chu Shi asked hopefully. Mu Feng hesitated for a moment and shook his head again. He had seen many women like her. Once they got familiar, they would cling to him every day, affecting his gaming. A decisive refusal was the right choice. Chu Shi looked a bit disappointed and said, "Alright then, brother, maybe we'll meet again next time." She completely ignored the grim faces of Bai Piao and Bai Qiu Bei beside her. After parting ways with Chu Shi and the others, Mu Feng glanced at the time. It was 3 in the morning. There were still a few hours until dawn. With the remaining time, Mu Feng planned to level up to pass the time. He knew there was a level 10 map nearby, perfect for leveling up. Black Knight Castle. Level 10 map. This map used to be the Baron's castle and territory. After the Baron died, undead creatures occupied the castle, and its boss was a level 10 Black Knight. It was also one of the few level 10 bosses around Twilight Village. The castle wasn't far from the Dark Garden, but it was a bit hard to find. Without a map, players would have a hard time discovering the entrance. But this was not a challenge for Mu Feng, a reborn player. The Baron's territory castle was built in a very concealed canyon. Many defensive structures were built within the canyon. At the end of the canyon stood a dilapidated, towering black castle. The Baron's territory had been taken over by undead creatures. Inside the canyon, there were skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, and skeleton mages everywhere. All were level 10 ordinary monsters. Occasionally, 1 or 2 elite monsters or bosses could be encountered. They roamed the canyon, eliminating all intruders. The difficulty of conquering Black Knight Castle was quite high. Mu Feng cleared the monsters around the canyon territory, and 3 to 4 hours had already passed. It was now past 7 o'clock. At this moment, only the Black Knight inside the castle remained. Mu Feng planned to wait until he had breakfast before dealing with it. He found a hidden corner and logged out of the game. His consciousness returned to reality, and he took off the helmet, glancing at the glaring sunlight outside the window. He got up and walked towards the living room. In the living room, there was no sign of Sanja. On the dining table lay a carefully prepared breakfast, made by Sanja, a ham and egg sandwich and a glass of milk. Mu Feng then remembered that today was Monday and Sanja should have gone to school. He sat at the dining table, enjoying the breakfast that Sanja had prepared for him. After finishing breakfast, Mu Feng still felt a bit hungry and planned to go out for something to eat. After washing up, Mu Feng changed his clothes and went downstairs. When he arrived downstairs, he looked at the breakfast shops on both sides of the street. He couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Since his rebirth, he had never gone to see his sister, nor had he met her once. Should he go meet his sister? Without hesitation, Mu Feng hailed a taxi and headed to his sister's place. His sister's name was Mu Gu. She was a senior at Jinnan Music Academy. Currently, she was working part-time at a music restaurant to help Mu Feng pay off his loan. His sister did not live in a dormitory but shared an apartment with a good friend. It was a small apartment near the music academy. Chingson apartment. A beautiful environment, well-equipped facilities, and convenient transportation. Most of the residents were students from Jinnan Music Academy, mostly girls, with very few boys. When Mu Feng arrived, his handsome appearance attracted the attention of several girls. However, he was wearing cheap t-shirts, long pants, and sneakers. Those gazes lingered on his face for only a moment before quickly shifting away. Ignoring the looks around him, Mu Feng walked straight into the apartment, remembering that his sister lived in room 3012. Based on his memory, he knocked on the door marked 3012. After a while, the door was pulled open from the inside. A graceful figure appeared before Mu Feng's eyes. His sister Mu Gu had an oval face, a charming appearance, and graceful demeanor, resembling Mu Feng to some extent. Mu Gu was wearing a white nightgown, Upon seeing Mu Feng, a look of surprise appeared on her face as she asked, "Chen Shen, what brings you here?" Seeing his sister again made Mu Feng's eyes slightly moist. He said in a deep voice, "It's nothing, I just missed you and came to see you." Mu Ge chuckled lightly. "Is it because you ran out of money? Wait a moment, I'll go get my phone and transfer you some money." After saying that, Mu Ge turned and walked back into the room. "No." Mu Feng awkwardly smiled and said, "I really just missed you and came to see you." Seeing his expression, Mu Ge felt he wasn't lying. She couldn't help but laugh. "That's quite rare. It's your first time coming to the apartment to find me. By the way, how did you know I lived here? I don't remember ever telling you my address. You told me before, did you forget?" Mu Feng replied. "Did I?" A look of confusion appeared on Mu Ji's face. But she didn't think much of it, it was just a small matter. "Come in quickly, are you hungry? I'm making instant noodles." Mu Ge warmly invited Mu Feng inside. Her apartment was about 50 square meters fully furnished with a 2-bedroom, 1 living room layout. "Sister, where's your roommate? Is she not here?" Mu Feng casually asked. Mu Ge replied, "She's still lying in the bedroom, she's playing that game called Dawn, just like you." In the previous life, Mu Feng seemed to have heard his sister mention it. Her best friend, who had a good gaming talent, was at A level and had a hidden profession as a frost knight. She also formed a studio composed entirely of women named Windflower Studio. Not only was his sister's best friend talented and skilled, but she also had decent management abilities, running Windflower Studio with great success. She was quite famous in the circle, with many fans online. In the previous life, when Mu Feng left Jin, the Terror Legion attacked Jinnan City. The city was destroyed, and all the citizens of Jinnan, including his sister Mu Ge and her best friend, perished. Just thinking about this filled Mu Feng's eyes with a cold and violent emotion. "Come, Chen Shen, it's time to eat noodles," Mu Ge said as she brought over 2 bowls of instant noodles. The coldness in Mu Feng's eyes instantly melted away, replaced by deep warmth. "Sis, why don't you go to the breakfast shop near the apartment to buy breakfast, instead of eating instant noodles all day?" Mu Feng asked curiously. He remembered that in the previous life, his sister often cooked instant noodles even after they had money. "Because Yaya likes to eat them," his sister replied with a gentle smile. Lanya Shuang was the name of his sister's best friend? Usually, his sister liked to call her Yaya. "I see." Mu Feng took big bites of the fragrant instant noodles, which were cooked with fish balls, luncheon meat, squid balls, lettuce, and beef rolls. It was truly sumptuous. He didn't know if it was because he had come that made his sister cook so lavishly, or if they usually cooked noodles like this, but the taste was indeed not bad. Mu Feng quickly finished a bowl of noodles. "Is that enough? If not, I can cook more," Mu Ge asked. "That's enough, I'm full," Mu Feng said, patting his slightly bulging belly. "Chen Shen, do you want some yogurt?" his sister asked again. After hesitating for a moment, Mu Feng nodded. His sister then took some cut fruits and 2 bottles of yogurt from the fridge. "Chen Shen, do you want to watch cartoons? You used to love watching them." Mu Feng hesitated. "Sis, I'm already 20 years old." "All right." Then his sister said, "Then take off your clothes, and I'll wash them for you." Saying this, she came over to try to take off Mu Feng's clothes. "No need, I just washed this outfit the other day." Mu Feng waved his hand to refuse. "Oh, I see," his sister said softly. "Then later, I'll take you out to buy some new clothes, okay?" "I prefer to buy online," Mu Feng replied. "Be good, listen to me. The clothes you buy online are either cheap or ugly. Let your sister pick out a few outfits for you, okay?" Mu Ge said gently. At that moment, a lazy female voice came from the bedroom. "Mumu, I'm so hungry. Is breakfast ready?" As soon as the words fell, a graceful figure walked out of the bedroom. She had a stunning appearance, a tall figure, and long black curly hair that reached her waist. This was Long Yishuang, Mu Ji's good friend. Long Yishuang was wearing a wine-red thin silk nightgown. The hem of the nightgown reached only to the upper thigh, fully revealing her round and long beautiful legs. The thin silk nightgown was sheer and translucent. Under the sunlight, the curves of her sexy and mature figure were fully displayed. When Mu Feng saw the scene, his heart was as calm as water without even a ripple. Beautiful women. In his previous life, he had seen far too many. The Chaos Evil God used every means possible to tempt human players to betray the Order faction and humanity itself. Power, strength, wealth, beauty, he had experienced all these temptations. Even the Chaos Demon of Lust, one of the 4 evil gods who once tempted many deities of the Order to fall, known as the Goddess of Pleasure, the Mother of Corruption, and the Goddess of Beauty, could not shake Mu Feng's will when she personally intervened. The scene before him was undoubtedly tempting for an ordinary person. But for Mu Feng, is this it? It still couldn't touch or sway his resolve. The cold and beautiful woman was momentarily stunned to find a boy in the apartment. However, Mu Ge reacted quickly. She hurriedly stood up, walked briskly to Mu Feng, opened her arms, and blocked his view. "Chen Shen, don't look, it's dirty for your eyes." Upon hearing this, Long Yishuang was somewhat displeased. "Hey, what do you mean by dirty eyes? Is my body really that unworthy of a glance? Muga turned back to explain. Sorry, yeah, that's not what I meant. Chen Chen is still young and shouldn't see these indecent. Lang Yishuang pouted angrily. The more you say, the more outrageous you get. That's not what I meant. Muga didn't know how to explain and could only say, why don't you go put on something? Fine. Lang Yishuang agreed. She turned and went back to the bedroom to get dressed. Lang Yishuang and Muga had known each other for many years. They understood each other well and knew what kind of people they were. Their sisterly bond was deep and they wouldn't get angry over these two sentences. After a while, Lang Yishuang came out of the bedroom wrapped up tightly. Look, is this okay? She turned around in front of Muga and asked. Muga nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Then she introduced the two. Let me introduce you. This is my brother, Mufeng. Chen Shan, this is my sister's best friend, Lang Yishuang. Lang Yishuang stared at Mufeng's handsome face for a while, thinking no wonder Mugu was so protective of her brother. He looks quite good. It's just that his clothing style is a bit outdated, dressed in cheap clothes. Lang Yishuang gracefully extended a delicate little hand, smiling. Let's get to know each other, little brother Mufeng. Mufeng reached out and shook Lang Yishuang's small hand, politely greeting, hello, sister Yishuang. So well behaved, I'll buy you candy in the future. Lang Yishuang giggled. Yeah, don't tease my brother. Mugu said somewhat unhappily. Got it, you brother complex. Lang Yishuang rolled her eyes playfully. What brother complex? I'm not. Mugu quietly defended herself. Alright, Mumu, I'm so hungry, could you please cook me a bowl of my favorite instant noodles? Lang Yishuang pouted at Mugu. Mugu gently replied, okay, just wait a moment. After saying that, she walked towards the kitchen. Mufeng stood up, wanting to help his sister in the kitchen. But he was pulled back by Lang Yishuang, who smiled brightly. Little brother Mufeng, stay and chat with me for a while. Okay? At that moment, Mugu, who was in the kitchen, also leaned out halfway and said to Mufeng, Chen Chen, just sit and rest. The kitchen is small and can't fit two people. Only then did Mufeng sit down again. Lang Yashuang sat beside Mufeng, asking with great interest, little brother Mufeng, your sister said you're also playing Dawn. What class are you, and what level are you? Mufeng honestly replied, apprentice, level 10. Lang Yashuang's eyes lit up. Not bad, little brother. You've reached level 10 so quickly. So which main city do you plan to go to? Black Lion City, Mufeng said. Why do you want to go there? Lang Yashuang asked curiously. On the official Dawn website, there is detailed information about various main cities. Some advanced classes and hidden classes can only be unlocked in specific main cities. For example, Fire Mages, Blood Knights, and Explosive Archers in Blood Flame City, Engineers, Iron Knights, and Machine Gun Soldiers in Mechanical City. Currently, players online have summarized a ranking of main cities. Black Lion City, this little-known city, didn't even make the list. That's why Lang Yashuang asked. Mufeng smiled and said, I like the local customs and culture there. Why not just come to Frost City with your sister? Lang Yashuang said with a smile, from now on, your sister will take care of you. With me protecting you, no one will dare to bully you. How about that? No, I still prefer Black Lion City, Mufeng replied. Alright then, Lang Yashuang didn't press further. She sighed and said, I've always wanted to set up a studio, but I have no one to help me. My good friend, your sister, doesn't like playing games. What a pity. If your sister played Dawn too, then the two of us, as sisters and best friends, would be unstoppable in the game. After hearing Lang Yashuang's words, Mufeng's expression shifted slightly. His sister, Muge, not liking to play games was indeed a problem. When the Chaos Evil God invaded, the first batch of people to be killed were those who weren't Dawn players, ordinary humans without self-defense capabilities. In this life, with Mufeng protecting her, his sister's safety shouldn't be an issue. But it was still safer to have power in one's own hands. If his sister could wield power, her safety would be greatly enhanced. Mufeng made up his mind. He would make his sister Muge a Dawn player too. Now, he would order a gaming helmet from the online store, with same city delivery arriving in half an hour. Given his sister's frugal nature, she would definitely use the helmet he bought. By then, he would let Lang Yashuang take her to play together. Once his sister gradually became engrossed, she wouldn't resist the temptation of the game anymore. When Mufeng shared his thoughts with Lang Yashuang, her eyes brightened and she immediately nodded in agreement. When his sister came out of the kitchen carrying the cooked instant noodles, the delivery arrived just in time. Seeing that Mufeng had bought her a gaming helmet, his sister couldn't help but complain, why waste money on this? Besides, I still have classes and a part-time job, I don't have time to play games. Mufeng gently said, sister, you won't need to work anymore. I can pay off the debt soon, so don't worry. Muge asked curiously, where did you get so much money? Cold Yashuang, who was eating noodles nearby, said, Mufu, you don't understand this, do you? Nowadays, opportunities to get rich overnight are rare. Dawn is one of the best opportunities. If you're lucky in a Monster drops a piece of golden equipment, you'll be rich. On the market, a piece of golden equipment is worth 1,000,000. So valuable? Muge exclaimed. In surprise, Lang Yashuang continued, don't you want your brother to have a better life? Playing games now can earn more than working part-time. Under Lang Yashuang's persuasion, Muge's heart gradually wavered and in the end she nodded in agreement. Then I'll give it a try. Lang Yashuang cheered. Yay! She immediately put down her chopsticks, took Muge's hand and walked towards the bedroom. Come on, I'll teach you how to play the game. I'll protect you, no one in the novice village will dare to bully you. Lang Yashuang patted her chest and assured her. No, I still need to go out and take my brother to buy clothes. Mugu refused. Mufeng said, it's fine, next time will do. Alright, let's get started quickly. Lang Yashuang pulled Mugu into the bedroom, connected her helmet to the power, and taught her how to log into the game. Then she told her which novice village to choose and which novice profession suited her. After a while, Lang Yashuang came out of the bedroom. Mugu was playing the game, so she couldn't be bothered, and thus she took off her tightly wrapped clothes. She wore a very cool outfit, just a white women's shirt on top. Mufeng, little brother, what's your ID? Let's be friends. When we get to the main city, I'll come find you to play. Lang Yashuang said with a charming expression. Mufeng replied. What? Lang Yashuang was taken aback, seemingly not hearing clearly. My ID is dust. Mufeng thought she hadn't heard clearly, so he repeated it. Lang Yashuang looked surprised and said, you're the first player to reach level 10 in the world announcement. Dust? Mufeng nodded. Lang Yashuang nodded thoughtfully, a meaningful smile appearing on her face. You must come by often in the future. Your sister misses you very much and often talks about you. I also hope you can come and play often. The expression on Lang Yashuang's face was like that of a creepy uncle luring a little girl. Okay, Mufeng said. After a pause, he stood up and said, it's getting late, I should go home. After saying that, Mufeng left the apartment without looking back. He thought to himself that it would be better not to come next time. If he wanted to see his sister, inviting her out for a big meal would also be a good choice. He hailed a taxi by the roadside. After returning to the bottom of the rental building, Mufeng stopped by the supermarket downstairs to buy some ingredients and snacks. Carrying 2 large plastic bags of food, he returned to the rental apartment. He stuffed the food into the refrigerator. Mufeng returned to the bedroom, lay on the bed, put on the game helmet, and logged into the game. When he opened his eyes again, a broken blade was coming straight down towards his face. Mufeng tilted his head and dodged the attack. He pulled out the dark stick and threw a lightning arrow directly at the skeleton warrior in front of him. The lightning arrow hit and the skeleton warrior was instantly killed. It dropped 2 gold coins and a white stone-level steel knife. Holding on to the idea that even the smallest mosquito is still meat, Mufeng picked up the gold coins and weapon from the ground. He glanced at the totem column in his backpack, which stored 21 souls. He had fought all night, killing ghosts and undead. These creatures were driven by soul energy. After death, their souls dissipated and could not condense. Therefore, it will not provide soul energy for Mufeng. He needs to kill wild wolves or ogres. Only these flesh and soul composed monsters can provide soul energy for the totem pole sacrifices. The skeleton undead in this area refresh quite quickly. Mufeng wiped them all out early this morning around 6 or 7. The monsters around the Black Knight Castle territory were almost all gone. Now, in less than 2 or 3 hours, they have all respawned. It's a pretty good leveling spot. Mufeng is no longer interested in ordinary monsters. Instead, he has set his sights on the level 10 boss, the Black Knight, inside the castle. He walked straight towards the Black Castle. The skeleton monsters he encountered along the way were far fewer than he had expected. Mufeng's heart sank. It seemed that someone had entered the Black Castle not long ago. It was very likely that they were also after the Black Knight. He needed to hurry. The boss respawn time is generally quite long, ranging from a month to a week. At the castle entrance, there were remnants of fire burns, arrow marks, and sword slashes. The monster corpses on the ground had already been refreshed. It seemed that another group of players had entered the Black Castle for a while now. He wondered if he would still make it in time. If he guessed correctly, the players who entered the Black Knight Castle ahead of Mufeng should be the Finghua Guild or the Qingfeng Guild. Currently, only these 2 guilds in Mutsai village have the strongest overall strength and are qualified to challenge the Black Knight Castle. I hope it's the Finghua Guild, Mufeng silently prayed. In his previous life, he had a bit of a connection with the Qingfeng Guild. Although he felt no psychological pressure in robbing the boss from them, he couldn't treat them the same way as the Finghua Guild. After robbing the boss, he couldn't just wipe out all the members of the Finghua Guild and steal their equipment. Just like in normal maps and dungeons, the Black Knight is deep within the castle, with plenty of small monsters along the way. The castle is dark and dilapidated, filled with dust and undead creatures. As he moved forward, Mufeng sensed something was off. Besides the unrefreshed monster corpses on the ground, there were also several player corpses lying there. It seemed to be the result of player infighting. Looking at the IDs of the player corpses on the ground, there were members of the Qingfeng Guild and also the Finghua Guild. He didn't expect these two guilds to decide to cooperate to tackle the Black Knight Castle. However, it seemed that they must have had a conflict midway and fought. This was not surprising. Finghua Liancheng was known for being unscrupulous. Not to mention partners, he would even sell out his own guild members. Moving further ahead, Mufeng heard the sounds of fierce fighting and arguing. Ahead was a relatively spacious hall. Inside the hall, two groups of players were entangled in battle. One side had the advantage, while the other was at a disadvantage. From the furious roars of Qingfeng Tianxia and the arrogant laughter of Finghua Liancheng, it was easy to guess who was at a disadvantage and who had the upper hand. Qingfeng Tianxia shouted angrily, "Finghua Liancheng, you bastard, you have no integrity. We agreed to cooperate to fight the boss, yet you ambushed us." Finghua Liancheng scoffed, "All's fair in war. What does it matter if I have no integrity? You're doomed anyway." Qingfeng Tianxia's anger was hard to quell. He had spent a fortune to gather his bronze-level equipment. The members of his guild were also well-equipped, all trained at his expense. If he died here today, the loss would be extremely heavy. His Qingfeng Guild had finally started to make some progress. They could not falter here. At this moment, Qingfeng Tianxia could no longer care about the boss in the castle. He typed in the team channel, "All-out breakout." The Qingfeng players who received the message were instantly energized, putting in all their effort to break out in all directions, preparing to fight their way out. But everyone, they are all ordinary people. They understand what it means to break through with all their might. If they really want to break through, it's not as easy as it sounds. They fought desperately but were suppressed by the Flame Fire Guild with overwhelming force. The Flame Fire Guild has more members than the Qingfeng Guild. Moreover, in the previous battles, the Flame Fire Guild had been playing tricks, not exerting themselves, conserving their strength. They were waiting for the moment when the Qingfeng players would be in poor condition. As more and more Qingfeng players fell to the hands of the Flame Fire players, Qingfeng Tianxia's expression grew increasingly bleak. It's over. All the effort he had put in over the past few days had gone to waste. That untrustworthy bastard, Flame Fire Liancheng, I will get my revenge sooner or later. Suddenly, a team application caught Qingfeng Tianxia's attention. System, player ID, Dust, is applying to join your team. Do you agree? Dust? Why is he here? Qingfeng Tianxia looked around but did not find any trace of Dust. Where is he? Never mind. At this moment, Qingfeng Tianxia couldn't care less. Perhaps this is the hope for a turnaround. One more person means one more strength. Without thinking much, Qingfeng Tianxia immediately agreed to the team application from Mufeng. Upon receiving the system feedback, Mufeng stepped out and couldn't help but laugh. Flame Fire Liancheng, long time no see, have you missed me? Dust. Flame Fire Liancheng looked at Mufeng as if he had seen a ghost. The last battle had completely left him. With a psychological shadow. What are you doing here? Flame Fire Liancheng couldn't help but ask. I came to fight the boss, but I didn't expect to run into you. Today is truly my lucky day. Mufeng assessed Flame Fire Liancheng's top-notch equipment. He couldn't help but sigh. The rich second generation really has money. Your equipment is great, but soon they will all be mine. Mufeng's ostentatious appearance nearly drove Qingfeng Tianxia to the brink of anger, cursing Dust for being an idiot, hiding so well and then coming out. He had originally hoped that with Dust's super explosive power hiding in the shadows, he could catch the Flame Fire Guild off guard. Now it's all over. There's not a shred of hope left. No matter how good Dust is, can he take on so many members of the Flame Fire Guild? Flame Fire Liancheng's face turned ashen. Dust, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. If you can refrain from meddling this time, I can let the past be the past. I've said it before, and I don't want to repeat it. In the wild, I see you once, I kill you once, I mean what I say. Mufeng raised his dark stick and said coldly, now, you can shut up. After saying that, in an instant, silver snakes danced wildly, and several lightning arrows shot towards Flame Fire Liancheng. The opponent immediately raised a silver shield, trying to block Mufeng's lightning arrows. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, he overestimated his own strength, and in the end, it was still death. Flame Fire Liancheng died. In an instant, he was killed by Mufeng. Everyone present was stunned. This scene is not unfamiliar to the players of Finghua. But for the Qingfeng players witnessing it for the first time, the shock is beyond imagination. Finghua Liancheng, C-level talent, level 9 warrior. All his equipment is bronze level, and he has a silver shield. His health and defense values are considered the best in all of Twilight Village. His C-level talent is also defensive, capable of enhancing armor and defense. To kill him in one hit is basically impossible. There's not even a slight chance. But Mufeng did it effortlessly and without pressure. In the blink of an eye, Finghua Liancheng turned to ashes. The president was killed, and Mufeng's sudden appearance threw the Finghua guild into chaos. The Fenghua players scattered like birds and beasts. Mufeng would not let them escape easily. The equipment on the Fenghua players was not bad. It was clear that Fenghua Lianqing had invested a lot of money into them. How could Mufeng let the golden coins just slip away? He frantically cast skills, continuously harvesting the lives of the fleeing Fenghua players. The situation reversed. Xingfeng Tianxia immediately seized the opportunity, commanding the guild players to chase down the fleeing Fenghua players, cutting them down one by one. Before long, the battle ended. Not a single Fenghua player escaped from the castle's hall. The ground was littered with gold coins and equipment, yet no one dared to pick them up. The Qingfeng players present all understood. Most of the Fenghua players had died at the hands of Chen Ai, and these spoils belonged solely to him. At this moment, Mufeng stood beside Fenghua Lianqing's corpse, not even glancing at the spoils scattered around. Instead, he was carefully studying the attributes of a silver shield. Wolfbone iron, silver, type, heavy shield defense, 100 additional. Effect, block E, durability, 40-40. The equipment attributes were simple and clear. It could be considered a decent shield. Mufeng casually stowed the shield away, and as he looked up, he happened to see Qingfeng Tianxia and Qingshui Miao Miao standing beside him. Long time no see, Mufeng greeted with a smile. He was in a good mood today. Qingfeng Tianxia smiled back, cupping his hands in thanks. Thank you for your assistance. It's a small matter, no need to thank me. Mufeng couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. In these 3 days, he had saved quite a few people. If it weren't for your help, we would have been in dire straits today. After a brief pause, Qingfeng Tianxia asked, May I ask, Brother Chen Ai, if you would be willing to disclose your talent level? When Mufeng made his move earlier, Qingfeng Tianxia had been watching closely. Mufeng's casting had almost no cooldown time. He was throwing skills out like they were free. Chen Ai was very likely an S-level talent. Only an S-level talent could possess such formidable strength. Because of this, Qingfeng Tianxia asked. Mufeng replied straightforwardly, It's better if you don't know. Qingfeng Tianxia, who was refused, did not get angry. Talent is a matter of privacy. It was reasonable for Chen Ai not to want to share. Qingfeng Tianxia smiled wryly. I apologize for the embarrassment. That bastard Fenghua Lianqing is completely untrustworthy. He promised to cooperate but betrayed me before we could take down the boss. This door before us is the last obstacle to the castle boss. I wonder if you would be willing to team up with us to take down the boss? The spoils will be shared equally, absolutely fair and just. What do you think? Qingfeng Tianxia extended the invitation to Mufeng. Since Mufeng was here, it was needless to say that he was definitely here for the boss. After guessing Mufeng's intentions, Qingfeng Tianxia invited him to team up to take down the boss. Mufeng shook his head in refusal. He smiled and said, I'm very greedy, sharing the spoils equally won't satisfy me. Qingfeng Tian quickly said, How about a 70-30 split? You take 70, we take 30? Mufeng shook his head again. I want it all. After hearing what Mufeng said, Qingfeng Tiantian's expression changed slightly, but he quickly put on a smile. Then we won't disturb you while you solo the boss. After saying that, Qingfeng Tian gathered his team and prepared to leave the Black Knight Castle. Following behind Qingfeng Tian, Qingshui Miao Miao, feeling somewhat indignant, sent a private message to him, saying, President, why are we giving the boss away for free? On what grounds? Qingfeng Tian calmly replied, If we don't leave, we'll just wait outside. The boss isn't that easy to challenge, especially since he's alone. Once Chen Ai is dead, we'll take over the boss. Ha, the president is indeed a master strategist. Qingshui Miao Miao praised. Qingfeng Tian said proudly, I said before, Chen Ai is young and impulsive, too easy to get carried away. He wants to challenge the boss alone? Isn't that just a pipe dream? The boss isn't like those guys from Fenghua, letting you kill it at will. With just a fragile mage apprentice like him, the boss could easily squash him with a single slap. Without team support, one person simply can't challenge the boss. We'll just hide on the side and reap the benefits. Qingfeng Tian and Mufeng added each other as friends. He then led the members of the Qingfeng Guild away. Once the Qingfeng Guild members left, Mufeng picked up the equipment and gold on the ground one by one. He couldn't help but reminisce about the good times in a team. In his previous life, when he served in the military, he had thousands of soldiers and players under his command, all obeying him. At that time, small tasks like cleaning out the battlefield and collecting loot didn't require him to lift a finger. A few words or a wave of his hand, and someone would take care of it. He only needed to focus on killing enemies. He didn't have to worry about anything else. As Mufeng bent down to pick up the loot, he pondered whether he should create a guild for himself in the future. By then, small matters like killing Fenghua Lianqing wouldn't require him to personally take action. After picking up all the loot on the ground, Mufeng's backpack was now bulging. He couldn't go on like this, there wasn't enough space in his backpack. When he got to the main city, the first thing he would do was increase the number of backpack slots. Mufeng quickly organized his backpack. Then, he arrived at the long sealed door of the castle hall. Behind the door were the Black Knight and his followers. Mufeng took a deep breath and then pushed the door open with all his strength. The door was heavy, and as a magic-type profession, Mufeng had low strength, making it quite laborious. As the door slowly opened, a cold killing intent locked onto Mufeng. He didn't fully push the door open, just enough to create a gap for one person to pass through. In the next moment, several bone arrows shot towards Mufeng. Mufeng cast several layers of dark shield on himself, blocking the arrows. With defensive skills, Mufeng no longer had to dodge awkwardly. Like before when facing enemy ranged attacks, he could just stand there and take it. The light inside the castle was still sufficient. He could see the things in front of him clearly without needing an additional light source. A hall several times larger than the castle's great hall appeared before Mufeng. In the center of the hall stood a knight, resembling a black iron sculpture. It was entirely encased in black armor, riding a 2-meter-tall black undead warhorse. Black Knight, Lord, level 10 health, 4000 attack, 240 racial traits, Undead Will, Shadow Resistance, Corpse Devourer. Skills, Evil Strike, E, Undead Summon, E. In addition to the boss, there were also a dozen elite monsters following the boss. Skeleton Warrior, Elite, level 10 health, 1000 attack, 60 racial traits, Undead Will, Shadow Resistance, Corpse Devourer. Skills, Undead Armor, F. Skeleton Mage, Elite, level 10 health, 1000 energy, 15 attack, 60 racial traits, Undead Will, Shadow Resistance, Corpse Devourer. Skills, Evil Frenzy, F. Skeleton Archer, Elite, level 10 health, 1000 attack, 60 racial traits, Undead Will, Shadow Resistance, Corpse Devourer. Skills, Corrosive Arrow, F. Just as Mufeng recklessly used the reconnaissance skill to read the monster attributes, the Black Knight coldly drew the long sword from its waist and charged at Mufeng. The skeletons following. It also launched an assault on Mufeng. The ranged attacks from the Skeleton Mage and Skeleton Archer were blocked by the dark shield on Mufeng. Faced with the fearless charge of the Black Knight, akin to a steel war chariot, Mufeng chose to withstand it. Several lightning arrows shot out wildly, all hitting the Skeleton Warriors and the Black Knight, triggering the skill effect of paralysis. Instantly, they became rigid and unable to move effortlessly, interrupting the Black Knight's imposing charge. What followed was a simple and brutal onslaught. Lightning arrows were indeed a great skill. Of course, in the hands of other magic-type professions, the power of lightning arrows could only be considered average. After all, the paralysis effect did not trigger with a 100% probability, but rather a 50% chance. Moreover, the paralysis duration was a mere 1 second. But in Mufeng's hands, skill effectiveness was not determined by strength but by quantity. Faced with the torrential downpour of lightning arrows, the powerful Black Knight soon knelt before Mufeng. System, you have gained 1,200 experience points. System, congratulations. Player, you have reached level 11. System, you have gained 5 free attribute points. Mufeng skillfully allocated the attribute points to stamina and intelligence. Then, he stepped over the scattered bones, walking step by step towards the massive corpse of the Black Knight. With the Black Knight's death, the undead warhorse beneath it also lost its life. Upon the Black Knight's demise, it dropped a piece of silver equipment and an E-level skill stone. Black Knight's sword, silver, type, great sword attack, 90 lifesteal, 8% equip skill, evil strike, E, durability, 50-50, undead summon, level, E class restriction, none effect, summons a random undead creature to fight for you. Permanently follows, permanently exists. Cooldown, 7 natural days energy cost, 700. Seeing the effect of the undead summon, Mufeng's eyes lit up. This skill had no summoning limit. The summoned undead creature would permanently follow and exist. If paired with his talent, Apostle of Chaos, wouldn't he be able to instantly raise an undead army? Mufeng did not hesitate and immediately learned Undead Summon. Then, he conducted a test. On the first summon, he summoned an 11-level small skeleton. On the second summon, he summoned an 11-level skeleton mage. The third summon was an 11-level undead dog. With his repeated summons, a team of undead creatures had already appeared around him. They were all ordinary-level undead creatures, the same level as Mufeng. The cooldown time for the undead summoning spell was extremely long. 7 natural days. That is, a full 7 days. Fortunately, Mufeng had the talent of Chaos Apostle, which could avoid this 7-day cooldown. Unfortunately, the level of the undead summoning spell was too low. He could only summon ordinary-level monsters. If it were elite or boss-level undead creatures, they could still be somewhat useful. Ordinary-level creatures on the battlefield could only serve as cannon fodder. Mufeng then used the accompanying skill, Dismiss Summon, to send the summoned undead army back to their own world, one by one. The undead creatures of the Dawn world were all summoned from the undead world, which was the realm of the dead, a paradise for the undead. 1,000 years ago, the undead world had invaded the Dawn world. This invasion was led by the cursed cult that worshipped a Lich King, unleashing a series of undead disasters in the Dawn world. The cursed cult attempted to transform all living beings in the Dawn world into undead creatures. turning the Dawn world into a world of the undead. In the end, the Lich King was sealed by the gods of the Dawn world. The cursed cult suffered heavy casualties. Its followers were jointly slaughtered by various divine temples, with nearly 1 million followers dying on the fire cross of the punishment temple. Nowadays, the cursed cult still has its legacy. Like sewer rats, they hide in the corners of the Dawn world, just like the master of this castle. The Baron is a member of the cursed cult. He had been working for the cursed cult until his death, transforming himself into a Black Knight through an undead ritual. He lived on forever and ever, although his current state was no different from being dead. All of this was pieced together by certain players in the last life based on clues and posted on the forum. Unfortunately, after the Baron transformed into a Black Knight, the cursed cult came to take away everything he had related to the cult. Otherwise, if those things were still in the castle, they would be worth quite a bit. Mufeng wanted to put the silver greatsword dropped by the Black Knight into his backpack, but there was simply no space left. With no other choice, Mufeng had to call Qingfeng Tiantian. He knew that Qingfeng Tiantian must not have left. He was hiding nearby, waiting for Mufeng to fail in challenging the boss so he could reap the benefits. Mufeng understood Qingfeng Tiantian too well. He was a guy who liked to be clever, always treating others as fools. He enjoyed being self-righteous, a self-important fellow. In a small place like Twilight Village, he could still thrive. But if he went to the main city, where talents were abundant and strong individuals emerged, Qingfeng Tiantian would soon become just another face in the crowd. He wouldn't amount to anything. The voice call connected. Qingfeng Tiantian was quite surprised and said, "Brother Dust, weren't you fighting the boss? Is there something wrong? The boss is already dead, and I have too much equipment in my backpack. I want to sell you some to clear out my backpack," Mufeng replied. Upon hearing that Mufeng had killed the boss, Qingfeng fell silent. After a while, he said in a deep voice, "Alright, how about we meet at the resurrection point in Twilight Village?" Mufeng replied indifferently, "No need, aren't you in the castle right now? Come over quickly." On the other end of the voice call, Qingfeng Tiantian's pupils instantly contracted, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Qingfeng Tiantian chuckled twice and said, "What are you talking about? We have already left the Black Knight Castle." Before Qingfeng Tiantian could finish, Mufeng interrupted directly, "You're not someone who would just give up easily. If I'm not mistaken, you should be hiding somewhere in the castle, waiting for me to fail in my challenge so you can come out and collect the boss and the equipment that drops from me. When dealing with someone like Qingfeng Tiantian, it's best to lay everything bare. Otherwise, he might think you just got lucky and keep going in circles with you, continuing to treat you like a fool, trying to deceive you with his extraordinary wisdom." Mufeng was too lazy to waste words with him and got straight to the point. Mufeng's words made Qingfeng Tiantian's face turn a mix of green and white. After a long pause, he slowly replied, "I'll be right there." When Qingfeng Tiantian and his companions saw Mufeng, along with the corpse of the Black Knight, they were all shocked into silence. At this moment, Cheng Shui Miao Miao looked at Mufeng with eyes full of admiration and wariness. Qingfeng Tiantian, with a complex expression, approached Mufeng. His face was serious as he asked, "How did you guess that we hadn't left?" Mufeng replied casually, "I just thought about it a bit and figured it out." Qingfeng Tiantian was at a loss for words. Mufeng got straight to the point, "I want to sell all this equipment, so give me a price." After saying that, Mufeng set all the equipment he was preparing to sell in his backpack to exhibition mode, showing it to Qingfeng Tiantian for him to choose. Qingfeng Tiantian, no longer tangled over this matter, perked up and carefully examined the attributes of each piece of equipment. The importance of equipment to players is self-evident. Everyone wants good equipment. In the novice village, equipment is scarce, making it hard to gather a complete set. Qingfeng Tiantian had limited funds and wasn't as wealthy as Finghua Liancheng. All the good equipment at the stalls had been bought at high prices by Finghua Liancheng. Qingfeng Tiantian could only buy from the black market. In the black market, not only were the equipment prices inflated, but he also had to pay an additional shipping fee, which was no small expense. This led to the fact that the Qingfeng players under Qingfeng Tiantian had equipment that was not as good as that of the Finghua Guild. Now, all the elites of the Finghua Guild had died at Mufeng's hands, and their equipment had fallen into Mufeng's possession. The equipment of the Finghua players was not bad at all. Naturally, Qingfeng Tiantian would not miss such an opportunity. Soon, Qingfeng Tiantian selected dozens of pieces of black iron equipment. He also wanted to buy a few pieces of bronze equipment and a silver shield that dropped from Finghua Liancheng. Mufeng refused to sell. He planned to wait until he returned to the village to sell them, where he could get a higher price. Moreover, given Qingfeng Tiantian's current financial situation, Mufeng did not believe he could afford to buy so much equipment at once. These dozens of pieces of black iron equipment were already Qingfeng Tiantian's limit. Mufeng estimated the price of these black iron equipment, and together they were about 300,000. This was already a very favorable price. If sold in the black market or at a stall in the village, it would be worth much more. Qingfeng Tian agreed to this price. However, he couldn't gather so much money in a short time and would need to wait 5 or 6 hours. Mufeng was selling equipment to clear his backpack. His backpack was already full and couldn't hold anything else. Even the silver greatsword dropped. By the Black Knight had no place to go and was left beside the Black Knight's corpse, making Qingfeng Tian envious. Mufeng didn't have time to wait for Qingfeng Tian to gather money for 5 or 6 hours. Mufeng directly gave him his bank card number and all the black iron equipment that Qingfeng Tian was buying. Remember to transfer the money to my card once you gather it. After Mufeng finished speaking, he prepared to leave. Qingfeng Tian showed a look of astonishment on his face and asked, "Do you really trust me this much? Aren't you afraid I might take the equipment and not give you the money?" "You can try," Mufeng replied with a smile. For some reason, seeing the gentle smile on Mufeng's face made Qingfeng Tian shiver. A bone-chilling cold crept up his spine. Since Mufeng could turn the Beacon Fire Guild upside down, it also meant he could wipe out the Qingfeng Guild clean. This logic was not lost on Qingfeng Tian. Mufeng did not trust Qingfeng Tian, he only believed in his own strength. After clearing some space in his backpack, Mufeng put the Black Knight's greatsword inside and then bid farewell to Qingfeng Tian and the others. He logged out of the game. It was now 12:45 p.m. By nearly 1 p.m., Mufeng was hungry again. Although he had eaten quite a bit in the morning, for some unknown reason, ever since he started playing Dawn, his appetite had been growing day by day. He wondered if it was because he had inherited the game's abilities. He had eaten so much that morning, and just a few hours later, he was hungry again. Mufeng self-deprecatingly said, "I'd become a bottomless pit." He got out of bed and went to the living room. Just in time, he saw Sanja in her school uniform, wearing an apron, cooking in the kitchen. The school uniform Sanja wore was similar to a sailor suit, youthful and vibrant. Her delicate feet were clad in white short socks, stepping on the kitchen tiles. When she saw Mufeng come out of the bedroom, Sanja leaned halfway out of the kitchen and greeted him with a smile. "Mufeng Gij, you're awake." What are we having today?" Mufeng replied and then asked. "Spicy shredded pork with noodles," Sanja answered. Just right, he was starving and noodles were quite filling. Songjia's cooking was truly to Mufeng's liking. After a while, Songjia brought the food to the table and Mufeng eagerly dug in. While eating the noodles, Mufeng chatted casually with Songjia. Songjia curiously asked, "Mufeng Gij, what game do you play all day in your bedroom? Don't you know? It's the recently popular Dawn," Mufeng replied, intrigued. Songjia said, "I've heard my classmates mention it, but I've never seen anyone play it." Although Songjia's father was a gambling addict, she was a good student at school, always obedient and focused on her studies. She never played games and had no interest in such things. She only asked because she saw Mufeng playing. Mufeng stared at Songjia in front of him. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. If Songjia also played Dawn, wouldn't that mean he could have a little follower, a helper by his side in the game? Then he wouldn't have to bother with cleaning up the battlefield and picking up equipment. However, this thought was indeed a bit excessive. Wasn't that treating Songjia like a maid? He dismissed this idea and turned to chat with Songjia about other topics. After finishing the meal, Mufeng returned to his bedroom and logged back in. At this time, when Mufeng logged out, the body of the Black Knight beside him had already respawned. Was the respawn time for the Black Knight 5 days or 7 days? Mufeng couldn't quite remember. In any case, it was no less than 5 days. Mufeng walked towards the castle. At this moment, the ordinary monsters inside the castle had respawned after such a long time. Mufeng used Lightning Arrow to fight his way out of the Black Knight Castle and the Canyon territory. He returned to Twilight Village. Because Mufeng had killed members of the Beacon Fire Guild, he passively entered the combat state of the Clear Wind World team. Mufeng's killing of the Beacon Fire players was deemed a counterattack, so his kill count would not increase. Thus, Mufeng smoothly entered Twilight Village. The village chief's friendship medal could only protect him from disaster once. If his kill count increased instead of decreased, the village guards would not let him off easily. Back in the village, Mufeng first went to the Twilight Tavern. He found the herbalist who purchased moonlight flowers. Upon seeing Mufeng bring so many moonlight flowers, the herbalist was very pleased. The purchase price for moonlight flowers was 100 gold coins each. Mufeng had 343 moonlight flowers in his backpack, totaling 34,300 gold coins. Just as he was about to leave with the gold coins, someone blocked his path. It was the apprentice trainer Anna, who was also a demon sorcerer trainer. "Long time no see," Anna greeted with a smile. Mufeng replied indifferently, "Is there something you need?" "I have a task for you, and the reward is quite generous," Anna said. "What task?" Mufeng instinctively heightened his guard. Tasks issued by demon sorcerer trainers were either dangerous or could lead to being hunted by the Order faction. One had to think carefully before accepting a task. Anna smiled seductively and said, "Look at you, so nervous. It's just a small errand. You're level 10 now, you should be heading to the main city soon. Could you help me deliver a letter to the Rock Mage trainer in Armor Rock City?" It was indeed a small task. Delivering a letter was a simple task. One just needed to deliver the specified item to the recipient. However, Mu Feng had no intention of accepting it. He directly refused. "I'm going to Black Lion City, not Armor Rock City. You can find someone else." Anna continued, "I'll cover the teleportation cost to Armor Rock City and the task reward is generous. I suggest you think it over." Mu Feng shook his head, said nothing, and walked away. Anna watched Mu Feng's departing figure, her expression somewhat gloomy. She murmured, "What a cautious guy." After leaving the tavern, Mu Feng could feel Anna's gaze fixed on him. This task was indeed suspicious. Generally, the rewards for errand tasks were quite cheap. After all, it was just running an errand and delivering something anyone could do. Moreover, the teleportation array of the post office in the Dawn world was not particularly expensive. It would be better to hire players for errands than to use the postal teleportation array directly. Anna asking him to deliver a letter to Armor Rock City likely had ulterior motives. Refusing was the wisest choice. Speaking of heading to the main city, calculating the days, he should also be leaving the novice village soon. While pondering this, Mu Feng arrived at the voodoo shop in Shadow Alley. He still had quite a bit of soul ash in his backpack, a material favored by voodoo priests. He believed Zor would offer him a satisfactory price. Pushing the door open and entering the voodoo shop, it was still the same as before, but the shelves were much emptier, giving it a desolate feel. Behind the counter stood a figure wrapped in a black robe. Mu Feng approached and greeted, "Good afternoon." The figure stood up from the chair and the black robe fell away. In front of Mu Feng appeared a young body with tan skin, full of health and vitality. Zor had a graceful and sexy figure, with strange and unclear patterns painted in white and red on his cheeks and skin. The whole person exuded a wild beauty, completely different from the elderly appearance he had last seen. It seems she has lifted the curse of the life temple from her body. She has returned to her original appearance. Zor threw a flirtatious glance at Mu Feng and said, "Adventurer, what brings you to my little shop? I have something that I believe will interest you." With that, Mu Feng took out a portion of soul ashes from his backpack and handed it to Zor. Upon seeing it, Zor showed no particular reaction, merely nodding blandly. "Soul ashes, huh? I do need them, 50 gold coins per portion, how about it?" Zor said. Mu Feng nodded in agreement. This time, Zor surprisingly did not haggle. Mu Feng was quite taken aback. Last time, he had already learned the cunning nature of Zor, the merchant of the Dawn world. There were very few honest merchants, most were quite sly and crafty. This was the experience Mu Feng had gathered from his previous life. Back to the point. He had killed at least 200 or 300 ghosts in the Dark Garden. Selling all the soul ashes to Zor, he earned a total of 16,050 gold coins. At this moment, Mu Feng had 150,000 gold coins in his backpack. Most of it was looted from players. One could also say it was looted from Fenghua Liancheng. After all, this rich second generation not only had money but also repeatedly provoked Mu Feng. This amount of gold coins was actually nothing for Mu Feng. There were many wealthy players in Dawn, including celebrities, internet influencers, and group presidents. The gold coins traded on the black market had been calculated in millions daily since the public beta. Some large guilds and studios would hire professional gold farmers or gold farming teams specifically responsible for farming gold. Once the money from Qingfeng Tianxia arrived, it would be enough to pay off the debt to Yan Ruyu. This bad woman had been leaning on him for quite some time. It was better to pay off the debt sooner rather than later. In his previous life, Yan Ruyu had tried to tempt Mu Feng several times without success. She was too lazy to keep pretending. She casually fabricated an excuse to lure Mu Feng to her home and directly forced herself on him. It was embarrassing to say. Mu Feng, a tall and strong man, was actually overpowered by Yan Ruyu, a mere woman, and was pinned down on the bed, thoroughly ridden. That was a dark history that Mu Feng could never shake off. "Oh, why does your face suddenly look so bad?" Zor asked curiously. "It's nothing," Mu Feng forced a smile. "By the way, I have another item here, take a look." With that, Mu Feng took out the special item dropped by the 2 vengeful souls he had killed in the Dark Garden. Core of Resentment type, consumable effect, after use, randomly increases one attribute by 10 points but also inflicts a random curse that lasts permanently. The effect of this item is excellent, but at the same time, the side effects are very dangerous. The curse will accompany you for life unless you have a way to eradicate it. Zor glanced at the Core of Resentment and said nonchalantly, "You want me to help you remove the curse after you use this item?" "That's right," Mu Feng said. "No problem," Zor replied easily. Removing a curse was a piece of cake for her, an 80-level voodoo high priestess. After agreeing on the cost to remove the curse, Mu Feng did not hesitate. He immediately used a core of resentment item. System, you have gained plus 10 power. System, you have received the curse hemolytic pain. Hemolytic pain. Each time you restore health, your attack power is reduced by 1 point. Unfortunately, the randomly increased attributes were not intelligence and stamina. Mufong said to the side, "It's your turn now, Zur." "Just watch," Zur replied, taking out a voodoo doll that resembled Mufong to some extent. With a simple spell, she removed the curse from Mufong. System, the curse hemolytic pain has been cleared. Mufong traded Zur 1,000 gold coins. This was the reward for removing the curse from him. Next, he used the second core of resentment item. System, you have gained plus 10 stamina. System, you have received the curse spell plague. Spell plague, spell power plus 20% skill. Cooldown plus 200%. Hint, your SSS level talent, Apostle of Chaos, has unique priority, and no skill effect can surpass your talent. Seeing the effect of the second curse and the system prompt, Mufang's eyes lit up. He tried to cast a layer of dark shield on himself. Sure enough, the dark shield did not enter cooldown. This meant that the hit spell plague curse not only did not bring any negative effects to Mufong but instead increased his spell power by 20%. This was truly worth it. Zur, seeing Mufong suddenly cast a shield on himself, showed a look of confusion and asked, "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing," Mufong replied. Zur shrugged and did not pursue the matter further. A sly smile appeared on her face as she said, "Then we should discuss the cost to remove the second curse." Mufong was taken aback. Then, a helpless smile appeared on his face. Earlier, when he sold soul ashes to Zur, she neither haggled nor misreported the price. From the previous cunning and slippery merchant, she had transformed into a straightforward businessperson. Mufong thought it was the removal of the curse on Zur that had changed her for the better. Little did he know, Zur was actually waiting to trick him. The essence of a merchant never changes. "Forget it, I'll go find someone else to remove my curse," Mufong said. He was quite satisfied with the effect of this curse and was reluctant to remove it. It was just the right excuse to leave. Zur laughed mockingly. "Ha, I don't believe anyone in Twilight Village can remove the curse from you besides me. Twilight Village indeed has no one, but the main city does." "Oh?" Zur looked Mufong up and down and asked, "Are you planning to go to the main city?" "Yes," Mufong replied. "Which main city are you planning to go to?" Zur asked again. Mufong answered honestly, "Black Lion City." Zur fell silent, her face showing a thoughtful expression. After bidding farewell to Zur and leaving the voodoo shop, Mufong sent a message to Iishi-chun, asking if he wanted silver and bronze equipment. Iishi-chun replied quickly, "Of course. I want as much as you have, and the price is negotiable. Then see you at the village entrance." "Okay." After agreeing on a meeting place, Mufong walked towards the village exit. He stood quietly under a fish tree at the village entrance, waiting. After a while, he saw Iishi-chun walking towards him alone. "Ha, you're really impressive. You can even get silver and bronze equipment." Iishi-chun complimented Mufong. Mufong did not waste words and directly showed Iishi-chun the attributes of the bronze and silver equipment he intended to sell from his backpack. After looking at these equipment attributes, Iishi-chun was very satisfied and said directly, "Big boss, I want them all. Just name your price." Mufong calculated for a moment and said, "A total of 400,000. The price of silver equipment is currently above 100,000. The value of these two pieces of silver equipment does not exceed 150,000 each. In addition, there are a few pieces of bronze equipment priced at 10,000 each, adding up to a total of 400,000. Iishi-chun pondered for a moment and said, "Alright, I'll transfer the money to you right now." After taking out his virtual phone and operating it for a while, he nodded at Mufong. Mufong directly logged out of the game, then took off his helmet, picked up his phone, and confirmed that the money had been received. In addition to Iishi-chun's 400,000, Qingfeng Tianxia's 300,000 had also been received. In just a few days since the public beta of Dawn, Mufong had earned over a million. With this money, he could pay off Yen Ruyu's debt. Mufong logged back in to complete the transaction. Both parties were very satisfied with this deal. Iishi-chun curiously asked, "Big boss, when are you planning to go to the main city?" "Very soon. I'm preparing to challenge the Steel-Tooth Wild Boar Lord now. Once I defeat it, I'll head to Black Lion City today." Mufong replied. Iishi-chun kindly advised, "Big boss, I suggest you don't challenge the Steel-Tooth Wild Boar Lord just yet." "Why?" Mufong asked curiously. Iishi-chun said, "I just heard that the vice president of the Fire Beacon Guild has reached level 10 and is leading the Fire Beacon players to challenge the Steel-Tooth Wild Boar Lord. Those guys from the Fire Beacon Guild are like a pack of rabid dogs, not to be provoked." Upon hearing this, Mufong became interested. Earlier that morning, at the Black Knight Castle, the girlfriend of Fenghua Lianchang, Dai Lianhua, was not by his side. Thus, he escaped a disaster. But Fenghua Lianchang was not so lucky. Originally at level 9, after dying, he not only dropped a level but also lost all his equipment, greatly reducing his combat power. It was likely that his girlfriend would reach the main city before him. The Steel-Tooth Wild Boar Lord is a special boss for the main storyline, respawning every half hour. Killing it does not grant experience, nor does it drop gold, equipment, weapons, or items. Thanks to the Fire Beacon Guild, he was about to make up for his losses from killing the boss. After parting ways with the Yi-Ji-chan, Mu Feng headed straight to the Black Mushroom Mill where the Steel-Tooth Wild Boar Lord was causing chaos. It was very close to Twilight Village, about a 10-minute walk. When Mu Feng arrived near the Black Mushroom Mill, he happened to see Dai Lianhua leading a group of Fire Beacon players in an assault on the Steel-Tooth Wild Boar Lord. Under Dai Lianhua's command, the Fire Beacon players fought desperately, wearing down the Steel-Tooth Wild Boar Lord's health. Fire Beacon players were continuously dying under the charge of the Steel-Tooth Wild Boar Lord, with screams echoing. Meanwhile, Dai Lianhua was hiding safely in the back, holding her head high, watching the scene with satisfaction. As long as she defeated the Steel-Tooth Wild Boar Lord, she could leave this cursed village, escape this annoying place, especially to get away from that bothersome dust, to the main city, to start a new life. However, her hopes were destined to be dashed. Dai Lianhua did not want to be disturbed, so she specifically arranged for a few ranger players to keep watch around. If any players came, they would be immediately driven away. Noticing that a player was approaching, a member of the Finghua Guild immediately stepped forward, shouting loudly, "The area ahead is reserved by our Finghua Guild, get lost." But when the Finghua player saw Mu Feng's ID, he instantly swallowed the second half of his sentence. Instead, he shouted, "It's Chen Ai. Run!" After saying that, the Finghua player immediately activated the skill Swift Step and disappeared in a flash. The Finghua players who were fighting the boss saw Mu Feng arrive and immediately abandoned the already weakened Steel-Tooth Wild Boar Lord, fleeing in all directions. Only Dai Lianhua remained in place. Dai Lianhua angrily shouted, "Come back, quickly come back!" But no Finghua player listened to her, returning would be seeking death. Seeing the Steel-Tooth Wild Boar Lord's health so low, Dai Lianhua wanted to escape but couldn't bring herself to do it. Just as she was wavering, Mu Feng had already arrived beside her. Mu Feng looked Dai Lianhua up and down and noticed her equipment was no less impressive than Finghua Liancheng's. Mu Feng smiled and said, "We meet again." Dai Lianhua's expression was dark and uncertain. It was already too late for her to escape. Watching the Finghua players flee without looking back, she realized she couldn't escape Chen Ai's grasp either. Suddenly, Dai Lianhua had an idea. She flashed a charming smile at Mu Feng and said, "Brother Chen Ai, it was all my fault before, can you let me go this time?" "I'm sorry, I can't," Mu Feng replied. "If you could let me go, I wouldn't mind." Dai Lianhua gave Mu Feng a suggestive look. As mentioned before, the game Dawn is very realistic. Everything that can be done in the real world can also be done in the Dawn world. Therefore, such transactions are not uncommon. Moreover, there are no legal constraints, and many women and men seem to have found a shortcut to wealth. This has led to the later stages of the game, where inns and towns and bushes in the wild are often overcrowded. Dai Lianhua's looks were decent, otherwise she wouldn't have become the girlfriend of the wealthy Finghua Liancheng. If she were an ordinary player, probably no one could resist such temptation. But Mu Feng was anything but ordinary. "Sorry, I'm not interested in you." After saying that, Mu Feng directly attacked, shooting several lightning arrows that took Dai Lianhua down. Dai Lianhua's expression before death was quite complex. More than death, what hurt her was that her proud beauty was insignificant in front of Mu Feng. He didn't even care. After Dai Lianhua died, she dropped a pile of bronze equipment, but there were only a few hundred gold coins. Dai Lianhua's profession was a mage. She had many pieces of equipment that Mu Feng could also use. Wolf's Eye, bronze type necklace, spell power 50 energy, 300 energy recovery rate, 5% durability, 10/10 wolf own blood, red bronze type belt, spell power 20, spell critical hit 20% durability, 20/20 frost. Wolf's Claw, bronze type gloves, spell power 60 additional effect, 1% chance to freeze the enemy when attacking. Durability 30/30. Equipping these three pieces of bronze equipment significantly increased Mu Feng's spell power. At this moment, not far away, the weakened Steel-Tooth Wild Boar Lord was licking its wounds, recovering health. Mu Feng stepped forward and shot several lightning arrows to finish off the weakened Steel-Tooth Wild Boar Lord. In Dawn's combat mechanism, if a team kills a boss together, the experience is shared, and the quest is considered completed together. But if a few players who are not part of the same team cooperate to fight a boss, when the boss dies, the experience points go to the player who dealt the final blow. The other players receive nothing. If it is a quest boss, it can only be completed by the player who delivers the fatal blow. Therefore, in this game, there are many players who hunt for kills, stealing monsters, stealing bosses, stealing kills. After taking down the quest boss, Mu Feng received the task completion notification. He immediately returned to the village. Finding the village chief, he handed over the task. The village chief gave Mu Feng a pass and a teleportation token. With the pass, Mufong could head to the main city. Stepping out of the village chief's house, Mufong logged out of the game. His consciousness returned to reality. Mufong took off the game helmet he was wearing and picked up his phone to call Yen Ruyu. The call connected. Mufong said, "Sister Yen, I need to see you about something." Yen Ruyu's sultry voice came through. "Okay, I'll be waiting for you in room 7029 at the Honeymoon Hotel." Mufong. He paused for a moment and said, "Sister Yen, it's about the debt." "Alright then, I'll wait for you at the Night Rose Bar," Yen Ryu replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. He hung up the phone. Mufong left for the Night Rose Bar. This is the largest and most luxurious bar in Jinan City, located on the busiest commercial street. It was just past 4 in the afternoon. The bar usually opens at 7 or 8 in the evening. Entering the bar, under the guidance of a waiter, Mufong arrived at a hidden room on the 3rd floor. The room was decorated extravagantly. A beautifully designed crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, several valuable paintings adorned the walls, and the floor was covered with a soft wool carpet. It felt soft underfoot. Yen Ryu was sitting on the sofa in the center of the room. She was wearing an inkwash-style qipao today, her voluptuous and enchanting figure on full display, her pretty face adorned with light makeup, appearing both alluring and mature. Besides her, there was another person in the room. Sitting on the sofa opposite Yen Ryu, she looked about 25 or 26, dressed in a white qipao, her long, curvy legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, with an oval face and a serene, elegant demeanor. "Sister Yen. Good afternoon." As soon as Mufong entered, he greeted her. Yen Ryu lazily replied, "Come, sit next to your sister, and have a drink with me first." "No, thanks." Mufong directly refused, then said, "Sister Yen, I've gathered enough money, and I can pay you back today." "Really?" A look of surprise appeared on Yen Ryu's beautiful face. "Yes, I can transfer the money to you right now," Mufong said. "No rush, come over and chat with your sister first." I have something to do, so, fine." Yen Ryu shot Mufong a flirtatious glance and said, "You little rascal, it's really hard for you." After transferring the money to Yen Ryu, in addition to the 500,000 he owed, he also repaid the 200,000 that Sanja owed, including both principal and interest. "Sister Yen, you helped me, and I will always remember this kindness. You can call on me anytime you need help," Mufong said earnestly. A troubled expression suddenly appeared on Yen Ryu's face as she said, "Speaking of which, I've been troubled by something for a long time." Mufong perked up and asked, "What is it?" Yen Ryu's almond-shaped eyes sparkled as she said, "Sister is feeling lonely and cold at night, and I need someone to warm my bed." Mufong replied irritably, "If there's nothing else, I'm leaving now." With that, Mufong pushed the door and left. After Mufong left, sitting opposite Yen Ryu, the woman in the white qipao and flesh-colored stockings asked with a smile, "So you gave that S-level talent card to him?" Yen Ryu took a sip of her drink, looked up at the person across from her, and coldly replied, "Chung man, I can give my things to whoever I want, it's none of your business. But that little guy doesn't seem to appreciate your kindness. Your S-level talent card might just go to waste." Chang Man said gleefully. "What do you know? He will eventually be the one in my bed," Yen Ryu said with a determined expression. To Yen Ryu, Mufong seemed like a ripe fruit hanging from a branch. She could pick it and swallow it at any time. However, she was unwilling to do so. Yen Ryu preferred to watch this fruit hang on the branch, shimmering with enticing brilliance. She admired this fruit and patiently waited until it emitted a fragrant aroma and fell to the ground. Then she would reach out and catch it. Therefore, the most important task now was to protect this fruit from falling into the hands of others. Back to the point. Cheng Man said in a low voice, "I came to find you to convey the orders from above." Yen Ryu put down her glass and said, "I have retired and do not wish to get involved with the organization anymore. Please leave." Cheng Man said softly, "I advise you to think it through. The organization does not recognize retirement. These past 2 years have only been a vacation for you, and now your vacation is over." Yen Ryu sighed. The only way to escape the organization was through death. "So, what are the orders from above?" Yen Ryu asked. "You are to immediately register an account for the Game Dawn and establish a guild as quickly as possible. The funds needed to establish the guild will be provided by the organization. What you need to do is to recruit skilled players as much as possible, expand the guild, and make it strong. It would be best if you could rank on the guild leaderboard in the future. The higher the rank, the better your task completion will be. Do you understand?" Yen Ryu nodded. "I understand, but what is the purpose of the organization doing this? Who can guess?" Cheng Man lazily leaned back, kicked off her high heels, and placed her silky little feet on the glass table. "The higher-ups instructed me to assist you. Unlike you, I have a little puppy to comfort me when I'm lonely." As if recalling something, Cheng Man said to Yen Ryu, "In the future, if there's a chance, let me play with your little puppy, okay?" Yen Ryu shot Cheng Man a glance with her big, beautiful eyes and said, "Dream on." Cheng Man thought to herself, "If you won't let me, I will definitely find a chance to try it later." In the rental house, Mu Feng returned home, light and carefree without debts. He went to the kitchen, opened the fridge, took out a pack of snacks and a bottle of cola, and sat on the sofa enjoying the snacks and cola. A rare moment of relaxation. Suddenly, Mu Feng craved barbecue. He glanced at the time. Sanja didn't have evening classes and would probably finish school around 5. It was almost 6. Estimating, Sanja would be getting out of school soon. Mu Feng picked up his phone, opened the food delivery app, found a popular barbecue restaurant, and ordered some skewers and other food. The order was successfully placed. After a while, Sanja returned home. Seeing Mu Feng sitting on the sofa, she looked pleasantly surprised. "Brother Mu Feng, wait a moment, I'll go make you dinner now." Mu Feng said, "No need, I've already ordered takeout. We're having barbecue tonight." "Oh, okay. And I have good news to tell you. Today, I have paid off the 200,000 debt your father owed," Mu Feng said. Sanja was stunned. After a long while, she finally reacted, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, brother Mu Feng. Don't worry, I will repay you the 200,000, even if I have to work like a horse." 3 years later, when the chaotic evil god invaded, real currency became a pile of waste paper. Mu Feng didn't care about such a small amount of money. He was only repaying Songjia's debt because he couldn't bear to see her cornered by debt collectors. About 40 minutes later, the takeout arrived. After Mu Feng and Songjia had a hearty meal, Mu Feng returned to the bedroom. A few days of staying up late to play games had taken a toll on him. Tonight, Mu Feng planned to sleep first and head to the main city early the next morning. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. Holding the teleportation token and pass, Mu Feng arrived at the teleportation point in Twilight Village. He handed the teleportation token to the NPC managing the teleportation point. The NPC brought out a huge, thick, reddish-brown parchment. It marked the teleportation points of various main cities. Next, Mu Feng had to choose one of these main cities for teleportation. Among these main cities, there were several popular ones such as Shinhua City, Morning Light City, Flame City, and Mechanical City. Each main city had its own advantages. Some main cities provided players with a main city buff. Some had hidden job transfers or dungeons. Once a main city was chosen, it would be difficult to change it later. Therefore, selecting a main city was a significant decision not to be taken lightly. Mu Feng did not choose those popular cities but opted for an obscure small city, Black Lion City. After selecting the main city, Mu Feng handed the teleportation token to the NPC manager. The only function of the teleportation token was to allow one teleportation at a town teleportation point. No one sold teleportation tokens in the novice village. However, in the main city, any grocery store sold teleportation tokens for 1,000 gold each. Standing in the center of the teleportation array, the array activated. The next moment, Mu Feng found himself in an unfamiliar place facing a flat plain overgrown with weeds and wildflowers. Behind him stood a towering, thick, pitch-black city wall. Beyond the wall loomed a magnificent city. At that moment, a system prompt sounded in Mu Feng's ears. "System, welcome to Black Lion City." At this moment, Mu Feng had not yet entered Black Lion City. Within Black Lion City, there were multiple teleportation points, and some could only be used after obtaining certain permissions. At this time, Mu Feng was not yet considered a resident of Black Lion City. He needed to enter the city first, go to the city hall, find the secretary NPC, and complete the certification. Only then would he be considered a resident of Black Lion City. At the entrance of the city gate, Mu Feng was stopped by the city gate guards. After showing the pass given by the village chief, the guards allowed him to pass. Mu Feng entered Black Lion City. In his previous life, Mu Feng had chosen Shinhua City. That was the most powerful and prosperous human city in the Dawn world. It had a strong main city buff and multiple advanced and hidden job transfers. At that time, the number of players choosing Shinhua City reached tens of millions. In this life, Mu Feng did not choose the relatively familiar Shinhua City but instead chose the unfamiliar and weaker Black Lion City. This was because he knew that within this city there was a terrifyingly powerful hero class hidden. Inside Black Lion City, the streets are wide and the buildings are exquisite. The architectural style resembles that of medieval Europe. The colors of the buildings are somewhat dark, which gives a feeling of oppression and gloom upon entering the city. After entering, Mu Feng followed the signs and found the town hall located in the city center. At this moment, he was the only player in the entire Black Lion City. The large town hall had no one else but the NPCs. Mu Feng inquired with the receptionist NPC at the town hall and learned that the clerk was in the office on the second floor. He went upstairs and along the narrow, dimly lit corridor found the office belonging to the clerk. Inside the office, a well-proportioned woman was bent over writing something. The clerk of Black Lion City was a woman in her 20s, dressed in a black uniform that accentuated her beautiful figure with a layer of black over-the-knee stockings on her long, straight legs. The name displayed above her head read, Clerk E. Black Lion. Upon seeing this name, Mufang's expression changed slightly. The ruler of Black Lion City was the Duke of Black Lion. Only those from the Duke's household were entitled to bear the surname Black Lion. It seemed that this clerk had an extraordinary background. Mufang did not barge into the office but politely knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knocking, Clerk Eve did not look up and said, "Please come in." After receiving permission, Mufang stepped into the office. The office was about 30 square meters, decorated in a style that reflected a girl's aesthetic, with a faint scent of perfume lingering in the air. It was emanating from Clerk Eve. Mufang walked to Eve's desk, not disturbing her, but quietly waiting for her to finish her work. Fortunately, he did not have to wait long. After about a minute or two, Eve stopped her work, looked up at Mufang, and asked, "Adventurer, what can I do for you?" Mufang handed her the pass that the village chief had given him. Upon seeing the pass, Eve's eyes lit up. "Adventurer, do you wish to join Black Lion City?" "That's right," Mufang replied. Eve smiled. "That's great. It's been a long time since an adventurer wanted to join Black Lion City. You are the only one in these years." However, Clerk Eve's tone shifted. "Not everyone can join Black Lion City. If you want to join, you must first pass a small test." "Okay." Mufang did not waste words and said directly, "I am willing to accept the test. Recently, the number 32 outpost outside Black Lion City has frequently been harassed by a group of goblins. I hope you can deal with them." Eve said. "No problem," Mufang readily agreed. It was just about eliminating a group of goblins. The entry test for Black Lion City was quite simple. Back then, the entry test for the Imperial City was truly difficult. In his previous life, Mufang had put in a lot of effort to finally complete the entry test for the Imperial City. The number of goblin bandits is probably over 30. I am a bit worried about you going alone. Therefore, I specially allow you to go and change your class first before dealing with the goblins. The clerk of Black Lion City was not only beautiful but also kind-hearted. This left a good impression on Mufang. "Here, take this." Clerk Eve handed Mufang a certificate, which would allow him to go to the class change hall to change his class. After receiving the certificate, Mufang bid farewell to Eve. He walked out of the town hall and headed towards the class change hall. The class change hall is located in the Adventurers Square of Black Lion City. As the name suggests, the Adventurers Square is an activity area for adventurers. Apart from the class change hall, there are also buildings specifically designed to serve players, such as the bank, trading post, auction house, and arena. The class change hall looks like an unremarkable golden building from the outside, with numerous hero statues standing at the entrance. Inside, there is nothing particularly special. Black Lion City has a total of 7 advanced classes available for players to change into: Shield Warrior, Berserker, Knight, Thief, Archer, Priest, and Mage. Apprentices can change into either a priest or a mage. The mage trainer is an elderly man in his 50s, with white hair, dressed in a black magic robe, holding a thick spellbook and reading it intently. Mufang approached him, explained his purpose, and handed the proof issued by the clerk to the old man. The old man took it, glanced at it, and without saying a word, pulled out a magic wand that looked like a withered branch and recited a short incantation. In the next moment, a beam of magical light flashed. A stone emitting a pale blue glow floated in front of Mufang. He grabbed it in his hand. Mage type, class change stone class, apprentice description: use this class change stone to change into a mage. Required level 10 without hesitation. Mufang immediately used the class change stone in his hand. System: you have changed into a mage. System: you have gained E-level mage talent, Elemental Harmony. Elemental Harmony: you can use fire, ice, lightning, and dark magic. The E-level talent Elemental Harmony for mages can be considered quite useless. It has no enhancement effects or special effects, it merely allows you to learn 4 types of magic. What good is that? For example, the Fire Mage of Flame City has a D-level talent, Child of Fire. Effect grants a 20% enhancement effect to fire skills, and you can only learn fire skills afterward. Players have limited energy. Mastering one type of magic is enough. Biting off more than you can chew, especially since the effects of elemental magic are mostly similar. Fortunately, Mufang's transition to mage is just a temporary step. The hidden hero class in Black Lion City can only be unlocked at level 15. After successfully changing classes, the old man in the black robe said solemnly, "Child, congratulations on becoming a mage. May the light of magic and knowledge shine upon you." "Thank you," Mufang replied and left directly. Next, he needed to head to Outpost 32 outside Black Lion City to deal with those annoying goblin bandits. Mufang spent 100 gold coins at a nearby grocery store to buy a map of the area around Black Lion City. It conveniently marked the locations of various outposts. From the map, Outpost 32 is far from Black Lion City and closer to Dragon Hills. Those goblin bandits should have come from Dragon Hills. Following the map, Mufang made his way to Outpost 32. Along the way, he encountered quite a few monsters such as lone goblins and slimes. Due to the level of the area, no monsters were below level 10. Level 10 goblins and slimes were quite fierce. Unfortunately, in front of Mufeng, who was known as a spell machine gun, no matter how fierce they were, they all had to die. When he arrived at Outpost 32, the place had already turned into a wasteland. Several watchtowers had been reduced to ashes, and the ground was littered with charred goblin corpses, splattered flesh and bone fragments, and dried blood. At that moment, a few NPCs dressed as soldiers were cleaning up the aftermath. Seeing someone approach, they immediately went on high alert, picking up their weapons. Among them, an NPC who looked like the squad leader shouted, "Who is it?" "I am an adventurer hired by Black Lion City, here to eliminate that group of goblin bandits," Mufeng replied. "Do you have proof?" "I do." Mufeng took out the certificate given to him by the clerk to prove his identity. After confirming that his identity was correct, the soldier NPCs relaxed their guard, sheathed their weapons, and continued to clean up the ruins of the outpost. The soldier captain came up to Mufeng and said, "Finally, someone from above has come. Not long ago, the goblins launched an attack, setting most of the outpost's buildings ablaze. We barely managed to repel them." Mufeng glanced at the devastation of the outpost and couldn't help but ask, what was the level and number of the goblins? It shouldn't have caused such great losses. The soldiers of Black Lion City were all above level 30. It was impossible for a group of goblin bandits to bully them like this. The soldier captain sighed and said, "Among that group of goblin bandits, there was a goblin fire mage, very skilled at starting fires. The buildings of the outpost are all made of wood, making them highly flammable. Moreover, goblins are extremely sneaky, preferring ambushes and never fighting head-on. After robbing food and valuables, they immediately flee. We are soldiers of Black Lion City, responsible for guarding this place, and cannot leave even a step. Therefore, once the goblin bandits escaped, we had no way to pursue them." Mufeng glanced at the station's soldiers. Including the soldier captain, there were a total of 5 people. Outpost 32 was next to the Dragon Hills, and the goblin bandits had burrowed into the complex terrain filled with monsters of the Dragon Hills. They vanished like water entering the sea. The outpost soldiers couldn't disobey military orders and venture deep into the Dragon Hills to hunt down those goblin bandits. The terrain of the Dragon Hills was complex. Even if they went deep inside, they might not find the goblin bandits who had lived there for years. Thus, the soldier captain had to report the situation, hoping that Black Lion City would send someone to handle it. After learning this information, Mufeng did not hesitate and immediately took action. The goblin bandits were in the Dragon Hills. As long as he knew this, it was enough. Mufeng headed straight towards the direction of the Dragon Hills. As he was leaving, the soldier captain also told Mufeng a key point. Not long ago, the goblin bandits attacked the outpost. Many goblin bandits were injured, and following the bloodstains on the ground should lead him to them. Mufeng nodded, indicating that he understood. The area of the Dragon Hills was vast, comparable to half a province in Huaxia. Legend has it that deep within the Dragon Hills, dragons roam. That is why it is called the Dragon Hills. The Dragon Hills is a map for levels 10 to 60 and will be the main leveling area for players from Black Lion City in the future. The main monsters include goblins, slimes, wolfmen, ogres, centaurs, and more. Each monster has its own activity area clearly defined. High-level monsters do not venture into the areas of low-level monsters. There is no need to worry that if you are level 10, grinding goblins for experience, you will suddenly encounter a level 50 monster. Monsters like goblins are active on the outermost edge of the Dragon Hills, following the soldier captains hint. Mufeng indeed found a few drops of foul-smelling blood on the ground near the Dragon Hills. It was goblin blood, no doubt about it. Mufeng followed the blood trail and found a hidden cave. This should be the lair of the goblin bandits. The dark cave, unknown where it leads, and unaware of the dangers inside. Mufeng did not rush in. The cave was too small, too narrow inside. Once he entered, he could only walk hunched over, which was somewhat disadvantageous for him. Fortunately, Mufeng had rich combat experience. He knew how to deal with these goblins. He took out 2 bottles of dark green potions purchased from the general store in Black Lion City. Mini gas. Poison gas potion type. Throwing item effect. After throwing, the gas poison leaks, causing 5 points/second damage to all units that smell the gas poison. This thing was not cheap. 1 bottle cost 1,500 gold coins. Fortunately, Mufeng was not short on money now. He smashed the mini gas poison gas potion, worth 1,500 gold coins, at the entrance of the goblin nest. Instantly, the glass bottle shattered. The green gas poison gradually spread into the cave. Mufeng waited quietly. After a while, the sound of rustling footsteps came from inside the cave. Goblin bandits scrambled out of the nest one after another. As they emerged, they were not greeted by fresh air but by Mufeng's lightning arrows. For every goblin that came out, Mufeng killed one. Soon, a considerable number of goblin corpses piled up at the cave's exit. Among them was a goblin fire sorcerer. holding a staff dressed in tattered robes and wearing a skull necklace around its neck. Upon its death, it dropped a mage skill stone. Mufong picked it up and glanced at its effect. Fireball spell level E profession Fire Mage. Effect throws a large fireball, dealing 250% times spell power fire damage to the enemy, with an additional burning effect lasting 6 seconds. Casting range 30 cooldown time 60 energy consumption 120. The Fire Mage's skill stone could actually be learned by Mufong, as he had the talent of elemental harmony. However, with his current output, the lightning arrow skill was sufficient. There was no need to learn fireball spell. He would keep it for later. After waiting a while longer and confirming that no more goblins emerged from the nest, Mufong collected the goblin bandits' teeth dropped by the dead goblin bandits. This was evidence for completing the task. He must not forget it. After finishing all this, Mufong returned to Outpost 32 and shared the good news with the soldier captain. Mufong then went back to the Black Lion City Hall. In the secretary's office, he showed the goblin bandits' teeth to Secretary Eve. Eve was very satisfied and praised Mufong for completing the task excellently. According to their agreement, Eve processed Mufeng's citizenship in Black Lion City. From then on, Mufong became a third-class citizen of Black Lion City. Black Lion City was divided into citizens and nobles. The citizen levels from lowest to highest were third-class citizen, second-class citizen, first-class citizen. The noble titles were Baron, Viscount, Earl, Marquis, Duke. Players could earn contribution points in Black Lion City to raise their citizen level or exchange for noble titles. A noble title was quite useful, granting many privileges in the main city. System: you have become a third-class citizen of Black Lion City. System: you have gained the protection of the light of Black Lion City, receiving the buff Black Lion Roar. Black Lion Roar, attack speed plus 5%. System: the main city reputation system has been activated. System: Black Lion City reputation value 0 neutral. Mufong glanced at the system prompt, withdrew his gaze, and turned to the secretary Eve sitting behind the desk, saying, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Secretary Eve smiled kindly and replied, "Yes, all right." After leaving the town hall, Mufong first arrived at the altar of the Life Temple in Black Lion City to bind it as a resurrection point. This way, if Mufong accidentally dies, he will resurrect at the newly bound resurrection point in Black Lion City, rather than at the novice village's resurrection point. Because Mufong helped Zul and lifted the curse on her from the Life Temple, he offended the Life Temple. As a result, Mufeng's reputation with the Life Temple dropped by 100 points from neutral to unfriendly. Later, when Mufong resurrects at the Life Altar, he will experience a 12-hour delay before coming back to life. Such a punishment is merely a small matter for Mufong. So far, Mufong has not died even once. As long as he doesn't act recklessly or seek death, it is very difficult for him to die. Due to his unfriendly relationship with the Life Temple, when Mufong arrived at the altar of the Life Temple, the Life Knights at the entrance glared at him with anger, wishing they could devour him whole. Fortunately, by binding the resurrection point at the Life Altar, Mufong could do it himself without needing the Life Temple's people. After finishing that, Mufong then went to the Yi Bank, located in the Adventurers Square, where he deposited 156,842 gold coins, leaving exactly 30,000 gold coins for spending money. The bank not only stores gold coins but also can hold equipment, items, potions, gems, and other goods. The bank is protected by the system, ensuring that stored gold or items will never be lost. It is very safe. Mufong also stored the Dungeon Challenge Qualification Certificate in the bank just in case. If a player's kill value exceeds 30 points and they approach a town, they will be captured by the town guards. If the kill value exceeds 50 points, the town will put a bounty on you. At that time, if another player kills you, they will not only avoid penalties for their kill value but will also receive rewards from the system and the town. However, if the kill value exceeds 100 points, the player will receive a bronze title from the system. Butcher title effect: when killing a player, you will randomly obtain 5 items from the player's backpack. If the kill value exceeds 500 points, you will receive a silver title, Bloodhand Butcher. When killing a player, you can freely choose 20 items from the player's backpack. If the kill value exceeds 1,000 points, you will receive a gold title, Sinful Butcher. When killing a player, all items in the player's equipment slots and backpack will drop. Due to the mechanism of kill value, in the previous life, a large number of red-named players and red-named guilds focused on hunting players emerged in the game. Accumulating kill value will gradually turn a player's ID red, hence the name red-named players. Kill value is a double-edged sword. Red-named players. With the Sinful Butcher title, when killing ordinary players, if that ordinary player can retaliate and kill them, it will also trigger the effect of the Sinful Butcher title. That is, when a red-named player is killed, all items in gold in their equipment slots and backpack will drop. Thus, in the world of Dawn, there are red-named players who primarily hunt ordinary players, as well as bounty players who make a living by hunting red-named players. In the previous life, Mufong had a period when he was both a red-named player and a bounty player. Therefore, he has a deep understanding of kill value. Back to the main topic. Next, in order to pursue the hero profession, Mufong practiced leveling up madly. There were quite a few hidden quests in Black Lion City. However, in his previous life, Mufong was a player from Divine Promise City. He knew too little about Black Lion City, only aware of one or two more famous hidden quests. His level was too low now. Even the 2 hidden quests he knew could not be completed. There was no choice, Mufong had to honestly wander the streets. He conversed with NPCs to obtain quests. Most were small tasks like delivering messages and collecting materials. Thus, he busied himself for an entire day. The experience points he gained allowed him to level up twice, leaving him just 2 levels away from level 15. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, Mufong tiredly took off his gaming helmet. He picked up his phone from beside the pillow and found many missed calls and unread messages. There was his sister Mugu, his college friend Ji Yuanzhong, and the harassing messages from that bad woman Yen Ruyu. Mufong glanced at the screen full of unsightly content and sighed inwardly. Yen Ruyu had done him a favor. If it weren't for that, he would have cut off contact with her long ago. She had nothing in her mind but lewd thoughts. Mufong took his phone to the living room, where breakfast had been prepared by Sanja. While eating, he returned a call to his sister. He had not yet told her about repaying the debt. The call connected. Mufong said, "Sister, you called me. Is there something you need?" A delicate and lazy female voice came from the other end. "My dear little brother, I miss you so much." Mufong sighed again, forcing a smile as he said, "Sister Yishuang, where's my sister?" Knowing she had been seen through, Long Yishuang let out a series of bell-like laughs and said, "Your sister is playing a game. When I saw your call, I picked it up. Casually, wanting to tease you. I didn't expect you to see through it so quickly, it's really no fun." Oh? Mufong became interested. His sister had started playing the game at 8 in the morning. It seemed she was gradually getting into the game. Dawn. Long Yishuang excitedly said, "Mumu has already agreed to help me set up a studio. Our plan is a great success." "Congratulations," Mufong replied lightly. He didn't care at all about his sister and Long Yishuang setting up a studio. He only cared about the future when the apocalypse came. Would his sister have the strength to protect herself? "Little brother Mufong, what do you think we should name our studio?" Long Yishuang asked enthusiastically. "Whatever, after all, I'm not part of your studio," Mufong smiled and said. "It's better for you and my sister to discuss this together." Long Yishuang pouted and said, "Mumu has agreed to join my studio, why won't you?" "Good brother, just agree, help your sister out, and when the studio is up and running, I'll introduce you to a girlfriend, okay?" "I prefer to play games alone," Mufong said. Long Yishuang mercilessly mocked, "With that kind of thinking, you're destined to be lonely for life. Isn't playing games all about socializing? Originally, my sister's studio was only going to recruit girls, not boys, but you're the only exception. Thank you for your kindness, but I have made up my mind and will not join any guilds or studios," Mufong said. "Alright," Long Yishuang replied softly, "I won't force you. Is there anything you want me to convey to your sister?" "Tell my sister that I have paid off my debts so she doesn't need to worry anymore," Mufong said. Long Yishuang laughed, "Sure, in such a short time you've cleared all your debts. You didn't hit the jackpot with some golden gear, did you?" Mufong smiled but said nothing. Long Yishuang joked, "With all this money, why not just support me? I can handle the household and the kitchen, I'm proficient in all 36 skills, I guarantee I'll serve you." Well, faced with such a seasoned woman like Long Yishuang, Mufong didn't know how to respond and chose to evade. "Sister Yishuang, I have something to do, I'll hang up first." After saying that, Mufong immediately ended the call. He sighed, wondering why he always had such women around him. After a while, Mufong called his college friend Ji Yuanzhong. He was one of the few friends Mufong had in college. As soon as the call connected, Ji Yuanzhong's familiar voice came through. "Mufong, where have you been these days? You haven't even come to school. Didn't we agree to play Dawn together? Where are you?" Mufong replied, "I'm at my rental place. I've been playing Dawn these days, no time to go to college." "Damn, didn't we agree to team up?" Ji Yuanzhong asked, "What level are you? What class? Have you gone to the main city?" "Level 13 Mage, already in the main city," Mufong answered. "Wow, you're leveling up so fast." "I'm only level 8, Ji Yuanzhong said in surprise, then added, "Which main city are you in?" "I'll come find you when I hit level 10. Black Lion City." "Why did you go there?" Ji Yuanzhong asked, puzzled. Nowadays, as more players reached level 10, discussions about the main cities were heating up, even topping the Weibo trending list. Basic information about the major main cities was recorded on the Dawn official website. Anyone could find out with a quick search online. With this basic information, one could roughly see the pros and cons of the main cities. Although Ji Yuanzhong had never heard of Black Lion City, he only knew the top 10 cities on the main city leaderboard. But that was enough. Since there were good choices, why pay attention to the bad ones? Ji Yuanzhong's goal was to be in one of the top 10 main cities. He thought Mu Feng would choose similarly. But unexpectedly, Mu Feng chose an obscure little city, which left Ji Yuanzhong somewhat baffled. Regarding Ji Yuanzhong's question, Mu Feng replied nonchalantly, because Black Lion City suits me better. He came to Black Lion City for the hero class. Until he obtained the hero class, Mu Feng would not reveal a word about the secrets of Black Lion City to anyone. Ji Yuanzhong was momentarily at a loss for words. Not wanting to put Ji Yuanzhong in a difficult position, he said, even if we are in different main cities, we can still run dungeons together. Alright, I'll choose to join God's City later. When I have the chance, I'll come find you to play. After chatting and reminiscing with Ji Yuanzhong for a while, Mu Feng hung up the phone. After finishing breakfast, Mu Feng was still a bit hungry, so he went downstairs to eat a bowl of beef noodles. After returning to his bedroom, he put on his helmet and continued leveling up. Dragon Hills, a hideous, short, hunchbacked green-skinned goblin charged at Mu Feng, swinging a worn-out bone knife. Mu Feng raised his hand and cast a lightning arrow. It took the goblin down. After the goblin died, it dropped 5 gold coins. A system prompt also sounded in Mu Feng's ears. System, you have gained 255 experience points. System, congratulations, you have leveled up to level 15. System, you have gained 5 free attribute points. Finally reached level 15, Mu Feng murmured. He turned to look behind him, where the ground was littered with the corpses of green-skinned goblins, bodies strewn everywhere, blood flowing like a river, and the goblin corpses piled together could form a small mountain. After reaching level 15, Mu Feng did not rush to activate the inheritance of the hero class. Instead, he took out the totem pillar from his backpack. The effect of this item was sacrifice a soul to receive a reward of shaman skill stones. During the leveling process over the past 2 days, Mu Feng had sacrificed to the totem pillar twice, and now it was the 3rd time. The results of the first 2 sacrifices were not very good. The first time he received the Flame Tongue Totem skill stone. This was a skill that only the shaman class could learn. The second time, he received another totem skill stone, which was also only learnable by shamans. Now, it was the 3rd sacrifice. He hoped to get an elemental skill stone. Mu Feng prayed devoutly. The prayer was sincere, but the devotion was not. Perhaps it was for this reason. The skill stone obtained from the sacrifice was indeed elemental, but unfortunately it was a wind elemental skill stone. Wind blade technique, level F class, shaman/wind mage effect. Launch a blade of wind at the enemy, dealing wind elemental damage. Casting range 50, cooldown time 12, energy consumption 75. Mu Feng's class, Mage, could only learn fire, lightning, ice, and dark magic, and could not learn wind magic. Mu Feng was not disappointed. As the totem pillar was an exclusive item for the shaman class, it was naturally unsuitable for him to use forcibly. Soon, he would be able to change to a hero class. At that time, he would no longer have to worry about skills. At this moment, there were still 16 sacrifices left on the totem pillar. He would keep it for now and wait for an opportunity to sell it later, believing it could fetch a good price. Mu Feng set off back to Black Lion City. Next, he would head to the trial grounds for the hero class. Mu Feng's expression was serious, carrying an air of determination as he returned to Black Lion City. First, he visited the potion merchant. He bought many healing potions and enhancement potions. Then he went to the general store to procure some supplies. After preparing adequately, Mu Feng arrived at the front of an abandoned house in the slums of the western district of Black Lion City. Looking at the house number in front of him, 13 Elm Street. That's right, this is the place. Mu Feng took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and walked straight in. Inside the house, it was a mess. Mu Feng climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor. There were 3 rooms on the 2nd floor, and Mu Feng entered each room once. Finally, he confirmed that the entrance was in the smallest room. The room was very small and had probably been used as a storage room. It was filled with a pile of miscellaneous items, and the floor was covered with a thick carpet. Mu Feng lifted the carpet, revealing a teleportation array hidden beneath it. He took out several glass bottles filled with beast blood from his backpack. Mu Feng had purchased these from a hunter NPC. Some special classes use beast blood when casting skills, so this item is sold in all major cities. He poured the fresh blood onto the teleportation array. Common teleportation array. Just inject energy to use it. However, the teleportation array before him was extremely strange. It required blood to function. He used all the beast blood he had bought. Only then did the teleportation array activate. As the array started, it flickered with an ominous red light, and Mu Feng stood upon the array. In the next moment, he was transported to a bizarre palace. Collapsed stone pillars, carpets stained with dried blood, murals depicting war, slaughter, death, and distortion. In the center of the palace stood a throne. Everything was exceedingly eerie. Alarm, you have entered a dangerous area. Please leave immediately. Alarm, you have entered a dangerous area. Please leave immediately. Alarm, you have entered a dangerous area. Please leave immediately. Mu Feng ignored the ominous warning floating before him and walked forward with steady steps. As he approached the throne, the system alarms gradually faded away, replaced by an ancient, hoarse voice. Welcome, adventurer. Welcome to the real world, the Nightmare Palace. Tell me, are you ready? Ready to face the challenge from the god of the abyss? Mu Feng stood firm before the throne. With resolute eyes, he said, come on. In the next moment, a monster that only existed in nightmares appeared before Mu Feng. It had the body of a dragon, 3 heads, one belonging to an orc, one to an elf, and one a mechanical head. 6 arms, clearly belonging to 6 different races. 4 legs, with trolls, ogres, and mountain giants. 6 pairs of wings. The monster before him was like a nightmare creature, pieced together and fused from various monsters. In fact, this was its name. Nightmare Fusion Beast, Lord, level 15 health, 24,000 energy, 5,000 attack, 1440 shield, 6,000 racial talents, giant strength, bloodthirsty war, beast transformation, frenzy, mechanical heart, druid's fury. Skills, boulder toss, A. War stomp, B. Black dragon breath, A. Energy overload, A. Moonlight arrow, S. Adventurer, if you defeat it, you will gain my legacy. Don't say I didn't warn you. This place is not under the dominion of the gods. Their divine power cannot reach here. If you die, you cannot be resurrected at the life altar, and what awaits you is true death. Do you understand? Looking at the monster before him, Mu Feng took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. In his eyes, there was no fear, only a firm fighting spirit. Come on, I will walk over your corpse. Glory belongs to me. Mu Feng declared. Ha, you are quite interesting. I hope you can survive. In the next moment, the Nightmare Fusion Beast launched its attack. Its first round of attack was Dragon Breath. 3 heads, each one spewing a different type of dragon breath. Corrosive breath, ice dragon breath, black dragon breath. 3 types of dragon breath, 3 different powers mixed together. Charging towards Mu Feng. Mu Feng remained calm. He touched the ring on his hand. In an instant, the flickering ring activated. Mu Feng's figure vanished from the spot and reappeared behind the Nightmare Fusion Beast. Mu Feng activated his skill. Lightning arrows shot out like a machine gun, all hitting the massive body of the Nightmare Fusion Beast. The Nightmare Fusion Beast stomped heavily with its 4 legs. War Stomp and Thunderous Strike, 2 powerful A-level skills were unleashed simultaneously. The shockwave mixed with lightning attributes surged outward from the Nightmare Fusion Beast, sweeping in all directions. Mu Feng flickered several times. He hid in a corner of the palace, barely avoiding the Nightmare Fusion Beast's attack. The power of A-level skills is extremely strong. Moreover, the damage from 2 A-level skills stacked together is formidable. As long as Mu Feng touches even a tiny bit of the residual energy from the skills, it would be enough to instantly kill him. Therefore, Mu Feng must be very careful. If he makes even one wrong step, this challenge will end in failure. And the price of failure is Mu Feng's life. Facing such a terrifying Nightmare Fusion Beast, Mu Feng's actions are akin to dancing on a tightrope. Below him lies an abyss of unimaginable depth. A slight misstep would lead to his death. Mu Feng once again activated his blink, teleporting behind the Nightmare Fusion Beast and frantically hurled lightning arrows at it. Currently, Mu Feng's spell power is 408 points. This means that his lightning arrows can now deal 350% times 408 is equal to 1,428 points of lightning elemental damage. The Nightmare Fusion Beast has a shield of 6,000 points to absorb damage. Mu Feng's several lightning arrows broke through that shield. The damage dealt afterward is all real damage. Due to its innate abilities, it cannot be paralyzed. Mu Feng can only dodge its skills while finding time to unleash his attacks. At the same time, he does not forget to use the undead summoning spell. He summoned a horde of miscellaneous undead to distract the Nightmare Fusion Beast. Soon, under Mu Feng's meticulous control, the Nightmare Fusion Beast, which had 24,000 health points, entered a critical state. All of its passive talents and skills were triggered. Frenzy, Blood Battle, Death Slaughter, Invincible in Battle, Undying, Near-Death Recovery, and a series of effects were activated. The Nightmare Fusion Beast's attack speed, movement speed, and skill casting frequency became faster. Its health points also recovered at an astonishing rate. In just a few seconds, it escaped a critical state and regained a normal amount of health. Seeing this, Mu Feng's expression was neither happy nor sad. It was merely a matter of consuming more time. His figure, like a ghost, circled around the Nightmare Fusion Beast to attack. Red numbers continuously floated above its head. -1,280, -1,325, -1,444, -2,139. Indeed, he even landed a spell critical hit. In the next moment, the Nightmare Fusion Beast's health points were depleted, and it fell to the ground unwillingly, its massive body crashing down. Dust was kicked up all around. At this moment, Mu Feng felt particularly relaxed. Then, that hoarse voice sounded again. Very good, very good, very good. Saying very good 3 times was enough to prove his appreciation for Mu Feng. You are strong enough to inherit my profession. Come here, sit on the throne I once occupied, and inherit my profession. Following the guidance of that voice, Mufong arrived at the throne in the center of the palace. The battle between Mufong and the Nightmare Fusion Beast was intense, yet it did not harm the throne in the slightest. The throne was carved from a single block of stone. It looked unremarkable. Mufong stood before the throne, silent for a while, unsure of what he was thinking, but in the end, he sat upon the throne. In the next moment, Mufeng's mind was filled with many fragments of memories that did not belong to him. In the ancient wild world, when the gods had not yet created their divine realms, they walked upon the earth, living alongside humans, dragons, elves, dwarves, and giants. The gods enslaved all beings. The wise races repeatedly rebelled against the oppression and enslavement of the gods, yet they failed, time and again. In the face of repeated failures, all beings submitted. They worshipped the gods, revered the gods, built temples for the gods, and sacrificed souls, generation after generation, until death. Only a group of people would never accept the enslavement of the gods. They are the nightmares of the gods, the nightmares of all beings, wielding the power of nightmares and distortion. They come from the abyss. They are known as nightmare mages, named after nightmares. Congratulations, adventurer. Your strength has earned my trust, and you will receive part of my legacy. If you wish to obtain the complete legacy, come back to me when you reach level 80. Now, leave. Child, go forth. Slay the gods, slay those humans who willingly become slaves to the gods, and please me with their pain and blood. I will grant you power. When Mufong awoke again, he found himself in the center of the blood teleportation array, sitting on a rickety wooden chair that was about to fall apart. The experience felt like a dream. Void, illusion, blur, yet it was so real. Mufong shook his head, and once he was fully awake, he immediately opened his character panel. ID, Dust Level 15 Class, Nightmare Mage Talent, Chaos Apostle, SSS, Class Talent, Nightmare Fusion, SSS, Hero Talent, Abyssal Will, SSS, Life, 700 Energy, 330 Attack Power, 12. Defense, 200 Spell Power, 408 Strength, 11 Stamina, 50 Agility, 11 Spirit, 13 Intelligence, 65 Hidden Attribute Luck, 0. Seeing that his class was Nightmare Mage, Mufong was so excited he almost jumped up. Great, I finally succeeded. Mufong murmured to himself. Unfortunately, he had only obtained the Nightmare Legacy. He would have to wait until level 80 to qualify for the Twisted Legacy. However, this was enough. Mufong eagerly checked the class talent and hero talent of the Nightmare Mage. SSS Class Talent, Nightmare Fusion. Effect 1, Fuse creatures, combining various different beings to create your unique Nightmare Fusion Beast. Effect 2. Fusion skills, you can learn any skill without class restrictions, merging them together to create spells unique to you. SSS Hero Talent, Abyssal Will. Effect, you are blessed by the ancient abyss, your soul will become eternal and immortal like the abyss. Any mental type skills cannot shake your will or affect you. After carefully reading the effects of these two talents several times, Mufong roughly understood their effects. Nightmare Fusion, in simple terms, is a talent that allows the fusion and stacking of creatures and skills. For example, the Nightmare Fusion Beast he just defeated was created by fusing dozens of different creatures. It inherited the attributes, talents, and skills of the fused beings. This is just one of the effects. As for the second effect of Nightmare Fusion, Mufong planned to experiment personally. His skill panel contains 7 skills: Reconnaissance, Fireball, Corruption, Lightning Arrow, Dark Shield, Undead Summoning, and Will to Kill. Among them, Reconnaissance is a must-have skill for every player and cannot be touched. He decided to experiment by starting with the less commonly used Fireball and Corruption skills. As soon as he focused on the Fireball skill in the skill panel, a system prompt sounded in his ears, asking if he wanted to use the class talent. Nightmare Fusion? Mufong concentrated and fused the Fireball and Corruption skills. After about 2 or 3 minutes, a brand new skill appeared before Mufong. Corruption Fireball, Level E effect, throw a corruption attribute fireball at the enemy, dealing 200% times spell power times 2 fire damage, with additional ongoing corruption damage of 20 per second for 60 seconds. Casting range, 120 cooldown time, 70 energy cost, 200. Seeing that the effect of the fused skill was good, Mufong casually fused the Lightning Arrow skill into it as well. After a moment, Thunderfire Corrosion Arrow Level E effect, launch a magical arrow, dealing 400% times spell power times 3, triple damage of thunder, fire, and corrosion, with an additional effect of Paralysis Corrosion. Paralysis Corrosion deals 30 points of continuous damage per second, with a 50% chance to paralyze the target each second, lasting for 60 seconds. Casting range, 120 cooldown time, 120 energy consumption, 250. After reading the effects of the new skill, Mufong was quite satisfied and took out all the skill stones from his backpack. Wind Blade Technique, Fire Tongue Totem, Stone Skin Totem, Great Fireball Technique. Due to his class talent effect, Mufong can now learn any skill, including all skills from the warrior and archer classes. Skills that only wind mages, shaman priests, and fire mages could learn, Mufeng can now learn as well. After learning them all, Mufeng integrated the wind blade technique into the thunderfire corrosion arrow, creating a new skill called storm corrosion. Then, he fused the great fireball technique, fire tongue totem, and stone skin totem together, creating a new skill called lava viper. It is important to mention the lava viper skill. Its effect is to summon a stationary totem in the shape of a viper, which will spew lava and attack nearby enemies. Fortunately, he did not merge storm corrosion with the totem skills. Skill fusion increases power and combines effects. The characteristic of the totem is that it is summoned and planted in the ground, providing buffs to allies within range or dealing damage to enemies. Skill fusion does not lose the totem's characteristics. Compared to summoning, which is a more uncontrollable and difficult combat method, Mufeng prefers spell duels. This combat rhythm is one he can fully control. As for the skill bar, there is also a dark shield skill, and Mufeng plans to merge it with defensive skills he will obtain later. True high-end operations are always simpler. The more steps involved, the higher the chance of mistakes. No one can guarantee they will never make a mistake. Even deities can occasionally falter. When others make mistakes in the game and die, they can just restart. Mufeng is different. He cannot afford a single mistake or failure. Otherwise, death awaits him. Mufeng stood up and glanced at the blood teleportation array etched on the ground. He bent down, pulled at a corner of the carpet, and covered the teleportation array again. The previous voice was very clear. After reaching level 80, come back to accept the remaining part of the inheritance. Next time, to activate this teleportation array again, it will require not blood but the power of nightmares. If others discover it, they will not be able to activate the teleportation array again. Nowadays, in the world of Dawn, Mufeng is the only nightmare mage. After doing all this, Mufeng left the dilapidated house. He walked out of the slums and onto the wide streets of Black Lion City. Mufeng looked around. There were NPCs everywhere and hardly any players. In recent days, as the number of level 10 players increased, many players left the novice village and surged towards the main city. The top 10 main cities were almost bursting with players. Many players were eager to join the top 10 main cities. Of course, besides the top 10 main cities, there were also some other main cities that were quite attractive. For example, Holy Sword City, which has the Sword God Temple, where players can go to change to the hidden class Sword Emperor. Holy Sword City also has the best blacksmith NPC. Every city has its own unique features and benefits. They can always attract players, so there's no worry about a lack of players. But the situation in Black Lion City is a bit special. Aside from the buff from the main city light, the Black Lion Roar, and the unique mount, the Black Flame Lion, there are no other appealing benefits. Speaking of mounts, Mufeng currently doesn't have one. He relies on his 2 legs for daily travel. It's time to buy a mount. The Black Flame Lion in Black Lion City is a bronze level mount. Despite its low level, currently, the mounts available for purchase in the main city are all white stone and black iron levels. Bronze level mounts are quite rare. Only a few main cities sell them, and Black Lion City is one of them. Mufeng went to the Beast Pen in a corner of Black Lion City and found the Beast Pen manager. He spent 100,000 gold coins to purchase a Black Flame Lion from him. This action emptied his bank account of gold coins. Black Flame Lion, level, bronze movement speed, 300% hunger value, 99 out of 100 status value, 100 out of 100 remarks. The Black Flame Lion possesses extremely powerful jumping and climbing abilities. The appearance of the Black Flame Lion is like an enlarged version of a lion. Its entire body is pitch black, with deep red patterns flowing like lava on its skin, creating a stunning visual effect. Black Lion City allows players to ride mounts within the city. After buying the Black Flame Lion, Mufeng mounted it and galloped towards the general store. With a mount, his movement speed indeed increased significantly. Before long, he arrived in front of the general store on his Black Flame Lion. He purchased 30 cans of mount food and 5 teleportation tokens. Mounts have hunger values and status values. As the name suggests, unless they are mechanical mounts, both mounts and pets need food to sustain their lives. The status value is similar to health points. In simple terms, if both the hunger value and status value reach 0, the mount will die. After leaving the general store, Mufeng mounted his mount again and headed to the teleportation point in Black Lion City. He was preparing to run a dungeon. Dungeons are divided into main city dungeons and public dungeons. Main city dungeons are only available in a few main cities, and Black Lion City does not have one. Therefore, to run a dungeon, one must go to the wild to find a public dungeon. Fortunately, there are teleportation tokens. The teleportation arrays are spread across every inch of the Dawn world, making it convenient to go anywhere. However, the price of teleportation tokens is not cheap. After buying a mount, Mufeng's gold coins sharply decreased, so he needed to find a way to earn gold coins. The most convenient and quickest way to earn gold coins is to run gold coin dungeons. Dungeons are categorized by location, divided into main city dungeons located in towns and public dungeons found in the wild. They are also categorized by type, including experience dungeons, gold coin dungeons, equipment dungeons, gem dungeons, and so on. Today, Mufeng is going to run a gold coin dungeon. He arrived at the teleportation point, used a teleportation token, and transported himself to the Tuksh gold mine. This is a vast open-air mining area. The ground is pockmarked with excavated pits, and there are abandoned mines, broken pickaxes, tattered miner hats, and discarded mine carts everywhere. The locations of some public dungeons are listed on the Dawn official website for players' convenience. The Tuksh gold mine has a gold coin dungeon for levels 10 to 20, making it the current top choice for players. When Mufeng arrived at the entrance of the gold coin dungeon, several hundred players had already gathered. There were solo players as well as players from studios or guilds. The average level of the players did not exceed level 12, and occasionally one could see a few at levels 13 or 14. It seemed that Mufeng was the only one at level 15, looking for a team to run the dungeon. We need a priest who can heal and stop bleeding. Missing one. Still need a shield warrior. Black Gold Studio is recruiting gold farmers. Generous pay. Lots of bonuses. Walk by, don't miss it. Looking for a high-level player to carry us, we have 2 cute girls in our team, both single. Everyone be careful of the player with the ID Iron-Armored Crazy Dragon. We agreed to split the gold we earned, but as soon as we exited the dungeon, the person disappeared. What bad luck. Qingmu Studio is hiring. Priority for mages. Entrance to the gold dungeon. It was a chaotic scene filled with curses, arguments, team recruitment, and people setting up stalls to sell. Such a disorderly sight stirred a familiar and warm feeling in Mufeng's heart. Back in the day, in his previous life, he mingled among these crowds, relying on being a gold farmer for a studio, grinding dungeons day and night to make a living. At that time, the studio exploited him severely. The gold earned had to be handed over 30%, and only the remaining 70% was his. As for why he didn't farm dungeons himself, earning as much gold as he could, it was because public dungeons were located in the wild, outside the town's range. Therefore, red-named players were rampant. The studio would provide protection for players, shielding them from the bullying of red-named players. There were also dedicated services for leveling, renting equipment, and so on. When there was no money and no equipment, borrowing a set of gear from the studio was a choice many ordinary players had to make. Of course, while there were unscrupulous studios, there were also conscientious ones. However, studios filled with integrity were few and far between. Mufeng ended his reminiscence and looked around, searching for teammates. Mufeng didn't like to team up, especially not with random groups. But there was no choice. After all, the gold dungeon was a 5-person dungeon. Only by forming a team of 5 could they enter. Mufeng scanned the area, looking for a suitable team. Just as he was searching for a group, someone suddenly approached Mufeng and said, "Hey, want to team up?" The person in front of him was a cute and pure-looking girl, around 17 or 18, dressed as a priest. ID, Fairy Rabbit, level 12 priest. Fairy Rabbit said coldly, "We're 4 short 1, we need 1 more mage. By the way, you are a mage, right?" Mufeng nodded. "That's good, come with us. Once you join, we can enter the dungeon right away," Fairy Rabbit said. Mufeng hesitated for a moment and nodded. This saved him quite a bit of time. He didn't ask about the team's class composition or the levels of his teammates, such trivial matters. With him around, teammates were optional. When entering the dungeon, as long as his teammates shouted how awesome he was, it was enough. Mufeng could clear the dungeon alone. Fairy Rabbit led Mufeng to her team. "Alright, everyone stop arguing. I found a teammate, let's hurry into the dungeon," Fairy Rabbit said. Fairy Rabbit's 3 teammates were also girls, and they were all quite good looking. One of them, an ID called Stunning Beauty, frowned and said, "Rabbit, why are you causing trouble? Isn't it chaotic enough here?" Fairy Rabbit rolled her eyes and said, "Humph. How am I causing trouble? You've been arguing for almost half an hour. I'm just helping you save time." "Alright, we're all good sisters, so let's stop arguing." ID is the gentle thief Dream Knight, who sarcastically said, "I won't be sisters with some insincere people." Another, a warrior named Sea Blue Bird, angrily retorted, "You better clarify your words. Who is being insincere? You, who else? Stealing someone's boyfriend, and you still have the nerve?" Dream Knight replied coldly. Sea Blue Bird shot back, "You clearly broke up with him. What's wrong with me dating him? I don't care. Anyway, in this team, it's either me or him," Dream Knight declared. "Alright, everyone stop arguing, let's all calm down," advised the beautiful and charming Qinghua Qing Chang. Xian Tutu pouted, "Can we hurry up and finish the dungeon? I've been waiting so long the flowers are wilting." Next to the girl stood a tall man with decent looks, ID One-Way Deep Affection, a level 13 water mage. He feigned innocence, but in reality his eyes were filled with amusement, as if he was enjoying the show. The girls chattered endlessly. Mufeng stood aside, listening for a moment, and quickly understood the reason for their quarrel. The cause of the conflict was the player ID One-Way Deep Affection. He was Dream Knight's ex-boyfriend. After he cheated, Dream Knight broke up with him in anger. Originally, that should have been the end of it. But unexpectedly, Dream Knight's roommate, best friend, and sister Sea Bluebird became a couple with one-way deep affection. This made Dream Knight unhappy. In her eyes, that scumbag one-way deep affection had broken her heart. As her good friend and sister, Sea Bluebird should have been on her side, but instead, she became a couple with him. This was nothing short of betrayal. Especially today. The few good sisters in the same dormitory had agreed to team up for a dungeon run to earn gold. With one person missing, they were preparing to form a temporary team. All four of them were quite attractive, so naturally, boys were eager to join their team. However, Sea Bluebird brought in that scumbag one-way deep affection without a word. How could Dream Knight agree to that? Thus, the conflict erupted completely. Dream Knight and Sea Bluebird argued fiercely for over half an hour. Unable to stand it any longer, Xian Tutu randomly pulled Mufeng over to make up the numbers, hoping to end this meaningless argument quickly. But Sea Bluebird was determined to have one-way deep affection join the team for the dungeon run. It seemed this dramatic confrontation wouldn't end anytime soon. Mufeng glanced at the time. 5 minutes had already passed and he didn't have that much time to waste, so he directly said, "Excuse me, can you all wait until after the dungeon to argue?" Sea Bluebird impatiently replied, "You can leave, our team is already full." Dream Knight shouted, "You can't leave, you're already our teammate, you have to run the dungeon with us." Ching Cheng, you know Yawen's gaming skills are great, just let him join the team, Sea Bluebird's tone had taken on a pleading note. This softened Dream Knight's heart for a moment, but when her gaze swept over one-way deep affection's scumbag face, she hardened again. "Can you all hurry up? I'm in a rush," Mufeng spoke up. Again. At that moment, one-way deep affection, who had been silent, coldly said to Mufeng, "You better scram, you're so chatty, this isn't your place to speak." Mufeng shot him a cold glance but said nothing. Qinghua Qingchang, who had been mediating between the two, looked at Mufeng with an apologetic expression. "Sorry, our matter won't be resolved anytime soon. If you're in a hurry, you can look for another team." Just as Mufeng was about to leave, Xian Tutu suddenly grabbed the sleeve of his robe, preventing him from going. "You can't leave. If you do, this matter won't be resolved until dark." Xian Tutu pouted angrily. Mufeng sighed and said, "Alright, since that's the case, I'll help you deal with this trouble." With that, Mufeng raised his hand, and a magical arrow infused with the powers of wind, lightning, fire, and corrosion shot out at an incredible speed. In an instant, it shattered the head of the lovesick figure standing not far away. Flesh and brain matter splattered everywhere. Xian Tutu, Meng Yi, Qinghua Chang, and Hai Lan Niao were all splattered with quite a bit. The four girls were momentarily stunned. Mufeng wiped the blood and brain matter that had accidentally splashed onto his cheek and said nonchalantly, "Look, he's dead, that's enough. Let's hurry and enter the dungeon." "You just killed him for no reason?" Hai Lan Niao looked at Mufeng in disbelief. Mufeng replied flatly, "Sorry, I'm really busy. Please, don't waste my time anymore." After saying that, he turned to Xian Tutu beside him and said, "I've solved your problem, no need to thank me." Xian Tutu's face turned pale and she nodded stiffly. Hai Lan Niao wanted to stand up for her boyfriend but was afraid of ending up like him. She opened her mouth several times but ultimately said nothing. No one wanted to die for no reason. Mufeng unceremoniously collected the equipment and gold coins dropped by the lovesick figure. After picking up the gear, he didn't forget to tell Hai Lan Niao, "Your boyfriend is indeed strong, his equipment is quite good, and he has a lot of gold." Then, he turned to Qinghua Qingchang and said, "Invite me into the team." After a moment of hesitation, Qinghua Qingchang finally sent Mufeng a team invitation. Mufeng accepted and joined the team. "Alright, now we can enter the dungeon." Mufeng smiled. The girls exchanged worried glances. The entrance to the gold coin dungeon was in an abandoned mine cave. Challenging the dungeon required consuming fatigue points. 10 points of fatigue were consumed per attempt. After paying, a time-space gate glowing with golden light appeared. Crossing through the time-space gate, they seemed to arrive in another dimension. Inside a narrow, dark mine cave, a track led deep into the cave, with an overturned old mine cart beside it. On the walls of the cave, every few meters hung a flickering mine lamp, providing a dim view for the players. This was the first time Xian Tutu and the others were challenging the gold coin dungeon. The eerie and dark environment of the mine did not scare the girls. What truly frightened them was a figure standing not far in front of them. Mufeng suddenly erupted into violence, leaving a deep impression on them. Teaming up with Mufeng brought them a profound sense of insecurity. But facing the tough and ruthless Mufeng, none of the girls dared to oppose him. At this moment, Xian Tutu had long lost her previous arrogance. She trembled and said, "What should we do? There's no one else in the dungeon besides us. What if he bullies us?" Because of the high degree of freedom in Dawn, many women in the game, if they are not careful, will suffer from being teased and harassed. Regarding this matter, many female players have repeatedly reported it to the game officials. However, the Dawn officials have not responded. Among them, the oldest and most mature, Xinghua Qingqing, comforted, "Don't be afraid. If he forcibly harms a teammate while in a teammate state, he will face severe punishment from the system. He shouldn't dare to bully us." By the end of her statement, Xinghua Qingqing actually felt uncertain. She had never encountered such a decisive boy in her life. Although this was just in the game, Xinghua Qingqing had a premonition. If it were outside the game, in the real world, this boy would still strike without hesitation. Her instincts had always been accurate. Manga lightly said, "He helped me kill that scumbag, invented my anger. If he really wants to bully me, then I will let him. I would willingly be bullied by him." After a moment, Mengya licked her lips with her delicate tongue and added, "Don't you think he's quite handsome?" At this moment, Xiantutu was no longer afraid. She rolled her eyes and muttered, "Little flirt, don't get burned." Manya lightly wasn't angry. She smiled and said, "He has the capital to flirt. You, a little undeveloped kid, do you?" Xiantutu glanced at Manya's long legs, slim waist, and perky bottom. Then she looked down at her own flat, undeveloped figure like a middle schooler. Xiantutu immediately felt gloomy. Just as the few girls were quietly discussing Mufeng suddenly said, "Be careful, monsters are coming." Hearing the word monsters, the girls were startled. They quickly took out their weapons from their inventory, ready for battle. The next moment, from deep within the mine, a series of hurried footsteps echoed. In the darkness, several short, ugly figures slowly emerged. They had grotesque appearances. Hunched bodies, each wearing a simple miner's helmet, wielding shovels and pickaxes as weapons. Mufeng cast a reconnaissance spell. Dog-headed miner, normal, level 10 health, 500 attack, 30 skill, heavy strike, EA. Very weak type of monster, but there are quite a few of them. The first wave of dog-headed miners numbered 80. This was just the first wave. More monsters would continue to emerge. Xinghua Qingqing's small team had seen their fair share of battles. After all, players who could come from the novice village to the main city had been tempered through several fights. Xinghua Qingqing immediately devised a tactical plan. To prepare. To heal, Qingqing, you maneuver. Hailan, you take defense. As for Chen Ai, you handle the spell output. When Xinghua Qingqing saw the ID Chen Ai, she felt it was somewhat familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere. But she couldn't recall where. A look of distress appeared on Xinghua Qingqing's beautiful face. But at this moment, there was no time to think about these trivial matters. The monsters were about to charge right in front of them. Xinghua Qingqing forcibly blocked out those distracting thoughts in her mind and entered a battle state. Just as the combat team was ready, Mufeng silently walked to the front of the team, standing in front of Hailan, who was the tank. The girls were stunned by Mufeng's action. What was he doing? Xinghua Qingqing immediately said, "Chen Ai, quickly move to the back of the team. You are a mage, you can't be in the front." Mufeng didn't speak but proved it with his actions. He took out a dark staff and cast the skill Lava Fire Serpent. Instantly, a half-body giant fire serpent emerged from the ground in the mine, standing still. The fire serpent continuously spat out lava balls the size of human heads in all directions. The lava balls landed among the dog-headed miners, exploding, with lava splattering and flames burning. The level 10 kobold miners suffered devastating casualties. In just a few seconds, the kobold miners were heavily injured or killed. Almost all 80 kobold miners were wiped out, and those who survived were precisely harvested for their heads by the storm erosion of Mufeng. Such a scene completely shocked Xinghua Qingqing and the others. Xiantutu said in disbelief, "What is his profession? This is too powerful." Hailan Bird analyzed, "His skills can't be S-level, can they?" Menjiang lightly exclaimed, "He's both handsome and strong. He's simply the perfect boyfriend candidate." Xiantutu snorted coldly, "Be careful, he might be abusive. I would love for him to ravage me fiercely." Menjiang said with a gentle smile. "No saving you, you're too much," Xiantutu said with a look of disdain. Menjiang lightly sneered, "What do you know? This is called passion." Xiantutu retorted, Maybe he likes cute and obedient girls like me." "Shut up, you elementary schooler, airplane field. You little fiery loose woman." Xinghua Qingqing's face turned red. "Hey, keep it down, don't let him hear you. What are you afraid of? There's nothing to be embarrassed about." After saying that, Menjiang threw a flirtatious glance at Mufeng's back. Facing the discussions from behind, Mufeng couldn't be bothered. Whether it was Xinghua Qingqing or Menjiang, they were just tools. They just needed to stay obediently by the side and not interfere with Mufeng grinding monsters for gold. Soon, the second wave of monsters attacked, still level 10 kobold miners. But this time the number was doubled, with 160 monsters coming. Mufeng still started with Lava Fire Snake and finished with Storm Erosion. In less than 3 minutes, the battle was resolved instantly. Then came the third wave of monsters. This time it was twice as many as the first wave, totaling 240 level 10 ordinary monsters. Facing the dark mass of monsters, Mufeng remained unfazed, casting spells smoothly. The Lava Fire Snake had high area damage but lasted only a short 12 seconds. With outsiders present, Mufeng didn't want to expose his talents too much. Therefore, this battle took a bit longer than usual. It took about 7 minutes to end the battle. After the battle ended, the system prompt rang in everyone's ears. System, congratulations on successfully challenging the gold dungeon. Clearance rating B. System, reward of 3,200 gold coins obtained. System, would you like to exit the dungeon immediately? It's actually AB rating. Yay! So much pocket money. Dust is so amazing. Incredible to get AB rating on the first try. Seeing the dungeon rating is B and over 3,000 gold coins, all the girls were very excited. Only Mufeng remained calm. A mere B rating was nothing to him. What he wanted was an S rating. After clearing the dungeon, Xinghua Qingcheng immediately prepared to exit. Mufeng saw this and quickly stopped her. Wait, don't exit the dungeon yet. Xinghua Qingcheng was taken aback and then asked, why? Mufeng said, stay, I'll take you to challenge for an S rating. Ah, the girls were all taken aback. An S-level rating, so far no one has been able to achieve it. Since the first person challenged, the 2 days have passed. In these 2 days, countless high-level players, expert players, and celebrity players have challenged the. According to professionals' estimates, the first person to obtain an S-level rating globally will most likely receive an additional hidden reward from the system or a global announcement. Just like the first player to reach level 10, Dust. This mysterious expert player has no social media accounts and never speaks online, so no one knows what the mysterious reward he received is. It's a pity, a senior operator in the live streaming circle once said. If Dust could leverage the heat of a global announcement to stream, he could easily become a top-tier streamer with millions of followers. Just because Dust missed the opportunity doesn't mean others won't seize it. Many professional players are putting in their all, repeatedly challenging the just to score an S-level rating and make a name for themselves. At this moment, Xinghua Qingcheng suddenly remembered who Dust was. She couldn't help but ask, are you the player who was the first to reach level 10 in the global announcement, the Great Dust? Mufeng nodded. The girls were shocked. Meng Ying's eyes lit up and she smiled, you truly are the man I admire. Xian Tutu murmured, my luck is just too incredible. I randomly pulled someone and it turned out to be a renowned big shot. Hai Lan Yao looked at Mufeng with a complex expression, not knowing what she was thinking. Within 3 minutes, they did not exit the challenge continued by default. The next moment, from deep within the mine, a series of hurried footsteps approached. Raging Gnoll, elite, level 10 health, 1000 attack, 60 skill, Berserk. The Raging Gnoll looks much more brutal than the ordinary Gnoll miners. Its eyes are bloodshot, drool is dripping from its mouth, and its mental state is unstable, as if it has rabies, each one wielding a deadly weapon, fearless. The girls were startled upon seeing the Raging Gnoll. Mufeng was the first to strike, using Lava Fire Serpent plus Storm Erosion. In an instant, he cleared a large number of gnolls. Elite monsters are tough. Mufeng cast Lava Fire Serpent 3 times in a row before he eliminated all the Raging Gnolls. Due to the special rules of the gold coin, killing monsters does not yield any rewards, no experience points, no item drops, and naturally, no soul production. Otherwise, killing so many monsters would have produced enough souls to offer to the totem pillar. Multiple times. After the first wave ended, the second wave followed, then the third. As before, the monster levels remained unchanged, but the number of monsters doubled compared to before. Most professional players fail to hold on during the second or third wave and end up failing the challenge. However, Mufeng passed through effortlessly. He received an A-level evaluation. This is a height that most players find hard to reach. At this moment, the system prompt appeared again. It asked whether to exit the. With Mufeng's nod, Xinghua Qingcheng chose not to exit the but to continue. This time, the monsters were even more ferocious and terrifying. Still elite-level Raging Gnolls, but there were also 10 boss-level Raging Gnolls. Gnoll Overseer, boss, level 10 health, 2000 energy, 10 attack, 120 skill, whip E. The whip of the Gnoll Overseer when struck upon a Raging Gnoll will stack an amplification buff on it. A Raging Gnoll with the amplification buff will have its combat power further enhanced. But in front of Mufeng, ants are ultimately just ants. They won't change just because a few stronger ants appear. After several casts of Lava Fire Serpent, he instantly turned the area ahead into a sea of flames. The beautiful and stunning people were all shocked into silence. On several pretty faces, there was nothing but admiration. Everyone had a heart that yearned for strength. Moreover, Mufeng's appearance and temperament were already on par with others. Coupled with the power he displayed, it was only natural for him to attract the affection of women. The first wave, second wave, and then the third wave, a Lord-level dungeon boss appeared. Kobold Mine Lord, Lord level, 10 health, 8000 energy, 200 attack, 480 racial. Talent, Son of the Mine skills, Heavy Strike, F, Resilience Aura, D. The Kobold Mine Lord stood 3 meters tall, with an ugly appearance and a massive build, wielding a giant stone hammer. Upon seeing the dungeon boss appear, the beautiful and stunning people felt their hearts leap into their throats. They kindly asked, Shin AI, do you need our help? Yes, if you need help, just say the word. Xian Tutu said. Come on, dear. Menging lightly winked at Mu Feng, cheering him on. Mu Feng turned to glance at her and declined, no need. After saying that, Mu Feng stepped forward to engage in battle, raising his hand to unleash several storm erosion strikes on the dungeon boss, instantly killing it. At the same time, the small monsters flanking the dungeon boss were also burned to death under the molten fireballs spewed by the lava fire snakes. All monsters were exterminated. The system prompt then rang in everyone's ears. System, congratulations on clearing the dungeon. Challenge rating, yes. System, you have received a reward of 12,800 gold coins. System, because you are the first team in the world to achieve an S rating in the gold coin dungeon, you will be announced globally. Global announcement from the Huaxia region. Team members player ID Qinghua Qing Chang Xian Tutu Menging Cheng Qing Hailan Yao Chen AI cleared the level 10 gold coin dungeon, achieving an S rating. Congratulations to them. Global announcement from the Huaxia region. Team members player ID Qinghua Qing Chang Xian Tutu Menging Cheng Qing Hailan Yao Chen AI. Global announcement from the Huaxia region. Team members player ID. Global announcement capturing global attention. Damn, the S rating for the gold coin dungeon has already been taken by someone else. We were just a little short. What a pity. What kind of team cleared the gold coin dungeon, and why have I never heard of its members? Chen AI. Once again, Chen AI has taken the S rating first. Chen AI's strength cannot be underestimated. He has already appeared in the world announcement twice. Immediately investigate who Chen AI is. If we can invite Chen AI to our live streaming platform, we could definitely gain some popularity. This global announcement was like a bolt from the blue. It brought tremendous shock to this quiet world. Both domestically and internationally, major groups, guilds, top players, and professional players all sent people to investigate Chen AI's background, hoping to obtain his contact information. Such a powerful and talented player. Ambitious forces began to entertain the idea of recruiting Chen AI to join them. On the other side, in the city of Sheno, within the Temple of Fate, not long after joining the Temple of Fate and receiving the favor of the God of Fate, Yi Tian had not yet had the chance to rejoice when he saw a world announcement. His brows furrowed, and he looked displeased, cursing, dust? Where did this guy come from, always stealing my thunder? He really deserves to die. Like Mu Feng, Yi Tian created his account and entered the game during the public beta, and he was very fortunate to obtain an S-level talent. Truly, he was chosen by the God of Fate. With luck defying the heavens, even without an S-level talent card, he could still gain an S-level talent. After obtaining the S-level talent, Yi Tian laughed wildly, saying, Mu Feng, even if you don't give me the S-level talent card, it doesn't matter. I have luck defying the heavens, and I can still have an S-level talent. At that time, Yi Tian decided that when he met Mu Feng in the real world later, he would definitely show off in front of him, making him furious. Mu Feng had gone bankrupt just to get an S-level talent card. Yi Tian, on the other hand, casually entered the game and obtained the S-level talent that many dreamed of. What is this called? This is called the one who has the way is helped by many, while the one who loses the way is helped by few. Even the heavens were helping him. Yi Tian had to use this matter to annoy Mu Feng. He had always harbored resentment over Mu Feng not giving him the S-level talent card. With the blessing of the S-level talent, Yi Tian entered the game like a fish in water, encountering many adventures, gaining numerous benefits, and leveling up quickly. Yi Tian was about to reach level 10, becoming the first level 10 player in the world. However, unexpectedly, Dust appeared out of nowhere, leading him by a day. Dust was the first to reach level 10, becoming the first level 10 player globally. Receiving the treatment of a world announcement, Dust's fame skyrocketed, and he was in the limelight. This made Yi Tian, who always considered himself a prodigy, feel somewhat unbalanced. In his view, this honor should belong to him, not to that guy Dust. Later on, after reaching level 10, Yi Tian arrived at the main city, Sheno. He easily passed the entrance test. He became a third-class citizen of Sheno. Moreover, as soon as he entered the city, he was extremely fortunate to obtain a clue for a hidden profession, completing the hidden profession quest and successfully changing to the hidden profession, Dragon Knight. These days, Yi Tian had been researching strategies with his team on how to obtain S-level ratings in gold dungeons. Early today, while Yi Tian and Lin Yanran were wandering in the city of Sheno, they inadvertently encountered a female priest of the Temple of Fate. The moment the female priest saw Yi Tian, she was instantly amazed, immediately identifying him as the favored child of fate. She promptly took Yi Tian and Lin Yanran to the Temple of Fate. A ceremony was held to communicate with the God of Fate, bestowing blessings upon Yi Tian. Once the ceremony ended, Yi Tian, still confused and not fully understanding what had happened, officially became a favored one of the God of Fate, also known as the Son of God. From then on, Yi Tian's status and position in the Temple of Fate were on par with the Pope. Everyone knew the significance of this. It meant, from now on, Yi Tian could rapidly grow by leveraging the power and resources of the Temple of Fate. In the world of Dawn, the temple was undoubtedly a great support and ally. Ordinary players did not even have the qualifications to cling to such a strong ally. Such incredible luck had unexpectedly come his way. Yi Tian was so happy he couldn't close his mouth, but before he could enjoy it for long, he saw the world announcement and Dust became famous once again. This made Yi Tian feel as if he had swallowed a fly, extremely displeased. Beside him, Lin Yanran, dressed as a priest, pure and lovely, gently comforted him, saying, "Brother Yi Tian, don't be angry, that dust is nothing, you are the best." Lin Yanran's comfort was of no use at all. Yi Tian still wore a gloomy and displeased expression. At that moment, a beautifully dressed, exquisite-looking, slender blonde priestess walked up to Yi Tian. She was stunningly beautiful, clad in a golden robe that accentuated her curvaceous figure, and her long, straight legs were adorned with a golden runed silver anklet, exuding an air of noble sanctity. Her name was Yimia, the chief priestess of the Temple of Destiny. Upon seeing the priestess, Yi Tian's eyes widened. The gloom on his face vanished, replaced by a charming smile as he said, "Miss Yimia, is there something else you need from me?" Yimia smiled back and said, "It's nothing, I just noticed that the Son of God seems a bit troubled, so I came to check on you." "Ha, it's just a little thing that's bothering me." Yi Tian waved his hand nonchalantly. Yimia smiled and said, "The Son of God will one day be the hero who saves the world of dawn. With the favor of the God of Destiny, no problem will trouble you." Being called the hero who would save the world of dawn by Yimia made Yi Tian smile even broader. He felt increasingly proud. Yi Tian and Yimia chatted happily, and Lin Yanran, standing beside Yi Tian, couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy, her face showing displeasure. After Yimia left, Yi Tian gazed longingly at the enchanting figure of the priestess, nearly drooling, looking like a lovesick fool. Lin Yanran witnessed all of this and let out a cold snort. Seeing this, Yi Tian realized Lin Yanran was jealous and quickly tried to appease her, saying, "Baby, why are you angry?" Lin Yanran puffed up her cheeks and said, "How can you ask? You were flirting with that Yimia. Do you like her? That's unfair." Yi Tian feigned a pitiful expression and said, "I'm only trying to build a good relationship with Yimia for our happy life together. Think about it, Yimia is a priestess of the Temple of Destiny. If I can win her over, wouldn't we have access to the temple's legendary equipment, S-Class, skill stones, precious materials, and so on? I don't like Yimia, I will only love you in my life. Everything I do is for our future. Besides, Yimia is just an NPC, not a real person. What's the harm in playing with her?" A bit. Lin Yanran was clearly swayed by Yi Tian's sweet talk. However, she still couldn't tolerate her man getting entangled with another woman, even if that woman was an NPC. Therefore, no matter how sweetly Yi Tian spoke, Lin Yanran remained adamant that he should not have too much contact with Yimia. This made Yi Tian a bit impatient with Lin Yanran. After all, he was already tired of her, and when the opportunity arose, he could just kick her aside and return her to Mufeng. Perhaps he could even take advantage of that to trick Mufeng once more and gain some benefits. A smug smile appeared on Yi Tian's face. He felt proud of his cleverness. After obtaining an S-level rating, in addition to the basic rewards such as world announcements and a large amount of gold coins, as the first player team to achieve an S-level rating, there is also a mysterious reward waiting for Mufeng to claim. System, do you want to occupy this gold coin dungeon? Hint, after occupying this gold coin dungeon, 1/10 of the rewards obtained by other player teams who clear this dungeon will belong to you. Hint, if someone scores higher than you afterwards, the dungeon will change hands. There are about 10 level 10 gold coin dungeons in the Huaxia region. Countless players come to the Tuksh gold mine every day to challenge the gold coin dungeon. If he could draw 1/10 from their rewards every time they clear the dungeon, that would be no small amount. From the very beginning, Mufeng did not intend to rely on repeatedly clearing dungeons to earn gold coins. Doing so is too inefficient. It's better to directly occupy the gold coin dungeon and wait to collect money. Without any hesitation, Mufeng immediately agreed to occupy the dungeon and became the master of the dungeon. The system's prompt sounded. Again. System, you have occupied the Tuksh gold mine gold coin dungeon. At the same time, everyone challenging the Tuksh gold mine gold coin dungeon received a message from the system, informing them that from now on, 1/10 of the rewards obtained in the Tuksh gold mine gold coin dungeon will be offered to the dungeon master. Many were unhappy upon hearing this news. No one is willing to hand over a part of the hard-earned benefits, not to mention 1/10, even 1% or 1,000, they wouldn't agree. Although it is a team challenge, only one person can become the master of the dungeon. Mufeng contributed the most to the dungeon strategy, automatically defaulting to the dungeon master, since they had already cleared the dungeon and claimed the rewards. Staying in the dungeon no longer had any meaning. Mufeng turned to Qinghua Chang and said, "Alright, we can exit now." Qinghua Chang nodded hurriedly and said, "Okay." Entering and exiting the dungeon requires the agreement of the team leader. The leader of this team is Qinghua Chang, and exiting the dungeon requires her consent. The moment Qinghua Chang agreed to exit the dungeon, Mu Feng and the others felt a darkness before their eyes, and when they opened them again, they were already outside the dungeon. Challenging a dungeon requires fatigue points. Each player has 100 fatigue points, and challenging a level 10 gold coin dungeon consumes 10 fatigue points. Mu Feng challenged once, consuming 10 fatigue points, leaving him with 90 points. Fatigue points refresh daily, and today Mu Feng planned to use all his remaining fatigue points to challenge the gold coin dungeon. 1. He was short on money at the moment, and 2. There weren't many dungeons available for players to challenge. Equipment dungeons, gem dungeons. Those are dungeons that can only be challenged after level 20 or 30. At this moment, players can only challenge the gold coin dungeon. Before challenging the dungeon, they need to distribute the gold coins they just obtained. The 12,800 gold coins earned from clearing the dungeon are all with the leader. After exiting the dungeon, the leader is responsible for distributing the loot. This is the reason why it is common for wild team leaders to take all the loot and flee after exiting the dungeon. Such things are not rare. In his previous life, Mu Feng encountered this many times. If lucky, he could recover it. If unlucky, he could only accept his misfortune. The game Dawn emphasizes teamwork and cooperation. Solo players are ultimately not as convenient and advantageous as guild players. Xinghua Qingcheng briefly discussed with a few sisters. Xinghua Chengcheng stepped forward and said to Mu Feng, "Chen Ai, this time we achieved an S-level rating in the dungeon, all thanks to you alone, so the gold coin should rightfully belong to you." After saying that, Xinghua Chengcheng gave all 12,800 gold coins to Mu Feng. Mu Feng declined, saying, "No need, just split the gold evenly, I only want my share." Xinghua Qingcheng tried to persuade him a few more times, wanting Mu Feng to accept the gold. Mu Feng was resolute, insisting on an even split. In the end, Xinghua Qingcheng divided the gold into 5 parts and gave Mu Feng one of them. Only then did Mu Feng accept it. In the future, there would still be times when he needed Xinghua Qingcheng and the others, and he might even have to team up with them. People are very realistic. Without benefits, who would want to team up with you for a dungeon? There was no need to give up long-term benefits for such a small gain. What he truly valued was the extra rewards from being the dungeon master. Since he had already become the dungeon master, he didn't care about this little bit of gold. When Mu Feng suggested to the girls again to run the gold dungeon a few more times, Xinghua Qingcheng and the others agreed without hesitation. As they left the dungeon exit and were heading towards the entrance, suddenly, a furious roar came from not far away. "Pancher Lauda, it's him." Mu Feng turned around to look. He saw Manging Cheng's ex-boyfriend, Hai Lan Niao's current boyfriend, Yi Wang Qingshan, leading a dozen players, marching towards Mu Feng with a fierce demeanor. It seemed he had gathered so many people to take revenge on Mu Feng after being killed by him. Seeing Yi Wang Qingshan and the others coming aggressively, Menging Qingqing stepped forward and questioned, "Su Yaowen, what do you want?" Yi Wang Qingshan was Su Yaowen's game ID. He coldly glanced at Mu Feng and turned to Menging Qingqing, saying, "Considering I used to like you, this is none of your business. I advise you not to meddle." "Humph." Menging Qingqing scoffed disdainfully. "If you have the guts, challenge the great god Chen Ai. One-on-one. Bringing so many people, what kind of skill is that?" Yi Wang Qingshan laughed proudly. "My skill is having many friends and wide connections. If this guy could also call so many people, let him try. He probably can't even call one. Don't say I didn't warn you. This is Pancher Qingya, the president of the Razor City Pancher Guild. The guild has about 100 members. Pancher Lauda is my good brother, my buddy. He's here to help me get revenge. Kid, I advise you to be sensible. Kneel down and apologize to me right now. Return all my equipment and gold, and take out everything you have on you and in your backpack. Otherwise, humph." At this moment, Hai Lan Niao stepped forward and said to Yi Wang Qingshan, "Yaowen, you should leave." Yi Wang Qingshan frowned and angrily said, "What do you mean? This guy killed me, and you not only don't help me get revenge but also team up with him in the dungeon, and now you're speaking for him? Whose girlfriend are you, anyway?" Hai Lan Niao awkwardly glanced at Mu Feng. It wasn't that she didn't want to take revenge, but Mu Feng was too strong. So strong that it had completely shattered Hai Lan Niao's thoughts of avenging her boyfriend. Yi Wang Qingshan shouted, "I'm counting to 3. Kneel down immediately, or don't blame Pancher Lauda for being ruthless, and my brothers behind me for being vicious." Just as the deep affection was crazily clamoring, the stout and short Pancher Qingya, with a large head and dark face, respectfully inquired, "May I ask if you are Chen Ai?" Mu Feng nodded lightly. Upon hearing this, Pancher Qingya's expression changed slightly. After a moment, a flattering smile appeared on his face as he said, "Lord Chen Ai has made the world announcement twice, truly a hero emerging from youth, how delightful." With that, Pancher Qingya waved his hand. A group of Pancher players immediately followed him, preparing to leave. "Hey, wait a minute." Yi Wang Qingshan blocked Pancher Qingya, puzzled, and asked, "Boss Pancher, what's going on? Why are you leaving all of a sudden?" Pancher Qingya said coldly, "Do you know he is Chen Ai?" Yi Wang Qingshan hesitated for a moment and nodded. After a pause, he added, "His strength is indeed formidable, but he is just one person. We have more than a dozen brothers, are we afraid we can't take him on? Pan Shi-ching's dark face held great authority, especially when he was angry. Seeing Pan Shi-ching's displeased expression, Wang Qingshan cautiously asked, Boss Pan Shi, what's wrong? He is Chen Ai, having appeared on the world announcement twice, his strength cannot be underestimated and his potential is limitless. But he is just one person, we have so many. You fool! Pan Shi-ching shouted angrily, I already said, his potential is limitless. If I teach him a lesson today and if he joins a large guild in the future, do you think he won't retaliate? Against us? Wang Qingshan was at a loss for words. Pan Shi-ching glanced at Wang Qingshan, said nothing, and left directly. They were merely ordinary friends. They had met a few times, exchanged a few words, and shared a few drinks. Their friendship was not deep at all. He had come to help Wang Qingshan because he heard there were benefits to be gained, but he never expected the person he offended would be Chen Ai. Pan Shi-ching would not offend the future potential of Mu Feng for the sake of Wang Qingshan. In this world, it is most important to assess the situation. Pan Shi-ching and the others came in with great momentum but left in a hurry. Wang Qingshan knew he was no match for Mu Feng, staying behind would surely mean death. Therefore, Wang Qingshan hurriedly followed Pan Shi-ching and the others, leaving in disgrace. Mu Feng did not delve into the matter. Arriving at the dungeon entrance, the team leader Tianhua Tianchang confirmed their entry into the dungeon. Each member of the team consumed 10 points of fatigue. The dungeon portal appeared, and they entered the dungeon. Just like before, Mu Feng relied on his own strength to cut through the dungeon, leading several women to achieve an S-level rating. After exiting the dungeon, Mu Feng noticed that every few moments several to dozens of gold coins were credited to his account. This was the benefit of occupying the dungeon and becoming its master. In his previous life, both the main city and public dungeons could be occupied. For profit, various major forces fought fiercely, especially during the main city battles. He remembered the most brutal main city siege in his previous life. Millions of players participated, and the battle lasted 3 days and nights, with countless casualties, and the resurrection points were almost overwhelmed. In just a few hours, Mu Feng had earned several thousand gold coins. The level 10 gold coin dungeon could only earn a little money. As players' levels increased and their strength grew, challengers for the gold coin dungeon would come in droves. By then, his S-level rating would soon be surpassed. The dungeon master would quickly change hands. Mu Feng did not care. After all, whatever he could earn now was fine. It was just a small level 10 gold coin dungeon, not enough to satisfy his ambition and appetite. With such income, it was natural for others to be envious. Soon, trouble found him. Just as Mu Feng and the others exhausted their fatigue points, exited the dungeon, and prepared to leave, 30 or so players suddenly surrounded them, blocking Mu Feng and the others from leaving. Xinghua Qingchang looked around and saw that the faces of the players surrounding them were all grim, realizing that the other side meant trouble. She typed in the team chat, everyone, exit the game immediately. While they were not yet in combat mode, they could still log out. If they were attacked and forced into combat mode, they would be unable to exit the game. The situation was clearly unfavorable for them with so many opponents. The only choice and solution at this moment was to retreat. Just as Xinghua Qingchang and the others were silently preparing to log out of the game, unexpectedly, the other side saw through their intentions. A water balloon spell hit Xinghua Qingchang, harmlessly splashing against her. Instantly, the system notifications rang in the ears of the few in the party, indicating they had been attacked by players and had entered combat mode, allowing them to retaliate freely within half an hour. The expressions of Xinghua Qingchang and the others changed. Only Mu Feng remained unfazed, still wearing a calm and indifferent expression, as if nothing in the world could trouble him. The leader of the opposing group was a slender young man wearing black-framed glasses, whose ID was Heijin de Xiong, and his profession was water mage. The black-framed glasses he wore were likely a piece of fashion. Before the game's public beta, the official website had sold a few simple styles of fashion items for a limited time. These included black-framed glasses, cool sunglasses, imposing cigar, lonely cigarette, heart-shaped balloon, and so on. Low-level fashion items had no additional effects or attributes. Their only purpose was to allow players to wear sunglasses or smoke cigars in the game. However, it was the first time Mu Feng had seen a player equipped with such an outdated fashion item as black-framed glasses. Heijin de Xiong said with a smile, everyone, don't be nervous. Manging gently shouted, what do you want? We are from the Heijin studio, and I am the head of the studio. Heijin de Xiong introduced himself. After a brief pause, he continued, if I'm not mistaken, the master of the Tukesh gold mine dungeon, which the system notified about not long ago, should be you, right? The system notification only stated that in the future, players challenging the dungeon would have 1/10 of the rewards given to the dungeon master. It never mentioned who the dungeon master was. Xian Tutu softly said, what dungeon master are you talking about? That's not us, you've got the wrong people. Yeah, we are not the dungeon masters. That's right, that's right. The few girls immediately refuted. Heijin Dexiong confidently replied, "Stop pretending. Your team received an S-level rating for the gold dungeon, who else could it be but you?" Qinghua Chengcheng frowned and asked, "What do you want?" "It's not that meaningful." Heijin Dexiong chuckled, "With money we all earn together. As long as you give us half of the profits from the dungeon master, everything can be negotiated. Otherwise, the Tuksh gold mine is our territory. Everyone is already dissatisfied with you. Why should we give you a tenth of the hard-earned profits? I advise you to think it over carefully and not become the public enemy of all players. Otherwise, as soon as I go out and spread the word, you will be like rats crossing the street. Everyone will shout to beat you in the Tuksh gold mine. Believe it or not." Qinghua Chengcheng pondered for a moment and said, "Fine, I agree to your terms. That's more like it." Heijin Dexiong smiled proudly. Menging gently tugged at Qinghua Chengcheng's sleeve and whispered, "Are you crazy? Are you really going to do this?" Qinghua Chengcheng shook her head slightly. She typed in the team channel, "Let's stabilize them first. After we leave safely, we can talk about other things. At worst, we won't come to the Tuksh gold mine again. There are several level 10 gold dungeons anyway, we can just go to another one next time." The other team members found her reasoning sound. The priority was to escape safely. Qinghua Chengcheng then looked at Mufeng, now just waiting for his agreement. As long as he agreed, everything would be easy to discuss. Since just now, Mufeng's gaze had been fixed on Heijin Dexiong's black-framed glasses. He vaguely sensed that Heijin Dexiong's glasses were probably not just a fashion item, and it seemed that Heijin Dexiong noticed Mufeng's gaze, adjusted his glasses, and smiled. "You must be Chinai, you look like a smart person." Before he could finish, Mufeng acted decisively. A magic arrow infused with the powers of wind, thunder, fire, and corrosion shot towards Heijin Dexiong. -1833. A terrifying damage value appeared above Heijin Dexiong's head. Instantly, he was killed. A pile of equipment and gold dropped to the ground. "Boss!" Nearby players from the Heijin studio saw this and immediately took out their weapons, preparing for battle. Mufeng directly threw out a lava fire snake. He then accurately shot several storm erosion spells at the enemies. Instantly, he wiped out the players from the Heijin studio. Qinghua Chengcheng and the others were dumbfounded. Their beautiful faces were filled with shock. So many people, in such a short time, all taken down by Chen Ai alone. Although they had already witnessed Mufeng's combat power in the gold dungeon, those were just monsters, puppets controlled by the system. Players who had blood and flesh and could think independently were always supposed to be stronger than monsters. This was a recognized rule in the gaming community. They never expected that Mufeng could kill players as easily as monsters. Ignoring the shock of the few girls beside him and the astonishment of the onlooking players in the distance, Mufeng walked over to Heijin Dexiong's corpse and found a seemingly ordinary pair of black-framed glasses among the dropped equipment. After checking the attributes of the glasses, a smile appeared on Mufeng's face. His guess was indeed correct. These were not ordinary black-framed glasses, but a special piece of equipment disguised by illusion, the all-knowing eye. The all-knowing eye, special, type, accessory class, none. Effect 1, can see the player's class, ID, level, and hidden identity. Effect 2, can see the weaknesses of monsters. Effect 3, has night vision ability, unaffected by visibility. Durability, 10 out of 10. Fashion transformation, black-framed glasses. The all-knowing eye, one of the special equipment recorded on the Dawn official website, was once offered for several million in the black market. A special piece of equipment worth millions. I believe there's no need to further explain the preciousness of the all-knowing eye. The effect of the all-knowing eye one allows you to see the player's ID, level, profession, and hidden identity. Regardless of whether the player is hiding, the all-knowing eye can read it. Effect 2, see through the monster's weaknesses. This is also the most primary and important effect of the all-knowing eye. The reconnaissance skill can only read the monster's basic attributes. As for the monster's weaknesses, you can only learn them by fighting the monster several times. However, the all-knowing eye can easily see through the monster's weaknesses. Players can effectively target the monster's weaknesses to deal high damage. Because the all-knowing eye was recorded on the Dawn official website before the game's public beta. Therefore, any player with even a slight understanding of Dawn has seen this special equipment on the official website. Black Old Dashun didn't know where he got the all-knowing eye. After all, it is a special equipment worth millions, and he didn't dare to carry it casually. Therefore, he spent money in the black market to buy a fashion item and used the fashion item, black frame glasses, to transform the all-knowing eye. From then on, the appearance of the all-knowing eye became a pair of old-fashioned black frame glasses. This way, he could safely equip the all-knowing eye without worrying about being targeted. But he overlooked one point: no one would wear such old-fashioned, ugly black frame glasses as a fashion item. Mufeng became suspicious. He casually killed him to prove that his suspicion was correct. However, even if Mufeng had no doubts, Black Gold Dashung dared to extort him, and just based on that, he was a dead man. At that time, the all-knowing eye on him would also fall into Mufeng's hands. It was just a matter of dying early or late. Compared to him, Pan Shirchinya was much smarter. The president of the Pan Shir Guild was a seasoned veteran who had been in society for many years. His vision was naturally more long-term than that of the young people. He understood the principle of having multiple friends and multiple paths. If he could avoid trouble, he would, and even if he had to cause trouble, he would find a soft target. Mu Feng was not a soft target. Naturally, Pan Shirchinya did not dare to provoke him. Instead, he chose to avoid confrontation. Black Gold Daxiong was still too young, thinking that he had the numbers and had a handle on Mu Feng and others. He could force Mu Feng to submit. He also intended to extort Mu Feng and others a sum. But unexpectedly, he ended up losing both his wife and soldiers. Not only did the entire studio suffer a tragic death, but even the most precious special equipment, all-knowing eye, worth millions, also fell into Mu Feng's hands. Mu Feng unceremoniously equipped the all-knowing eye transformed into black frame glasses. Then, he personally collected all the equipment and gold coins dropped by the Black Gold Studio. The nearby Qinghua Qing Chang and others were stunned for a moment. They immediately sprang into action to pick up the equipment that had fallen on the ground for Mu Feng. The Black Gold Studio was indeed a studio with a bit of fame in the last life, and the total gold coins dropped amounted to nearly 40 to 50,000. In addition, there was a bottle of micro-fatigue potion. Taking this potion can instantly restore 20 points of fatigue. This is an essential potion for dungeon runs. However, the micro-fatigue potion is not easy to obtain. Only a few NPC merchants sell it, and the price is extremely high. Aside from purchasing this route from the NPC merchant, there is another way to obtain the micro-fatigue potion, which is as a reward for completing quests. However, such quests are rare and hard to come by. Mu Feng casually tossed the precious micro-fatigue potion into his backpack. Beside him, the girls from the Peerless Beauty team picked up the equipment and gold dropped by the members of the Black Gold Studio, handing them over to Mu Feng. Mu Feng said thank you. Since he had already exhausted his fatigue points for the day, he checked the time and decided it was time to log off. He was already quite hungry. After saying goodbye to the girls, Mu Feng turned to leave. At that moment, Mangang suddenly stepped forward, blocking Mu Feng's path with a few quick steps. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled as she said, "Lord Dust, can we add each other as friends? We are all students from Jinnan University, and it would be great to hang out with you sometime. Where are you from, Lord?" Mu Feng remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement to add her as a friend. Seeing this, Xian Tutu also stepped forward eagerly, wanting to add Mu Feng as a friend. 1 was fine, 2 was fine too. Mu Feng added Xian Tutu as well. Meanwhile, the Peerless Beauty was fidgeting, seemingly wanting to make a move but feeling a bit shy. Since middle school, she had never actively asked any boy for contact information. It was always the boys who scrambled to get her details. The boys even took pride in having her contact information. Mu Feng's decisive and ruthless manner left a deep impression on her. After much hesitation, Peerless Beauty finally set aside her elusive dignity and added Mu Feng as a friend. Of course, Hailan Niao was no exception. As for Mu Feng killing her boyfriend, that was long forgotten. If he Wang Qingshan knew, he would surely faint in the bathroom. After experiencing so much today, Hailan Niao and Mangang had reconciled and returned to their previous sisterly bond. Peerless Beauty and Xian Tutu were already used to it. Women's friendship is truly inexplicable, Mu Feng muttered to himself. The girls followed Mu Feng into the dungeon, having earned quite a bit of money today. They left happily, chatting and laughing. All of them came from decent families. While they weren't extremely wealthy, they weren't lacking in money either. The pocket money they received from home was comparable to a month's salary of an urban white-collar worker. Logically, they should have looked down on such money. However, this gold was earned by them while following Mu Feng into the dungeon. Although once inside, it was all up to Mu Feng to deal damage while they merely stood by and watched, they still felt a sense of participation. People only cherish what they have worked hard to obtain. Mu Feng watched the girls' departing figures and thought, just these few people aren't enough. If we want to clear that hidden dungeon, we need to find a few more people to gather a total of 20. To be safe, I should scout for more candidates, preferably those who can follow my orders without causing any issues. While pondering, Mu Feng logged out of the game. By the time he exited, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. He hadn't eaten breakfast or lunch and was now quite hungry. After taking off the gaming helmet, he felt a bit dizzy, and everything appeared somewhat blurry. Mu Feng got out of bed and walked out of the bedroom, where Sanja was lying on the living room sofa reading. She wore a light yellow tank top with a bear pattern, her graceful neck resembling that of a swan, and her long, fair arms were exposed. She wore shorts, swinging her delicate, fair feet back and forth. "Ah, brother Mu Feng." Sanja sat up, brushed her long hair behind her ear, and softly said, "Are you hungry? I can go downstairs to get you something to eat." It was the weekend, and Songjia didn't have school. Mu Feng shook his head and replied, "No need, I'll just order takeout." "Alright then." Songjia felt a bit lost. "You haven't had dinner either, right?" I'll order a portion for you as well. After saying that, Mufeng sat down beside Sanja on the sofa and used a food delivery app on his phone to order 2 portions of grilled meat rice and dozens of skewers. Didn't you go to dance class today? Mufeng asked. Sanja smiled and said, I'm about to enter high school, so my studies are the priority. As for dancing, it's just a hobby, so I have to put it on hold for now. Upon hearing this, Mufeng knew it was just an excuse from Sanja. After all, she was living in Mufeng's house now, with her meals and accommodation provided by him, and without any source of income, how could she afford to learn dance? After a moment of contemplation, Mufeng asked, Do you want to play Dawn? Ha? Sanja looked puzzled. Mufeng explained, You must have heard that in the game Dawn, the gold coins can be exchanged for Huaxia currency at a 1-to-1 ratio, making it easy to earn money. A hint of interest appeared on Songjia's face. She had heard classmates say that if one could obtain a piece of silver or gold equipment in Dawn, it would be a huge profit. A piece of gold equipment could be worth at least 1,000,000 yuan. If I could get a piece of gold equipment after selling it, I could pay back the money I owe brother Mufeng, and I could also. However, the cheapest basic game helmet costs 10,000 yuan each. Songjia had no money and couldn't afford it. I can buy a game helmet for you, Mufeng said. I can't accept that. It's already embarrassing enough to be living off you. Songjia repeatedly waved her hands, refusing. Mufeng smiled and said, It's fine, at worst, you can pay me back when you earn money in the game. Songjia nodded like a little chick pecking at rice. Mufeng was always efficient in his actions. He immediately placed an order for a game helmet, which was delivered to the door half an hour later. Since it was for Songjia, he specifically chose a pink game helmet. When she received the helmet, it was clear that Songjia didn't particularly like the childish pink color. At the same time, she felt concerned about brother Mufeng's taste. Back to the main topic. While waiting for the game helmet to be delivered, the takeout Mufeng ordered arrived just in time. After dinner, Mufeng took Songjia to the bedroom. It was best to lie down while playing Dawn with the game helmet. The sofa was too small. If Songjia lay on it, she could easily get hurt or have a stiff neck. In the small bedroom, there was a double bed that could comfortably accommodate 2 people lying on it to play games. Mufeng connected the pink game helmet to the power supply and then turned it on. He looked at Songjia, who was standing at the foot of the bed, and said, Alright, come and give it a try. Songjia glanced at Mufeng, her cheeks flushed, and took off her short white stockings that had gotten dirty from the floor, lying on the bed barefoot, shyly allowing Mufeng to put the helmet on her head. Watching the status on the game helmet change to green, Songjia successfully entered the game. She just needed to create her character and exit the game. About half an hour later, Songjia exited the game. Mufeng asked, Has the character creation been successful? Songjia nodded. What profession? What talent? Mufeng asked again. Songjia replied, Apprentice profession. The talent seems to be called Demon Banner. Demon Banner? Mufeng was taken aback and quickly asked, Is it the S-level talent Demon Banner? Yes. Songjia curiously asked, What's wrong, brother Mufeng? Is there something off? Songjia rarely played on her phone, scrolled through Weibo, and never followed the gaming circle, so she had no clear understanding of what an S-level talent meant. Therefore, she appeared particularly calm. But Mufeng's surprise was not because of the S-level talent, but because this S-level talent was the Demon Banner. In his previous life, he only knew one person who possessed this S-level talent. Mufeng pondered, What is your ID? Guxiang Jiaran, Songjia replied. Hearing this ID, Mufeng's expression changed slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. He smiled and said, So which novice village did you choose? Songjia smiled and said, Shenmu village. All my classmates are in this novice village. Good, very good, then you can continue the game, Mufeng said. Okay. Songjia smiled sweetly, put on her helmet and continued the game. Once Songjia entered the game, the smile on Mufeng's face instantly vanished, replaced by vigilance and indifference. Guxiang Jiaran, one of the top experts in the evil camp in his previous life, the #1 demon warlock in the world. Possessing several demon artifacts, her strength was extremely formidable. In the later stages of the Chaos God's invasion, the entire evil camp turned to the Chaos Gods. Guxiang Jiaran was no exception. The first time Mufeng saw her was on the battlefield. Above a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, countless demons surrounded her, dressed in a luxurious and intricate dark elf robe, wielding a shadow staff, cold and stunning like a demon queen, ruling over all. Looking back now, the Guxiang Jiaran he saw in his previous life did indeed resemble the Songjia lying on his bed at this moment. No, it should be said that the Guxiang Jiaran from his previous life was what Songjia would look like when she grew up. Mufeng looked deeply at Songjia lying on the bed. In his previous life, he and Songjia were adversaries and had clashed several times on the battlefield. Her talent was S-level, while Mufeng's talent was the worst F-level. Even though he worked hard and practiced leveling up desperately, he was still no match for the demon queen Songjia. In several battles, Sanja always had the upper hand and Mufong retreated several times. He could never forget the humiliation Sanja brought him at that time. The Sanja of his previous life was not as obedient and cute as this one. It would be more appropriate to describe her with words like cruel, terrifying, and bloody. At that time, Sanja clearly had several opportunities to kill Mufong, but she did not do so. Instead, like a cat playing with a mouse, she slowly tormented Mufong bit by bit during the battle. Fighting against Sanja, the psychological damage he suffered far exceeded the physical harm. She enslaved a high-level demon called the Mind Tormentor. Sanja loved to use this demon to destroy her enemies' minds, turning them into her puppet playthings. Once she got bored, she would feed them to the demons to share as food. Such cruel methods made the players of the Order camp tremble in fear. Unexpectedly, in this life, the demon queen Sanja was lying defenseless on his bed. Mufang's fingers slowly slid over Songjia's fair and delicate bare feet along her body, moving up her long, white legs all the way to her slender neck. With just a little force, Mufong could snap her neck and kill her. But Mufong did not do that. Since Sanja had fallen into his hands, if he taught her well, perhaps she could be of use to him. This was better than killing her outright. Mufong moved his hand away from Songjia's neck. He lay down next to Songjia, put on the game helmet, and entered the game. Back in the world of Dawn, Mufong glanced at the system mailbox and saw an email with over 20,000 gold coins attached. This was a tribute received as the master of the gold coin dungeon after occupying it. Since Mufong had been offline for a while, the gold coins were sent to him by mail. He extracted the gold coins and received them in his backpack. Since becoming the master of gold coins, Mufong had earned a total of 70,000 gold coins. On average, over 7,000 gold coins were credited to him every hour. Occupying the gold coin dungeon was much better than grinding dungeons tirelessly. Mufong immediately contacted Yi Shi-chun, asking if he needed any equipment. The gear of the people from the Black Gold Studio was quite decent, each of them having black iron equipment. For ordinary players who didn't spend money, black iron equipment was already quite good at this stage. The drop rate of monsters in the world of Dawn was originally low. After contacting Yi Shi-chun, the first thing he did was congratulate Mufong for making it to the world announcement for the second time, gaining fame. Then, he inquired about the grades and specific attributes of the equipment. Mufong sent the attributes of the equipment one by one to Yi Shi-chun. After a moment, Yi Shi-chun replied, "Dusty boss, I want them all." It was unclear what Yi Shi-chun did. Regardless of the grade of the equipment or how many pieces there were, he wanted them all. Mufong speculated that Yi Shi-chun was likely not an ordinary rich second generation. He probably managed a guild, holding a position as the guild leader or in the management. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so desperate for equipment. Since he had paid off his debts, Mufong wasn't in a hurry for money. For this transaction, Mufong requested to settle in gold coins. Yi Shi-chun readily agreed. They finalized the price and then began discussing the method of transaction. Nowadays, trading equipment was not as convenient as it was in the novice village. After reaching level 10, Yi Shi-chun went to the City of Discipline, which was the territory of the Punishment Temple. In the end, they decided to conduct the transaction at the trading hall. Trading at the trading hall was convenient and quick, but the only downside was that both the seller and buyer had to pay a 5% transaction fee. A 5% fee was quite a lot. If a piece of golden equipment worth 1 million was traded at the trading hall, both the seller and buyer would have to pay a 5% fee to the trading hall, which amounted to 50,000 gold coins. Most players would save money if they could. Teleporting gold coins only cost 1,000 gold each, which wasn't expensive. Meeting at a designated location for a face-to-face transaction was also quite good. However, Yi Shi-chun said he was currently completing a hidden quest and couldn't leave the City of Discipline for the time being. The City of Discipline was controlled by the Punishment Temple. The laws were strict, and outsiders were not allowed to step into the City of Discipline. Yi Shi-chun couldn't come out, and Mufong couldn't go in. There was no choice but to offer a transaction at the trading hall. Back in Black Lion City, Mufong had killed people today, accumulating over 20 points of kill value. He was very close to the 30-point ban line. This caused the guards in Black Lion City to look at him unfriendly. Mufong ignored them, writing his Black Flame Lion to the Adventurers Square, finding the trading hall and listing all the equipment he wanted to sell from his backpack. He also sent a message to Yi Shi-chun, informing him that the equipment had been packaged in the trading hall with the product number 37189. About 3 or 4 minutes later, the equipment Mufong had placed in the trading hall was sold, earning him 340,000 gold coins. To be able to take out 340,000 gold coins at once, Yi Shi-chun was not simple at all. Mufong was desperately searching through his memories. He wanted to find any recollection of Yi Shi-chun from his past life. Someone who could take out over 300,000 gold coins at once was definitely not an ordinary person. Gold coins could also be bought on the black market, but the quantity was limited, especially with the recent surge in popularity of Dawn. The price of gold coins on the black market had risen significantly, once reaching an exchange rate of 1:2. If he had bought the gold coins from the black market and traded them, it would have been a huge loss. This proved that Yi Ji-chun's gold coins were obtained from the game. Could it be that this guy had lucked out and dropped a piece of golden equipment? However, if a golden equipment had dropped, Yi Ji-chun probably wouldn't be willing to sell it. Mu Feng racked his brain for a long time but couldn't recall who Yi Ji-chun was. In his past life, he had at least some impression of people who were somewhat famous. After thinking for a long time without any leads, he decided to stop. Since he was at the trading hall, Mu Feng looked around to see if there were any good items for sale. Inside the trading hall, there were thousands of magical displays arranged neatly, much like a school computer lab, with considerable distance between each magical display. The magical displays were made from a piece of gray-white crystal polished into a square with a side length of 30 centimeters. The edges of the crystal were inlaid with a ring of metal casing embossed with some mysterious runes. The magical displays stood on small square tables accompanied by chairs. They were very convenient to operate, just like using a tablet. Mu Feng swiped his fingers and flipped through a few pages. Most of the items for sale on the trading page were useless junk, such as gray stone-level equipment, miniature life potions, goblin blood, bear pelts, and so on. As he continued flipping, his eyes suddenly lit up. Someone was actually selling a level 2 backpack expansion scroll in the trading hall. The price was 80,000 gold coins. To be honest, this price was a bit steep. The normal market price for a level 2 backpack expansion scroll was 50,000 gold coins. Selling it for 80,000 was clearly overpriced. However, Mu Feng didn't want to give up so easily. The backpack expansion scroll was just what he needed. He was in dire need of it. In the trading hall, he could contact the seller privately. He glanced at the seller's status, which showed they were online. Mu Feng typed a message asking if the price could be lowered. The other party quickly replied, "Buy it or not, this is the price, I won't sell for less." Seeing this, Mu Feng had no choice but to give up. Although he had money, he wasn't foolish. He indeed needed the level 2 backpack expansion scroll right now. After every kill, he had nowhere to put the loot, which had frustrated him many times. But he wasn't desperate for it. Level 2 backpack scrolls weren't rare items. If he wanted to buy one, he could still find one. There was no need to spend an extra 30,000 gold coins. He wasn't burning money. Finding good items in the trading hall was really too difficult. Mu Feng stood up, left the trading hall, and walked to the nearby bank to deposit all the gold coins in his backpack. He stood at the bank entrance. After pondering for a moment, he walked towards the town hall. In the second-floor office, Mu Feng found the youthful and beautiful secretary, Eve, in her uniform. "Adventurer, do you need something from me?" Eve paused her work and looked up at Mu Feng. Mu Feng replied, "Miss Eve, in the few days since I joined Black Lion City, I have completely fallen in love with this beautiful, peaceful, and harmonious city. I want to contribute more to Black Lion City. Can you give me this opportunity?" A smile appeared on Eve's face as she said, "Black Lion City will not refuse any good citizen willing to contribute to the city. Just so happens, I have a task that needs someone to complete it. Would you be willing to take it?" "What task?" "Master Alchemist Yul has been invited to Black Lion City to treat the city lord. He needs a crucial herb for his potion. Can you go gather it?" Eve said. Mu Feng nodded in agreement. The system notified him that he had accepted the task issued by Eve. He glanced at the taskbar. The time limit was 24 hours, which meant one day. The herb needed by Master Alchemist Yul was bloodwood fruit, which grows in the blood forest just near Black Lion City. Mu Feng exited the city hall, summoned his black flame lion, and galloped towards the blood forest. The blood forest is a level 15 map. This is the territory of the Bloodfawn goblins. Goblins are a large group divided into many types, including flame goblins, frost goblins, and gale goblins, among others. Bloodfawn goblins resemble flame goblins in appearance. They have two blood-red fangs about 3 inches long, looking somewhat similar to trolls. The most notable feature of the troll race is their pair of massive fangs. Scholars in Black Lion City say that Bloodfawn goblins are likely a hybrid group of trolls and goblins. However, this theory is vehemently denied by the trolls. Trolls are an intelligent race with their own civilization and empire, while goblins are merely monsters living in the forest, on the same level as wild wolves, slimes, and wild boars. Goblins possess a certain level of intelligence, but not much. Trolls find it insulting to say that goblins are their distant relatives. If you want to anger a troll, you can insult them by saying, "Your mother was violated by a goblin to give birth to you." It will surely infuriate them. Back to the point. Upon arriving at the blood forest, the view was a sea of red. Only one type of plant grows here, bloodwood. True to its name, the trunk is blood red and the leaves are also blood red. The bloodwood fruit is the fruit borne by the bloodwood tree. It is rare, only bloodwood trees over 100 years old will bear fruit. Bloodwood fruit is an alchemical herb, and 100-year-old bloodwood is the best material for making magic wands. Therefore, there are no more than 300-year-old bloodwoods in the entire blood forest. If a few more years pass, there may not even be a single 100-year-old bloodwood left. Mu Feng rode his black flame lion into the blood forest and soon encountered an attack from the Bloodfang goblins. Level 15 Bloodfang. Goblins, armed with various crude homemade weapons, lay in ambush within the forest, attacking lumberjacks or adventurers entering the blood forest. Unfortunately, today they chose the wrong target to ambush. Facing the Bloodfang goblins that lay in wait for him, Mu Feng took out his dark stick from the weapon bar, gave it a gentle wave, and lava fire serpents erupted from the ground, wildly slaughtering the surrounding Bloodfang goblins. In less than a minute, all 20 Bloodfang goblins lying in ambush were brutally killed under the lava fire snake of Mu Feng. System, you have gained 225 experience points. System, you have gained 225 experience points. System, you have gained 225 experience points. Battle ended. The Bloodfang goblins dropped several materials and a few gold coins. After collecting the loot, Mu Feng summoned his mount and continued on. The century-old bloodwood grew deep within the blood forest. On the way to the depths of the forest, Mu Feng encountered 2 waves of Bloodfang goblins lying in ambush, including a leader-level Bloodfang goblin. After killing it, it contributed a piece of black iron equipment to Mu Feng. Deep in the blood forest, Mu Feng discovered a bloodwood tree that was twice as thick as the nearby bloodwoods, with even more lush leaves. Among the layers of overlapping leaves, there was a blood-red fruit the size of a fist. This was the medicinal material Mu Feng needed for this quest, the bloodwood fruit. Mu Feng looked around and, seeing no more monsters in ambush, walked up to the century-old bloodwood and violently kicked the trunk a few times. The century-old bloodwood shook slightly, and the ripe bloodwood fruit fell. Just as Mu Feng stood under the tree, ready to reach out to catch the falling bloodwood fruit, a whoosh sounded. A black-feathered arrow sliced through the air, whizzing past Mu Feng and piercing the bloodwood fruit, pinning it to the trunk. Mu Feng turned to look. Not far away, a young man in his 20s, dressed as an archer, was holding a bow and arrow, maintaining the posture of shooting. This black-feathered arrow was shot by him. Such an act was clearly a provocation towards Mu Feng. The bloodwood fruit was violently penetrated by the arrow, nearly destroyed, with juice flowing out. If he took it to complete the quest, it would definitely fail. Mu Feng turned to look again. He saw the young man, whose ID was Iron Lion Bebe, holding his head high, saying to Mu Feng, "The blood forest has been claimed by our Iron Lion Guild. Uninvited guests get lost immediately. I won't say it a second time. Did you hear me? If you don't want to die, put." Before Iron Lion Bebe could finish his sentence, a powerful magical arrow struck his head, instantly killing him. Iron Lion Bebe's body fell helplessly to the ground. Equipment and gold coins scattered everywhere. Mu Feng walked up with a cold expression, looking at the headless corpse on the ground, murmuring, "Iron Lion Guild. If it weren't for this damned kill value mechanism, today you all would die here." Mu Feng's kill value had already accumulated to nearly 30 points. He gazed into the blood forest, where shadows moved. There were no fewer than 30 players, presumably all members of the Iron Lion Guild. With so many people gathered in the blood forest near Black Lion City, it seemed the Iron Lion Guild had settled in Black Lion City. Some small guilds, knowing they couldn't compete with large guilds even if they went to the top 10 main cities, would only serve as a foil to the large guilds. The resources of the main cities were all occupied by large guilds. The large guilds ate meat, while the small guilds drank soup. Therefore, some small guilds decided to take a different path, with all members choosing to go to some obscure small cities, just like Black Lion City. Although the benefits were not as good as those of the large main cities, and the resources were not as abundant, the competition was less, making it easier to develop. In the previous life, it was not uncommon for a guild to be supported by the strength of a single city. It was clear that the Iron Lion Guild had the same idea. They aimed to monopolize all the resources of Black Lion City. They left no way for ordinary players to survive. Mu Feng coldly watched the Iron Lion players walking in the blood forest. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze. He could not kill anymore if he continued. His kill value would exceed the forbidden line, and he would not be able to return to Black Lion City. Fortunately, there were still 2 other century-old bloodwoods growing in the bloodwood forest, which should also have borne fruit. By now, Mu Feng picked up the loot dropped by Iron Lion Bebe and then left, continuing to search for those 2 century-old bloodwoods. After a while, Mu Feng encountered a century-old bloodwood tree again. The tree bore a large, ripe bloodwood fruit. Fortunately, it didn't matter if one bloodwood fruit was destroyed. The blood-red forest had other bloodwoods and other bloodwood fruits. Mu Feng looked around, confirming that there were no monsters or players nearby. This time, and then he kicked the bloodwood fruit down from the tree. He reached out to catch the bloodwood fruit falling from the height. After taking a glance and confirming it was fine, he put the bloodwood fruit into his backpack, mounted his steed, and left the blood-red forest. He galloped all the way back to Black Lion City. The task required him to find the alchemy master Yor directly and hand the bloodwood fruit to him in person to complete the task. Yor lived in the most famous tavern in Black Lion City, the Black Lion Tavern. This was also the most expensive and luxurious tavern in Black Lion City. After arriving at the Black Lion Tavern and inquiring with the tavern owner, Mufong learned that the alchemy master Yor resided in the room at the deepest part of the second-floor corridor. Following the tavern owner's directions, he found the room and promptly knocked on the door. After a moment, someone opened the door from inside. A heavily made-up, provocatively dressed, and alluring nightingale walked out of the tavern room. As she passed by Mufong, she threw him a flirtatious glance. After the nightingale left, an old man in a grey robe, about 50 or 60 years old, short in stature, and slightly balding, came out. The old man carried a mixed scent of alcohol and cheap perfume. He looked weary, as if he had been drained of energy. He sized up Mufong and smiled, saying, "Adventurer, are you here to deliver the bloodwood fruit to me?" Mufong nodded. The old man chuckled, "Then come in quickly, I am the alchemy master Yor." Mufong equipped the eye of all-knowing. The moment he saw the old man in the grey robe, he read the old man's identity information. Yor, NPC, profession, alchemy master faction, lawful alignment, one of the honorary chairmen of the alchemy guild. Weakness, fond of wine and women. The levels of living professions are divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, and grandmaster. To obtain the title of master is already quite impressive, especially since Yor is one of the honorary chairmen of the alchemy guild. The alchemy guild is divided into 12 powerful chairmen and 12 honorary chairmen. With a total of 22 chairman positions, Yor's ability to secure one proves his strength. As for Master Yor's weakness, isn't it obvious? Anyone can see it. Yor invited Mufong into the room, and indeed, the Black Lion Tavern was luxurious, with splendid decorations, thick soft carpets, and a soft, comfortable big bed. The bed was exceptionally messy, with many pieces of women's clothing strewn about. There were also ropes, candles, and other items. Mufong looked at Yor strangely, thinking, the old man seems to be quite the playboy. On the table opposite the bed were various alchemy materials, glass test tubes, potion bottles, and more. Yor approached the table filled with alchemical materials, test tubes, and glass bottles. He took a deep breath, slowly exhaling, a glimmer of light emerging from his murky eyes. In the next moment, Yor's hands became a blur, swiftly gliding over the alchemical materials, test tubes, and glass bottles. In less than half a minute, he had prepared a bottle of light blue potion for himself. Gulp! Yor picked up the potion and drank it down in one go. The potion took effect instantly, like a withered tree coming to life in spring. Yor suddenly perked up. From a wilted old vegetable, he transformed into a spirited old vegetable in an instant. Yor hummed with satisfaction. He turned to Mufong and said, "All right, you can give me the bloodwood fruit now, and then go report to the people of Black Lion City." Mufong took out the bloodwood fruit and handed it to him. Yor received it and carefully examined it in his hand for a while. Not bad, not bad. Hearing Yor's satisfaction with the bloodwood fruit, Mufong bid him farewell and turned to leave. "Adventurer, wait a moment." Mufong stopped, turned back, and asked, "Master Yor, is there anything else?" Yor chuckled, "Kind-hearted adventurer, could you do me a favor? When you go downstairs, please tell Miss Leah that I'm waiting for her in my room, alright?" Mufong smiled wryly and nodded, "Sure, I will. I won't let you run this errand for nothing. Here's your reward." With that, Yor handed Mufong the remaining light blue potion he had drunk. It was not hard to tell that the potion's effect was likely related to male vitality. Although Mufong had no use for it, he thought for a moment and still accepted it. After he went downstairs, he saw many nightingales gathered in a corner of the first floor of the Black Lion Tavern. Mufong looked around and found the nightingale named Leah. He relayed Yor's message to her word for word. After finishing, Mufong walked out of the tavern and headed towards the town hall. It was close to the end of the workday at the town hall when Mufong entered, and happened to run into the secretary Eve, who was preparing to leave for home. Mufong informed her that the bloodwood fruit had been delivered to Yor, and he was very satisfied. "Alright, I understand. You did well," Eve said, with a slight smile. Just as her words fell, Mufong heard a system notification in his ear. "Task completed. Reward 10 points of Black Lion City reputation, 20 contribution points." Contribution points could be used in the main city's contribution point shop to purchase titles, mounts, pets, or epic weapon blueprints. When he walked out of the town hall, it was dark, and the magic crystal streetlights on the streets of Black Lion City lit up. Mufong still felt a bit uneasy about Sanja. Previously, he didn't know her true identity, but now that he did, having her lie beside him made him feel somewhat uneasy. Just recalling the cruelty and terror of the demon queen Sanja made Mufong shiver. He logged out of the game. Taking off the helmet, he found no one beside him, only a pink game helmet on the bed. Outside the bedroom, Sanja was cooking noodles in the kitchen. When she saw Mufeng come out of the bedroom, she sweetly smiled at him. Brother Mufeng, I noticed you've been eating a lot lately, so I thought you might be hungry tonight, so I made you a late-night snack. Just sit for a moment, the noodles will be ready soon. Mufeng looked at Songjia's graceful figure as she cooked, his eyes flickering, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while, Songjia came over with a bowl of noodles, her face full of tenderness. The bowl contained 2 poached eggs, a few slices of luncheon meat, and beef rolls, along with cilantro and green onions. It looked very appetizing. Mufeng picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. The seasoning was just right. He then looked at Songjia and asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" "I'm not hungry," Songjia replied with a sweet smile. "Besides, eating late-night snacks at night will make you gain weight." "But you're not fat, don't starve yourself," Mufeng said. Songjia smiled and went to the kitchen to pour a glass of water for Mufeng, bringing it to the dining table and placing it down. Then she stood by, like a little wife or a little maid, serving Mufeng as he ate. He picked up the cup and took a sip of water. He set the cup down, thinking, in my last life, I didn't help Songjia. Her father ran away after owing a huge sum of money, leaving her to face everything alone. She must have had a terrible time back then, suffering a lot of hardship and grievances. After experiencing so much tragedy, Songjia's personality changed drastically, completely darkening, growing from a good girl into a demon queen. At her core, Songjia was a good child, a kind, gentle, and lovely girl. Fortunately, in this life, I saved her in time, keeping her by my side, teaching her carefully. Who knows, she might become a great help to me in the future. The potential of an S-class talent is limitless, especially the S-class talent Demon Banner, which is among the best of the S-class talents, one of the top-tier S-class talents. In the future, Mufeng would also establish his own force, and such talent cannot be wasted. While eating, Mufeng asked, "What level are you now?" Songjia replied, "I'm already level 3. You're leveling up pretty fast. In the novice village, have any players bullied you? If so, tell me, and I'll teleport over immediately to smash their heads," Mufeng said seriously. Songjia was touched and said, "Brother Mufeng, you're so good to me." "That's only right," Mufeng smiled. After finishing his noodles, Mufeng returned to the bedroom to continue gaming. After Mufeng left, Songjia shifted her gaze from him to the bowl that only had some soup left and the empty water cup. She picked up the cup that Mufeng had drunk from, her eyes dreamy, and slightly stuck out her little pink tongue to gently lick the spot where Mufeng's lips had touched the cup. While licking, she murmured to herself, "Brother Mufeng, I really like you so much. I really want to have you." After a while, Songjia finished tidying up the dining table and went to the bedroom. She stood by the bed, quietly watching Mufeng lying on the bed with a gaming helmet on. Unable to help herself, Songjia reached out her fair little hand to touch Mufeng's body. Just then, while Mufeng was gaming, he suddenly extended his left hand and, with lightning speed, grabbed Songjia's delicate wrist. Mufeng forcefully exited the game and then removed the gaming helmet with his right hand. He looked at Songjia expressionlessly and asked, "What are you doing?" He had been an old player of Dawn for many years. Although Mufeng's consciousness was in the Dawn world, he could clearly sense what was happening in the real world around his body, such as sounds and touches. The moment Songjia's little hand touched Mufeng, he sensed someone was touching him and decisively exited the game immediately. Songjia looked puzzled and softly said, "It's getting colder tonight, and I was afraid you would catch a cold, so I wanted to cover you with a blanket." Mufeng noticed that Songjia was holding a thin blanket in her other hand. It seemed that she was really just afraid that Mufeng would catch a cold and wanted to cover him with a blanket. Mufeng didn't delve deeper, it was just a blanket, after all, not a knife or poison. As for the feeling of someone touching him, that should have been when Songjia accidentally brushed against him while covering him with the blanket, not on purpose. Besides, Songjia was just a 15 or 16-year-old girl, still a child. Youthful, innocent, and carefree, how could she have any bad intentions? It was impossible for her to be like Yen Ruyu, dissatisfied and lusting after others all day long. Thinking of this, Mufeng let out a self-deprecating laugh. He released his grip on Songjia's wrist and apologized. "Sorry, did I scare you? Did I hurt you?" Songjia smiled and shook her head. Mufeng noticed the red mark on her wrist and realized it was because he had been too forceful, leaving a bruise and swelling. He had been too reckless. After becoming Data Incarnate, although Mufeng followed the Mage path, with the enhancement of the flickering ring, all attributes had increased by +10 and his strength had also been boosted. At this moment, Mufeng's strength far exceeded that of an ordinary human. If he exerted a bit more force, he could easily crush Songjia's wrist bone. This was all because he had learned that Songjia's true identity was the Demon Queen, the beauty of the ancient alley, and he was overly cautious and tense around her. To avoid worrying him, Songjia even shook her head and said it was nothing, silently enduring the pain. Mufeng thought to himself, she really is a sensible and kind child. He asked Songjia if she wanted to apply some ointment on her wrist to relieve the pain. Songjia waved her hand to refuse. Mu Feng didn't insist. It wasn't a serious injury, just applying some ice would naturally reduce the swelling after a while. He apologized to Song Jia again. Mu Feng put on his helmet and continued the game. Song Jia stood beside Mu Feng, looking at the swelling on her wrist, unable to hold back any longer. A blush and a silly smile appeared on her face. It seemed she was enjoying the pain Mu Feng had caused her. Song Jia gently covered Mu Feng with the blanket and then lay down beside him, her pretty face close to his head. She really wanted to kiss Mu Feng's lips, but from her earlier probing she had already realized that Mu Feng was very sensitive. He could immediately notice any level of touch. She forcibly suppressed her inner impulse, gazing dreamily at Mu Feng. After a while, Song Jia withdrew her gaze. She put on the game helmet and entered the game. In the game world, Mu Feng was organizing his backpack when he saw the Demon Sorcerer Job Change Stone and the Summon Demon Skill Stone. Mu Feng originally planned to wait until he had time to sell the Demon Sorcerer Job Change Stone and Skill Stone in the black market or trading hall. But now, Mu Feng pondered for a moment and decided to leave them for Song Jia. The profession that suited her talent best was the Demon Sorcerer. The night in Black Lion City was quite dull. All kinds of shops and facilities dedicated to players had closed, and apart from patrolling NPC soldiers, only a few players were wandering around, new arrivals, exploring the city. It was far less lively than the main cities like Shinhua City, Morning Light City, or the City of Discipline. Mu Feng summoned his black flame lion from the mount space, noticing its hunger level was at 55 out of 100. He immediately took out a can of mount food and fed it. One can of mount food could restore 50 hunger points. After eating, the black flame lion was invigorated, and its affection for Mu Feng increased. The black flame lion extended its broad, spiky dark tongue and affectionately licked Mu Feng's hand twice. Mu Feng also patted its fluffy big head. Then, he rode it, leaving Black Flame City and heading towards the Dragon Hills. At night, Mu Feng usually went to level up. Today was no exception. He was still 21% away from reaching level 16. Continuing deeper into the Dragon Hills, Mu Feng encountered a tribe of frost goblins, with more than 50 monsters. The tribe leader and its boss was a goblin healer, capable of restoring health and status to its subordinates, making it quite troublesome. After killing it, a minor healing spell stone dropped. Minor healing level F class priest healer nightmare mage. Effect restores 50% asterisk spell power health to the target. Casting range 10 cooldown 60 energy cost 200. Mu Feng did not hesitate to learn it. He did not use Nightmare Fusion to integrate the minor healing spell into his Storm Erosion and Lava Fire Serpent. Mu Feng planned to create a separate fusion skill for the healing spell. 1 attack skill, 1 defense skill, 1 healing skill, 1 summoning skill. This way, he could be an all-round mage without being burdened by too many skills. After thinking for a moment, he opened his backpack and glanced at the item totem pillar. It stored 98 low-level souls, just 2 souls short of a sacrifice. Almost ready for a sacrifice, Mu Feng murmured. He continued towards the Dragon Hills, encountering a few beasts and killing them. After gathering 100 low-level souls, Mu Feng used the totem pillar for the sacrifice. The ancestors of the Dark Spear tribe granted Mu Feng an E-level nature skill stone. Chain lightning level F-class shaman nightmare mage effect fires a fierce lightning bolt that jumps between nearby enemies, dealing 10% less damage with each jump. Casting range 50 cooldown 120 energy cost 300. Chain lightning, the signature skill of the shaman. Since it was an attack skill, Mu Feng fused chain lightning with storm erosion, creating a brand new skill. Destruction chain. It not only had the additional effects of corrosion, fireball, lightning arrow, and wind blade, but also included the additional effect of chain lightning. It would jump between nearby enemies, with damage decreasing with each jump. Not bad, Mu Feng commented briefly. Then, he continued leveling up. After a night of fighting, Mu Feng leveled up from 15 to 16. He glanced at the system time. It was just past 7 in the morning, and he logged off in Black Lion City. Taking off the game helmet, Mu Feng lay on the bed and looked to the side. Song Jia was no longer in bed. Outside the bedroom, he could hear Song Jia humming in the kitchen. She must be preparing breakfast. Mu Feng picked up his phone from the bedside table and saw 2 messages from his sister asking him to visit her dormitory today if he had time. Mu Feng got out of bed and went to the living room. Just then, Song Jia came in with a plate holding 5 or 6 sandwiches, walking towards the dining table. Brother Mu Feng, just in time, we can have breakfast now, Song Jia said with a smile. Mu Feng smiled back. He glanced at Song Jia's wrist, which had a faint bruise that had not faded for a long time. Suddenly, Mu Feng felt a pang of guilt. Mu Feng suddenly thought that he could use his game abilities in the real world. Just as he had learned a minor healing spell, it was the perfect moment to put it to use. Mu Feng went to the living room and rummaged through the drawer of the TV cabinet, pulling out a bottle of ointment for swelling. Song Jia, come here for a moment, I'll apply some medicine for you, and your injury will heal faster. Sanja shook her head in refusal. No need, the bruise will fade away soon. It's fine, it will be better quickly. Come on, Mufeng said. Eventually, Sanja obediently came to Mufeng's side, allowing him to apply the medicine. During the process, Mufeng quietly activated the minor healing spell. In an instant, the bruise on Songjia's hand vanished without a trace. Fortunately, since the minor healing spell was the most basic type, its effects were not noticeable. Thus, Mufeng could attribute such miraculous results to the ointment. However, if it had been a basic or intermediate healing spell, the casting would have been accompanied by a dazzling, holy, and healing aura of pure white light. At that point, Mufeng wouldn't know how to explain it to Songjia. Songjia looked at him curiously. Brother Mufeng, what kind of ointment is this? The effect is really good. It's nothing, just a regular red ointment for bruises, Mufeng replied casually. Songjia didn't suspect anything further. Breakfast consisted of a sandwich with luncheon meat, fried egg, honey mustard sauce, and lettuce. After breakfast, Mufeng told Songjia he was leaving and went out, wondering what his sister wanted from him. He went downstairs, hailed a taxi, and headed to the apartment where his sister lived. Once inside the apartment, he easily found his sister's room. He knocked on the door. The one who opened it was the cool and elegant Lin Yashuang, dressed in a light outfit. Today, she wore a dress that reached mid-thigh, with a layer of sheer black stockings covering her long, shapely legs. Oh, isn't this little brother Mufeng? Are you here to play with your sister today? Lin Yashuang said with a mischievous smile. Mufeng politely replied, I'm looking for my sister. Come on in, your sister is taking a shower in the bathroom. Lin Yashuang giggled. Mufeng entered the room, and he could hear his sister's voice from the bathroom. Is that Chen Chen? Mufeng responded from outside the bathroom door. It's me. Just wait a moment. His sister's voice was soon drowned out by the sound of running water. Lin Yashuang smiled and said, Little brother Mufeng, have a seat, don't be shy, let's chat for a bit, okay? Mufeng didn't hold back and sat down on a chair in the living room. Lin Yashuang sat right next to him, smiling as she asked, What level are you now? Level 16, Mufeng answered honestly. Wow, you're leveling up pretty fast, Lin Yashuang continued. I heard you made it onto the global announcement again, that's impressive. No one else has made it twice in a row except for you. Lin Yashuang was aware of this, so Mufeng wasn't surprised. His achievement of appearing on the global announcement for the second time had even made the trending topics on Weibo that day. Anyone who knew his ID would know about it. Did my sister call me today for something? Mufeng asked. Lin Yashuang replied, Your sister reached level 10 yesterday and is planning to go to the main city today. She wanted to ask for your opinion. My opinion? Yes, Lin Yashuang pouted. She wants to go to the same main city as you to take care of you. For you, Mumu directly abandoned me, her good friend, boo-hoo. By the way, did you really go to Black Lion City? Mufeng nodded. Lin Yashuang said irritably, What a pity, if your sister had come to Frost City with me, with our close cooperation, we would have been unstoppable. I wonder, what's so good about Black Lion City? Mufeng asked, What profession is my sister? You're still a ranger and you haven't gone to the main city to change jobs yet, Lin Yashuang said. Mufeng remained silent. He chose Black Lion City for the hero class, the Nightmare Mage. The control in Black Lion City is very strict, outsiders are prohibited from entering, and only citizens of the city can move freely within it. Lin Yashuang was right. Black Lion City was not suitable for his sister. Moreover, after a while, there would be a terrifying coup in Black Lion City. Many people would die then. At that moment, his sister wrapped in a bath towel walked out of the bathroom. She smiled at Mufeng and said, Shinshen, I'm level 10 now, and today I'm going to the main city. How about going to the same main city as you? Mufeng gently replied, Sister, I think it would be better for you to go to Frost City with Yashuang. Why? Mugu asked in confusion. Mufeng answered, I know there is a powerful hidden class in Frost City that should suit you well. A hidden class? His sister clearly did not understand the value of hidden classes. But Lin Yashuang was very aware of the rarity of hidden classes. You know about the hidden classes in Frost City? Is that true? Have you been to Frost City? Lin Yashuang asked with a skeptical expression. To avoid revealing the truth, Mufeng lied. Yeah, I went once. While wandering around the city, I accidentally stumbled upon 2 hidden class transfer quests. Lin Yashuang was surprised. Hidden transfer quests are hard to come by. And you encountered 2 at once? Your luck is incredible. What hidden classes are they? Cold-blooded Hunter and Frost Knight, Mufeng said. The Cold-blooded Hunter is the hidden class for rangers, while the Frost Knight is the hidden class for warriors. The Cold-blooded Hunter is a ranged class with a shotgun as its weapon, and its class talent is A-grade Cold-blooded Strike, which significantly increases critical hit probability. It's a very good archer class. Mufeng looked at Lin Yashuang and said, Yashuang, your class is a warrior, and you probably haven't changed jobs yet. The Frost Knight class would suit you very well. I can tell you how to trigger the transfer quest. After saying that, Mufeng added, for free, no charge. Hey, hidden classes are very valuable. If you sold it on the black market, it could be worth millions. You're willing to tell me for free? Lang Yashuang said. Astonished, Mu Feng nodded and didn't say much more. In fact, the transfer quests for these 2 hidden classes were discovered by Lang Yashuang in the previous life, and she had edited the quest process into a post on the forum. In his previous life, Mu Feng had stumbled upon this post on the official forum. To this day, he still roughly remembered the content of the post. Today, he recounted the post's content, which could be considered as offering a flower as a gift. Without giving his sister and Lang Yashuang a chance to refuse, Mu Feng directly detailed the methods to trigger the transfer quests and the quest processes for the 2 hidden classes. Although Lang Yashuang was still in the novice village, leveling up with Mu Go and had never been to Frost City, she watched live streams about Frost City every day and kept up with the information on the forum, so she was somewhat familiar with Frost City. The NPCs and buildings mentioned by Mu Feng during his narration truly belong to Frost City, they are not fabricated. If one has not personally visited Frost City, it is difficult to describe it in such detail. Initially, Lang Yashuang was somewhat skeptical of Mu Feng's words. She thought he was just showing off and bragging in front of her. She had seen plenty of boys like that and was already tired of it. But now, she had a bit more faith in Mu Feng. What he said was likely true, not just boasting. Once Mu Feng finished speaking, Lang Yashuang immediately rushed to her bedroom, eager to verify it in the game. Her sister stayed in place. She wasn't as urgent as Lang Yashuang and instead asked, Shinshin, do you really not need me to accompany you? Mu Feng smiled and said, of course not, I'm not a child anymore. I don't need you to accompany me for everything. The bloodshed and cruelty of Black Lion City were not suitable for her sister at all. In contrast, the resource-rich, welfare-abundant, safe, and peaceful Frost City was more suitable for her gentle and kind sister. Moreover, Frost City had Lang Yashuang there. She could take care of her sister with minimal effort. Well, okay then. The sister's tone was somewhat disappointed, but she quickly added, yesterday I went out and bought you 2 new clothes, see if they fit. Last time, when Mu Feng visited her sister, Mu Gu insisted on taking him to buy new clothes because he found his attire cheap and tacky. However, Mu Feng refused, and after he left, the sister had been thinking about it. Yesterday, she specifically went out to buy 2 new clothes for Mu Feng. Sister, I already said I can buy my own clothes, you don't have to. Before Mu Feng could finish his sentence, his sister had already walked into the bedroom. After about 10 seconds, she came out holding 2 high-end shopping bags and handed them to Mu Feng. Try them on and see if they fit. Mu Feng smiled helplessly. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse his sister's kindness. He accepted the clothes and told her that next time he would buy his own clothes and she didn't need to spend money on him again. His sister gently said, alright, I understand. Mu Feng could tell from her expression that she clearly intended to do this again next time, and he felt helpless about it. After chatting with his sister for a while, Mu Feng left the apartment where she lived. In September, the weather was clear. Mu Feng carried the shopping bags, walking along the tree-lined path. The golden sunlight filtered through the gaps in the branches and leaves, casting mottled shadows on Mu Feng. Speaking of which, how long had it been since he breathed in the fresh air of the real world? Ever since his rebirth. He had completely transformed into a homebody, rarely going out, spending most of his time in the Dawn world. Although the Dawn world, in a sense, was also a real world, a real other world. But for Mu Feng, the real world felt more authentic. As he walked, Mu Feng arrived at a small park. It was the weekend, and in the beautiful park, elderly people gathered under the shade of trees, playing cards, chess, and chatting. Children played around the slide and sandbox. Some young couples basked in the sun on benches by the small lake in the park. At this moment, Mu Feng was not in a hurry to return. He found a spot in the small park to sit down and lazily soak up the sun while contemplating his next course of action, the burial ground. The next dungeon he planned to conquer. It was also a very important dungeon in the early stages of the game. If it could be held for a long time, it would yield countless profits. The burial ground was a team dungeon. Participants must be no fewer than 20 people. He had already selected 4 people, including Qinghua Qingchang, to join him, leaving 15 more to choose from, which he would decide slowly after returning to Black Lion City. Just as Mu Feng was deep in thought, he suddenly heard a scream not far from the slide on his left, followed by cries. He had good eyesight and saw a 12 or 13-year-old girl who accidentally fell from the slide, seemingly breaking her leg, and her injury looked severe. Beside her was an elderly man, around 50 or 60, who appeared to be the girl's grandfather. In this sudden situation, the old man panicked, flustered, and anxious, not knowing what to do or how to quickly contact an ambulance. Nearby, some onlookers kindly called for emergency help and reassured the old man, telling him that the ambulance would arrive soon. At that moment, a 4th-year medical student from a university wanted to show off in front of his new girlfriend, so he stepped forward, saying he would stabilize the girl's broken leg to alleviate her pain. The old man, upon hearing that it could relieve his granddaughter's suffering, tentatively believed him due to his confident demeanor and allowed him to stabilize the girl's fractured leg. However, unexpectedly, this fourth-year student from Jinan Medical University only made things worse. The girl's condition not only did not improve but became more serious. After the injury, the girl was very strong, holding back her tears. But after the treatment from the medical student, her condition worsened and the pain made her eyes well up with tears. Finally unable to hold back, she cried out loud. The old man angrily said, "Are you even capable? How did it get worse?" The student awkwardly stood up and replied, "I followed the treatment method for fractures taught at school. It should be correct." He was well-meaning but ended up making things worse. Although the old man was angry, he didn't say much more. The ambulance would take a few more minutes to arrive, and it was best not to do anything now to avoid causing a third injury to the girl. "Grandpa, my leg hurts so much," the girl cried. The old man, heartbroken, squatted beside her, wiping her tears and comforting her. Shen, don't be afraid, the ambulance will be here soon, and you'll be taken to the hospital right away." "Grandpa, can my leg be treated?" the girl asked, enduring the pain. The old man hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded, encouraging her. "Of course, once we get to the hospital, the doctor will fix your leg. It'll be fine, it'll be fine." He spoke comforting words, but deep down, he knew that with such an injury, it would be impossible to completely heal the broken leg. There was a high possibility that she would be left with a disability, becoming a cripple. It was all because of his negligence that his granddaughter broke her leg. If she truly ended up with a disability, what face would he have left to live in this world? It would be better to die. Just then, Mufeng walked over. He pushed through the crowd of onlookers and approached the injured girl. Getting a closer look at her injury, he saw that her calf bone was in a bizarre twisted position, severely injured. Even if the ambulance arrived, it was likely she would be left with a disability. Mufeng glanced at the old man, who was completely immersed in his sorrow. Moreover, the previous mistakes made by the medical student had worsened the girl's condition. Mufeng estimated that the old man would not agree to let him treat the girl anymore. Since that's the case, then he did not consult the old man for his consent. He saw Mufeng slowly bend down, swiftly extend his right hand, and press his palm on the little girl's injury, activating the skill. Minor healing spell. "What are you doing?" Mufeng's action immediately drew a crowd of questions. At this moment, the old man also noticed a strange man beside him who had actually placed his hand on his granddaughter's injury. The old man glared angrily and said, "What are you doing?" The old man roared at Mufeng like an angry lion, reaching out to push him away. Mufeng, agile, quickly stood up and stepped back, causing the old man to miss. The fourth-year medical student then stepped forward and loudly accused, "Do you know what you just did? Your actions could very likely cause secondary injuries, leading to this poor girl suffering a lifelong disability." He stepped forward now. He just wanted to shirk responsibility. In a few words, he placed all the blame on Mufeng, not mentioning his own improper rescue that caused secondary harm to the little girl. Mufeng ignored him and turned to leave. Seeing this, the fourth-year medical student's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Want to run? You better stay." He stepped forward, trying to block Mufeng. Without even looking at him, Mufeng kicked out, sending the blocking medical student flying dozens of meters away. The medical student landed on the ground, rolling several times before finally stopping. He was already bruised and battered, a pitiful sight. This scene shocked everyone present. At the same time, it extinguished the anger of several hot-blooded men who were ready to intercept Mufeng. The onlookers actively parted to make way, allowing Mufeng to leave, and no one dared to stop him. The old man, with a face full of anger, watched Mufeng's departing figure, just about to call his subordinates, thinking he could not let him go so easily. But suddenly he heard his granddaughter Tan Tan speaking behind him. "Grandpa, I think I'm fine now." "What?" The old man turned back in surprise. He saw that his granddaughter Tan Tan's broken leg was now completely healed, showing no signs of injury. Tan Tan even stood up and walked a couple of steps around the old man. "Grandpa, my injury is healed. It was that big brother who cured me," Tan Tan said, bouncing and cheering. The old man then realized that the young man's actions were to heal his granddaughter. He had wronged him. The old man quickly ran in the direction Mufeng had left. He wanted to catch up and personally thank that kind, enthusiastic, and highly skilled young man. But when he chased after him, he could not find Mufeng's trace. The old man hurriedly took out his phone, contacted his subordinates, and told them to find Mufeng at all costs. He wanted to personally apologize to Mufeng. Leaving the park, back at home, Mufeng acted as if nothing had happened, greeting Sanja, who was in the living room in dance attire and white stockings, stretching her legs in front of the TV. Mufeng returned to his bedroom. He casually placed the high-end clothes his sister bought for him in the wardrobe. Then he returned to his bedroom, put on the gaming helmet, lay on the bed, and entered the game. Back in the Dawn world, Mufeng stood at the city gate, hesitating for a moment, then walked towards the skill tower located in the Adventurers Square. The skill tower, as the name suggests, is a place to learn skills. The skill tower in the Dawn world has an unwritten rule. The higher the level of the skill tower, the higher the skill levels that can be learned. Skills in Dawn are divided into 7 ranks F, E, D, C, B, A, S. In addition, there are SSS level skills that only deities can master. The skill tower in Black Lion City has only 3 levels. This means that in the skill tower of Black Lion City, one can only learn skills of levels F, E, and D. And the first main city recognized in the Dawn world is also regarded as the first main city in the minds of players. The skill tower at Shinhua City has a total of 7 levels. From F level to S level skills, as long as you have money, you can learn them. This shows just how great the gap is between the main cities. In addition to the skill tower, there are also trainers for each profession. Only if you meet the professional requirements will the trainers teach you skills. Mu Feng's current profession is Nightmare Mage, and there are no trainers qualified to teach him skills. With no other choice, Mu Feng can only come to the skill tower to learn skills. Here, there are no professional restrictions. Any profession can come to the skill tower to purchase skill stones. However, the prices of skills are much more expensive than learning from professional trainers. Mu Feng walked up to the skill tower. He looked up at the low tower, then withdrew his gaze and walked inside. Inside the skill tower, there is about 30 square meters. It is built of bluish-gray rocks, with 8 machines resembling vending machines placed in the center. Mu Feng walked straight to one of the machines. There was a magic display screen the size of an A4 paper on it. The display showed 3 options: strength system, magic system, agility system. A total of 3 categories of skills. Mu Feng first clicked on the magic system skills. Magic Missile F, Clarity Spell F, Arcane Wisdom F. 1 attack magic and 2 support magics. Each F level skill costs 500 gold coins. Mu Feng bought all 3 F level skills, then returned to the previous page and clicked on the strength system skills. There were also 3 skills: Blood Cross Slash, Jump Slash, and Whirlwind Slash. Due to his profession's talent effect, Mu Feng can learn any skill within the Dawn world: martial arts, archery, magic, divine arts, and so on. Therefore, he bought these 3 strength system skills as well. Next were the 3 agility system skills: Scorching Arrow, Frost Shot, and Phantom Step. In total, he purchased 9 skills. He spent 4,500 gold coins. After paying the gold coins, the machine in front of him that dispensed skill stones trembled. After a moment, 9 skill stones rolled out from the bottom of the machine, landing perfectly in a basket below. Mu Feng gathered all the skill stones into his arms. Then he picked up each skill stone one by one to learn them. Mu Feng is probably the first mage in history to possess all skills from every profession. This time, Mu Feng wanted to see what kind of skill would be created by fusing these 9 skills. Magic Missile plus Clarity Spell plus Arcane Wisdom plus Blood Cross Slash plus Jump Slash plus Whirlwind Slash plus Scorching Arrow plus Frost Shot plus Phantom Step. Nightmare Fusion. Death Finger Effect deals 500% asterisk spell power damage to the target, burning 1 point of all attributes of the opponent. Casting range 120 cooldown time, 600 energy consumption, 3000 watt. It can actually burn 1 point of all attributes of the opponent. Mu Feng was shocked. If he continuously cast Death Finger dozens or hundreds of times on an enemy player, he would surely burn out all of their attributes. He did not stop. He activated the talent Nightmare Fusion again, fusing Death Finger with Destruction Chain. The next moment, a brand new skill appeared before Mu Feng. Destruction Finger Level A effect launches a continuously jumping destructive attack at the enemy, with the attack weakening with each jump, burning 1 point of all attributes of the enemy and adding bleeding, burning, paralysis, freezing, and other damage. Casting range 300 cooldown time, 700 energy consumption, 1200. Seeing the effect of the new skill, Mu Feng nodded in satisfaction. The first level of the skill tower, another staircase leading to the second level. Mu Feng approached the stairs, just about to step up to the second level, but he received a system prompt. It notified him that to access the second level of the skill tower, one must have the status of a first-class citizen. He was currently only a third-class citizen and could not ascend to the second level of the skill tower. Mu Feng had no choice but to exit and walk out of the skill tower. Just after leaving the skill tower, after walking a few steps, Mu Feng suddenly received a private message from Dream Shadow Lightly. Dream Shadow Lightly, Dust God, what are you doing? Want to go down a dungeon together? Not going. Mu Feng replied. Dream Shadow Lightly did not press further, saying, then I'll find you next time to go down a dungeon. Bye. Goodbye. Mu Feng said. He closed the private message. Mu Feng looked towards the east, where the sun was rising, and also the direction of Shinhua City. Now Yi Tian has probably become a favored one of the Fate Divine Hall. Mu Feng murmured. It's time to plan on finding that item. Yi Tian, in the last life, a genius renowned as the Child of Destiny, a favored one. Human hero, Child of Hope, Dragon Knight, Son of God, Savior, the last hope of all humanity. These were all titles bestowed upon him by the people. At the height of Yi Tian's fame, it was also when he held supreme glory and power. Mu Feng was just an ordinary player struggling at the bottom. One as noble as the blazing sun, the other as lowly as dirt. This was the true portrayal of Mu Feng's life in the last life. Yi Tian's achievements were entirely due to the favor and care of the god of fate. Ironically, the child of god Yi Tian, supported by the god of fate, was tempted by the chaotic gods during the war and betrayed the order camp, turning to the chaotic camp. Yi Tian, who joined the chaotic camp, unleashed merciless slaughter on his former comrades. The glory once bestowed upon Yi Tian became a huge joke. He was never a savior but a cowardly, selfish little man. In the last life, Mu Feng only regretted that he should not have intervened to save Yi Tian once. He should have just watched him get eaten to death in the street. At this moment, although Mu Feng had the strength to eliminate Yi Tian without anyone knowing, he did not do so because he knew there was a special item that could take away Yi Tian's luck. Mu Feng did not understand why the god of fate, seemingly blind, would choose Yi Tian as its favored one. The favored ones favored by the gods, either killed or tempted to the chaotic camp. Only Mu Feng, who was not favored by any deity, fought against the chaotic gods until the last moment, taking on the mission of protecting humanity. It was also because of this that Mu Feng completely saw through the true nature of the gods. They were merely powerful beings. They could not be omniscient or omnipotent, nor could they control fate. When the chaotic gods rampantly slaughtered them, like mortals, the gods faced death with collapse and fear, abandoning their dignity, kneeling on the ground, begging the chaotic gods to spare them. Such an ugly and laughable scene made Mu Feng completely abandon his faith in the gods. After taking away the favor of the god of fate from Yi Tian, it would not be too late to kill him then. That mysterious artifact that can seize the favor of the gods, Mu Feng remembers very clearly where it is. To reach the hidden place of the artifact, one must first gather 5 pieces of map fragments. Without a complete map, knowing where the entrance is won't help at all. One could say that the complete map is the key to the entrance of the hidden place. Therefore, it is essential to collect all 5 pieces of the map first. As for the whereabouts of those 5 pieces, Mu Feng knows them all. One of the map fragments is hidden within Shenhua City. When he has time, he must make a trip to Shenhua City and find a way to locate that map fragment. He must not let others get there first and take that map fragment away. The probability of this happening is very low, but it is not impossible. Only when the item is in his hands can Mu Feng feel at ease. This matter can wait. After reaching level 20, he can go to the mysterious merchant and purchase a pass for Shenhua City, allowing him to enter and exit the city freely. Except for a few cities, most main cities have restrictions for outsiders. Without a pass for Shenhua City, players cannot set foot in the city at all. Fortunately, the main city pass is not a rare item. The mysterious merchant has them for sale. Before that, he must first go and conquer the Burial Ground Dungeon. Speaking of conquering dungeons, it has been a long time and he hasn't checked the earnings from the gold dungeon in the past couple of days. He opened his mailbox. Sure enough, he found many unread emails. Some of the emails were about the earnings from the gold dungeon during his offline time. There was also one email sent by a player, the sender being Black Gold Dashion. Emails can be sent as long as you know the player's ID, while friend requests must be done face to face. In the past, Mu Feng had made the world announcement twice and had trended on Weibo. He had gained a bit of fame. At that time, he received many emails every day, with invitations to join guilds, interview requests from reporters, or offers from live streaming sites. Mu Feng ignored them all. Not long ago, Black Gold Dashion attempted to extort Mu Feng, and Mu Feng killed everyone in the Black Gold studio. Now, why was he sending himself a letter? Mu Feng curiously opened the email sent by Black Gold Dashion, which contained a short letter with just a few lines. The general meaning was that Black Gold Dashion deeply regretted offending Mu Feng and wanted to meet him once to publicly apologize, along with a gift of apology. Black Gold Dashion specifically noted that the gift was very generous. He earnestly requested Mu Feng to come. Seeing Black Gold Dashion's apology letter, Mu Feng smiled. In his previous life, Mu Feng worked as a gold farmer for a studio, and although he had never collaborated with Black Gold Studio, he had heard of Black Gold Dashion's reputation to some extent. This guy seemed honest and simple, but in reality, he was someone who would eat people without spitting out their bones. Would he really so easily back down and apologize to Mu Feng? Moreover, the meeting place he chose was specifically in a remote wilderness, which clearly indicated it was a trap. However, Mu Feng was not afraid. Since Black Gold Dashion was looking for death, he would help him fulfill that. Mu Feng immediately sent an email back to Heijin Dashion. He informed him that he would arrive on time. The meeting time with Heijin Dashion was set for 3 o'clock this afternoon, at a location 900 meters east of the Tuch gold mine in the miner's forest. It was a dark, deserted little forest. The underbrush was thick, making it the perfect place for an ambush. If Heijin Dashion wasn't foolish, he would definitely want to set up an ambush, and he would surely bring a considerable number of people, at least more than last time, probably around 30 or 40. If that were the case, he would need to prepare in advance, clearing space in his backpack for the spoils. He didn't want to end up with too many kills, too much equipment and gold, and nowhere to put it all. Mufeng immediately went to the bank, temporarily storing some items in his backpack that he didn't need, as well as most of the gold coins. Just now, the earnings from the dungeon master had arrived in his inbox. A total of 163,872 gold coins. Seeing such a large amount of gold, Mufeng appeared remarkably unfazed. Earning a few coins from dungeons was nothing. Finding a way to become the dungeon master was the real path. After leaving the bank, Mufeng pondered for a moment before logging out of the game. He took off the gaming helmet. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Sanja lying nearby in cool clothing, very close to him. She wore a slightly tight white t-shirt, black sports shorts, and a pair of straight, beautiful legs clad in short white stockings. With a gaming helmet on her head, the status light flashing green, she was still in the game. Mufeng withdrew his gaze, picked up his phone, and logged into the black market website. In the search bar, he typed level 2 backpack expansion scroll and clicked search. The page refreshed, and in the next moment, dozens of pages of search results appeared. Level 1 backpack expansion scrolls had a certain drop rate from monsters in the novice village. After level 10, there were various ways to obtain level 2 backpack expansion scrolls in the main city, monster areas, and dungeons. However, level 2 backpack expansion scrolls sold in the trading market were in high demand. Once listed, they were snapped up instantly. Mufeng rarely had time to waste in the trading market. He couldn't keep an eye on it all the time, so he had never managed to get one and could only buy from the black market. Although prices in the black market were usually inflated at this moment, Mufeng had no better choice but to find a reputable seller on the black market and buy a level 2 backpack expansion scroll from him. After completing the payment, Mufeng logged back into the game and waited for about half an hour before receiving a package sent from Flame City. Inside was indeed a level 2 backpack expansion scroll. Upon receiving the expansion scroll, Mufeng immediately used it to expand his backpack. The initial backpack for players had 30 slots, and each time an expansion scroll was used, the number of slots doubled. Level 1 had 60 slots, and level 2 had 120 slots. Alright, now I just have to wait until 3 o'clock this afternoon to meet in the Miner's Forest. I hope Heijin Deshion can bring me some surprises, Mufeng muttered to himself. As noon approached, Mufeng logged out of the game. Sanja was still playing, and Mufeng didn't disturb her. Instead, he got up to prepare lunch in the kitchen. There weren't many ingredients left in the fridge, and Mufeng was too lazy to go downstairs to buy groceries, so he simply ordered takeout. While waiting for the takeout, Mufeng sat on the sofa in the living room, browsing the forum while contemplating his future plans. After a while, there was a knock on the door of the rental apartment. Oh, is the takeout here? That was quick today, Mufeng thought, getting up to open the door. When he opened the door, it wasn't the delivery guy but two individuals in black suits. Both wore sunglasses, presenting a mysterious and capable appearance. One of the women in black sunglasses asked, "Are you Mr. Mufeng?" "Yes, that's me. What can I do for you?" Mufeng asked. "Excuse me, did you treat a little girl who accidentally fell and injured her leg by the slide at Behu Park this morning?" Mufeng nodded. The woman in sunglasses and the man in sunglasses exchanged a glance, thinking they had finally found the right person. It was definitely him. Then, the woman in sunglasses said, "The little girl you treated this morning is the granddaughter of the chairman of the Chun Group. We were entrusted by the old master Chen Zhongshi to invite you to a thank you banquet specially held for you." Mufeng directly refused, saying, "No need, please thank the old man for his kindness on my behalf, but I don't want to attend any banquet." "Why?" the woman in sunglasses asked in surprise. "This is a banquet specially held for you by the chairman of the Chun Group. Such an honor is rare in the entire Jinan city." Mufeng shook his head, not explaining his reasons. "If there's nothing else, you can leave," he said, intending to close the door and send them off. "Wait a minute." The previously silent man in sunglasses spoke up. "Mr. Mufeng, are you facing some difficulties? If so, please feel free to speak up. Our Chen Group can help you with anything." When it came to the Chen Group, both the man and woman in sunglasses instinctively stood tall, their faces filled with pride. They indeed had the capital to be proud. The Chen Group is one of the top 100 enterprises in China, with a market value of hundreds of billions. The Chen family, who controls the Chun Group, is a dominant force in Jinan City. Chen Zhongshi is the chairman of the Chun Group and the current head of the Chen family, a big shot whose every stomp can shake the entire Jinan City. What Mufeng couldn't understand was why such a high-ranking person would accompany his granddaughter to play in such a crowded and chaotic little park with safety hazards. Not only was there no one following them, but they also seemed flustered and at a loss. Like an ordinary old man, lacking the imposing presence expected of a chairman of a large group. Then, the man in sunglasses continued, "I know, Mr. Mufeng, that there are some misunderstandings between you and our chairman. This banquet is to resolve those misunderstandings. If you attend, you will understand the chairman's sincerity." The man in sunglasses earnestly persuaded him, but Mu Feng still shook his head. The man in sunglasses frowned slightly and asked, "Why? Do you doubt our identity and not believe what we say?" "No," Mu Feng replied. The woman in sunglasses then asked, "Then does that mean you are unwilling to forgive the chairman and still hold a grudge against him?" Mu Feng replied lightly, "That's not it either." "Then what is it?" Both the man and woman in sunglasses were puzzled. This was an invitation from the chairman of the Chen group, the head of the Chen family, the old master Chen Zhengshi. If it were anyone else, they would undoubtedly accept without hesitation. Hesitating for even a second would be an extremely foolish mistake. Could it be that this guy still doesn't understand what the Chen group represents? Looking at the young face of the guy, one could tell he should still be in college. It was reasonable that he might not understand some things about society. The man in sunglasses felt it was his duty to enlighten him about the immense power of the Chen group. Before coming here, the chairman personally made a phone call to give instructions. He emphasized that the two must invite Mu Feng to the banquet. This was a task personally assigned by the chairman, and it absolutely could not be messed up. If there were any mistakes, neither of them would have a place in the Chen group anymore. "Mr. Mu Feng, I'm afraid you may not fully understand the level of the Chen group. It's not an exaggeration to say that this is your opportunity, a chance to change your fate." The man in sunglasses subtly glanced at Mu Feng's attire and his living environment. "Believe me, if you attend this banquet, your destiny will be completely transformed, and you will become wealthier. You will escape this impoverished environment." As a mid-level backbone of the Chen group, the man in sunglasses was well aware of how much the chairman cherished his granddaughter and knew that the chairman would do anything for her. He only regretted that he was not the one who saved the chairman's granddaughter. If he had been, this golden opportunity would have been his, instead of this clueless, naive young man. Mu Feng replied calmly, "I am very well aware of what the Chen group is. I also know that the current director of the Public Security Bureau in Jinnan City is the third son of Chen Zhengshi, the Secretary General of the Municipal Hall is the second son of Chen Zhengshi, and the major in the Yunchuan Military Department is the eldest son of Chen Zhengshi. Moreover, your Chen group has recently been recruiting professional players and gaming experts, planning to form a guild and a team in Dawn. Mu Feng's remarks completely shocked the two. His knowledge was not less than theirs. In fact, he knew many things they were unaware of, such as the plan to form a guild. This was information only the upper management of the group would know, and the man and woman in sunglasses were not high enough in rank to know as much as Mu Feng did. They had thought Mu Feng was just a clueless young man, but unexpectedly he was fully aware. Since the temptation had failed, they had to change their approach. "Mr. Mu Feng, the chairman is truly sincere. Please make sure to attend the banquet this afternoon. We beg you," the man in sunglasses said respectfully. Mu Feng replied indifferently, "I am already aware of the chairman's sincerity. Tell him that my actions in the park were merely incidental. There is no need for thanks. Nor is it necessary to hold such a grand banquet for me. I will not attend." Mu Feng's refusal was decisive. The man and woman in sunglasses exchanged glances, both seeing the difficulty in each other's eyes. This matter was proving to be more challenging and troublesome than they had anticipated. "But you have to give us a reason so we can report back," the woman in sunglasses frowned. "Because I have already ordered takeout, so I won't be going out for lunch," Mu Feng said. As soon as he finished speaking, a delivery guy in a yellow jacket and helmet rushed up the stairs, carrying a large bag of food. He saw two sharply dressed men in black suits standing in front of Mu Feng's door. The delivery guy paused for a moment, then hesitantly asked, "Which one is Mr. Mu Feng?" "I am," Mu Feng replied. The delivery guy handed the takeout to Mu Feng and hurriedly left. "If there's nothing else, please leave," Mu Feng said, pulling the takeout inside and closing the door. To give up attending a banquet hosted by someone of Chen Zhengshi's stature, to forego a chance to rise to prominence simply because he ordered takeout, this was probably the most absurd statement the man and woman in sunglasses had ever heard in their lives. After a long pause, the woman asked her companion, "What should we do next? Should we knock again and discuss it with him properly?" The man in sunglasses exhaled heavily. "It's useless. People like him are the hardest to deal with. They are indifferent and unambitious. Even if you kneel and beg, he won't agree." "What should we do then?" The man pondered for a moment and said, "Report everything that happened here truthfully to the chairman and let him decide." "All right, there's no other way now." After saying this, the two of them went downstairs and got into the black sedan parked below. Inside the car, the man in sunglasses made a call to Chen Zhengshi, the chairman of the Chen group. When the call connected, a deep voice came from the other end. "How's everything going? When will Mr. Mu Feng arrive? The banquet is almost ready." The man in sunglasses took a deep breath and cautiously replied, "Chairman, Mr. Mu Feng said he won't come." "What?" Chen Zhengshi's tone was displeased. "Didn't I remind you repeatedly to be respectful and invite Mr. Mu Feng? You can't even handle such a small matter. What use do I have for you?" Sweat beads began to form on the forehead of the man in sunglasses. His companion beside him didn't dare to breathe. The man in sunglasses quickly recounted his conversation with Mu Feng to Chen Zhongshu. Upon learning that Mu Feng wouldn't attend the banquet because he ordered takeout and didn't want to waste it, Chen Zhongshu fell silent. The man in sunglasses held the phone to his ear, not daring to hang up without Chen Zhongshu's command, nor to speak up, caught in a stalemate. After a while, Chen Zhongshu finally spoke. His voice was as calm as ever, devoid of any emotion, as if he had merely heard an insignificant piece of news. "All right, I understand. You can come back." With that, Chen Zhongshu hung up the phone. The man in sunglasses felt as if he had been granted a pardon, letting out a sigh of relief and quickly lowering his aching arm. His companion, the woman in sunglasses, immediately drove away from the building. On the other side, inside the rental apartment, Mu Feng closed the door, holding the takeout, and walked to the dining table. At that moment, it was noon, and Song Jia logged off on time, got out of bed, and came to the living room to prepare lunch for Mu Feng. However, she saw that Mu Feng had already ordered takeout. Mu Feng looked up at Song Jia and noticed she wasn't wearing shoes, her delicate little feet resting on the polished floor. He couldn't help but say, "Song Jia, remember to wear shoes, don't walk barefoot." Song Jia smiled and said nothing, clearly not taking Mu Feng's words to heart. Mu Feng continued, "Today we're having roast duck. I don't know if you like it. If you don't, I can order something else for you." Song Jia smiled and replied, "I like it, I really enjoy roast duck." "That's good, then eat up." Let me wash my hands first." After washing her hands, the two sat at the dining table eating roast duck. Song Jia picked up a piece of lotus leaf pancake, added some shredded scallions, cucumber strips, and a piece of roast duck, dipped it in some duck sauce, wrapped it up, and handed it to Mu Feng. Mu Feng took it with chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth. While chewing, he asked, "What level are you now?" Song Jia replied, "I'm already level 8. "Not bad, you're leveling up quite fast," Mu Feng said. "Brother Mu Feng, which main city are you in?" "I'll come find you after I reach level 10, Song Jia said softly. Black Lion City has average resources and poor benefits. Mu Feng does not recommend anyone like him to choose Black Lion City as their main city. He was about to refuse Song Jia, but then thought that the most suitable S-level talent for Song Jia, Demon Banner, is the profession of Demon Warlock. The Demon Warlock is an evil profession. It will be despised and hunted by the Order faction. Once one chooses to become an evil profession, they must pay the corresponding price. Mu Feng does not intend to suppress her talent. He happens to have a Demon Warlock job transfer stone on hand, and when Song Jia reaches level 10, he will give this transfer stone to her. Most human main cities are controlled by the gods of order. The City Lord's mansion is merely the nominal controller of the main city. The real power lies with the popes of the various divine temples. Only a few main cities have weak divine authority, where the temple's influence cannot develop, and the City Lord's mansion holds the dominant power. Black Lion City is one of these few. With weakened divine authority, the City Lord's mansion is strong. This might be the only advantage of the City Lord's mansion. The Demon Warlock, being an evil profession, has always been on the top 10 list of the Punishment Temple's wanted list. If the Punishment Temple discovers a Demon Warlock, they will immediately execute them, leaving no chance for survival. Therefore, main cities with strong temple influence and deep power are not suitable for Song Jia and will only bring her disaster. A small city like Black Lion City is more suitable for her. Thinking of this, Mu Feng slowly said, "I'm in Black Lion City. If you want to come find me after you reach level 10, then come." Okay, Song Jia replied happily. "But I have to tell you in advance, Black Lion City has few resources and poor benefits. So you better think it through before coming," Mu Feng advised. Song Jia said seriously, "I don't care. Wherever Brother Mu Feng is, that's where I'll go." Mu Feng smiled and didn't take Song Jia's words seriously. After lunch, Mu Feng returned to his bedroom to continue playing the game, while Song Jia took out her textbooks and sat at her bedroom desk to review her studies. Mu Feng had heard her mention during their earlier chat that something strange was happening at her school. She said that the Ministry of Education suddenly announced it would reduce the burden on students, shorten class hours, prohibit teachers from assigning homework, and even encourage students to engage more with video games, such as the game Dawn. The Ministry of Education strongly recommended it. They supported students playing this game. Naturally, many parents and teachers opposed such actions, but the Ministry of Education's stance was exceptionally firm, resolutely implementing this policy. Now, Song Jia, who is in middle school, has no homework after school. She only needs to review her studies on weekends and after school. Hearing this news, Mu Feng raised his eyebrows. It seems the government has already discovered the hidden secrets of Dawn. Soon, the era of nationwide gaming will arrive. Logging into the game, Mu Feng noticed it was still early, so he went to the blacksmith shop in Black Lion City to have the blacksmith repair his damaged equipment. The intense battles of recent days had severely depleted the durability of his gear. If the durability of the equipment reaches 0, it will be completely scrapped and unusable, unable to be repaired. Therefore, players must always remember to go to the blacksmith shop to maintain their equipment. After repairing his gear, Mufeng walked out of the blacksmith shop. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, pondering for a moment. He decided to contact Yi Shi-chun. He wanted Yi Shi-chun to go to the minor forest with him. This way, after taking down the Black Gold Tyrant and his gang, they could sell the equipment they dropped directly to Yi Shi-chun, saving time and effort. It would spare him from stuffing a bunch of useless gear into his backpack, which would take up space and be a burden. After thinking of this plan, Mufeng immediately set to work. He made a voice call to Yi Shi-chun. After the call was connected, Yi Shi-chun asked, "Dust God, are you looking for me to sell new equipment again?" "That's right," Mufeng replied. "How much?" Feng said, "A lot, not less than the amount of equipment I sold you last time." "Oh?" Yi Shi-chun asked curiously. "Dust God, if I may ask, where do you get so much equipment each time?" It's not surprising to acquire so much equipment once or twice. There are many resellers in Dawn, most of whom are black market equipment merchants or gold merchants, engaged in the business of buying low and selling high, accumulating a large amount of equipment in gold. Plus, Mufeng's strength is considerable. The first few times he brought so much equipment, Yi Shi-chun didn't suspect much. However, when it happened 3 or 4 times in a row, it made Yi Shi-chun wonder where Mufeng got so much equipment from, or if he had some special channel. Yi Shi-chun is straightforward and never hides anything. Taking advantage of this transaction, he directly asked the question that had been on his mind. As for the answer, it didn't matter whether Mufeng said it or not. After all, anyone would keep such a money-making business a secret. Unexpectedly, Mufeng asked, "Do you really want to know?" Yi Shi-chun hesitated for a moment and said, "I do." "Then, can you leave the city of punishment now?" Mufeng asked. Yi Shi-chun replied, "Yes, I've completed that special task, and now I can freely enter and exit the city of punishment." "Good, come to the miner's forest near the Tuksh gold mine to find me. We'll trade there, and when you arrive, you'll understand where I get so much equipment each time." Yi Shi-chun asked, "What time, now?" "Yes. Alright, I'll set off right now." Yi Shi-chun was also excited, wanting to see where Mufeng got so much equipment from. Was it a hidden dungeon, a special boss, or perhaps a mysterious equipment merchant? If he could find out Mufeng's equipment source through this opportunity, that would be even better. While on the voice call, Yi Shi-chun immediately set off for the teleportation point in the city of punishment. Mufeng reminded him, "By the way, remember to clear out your backpack a bit, make some space. This time, the equipment for trade might be a bit more, and I'm afraid you won't have enough room." "Got it." Yi Shi-chun felt like a kitten scratching an itch, eager to teleport immediately. He hung up the call. Mufeng estimated that the time was about right and headed straight to the teleportation point in Black Lion City, using a teleportation token to arrive at the Tuksh gold mine's teleportation point. Today, there were still quite a few players gathered at the entrance of the gold dungeon, even more than usual. Mufeng had once again topped the world announcements hot search list that day. Following closely was another hot search about the dungeon master. After players entered the gold dungeon of the Tuksh gold mine, they would receive a system notification that 1/10 of their earnings in the dungeon would go to the dungeon master. 1/10 is already quite a lot. Every successful challenger of the gold dungeon would have to pay 1/10 of their earnings to the dungeon master. With so many people, it would accumulate into a substantial income, without having to do anything, without risking their lives to kill monsters or grind dungeons. They could earn so much. Countless players felt envy and resentment towards Mufeng's position as the dungeon master. They challenged the dungeon day and night, hoping to pull Mufeng down from the position of dungeon master and take his place. Mufeng looked at the long line of players waiting to enter the gold dungeon not far away. He thought to himself, the more challengers there are, the better. With the current average strength of the players before level 20, wanting to surpass oneself and replace oneself is just a dream. The more people challenge the dungeon, the more benefits he would gain. Mufeng withdrew his gaze and walked towards the miner's forest in the east. There was still plenty of time before the agreed meeting with Black Gold Behemoth, and he arrived at the miner's forest early because Mufeng suspected that Black Gold Behemoth would want to ambush him and would definitely come to the miner's forest ahead of time to set up personnel and prepare for the ambush. Arriving early was not out of fear of the ambush, but to avoid wasting time. Not long after Mufeng arrived at the miner's forest, about 10 minutes later, Yi Shi-chun came alone to the miner's forest, calling out Mufeng's name while looking around for his figure. Seeing this, Mufeng immediately called out, "I'm here." Yi Shi-chun looked in the direction of the voice, saw Mufeng, and a smile appeared on her face as she walked towards him. "Dust God, long time no see," Yi Shi-chun said cheerfully. "Shall we trade now?" Mufeng glanced at the time and said, "Let's wait a bit longer." After a pause, Mufeng added, "You want to know where I got so much equipment to sell, right? You'll understand soon." Noticing Mufeng's serious demeanor, which didn't seem like a joke, Yishi-chan's eyes lit up and her spirits lifted. She immediately replied, "Okay." With that, Yishi-chan stood beside Mufeng, her gaze fixed on him, afraid of missing anything. Thus, the two fell into silence. After a while, Yishi-chan couldn't help but ask, "Dust God, how much longer do we have to wait?" Mufeng checked the time. There was still an hour until 3 in the afternoon. Logically, Heijin Daxiong should be bringing people to ambush him in the miners' forest soon, so why hadn't they arrived yet? Just as Mufeng was about to turn to Yishi-chan and say to wait a little longer, suddenly, they both heard a noisy chatter and chaotic footsteps coming from a distance. Peering through the layers of leaves and grass, Mufeng saw Heijin Daxiong leading a large group of people marching into the miners' forest. He counted quickly, estimating there were about 50 people. Heijin Daxiong seemed to value him quite a bit, gathering such a large number of people. Among them, a small portion were members of the Black Gold Studio, while most were players temporarily hired by Heijin Daxiong. He noticed their IDs were tinged with blood, all red-named players with a kill value exceeding 30 points. Mufeng nodded in satisfaction. This kid, Heijin Daxiong, was quite clever. He specifically hired a large group of red-named players to kill him. It's worth noting that killing red-named players not only doesn't increase kill value but also grants special rewards. Yishi-chan also saw the group from the Black Gold Studio and noticed that most of them were red-named players. Her expression changed. She gently tugged at the sleeve of Mufeng's robe and whispered, "Dust God, we should leave quickly. These red-named players kill without blinking. Be careful not to let them spot us." Due to the kill value mechanism, red-named players had quickly proliferated. After all, killing players yielded more equipment and gold than killing monsters. In the wild, one had to be cautious not only of wild monsters but also of red-named players. Yishi-chan considered herself quite capable. Encountering 1 or 2 red-named players didn't intimidate her and she would charge right in. But now, faced with so many red-named players, she had to avoid confrontation. Just as she was about to pull Mufeng away to leave quickly, Mufeng patted her shoulder, signaling her to calm down. "You wait here, I'll go get the equipment for you." With that, Mufeng pushed through the dense branches and grass, heading straight towards Heijin Daxiong and his group. "What? Where? Are you going to get equipment? Come back!" Yishi-chan anxiously shouted as she saw Mufeng striding towards the group of red-named players. "Dust God, come back! There's no equipment over there, you mustn't go to your death." Yishi-chan wanted to catch up and stop Mufeng, but Mufeng moved too quickly. If she chased after him, she would expose their location and be discovered by those red-named players. Yishi-chan stopped in her tracks, watching helplessly as Mufeng walked towards the group of bloodthirsty red-named players. Sigh. Yishi-chan frowned, unsure of what Dust was planning. Could it be that he had lost his mind? She thought she should retreat first. If those red-named players caught her, she would die here too. It seemed that today's transaction was doomed to fail. Just as Yishi-chan was about to leave, suddenly she saw Mufeng's next move from a distance, which left her utterly shocked, her expression one of disbelief. Today, Heijin Daxiong was in a very good mood. He couldn't help but feel proud of his cleverness. With just a little trick, he had lured out the brainless fool, Mufeng. It was all Mufeng's fault for being too greedy and too stupid. He had only slightly adjusted his attitude to be more respectful, tricking Mufeng into thinking he needed to apologize in person and offer a generous gift. That fool Mufeng fell for it so easily. Ah, what an idiot. Just thinking about this brought a smug smile to Heijin Daxiong's face. Last time, Mufeng had killed everyone in his studio, and Heijin Daxiong had always remembered that grudge. Especially since Mufeng had also stolen his special equipment, the all-knowing eye. That was a special item worth millions. Just thinking about the all-knowing eye being taken by Mufeng made Heijin Daxiong feel like his heart was bleeding. He had to do whatever it took to get the all-knowing eye back. This time, not only were all the members of the Heijin studio present, but Heijin Daxiong had also spent a lot of money hiring over 30 red-named players. They were experienced in battle and would surely make Dust kneel and beg for mercy. After entering the minor forest, Heijin Daxiong stopped, casually glanced around, and turned to the members of his studio and the hired help behind him, saying, "You all hide around the sides. When Dust arrives, I'll go up first to stabilize him, talk to him, and while he's relaxed, you all seize the opportunity to attack him. Remember, those with control skills should go first and keep him controlled until he's dead. Don't give him a chance, otherwise his skills cool down quickly and are powerful. If he gets a chance, we'll be in trouble," Heijin Daxiong instructed. At that moment, a swordsman with the ID Blood Mad Kill impatiently dug at his ear and said, "It's just killing a person, is it really necessary? You're dragging this out like a sissy. Hurry up, I have a date with my girlfriend this afternoon." Heijin Daxiong shot Blood Mad Kill a cold glance and said, "Don't forget, you took my money, so you have to listen to me. If you don't want to do it, get lost. Right now." Pfft, with that little money, who would care? More than 50 against 1, I wouldn't be afraid of being laughed at for saying it. Only someone like you would do such dirty work. Blood Mad Kill scoffed and turned to leave. A flash of anger crossed Haejin Daeong's eyes as he coldly said, "Who else wants to leave? Get lost right now." The remaining red-named players did not leave. It was just killing a player. It was easy and effortless, and they could easily earn a hefty reward. Who wouldn't want to do such an easy job? Seeing that no one was contradicting him anymore, Haejin Daeong's gaze swept over everyone before he withdrew his gaze and said, "In any case, this target is very tricky, so everyone stay alert." After Haejin Daeong finished speaking, a red-named player raised his hand and asked, after talking for so long, "Who exactly is the target this time? It's so mysterious, it can't still be a secret, can it?" Haejin Daeong pondered for a moment and said, "It's Dust." "Dust? Is it that Dust who has appeared on the world announcement twice?" "That's right, it's me," Mufeng said. He calmly walked in front of everyone under Haejin Daeong's shocked and bewildered gaze. Then, he greeted Haejin Daeong beside him, saying, "Good afternoon." Next, he took a look at Haejin Daeong's new equipment and said, "Your gear is quite nice, I like it a lot. Now, it's mine." With that, Mufeng launched an attack. A finger of destruction fell. -3,237. Such terrifying spell damage instantly killed the Black Gold Titan, dropping a pile of equipment in gold. After taking him down, Mufeng looked at the stunned members of the Black Gold Studio and the recruited red-named players. Mufeng said, "Sorry everyone, you all have to die." After saying that, Mufeng shot out several more fingers of destruction, instantly killing multiple red-named players. Seeing their companions die before their eyes, the others were momentarily stunned before they reacted, hurriedly pulling out weapons to counterattack. Several red-named players with control skills, without saying a word, skillfully cast their preferred control skills towards Mufeng. Vine Bind, Slow Spell, Dark Prison. Mufeng did not dodge or evade, standing still and allowing several control skills to hit him. Got him. The faces of the red-named players who cast the control skills lit up with joy. The effects of Dawn's skills can stack. If hit by multiple control skills, you're done for. You'll be controlled to death. The game Dawn heavily relies on skill. When levels and equipment are not vastly different, the only factor that determines victory is gameplay skill. Mufeng's gameplay skill was among the best in his previous life, and through countless brutal battles with the chaotic gods, he had gained ample experience. He could be said to have the most top-notch skills of the current era, or none. With his positioning, he could easily dodge the control skills of these red-named players. Even without moving, relying on the equipment skill of the blinking ring, he could easily evade. But he did not do so because he wanted to test another SSS-level talent of the Nightmare Mage. Abyssal Will. This talent's effect is immunity to any mental and control skills, making it one of the top talents in the world of Dawn. Just as several control skills hit Mufeng, a system prompt sounded in his ears. System, Vine Bind, F-level, hit you, your talent, Abyssal Will, activated, exempting you from this skill's effect. System, Slow Spell, F-level, hit you, your talent, Abyssal Will, activated, exempting you from this skill's effect. System, Dark Prison, E-level, hit you, your talent, Abyssal Will, activated, exempting you from this skill's effect. Not bad, Mufeng nodded in satisfaction. He was very pleased with the talent, Abyssal Will. While the players from the Black Gold Studio and the red-named players thought those control skills were effective, believing Mufeng was immobilized and had no power to resist, melee players charged at him with battle axes, spears, and swords. However, unexpectedly, Mufeng's fingers of destruction slaughtered more than half of them. "What's going on? Why aren't the control skills working?" a red-named player screamed. "Could it be he has a purification potion on him? Run for your lives, this guy is just too strong. Damn it, when I get out, I'm reporting someone for cheating. This is just too unfair." At this moment, the scene was extremely chaotic. Some were still stubbornly resisting, getting killed by Mufeng's finger of destruction, while others, seeing they couldn't win, turned to flee. "Damn it, retreat quickly. If we don't run, we'll all die." Archers, thieves, and agile classes fled the fastest, darting several meters towards the outskirts of the labor forest in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Mufeng's finger of destruction had a long range. Otherwise, these few would have surely escaped. A finger-thick attack, like red lightning, struck a player archer, dealing critical damage and various additional effects, instantly killing him. The attack of the finger of destruction did not end. It seemed to leap like lightning, jumping onto another player closest to it. In an instant, those fleeing players also fell to Mufeng's hands. The battle ended, and the 57 people brought by Black Gold Daxion plus him made a total of 58. One person left, and the remaining 57 all died at the hands of Mufeng. In the quiet miner's forest, the smell of blood permeated the entire area. The ground was littered with mangled corpses, colorful and oddly shaped equipment, and shining gold coins. Mufeng roughly counted the bodies on the ground. After confirming that the number of corpses matched the number of people who came, Mufeng turned back and waved to Ye Jichuan, who was hiding deep in the dense forest, already in shock, signaling him to come over. It took Ye Jichuan a long time to regain his senses. He swallowed hard, paused, and walked stiffly towards Mufeng. When Jichuan stood in front of Mufeng, he wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. In the end, he opened his mouth but said nothing. Mufeng said calmly, "Look at the equipment on the ground and estimate how much it's worth. Also, I won't sell the gold coins." I understand." Jichuan nodded with difficulty. He stood there for a while and then asked, "Lord Dust, the equipment you sold me before was also?" "That's right, they were all equipment dropped from killing players, which I then sold to you." Before Jichuan could finish, Mufeng replied. Jichuan's expression was strange. Before coming, he had imagined several times that Mufeng had a secret equipment dungeon or knew some mysterious equipment merchant. He never expected reality to be so cruel. The equipment Mufeng sold him was all dropped from killing players. Moreover, he had single-handedly taken on more than 50 people, and he actually won this battle. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would have been hard for Jichuan to believe. Once, he had only a rough understanding of Mufeng's strength. He was strong, but not overwhelmingly so. At most, he was just a bit stronger than him. Now, Mufeng's strength made Jichuan feel afraid. "Alright, let's get moving quickly, my time is tight," Mufeng urged. Upon hearing this, Jichuan dared not delay any longer and quickly bent down to pick up the equipment. He gathered the equipment together first and then slowly estimated the value of each piece. Meanwhile, Mufeng squatted on the ground picking up the gold coins that had dropped. Unlike last time, this time the members of the Black Gold Studio had very few coins in their backpacks. Even Black Gold Daxiong was no exception, with no more than 100 coins on him. It was unclear whether it was because last time Mufeng had wiped out all the members of the Black Gold Studio and looted all their equipment, or if they had bought new equipment this time and thus had no money left. Or perhaps they had learned their lesson this time and stored all their gold coins in the bank before the battle, resulting in not having many coins in their backpacks. To be honest, Mufeng leaned towards the first reason. The members of the Black Gold Studio had run out of coins due to repurchasing equipment. The members of the Black Gold Studio have little money on them. Meanwhile, those red-named players are rolling in wealth because their kill count exceeds 30. They have become criminals, wanted by the main city, unable to return, and can only stay in the wild. Without the ability to return to the main city, they cannot use buildings like the trading post, bank, or skill tower. However, there are wandering merchants and dark banks in the wild, 2 special NPCs and unique buildings. Wandering merchants are a type of NPC merchant active in the wild. They sell everything, with a wide variety of goods including potions, equipment, skill stones, scrolls, tokens, and more. Each time you encounter a wandering merchant, the items they sell will refresh randomly. The quality of the refreshed items varies, sometimes good, sometimes bad, and occasionally you can find a bargain. The wandering merchant's stall might refresh with top-tier equipment or high-level skill stones. Finding a bargain like this only happens when luck is on your side. If luck is bad, the refreshed items are often trash, and there are frequently fakes mixed in, making it hard to distinguish between real and fake. If you're not careful, you can easily end up buying a counterfeit and getting scammed. Wandering merchants roam all over the world. They never stay in one place for long. Whether you can encounter a wandering merchant depends on your luck. As for the Dark Bank, it is a bank exclusive to the evil faction, serving only evil professions. Regular players cannot access it. Red-named players cannot return to the main city, so they naturally cannot deposit money in the bank and can only carry gold coins and valuable items with them. Red-named players can ask friends to procure daily necessities and consumables from the main city or pay other players to help buy them. If their equipment is damaged, they can also have other players help take it to the main city for repairs. Living in the wild, aside from being somewhat inconvenient and unsafe, is manageable. They can barely get by. There are more than 30 red-named players. The gold coins they dropped add up to about 110,000 gold coins. Indeed, the old saying holds true: killing and arson bring in gold, while repairing bridges and roads leave no corpses. It seems that this life of murder and robbery earns more. How much can you earn from fighting monsters or bosses? This is also why red-named players are as resilient as weeds, impossible to eradicate or extinguish. When red-named players can make money so quickly, after picking up all the gold coins that had fallen to the ground, Mufeng straightened his back, feeling a wave of soreness in his waist and back. This is one downside of being a mage. Their stamina is too poor. They are only slightly stronger than ordinary humans, and after a bit of labor, they feel completely exhausted. Sometimes, picking up money can be a pain too. After a moment of reflection, Mufeng turned to look at Jichuan beside him, who had already gathered all the equipment together and was checking the attributes of each piece, using a virtual phone to calculate the value of each item. He was very serious, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Mufeng did not disturb Jichuan. He stood by, studying a few skills in his skill bar, patiently waiting for Jichuan to finish calculating. About half an hour later, Jichuan finally calculated the price of the pile of equipment. He let out a long breath and looked up at Mufeng, saying, "Great God, it's done." Take a look at this price and see if you're satisfied. After saying that, he showed Mufeng a price displayed on the virtual phone. Mufeng glanced at it. This price was quite close to what he had expected. Alright. Mufeng nodded. Yiyi-chun licked his lips and said, I can't gather that much gold at once. I wonder if I can convert the gold into huaxia coins for settlement? That's fine. As the master of the dungeon, Mufeng wasn't short on gold for the time being. Settling in huaxia coins is also good. Once he saves enough money, Mufeng plans to move to a different place and buy a luxury gaming pod. Seeing Mufeng agree, Yiyi-chun stopped wasting words and immediately transferred the money to Mufeng. Mufeng glanced at the virtual phone in Yiyi-chun's hand. There was no need to exit the game. Online transfers could be done seamlessly, and the virtual phone could perform all the functions of a regular phone. The virtual phone was one of the special features of the game pod, making it very convenient to use. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Yiyi-chun finished his operations. He looked up at Mufeng and said, Master, can you check if the money has arrived? Okay. Mufeng exited the game, took off the gaming helmet, and picked up the phone that was beside his pillow, glancing at the transfer record just sent by the bank. 1.78 million huaxia coins. Not a single cent less. After confirming it was correct, Mufeng logged back into the game. Once online, he said to Yiyi-chun, the money has arrived, you can take those items, I should be leaving now. Alright. Yiyi-chun readily agreed. But then he ran into a problem. Earlier, Mufeng had informed him that there would be a lot of equipment in this transaction, asking him to clear out some space in his backpack. At the time, Yiyi-chun didn't take it seriously. He had a level 2 backpack with 120 slots. That was already quite large, enough for Yiyi-chun to use. He thought he could fit the equipment Mufeng was selling. However, he did not expect that the equipment Mufeng sold him far exceeded his estimates and the number of slots in his backpack. Yiyi-chun's backpack couldn't hold so much equipment, and he couldn't carry it all in his hands either. He couldn't just throw it away, he had spent real money on it. Just as Yiyi-chun was feeling troubled, Mufeng suggested, you could have your friends come pick you up. One friend's backpack might not be enough, but if a few friends come, they can carry all this equipment. That's a good idea, but Yiyi-chun hesitated. Seeing this, Mufeng asked, do you have any difficulties? Yiyi-chun looked troubled and said, Master Mufeng, those people you killed have probably respawned at the resurrection point. This place is close to the teleportation point to the Tuksh gold mine, and I'm afraid they might come back for revenge, while my friends will take some time to arrive. They are all ruthless red-named players. What if they rob me? Red-named players respawn not at the town's resurrection point, but at the prison area's resurrection point. You can rest assured, until they clear their crimes, they can't leave the prison area. As for those non-red-named Black Gold Studio players, if you're afraid of their revenge, I can stay to protect you until your friends come to pick you up, Mufeng said. I wouldn't want to trouble you, master. Although Yiyi-chun said this, he actually hoped Mufeng would stay. His fear of revenge was real, but besides that, Yiyi-chun wanted to probe Mufeng's background and figure out what profession he had to be so formidable. Master Mufeng, you look so young, you must still be in college, right? Yes. What a coincidence. So am I. I'm studying at Haicheng University of Finance and Law, and I'll graduate next year. My home is in Haicheng. When you have time, master, come to Haicheng to play. I'll personally host you and make sure you have a great time. While chatting with Yiyi-chun, most of the time it was he who spoke and Mufeng who listened. In their conversation, Yiyi-chun subtly tried to probe into the mystery of Mufeng's profession, a point that Mufeng was well aware of. He didn't expose it, but every time Yiyi-chun asked about this question, he would make an excuse to dodge it. The Nightmare Mage was the #1 enemy of the temple. He was also the greatest enemy of the Order Gods, Evil Gods, and Chaos Gods. The ancient Nightmare Mage took pleasure in slaughtering deities and hunted them for glory. He would use the heads of deities as decorations, skin them to sew robes, brew wine with their blood, and craft staves from their bones. Fortunately, at this moment, the gods of the Dawn world were all asleep. Because of this, the Order Gods had not discovered Mufeng's existence. If the Order Gods were to learn that the Nightmare Mage had appeared in the Dawn world, again, they would stop at nothing to eliminate Mufeng. The temple and ordinary players did not know what the Nightmare Mage truly represented. The arrogant gods would never reveal their fears to mere mortals, who they regarded as insignificant. Not even their most devout followers were exceptions. Aside from the gods, no one knew just how terrifying the Nightmare Mage was. Even if he told Yiyi-chun that his profession was Nightmare Mage, it wouldn't matter. He couldn't possibly inform the sleeping gods. But Mufeng had always been cautious. Naturally, he wouldn't casually share his secrets with others, not even with his family. After chatting for a long time, Yiyi-chun had not figured out the mystery surrounding Mufeng at all. On the contrary, Mufeng had a clear understanding of Yiyi-chun's background. Yiyi-chun was a rich second generation, but not an ordinary one. He was a super rich second generation. He was the son of Yi Shuanglin, a real estate tycoon in Haicheng who had a nickname, Yi Bancheng, meaning that half of the houses and land in Haicheng belonged to him. Haicheng was a top-tier city in China, and its housing prices could be described as every inch of land is worth its weight in gold, so one could imagine how astonishing Yi Shuanglin's wealth must be. Yi Shichun's real name was Yi Chun, and he was an investor in the top guild Deep Blue Dream. Deep Blue Dream was a gaming guild created by the Shuanglin Group. Its guild leader was Yi Shuanglin's daughter, Yixia, who was also Yi Shichun's younger sister, with the ID Dream of Yoxia. In the previous life, Deep Blue Dream was one of the top 10 guilds in the China region. Its members numbered in the thousands, with substantial funds and countless strong players. Mu Feng had also heard that the guild leader had an older brother who, although not a member of the guild, often contributed financially to support it. Yi Shichun's large-scale acquisition of equipment was for the Deep Blue Dream Guild, so it was not surprising that he needed so much equipment. Although the Deep Blue Dream Guild was just starting out and had little fame at the moment, its membership had already exceeded 1,000. With so many people, the demand for equipment was enormous. Not to mention the current amount of equipment, even if there were 10 times more, Yi Chun and the Deep Blue Dream Guild behind him could still handle it. After chatting for a while, Yi Chun also sensed Mu Feng's deep cunning. Contrary to his youthful appearance, Mu Feng's inner maturity was comparable to that of a seasoned veteran who had been through the grind of society for over a decade, revealing not a hint of his thoughts. This made Yi Chun abandon the idea of probing Mu Feng further. Instead, he opened his heart and chatted casually with Mu Feng. After talking for a while, suddenly, a few players walked into the wilderness forest, looking around as if searching for someone. Yi Chun was startled and quickly glanced over at them. When he saw them clearly, he realized they were not there for revenge, but were his friends. Yi Chun let out a sigh of relief, turned to Mu Feng and said, "Dust God, my friend has arrived." Then I shall take my leave," Mu Feng replied. "God, where are you? Planning to go?" Yi Chun pointed to the ID displayed above Mu Feng's head and said, "Your ID is already turning red, your kill points must have exceeded 30, making you a criminal now." "Yes, that's right," Mu Feng nodded. "Players with red names do not gain kill points. However, the Black Gold Studio consists of ordinary players, not red names, and killing them will increase kill points." The kill points he accumulated from his last kill had not yet been cleared, and now he had added more than 20 kill points. His kill points had suddenly surpassed 30. Mu Feng had once again become a criminal. This time, he did not have the village chief's friendship medal. If he dared to approach the main city, the city guards would surely capture him. "Dust God, what will you do? If you continue like this, you won't even be able to return to the main city," Yi Chun said with concern for Mu Feng. Mu Feng replied calmly, "Don't worry, I can just stay in the wild for a few days. Once my kill points drop below 30, I'll return to the city." Before waiting for the people from the Black Gold Studio, Mu Feng had already planned for this. He had finished his business in the city and was planning to level up, not returning until he reached level 20. "Alright, if there's anything you need help with, just let me know. My strength is not as good as yours, but I know quite a few people, and there will always be opportunities to help you," Yi Chun said. I understand. See you next time." After bidding farewell to Yi Chun, Mu Feng left the minor forest and arrived at the teleportation point of the Tuch gold mine, where many players were gathered. Just as Mu Feng was about to teleport away, his expression suddenly changed slightly, and he immediately logged off and exited the game. Mu Feng's consciousness returned to the real world. He took off the game helmet and looked at Sanja, who was standing beside him, and asked, "Is there something wrong?" Just now, in the game, Mu Feng had suddenly felt someone gently shaking his body in the real world, which was why he logged off immediately. He knew that Sanja was very sensible. If it weren't for something important, she wouldn't disturb him recklessly. Sanja spoke softly, "Brother Mu Feng, there's an old man named Chen Zhongsher outside who says he has something important to discuss with you." "Who? Chen Zhongsher?" Mu Feng certainly remembered who Chen Zhongsher was. He was the grandfather of the little girl he treated this morning in Beihu Park. At noon, Chen Zhongsher had sent someone to invite Mu Feng to a banquet held specifically for him, which Mu Feng had declined. He didn't expect that by evening, Chen Zhongsher would come to visit in person. Mu Feng told Sanja, "You go tell him that I'm a bit busy right now and can't meet him. Ask him not to come looking for me again." Sanja pouted and said, "I've already told him, but that old man said very seriously that if he can't see you tonight, he won't leave. I don't think he's joking." Mu Feng felt a wave of irritation. This morning, he had only helped a little girl out of pity. She was only 11 or 12 years old and had been left disabled due to an accident. He hadn't expected her grandfather to be so bothersome, endlessly pestering him. Chapter 79. The merchant Mu Feng pondered for a moment and decided to go out to meet Chen Zhongsher. Chen Zhongsher had tried several times to see him, and his intentions were certainly not simple. Mu Feng got out of bed and quickly walked towards the door. He opened the door of his rented room and saw Chen Zhongsher, who was in his 60s, standing at the entrance like a tall green pine. During the day, after his granddaughter was injured, Chen Zhengshi appeared like an ordinary old man, flustered and at a loss, unsure of what to do, weak and powerless. But now, Chen Zhengshi's gaze was firm and his posture was upright. He looked even more spirited than the young people. At this moment, the Chen Zhengshi that Mu Feng saw was the true Chen Zhengshi in every sense. The chairman of the Chen group, the patriarch of the Chen family, a big shot in Jinan City. Outside the door, there was only Chen Zhengshi. But Mu Feng could sense that many people were gathered downstairs, no less than 20, likely all Chen Zhengshi's bodyguards. After seeing Mu Feng, Chen Zhengshi wasted no time and directly took out a bank card that had long been prepared from his pocket, handing it to Mu Feng without a word. There is 10 million in the card, a small token of my appreciation. I hope you won't refuse, sir. Mu Feng did not take it. He glanced at Chen Zhengshi and said, lightly, that's too much, I won't accept it. Then how much do you want, sir? Chen Zhengshi asked. 300 to 400,000 is enough. I healed your granddaughter's broken leg and spared her from disability. That price is very reasonable. Chen Zhengshi smiled and said, that's just an ordinary family. I cherish my granddaughter very much, she is the only person I love in this world. Please accept it, this 10 million is completely worth it. My granddaughter is worth that price. Mu Feng replied nonchalantly, in my eyes, your granddaughter is no different from anyone else. Chen Zhengshi's expression froze for a moment but quickly returned to normal. He continued to chat with Mu Feng, saying, you truly are extraordinary, viewing money and fame as mere dirt, you are indeed a refined gentleman. No, I am both greedy and lustful, Mu Feng said. Chen Zhengshi praised again, you are indeed a person of true character. Mu Feng said solemnly, let's not beat around the bush. You didn't come to see me tonight just to thank me for healing your granddaughter's leg, did you? Chen Zhengshi raised an eyebrow and said, are you implying that you think my purpose for seeking you is not pure? Mu Feng looked directly into Chen Zhengshi's eyes and said, you want me to heal your granddaughter, don't you? Upon hearing this, Chen Zhengshi, a seasoned veteran, remained unfazed and replied smoothly, this isn't the place for a conversation. Can we go inside your house to talk? Mu Feng nodded. Chen Zhengshi entered the room without minding the cramped space. He sat down on the sofa in the living room. Sanja obediently brewed him a cup of tea and then voluntarily went into the bedroom, closing the door to avoid interrupting the serious discussion between Mu Feng and Chen Zhengshi. After Sanja left, Chen Zhengshi looked at Mu Feng and praised, what a good child. Is she your sister? Mu Feng coldly replied, haven't you already investigated my identity and background? You know how many people are in my family, so let's skip a small talk, shall we? In his previous life, Mu Feng had encountered many big shots like Chen Zhengshi. He was well aware of their methods. Chen Zhengshi smiled awkwardly. Early that morning, when he sent his subordinates to find Mu Feng, he also had them investigate Mu Feng's identity and background. With his status and position, it was impossible for him to meet an unknown stranger, even if the person was his granddaughter's savior. Mu Feng's cunning and methods were not as naive as his appearance suggested. When dealing with him, one had to be fully alert and never let their guard down. Chen Zhengshi straightened his back and said seriously, the method you used to treat my granddaughter today is not ordinary medical skill, is it? That's right. Mu Feng admitted directly. Since he dared to use a secondary healing technique on that little girl in the morning, he was not afraid of being discovered now. Even if someone found out, it didn't matter, no one would believe it anyway. Chen Zhengshi was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Mu Feng to admit it so easily. This morning, Mu Feng had treated Chen Zhengshi's granddaughter's broken leg, and if one thought about it carefully, there were obvious inconsistencies. The severity of Chen Zhengshi's granddaughter's leg injury was visible to the naked eye, with a clear fracture in the calf bone. Even if she went to the hospital, the most skilled orthopedic doctors would not dare to guarantee that they could fully heal such a serious injury. But Mu Feng had only lightly touched the wound and effortlessly healed such a severe condition. He was definitely not using ordinary medical skills. If he could heal such a serious injury, then wouldn't he be able to heal even more severe ailments? As a qualified businessman, making money was always the top priority. The abilities Mu Feng displayed were a great tool for making money. It was precisely because of this that Chen Zhengshi would hold a banquet specifically for Mu Feng, send someone to invite him, and even personally visit him tonight, generously offering 10 million to win his favor. After receiving a definite answer, Chen Zhengshi's breathing became somewhat rapid as he asked, if it's not medical skills, then what is it? Immortal techniques, Taoist methods, or magic? Mu Feng replied seriously, it's a game skill. Chen Zhengshi's expression darkened, somewhat displeased, but he still forced a smile and said, Mr. Mu Feng, you really know how to joke. Mu Feng smiled slightly, offering no explanation. He knew that even if he explained, Chen Zhengshi wouldn't believe him. Mr. Mu Feng, if you can teach me this ability, you can name your price. 1 trillion huaxia coins, how about that? Chen Zhengshi awkwardly smiled and said nothing more. The Chen group was worth hundreds of billions. Even if he sold the entire Chen group, he couldn't gather 1 trillion huaxia coins. After a while, Chen Zhongshu said, Mr. Mufeng, actually we can cooperate. I have connections and resources, and you have the skills. How about a 50-50 split on the profits? Mufeng shook his head. It was too troublesome. He stood up, looking down at Chen Zhongshu and said, It's already very late, old man. You should go home and sleep. Faced with Mufeng's dismissal, Chen Zhongshu slowly stood up from the sofa. His somewhat murky eyes fixed on Mufeng's deep gaze as he softly said, Mr. Mufeng, can we exchange contact information? This small request you wouldn't refuse, would you? Mufeng pondered and said, Of course not. After exchanging contact information, Chen Zhongshu bid farewell, saying, Then I'll take my leave, see you next time. With that, Chen Zhongshu left without looking back. Once he was gone, Mufeng casually closed the door, and at that moment, Sanja, who had been in the bedroom, also came out. She asked nothing, and Mufeng said nothing. Sanja was a very sensible child. She knew exactly what to ask and what not to ask. Brother Mufeng, what do you want to eat tonight? Sanja tilted her head, looking adorable. Mufeng replied, Just something casual. Okay, wait a moment, I'll go make it for you. Sanja flashed a sweet smile at Mufeng and headed straight to the kitchen, rolling up her sleeves and tying on an apron, ready to cook. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Someone else is here, I wonder who it could be. Mufeng walked up to open the door, and outside stood the man in sunglasses who had come to invite him to the banquet earlier that afternoon. The man looked at Mufeng with a complex expression and respectfully said, Mr. Mufeng, this is from the chairman. With that, the man in sunglasses handed Mufeng a bank card. There are 500,000 in here, as instructed by the chairman. The password is the last 6 digits of your phone number. This time, Mufeng did not refuse and accepted it. This was the payment he deserved for treating Chen Zhongshu's granddaughter. Mufeng was never one to be coy. If Chen Zhongshu didn't give it, he wouldn't take it, but if Chen Zhongshu wanted to give it, he naturally wouldn't refuse. He didn't take the 10 million because he didn't want to owe Chen Zhongshu a favor. As mentioned before, Chen Zhongshu was a businessman. All his expenditures would eventually be recouped with interest, and that 10 million was not so easy to obtain. Once you took the money, if you didn't do something for Chen Zhongshu, he had plenty of ways to make you pay the price. He had his eyes on Mufeng's secondary treatment skills, wanting to profit from them. Meanwhile, Mufeng was eyeing the Chen group, thinking it might come in handy in the future. Moreover, since Chen Zhongshu was persistent, if he insisted on getting close, then Mufeng couldn't be blamed for using him. The man in sunglasses left, and Mufeng closed the door. After a while, Sanja brought the dishes to the dining table. After dinner, Mufeng went to the bathroom for a shower, changed out of his dirty clothes, and returned to the bedroom in clean clothes to continue gaming. After Mufeng came out of the bathroom, Sanja also entered the bathroom to wash up, but she stayed in there for quite a long time, about 1 or 2 hours. It was unclear what she was doing in there. Later, Mufeng discovered that the clothes he had changed out of were all washed clean by Sanja. It turned out that Sanja had spent so long in the bathroom washing his dirty clothes. Mufeng couldn't help but exclaim again, Sanja is really a good child. After going online, Mufeng used a teleportation token to transport himself to the Mud Jungle teleportation point near Dawn City. This area had a special mineral called mud iron. It was a black iron-grade armor forging material, and after collecting it, one could take it to the blacksmith to exchange for money. A piece of mud iron was worth 10 gold coins. Although it wasn't particularly valuable, it was very easy to mine. The Mud Jungle map didn't have any particularly powerful monster bosses. The number of monsters was low, allowing players to mine in peace. Therefore, it attracted quite a few players to come here to mine. Mufeng wasn't here for the mud iron, he had come specifically for a hidden quest in the Mud Jungle. Most quests were issued by NPCs, and most NPCs lived in towns, while a few chose to live in the wild. NPCs that lived in the wild were considered lucky encounters if you stumbled upon them. The wilderness was fraught with danger. NPCs who left the safety of towns and chose to live alone in the wild often had various tragic stories behind them. Who would choose a hermit life if not forced by circumstances? From these NPCs encountered in the wild, hidden quests could be easily triggered. The rewards for hidden quests were generous, and these NPCs living in the wild were like walking treasure chests. With over 40 points of kill value, Mufeng couldn't go back to town, just in time to take this opportunity to complete a few hidden tasks that could be done in the wild. This way, he wouldn't always be thinking about the rewards of those hidden tasks. The Muddy Jungle is a vast swamp, with a gray-black decaying ground filled with many lifeless, withered logs, and permeated with a pale-green toxic miasma. As Mufeng stepped onto the muddy ground, his mage boots sank deep into the mud, reaching his ankles. He took one shallow step and one deep step as he walked deeper into the muddy jungle. Along the way, Mufeng saw many fist-sized brownish mud shells scattered throughout the swamp. These were mud iron ore. By using a pickaxe to break open the outer layer of mud shell, he could obtain black iron-level material, mud iron. As he ventured deeper into the muddy jungle, he encountered many players wielding mining tools, striking the thick outer layer of mud shell on the mud iron ore with their pickaxes. There were solo players as well as mining teams from studios and guilds. There were quite a few people making a lot of noise, and it was quite lively. Mufeng's arrival did not attract anyone's attention. Unlike gold coins and equipment, ores do not drop upon death. Therefore, there were few red-named players in the mining area, and, naturally, there would be no disputes, making it very safe. Mufeng walked past them and continued deeper into the muddy jungle. At that moment, a berserker player in grey-blue heavy armor, seeing Mufeng heading deeper into the muddy jungle, kindly reminded him, "Hey, mage brother over there, don't go any further. The swamp ahead is very deep, and if you're not careful, you might get stuck in it. It's dangerous." Mufeng naturally knew that a swamp ahead was unfathomably deep, and if he wasn't careful, he could get trapped like being bitten by a man-eating monster, unable to escape. Without the help of companions, he could only sink deeper and wait to die. Mufeng was well aware of the dangers ahead. There was no need for others to remind him. That said, the other party was just trying to be helpful. Mufeng didn't ignore him and walk away, that would be too rude and inconsiderate. He turned back and said, "Thank you for the reminder, I'll be careful." After saying that, Mufeng continued deeper into the muddy jungle. The berserker player in grey-blue heavy armor saw this and didn't say anything more, shrugged his shoulders, and lowered his head to continue vigorously swinging his pickaxe to mine. The muddy jungle is roughly divided into 3 areas. Area 1 is filled with miasma and inhabited by a level 15 poisonous toad, with the area boss being a chief-level poisonous toad. Area 2 is almost no monsters and is the area where mud iron ore is most concentrated. Area 3 is a swamp filled with deadly traps. This area has no monsters and no mud iron ore. Instead, it is full of swamps and dangers, so no players are willing to step foot there. The NPC that can trigger the hidden task lives in Area 3 of the muddy jungle, and getting to see him is not an easy task. Mufeng had no flying skills, no flying mount, and no companions to lend a hand in times of danger. In a place like this, everything depended on him alone. Fortunately, Mufeng still had the flickering ring, whose equipped skill, Flicker, was very useful. He vaguely remembered that the NPC living in the muddy jungle resided in a small wooden house deep in the swamp, probably to the west of his current location. The map of the muddy jungle was only sold at the general store in Dawn City. Mufeng couldn't go there without the map of the muddy jungle. His map was completely dark, and he had no choice but to move forward blindly. He remembered that the NPC's small wooden house in the depths of the swamp was near a very conspicuous graveyard of bones, which should be easy to find. After determining the direction, Mufeng proceeded cautiously. This area was all swamp, so he had to be careful. Just as he was thinking this while walking, he suddenly felt his steps falter. Looking down, he found his left foot deeply sunk in the rotting ground beneath him. Damn it, I've gotten stuck in the swamp. It hadn't even been half a minute since he entered Area 3, and he was already trapped in the swamp. How unlucky could he be? He suspected that perhaps the god of misfortune was secretly watching him. Stuck in the swamp, Mufeng still had the leisure to let his mind wander. Suddenly, a powerful force from the swamp pulled at him, trying to drag him down into its depths. Mufeng stopped his idle thoughts and tried to pull his left foot out of the swamp, but instead, he sank deeper. In a moment, the lower half of his body was already trapped in the swamp, unable to extricate himself. Without hesitation, Mufeng immediately activated the equipped skill of the flickering ring. In a few flickers, he was moved out of that place. Phew, that was close. If I hadn't had the flickering ring, I might have died here. Mufeng arrived at a safe spot and looked back. The swamp that had just tried to claim his life looked no different from other areas of the muddy jungle. At least, Mufeng couldn't see any difference. Area 3 was the most dangerous place in the muddy jungle. The danger here was invisible. With that thought, Mufeng turned around and stepped back into the swamp, sinking once again. Mufeng. He didn't even know what to say anymore, nor did he know if it was his bad luck or if the swamps in Area 3 were just this abundant. Nevertheless, Mufeng decided not to care anymore. He found a direction and continuously used the equipped skill, Flicker, to travel at high speed. In this way, he didn't have to worry about any swamps. As long as his teleportation speed was fast enough, he had nothing to fear. After about 15 or 16 minutes, while rapidly teleporting, Mufeng caught a glimpse of a skeleton hanging from a dead tree. He immediately stopped his teleportation. The skeleton hanging from the tree was human. Its hands were shackled to the dead tree branches with iron cuffs, and its feet were similarly bound, with a lead ball the size of a human head hanging down, pulling it downwards. It had been stretched alive by a factor of 2. The bones showed no external injuries. It must have been starved to death or tortured to death. Nearby, there was not just this one tortured skeleton. Every few steps deeper into the area, he could see another human skeleton hanging from a dead tree, like gravestones. Upon seeing this scene, Mufeng not only felt no fear but instead revealed a smile. It seemed he had found the right place. The NPC living in the muddy jungle was not far ahead. Mufeng immediately quickened his pace. However, unexpectedly, the next moment he stepped into the swamp again and sank into it. Mu Feng. Using the flicker skill, he escaped the danger and arrived in front of a small wooden house deep in the swamp. This small wooden house was built on a giant dead tree, which was so large that 6 adults holding hands could barely encircle its trunk, with thick roots and a massive stature. It is called a small wooden house, but it is more accurately described as a tree house. The wooden house is built from dead wood, seemingly constructed from materials found on site, elevated about 4 to 5 meters off the ground, with a rope ladder hanging down from it. There are traces of life all around. The area near the treehouse is also the place with the most human bone tombstones. It is evident that the NPCs living here likely have a bad temper and may even be somewhat psychologically twisted. They are tough characters. However, Mu Feng did not feel afraid. Instead, he shouted loudly, "Is anyone there?" There was no response. Mu Feng shouted again, and this time a hoarse male voice came from inside the treehouse. "Who are you? What do you want?" The NPC inside the treehouse seemed to have not spoken to anyone for a long time. His speech was intermittent and disjointed. Mu Feng said, "I am an adventurer here to mine in the muddy jungle. I accidentally got lost and stumbled upon this place. I saw there was a treehouse and came to seek help." Adventurer, good. Come up. I have a map. Follow the map. You can get out. The man inside the treehouse stuttered. "Why don't you come out instead?" "I won't go in." Mu Feng subtly glanced around the treehouse. It looked ordinary but concealed hidden dangers. He could sense the murderous intent lurking near the dead tree roots beneath the treehouse, along with the waves of malice coming from inside. After Mu Feng finished speaking, the treehouse fell silent. After a while, the person inside asked again, "Are you really not coming in?" Mu Feng smiled and said, "Your wooden house is too small, it can't fit me." Had ha. The man inside the treehouse sneered a few times, and the next moment, the door of the treehouse was opened from the inside. A man in a gray robe, with a bearded face and around 40 years old, stepped out. His robe was covered in dirt and patches, looking like it had been worn for a long time. Mu Feng, equipped with the all-knowing eye, could read the hidden information of players, monsters, and NPCs. The moment he saw this man, Mu Feng used the all-knowing eye to read his hidden information. Feline level 51, profession, Earth Mage, identity, former captain of the 5th Mage Corps of Dawn City, now a defector. Personality, cruel, suspicious, cunning. You say you are an adventurer here to mine. Show me your mining tools and the ores you collected. Feline stared sharply at Mu Feng, speaking slowly and deliberately. He no longer had the stuttering and dull demeanor from before, indicating that it was all an act to draw Mu Feng closer. Surviving in this swamp for so long proved his skills were not to be underestimated. Naturally, he would set up traps around his residence to prevent anyone from sneaking up on him. Facing Feline's questioning, Mu Feng put on a panicked expression and said, "I encountered a monster earlier and accidentally lost all my ores and tools." "What monster did you encounter?" Feline pressed. "Rotting lizard," Mu Feng replied after a moment of silence. "Lie." Phelan said coldly, "The muddy jungle is home only to the highly poisonous toad. Where would a rotting lizard come from?" Mu Feng was instantly rendered speechless. Phelan stared hard at Mu Feng and said sternly, "Who exactly are you, and what is your purpose here?" He took a few steps forward, pulling out a golden purple wood staff about the length of an arm, continuing to apply pressure on Mu Feng. Mu Feng's face showed signs of panic as he gritted his teeth and said, "I really just got lost while mining." "Still stubborn?" Phelan seemed to have seen through Mu Feng. He glared and scolded, "You reek of blood. You've killed quite a few people, haven't you? Are you being hunted down, and that's why you escaped here?" Mu Feng feigned surprise and said, "How do you?" He didn't finish his sentence but suddenly closed his mouth as if realizing something. Seeing Mu Feng's demeanor and behavior, Phelan was even more certain of his guess. This kid must also be wanted and hunted by the City of Dawn, having nowhere to run and fleeing into this swamp. Since he wasn't being hunted by anyone, Phelan instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. He looked up at Mu Feng and said, "Kid, tell me, why are you being hunted by the City of Dawn, and why did you escape here?" I haven't. I really just came to mine. I'm not wanted." Mu Feng tried to argue. Phelan interrupted him directly, impatiently saying, "Enough, stop pretending. I used to be the squad leader of the Mage Corps in the City of Dawn. I can tell at a glance whether you've committed a crime." Upon hearing this, Mu Feng fell silent. After a while, he slowly said, "I'm not wanted by the City of Dawn, but by the City of Punishment." Phelan, standing not far in front of Mu Feng, showed a fleeting look of surprise upon hearing the name of the City of Punishment. To be wanted by the Temple of Punishment indicated that Mu Feng had committed a serious offense. "Then how did you end up here?" Phelan asked again. The City of Punishment, governed by the Temple of Punishment, was very far from the City of Dawn. It was impossible to travel from the City of Punishment to the City of Dawn by foot. Even with a mount, not even a flying mount could make it. No flying mount could outpace the blood-colored griffin mount unique to the Temple of Punishment. That was a golden tier mount. Moreover, the various temples were interconnected. If one were to use a teleportation array, they would likely be caught by the enforcement team of the City of Dawn as soon as they arrived. As for the nearby teleportation points in the muddy jungle, they were specifically set up by the system for the convenience of players. NPCs were unaware of them and could not use them. For this reason, Phelan asked. That's a long story. Mufeng sighed deeply and presented the explanation he had long prepared. I was just a small mage in the city of Armor Rock, and I came to the city of Dawn only to run an errand and deliver a message on my mentor's orders. But unexpectedly, as soon as I teleported to the city of Dawn, I received news that my mentor was actually colluding with a demon sorcerer. At this point, Mufeng stopped speaking. Phelan understood immediately. The Temple of Punishment had always been strict in punishing evil professions like demon sorcerers. They would rather wrongfully execute a group than let one escape. They emphasized a system of collective punishment, meaning if one person made a mistake, it would implicate their teachers, students, friends, family, and children. Every year, many innocent people were tied to crosses and burned alive by the Temple of Punishment due to their connections with demon sorcerers. Phelan had encountered a few unfortunate souls like Mufeng before. The Temple of Punishment did not pay much attention to these stragglers associated with demon sorcerers. They would capture them if they could, but if not, they wouldn't waste manpower and time organizing a hunt. But this also meant that Mufeng would have to hide in the wilderness from now on, never able to set foot in a town again. All the major cities and novice villages of humanity are guarded by temples and churches. To be wanted by the Punishment Temple and still dare to go to town is undoubtedly to seek one's own death. The Punishment Temple is simply too lazy to catch you, but that doesn't mean the temple has let you go. This explains why Mufeng chose to hide in the swamp of the muddy jungle. It is sparsely populated and fraught with danger, making it a good hiding place. After hearing about Mufeng's experiences, Phelan looked him up and down a few times, clicking his tongue in amazement and saying, if it were an ordinary person, hiding in this godforsaken place would have drowned in the swamp long ago. Not only are you safe and sound, but you've also found your way here. You either have special skills or an incredible amount of luck. Phelan glanced at the equipment on Mufeng and guessed that his level wouldn't be too high, at least not above 20. With such a low level, he probably came here not by strength but by luck. In the past 3 or 4 years, those who have come here risking their lives have all wanted to take my life, but you've seen their fate. After saying this, Phelan gestured for Mufeng to look at the human bone tombstones hanging from the dead trees around them. After a pause, Phelan added, meeting his fate, come sit at my place. Mufeng revealed a hint of hesitation just at the right moment. Phelan disdainfully snorted, if I wanted to kill you, you would have been dead long ago. Would I need to go through all this trouble to lure you into my little house before making a move? Mufeng no longer hesitated and followed Phelan to the treehouse. Once they got closer, Phelan whispered to Mufeng, be careful, I've planted many living alchemical bombs underground in this treehouse. They only recognize my scent, and if a stranger dares to approach, the living bombs will immediately burrow up from the ground and stick to them, so stay close to me. Upon hearing about the living alchemical bombs, Mufeng immediately understood. No wonder he had sensed a faint killing intent coming from the decaying ground beneath the treehouse just now. Living alchemical bombs are a type of special bomb belonging to biological weapons. They resemble octopuses, can move, automatically seek out enemies, and move at a decent speed. If they stick to you, it's extremely difficult to get them off. Their explosive power is comparable to a sea-level skill. Climbing up the rope ladder, Mufeng and Phelan entered the treehouse. The space inside was small, with only a small bed and a small square table, and a corner piled with various odds and ends. Dried lizard meat and dried toad meat hung on the walls of the treehouse. On the small square table, there was a magic stone lamp. The magic stone inside had exhausted its energy, emitting a faint light. Mufeng and Phelan sat down on either side of the small table. Phelan looked up at Mufeng sitting opposite him and asked, what are your plans for the future? Mufeng immediately put on a despondent expression, feeling downcast as he replied, what plans can I have? My life is already over, I just hope to live a little longer. Phelan fell silent for a moment and said, I do know a place you can go and take a look. What place? Mufeng asked. Have you heard of the Dark City? Phelan lowered his voice. No, Mufeng pretended not to know. And asked, what kind of place is that? Phelan said in a deep voice, it's normal that you don't know. The Dark City is one of the 3 main cities of the evil faction, a paradise for evil professions, and the only place for those oppressed by the temple to go. Then where is the Dark City? Mufeng asked eagerly. Phelan slowly replied, no rush, I'll tell you, but you have to do something for me first. Mufeng asked, what is it? Phelan's gaze was fixed on the dimming magic stone lamp, memories flooding back, and after a long time, he finally shifted his gaze back to Mufeng. He slowly said, I want you to visit my daughter. And, by the way, help me kill someone. By the way? Kill someone? Mufeng thought, you're quite good at downplaying things. Clearly, killing is the main point, yet you brush it off so lightly. Visiting your daughter is no problem, but helping you kill someone, who are we talking about? Mufeng asked cautiously. The son of the high priest of the Dawn Temple, Jacob. Phelan enunciated each word, each one dripping with sorrow. Mufeng shook his head. The high priest of the Dawn Temple holds great power. I'm just a level 16 little mage. Killing his son would be like seeking my own death, making an enemy of the Dawn Temple. Moreover, I'm currently wanted by the Punishment Temple. I can't even go to the main city. How can I kill him? Seeing Mufeng refuse, Feline quickly persuaded, I didn't say you have to kill him right now. Whenever you have the opportunity, you can act. It won't be for nothing. There will be a reward, and a generous one at that. Before I defected from Dawn City, I hid my life's treasures near Dawn City. Help me kill Jacob, and I'll tell you where the treasures are. Mufeng still shook his head. I can barely protect myself right now. How can I help you kill someone? You should find someone else. Feline smiled bitterly. I don't have much time left. The swamp jungle is filled with miasma, and this place is no exception. I've lived here for years, inhaling the faint miasma in the air. My body is already failing, and I don't have many days left. He couldn't leave the swamp jungle. Those hunting him were always lurking nearby. If he left, death awaited him. Right now, the only person he could rely on was Mufeng. Mufeng, being wanted by the Punishment Temple, was just as suitable a candidate. After a brief pause, Feline looked directly into Mufeng's eyes and said, help me, and I can give you my staff. With that, Feline took out the golden purplewood staff he had just revealed. The purplewood staff emitted a dazzling golden light, very eye-catching. This proved that the staff was a golden-grade weapon. Seeing Feline finally take out the golden staff that had been on his mind, Mufeng suppressed a smile, thinking it was worth all the effort to act with Feline. I've finally gained his trust and made him reveal the golden staff. Feline said solemnly, kill Jacob, and it will be yours. Mufeng showed just the right amount of interest. Seeing this, Feline immediately raised the stakes, saying, in addition to this golden staff, I also have many skill stones, precious scrolls, and rare potions that I can give you. Mufeng pondered for a long time. In the end, he agreed. I can help you kill Jacob, but it will take some time. I understand and agree, but we must sign a contract. Feline said. All right. Mufeng did not hesitate and immediately agreed. Feline carefully pulled out a wooden box from under the bed and took out a pristine blank scroll. He then rummaged through the pile of clutter to find a feather quill and half a bottle of ink. Next, Feline leaned over the desk and began to write line after line on the contract with the feather quill. After finishing the content of the contract, Feline handed it to Mufeng for him to check for any loopholes or errors. Mufeng took the contract and read it carefully 2 or 3 times. The script of the Dawn world was different from any script on Earth. 2. Facilitate players. The system would translate the Dawn world script into a language and script familiar to the players when they needed to read it. The general content of the contract was that Mufeng must kill Jacob, the son of the high priest of the Dawn Temple, within 10 years. If he failed to do so within 5 years, Mufeng's soul would dissipate. However, if Jacob died due to an accident or at the hands of another, within 5 years, it would also count as Mufeng completing his task, and he would not face any punishment from the system. Once confirmed to be correct, Mufeng wrote his ID on the contract. Similarly, Feline also wrote his name on the contract. The contract was established, and a golden scale mark flashed across it. That was the mark of the god of commerce from the neutral faction, the deity who governed contracts. At the same time, Mufeng heard the system's prompt in his ear. System, you have accepted the hidden quest, Avenger of the Swamp. Feline looked at Mufeng and said solemnly, I hope you won't let me down. Then, Feline handed his golden staff to Mufeng. Mufeng took it eagerly and checked its attributes. Staff of the Fearmonger, Gold, Type, Short Staff Class, Mage Intelligence, 40 Spell Vamp, 10% Equipped Skill, Fear, D, Durability. May 30th. The staff of the Fearmonger was about 30 centimeters long, with a black gemstone carved into a skull at the top, looking quite eerie. Feline often fought against those who hunted him deep in the swamp. Without a blacksmith to help repair the damaged durability, over time, most of his top-tier equipment had worn out and broken, leaving him with only a golden staff. In addition, Feline also handed Mufeng a hand-drawn map. It marked a location with a red cross just outside a village near Dawn City. There lay buried the treasures Feline had accumulated over half his life, including the skill stones, potions, and scrolls. He promised to Mufeng. Feline's daughter also lived incognito in that small village. Feline hoped that when Mufeng went to dig for treasure, he would also visit his daughter. Mufeng did not refuse this small request and immediately agreed. Having obtained what he wanted, Mufeng did not linger and stood up to leave. How do you plan to leave? Feline asked. I'll just go back the way I came. Alright, be careful on the way, and don't die halfway, Feline reminded him. Got it. Mufeng stood up and prepared to leave but suddenly stopped, turned around, and asked, I almost forgot, where is the dark city you mentioned earlier? I only heard an evil professional mention it once, and I only know the general location of the dark city. It's not easy to find a place that has evaded the temple's siege multiple times, Feline said in a low voice. Mufeng felt a bit disappointed and said, Alright, I'll find another way to the dark city. Accompanied by Feline, Mufeng left the treehouse. He suggested personally escorting Mufeng out of the swamp. Mufeng did not refuse. It wasn't that Feline was being particularly hospitable, rather, he was worried that Mufong might accidentally get trapped in the swamp while leaving. If Mufong were to die, he would suffer a great loss. He had given Mufong his golden staff. If the golden magic array sank into the swamp along with it, Feline wouldn't be able to retrieve it. Feline was a soil mage skilled at turning mud into stone, and it was thanks to this mastery of earth magic that he had survived in this swamp until now. With a wave of his hand, the rotting soil beneath them transformed into solid rock, creating a rocky path leading to Area 2, which appeared before Mufong. "Go ahead and remember to visit my daughter," Feline said. Without the enhancement of the golden staff, and after years of being corroded by the swamp's miasma, Feline looked almost exhausted after casting his spell. The rocky path was sustained by Feline's magical energy. The longer it lasted, the greater the drain on his mental energy. Mufong simply replied, "Don't worry, I won't forget." "I hope so," Feline responded wearily. Mufong ran along the rocky path, quickly leaving the third swamp area behind. When he reached Area 2, the rocky path created by Feline instantly collapsed and vanished. Mufong looked back. He had a premonition that Feline was probably watching him from the other side of the swamp. He withdrew his gaze, opened his backpack, and took out the golden staff he had just obtained, playing with it in his hands. This was the first piece of golden equipment in this life for Mufong. It was also the first piece of golden equipment to appear among players worldwide at this moment. Without hesitation, Mufong removed the silver magic staff, the dark stick, from his weapon slot and equipped the golden short staff, the staff of terror. Mufong did not hide the brilliance emanating from the golden staff. The dark stick had decent attributes, but its name and appearance were somewhat vulgar. This trip through the muddy jungle could be considered a huge profit. As for the 10-year agreement signed with Feline, the punishment for failing, the task sounded severe and terrifying. But as long as Mufong was given 2 years, he could level up to over level 200, and in 10 years, he might grow to the level of the God of Dawn. By then, would he still fear not being able to kill a mere son of the High Priest of the Dawn Temple? Mufong was not worried at all about this 10-year agreement. He didn't even need to take action himself. In 3 years, when the Chaos Gods invaded the real world and the world of Dawn, both would face destruction, unable to escape their doom. Just thinking about the Chaos Gods made Mufong feel heavy-hearted. The Chaos Gods were like a vicious tiger, following Mufong, constantly urging him to move forward. If he relaxed even slightly, they would eagerly devour him. Next, it was time to dig for Feline's hidden treasure. Mufong took out the map Feline had given him, studied it carefully for a while, and after roughly determining the treasure's location, he set off on his journey. Area 2 was the area with the most mud iron mines. Just like when Mufong first arrived, players flocked to the muddy jungle in Area 2, bustling and lively. Mufong, just as before, wove through the throngs of people, heading towards the forest that would take him away from the mud. Unlike the silent and unnoticed arrival, the departure of Mufong attracted everyone's attention, with the gazes of surrounding players firmly fixed on him. To be precise, their eyes were drawn to the golden staff hanging at Mufeng's waist. "I must be seeing things. Is that a golden level staff? No doubt about it, it's definitely a golden weapon. Damn, where did he get this golden weapon? Wow, this must be the first golden weapon in the national server. Not just the national server, I bet this is the first golden weapon in the world. Damn, I'm so envious. I'm here working my ass off mining, making just 100 or so a day, and he's got a piece of gear worth $1 million. This is so unfair. It seems this guy just came back from the swamp in Area 3. Could there be golden weapons there? That's a possibility." Facing the crowd's gaze, Mufong remained calm, walking step by step towards the edge of the muddy jungle, encountering many players who approached to chat. They asked Mufong where he got the golden weapon and if it was from the swamp in Area 3. Mufong told them the truth, explaining that deep in the swamp of Area 3 there was an NPC from whom one could obtain a hidden quest, and the golden staff was the reward for that quest. Aside from daily and reputation tasks that could be repeated, most quests could only be taken once. This is common knowledge in the game. Upon learning that the golden staff was a reward for a hidden quest, many people showed disappointment, while some, unwilling to give up, put away their mining tools, abandoned their half-mined mud iron ore, and teamed up with companions to explore the swamp in Area 3. Of course, there were also some players who greedily stared at Mufong, their expressions revealing ill intentions. Mufong was well aware of those malicious and greedy gazes. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Mufong enjoyed hunting, and the golden staff was his bait. Some players, adhering to the principle of not flaunting their wealth, would not show off their high-level equipment but instead hide its luster and keep a low profile. But Mufong was not like that. He loved killing, enjoyed fighting, and liked to kill and loot. However, he never bullied the weak, he only killed the strong and those who dared to provoke him. Therefore, the bait was particularly essential at such moments. Coming out of the muddy jungle and walking towards the buried treasures of Phelan, Mufong was followed by a group of 10 to 20 people. They clustered in groups of 3 or 5, trailing behind Mufong. From a distance, it was clear they were not one team but several small squads. They were obviously eyeing Mu Feng's golden weapon. No one dared to act rashly against Mu Feng. Everyone wanted to be the hidden bird behind, and no one wanted to be the mantis catching the cicada. When they reached an open area with no one around, a 5-man team summoned their brown warhorses and galloped to catch up with Mu Feng, blocking his path. The team consisted of 5 members, 3 men and 2 women. The leader was a young mage who looked to be around 15 or 16. His teammates were also young, about the same age as him, all students. The young mage's ID was King of the World. Though young, his ID was quite imposing. King of the World sat atop a brown warhorse, the cheapest mount in Morning Light City, which could be bought from the Beast Pen manager for 1,000 gold coins. From his elevated position, he looked down at Mu Feng and said, "Hey, that's golden equipment you have, right?" Mu Feng cooperated, "That's right." He was always quite lenient towards those on the brink of death. "Leave all your equipment and gold and the good stuff in your backpack with me, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, haha." King of the World sneered. His teammates chimed in, "Hurry up, or we'll take your life. Stop talking. Nonsense, just kill him." The other 2 girls didn't say much, but their beaming expressions showed they were not averse to the scene. The young man's malice was laid bare before Mu Feng. Mu Feng was too lazy to waste more words. He took out a golden staff from his weapon slot and a finger of destruction shot out, instantly killing the 4 members of the team, leaving only King of the World alive. Though he was still breathing, the aftershock of the finger of destruction had severely injured him. King of the World's health dropped to a critical level. With a look of astonishment, he incredulously said, "How could a single skill of yours kill so many of us?" "Nothing is impossible," Mu Feng replied indifferently. Then Mu Feng raised his staff again. King of the World panicked, no longer displaying the arrogance from before, and with a face full of fear, he pleaded, "Big brother, please spare me. I'm just a student, please forgive me. I beg you." Mu Feng said nothing and showed no mercy. He raised his staff, and with another finger of destruction, he killed King of the World. "Students are just students," pitifully. Poor, those mounts were probably their most valuable possessions. Mu Feng glanced at the equipment and items dropped by King of the World and his companions. It could be described as a pile of garbage, making him shake his head in disappointment. He had originally hoped to lure in a big fish, but unexpectedly caught only a few small shrimp. Mu Feng turned back to see those players who had plotted against him still standing at a distance, showing no intention of approaching. The sky had darkened. Though Mu Feng couldn't see the expressions of those people, he could sense their retreating intent. The sight of Mu Feng instantly killing several people made them abandon their thoughts of killing and looting. Players who came to the muddy jungle to mine for a meager income had no real power. Only players with some strength wouldn't come here to earn a pittance. They merely saw Mu Feng alone and thought they could overpower him with numbers to snatch his equipment. Seeing Mu Feng display such formidable strength, they immediately dismissed the idea of killing him for treasure and returned to the muddy jungle to continue mining. Mu Feng found it quite boring. However, it was better this way, as it spared him from having a tail following him. The treasure site of Phelan was very close to Morning Light City, often encountering the patrol guards of Morning Light City and the temple knights of the Morning Light Temple on patrol. Mu Feng proceeded cautiously along the way, trying to avoid the patrol guards and temple knights. His kill count exceeded 30 points. As he approached the town, NPC soldiers had the right to kill him. Fortunately, his kill count had not exceeded 50 points, otherwise, once he got close to the main city, the punitive temple's law mages would instantly sense the aura of a criminal emanating from him. This also explained why Phelan had been on the run for many years but had never returned to retrieve the treasure he buried. He could only blame himself for burying the treasure too close to Dawn City. If he had been this close to Dawn City, he would have been discovered by the Dawn Temple in an instant. Phelan knew this well. After hiding in the muddy jungle swamp, he never came out again, afraid to retrieve the treasure and even more afraid to visit his daughter. When Mu Feng arrived at the location marked on the treasure map, he found a seemingly ordinary small hill. Beneath the hill, in a relatively concealed spot, there was an apple tree, and right under the tree was the treasure's burial site. Mu Feng looked around and, seeing no one, took out a shovel from his backpack and began to dig. As a seasoned Dawn player, his backpack was always stocked with torches, ropes, mining tools, herbal gathering tools, magical keys, and other items. During adventures, he often encountered various situations. If he needed certain commonly used items and didn't have them, it would be quite embarrassing. Being prepared is essential, only then can one be considered a qualified Dawn player. Mu Feng rolled up his sleeves, held the shovel tightly, and dug vigorously until he hit something hard about 2 meters deep. It wasn't a rock. It was an iron box. Mu Feng quickly dug out the iron box. This should be the treasure Phelan had hidden. The iron box wasn't locked, and Mu Feng easily opened it to see the items inside. Phelan hadn't lied to him. The treasure he had accumulated over half his life indeed had some weight. This iron box was actually an item that could store gold coins, equipment, and other items capable of holding 10,000 gold coins and having 30 slots. It was packed full. Among them, more than a dozen slots were filled with valuable items like jewelry and antiques. These jewels and antiques couldn't be equipped and had no additional attributes, but selling them to NPC merchants usually fetched a good price. Mufeng estimated the value of these jewels and antiques to be around 500,000 gold coins. As for the remaining slots, they were filled with skill stones, potions, and scrolls. These were the items Mufeng was in dire need of. Mufeng's eyes lit up, and without further inspection, he stuffed everything into his backpack. This place was not suitable for lingering. It was within the patrol range of the Dawn City Guards and the Temple Knights, who could arrive at any moment. He needed to take the items and retreat to a safer location before slowly examining and studying them. He hadn't forgotten Phelan's advice to visit his daughter when he had the time. Phelan's daughter lived in a village near Dawn City. At this point, dawn was not far off. Once it was light, sneaking into the village would be more difficult. After all, due to his kill value, he couldn't approach towns. Even the smallest villages would have church guards and village militia. It was better to take advantage of the current situation while the NPCs in the village were still asleep to sneak in and meet Phelan's daughter. Without hesitation, Mufeng glanced at the treasure map. Besides the treasure, it also marked the location of the village. It wasn't far from here, and after about 10 minutes of walking, Mufeng arrived. Standing on a small hillside not far from the village. Under the night sky, traces of several moving torches can be seen within the village. Those are the militia patrolling at night. They're quite dedicated, still patrolling. At this late hour, Mufeng muttered to himself. After observing the militia's patrol route for a while and taking note, Mufeng quietly made his way toward the village. This village was not a novice village. Instead, it was an ordinary small village composed of NPCs, where players occasionally came to look for quests, but usually there were no outsiders. The village had a small population, about 50 to 60 people. Phelan had told him that his daughter lived in the small house at the northern edge of the village, the most remote one, with a brass wind chime hanging on the door, making it easy to identify. Mufeng arrived at the northern part of the village and saw that only one household lived there. The door of this household had a brass wind chime, just as Phelan had described, so this should be Phelan's daughter's residence. Knowing he had found the right place, Mufeng quickly walked up to knock on the door. After knocking a few times, no one responded from inside. Mufeng continued to knock, and after a while, a cautious female voice came from within. "Who is it?" "I am here on behalf of Phelan," Mufeng replied. "I don't know any Phelan, leave quickly or I'll call for help." Phelan's daughter was quite wary. He needed to provide some tangible proof. "Wait, take a look at this and you'll understand." As he spoke, Mufeng slipped the contract he had signed with Phelan through the crack in the door. It bore Phelan's sole signature, which couldn't be faked. After a moment, the door was slowly pushed open from the inside. "Come in quickly, don't let anyone see you." Mufeng did not respond but swiftly darted inside. Once he entered the house, the door was immediately closed. The interior was dimly lit, with the bright moonlight streaming through the window, providing a faint glow. It was then that Mufeng could see what Phelan's daughter looked like. She had long, light golden hair that reached her waist, a smooth, round face, a curvy figure, and was wearing a linen nightgown. Under the effect of the all-knowing eye, Mufeng easily read Phelan's daughter's basic information. Mira, NPC, real name, Norma, profession, intermediate, tailor, identity, tailor of Baigua village. Hidden identity, daughter of a trader from Dawn City, a member of the Imperial Army. Personality, gentle, strong. Previously, upon seeing Phelan being wanted and hunted by Dawn City, Mufeng felt a bit curious. Phelan was cunning and patient, not someone who would easily suffer losses. Given his character, he should have been doing quite well in Dawn City. It was unclear what grave mistake he had made to be forced into such a situation. After seeing Phelan's daughter Norma's hidden identity, Mufeng suddenly understood. Thousands of years ago, during the War of the Gods, countless lives were lost. A large number of deities fell, and divine realms were destroyed. The gods who were severely wounded in the war fell into slumber. Divine power weakened. At that time, a king of a small nation rose like a comet, leading his army to sweep through the nations of the Dawn World, conquering them and establishing the only unified empire in the Dawn World, known as the Millennium Empire. The power of the monarchy reached its peak. The church and temples gradually fell into decline. Later, the surviving gods from the Divine War awakened from their slumber and, under unfounded charges, cast divine punishment upon the Millennium Empire. The once powerful and immortal empire instantly fell apart. The temples occupied many of the main cities of the Millennium Empire, a situation that has continued to this day. The Imperial Army, on the other hand, was an underground organization formed by the few remaining royal members of the Millennium Empire. Their organizational belief was to restore the former glory of the Millennium Empire. Members of the Imperial Army were spread throughout the Dawn World, involved in various trades, and had a wide influence. They hide very deeply, and unlike evil professions, they cannot be detected by the divine art of detect evil. Aside from a few special pieces of equipment like the all-seeing eye, if they do not actively expose themselves, it is very difficult to discover their true identities. On the heretic roster of the church's temple, the Imperial Army ranks high. Once the temple discovers a member of the Imperial Army, their fate is the same as that of evil professions. Phelan is not a member of the Imperial Army. However, his daughter is a member of the Imperial Army, and it is estimated that he was also implicated by her, which forced him to defect from Dawn City. Just by seeing his actions of burying treasures in advance, it is likely that Phelan already knew his daughter was a member of the Imperial Army and thus prepared an escape route ahead of time. As Mufeng was assessing Norma, she was also assessing him. After a few seconds, Norma asked first, "How is my father? Where is he? Is he doing well?" Mufeng replied truthfully, "Not very well. He has been hiding deep in the swamps of the muddy jungle for many years, constantly inhaling the swamp miasma without timely treatment, and he has long been critically ill, with no cure in sight. He doesn't have many years left." "What?" Norma was taken aback, then immediately asked with tear-filled eyes, "Is this true?" "Absolutely true, father." Norma covered her mouth and cried softly. After venting her emotions for a while, Norma wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked up at Mufeng, asking, "You came to find me for something, right?" "I was entrusted by your father to come see you," Mufeng said. I understand." Then, Norma asked, in a low voice, "Do you know where my father is in the muddy jungle? I want to see him." Mufeng said, "As far as I know, those who are hunting your father are lurking on the outskirts of the muddy jungle. If you approach without reason, it will definitely raise suspicion. You don't need to worry about that. I have ways to avoid their eyes and ears. You just need to tell me where my father is," Norma said confidently. Since she said so, Mufeng did not stop her and told her Phelan's location. "Okay, thank you. This is a token of my gratitude for you." After saying that, Norma took off the necklace she was wearing around her neck and handed it to Mufeng along with the contract. He had just slipped through the door. Mufeng casually stuffed the contract into his backpack. Then he picked up the brass horn necklace and studied it carefully. Horn of Charge, bronze type, necklace profession, none stamina. 10 agility, 10 equip skill, charge, F durability, 10 tenths just for telling Phelan's location. Noah handed over a bronze level necklace, truly generous. The attributes of this equipment are stamina and agility. It is not suitable for Mufeng, so he did not wear it but put it in his backpack to sell to Yaezukan later or at the trading post. Mufeng sighed inwardly. The rewards for this hidden quest are indeed generous. Mufeng had completed what Phelan entrusted him with. He did not intend to stay long, so after greeting Noah, he was about to leave. "Wait a minute, I want to ask you for a favor." Seeing Mufeng about to leave, Noah called out to stop him. "What favor?" Mufeng turned back, sensing the aura of a quest. "Help me kill the priest at the church in Baigwa village," Noah said. Mufeng inquired, "Which temple is he from?" "Of course, it's the Dawn Temple. In the territory of Dawn City, no other temple is allowed to interfere," Noah said with a look. "Of course it should be that way." Mufeng showed a hesitant expression. Killing a priest of the Dawn Temple would be tantamount to offending the Dawn Temple. Unlike offending the Life Temple, there are distinctions of strength among the temples. Within the church, the War Temple, Dawn Temple, and Punishment Temple are the main temples and also the strongest and most powerful ones. These temples belong to the first tier of the church. The Temple of Life belongs to the second tier of temples. It is responsible for creating various potions, healing believers, cursing enemies, and managing players' resurrection points, which is the Life Altar. Offending the Temple of Life means they will simply make your resurrection time at the mysterious altar a bit more unpleasant, extending your resurrection time or placing a curse on you. They will resort to underhanded tactics without confronting you directly. These are just minor skirmishes, petty tricks that don't amount to much. The Temple of Life doesn't have anyone formidable, and Mufeng isn't afraid of them. But the Temple of Dawn is different. Offending them means facing their powerful Light Annihilation Mage Corps and the Judgment Knight Corps, who are not to be trifled with. They have earned a fearsome reputation through several divine wars. If you dare to offend them, they will truly gather a group to hunt you down. Just like the Temple of Punishment, they are relentless. Just look at the fate of Feline. It has been many years, yet the City of Dawn still hasn't given up on hunting him down. Even now, the Temple of Dawn continues to send people to lie in wait on the outskirts of the muddy jungle or occasionally organize teams to venture into the swamps to pursue Feline. Seeing Mufeng hesitate, Norma asked, "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Her words dripped with sarcasm, as if she were trying to provoke him. Mufeng was not angered by her taunts. Instead, he calmly replied, "That depends on how much reward you offer me. If you offer enough, I would dare to kill even the God of Dawn for you. If not, don't blame me for weighing the pros and cons." Mufeng was not afraid of the Temple of Dawn. He was just worried that Norma wouldn't be able to provide an adequate reward. Offending the Temple of Dawn had to come with benefits for Mufong, otherwise he wouldn't take the risk. As for the bronze necklace Norma had just given him, it wasn't worth the trouble of killing a priest from the Temple of Dawn. Who would offend the Temple of Dawn for such a trivial gain? Moreover, seeing that she had resorted to provocation, it was likely that she couldn't offer a proper task reward, so she had to use these lowly tactics to spur Mufong into action. You dare to slay a god? Don't make me laugh. Norma mocked mercilessly. You, who are raised by the gods like little sheep, wouldn't dare to kill a mere priest, let alone slay a god. Believe it or not, without sufficient reward, I won't lift a finger, Mufong said. Norma, infuriated, retorted, you greedy adventurers have no sense of belief at all. Mufong looked at her with an expression neither sad nor happy. Norma gradually calmed down, and after a moment of silence, she said, What do you want in order to help me kill the priest? That depends on what you have, Mufong replied, glancing around the room. Aside from a sewing machine, some coarse fabric, and a few unranked garments, there was nothing else. Norma fell silent. Mufong softly said, I'm busy, so I'll take my leave. After saying that, he turned to leave. Wait a moment, Norma called out to him again. Mufong turned to look at her. With a serious expression, Norma said, I truly have no valuable items on me right now, but, after a pause, Norma straightened her back and said proudly, Do you want to gain the friendship of the Imperial Army? Mufong replied, I don't want that. After saying this, he left without looking back. Norma's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, Why? If you were an officer or a captain in the Imperial Army, your words would carry some weight, but you are just an ordinary member of the Imperial Army. To put it bluntly, you are just cannon fodder. Your friendship is worthless, Mufong answered. Norma's expression froze. She wanted to refute him but didn't know how. Mufong was right, the potential power of the Imperial Army was vast. If a high-ranking official from the Imperial Army had said this, Mufong might have agreed, especially since he also disliked the temples, and the reputation of the Imperial Army could be quite useful. But Norma, all right, I understand, you can go, Norma said with a gloomy expression. Seeing her like this, Mufong curiously asked, Why do you want to kill the priest of Baigua village? He's just a bastard. Norma replied angrily, He often uses his status as a priest to bully the women in the village, not even sparing girls under 10. Why not go to the village chief or the priest at the Morning Light Temple to seek justice? Mufong asked. The village chief is the priest's father, and the priests in the temple are all in cahoots with him. Norma said hatefully, It's a pity. I'm not a combat class, otherwise I would fight to the death to kill him. Mufong fell silent. After a moment, he took out an item from his backpack and handed it to Norma. This is a voodoo doll from the voodoo church. It will help you. Upon hearing the name of the voodoo doll, Norma shivered and quickly took it from Mufeng's hand. The voodoo doll is one of the treasures of the voodoo church, capable of killing invisibly, more than enough to deal with a mere priest. Back then, when Mufong was scavenging in the voodoo shop in Twilight Village, he had taken several voodoo dolls. Afterwards, he sold most of the items he scavenged from the voodoo shop, but he kept a few voodoo dolls. They are indeed good things. After confirming the voodoo doll was real, Norma looked at Mufong with a complex expression and said, Thank you, I will definitely repay you in the future. Mufong replied lightly, I hope so. It's true, I will remember your kindness for a lifetime. Afraid that Mufong wouldn't believe her, Norma said with a serious expression. Mufong smiled and said nothing more. He glanced out the window to ensure there were no militia patrolling outside, then stepped out and quickly left the area of Baigua village. At this moment, the sky was already dimly bright. On the eastern horizon, a rising sun slowly ascended, piercing through the dark night, heralding the arrival of dawn. Once he reached a safe location, Mufong logged out of the game. After logging off, his consciousness returned. Mufong took off his helmet, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. Golden equipment. In the last life, even if a piece of golden gear was thrown on the ground, Mufong wouldn't bother to bend down to pick it up. But in this life, having a piece of golden equipment at the beginning of the game is already quite good. Mufong picked up his phone and glanced at it. It was 5 o'clock and 7 minutes. He turned his head and saw Sanja lying beside him, wearing a gaming helmet very close to him. She was dressed in a white jasmine dress, her long, slender legs wrapped in a layer of thin white stockings. Because consciousness was in the game world, the body left in the real world would occasionally move around. It was similar to dreaming. The body would sometimes move erratically. Sanja was like this. While playing the game, her body moved, and the hem of her dress accidentally rolled up to her waist. Mufong instinctively took a glance, his pupils dilating, his old face turning red, and he quickly turned his head away. This little girl, why isn't she wearing just those long stockings? Mufong dared not look, hastily grabbing a blanket from the bed and covering Sanja, concealing her increasingly mature body. Only then did Mufong dare to look at Sanja. With the gaming helmet on, most of her face was covered, revealing only her cherry-like mouth and her delicate, slender chin. Her small mouth slightly opened with her breathing. The tender lips, adorned with a light pink gloss, emitted an alluring sheen. What a pure child, unaware of what she experienced in her last life, to become the infamous demon queen. Mu Feng thought to himself, since Sanja is in my hands, I have the obligation to educate her to be a gentle and kind child. Mu Feng secretly made up his mind. He got up and went to the kitchen, planning to personally cook a hearty breakfast for Sanja. Just as Mu Feng was busy in the kitchen, at 5:30, Sanja exited the game on time. The first thing she did after taking off the helmet was to look at Mu Feng, who was lying beside her. Seeing that he had already gotten up, Sanja noticed that a blanket had been added to her body. An excited smile immediately appeared on her face as she thought, looks like my plan succeeded. I wonder if Brother Mu Feng is excited or shy after seeing this. Songjia's pretty face flushed. With a hint of red as she dreamily said, should I install a hidden camera in the bathroom and bedroom in the future? That way, I can admire Brother Mu Feng all the time. Ah, no, Brother Mu Feng, I really want to have you, Songjia murmured to herself. After a while, Songjia got out of bed, her small feet in white stockings stepping on the cold floor as she walked out of the bedroom. By the time she exited the bedroom, the daze on her face had long disappeared, replaced by a touch of youthful innocence and purity. Good morning, Brother Mu Feng. Songjia greeted Mu Feng, who was busy in the kitchen, with enthusiasm. Good morning to you too, Mu Feng replied with a smile. Brother Mu Feng, let me handle breakfast, Songjia said as she prepared to take over. Mu Feng waved his hand in refusal. No need, I'm almost done, just wait to eat. Alright then. Songjia obediently sat by the dining table, waiting for breakfast. It's better to have something light and convenient in the morning. Last time at the supermarket, Mu Feng bought a few packs of Japanese tonkatsu ramen and some spring rolls, buns, and dumplings as frozen food. The ramen went into the pot, cooked, and then the soup packet was added. It would be ready in about 3 minutes. As for the spring rolls and buns, they took quite a while to heat up. Once everything was ready, Mu Feng brought 2 bowls of ramen and a plate of steaming spring rolls and buns to the dining table. Songjia helped Mu Feng take the food off the tray. The two began to enjoy their breakfast. Songjia couldn't wait to share with Mu Feng that yesterday she and her classmates had killed an elite monster and obtained a piece of black iron equipment, selling it for over 10,000 gold coins. Each member of the team received 2,000 to 3,000. Brother Mu Feng, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll buy it for you, Songjia said with a smile. Mu Feng replied with a grin, you can keep the money for pocket money. If you need more, just ask me anytime. After a pause, Mu Feng thoughtfully added, autumn is coming soon and the weather is getting colder. You don't seem to have any warm clothes. When you have time, buy some online. This place is quite cold, so don't dress too lightly. Be careful not to catch a cold. I understand. Songjia sweetly replied. After breakfast, Songjia cleaned the room while Mu Feng sat on the sofa browsing the forum. To his surprise, he equipped a golden staff and walked around in front of others, and such a trivial matter could trend online. Mu Feng shook his head. These people were really too idle. After finishing the cleaning, Songjia didn't change her clothes, still wearing a white jasmine dress and white long socks, all in pure white, and began practicing some dance moves in the living room. The movements were quite large, and from time to time he could catch glimpses under her skirt. Mu Feng had no choice but to focus on his phone, scrolling through the forum, checking Weibo, and looking at game strategies. At 7 o'clock, his sister called him. Mu Feng immediately answered, and his sister's gentle voice came through. Chen, are you awake? This question was a bit unnecessary. If Mu Feng hadn't woken up, he wouldn't have answered the phone. But he still honestly replied, I'm up. Is there something you need? Today, sister and Yashuan want to come see you. Where do you live? His sister asked softly. Mu Feng glanced at Songjia, who was practicing the splits. Although he and Songjia were innocent, it was better not to let his sister know that she was living with him, otherwise he feared it would be hard to explain later. Moreover, there was also the troublemaker Lang Yishuang around. If they saw him living with Songjia, just thinking about that scene made Mu Feng's scalp tingle. My place is too dirty and messy. It's better if you don't come. Where are you? I'll come find you, Mu Feng said. Sister Mu Ge gently replied, it's okay, I'll help you clean up. No need, I'm already this old. What kind of thing is it to let you help me clean? I can clean myself. By the way, sister, I want to eat the soup dumplings from Han Ming's place. Can you take me there? Of course. We're at the commercial street. Hurry over and I'll take you to eat soup dumplings, his sister said softly. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Mu Feng sighed, sister is still as easy to fool as ever. Then, he took a cold shower in the bathroom, freshened up, and changed into clean clothes. Before leaving, he said to Songjia, I'm going out for a bit, I'll be back before noon. Brother Mu Feng, take care, Songjia smiled. He went downstairs, hailed a taxi, and headed to the commercial street in Jinnan City. The commercial street is located in one of the most bustling areas of the city center. It was the weekend again, and by 7 in the morning there were already quite a few people gathered on the commercial street. At the entrance of the commercial street there was a huge and magnificent fountain pool, which is a landmark of the area. Not far in front of the fountain pool, two beautifully dressed, high-profile women were standing there waiting for someone. When Mu Feng arrived at the entrance of the commercial street, he immediately spotted his sister and Long Yashuang standing not far from the fountain pool. After paying the fare, Mu Feng got out of the car and walked straight towards his sister and Long Yashuang. His sister saw him from a distance and happily waved, "Shen Shen, over here." Mu Feng saw this scene and waved back at his sister. Standing next to her sister, Long Yashuang looked speechless and said, "Alright, it's just been a few days since we last met, no need to put on such a show of sibling affection." Her sister, Muge, shyly put her hands down and said, "I just miss my brother too much. It's been a few days and I got a bit too excited." Long Yashuang licked her lips with her pink tongue and said, "Missing your brother is a good thing. So, you should persuade your brother to move into our apartment, that way you can take good care of him, Mu Feng. But our apartment only has 2 rooms. If my brother comes, where will he stay?" Without hesitation, Long Yashuang replied, "That's not a big problem. I can set up a small bed in the living room and sleep there, giving my room to your brother. How about that?" "But that doesn't seem right." Muge hesitated. "Letting you sleep in the living room would be too pitiful for you." "It's fine, who told us to be good sisters?" Long Yashuang made a sisterly expression and said, "For you, I'm willing to sleep in the living room." Long Yashuang thought Muge would be touched by this. However, unexpectedly, Muge changed her tone and suspiciously asked, "You want my brother to live with us so badly, you wouldn't be plotting something bad, would you? How could that be?" Long Yashuang felt a bit guilty and didn't dare to meet Muge's gaze. Seeing her like this, Muge felt a bit annoyed and said, "Yeah, my brother is still young, just a child. You can't lead him astray." "How could I lead him astray? Oh, what do you take me for?" Long Yashuang rolled her big, beautiful eyes in dissatisfaction and said, "Do you think I'm the kind of bad woman who likes to tempt innocent young boys?" Muge nodded seriously. Long Yashuang didn't know what to say. For the future prosperity of their studio, Long Yashuang promised in front of Muge, "I swear, once your brother moves into the apartment, I absolutely won't flirt with him. If I break this vow, let me live a lonely life, okay? Alright, I'll trust you this once." Muge reluctantly nodded. At that moment, Mu Feng also walked over. Seeing his sister seemingly arguing with Lang Yashuang, who looked like she was pleading, he couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" "It's nothing, just some idle talk," his sister replied softly. Lang Yashuang looked Mu Feng up and down and teased, "You little rascal, not letting me go to your house with your sister. You wouldn't be hiding a little girlfriend, would you?" "Hiss, that's a pretty accurate guess. Although Sanja isn't his girlfriend, being alone in a room together and sharing a bed every day, if his sister found out, the consequences would be unimaginable." Mu Feng felt a bit flustered inside, but on the surface he remained calm and said, "I stay at home all day, rarely going out. How could I have the chance to hide a girlfriend?" "That's right, my brother is very well behaved," Muge chimed in. "Alright, you brother complex, stop standing there like a fool. And go have breakfast first," Long Yashuang laughed. Today, Muge was wearing a beige knitted sweater, deep blue jeans, and a pair of white flats, looking both youthful and gentle. Long Yashuang also wore light-colored jeans, a black tank top, and a women's windbreaker, her long legs, round hips, slim waist, and ample chest perfectly accentuating her mature and alluring figure. Walking together with these two beauties attracted the attention of many passers-by. The soup dumplings at Han Ningji on the commercial street are delicious, and Muge used to take him there often. In the morning, the shop was quite crowded, and the three of them found a small spot to sit down, ordering 3 servings of the signature soup dumplings and 2 servings of pickles. While waiting for their food, Muge told Mu Feng that she had reached level 10, gone to Frost City, and changed her job to a cold-blooded hunter. "You really recommended an amazing hidden class. I can now shoot a level 9 ordinary monster with 1 shot," the sister exclaimed. Cold Yashuang, who was nearby, also asked curiously, "How do you know the triggering methods for these 2 hidden classes?" "Didn't I say? I went to Frost City before and accidentally encountered them. As a mage, I can't change classes. So I just remembered it. Since you guys are going to Frost City, I thought I'd share it with you," Mu Feng replied, using the excuse he had prepared. Sister Muge unconditionally trusted her brother and didn't suspect anything. However, Cold Yashuang was somewhat skeptical. She couldn't believe that someone could be so lucky as to trigger 2 hidden class quests just by casually visiting Frost City. This annoying brother of hers clearly had something to hide. He had quite a few little secrets. This piqued Cold Yashuang's strong interest. She thought to herself, "I love digging up the unknown little secrets of others. Sooner or later, I will uncover all the secrets you have." Cold Yashuang looked at Mu Feng as if she were a hungry she-wolf eyeing a juicy piece of meat. She poked Muge, who was sitting next to her. Muge understood and smiled at Mu Feng, saying, "Chen Chen, isn't your rent about to expire?" "Yeah, why?" Mu Feng asked. "When your rent is up, you should move in with us," Muge suggested. Mufeng hesitated. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I'm a guy living with you, it might be inconvenient. Besides, I'm used to living alone and don't like living with others. But I'm your real sister, not just some outsider, Sister Muge said, a bit annoyed. I'm not talking about you, and that's not what I mean, Mufeng hurriedly explained. Beside him, Long Yashuang smiled and said, so you mean you don't want to live with me? Mufeng replied seriously, yes, that's right. Long Yashuang, looking furious, said, you little brat, how would you know your sister's good intentions? If you don't live with me, you're the one losing out. Living with you, is there any benefit? Mufeng asked deliberately. Of course there is. Sister will wear black stockings for you every day. Lang Yashuang's words were cut short by Mu Ji's fierce gaze, and she swallowed the rest of her sentence. Mu Ge withdrew her gaze and gently said to Mufeng, come move in with your sister. That way, we can look out for each other. Mufeng shook his head, saying, let's wait a bit longer, I'll decide after my rent is up. He planned to wait until the rent for his current rental house expired before moving to a more spacious place. The current rental was simply too small. The bedroom couldn't even fit a gaming pod. When the time comes to move to a bigger house, he could let his sister move in too. Just as his sister said, living together would be good for mutual support. Mufeng was resolute. Mu Ge couldn't persuade him, so she had to give up. Long Yashuan looked at Mufeng with suspicion, thinking, this kid can resist even my temptation of wearing black stockings. Could it be that he likes guys? It's no wonder she reacted this way. Long Yashuan was the belle of their music academy, and her admirers could line up around the teaching building. Logically, if any other guy had the chance to live under the same roof as Long Yashuan, he would probably be overjoyed. But Mufeng was indifferent, showing no interest. A guy in his early 20s should at least like to see black stockings, right? Long Yashuang was confident if she wore black stockings with her beautiful legs, who wouldn't be mesmerized? Mufeng's lack of interest was because he hadn't seen it yet. Once he did, would he still not listen to his sister? Hoof. When the opportunity arises, I'll wear black stockings and show Mufeng, and I'm not worried he won't comply. Long Yashuan thought to herself. After a while, the soup dumplings and side dishes they ordered were served by the waiter. The three of them ate while chatting. Suddenly, Long Yashuan seemed to remember something, swallowed her food, and asked Mufeng, I saw on Weibo trending that you got a golden level staff? Mufeng was about to pick up some pickled vegetables with his chopsticks when he froze at Long Yashuan's words, not expecting the news to spread so quickly. But thinking about it, it made sense. He had appeared in the world announcements twice, so he was somewhat of a celebrity, and many people knew him. There were plenty of photos of Mufeng taken in the game. Searching dust on the Dawn forum would yield a ton of results. Last night, he flaunted his golden staff in front of a crowd of players in the muddy jungle. Many players took pictures of Mufeng with his golden staff and posted them online. Although Mufeng hid his ID, he didn't hide his face, so with a little attention and careful comparison, one could recognize his identity. Regarding Long Yashuang's inquiry, Mufeng nodded and answered honestly, yeah. Mu Ge covered her mouth in surprise, saying, wow, golden equipment. I heard it's very valuable, could sell for over $1 million. These days, Mu Ge had been playing Dawn with Lang Yashuang every day, so she knew a bit about equipment prices. Right now, golden equipment is valuable, but hard to find. The golden equipment you have is the first in the national server. If you want to sell it, you could probably start at 10 million and someone would buy it, Long Yashuang said. That's a bit exaggerated. 2 to 3 million is possible, but 10 million is absolutely impossible. The wealthy players, big companies, and large groups playing Dawn, although they have money, they would never spend it recklessly. 10 million is not a small amount. How could they casually take it out to buy a piece of golden equipment? If they wait a little longer, when golden equipment is not so scarce, 10 million could easily buy 7 or 8 pieces of golden equipment. Why spend 10 million now on a single piece of golden equipment and be a fool? That makes sense. Long Yashuan nodded in agreement. Her sister sincerely praised Chen. You are amazing. We grind monsters every day and haven't managed to get a single piece of silver equipment. Hee, little brother Mufeng, since you have so much money, why not support me, your sister? I can wear black stockings for you every day. Lang Yashuan's words were cut short under Muge's murderous gaze, and she immediately shut her mouth. Lang Yashuang then said, little brother Mufeng, I have to remind you, wealth should not be flaunted. I see you don't hide the glow of your equipment, aren't you? Afraid of being attacked by red-named players in the wild? Right, Chen, you need to be careful. There are many bad people in the game, Sister Muge also said with a worried expression. Mufeng smiled and replied, I understand, I'll be more careful next time. After dinner, Muge wanted to take Mufeng shopping. Mufeng didn't want to go. She said to him, staying at home all day can make you sick, come out and get some fresh air. Unable to refuse, Mufeng had no choice but to go shopping with him. They shopped until around 4 in the afternoon. Mu Feng said goodbye to his sister and Long Yashuang and returned to his rented room. There was no sign of Song Jia in the living room. Mu Feng went to the bedroom and saw Song Jia lying on the bed with a gaming helmet on, immersed in the game. Even though Mu Feng's digitized body had several times the physical strength of an ordinary person, after shopping all day from morning to afternoon, he felt a bit exhausted. He really didn't know how his sister and Lan Yashuang managed to keep going. He was dead tired, while they seemed completely unfazed. He lay on the bed next to Song Jia's delicate body, which faintly emitted a pleasant youthful fragrance. Breathing in Song Jia's scent, Mu Feng gradually calmed down. He took a moment to relax, then put on the gaming helmet and entered the game. After completing the hidden quest in the muddy jungle, it was time to tackle the remaining hidden quests. In fact, the hidden quest in the muddy jungle wasn't fully completed yet. It would only be considered complete after he killed the son of the Archbishop of the Dawn Temple. There would be experience rewards for completing hidden quests. For now, this quest could only be said to have had its rewards paid in advance, not completed. Anyway, Mu Feng's original intention was to get the golden staff in Farin's hands. Whether the quest was completed or not didn't matter. What mattered was that the golden staff was in hand. Arriving at the teleportation point in the muddy jungle, Mu Feng noticed that he didn't have many teleportation tokens left in his backpack, only 3 or 4. If he wanted to continue completing the remaining hidden quests in the wild, there were many places to run to, and this amount of teleportation tokens wouldn't be enough. He needed to find a way to get more. Mu Feng immediately thought of Yi Shi-chun. Next time he traded with him, he would ask him to help buy a few teleportation tokens. However, Mu Feng glanced at his backpack. He hadn't killed many people recently and didn't have much equipment to sell. Did he really want to make Yi Shi-chun run a special trip for him? Mu Feng didn't want to owe anyone a favor. I wonder if the blood market has been established yet. Mu Feng pondered for a moment and decided to check the blood market first. If it hadn't been established yet, he would have to ask Yi Shi-chun to help him buy a few dozen teleportation tokens and send them over. Ending his thoughts, Mu Feng entered the teleportation point and selected the teleportation location, Forgotten Wilderness. After consuming 1 teleportation token, the runes on the teleportation array lit up, and in the next moment, Mu Feng's figure disappeared into the teleportation array. In an instant, Mu Feng arrived at the Forgotten Wilderness, 1,000 miles away. This is the edge of the Dawn world. The population is sparse, resources are scarce, and the monsters are weak. Just as the name of this map suggests, it is a wilderness forgotten by the gods. Mu Feng came here because there is a market established by players, to be precise, a free market set up by red-named players, a place for red-named players to sell stolen goods, purchase supplies, and trade information. It is known as the Blood Market. The reason for choosing the Forgotten Wilderness to establish the market is that the area is vast and flat, allowing for a clear view in all directions. There is no hiding from people. If anyone dares to encircle the red-named players of the Blood Market, they can see the enemy approaching from afar, retreat in advance, and scatter to avoid being trapped. When Mu Feng heard about the existence of the Blood Market in his previous life, it was already mid-game. It was said that the Blood Market was established very early in the game, but he didn't know if it was still operational. Mu Feng came to the Forgotten Wilderness just to try his luck. Stepping out of the teleportation point, Mu Feng looked around, searching for the figures of players in the wilderness. He indeed spotted dozens of players 1,000 meters to the southwest. He then summoned the Black Flame Lion and rushed in that direction. Mu Feng's arrival naturally caught the attention of those players, but seeing that he was alone, they paid him no mind. As he got closer, the appearance of the market gradually revealed itself to Mu Feng. The first time he came to the Blood Market in his previous life, he saw thousands of red-named players gathered in the wilderness, a sea of people bustling with activity. The market sold various high-level equipment, rare items, dazzling gems, and more. Even hiring assassins and engaging in sexual transactions were not uncommon. The Blood Market even had a dedicated security team to prevent anyone from causing trouble. After all, it was not in a safe area of a town. If the Blood Market did not have a security team, the red-named players would act recklessly, and in such an unrestrained place like the wilderness, acts of murder and blackmail would be incessant. Without order, the Blood Market could not continue to operate. Wherever there are people, there will be order. In this life, the Blood Market was just getting started. There was no popularity or reputation, mainly due to the current scarcity of red-named players. Although it was called a market, there were only about 10 players squatting in the wilderness, setting up stalls, and it was quite desolate and shabby. Mu Feng rode the Black Flame Lion here, which was quite eye-catching. From a distance, the players in the Blood-Red Market couldn't see the level of Mu Feng's mount. But as they got closer, they saw that it was a bronze-level mount. The 10 or so people in the Blood-Red Market couldn't help but focus their attention on Mu Feng. Currently, the mounts commonly seen in the main city were all black iron level, and bronze level mounts were rare. Even if there were bronze mounts for sale, the Prices were not something ordinary players could afford. Those who could buy bronze mounts were all wealthy individuals. As soon as Mu Feng approached, a strong and tall young man came forward to greet him. His ID was Deathmad, a level 14 fire warrior, and he was a red-named player. "Hey, brother, how are you?" Deathmad greeted him as if they were familiar. Before Mu Feng could respond, he continued, "Did a friend introduce you, or did you just stumble upon this place?" "Introduced by a friend. I heard there's a market here specifically for red-named players," Mu Feng replied. "That's right, it's here," Deathmad said. "I'm the initiator and manager of this market. Just to let you know, if you want to set up a stall here, you need to pay me a management fee of 50 gold coins. Of course, this money isn't just for nothing. With me watching, no one dares to cause trouble, and no one will dare to rob you. You can do business here with peace of mind. This 50 gold coin management fee is definitely worth it." Mu Feng asked, "Is there a teleportation token?" "Of course there is. Go find Owen, he specializes in selling teleportation tokens." Deathmad pointed to a frail young man not far away. "Okay." Mu Feng recalled his mount and walked towards that person. The black flame lion was large, and it was inconvenient in the crowded area. Because Mu Feng was sitting on the back of the black flame lion, no one could see the golden staff hanging at his waist. Once he recalled his mount, there was no longer any cover. At that moment, Deathmad suddenly noticed the golden short staff at Mu Feng's waist. He thought he had seen it wrong, blinked a few times, and looked again, confirming he hadn't made a mistake. It was indeed a golden level staff. Deathmad's expression changed immediately. He quickly grabbed Mu Feng and whispered, "Brother, is that a golden weapon you have?" Mu Feng nodded, "Yes. Why didn't you hide the glow of your equipment? You know this place is full of red-named players, all of whom are ruthless killers? Strutting in here like that is just asking for trouble. Aren't you afraid of being robbed?" Deathmad said, looking exasperated. "Not afraid," Mu Feng replied honestly. "Who gave you the courage to say that?" Deathmad urged again, "Listen to me, quickly put away your golden weapon and don't let anyone see it." Unfortunately, it was too late for Deathmad to say this. Because Mu Feng had a bronze mount, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the blood-red market. The golden weapon on Mu Feng had also been seen by everyone in the market, and the entire blood-red market suddenly became restless. This was a golden-level piece of equipment. It could easily sell for 1 to 2 million gold coins. For most people, 1 to 2 million gold coins was already a significant fortune. If they could take down this person in front of them and steal his equipment, they could immediately earn over 1 million. For the people in the blood-red market, this was undoubtedly a tremendous temptation. Moreover, everyone present was a red-named player, accustomed to killing and robbing without any psychological burden. To be honest, if Deathmad weren't the one who set the rules for the blood-red market, he would have wanted to take down Mu Feng and escape with his golden weapon. Immediately, 7 or 8 ill-intentioned red-named players surrounded them. Seeing this, Deathmad's expression changed slightly, and he angrily shouted, Hey, don't you remember the rules I mentioned earlier? Fighting is not allowed in my market. Get out of the way," a mage player with the ID saber-toothed tiger cursed. "What? How dare you insult me? Do you believe I won't add you to my blacklist, making it so you can never step foot in my market again?" Si Kwang threatened. The saber-toothed tiger scoffed, "Who cares about this broken place of yours? You can add me to your blacklist if you want, but I advise you not to meddle in this matter. To block my path to wealth is no different from killing my parents." The saber-toothed tiger was speaking to Si Kwang, but his gaze was fixed firmly on Mu Feng, unwilling to budge an inch. Nearby, another player known as the Wandering Blade said to the saber-toothed tiger, "How many of you are there? You dare speak so arrogantly? Let me tell you, I want the golden equipment on this kid. You better get lost, or I'll kill you too." "Ha, just the 4 of you think you can kill me? Dream on," the saber-toothed tiger replied disdainfully. Aside from these few, the rest of the blood-red market players were also restless. Si Kwang hurriedly said, "Brothers, let's talk this out. Don't ruin the rules for everyone. This brother is here to do business in our market. If you act like this, who will dare come next time? We're all red-named players. It's not easy for any of us, but we can't just make one-time deals. Sustainable and developmental is what's good. Don't be impulsive." Si Kwang had worked hard to build the blood-red market to its current scale. In business, trust is the most important thing, especially when dealing with red-named players in outdoor trades. Everyone fears being backstabbed, so trust becomes especially crucial. His blood-red market had finally gained some reputation, and now this incident had occurred. If he couldn't handle it properly, the market he had painstakingly established would be ruined. Seeing that good advice was falling on deaf ears, he had to change his approach. Si Kwang directly called over his 2 brothers. This market was neither too big nor too small. He couldn't manage it alone, but fortunately, 2 brothers were willing to help him. With 3 of them, they could manage the market of dozens of people. As a conflict seemed imminent, Si Kwang's two brothers came up behind him, drawing their weapons, ready for a fight. Si Kwang declared sternly, "Today, no one can break the rules. I know all of you, don't make it hard for me, and don't make me angry. Otherwise, I'll specifically target you for kills in the future." Si Kwang had always been responsible for managing the blood-red market, mediating disputes, providing protection for stall owners, and settling troublemakers. Without some strength, he truly couldn't suppress these unruly red-named players. Seeing that Si Kwang seemed serious, both the Saber-Toothed Tiger and the Wandering Blades groups felt a bit intimidated and hesitated to act rashly. But the temptation of golden equipment was too great. After a series of complex psychological struggles, the Saber-Toothed Tiger ultimately succumbed to greed, sneering, "Fine, I'll offer 1 gold coin for his golden weapon. That shouldn't violate the rules you've set, right? But let me make it clear, if you don't sell it to me, I'll kill you right now." After saying this, the Saber-Toothed Tiger threatened Mu Feng fiercely. Si Kwang's expression darkened. "Little tiger, you really aren't afraid of offending me, are you?" The Saber-Toothed Tiger, having nothing to lose, coldly replied, "What can I do? Normally, I wouldn't want to offend you, but this is a million. I can't just give it up so easily. If I kill him and take his stuff, I can afford the down payment for a house. Si Kwang, you know I've been dating my girlfriend for 3 years and we haven't married yet because we don't have a house or a car. Can't you make an exception for me this once?" The Wandering Blade nearby scolded the Saber-Toothed Tiger for being shameless. "Just because you have your troubles, does that mean the rest of us don't? I still have to pay my mortgage, raise my kids, and take care of my parents." The Wandering Blade scolded, "And you want an exception for yourself? That's really shameless." The Saber-Toothed Tiger's face darkened and he angrily said, "Once I kill him and grab the golden equipment, I'll kill you too." "Humph, I'll wait for you to make your move." "Once you kill him, I'll kill you," said the Wanderer of the End. The face of the madman grew increasingly grim. Both the Wanderer of the End and the Saber-Toothed Tiger's groups were very strong. Alone, he wasn't afraid. But with both groups, it was clear they intended to kill Mu Feng first, then settle their scores. Not to mention those red-named players lurking nearby, watching for an opportunity. Still, the same old story. The temptation of golden equipment was too great. No one present was willing to give it up easily. It was like a juicy steak, everyone wanted to take a bite. What should I do? The madman's mind raced, thinking of a solution. He glanced at Mu Feng, the cause of this whole incident. If it weren't for his showiness and refusal to hide the glow of his equipment, this wouldn't have happened. Thinking of this, the madman's gaze toward Mu Feng was filled with a bit of blame and resentment. Especially seeing Mu Feng still looking so calm and carefree, he was even more furious. Suddenly, the madman realized that the person in front of him seemed somewhat familiar. It felt like he had seen him somewhere before. Just as the madman was pondering where he had seen Mu Feng suddenly asked, "Excuse me, if I take action and eliminate these two groups, would that be considered breaking the rules?" Hearing this question, the madman was almost laughing in anger. "Damn it, you're about to die, and you're still acting tough." The madman impatiently replied, "If you can turn the tables on them, I'll give you 20,000 gold coins, how about that?" In the next moment, Mu Feng raised his golden staff, and several rays of destruction fingers shot out. In just 3 seconds, 7 red-named players lay dead before Mu Feng. Equipment and gold spilled all over the ground. Mu Feng patted the already dumbfounded madman on the shoulder and said, "Go prepare the gold. I've done you a small favor by helping you eliminate these red-named players who tried to break your rules." At this moment, Death Frenzy and a group of red-named players were all stunned. In an instant, he had killed 7 well-equipped red-named players. Who on earth was this person? Meanwhile, Death Frenzy's mind exploded with realization as he suddenly remembered Mu Feng's identity. Currently, there was a lot of buzz online about the only player in the national server who possessed a golden weapon, the mysterious god. Player Dust. "Are you Dust?" Death Frenzy stammered. Mu Feng nodded. Death Frenzy was filled with emotions of surprise, fear, and disbelief, thinking to himself, no wonder he has made it to the world announcement twice. His strength is terrifying. He adjusted his emotions slightly and smiled, saying, "Rest assured, Dust, if you help me settle this today, I will definitely show my gratitude." With the strength Dust had just displayed, he was undoubtedly a strong ally. A strong ally indeed. Meeting such a powerful ally, how could he not cling to him? Death Frenzy immediately made up his mind to curry favor with the big shot and seek his protection. Today's events had also made him realize his own strength and position. The blood-red market he established was small in scale, and while he could manage minor skirmishes, he wouldn't be able to handle it if the market grew larger and the red-named players became more formidable. Death Frenzy was an ambitious person. At the right moment, someone had seized the opportunity to establish the Dawn trading network during the open beta of Dawn, commonly known as the black market. He became the first to take the plunge. Since the establishment of the black market website, the daily Transaction volume reached over 100 million, and the creator of the black market only took 1% of each transaction as a fee, making a fortune. Death Frenzy was eager to emulate that black market creator. He also wanted to establish a similar place within the game. Unfortunately, there was already a trading hall in the game. The trading hall was both legitimate and very well established, leaving him no room to intervene. But Death Frenzy did not give up easily. Instead, he thought outside the box and established a blood red market specifically for red-named players. A paradise for red-named players. Death Frenzy saw much further than ordinary players. He had noticed early on that the game Dawn seemed to encourage players to kill each other. Although the punishment for red-named players appeared severe, their rewards were also substantial. The gains from killing a player were many times greater than those from killing a boss. He estimated that in the future, red-named players would inevitably become a trend. He was simply going with the flow. If he didn't establish the blood red market, someone else would in the future. Since he had caught the opportunity, how could he let it slip away? Death Frenzy's ambition was great. He wanted to make the blood red market bigger and stronger, but to be honest, it would be difficult to do so alone. Since the black market website became popular, capital had entered the scene, investing and buying shares, which made the black market website even more legitimate. In the game, capital's reach was limited. This was a world where strength was paramount, and only the strong had the final say. Lacking strength himself, clinging to a powerful ally became crucial. Death Frenzy looked at Mufong before him with increasing eagerness, thinking, if I can build a good relationship with Dust in the future, who would dare to cause trouble in his market? Big shot, let's add each other as friends. 20,000 gold is a bit much, I need to gather some. Don't worry, I guarantee I'll have it ready for you in 3 days, Death Frenzy flattered. Mufong looked at him in surprise. He had only said that as a joke. Whether he gave the 20,000 gold or not was irrelevant. Unexpectedly, Death Frenzy took it seriously. However, having lived 2 lives, Mufong was quite perceptive. After a moment of thought, he guessed that Death Frenzy's intentions were not as simple as they seemed. He thought to himself, no wonder he was able to make the blood red market so large in his previous life. This person has some depth. Mufong agreed to the friend request from Si Kwang. Great God, you just said you came here to buy teleportation tokens. Follow me, I'll personally take you to buy them, Si Kwang said as he led the way. Mufang's instant kill of the saber-toothed tiger and the Wanderer of the End had intimidated all the red-named players present. Even the most unruly red-named players dared not act arrogantly in front of Mufong. Si Kwang led Mufong to a stall in front of a young priest with the ID Wenji Binbin. Wenji Binbin looked as his name suggested, slender and exuding a scholarly air, but his ID was a deep crimson and his kill value was likely higher than anyone else present. He was a tough character. Strangely, despite his high kill value, his stall only sold teleportation tokens. Logically, shouldn't he be selling equipment obtained from killing? Mufong arrived at the stall, and when Ji Binbin greeted him with a smile, Dust God, are you here to buy teleportation tokens? At this moment, most people had already guessed Mufang's identity, those who hadn't learned of it from others. Mufong replied, yes. How many do you want? What's the price? When Ji Binbin said, the teleportation tokens are sold for 1,000 gold each at the main city's general store, I sell them for 1,200 gold each. Before Mufong could respond, Si Kwang interjected, that's too expensive. This isn't some rare item, you're making a clean profit of 200 gold just by reselling them, that's too shady. When Ji Binbin laughed, I never said I couldn't negotiate. Then how about 10-20 gold? You can make a profit of 20 gold. Si Kwang said bluntly. When Ji Binbin sighed, I came to this godforsaken place, used 1 teleportation token to get here, and will need another to go back. My total cost is 2,000 gold, I need to at least cover my expenses. Si Kwang replied unhappily, you can't just rip someone off like that. How about this, I'll give you an extra 20 gold, so 1 teleportation token for 1040 gold, how's that? When Ji Binbin thought for a moment and agreed. Si Kwang turned to Mufong, flattering him, great God, do you think this price is acceptable? If not, I can negotiate further. When Ji Binbin, somewhat displeased, said, Si Kwang, we've known each other for a while now, we're friends, don't go overboard. Get lost. Si Kwang shot him a sideways glance. When I was being bullied by the Wanderer of the End and the saber-toothed tiger, why didn't you step in? When Ji Binbin chuckled, I had faith in you, those few country bumpkins, you easily dealt with them, right? I was waiting for you to kill those little punks with a fiery blade. Cut it out, that trick won't work on me. Si Kwang said bluntly, if you're a friend, come with me for revenge tomorrow. If not, just shut up. Haven't they already died once? Why bother? When Ji Binbin replied. Si Kwang insisted, I don't care, they dared to break my rules, so I have to kill them myself. Like I said, if you're a friend, come with me, if not, just shut up. When Ji Binbin ignored Si Kwang and turned to Mufong, Dust God, let's go with what he said, 1040 gold for each teleportation token. How many do you want? Mufong said, 30. 30? Sorry, I don't have that much in stock. When Ji Binbin replied. Then give me however many you have. Alright, 23 tokens, a total of 23,920 gold. Just give me 23,900 and we'll call it even, he said. Mufeng promptly paid the gold and purchased 23 teleportation tokens. The transaction was complete. When Jibin looked at Mufeng with curiosity and said, I didn't expect that the famous god of dust is actually a red-named player. I'm also quite curious, how come you, a priest, are also red-named? Mufeng asked. Alas, there's no way around it. In this world, no one has any loyalty. When teaming up to run dungeons, they greedily took my rewards every time, bullying honest people. I could no longer tolerate it, so I had to kill them all, when Jibin said calmly. Beside them, the player, known as Death Maniac, scoffed. Don't listen to his nonsense, God. Don't be fooled by this guy's familiar face, he's actually very sinister, specifically targeting his teammates and causing trouble for many teams. In their area, everyone wants to beat him up like a rat crossing the street. Hey, Death Maniac, you're being too ungrateful. How can you expose my secrets? When Jibin said anxiously, trying to stop Death Maniac from continuing with your little deeds. Just ask around the market who doesn't know. You've long been infamous. And those things you've done have already been posted on the forums. Just search your ID and everything will come up. Death Maniac mercilessly revealed when Jibin's past. When Jibin, relying on his priest profession, would join random teams to run dungeons. When it came to the crucial moment of fighting the dungeon boss, he would deliberately hold back, not casting healing spells for his teammates, allowing them to perish at the hands of the boss. After his teammates died, the boss would be left with low health, and he would then step in to finish it off, monopolizing the dungeon rewards. When Jibin was following the path of a retribution priest, the characteristic of a retribution priest is high attack and low healing, with combat power comparable to that of a mage. This profession requires reaching level 30 to change jobs at the Retribution Temple. Although when Jibin had not yet changed jobs since he was below level 30, he had been paving the way for his transition to a Retribution priest. Besides basic healing spells and a few support skills, the priest skills when Jibin learned were rare attack types, and all his equipment was focused on maximizing spell power for damage output. His combat ability was not weaker than that of ordinary combat professions. Moreover, the teams he joined were all weaklings, with no one capable of fighting. The kill points on Wen Jibin were all left by players who sought revenge on him after being tricked and then killed by him. Having done this many times, he became notorious. Now, in this information and networked age, when Jibin's reputation quickly spread, and when running dungeons, players avoided him, no one wanted to team up with him anymore. Unable to continue his previous livelihood, and with his kill points too high to return to the main city or complete quests, when Jibin found the monster drops too slow to earn money, he decided to come to the blood color market to trade supplies, making a little profit, waiting for his kill points to decrease before returning to the main city to do quests. After learning about this situation, Mufeng raised an eyebrow, thinking he might be a talent that could be useful in the future. Thus, he added him as a friend. Death Maniac and Wen Jibin were not surprised. They thought Mufeng wanted to buy teleportation tokens later, and added him as a friend for easier communication. God, do you have anything else you want to buy? Death Maniac asked, following Mufeng closely, bowing and scraping. Nothing. Mufeng turned to Death Maniac and said, but I have some things I want to sell. Can you help me sell them? What things? Death Maniac asked. Mufeng took out the equipment dropped by the saber-toothed tiger and the Wanderer of the End, which he didn't want, and decided to sell them here. It saved him from carrying them and taking up backpack space. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. You can sell these items for me. And if you make any money, you can keep a portion as a reward, he said, not giving Death Maniac a chance to refuse, and summoned his mount, heading towards the teleportation point. Diehard took a glance at the hurriedly departing back of Mufeng, then looked at the scattered equipment on the ground, and sighed, a master is indeed a master, trusting me so much, truly someone capable of great things. Wen Jibin approached with a joking tone and said, now I understand why the great Diehard is so eager to be a sycophant. This is quite a profit. Do you think this dust is just a fool with too much money, and trusting the business of trading equipment to others? If he doesn't get taken advantage of, who will? The prices of equipment are not fixed. Street stall transactions have one price, trading houses have another, and the black market has yet another. There is a lot of room for maneuvering here. If done properly, one can reap considerable profits. Therefore, equipment trading is mostly done directly, with very few transactions going through a third party. Moreover, Mufeng killed the saber-toothed tiger and the Wanderer of the End, hastily picking up their equipment. He probably has no idea how many pieces of equipment there are, or their quality. The room for maneuvering here is even greater. When Jibin whispered, Diehard, why don't you let me handle this? I guarantee you'll profit without being discovered. What do you think? BC plus X2 MIG Pi 6M will percent D asterisk Gaz asterisk Q3 CL $7 UI 784 Siga 3 $1 10 9 SOFH 9 HOT9 and dash 5300 ICAZDF 4 2 9 6.C slash 6 LND FK dash 3K1 UXY 8 S1 UCCF 9 S2. Die Hard waved his hand as if shooing away flies and said, "Go away, this is none of your business." When Ji-Bean looked puzzled and said, "Ha, Die Hard, what's wrong with you? You seem like a different person, not your usual style." "What was my style before?" Die Hard shot a sidelong glance at Wen Ji-Bean. Of course, it was all about righteousness and never cheating friends. Wen Ji-Bean laughed. Poof. Die Hard snorted coldly, ignoring him, and walked away. When Ji-Bean felt bored and went to chat with others. Die Hard had been in society for many years and considered himself well acquainted with many people. Mufeng seemed young, but he was definitely not simple. It was clear he was a person with a dark mind. How could he do such naive and sweet things? Die Hard could not and did not dare to fool Mufeng in this matter. He still wanted to cling to Mufeng's thigh, and he absolutely could not offend the master because of this. Die Hard was determined to handle this matter well and leave a good impression on the master, not to let down the master's trust in him. On the other side, Mufeng rode the black flame lion towards the teleportation point of the Forgotten Wilderness. At that moment, someone sent him a voice message in the game. Mufeng glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Qingfeng Tianxia. What does he want with me? Mufeng had never liked the leader of the Qingfeng Guild, one of the two major guilds in the novice village. This was mainly because Qingfeng Tianxia was overly self-important and looked down on Mufeng. Not to mention Mufeng, even the top players who were now worshipped by many were hardly worthy of his attention. Although Mufeng had shocked him several times with his skills, Qingfeng Tianxia remained outwardly respectful but inwardly dismissive. Since adding each other as friends, Qingfeng Tianxia had never taken the initiative to contact Mufeng. Why today? What does he want? With a curious heart, Mufeng answered the call. On the other end, Qingfeng Tianxia's hoarse voice came through. "Chen Ai, are you free?" "What's up?" Mufeng asked. Instead of answering, Qingfeng Tianxia countered, "Do you remember the Fenghua Guild?" "I remember. What's it about?" Mufeng felt a bit annoyed. Their relationship was just okay. If there was something to discuss, they could get straight to the point without beating around the bush. Qingfeng Tianxia took a deep breath and then exhaled heavily, speaking in a deep voice. "After reaching level 10, I led my guild brothers to the war city ruled by the War God Temple, but the Fenghua Guild followed us there. Fenghua Lianchang has been holding a grudge against me because of the incident in Twilight Village, and since arriving in War City, he has been setting traps for me everywhere. Recently, Fenghua Lianchang has colluded with a major guild in War City. The two guilds have joined forces to squeeze me out. My guild has been suppressed to the point of being unrecognizable, and many members can't take it anymore and have left. I really have no way out and can only turn to you. For the sake of our past friendship, please help me." By the end, Qingfeng Tianxia's tone carried a hint of pleading. It was rare for the proud Qingfeng Tianxia to lower himself to ask for help. It seemed the Fenghua Guild had indeed put a lot of pressure on the Qingfeng Guild. "What do you want me to do?" Feng asked casually. "Help me kill Fenghua Lianchang again, and if possible, take out a few high-ranking members of the Fenghua Guild too. They are just relying on their high-level equipment to bully me everywhere. Without that high-level equipment, the Fenghua Guild would not be a match for our Qingfeng Guild." Qingfeng Tianxia said confidently. "You say high-level equipment? How high is the equipment tier of the Fenghua Guild members?" Mufeng became interested and quickly asked. "I'm not sure about others, but Qingfeng Tianxia himself has at least 5 pieces of silver equipment. Fenghua Lianchang spent quite a bit of money on that gear." Qingfeng Tianxia replied. Back in the novice village, Fenghua Lianchang was like a gift from heaven, a starter pack for him. Killing him once gave Mufeng his first funds after rebirth. Killing him twice improved Mufeng's life, allowing him to enjoy better meals and achieve food freedom. Killing him 3 times helped Mufeng pay off his debts. Now, hearing from Qingfeng Tianxia that this rich second-generation player had spent money to acquire a lot of silver equipment, didn't that mean Mufeng could make a small profit again? This made Mufeng quite tempted. However, some things needed to be clarified with Qingfeng Tianxia first. Mufeng said solemnly, "If you want to take a breath of relief." Qingfeng Tianxia still maintained that proud and confident demeanor of a novice village. It was as if, with Mufeng's help once, he could defeat the Fenghua Guild. With his words reaching this point, Mufeng said no more. Fenghua Lianchang was a rich second generation. Mufeng was unclear about how much money his family had, but it was certain that they were wealthier than Qingfeng Tianxia. Money was one aspect, and strength was another. Back in Twilight Village, the Fenghua Guild had been slaughtered by Mufeng several times, causing their strength to plummet. The Qingfeng Guild was originally evenly matched with the Fenghua Guild. However, they took this opportunity to rise, stepping over the Fenghua Guild to take their place. One could say that it was thanks to Mufeng breaking through the Finghua Guild that the Qingfeng Guild successfully rose to power, becoming the overlord of the novice village. Mufeng left Twilight Village at level 10, although he did not know what happened after leaving the novice village. He could vaguely guess. During those days in the novice village, the Qingfeng Guild had likely bullied the Finghua Guild quite a bit. Since the Qingfeng Guild had the advantage before, upon arriving in the War City, the Finghua Guild was able to suppress the Qingfeng Guild instead. The gap between them was not something that could be bridged merely by equipment. Qingfeng Tianxia had mentioned that the Finghua Guild collaborated with another major guild in the War City, and the two guilds worked together to suppress the Qingfeng Guild. This could be one of the reasons why the Qingfeng Guild was unable to defeat the Finghua Guild. But the fundamental issue was that if the Finghua Guild could find allies, why couldn't Qingfeng Tianxia? There were hundreds of guilds in the War City, yet Qingfeng Tianxia couldn't find a single ally. One could only say he was inflexible, too stubborn, and narrow-minded. Killing Finghua Liancheng once and helping Qingfeng Tianxia once wouldn't solve the problem. It all depended on whether Qingfeng Tianxia could discover the root of the issue. Mufeng was too lazy to explain to him. Even if he did, Qingfeng Tianxia wouldn't listen. Why waste effort? Reality would teach him a lesson. Mufeng asked blandly, "I can help you, but how much are you prepared to pay?" "There's a reward?" Qingfeng Tianxia was taken aback. Mufeng's tone was slightly dissatisfied. "Of course there's a reward. You can't expect me to travel all the way to the War City to be your lackey for free. But after you kill Finghua Liancheng and the others, their loot is all yours." "Nonsense, I killed them. If their loot doesn't belong to me, does it belong to you?" Mufeng said coldly. "If you can kill Finghua Liancheng, all the equipment and gold he drops will be yours, and I won't say a word." Qingfeng Tianxia was left speechless. After a moment of silence, he said, "Let me think about it. Wait for me a moment, and I'll give you a reply." After saying that, Qingfeng Tianxia immediately hung up the voice call. Mufeng glanced at Qingfeng Tianxia's avatar in the friend list, feeling speechless. From the very beginning, Qingfeng Tianxia had come to take advantage of Mufeng as a lackey. He couldn't even make a decision on such a trivial matter, being stingy and unwilling to pay even a little reward. How could such a person achieve great things? Mufeng continued to ride his black flame lion, heading towards the teleportation point. The dusk was painted with sunset hues. The afterglow of the setting sun illuminated the vast, desolate wilderness. Mufeng couldn't help but slow down the pace of his black flame lion, enjoying the beauty of the forgotten wilderness while feeling the warm dusk light shining on him and the gentle evening breeze brushing against his face. Upon reaching the teleportation point, there was no teleportation administrator at such a wild teleportation point. As you stepped into the teleportation area, the system would ask where you wanted to teleport, while a virtual screen displaying the map of the Dawn world would appear before the player, marking the locations of various teleportation points. Just as Mufeng was about to leave the forgotten wilderness, he suddenly received a private message from Qingfeng Tianxia. "If you can come to help me, I can give you 10,000 gold coins as a reward." "Just 10,000 gold coins? That's barely enough for a beggar?" Mufeng replied without hesitation. 100,000 gold coins, or no deal. Qingfeng Tianxia decisively said, "Impossible, 100,000 gold coins is too much. With that money, I could buy a decent silver equipment." "Then go buy your silver equipment. Why look for me?" Qingfeng Tianxia did not reply further. After a while, he said, "How about 50,000? I think that's a reasonable price. 100,000 gold coins. I'll say it one last time. If you don't agree, then we're done." Qingfeng Tianxia fell silent again for a long time. After about 3 or 4 minutes, he finally replied, "All right, but besides Finghua and the others, you also have to help me kill a few more people." "Fine. Aren't you going to ask who to kill?" "It doesn't matter." Qingfeng Tianxia, who was chatting privately with Mufeng, was instantly taken aback by this response. "Is this the confidence that belongs to the strong?" Qingfeng Tianxia muttered to himself, clenching his fists, his face showing reluctance. In the past, Qingfeng Tianxia had always looked down on Mufeng, criticizing and pointing fingers at him. He believed he was superior to Mufeng, thinking that Mufeng was just lucky and had slightly better talent. In terms of talent, management skills, and interpersonal skills, Mufeng was not as good as him. Little did he expect that in the end he would still have to rely on Mufeng's help. Standing next to Qingfeng Tianxia was a slender and attractive woman. Her ID was Qingshui Miao Miao. She was Qingfeng Tianxia's girlfriend, and the vice president of the Qingfeng Guild. Seeing that Qingfeng Tianxia's expression was slightly off, Qingshui Miao Miao quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "Did Chen AI agree?" Qingfeng Tianxia nodded slightly. "Yeah, he agreed." "That's great." Qingshui Miao Miao was so excited that she almost jumped up like a little girl. The guild is saved. Seeking Chen AI's help was a suggestion made by Qingshui Miao Miao. At first, Qingfeng Tianxia was reluctant. He couldn't bring himself to do it, worried about losing face. In the end, he had no choice. Feng Hua and his gang were too overbearing, and out of desperation, Qing Feng Tianxia had to agree. After Qing Shui Miao Miao's excitement, she noticed that Qing Feng Tianxia's expression was not quite right. He seemed a bit down and unhappy. She hurriedly comforted him. We're just using Chen AI for a bit. Once this is over, we can counterattack the Feng Hua Guild and regain the advantage. You mustn't hold any grudges in your heart. Qing Feng Tianxia forced a smile on his face and said reluctantly, I'm fine, it's just that thinking about the Beacon Fire Guild makes me feel angry. Qing Shui Miao Miao smiled and said, it's okay, the Beacon Fire Guild won't last long. Once the dust settles, they'll be finished. Yeah, Qing Feng Tianxia replied with a forced smile. At that moment, his friend Lan slightly vibrated, indicating a new private message. It was from Chen AI, asking, should I go to the War City now? Yes, come to the War City's battle Axe Tavern to find us, Qing Feng Tianxia replied. Chen AI continued, I'm already red-named, can't go to the main city, let's meet outside the city. Alright, then let's meet tomorrow morning at the Centaur Plains near War City. Okay. He closed the private message window. Mufeng stood in front of the teleportation point in the forgotten wilderness, pondering for a moment. He decided to help Qing Feng Tianxia resolve this matter first before doing hidden quests and leveling up, one thing at a time to avoid chaos. After thinking it over, Mufeng realized that his black flame lion was getting a bit restless, and he remembered that he hadn't fed his mount in a long time. Mufeng dismounted and took out a can of mount food to feed it. Seeing the black flame lion eat heartily, Mufeng also felt a gnawing hunger in his stomach. After accompanying his sister shopping today, aside from the soup dumplings he had for breakfast, he hadn't eaten anything substantial. Women, when they go shopping, don't even have time to eat. He was feeling quite hungry, so he decided to wait until the black flame lion finished eating and his hunger meter was full. He recalled his mount. Mufeng directly logged out of the game, preparing to grab a late-night snack. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. It was only around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. After logging out, Mufeng took off his gaming helmet and saw Sanja lying beside him, still in the game. He guessed she hadn't had dinner yet, so he decided to call her to eat together. Mufeng placed his hand on Songjia's shoulder and gently shook it a few times. Songjia didn't respond, still immersed in the game. Mufeng glanced at Songjia's delicate, fair little feet, which were hanging unconsciously to the side. He reached out and pinched them. Her jade-like feet were wrapped in a pair of white cotton socks, feeling quite soft. He also touched Songjia's little hand. Whether it was her jade feet or little hand, both were in a relaxed state. She must be doing something easy and enjoyable in the game, and the relaxation of her consciousness would reflect on her body. If she encountered danger in the game, it would also show in her body, like tense fists or tight thighs and feet. In the previous life, some players had researched this issue. Mufeng pinching her little feet and touching her little hand was just to determine if she was in a relaxed environment at that moment. Getting a confirmed answer, Mufeng shook Songjia's shoulder again. This time, she reacted, she let out a soft sound, her body trembled, and the status light on her gaming helmet turned yellow. This meant she was exiting the game. When the status light turned red, she would have completely logged out. Songjia reached up to take off her gaming helmet. A stunningly beautiful face appeared, her expression slightly dazed, just having exited the game world, which often makes new players feel dizzy. She needed to rest for a while, about tens of seconds, to feel better. Experienced players like Mufeng had long been immune to such minor issues. After about 10 seconds, Songjia's confused face gradually became clear. She looked at Mufeng beside her, a genuine smile appearing on her face as she asked, Brother Mufeng, is there something you need? Are you busy? Do you want to have dinner? Not busy, I was just setting up a stall to sell equipment in the game. Then I must have interrupted your business, sorry about that. Songjia smiled gently, it's fine, I've been setting up for an hour or two, and no one has come by. What equipment are you selling? Why is no one asking? Mufeng inquired. Songjia said, a few pieces of white stone level equipment. So it was white stone equipment. No wonder after setting up a stall for a few hours, no one showed any interest. Nowadays, it wasn't like the early days of the open beta. Apart from a few low-level newbie players, no one would be interested in white stone level equipment. Mufeng softly said, I suggest you sell it directly to the blacksmith shop, it saves time and effort. No one will probably buy white stone level equipment now. Okay. Songjia nodded obediently. After saying that, she got out of bed, preparing to cook. Mufeng stopped her and said, you don't have to bother tonight, let's go out for barbecue, okay? Go out to eat, where should we go? She asked. Yes, where to eat? There weren't any good barbecue places nearby. He did remember a couple of decent barbecue restaurants in Jinan City, but they were too far away. A round trip by taxi would take over an hour, and he was too lazy to go. The longer he stayed at home, the lazier he became about going out. This statement was profoundly validated in Mufeng's case, mainly because he had gone shopping with his sister today, and he was quite tired of it. He simply decided not to go out and ordered takeout instead. Mufeng picked up his phone and started ordering takeout quickly, selecting a barbecue restaurant and placing the order in one go. Just needed to wait half an hour for delivery, convenient and quick. During the waiting time, Sanja went to tidy up the dining table while Mufeng sat on the sofa in the living room browsing the forum. He noticed that Sanja was still walking around on the floor in her cotton socks without shoes. The white cotton socks were getting a bit dirty from touching the dusty floor. Mufeng reminded her, remember to wear shoes, don't walk barefoot. Otherwise, you might catch a cold. Sanja turned back and smiled sweetly at Mufeng, not listening to him, and continued to walk around in her cotton socks. Mufeng was too lazy to bother with her. Half an hour later, the takeout arrived on time. Nowadays, takeout was getting better and better. Besides the food, they also delivered a barbecue pot. The hot pot was drizzled with oil, and thinly sliced Wagyu beef was placed on it. Once the color of the meat changed, it meant it was ready to eat. Sanja, like a little wife, served Mufeng, grilling meat and adding vegetables for him. Mufeng picked up a piece of slightly charred pork belly, dipped it in some barbecue sauce, and, while chewing, said, you should eat too. I can grill it myself. It's fine, I have a small appetite, no rush. You eat first, brother Mufeng, Sanja said. Mufeng couldn't refuse Sanja, so he enjoyed her attentive care. While eating, he casually chatted with Sanja, by the way, what level are you now? I'm already level 10. The main quest is completed, and tomorrow morning, I'm planning to head to Black Lion City. Then I can play the game with you, brother Mufeng. As she said this, a happy smile spread across Songjia's face. Isn't tomorrow Monday? Aren't you going to school? Mufeng asked. Upon hearing this, Songjia suddenly remembered that she was still a middle school student and had to go to school tomorrow morning. Instantly, the smile on her face vanished, leaving only a deep disappointment. She couldn't play the game with brother Mufeng anymore. So annoying, I still have to go to school. This was the first time Songjia felt disgusted about going to school. Mufeng had the intention to persuade Songjia to stay home and play games instead of going to school. There were still 3 years until the apocalypse. At such a critical time, going to school was useless. It was better to stay home and play games. The more experience points she gained, the more hope for survival when the apocalypse came. But Songjia might not listen to him. Songjia was a good child, a well-behaved girl, always at the top of her class, an excellent student both in character and academics. Suddenly saying something that would make her drop out of school to play games would surely make her think he was crazy. However, making Songjia drop out of school was indeed for her own good. After hesitating for a long time, Mufeng finally spoke up. Songjia, I think you shouldn't go to school anymore. Why? Songjia asked curiously. You might not believe it, but Dawn is not an ordinary game. It will be a wave that changes the world. In the tide of the times, it's best for us to go with the flow, so we won't be left behind by the era, Mufeng said seriously. As for the matter of the chaotic gods, Mufeng didn't tell Songjia it wasn't her time to know yet. Letting her know too early would only cause her unnecessary anxiety and worry, exhausting her. Unexpectedly, as soon as Mufeng finished speaking, Songjia immediately agreed. Okay, then I won't go to school anymore. That was a bit too straightforward of an agreement. Mufeng couldn't help but ask, do you trust me that much? Just like that, you won't go to school? Songjia smiled gently, not explaining anything. What about the teachers in the school? Will they agree? Mufeng asked. Songjia softly replied, it's fine, my father used to owe debts and the creditors often came to school looking for me. The teachers will understand. Mufeng fell silent. Perhaps in the eyes of the teachers, Songjia not going to school was a good thing. At least there wouldn't be any social individuals disturbing the peaceful campus anymore. Besides barbecue, Mufeng ordered quite a few staple foods and snacks. The datoized body made Mufeng's appetite increase significantly. He finished a portion of food enough for 5 or 6 people all by himself. After eating, Mufeng and Songjia cleaned the table together, then prepared to lie in bed and play games. Suddenly, Mufeng received a phone call. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Yen Ruyu. What did she want? Mufeng answered the call, and Yen Ruyu's suppressed voice and chaotic background noise came through. Mufeng, please come save me. I'm at the Dihao nightclub, in the VIP room, hurry. Yen Ruyu seemed to be in a confused state. Her speech was intermittent, but the meaning was clear. It seemed she had encountered some trouble. The background noise on the call was filled with curses and sounds of smashing. Beside him, Songjia also heard the call, and her small face turned extremely tense as she said, Brother Mufeng, should we call the police and have them rescue her? Mufeng pondered for a moment and said, I should go in person. She has helped me, and I can't just ignore it. But Songjia wanted to say something more. Mufeng interrupted, it's okay, I'll be back soon, don't worry. Mufeng hailed a taxi and headed towards the Dihao nightclub. His expression was calm, showing no signs of urgency. In his previous life, if he had received such a distress call without knowing Yen Ruyu's background, he would have been extremely anxious and rushed over. In Jinan City, few dared to provoke Yen Ruyu. In his last life, Mu Feng didn't know much about her. He only knew that she seemed to be backed by a mysterious organization, had a strong background, and was quite capable, skilled in close combat and firearms. In the real world, it was difficult for 4 or 5 ordinary people to get close to her. Moreover, she had many subordinates, was highly vigilant, and had a professional security team composed of some desperate individuals and veterans, always protecting her. If someone said she was being bullied, Mu Feng wouldn't believe it. That call was likely a trick to deceive him. Just a bad woman's scheme. This bad woman was infatuated with Mu Feng. She could do anything. In his previous life, Yen Ruyu had done this kind of thing several times. Although Mu Feng sensed that this incident might also be a ruse, he still felt a bit uneasy. Yen Ruyu had done him a favor. If it was fake, so be it, he could be deceived, but if it was real. About 10 minutes later, the taxi arrived. In front of the Dihao nightclub. The driver glanced out the window, turned to Mu Feng, and said, "Brother, it seems the Dihao nightclub isn't open today. It's closed. Where should we go instead?" "No need, I'll get off here." After saying that, Mu Feng paid the fare and walked straight towards the entrance of the Dihao nightclub. The Dihao nightclub was the largest entertainment venue in Jinan City, a mix of all sorts, filled with vice and wealth. Decent families wouldn't come to such a place. But Yen Ruyu was a regular here. As the top entertainment establishment in Jinan City, the entire building of the Dihao nightclub was extravagantly decorated, especially the entrance, with a white diamond and pearl fountain, an 18-step golden staircase, and 9 white marble columns, imposing enough to rival a European palace. On ordinary days, as soon as night fell, it signified the opening hours of the Dihao nightclub, with guests coming and going continuously. Business booming. But today, for some unknown reason, the Dihao nightclub's doors were tightly shut, and the place was deserted, unlike its usual bustling self. As Mu Feng arrived at the entrance, he vaguely sensed that someone inside the building seemed to be watching him. He looked up, searching for the peeper, but saw no trace. Inside the Dihao nightclub, a burly man in a black uniform, with a stern face and dark skin, suddenly stepped back a few paces from the window the moment Mu Feng looked up. "What a sharp kid, almost got discovered," the burly man thought to himself. "I wonder who he is, to be able to detect me, a former special forces reconnaissance team leader. Not simple at all." He quickly left the room and headed towards a luxurious private room on the 3rd floor. In the private room, Wang Yanbing, the owner of the Dihao nightclub, and several of his subordinates were kneeling on the expensive porcelain tiles, their faces bruised and bloodied, trembling all over. Besides them, dozens of cold-faced black-clad bodyguards stood in the room, exuding a murderous aura. What was surprising was that each of these bodyguards held a black handgun. Under the light, the firearms reflected a cold metallic sheen. They were real guns. This was a serious crime in China, where gun control was strict. Yen Ruyu and Chang Manman were seated on an imported sofa opposite Wang Yanbing and the others. Yen Ruyu was stunningly beautiful, wearing a tight-fitting qipao embroidered with black roses, her long, shapely legs wrapped in black stockings elegantly raised. Sitting beside her, Chang Manman was equally striking, in both appearance and figure. She had a round and beautiful goose-egg face, just like Yen Ruyu, and beneath her perfectly tailored white jasmine qipao were a pair of long, straight, beautiful legs, adorned with a pair of apricot-colored high heels on her exquisite jade-like feet. A stunning beauty, the ultimate temptation, meant to attract attention. Yet, none of the men present dared to look directly at Yen Ruyu and Chang Manman. The burly man who had just peeked at Mu Feng walked into the private room, lowering his head, and reported, "Boss, he has arrived." I know," Yen Ruyu replied, glancing down at the kneeling Wang Yanbing and the others, casually ordering, "Drag them out of here so they don't offend my eyes." One of her subordinates asked, "Should we kill them or bury them?" Wang Yanbing looked up in shock, his face filled with horror, thinking, "Isn't that the same thing? In the end, it's all death." Ignoring the pain in his body, he struggled to raise his head, with a hint of a sob in his voice. "Miss Yen Ruyu, please, I beg you to spare me. I was wrong, I didn't know what was good for me. You wanted my Empire nightclub, right? I'll give it to you, and my several million in savings from my bank account, all of it, as well as my properties and other assets. I can give you everything, just please let me live. I have a wife and a daughter, they depend on me for support, I can't die." Wang Yanbing wept bitterly, constantly kneeling and bowing to Yen Ruyu. His forehead struck the tiles with force, cracking them, blood seeping from his head, a sight too tragic to bear. Seeing this, one of Yen Ruyu's subordinates, devoid of any compassion or emotion, spoke coldly, "Wasn't your wife and daughter already kicked out of your home long ago? For many years, you didn't give them a single cent for living expenses, letting them fend for themselves. Now that you're facing death, you remember them and use them as an excuse. You deserve to die. Don't worry, after we take care of you, we'll give your wife and daughter a large sum of compensation, enough for them to live the rest of their lives." You can rest easy," another of Yen Ruyu's subordinates mocked. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Yanbing was dragged out of the private room by two black-clad bodyguards like a dead pig. During this process, Wang Yanbing's cries were so loud that one of the bodyguards knocked him unconscious with the butt of a pistol. Wang Yanbing's subordinates, merely workers, were not troubled by Yen Ruyu's bodyguards and were allowed to leave. As for whether they would go out and talk after seeing Wang Yanbing's corpse, they would definitely keep their mouths shut. After dealing with Wang Yanbing, Yen Ruyu took out a small makeup box, and, while tidying her appearance in front of the mirror, said to Cheng Man beside her, "I have something to attend to, you handle the rest, do it cleanly, and leave no future troubles." Cheng Man glanced at Yen Ruyu and asked, "Where are you going?" "It's none of your business." "Humph, don't think I don't know. You called your little puppy over, what do you want to do?" Smack! Yen Ruyu snapped the makeup box shut, giving Cheng Man a glare with her big, beautiful eyes, and said irritably, "I already said, it's none of your business. You little vixen, I can see through your little schemes. You're not a young girl anymore, still playing the old trick of a hero saving a beauty," Cheng Man said disdainfully. Yen Ruyu smiled brightly, "Who cares if it's old-fashioned, as long as it works?" Cheng Man replied, "I'm just afraid it won't work, and he won't even pay you any attention. Just watch, see how I handle him." Yen Ruyu smiled like a flower. Her eyes sparkly. Yen Ruyu sat up from the sofa, twisting her hips as she walked outside. On the other side, after several knocks on the door, there was no response. The nightclub's main door was not locked. Mufeng gently pushed it open and walked straight in. The Imperial nightclub was empty, the spacious hall dimly lit, and there was no sign of any staff. Just a moment ago, Yen Ruyu had mentioned on the phone that she was in a private room at the Imperial nightclub. When he had just started college, Mufeng had come to the Imperial nightclub once with his roommates to celebrate a classmate's birthday. He vaguely remembered that the private rooms were upstairs, but he couldn't recall if it was the second or third floor. Mufeng had never been up there. Ordinary guests could only move around on the first floor, while only VIP guests could access the second and third floors. In any case, the staff of the Imperial nightclub seemed to have vanished. No one stopped him as he went upstairs, searching room by room, not believing he couldn't find Yen Ruyu. Just as Mufeng was about to head upstairs, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps coming from the stairs leading to the second floor. He saw Yen Ruyu, her face flushed, her mind unclear, swaying as she hurried down the stairs. "Mufeng, save me," she said, biting her lip, on the verge of collapsing. Mufeng quickly stepped forward and supported her. She instinctively nestled into his embrace, her delicate arms wrapping around his neck, their bodies pressed closely together, her soft flesh and fragrant scent enough to bewilder anyone. But Mufeng had a professional talent, abyssal will. His will was as deep and hollow as an abyss, boundless and all-consuming. Mere beauty could not sway his resolve. Holding her felt like cradling a piece of pork, his heart calm and unperturbed. "What happened? Are you okay?" Mufeng asked. "We need to go, they are coming after us," Yen Ruyu said, her eyes dazed. At that moment, footsteps and angry shouts echoed from the second floor. It seemed someone was chasing after them. Yet Mufeng noticed that the footsteps were clearly very close, just upstairs, but no one came down. "Let's run, my car is in the parking lot, hurry." Mufeng looked at the familiar scenario before him and, for some reason, suddenly recalled his past life. Back then, he was young and naive, almost falling for Yen Ruyu's tricks and being lured into bed. Now, he found himself facing the same scheme again. After hesitating for a moment, Mufeng decided not to expose her this time. He could just take her home and leave directly, which would save trouble. If he revealed her tricks now, Yen Ruyu would inevitably become angry and embarrassed, leading to more complications. "Alright, let's go," Mufeng said softly. After speaking, he picked up Yen Ruyu in a princess carry and walked towards the parking lot of the Emperor Hao nightclub. Yen Ruyu was quite tall, and even in high heels, she was almost as tall as Mufeng. Carrying her on his shoulder was not elegant and also inconvenient. Carrying her on his back was difficult because she was too tall. He had no choice but to carry her this way. In Mufeng's arms, Yen Ruyu closed her eyes, feeling his extraordinary strength, her heart like a lake disturbed by a storm, rippling endlessly. She imagined what kind of astonishing performance Mufeng would have once they reached the bed. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Yen Ruyu, half-conscious, pointed out which car was hers. Her vehicle was a luxury sports car. Mufeng was not interested in luxury goods or high-end cars, so he didn't know what brand the car with the Triton emblem was. Yen Ruyu carried a handbag with her, containing some car keys, a makeup box, a gun, a phone, and other miscellaneous items. Seeing the gun in the bag, Mufeng remained calm, took out the car keys, opened the door, and placed Yen Ruyu in the passenger seat. He then got in, started the car, and drove towards Yen Ruyu's home. On the way, Yen Ruyu lay down obediently. When they arrived at the villa community where Yen Ruyu lived, she got out of the car, returning to a semi-conscious state. Her face was flushed, and she drowsily clung to Feng. He intended to place her on the sofa in the living room so he could go home, but she held onto him tightly, refusing to let go. With no other option, Mu Feng had to take her to the bedroom. Once they reached the big bed in the bedroom, Yen Ruyu finally let go willingly. She lay on the bed, mumbling, "Water. I want to drink water." Mu Feng ignored her and turned to leave. Seeing this, Yen Ruyu thought to herself, "We've come this far, and you still want to run." She got up, grabbed Mu Feng's hand, and, in a dazed manner, pouted, "I want to drink water. I'm scared alone, please don't go, okay?" Mu Feng tried to pry her fingers off his hand. "Oh my, her grip is really strong, I can't break free." After several failed attempts, looking at the enchanting woman before him, Mu Feng couldn't help but think, is she even human? After digitizing his body, his physical abilities far exceeded others. But in front of Yen Ruyu, he felt like a younger brother. This was truly too much to bear, too humiliating. He regretted not adding points to his strength. He would have to find a way to increase his strength in the future. Since he couldn't shake off Yen Ruyu, Mu Feng had no choice but to obediently get her some water. On a small table in her bedroom, there were some glass cups and drinks, including mineral water. Mu Feng took a bottle of mineral water, opened the cap, and handed it to her. Yen Ruyu reached out to take it but fumbled and spilled water all over herself. The material of her clothes was unknown, but they quickly became transparent when wet, especially those black stockings. Mu Feng wanted to grab a tissue to wipe the water off her, but he noticed a box of unopened condoms next to the tissue box on the nightstand, clearly prepared for him. Hiss. Mu Feng inhaled sharply. This setup was too deep, one link after another, who wouldn't be confused? At that moment, Yen Ruyu, with her clothes wet, began to undress without hesitation. He couldn't stay any longer, he still had to go back to play games and had no time to waste on such tedious activities. Mu Feng stared at Yen Ruyu's smooth back, captivated, while a golden ring's phantom gradually appeared on his left index finger. In just a few breaths, Yen Ruyu understood. Men knew what they liked, no one could resist such temptation. "Little one, no matter how aloof you are, you can't escape from your sister's grasp," Yen Ruyu thought proudly, but when she turned around, she was suddenly stunned. Where is he? Where did Mu Feng go? She saw that there was no one behind her. Mu Feng had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. In the villa garden, Mu Feng used the equipment skill of the flickering ring to escape from Yen Ruyu's boudoir. He looked up and thought to himself that Yen Ruyu would probably be racking her brain tonight, unable to figure out how he had left. Retracting his gaze, Mu Feng activated the flickering skill again. He left the Longting Junjing Villa community, hailed a taxi by the nearby road, and returned to his rental apartment. Inside the apartment, Sanja sat on the sofa with a worried expression, unable to sleep or play games, quietly waiting for Mu Feng's return. She waited until midnight. When Mu Feng returned to the rental apartment, Songjia's worry vanished upon seeing him safe. She stood up to greet him and asked with concern, "Brother Mu Feng, are you okay?" "I'm fine, it was just that Miss Yen drank too much and asked me to take her home." "That's good. Perhaps it was a woman's sixth sense at work, or maybe she sensed the presence of a rival." Although Songjia had never seen Yen Ruyu, she could smell the strong scent of green tea from the call Yen Ruyu made, and she was certain that this woman was definitely trying to seduce Brother Mu Feng. Songjia was resolute. Brother Mu Feng was so kind, he couldn't be deceived by a bad woman. During their time together, Songjia had long regarded Brother Mu Feng as her private possession. No one else could lay a finger on him. She felt she was too weak and couldn't protect Brother Mu Feng well. She needed to become stronger. Strong enough to protect Brother Mu Feng and prevent him from being harmed. It would be best if she could eliminate all those shameless women who tried to get close to him. Songjia silently vowed in her heart. Mu Feng glanced at the clock hanging on the wall and said, "It's getting late. Are you going to sleep or continue playing games?" "Of course, I'm going to continue playing. I still need to prepare for tomorrow's trip to Black Lion City," Songjia replied with a sweet smile. Mu Feng asked in confusion, "What preparations do you need to go to Black Lion City?" "I just want to clear out my backpack and sell some unnecessary items in the novice village. Otherwise, when I get to the main city, no one will want them, and it would be a shame to throw them away," she explained. "Oh, I see. If it's white stone level equipment, I can sell it directly at the blacksmith's shop. It won't be worth much anyway. Monster materials can be sold to the general merchant, and NPC merchants also buy ores and herbs. If I can't sell them at the stall, I can sell them to NPCs." After a pause, Mu Feng added, "By the way, have you thought about what profession you want to choose when you reach level 10 in the main city?" Songjia replied without hesitation, "I want to become a priest, to be your exclusive little priest, healing just for you. If you become a priest, it would be a waste of your talent. Then what profession should I choose?" Songjia tilted her head, looking adorably curious. Mu Feng pondered, "Have you heard of the demon sorcerer?" Songjia shook her head, "Never. The demon sorcerer is the profession that best fits your talent, but it has a downside. This profession belongs to the evil faction. It's an evil profession. Do you know what an evil profession is? This time, Sanja nodded gravely. I know, I've seen the introduction of evil professions on the official website. Since you know about evil professions, you probably also understand the drawbacks of being in the evil faction. Sanja nodded in response. Well, since you know the drawbacks of evil professions, let me tell you about the benefits of evil professions, which you probably don't know from the official websites. There are 2 reasons for you to choose an evil profession. First, your talent demon banner aligns perfectly with the warlock class. Second, the overall strength of the evil faction is not weaker than that of the lawful faction. Because evil professions are rare, they are highly sought after in the evil faction. In the future, you will have the opportunity to visit the 3 main cities of the evil faction, where you will have a great chance of encountering opportunities and adventures that will greatly benefit your future development. Additionally, there is another reason. Evil professions are not tolerated by the lawful faction, and you have come to Black Lion City, a place not under the rule of the church, where divine power is weakened, making it a very suitable main city for you to stay in. Coincidentally, I have a class change stone and a skill stone for a warlock on hand. If you come to Black Lion City, you can immediately change to a warlock. The path has already been paved for you by Mufeng. It all depends on how she chooses. As expected by Mufeng, after a moment of hesitation, Songjia ultimately chose to change to a warlock. She must have studied her talent well during these days. It's not that Mufeng deliberately led Songjia towards the evil faction, but rather her talent determined that she would become a warlock. S-class talent Demon Banner. Its effect is to summon a battle flag filled with the power of enslavement, which, when thrown and hitting a demon, if the demon's level is lower than the player's level, can enslave the demon 100%, turning it into your subordinate. If the demon's level is higher than the player's level, there is a certain probability of successfully enslaving the demon. This is an incredibly powerful talent ability. If used properly, it can form a demon army. Just like in her previous life, the demon queen Songjia utilized the demon banner talent to its fullest. The only flaw of this talent is, ordinary players cannot summon demons. In the Dawn world, only a few high-level maps can see the presence of demons, while low-level maps cannot even catch a glimpse of them. The only profession that can communicate and summon demons is the warlock. Moreover, the warlock also has a B-level skill, Demon Realm, which can teleport the warlock to a demon lair for 10 minutes. During these 10 minutes, the warlock can move freely within the demon lair. The demon lair is home to many powerful demons and is the origin of the demon race, essentially the ancestral home of the demon clan. In the last life, Mufeng had heard the demon queen Songjia had repeatedly used the B-level skill Demon Realm to venture into the demon lair, selecting powerful demons to enslave. With her talents, there were nearly 100 professions in the Dawn world. Only the demon sorcerer was most suitable for Songjia. This was unquestionable, whether in the last life or this one. Songjia listened to and well, which made Mufeng very happy. Indeed, in the last life, that psychologically twisted and evil demon queen Songjia had undergone a drastic change in personality due to external factors, completely turning dark. She was essentially a kind-hearted good child. With a little guidance, Songjia would surely become a great asset for him in the future, helping to resist the invasion of the chaotic gods. He talked with her for a while, then returned to the bedroom, lay down on the same large bed, and entered the game. Songjia would go to Black Lion City tomorrow, and after becoming a citizen, she shouldn't change her profession just yet. Tomorrow, Mufeng had to go to War City to kill. As he had made an appointment with Qingming Tianxia and the reward had already been discussed, he had to go, not knowing how long it would take. Anyway, Songjia wasn't in a hurry to change her profession. His matters with Qingming Tianxia could probably be settled in a day, not taking too long. After handling the affairs in War City, he would return to Black Lion City to personally teach Songjia to change to a demon sorcerer. For some special professions, just having the profession stone isn't enough, one must also complete a profession task. This profession task is not mandatory. Some players encounter it when changing professions, while others do not and can directly use the profession stone to succeed. Logging into the game, Mufeng opened his eyes again, still at the teleportation point in the Forgotten Wilderness. He hadn't moved, and when he looked back, the blood-red market in the distance was already deserted. At this time, the blood-red market was small in scale. Moreover, the Death Maniac and his 2 brothers also needed to level up and run dungeons, having no time to waste at the blood-red market. Therefore, once the time was up, the blood-red market automatically disbanded. Those leveling went to level, those eating went to eat, those sleeping went to sleep. Once the red-named players of the blood-red market left, it seemed as if Mufeng was the only one left in the entire Forgotten Wilderness. A gust of evening wind blew, rustling the knee-high wild grass that grew over the wilderness. He checked his mail as usual, finding a reward email from the master of the Tukesh gold mine dungeon, along with one or two harassment emails from Black Gold Dashion. He first opened the reward email, gazing at the string of gold numbers in the email attachment. A satisfied smile crept onto Mu Feng's lips. In just a few days, the rewards from the dungeon master had nearly amounted to 500,000 gold coins. Plus, he had sold equipment over these days, saving up 110,000 gold coins, and there was still a pile of gold and silver jewelry hidden by Far Allen in his backpack, which would bring in quite a bit more gold once sold. After claiming the dungeon master email attachment, Mu Feng looked at the two emails from Black Gold Dashion. Just looking at the email titles, there was a heap of vulgarities. Dawn had no concept of prohibited words. Here, the beautiful language and characters inherited from 5,000 years of Chinese culture had unprecedented room for expression. Black Gold Dashion couldn't handle losing, his character was too poor, and when he couldn't win, he resorted to cursing. Mu Feng didn't even look and directly deleted them. That trash Black Gold Dashion was a nuisance. After killing him twice, he still wouldn't learn. Next time, he better not let himself encounter him again, or he would make him call him daddy. Besides Black Gold Dashion, there were also quite a few strangers sending him emails, either from some major guild wanting to recruit him, or from a live streaming platform wanting to recruit him as a streamer, and some wanting to buy Mu Feng's golden weapons. Mu Feng skimmed through them, deleting all the useless emails. Clearing out his inbox, he then walked a few steps to the center of the teleportation array, consumed a teleportation token, and teleported to the Centaur Plains near War City. The agreed time with Qingfeng and the others is tomorrow morning. There is still a whole night until the agreed time, and Mu Feng has nothing to do. Doing those hidden tasks in the wild probably won't be completed in one night. So, he decided to come here early and spend the night grinding monsters and leveling up on the Centaur Plain. The Centaur Plain is a map for levels 10 to 20, and the monster levels fall within this range, making it a beginner leveling area for players of War City. War City is also one of the top 10 main cities. Many players have chosen to become citizens of War City. Nowadays, a small part of the vast Centaur Plain has been occupied by players. Especially near the teleportation point, it is bustling with activity, with people shouting for teammates, setting up stalls to sell items, and chatting and laughing. As Mu Feng arrived, the scene gradually quieted down, and everyone's gaze turned to Mu Feng, or more precisely, to the golden level Fearbringer staff hanging at his waist. This is the first golden weapon in the national server. It is Mu Feng's second piece of golden equipment. The flickering ring is also golden level, but the mage robe Mu Feng is wearing is large and has long sleeves, which conveniently covers his hands, making it hard to see the flickering ring on his hand. Nowadays, in the internet age, any major event can spread across the entire internet in less than a day. The national server, being the first to have a golden weapon, naturally attracts a lot of attention. Only the God of Dust has a golden staff in the national server, and although Mu Feng's ID is hidden, seeing the golden staff naturally led some to recognize Mu Feng's identity. Is he the God of Dust? He looks much more handsome in real life than in the photos circulating online. Such a godly player, and he's a red name. Hey, his ID is hidden. How do you know he's a red name? Are you stupid? Can't you use the reconnaissance skill? The reconnaissance skill is useful not only for monsters but also for players. Although you can't see much useful information about players, you can see their main city and current status. This is the first time I've heard of it being used like this. If Dust is a red name player, then his golden weapon must have been snatched from someone else, right? So what if he snatched it? This is the game world, worldly rules don't apply. Exactly, the winner takes all, the loser eats dust. The God of Dust is so handsome, I'd willingly die by his hand. TSK, the God of Dust doesn't look that strong, only level 16, and I'm level 16 too. Facing the crowd's discussions, Mu Feng walked past expressionlessly, heading towards the monster spawn point. Dust, a god-level player, is low-key, with unknown strength, but not to be underestimated. This is the evaluation of Mu Feng on the Dawn Forum. Sometimes, the unknown is the most terrifying. Being able to appear on the world announcement twice in a row and obtaining the first golden weapon in the national server, anyone can guess that Dust is not to be trifled with. Therefore, for a time, no one dared to provoke him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Mu Feng summoned his mount, the Black Flame Lion, and headed deeper into the Centaur Plain. Seeing Mu Feng's bronze mount, many people expressed their admiration. Nowadays, most players don't even have a black iron mount, let alone a bronze one. A black iron mount costs between 10,000 to 50,000 gold coins, while a bronze mount is priced at over 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins is equivalent to 100,000 yuan. With that much money, you could buy a car. In the early stages of the game, aside from a few rich second-generation players and wealthy players, ordinary players wouldn't be willing to spend 100,000 yuan to buy a mount in the game. Whether one is willing or not is one thing. Being envious is another. Of course, there are also many players who are jealous of Mu Feng. Besides the admiring voices, there are also quite a few sour comments. What's so impressive? Spending 100,000 gold coins on a useless mount, isn't that just foolish? Yeah, there are. Teleportation arrays. I feel like mounts are pretty useless now. Not needed from a distance, unnecessary up close, just wasting money, really a waste. You guys know, I just used a scouting spell and took a look at the main city of Dust. It's Black Lion City. Is he stupid, going to such a ghostly place for what? I've never even heard of Black Lion City. Whether it's praise, criticism, or insults, Mu Feng has heard plenty. He has long since forged a heart as solid as rock and won't be troubled by the words of these people. He rode his Black Flame Lion deeper into the depths of the Centaur Plains, stopping only when he was all alone, unable to see any other players. This was a habit he developed in his previous life. Because of the combat system in Dawn, the experience from killing monsters is awarded entirely to the player who delivers the final blow. Thus in the world of Dawn, there has always been a culture of stealing kills. Whether it's ordinary wild monsters or boss kills, there are always people trying to steal them. Some unscrupulous players specialize in this. While you are fighting a monster, they stand by and wait until the monster's health is low, then suddenly strike to reap the low health monster, stealing the experience that should have belonged to you. There are even certain assassin, killer, and rogue players relying on their stealth skills and being agile classes with fast movement speed. While you are fighting a monster, they use their stealth to approach, and as soon as the monster dies, they immediately strike, grabbing the loot from the monster's corpse and running away, which is quite despicable. They have stealth, you can't see them, and they run fast, making it impossible to catch up. It's really disgusting. If these kinds of despicable rogue and assassin players manage to escape, that's one thing, but if caught on the spot, it would be a miserable death. In his previous life, when Mu Feng was leveling up alone, he encountered this situation quite a few times, almost giving him psychological trauma. This led him to prefer finding deserted places to level up alone. He wasn't the only one with this habit, many players were the same. He has kept this habit until now. He likes to level up alone in quieter places. Now, Mu Feng isn't afraid of anyone daring to steal his monsters. Whoever dares to steal, he'll twist their heads off. But Mu Feng has too many secrets on him now. He will kill many people in the future, fight with others, and the effects of the Chaos Apostle can't be hidden forever. One day, it will be known to all. But Mu Feng hopes that his talent can be concealed for as long as possible. If he can hide it for a day, that's a day. The fewer people who know, the better. If his talent is exposed early, it will be easy for others to target him, and enemies will formulate strategies to counter and restrict him in advance. In the previous life, Mu Feng had witnessed a player with an A-level flame amplification talent level 177 and a profession as a flame knight offend a large guild. He was hunted down by that large guild. Due to the exposure of his talent effect, he became a target, and the guild specifically formed a team with high fire resistance, composed entirely of frost-type professions, to pursue him. They effectively countered and killed the player who was a flame knight. This was just one example. If one did not want to be targeted, talents and attributes must be kept well guarded, ensuring that outsiders do not know. Maintaining a bit of mystery and having a few trump cards is always wise. Back to the main topic. Mu Feng arrived at a slightly sunken plain. Not far ahead, a large bonfire was burning, surrounded by dozens of centaurs reveling around it. Spotting the target, Mu Feng patted the massive head of the Black Flame Lion. Unfortunately, his intimacy with the Black Flame Lion was not high enough. They had not yet reached a level of mutual understanding. The lion did not grasp Mu Feng's intention and thought he was playing, letting out low growls and shaking its head in a comical manner. Mu Feng was speechless. He had no choice but to give the command, charge, attack. Both mounts and pets possess intelligence, though not very high, and can understand simple commands. In his previous life, Mu Feng had a black iron mount, the Earth Dragon, that had followed him for many years and would act on his intentions without needing verbal commands. His intimacy with the Black Flame Lion was lacking. A bit more training would suffice. After Mu Feng issued the command, the Black Flame Lion immediately complied. It charged towards the centaurs by the bonfire, and during the charge, Mu Feng cast a reconnaissance spell on one of the centaurs. With the enhancement of the all-knowing eye, the reconnaissance spell provided more detailed information about the monster's attributes than before. Black Witch. Centaur Warrior, Elite, level 16 health, 3200 defense, 64 attack, 192 shield, 500 resistance, fire, 20%, dark, 80%, light, -100%. Talent, Archery, F, Black Witch Poison, F, Skill, Voodoo Spear Throw, F, Weakness, Light Type. Skills with the all-knowing eye. In addition to health, attack power, talents, and skills, Mu Feng could also see attributes like defense, shield, resistance, and weaknesses. Mu Feng was now roughly in the heart of the centaur plane, and any monster he encountered was an elite monster. But whether they were elite or not was irrelevant. Mu Feng's damage from a single destruction finger was around 5,000. With one destruction finger, he could instantly kill an elite Black Witch centaur. The centaur tribe worships the voodoo religion, divided into Black Witches and White Witches. Black Witch centaurs enjoy killing and plundering, with a strong desire for destruction. Residing in the plains, while White Witch centaurs have personalities that are the complete opposite of Black Witches, loving peace and disliking killing, living in forest areas. The same tribe, yet two entirely different personalities, which is quite interesting. After Mufong threw a reconnaissance spell at the centaur, it became enraged, and they all picked up their weapons, charging towards Mufong. The centaur's weapons included the following: short spears, which could be used for close combat or thrown; bows and arrows, the main weapons of the centaur tribe, as they excel in mounted archery; slings, a type of ranged weapon equipped by some centaurs, with average damage, typically used for hunting rabbits or wolves; and some centaurs also wield daggers, long swords, etc. These weapons were often seized from enemies and rarely used in battle. The centaurs had rich combat experience. Seeing that Mufong was alone, they naturally spread out to surround him, cutting off his escape route. Once they reached a certain distance, the centaurs nocked arrows and aimed, ready to shoot. Dozens of arrows whistled through the air, carrying an unstoppable momentum, shooting towards Mufong, each aimed at his vital points, his head and heart. Mufong wrapped himself in layers of dark shield. This was his only shield skill, and he had never fused it with any other skills. The defensive power of this skill was quite ordinary, but its only advantage was that it could be stacked. Dozens of layers of shields could be accumulated, and even hundreds of layers could be stacked. After stacking, the dark shield's protective value was formidable. It easily blocked the arrows shot by the centaur warriors. Next, it was my turn. Mufong raised his golden short staff high, and beams of red lightning shot out, hitting enemies and then jumping between them. Each time the red lightning jumped, a centaur would perish. In an instant, dozens of centaurs were killed. Mufong rode his black flame lion, strolling among the centaur corpses, searching for the gold items and equipment dropped by the centaurs. There were about a dozen gold coins. No items or equipment, but he found quite a few materials from the centaurs, such as hoof carvings, pelts, and eyeballs. These materials were quite valuable. If taken to the war city, there were plenty of merchants willing to buy them, and the purchase price in the war city was about 10 to 20% higher than in other main cities. The reason? First, because centaurs are magical creatures, the materials they drop have a certain spiritual quality. Centaur pelts can be made into magical scrolls, eyeballs are key materials for crafting long sight potions, and hoof carvings can be used to create items. Centaurs are treasures all over. Second, the War God Hall does not favor centaurs, as they often raid the small villages near the war city. Therefore, one of the daily tasks of the war city hall is to clean up the centaurs. Killing centaurs, skinning their heads, and taking them to the city hall can be exchanged for gold coins. Mufong couldn't enter the war city and couldn't see the small amount of money from the city hall's daily tasks, so he didn't continue to waste the centaur corpses. After collecting the spoils, Mufong continued deeper into the centaur plains, slaughtering centaurs, accumulating experience points. After several days without leveling up, Mufang's level had fallen behind, and many players had taken the opportunity to surpass him, reaching level 17. Time flew by. Soon, a night had passed. That night, Mufong focused on leveling up, delving deeper into the centaur plains, killing many elite monsters and bosses, leveling up twice in one night to level 18, still needing 2 levels of experience to reach level 20. As dawn broke, it was time to meet Qingfeng Tian. Mufong sent him a private message, asking what time and where to meet. After a while, Qingfeng Tian replied, "In the valley west of the centaur plains, go now." Okay. Closing the private message, Mufong rode his black flame lion towards the agreed location. When he arrived, Qingfeng Tian had already been waiting for a long time. He was not alone, as the vice president, Qingshui Miao, was with him. Upon seeing Mufong, Qingshui Miao was the first to greet him, saying, "Dust God, it's been a long time since we parted ways at the Black Knight Castle." Her attitude was warm, in stark contrast to her previous icy demeanor. Mufong responded with a smile and a slight nod. Only Qingfeng Tianxia frowned, seemingly dissatisfied with Mufong. Mufong noticed and asked, "Is something wrong?" "No, Qing." Feng Tianxia replied coldly, and after a moment he slowly added, "Do you know that last night, at the Centaur Plains teleportation point, you were flaunting yourself? Someone recognized your identity and posted about it on the forum. Quite a few people now know you are near the War City, and Fire City must have heard about it too. Their information network is always reliable. I originally planned to challenge Fire City and use you as a trump card to catch him off guard and deal him a heavy blow. Now that he knows you are here, he will definitely be on high alert, and my plan is completely ruined." By the end, there was a hint of blame in Qingfeng Tianxia's tone. Feng raised an eyebrow. Was Qingfeng Tianxia dissatisfied with him because he had been too high profile last night? Moreover, could this even be called a plan? It was the first time Mufong had seen such a rough and simplistic plan. Even elementary school students could come up with something like this, he might as well not flaunt it. If it weren't for the several pieces of silver equipment on Fire City, which were truly tempting, Mufeng would have wanted to leave without a word. There was no point in saying more to someone like Qingfeng Tianxia, who held himself in high regard. He wouldn't listen. There was no choice. Mufeng patiently explained, you are at a disadvantage. Yet you dare to provoke an enemy several times stronger than you. Either you are out of your mind or you have some backing. Fire City may be foolish, but that doesn't mean the Fire Guild is full of fools, and the major guilds allied with him are even less foolish. They will remind Fire City to avoid being tricked. Besides, in a challenge, if you don't offer something of value, who will play along? Tell Fire City that you are willing to put up 300,000 gold coins as a wager for a one-on-one duel, and he will definitely agree to come. Qingfeng Tianxia was momentarily stunned. He realized that he had indeed been short-sighted, and it was his fault. Therefore, he fell silent, not saying another word. Meanwhile, Cheng Shui Miao Miao quickly added, Dust God is right, we were not considerate. Enough. Cheng Shui Miao Miao's attitude was very proper. She first admitted the mistake and then raised a question. God, your plan is good, but if it's a one-on-one duel, Qingfeng's equipment can't compare to Fire City's. I'm afraid we won't be able to defeat him. Moreover, we can't even come up with 300,000 gold coins. At most, we can manage 100,000, which is already our limit. 300,000 gold coins is just bait to lure Fire City out, Mufeng said calmly. At that time, I will step in and kill Fire City. At this moment, Qingfeng Tianxia, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up. Isn't your plan the same as mine? Will Fire City fall for it? If you don't tempt him, Fire City naturally won't fall for it. But what if Fire City doesn't come? You choose the dual location at the Centaur Plain. The terrain there is flat and open, with no place to hide. Fire City will agree. But there are no buts. If this plan fails, rest assured, even if it offends the War God Temple, I will storm into the War City and take Fire City's life by force. I will fulfill my promise to you. Mufeng's confident words inspired Qingfeng Tianxia and Cheng Shui Miao Miao. They exchanged glances, and after a moment, both agreed to Mufeng's plan. They would take a gamble. If Fire City didn't come, they would suffer no loss. If Fire City dared to come, then he was doomed. It was just these two outcomes. Since there was no loss, why not accompany Mufeng in a gamble? Aside from that, Qingfeng Tianxia couldn't help but have some dark thoughts. Since you criticize my plan as childish and immature, I want to see just how brilliant your plan is, how much better it can be. If Mufeng's plan fails, Qingfeng Tianxia is determined to mock Mufeng thoroughly. What he doesn't know is that Mufeng's plan is not over yet. Just as Qingfeng Tianxia contacted Fenghuo Lianqing to arrange a duel, Mufeng took the opportunity to call Ye Jichuan. As soon as the call connected, Mufeng said, Big business is coming, at least 5 pieces of silver equipment as a guarantee. Are you in? Ye Jichuan was stunned. From the moment he received Mufeng's call, he already knew that Mufeng was going to kill again. Otherwise, Mufeng wouldn't contact him for no reason. In the past, every time Mufeng sought him out, Ye Jichuan was very happy, as it meant he could acquire a few decent pieces of equipment from Mufeng. Ever since he learned Mufeng's true nature, receiving a voice call from Mufeng made Ye Jichuan realize that Mufeng was going to kill. He always felt that every transaction with Mufeng seemed to carry a hint of bloodshed. Before answering the call, Ye Jichuan had mentally prepared himself. Unexpectedly, Mufeng was playing so big this time, starting with a guarantee of 5 pieces of silver equipment. Who was he planning to kill? It took Ye Jichuan a while to react. He quickly replied, yes, of course I'm coming. Who wouldn't come? That would be foolish. 5 pieces of silver equipment are in high demand and hard to come by in the market. Ye Jichuan then said, where are you, big guy? I'm coming to find you now. No rush. Before you come, help me with a small favor, Mufeng said. What favor? Ye Jichuan asked cautiously. In his view, the big guy's small favor was definitely not a trivial matter. He couldn't just guarantee it casually. If he failed to deliver, it would leave a bad impression of incompetence in front of the big guy. Therefore, he needed to clarify things first. Mufeng said, I want you to help me spread a rumor on the forum, saying that I appeared in the eastern part of Black Lion City today, discovered a golden treasure chest, and obtained a golden ring. Alright, Ye Jichuan replied, puzzled, not understanding why Mufeng wanted to do this. Spreading a rumor was easy for Ye Jichuan, the young master of the Shuanglin Group. The Shuanglin Group's business scope extended beyond real estate. They were involved in media, culture, finance, gaming, and other industries. Just having a rumor wasn't enough for credibility. Mufeng deliberately revealed the shimmering ring on his left hand, pretending to be photographed by someone else, and took a selfie, sending it to Ye Jichuan. Upon receiving the photo, Ye Jichuan's breath quickened. He hurriedly asked, big guy, did you really find a golden treasure chest in the eastern part of Black Lion City? Mufeng replied, I did find a golden treasure chest, but not in Black Lion City. Then where is it? Yi Jichuan asked. Mufeng truthfully answered, Twilight Village. Silent Garden. Twilight Village? Silent Garden? Yi Jichuan repeated these two places. Like Mufeng, he was also a player who came from Twilight Village. He never expected that such a small novice village would have a hidden golden treasure chest. This made Yi Jichuan wonder if there were hidden treasures in Twilight Village. In the future. No, in a couple of days he would have to return to Twilight Village and search thoroughly. Perhaps he could discover something as well. With this picture, the credibility of the rumor would be strengthened. His actions had two reasons. One was to deceive Fenghua Lianqing, creating a false impression that he was no longer near the War City. The second is the death instance that Mu Feng has been thinking about, located in the Death Mountains to the east of Black Lion City. The death instance requires the souls of players to activate it. This rumor is bound to drive many greedy players to the Death Mountains, and at that time some players will discover the death instance within. This plan can be considered killing two birds with one stone. It can make Fenghua Lianqing willingly fall for it, while also paving the way for his upcoming journey to the death instance. After discussing the details with Mu Feng, he hung up the voice call. Yi Jiqing immediately ordered someone to spread the rumor on the forum. With the help of interested parties and professionals, a post titled Dust God obtained a golden ring this morning in the Death Mountains of Black Lion City was pinned to the forum. The Dawn Forum is managed by a company outsourced by Dawn, and since it is managed by another company, it means there are loopholes to exploit. With a little money, one can gain the special treatment of having a post pinned. Dust, in itself, is a hot figure. With 2 world announcements plus Mu Feng obtaining the first golden staff in the national server, he has been trending several times. When Dust's name was linked to the golden ring, the heat skyrocketed. For a time, Mu Feng received unprecedented attention. Players were discussing fervently, leaving crazy comments. Is Dust possessed by the European Emperor? Just got a golden weapon and now a golden ring. I'm so envious. Where in the Death Mountains of Black Lion City? Where was the golden ring found? Why isn't there an exact location? Are you stupid? If there was an exact location, would they tell you? Brothers, let's form a team to explore the Death Mountains. Are you in? Just as the rumor was fermenting, Xingfeng Tianxia, who had just finished a call with Fenghua Lianqing, walked up to Mu Feng. His expression was slightly awkward as he said in a deep voice. Fenghua Lianqing agreed. This afternoon at 2 o'clock, we meet at the Centaur Plains, and neither side can bring too many people. Very good. Mu Feng nodded and said, when the time comes, you can go safely. What about you? I will ambush in advance, and as soon as Fenghua Lianqing arrives, I will strike and take him down. The terrain of the Centaur Plains is flat and open. Where do you plan to hide for the ambush? You don't need to worry about that. I have my own clever plan. On the other side, Fenghua Lianqing, who had just ended a call with Xingfeng Tianxia, had an excited expression. Beside him, his girlfriend Dai Lianhua curiously asked, "What's up? Who just called you?" It was Xingfeng Tianxia. What did he want? Is he begging for mercy? Better than begging for mercy, he wants to send me money. Sending money? What's going on? Explain it clearly. Dai Lianhua pressed. Fenghua Lianqing chuckled. Xingfeng Tianxia suddenly said he wanted to challenge me to a one-on-one duel with a bet of 300,000 gold coins. His equipment is not as good as mine, you know. That, so I can easily beat him. Isn't that just free money for me? Besides, I've fought Xingfeng Tianxia one-on-one before. I beat him so badly. It seems he still isn't convinced. This time, I must teach him a good lesson and make him pay, Fenghua Lianqing said. With a proud smile, Dai Lianhua looked wary and said, something unusual is going on. I just heard that Dust has come to the War City, wandering around the Centaur Plains. What? Dust is here? Fenghua Lianqing's expression changed, and he recalled the fear he felt when he was dominated by Mu Feng. What is he here for? I don't know. I just saw it by chance on the forum. Someone claimed to have seen Dust at the teleport point in the Centaur Plains, Dai Lianhua said. Hiss, this just got tricky. Fenghua Lianqing had a worried look on his face. Do you think this could be a trap set by Chen Ai and Xingfeng together? There's a good chance of that, Dai Lianhua nodded seriously and said, otherwise, why would Chen Ai come near the War City? He must have a purpose. Maybe he has already made arrangements with Xingfeng to ambush you. I think so too, Fenghua Lianqing said earnestly. Then maybe I shouldn't go this afternoon to avoid falling into their trap. As he said this, Fenghua Lianqing felt a slight pain in his heart. 300,000 gold coins is not a small amount. A full 300,000, even for a rich second generation like Fenghua Lianqing, this money was not insignificant. It was hard for him to let go of such a sum so easily. But thinking of Chen Ai, Fenghua Lianqing felt a wave of stomach pain. He would rather give up the 300,000 gold coins than provoke Chen Ai again. I think we should think this through, Dai Lianhua pondered. It was hard for Dai Lianhua to give up the 300,000 gold coins, just like Finghua Liancheng. From what they knew, Chen Ai had a general relationship with the Qingfeng Guild, and it was unlikely he would come all the way just to help them. Of course, this was an exception if Qingfeng Guild had paid Chen Ai to act as a thug. The key question now is, where exactly is Chen Ai? Finghua Liancheng sent a voice message to his subordinates, asking them to help check on Mu Feng's whereabouts. This is the benefit of being the president. Many things do not require personal involvement, just a word, and someone will handle it for you. He thought that investigating Mu Feng's whereabouts would take a long time. Unexpectedly, only about 1 or 2 minutes later, his subordinate replied, President Chen Ai should be in the eastern Death Mountains of Black Lion City right now. Really? President, have you logged into the forum or checked the trending topics on Weibo today? His subordinate asked. Finghua Liancheng replied, not yet. Why? Did something big happen today? Sort of, it can be considered a big deal. Upon hearing this, Finghua Liancheng became interested, took out his virtual phone, and logged into the forum. Dai Lianhua leaned in beside him, her eyes fixed on the screen of the virtual phone. She also wanted to know what big event had occurred on the forum today. As soon as they logged in, Finghua Liancheng and Dai Lianhua saw the pinned post at the top of the forum. Both were taken aback, but soon a look of jealousy and envy appeared on their faces. This Chen Ai is just too lucky, Finghua Liancheng muttered with a face full of jealousy. Seeing Mu Feng easily obtain 2 pieces of golden level equipment while he had spent a lot of money to buy his entire set of silver equipment. Up to now, Finghua Liancheng had almost invested nearly 1 million yuan into Dawn. Having spent so much money, yet not even having a single piece of golden equipment, it was hard for Finghua Liancheng not to feel a bit unbalanced. Dai Lianhua stared at Mu Feng's handsome face in the photo, her expression complex. Back then, in the novice village, when Mu Feng was fighting the main storyline boss, Dai Lianhua had just reached level 10 and was also doing the main storyline quest. She led a group of Finghua players to bring the main storyline boss down to low health, and victory was just within reach. At that critical moment, Mu Feng suddenly appeared, not only killing Dai Lianhua but also finishing off the nearly dead main storyline boss. All her hard work was ruined in an instant. After reviving at the resurrection point, Dai Lianhua was almost brought to tears from anger. Moreover, she had wanted to seduce Mu Feng at that time, but Mu Feng was not interested at all, showing no pity and directly killed Dai Lianhua. Especially the line that Mu Feng said, I don't like you. It caused Dai Lianhua 1,000 points of psychological damage, more painful than killing her. This grudge, even now, Dai Lianhua still holds onto. She carefully browsed through the post's content. Dai Lianhua and Finghua Liancheng exchanged a glance, seeing different colors in each other's eyes. Finghua Liancheng pondered, it seems dust has really gone to the Death Mountains. Don't let your guard down. With the teleportation point, dust can travel back and forth between the Centaur plains and the Death Mountains in no time. Just a few minutes will do, Dai Lianhua said. So, regarding the duel with Qingfeng Tian, should I go this afternoon or not? Finghua Liancheng asked, looking conflicted. He was also uncertain. If it were his old self, he wouldn't be so cautious and hesitant. Back then, he was arrogant and domineering, and if he didn't agree, he would just fight. The main reason was that Finghua Liancheng was scared of being killed by Mu Feng. Just hearing Dust's name made Finghua Liancheng feel uneasy and uncomfortable. How about we just go? Dai Lianhua hesitated. She was still reluctant to part with those 300,000 gold coins. Qingfeng Tian was quite strong, with decent skills, but their equipment was not as good as Finghua Liancheng's. In the past, Qingfeng Tian had challenged Finghua Liancheng a few times, all ending in defeat for Qingfeng Tian and victory for Finghua Liancheng. Qingfeng Tian also wanted to be like Finghua Liancheng, spending money to buy equipment and stack combat power. But Qingfeng Tian wasn't a rich second generation and didn't have that much spare money. He also had a guild to manage and maintain, and money was needed everywhere. As Butterfly Love and Blaze City were discussing strategies, suddenly a visitor arrived. The Blaze Guild's base was located in a dilapidated tavern at the western corner of the War City. The land in the main city costs money, similar to real-world property prices. The better the location, the more expensive the land. All the money from the Blaze Guild had been spent by Blaze City on equipment, leaving no funds to buy land, which is why the guild's base was set up in the most run-down and impoverished area of the War City, essentially a slum. The land here was very cheap. Blaze City spent less than 10,000 gold coins to rent the rights to use this 2-story tavern for a year, transforming it into the guild's base. The visitor was a burly level 15 berserker with a buzz cut. His ID was forged steel, and he belonged to the Steel Legion. As soon as Forged Steel entered, he looked disdainfully at Blaze City and said, I say, young Master Blaze, with all your money, can't you choose a better place for the guild? Seeing that the visitor was Forged Steel, Blaze City forced a smile and replied, Brother Steel, what brings you here? Just came to check in and relay the orders from the president, Forged Steel casually responded, but his gaze was fixed on the alluring Butterfly Love. Butterfly Love shot him a flirtatious glance. Blaze City noticed and felt anger rising in his heart but dared not show it. After a moment, Forged Steel withdrew his gaze and continued, the president plans to hunt the boss Blood Scorpion King in Bloody Soil the day after tomorrow. You're in charge of clearing the area. Don't let those ordinary players wander in and disturb the president, got it? Although Blaze City was unhappy with Forged Steel's intentions towards his girlfriend, he couldn't show it openly, let alone voice it. He suppressed his anger and smiled, yes, understood. That's good. After assigning the task, Forged Steel had no intention of leaving and kept staring at Butterfly Love. For a task like this, he didn't need to come in person, a private message or a voice call would suffice. There was no need to go through the trouble of visiting. Forged Steel was clearly here for Butterfly Love. He smiled and said, Sister Butterfly Love, you've become even more beautiful since I last saw you. Forged Steel's affectionate address made Butterfly Love unashamed, even throwing him a flirtatious wink. Blaze City's face turned pale, but he said nothing. Before I came in, I saw you looking worried. Have you run into trouble? Forged Steel asked. Yes, Butterfly Love recounted the challenge from Clear Wind World to Blaze City in detail. After hearing this, Forged Steel laughed. I thought it was something serious. Turns out you're worried about such a trivial matter, huh? Sister Butterfly Love, don't worry, I'll keep an eye on things during your duel this afternoon. I doubt Clear Wind World would dare to pull any tricks in front of me. Butterfly Love beamed. Thank you so much, Brother Steel. Thank me? Forged Steel grinned. I prefer your physical gratitude over mere words. Brother Steel, you're so naughty, Butterfly Love playfully scolded. Hee, I can be even naughtier. Want to see? Butterfly Love and Forged Steel completely ignored Blaze City, flirting with each other. After learning that the duel was scheduled for 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Forged Steel mentioned he had other matters to attend to and decided to leave first. As he was leaving, he cast a disdainful glance at Blaze City and said, whether Dust comes or not is still uncertain. Look at you, scared like that. Even if Dust dares to come, what can he do alone? We have so many people, what are you afraid of? You don't understand the terrifying aspect of Dust, Fenghua Lianqing wanted to explain after being scolded by Lian Changgang. Bai Lian Changgang was too lazy to listen, impatiently waving his hand and walking straight out of the Fenghua Guild's base. Die! Lianhua called out sweetly from behind, Steel brother, come play often. After Bai Lian Changgang left, Fenghua Lianqing glared at Dai Lianhua fiercely and said angrily, you little flirt. Dai Lianhua snorted coldly, humph, so what if I'm a flirt? If it weren't for Steel brother introducing you to the president of the Iron Legion, we would still be bullied by the Qingfeng Guild every day. But you can't flirt with Bai Lian Changgang in front of me. Where does that leave me? I'm your real boyfriend, Fenghua Lianqing said angrily. Dai Lianhua didn't take it seriously and replied, I'm just repaying Steel brother. Besides, we were just chatting, we didn't do anything out of line. Hoof. Fenghua Lianqing said coldly, at first, Dust was kind enough to save you, but you repaid kindness with enmity. If it weren't for you, I would never have offended Dust. Why are you thinking of repaying Bai Lian Changgang now? Aren't you being a bit double standard? It was better not to mention this matter, but once it was brought up, Fenghua Lianqing was filled with anger. To be fair, he had offended Dust to stand up for his girlfriend, Dai Lianhua. Otherwise, how could he have been suppressed by that trash from Qingfeng Tianxia? And this series of events wouldn't have happened, and he wouldn't have become a lackey of the Iron Legion, being ordered around without dignity. Dai Lianhua raised her head and said, if you agree, I can climb into Dust's bed right now, please him, flatter him, serve him, and guarantee that he will reconcile with you. Then go ahead. Fenghua Lianqing mocked, I'm just afraid Dust won't want you. This sentence hit Dai Lianhua's sore spot. She had once seduced Mu Feng, but he didn't fancy her and directly killed her. This made her doubt her own charm. Fortunately, later she met Bai Lian Changgang, which helped her regain her confidence. You bastard! Dai Lianhua cursed angrily and slammed the door as she left. Fenghua Lianqing didn't chase after her. Once today's matter was settled, he could buy her a bag or some jewelry to make it up to her. Besides being somewhat pretty, she only had the advantage of being easy to appease. Since Bai Lian Changgang had agreed to the duel in the afternoon and would be present, there was nothing to fear. The Iron Legion, to which Bai Lian Changgang belonged, was the top guild in War City, and its overall strength was greater than that of 10 Fenghua guilds and 10 Qingfeng guilds combined. No matter how strong Dust was individually, he probably wouldn't dare to offend the Iron Legion. Just as Bai Lian Changgang said, with him around, Dust and Qingfeng Tianxia wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Although Fenghua Lianqing disliked Bai Lian Changgang, he had to admit that having Bai Lian Changgang and the Iron Legion's protection was quite good. There were still a few hours until the duel with Fenghua Lianqing. He didn't waste this time. He sent guild members to gather intelligence to see if the Qingfeng Guild was preparing any schemes He also sent people to scout the duel location to prevent anyone from ambushing them and catching them off guard. On the other side, Mu Feng remained. In the valley, Xingfeng Tianxia and Qingshui Miaomiao returned to the guild base to prepare for the afternoon duel. Before they left, Mu Feng asked, "Which major guild do you think has teamed up with the Fenghua guild?" Xingfeng Tianxia said with a serious expression, "It's the Iron Legion." The Iron Legion? Mu Feng was taken aback and repeated, "That's right." Xingfeng Tianxia paused for a moment and asked, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" "Scared of what?" "The Iron Legion is several times more arrogant than the Blaze Guild. If they knew about this, they would definitely get involved." Mu Feng smiled and said, "By then, Blaze Liancheng will have no choice but to come." Xingfeng Tian fell silent for a moment and asked, "Do you still remember the previous promise?" "What?" "In addition to the heads of Blaze Liancheng and his people, there are also a few heads of the members of the major guilds allied with the Blaze Guild." "Of course I haven't forgotten. It's just that, do you really want me to kill the people of the Iron Legion?" "Why not? Are you afraid?" Xingfeng Tian pressed. "I'm afraid you'll die too miserably." Mu Feng explained, "I was entrusted by you to kill the Blaze Guild and the Iron Legion. When the time comes, they will retaliate against me and you. I can withstand their revenge, but what about you?" "I can withstand it too." "Alright, since you say so, then I will start the killing." Mu Feng smiled. Qingshui Miaomiao, who was beside them, wanted to persuade Xingfeng Tian, but he had made up his mind and wouldn't listen to anyone. The Blaze Guild and the Iron Legion had teamed up several times to ambush the Qingfeng Guild's teams in the wild. The two sides had long been enemies. Since they had spent a lot of money hiring Mu Feng, they should make good use of him. With a determined expression, Xingfeng Tian and a worried Qingshui Miaomiao left the valley. After the two left, Mu Feng rummaged through his backpack and found a D great skill stone. Invisibility level D profession assassin effect allows the player to enter an invisible state for a short duration. Attacking or touching an enemy will forcibly exit the invisible state. Duration 30 seconds, cooldown 300 energy. Consumption 80. The effect of invisibility is similar to the rogue's stealth and the assassin's sneak, just with different names and slight differences in effect. The skill stones found in Freinen's treasure were all unused by Mu Feng. He planned to gather some skill stones to fuse them all at once. Doing it one by one was meaningless. After learning the D-grade invisibility, Mu Feng experimented a bit. When the invisibility effect ended or was interrupted, he used invisibility again, allowing him to enter the invisible state once more. Theoretically, he could become invisible an infinite number of times, achieving permanent invisibility. When Blaze Liancheng and Xingfeng Tian scheduled their duel, he would use invisibility to hide nearby, ensuring he could catch them off guard. Just as Mu Feng was pondering about how to give his sister $1 million as pocket money once he had the money, he thought about renting a better apartment, buying a gaming pod, getting Sanja a few beautiful clothes, and taking her out for some nice meals. Buying a house was out of the question. In 3 years, the Chaos Gods would invade. Buying a house now would mean living there for at most 3 years. Whoever bought would be at a loss. It would be better to rent. Who knows, if the landlord happened to die during the invasion of the Chaos Gods, then he could get a house for free. This thought was indeed a bit too wicked. Mu Feng quickly shook his head, trying to rid himself of that terrible idea. Mu Feng, oh Mu Feng, you are the last guardian of humanity. How could you have such an evil thought? Back to the point. Mu Feng checked the time and sent a voice message to Yi-Shi-chun, asking when he would arrive. Once the voice message connected, Yi-Shi-chun eagerly said, "Great God, I have spread the message as you instructed, and now you are trending again." Mu Feng was not interested in trending. As long as the Death Mountain could attract more and more players' attention, that would be best. "Great, when will you arrive in the War City?" Mu Feng asked. Yi-Shi-chun replied, "I'm setting off now. Where should I find you?" "Come to the valley on the west side of the Centaur Plain to find me." "Okay, I'll be there soon." After hanging up the voice call, Mu Feng had nothing to do, so he logged out of the game, preparing to eat something. It was almost noon, and he was hungry. He logged off. Mu Feng took off the gaming helmet. The sound of heavy rain and thunder filled his ears. He looked out the window. It was pouring outside. The smell of rain-soaked earth wafted through the window and filled Mu Feng's nostrils. He liked the smell because the day he died and the day he was reborn were both like today, washed clean by a heavy rain that drenched the entire city. Without realizing it, Mu Feng walked to the window, his abyss-like dark eyes gazing outside. The endless dark clouds seemed to bring him back to his previous life, the scene just before his death. Mu Feng lay on the muddy ground, covered in wounds, as black rain fell from the sky, dripping onto him, washing his wounds, blood and rainwater mixing together, flowing beneath him. His enemies, the 4 Chaos Evil Gods, their followers, and those traitors who betrayed humanity and the Order faction, they all looked at Mu Feng with mocking eyes. They had won, as they always did, while Mu Feng had failed, utterly failed. Mu Feng did not feel sadness or pain. because at that moment death was gradually consuming his will. He could never forget just before he died what he saw, the fifth chaos evil god. He did not know how long had passed. A soft whimper came from behind Mufong. It was Sanja logging out of the game. She looked as if she had just woken up, and upon seeing Mufong standing by the window, she curiously asked, "Brother Mufong, what's wrong?" Mufong turned around, the gloom on his face vanished. In its place was a bright, sunny smile. "I'm so hungry, how about we have hot pot today?" "Yay, hot pot on a rainy day is the best. I remember there's a hot pot ingredient store downstairs. I'll go buy the broth and ingredients, and you can prepare for the hot pot at home, okay?" "Sure." After saying that, Mufong casually grabbed a jacket from the wardrobe, went downstairs to buy the ingredients needed for the hot pot. After a while, Mufong returned home carrying 2 large bags of ingredients. At that moment, Sanja had already washed and cut the vegetables, potatoes, and sweet potatoes in the fridge. She put the hot pot base into the pot, added water, and brought it to a boil, then added beef rolls, vegetables, fish balls, luncheon meat, sweet potatoes, hot pot noodles, potatoes, and other ingredients. Once cooked, it would be ready to eat. In this continuous rainy weather, eating hot pot is the best. After finishing the meal, Sanja neatly tidied up the dining table while Mufong returned to the bedroom to continue his game. He had lunch for an hour and a half, which probably made Yiji-chan wait for a long time. After logging in, he indeed saw Yiji-chan and another person's figure not far from him in the valley. He wasn't alone. Besides Yiji-chan, there was a delicate and lovely young girl. At that moment, Yiji-chan was whispering something to the young girl. The girl looked very unhappy, while Yiji-chan kept smiling, as if explaining something. When Mufong logged in, he suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Yiji-chan was startled. He thought he had encountered an assassin or a killer player. These two professions had the highest probability of being red-named players due to their professional characteristics. Like Fenghua Lianchang, he was a pay-to-win player, relying entirely on his equipment to maintain his combat power. Shi-chan didn't like fighting. Therefore, when encountering red-named players, he mostly avoided them and only acted out of necessity when he couldn't escape. Of course, pay-to-win players weren't pushovers either. Generally, few red-named players could defeat him. When Yiji-chan realized that the newcomer was Mufong, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and complained, "Master, where have you been? I waited for you for over an hour for nothing. Sorry, I originally planned to log off and just grab a quick bite to fill my stomach, but suddenly I wanted to eat hot pot." "I'm really sorry," Mufong said. Yiji-chan smiled and said, "Since you sincerely apologized, I'll forgive you. However, for the upcoming transaction, you have to give me some discounts. You can't make me wait so long." "That's only right," Mufong replied. This wasn't a big deal. Mufong apologized and offered a concession. Yiji-chan waiting a bit longer was no problem. But the girl who came with Yiji-chan was unhappy. Her ID was Manga, a level 14 water shadow mage. "What the heck? Making me wait so long, and you just give a light apology to end it." Mufong was taken aback. Yiji-chan's expression changed dramatically. "Oh my, how dare you provoke this killer? Who knows? In a fit of anger, Mufong might just kill Manga. That would be a small matter. The key was that if he angered Mufong, what would happen if he didn't cooperate with him in the future? Where would he find such affordable equipment? "Shut up," Yiji-chan scolded Manga. Then he quickly put on a smile and explained to Mufong, "Master, she is my cousin, still in middle school, young and naive. I hope you can forgive her." Mufong smiled lightly and said, "It's fine." He had seen all kinds of storms. She was just a somewhat arrogant little girl, and he wasn't going to get angry. Manga pouted, dissatisfied. "Why should I shut up? If you don't listen to me, I won't play with you anymore." "If you don't want to play, I'll find Sister Yixia to play with." "Then I won't allow Yixia to play with you. Sister Yixia won't listen to you. I'm her older brother, of course she will listen to me." At this point, Manga had nothing to say, obediently shutting her mouth and standing aside. Yiji-chan hurriedly explained to Mufong, "Master, I'm really sorry, it's just childish talk." Manga quietly said, "I'm not a child anymore, I'm already 16. "Shut up!" Yiji-chan shouted in anger. Manga, feeling wronged, closed her mouth and stopped talking. "Master, when shall we trade?" Yiji-chan asked. Mufong replied, "Around 2 in the afternoon." "Okay, so are we trading here or somewhere else?" He asked again. "Follow me." After saying that, Mufong walked towards a low hill in the valley. Yijichuan pulled Mengdao and followed closely behind. They reached the peak of the valley. From here, they could look down and overlook the entire Centaur plain. Mufong turned back and instructed, "You stay here and keep watch. Once I finish killing, you hurry over." "Understood." "Killing? Who are we killing?" Mengdao asked with a puzzled expression. "Just shut up for now, I'll explain later." "Oh." Mengdao closed his mouth again. Mufeng glanced at the time. It was still 20 minutes until 2 p.m. He looked up and said to Ye Jichuan, "I'll go ahead." Okay. As soon as Ye Jichuan finished speaking, Mufeng activated his concealment technique and his figure instantly disappeared before Ye Jichuan and Meng Daofia. Where did the god go? Ye Jichuan exclaimed in surprise. What kind of skill is this? Teleportation? Or invisibility? Lin Chunj, where did he go? I don't know, just shut your mouth. But he's gone, why do I still have to keep quiet? Meng Daofia complained. Ye Zichuan replied, I'm worried he used some kind of invisibility skill. It looks like he disappeared, but he's actually nearby, eavesdropping on our conversation. Is that true? Meng Daofia said, looking skeptical. Be good, listen to your brother and keep quiet. Meng Daofia. After using the concealment technique, Mufeng immediately activated the accompanying skill of the flickering ring, teleporting straight to the location where Qingfeng Tiantian and Fenghua Liancheng were scheduled to duel. The duel was set for 2 p.m. sharp. Qingfeng Tiantian's side arrived at the scene on time, including Qingfeng Tiantian and Qingshui Miaomiao. There were a total of 10 people. Except for the 2 of them who looked normal, the remaining members of the Qingfeng Guild had grim expressions. They were confused. What was wrong with the president? Why did he suddenly challenge Fenghua Liancheng and put up a bet of 300,000 gold coins? Not to mention whether the president could defeat Fenghua Liancheng. It was questionable whether he could even afford that 300,000 gold coin bet. The Qingfeng Guild had been targeted by the joint efforts of Fenghua and the Iron Legion, making life difficult, and they were already low on funds. Perhaps after this battle, the Qingfeng Guild would collapse. While waiting for the Fenghua players to arrive, the members of the Qingfeng Guild were already contemplating where to jump ship to once the guild went under. Unlike traditional online games, due to the uniqueness of Dawn, many professional players have emerged, making a living by hunting monsters and clearing dungeons. Guilds, in order to attract players, not only provide equipment but also pay salaries on time each month, along with bonuses and benefits. Correspondingly, joining a guild means enjoying salaries and benefits while also bearing corresponding responsibilities. Players must log in on time and maintain a daily online time of no less than 10 hours. Most of the earnings from hunting monsters and clearing dungeons must be submitted to the guild, with only a small portion kept for themselves. They must obey the leadership and orders of the guild leader and officers. In simple terms, it's just like having a job. This type of guild is referred to as a professional guild. There is another type of guild that is closer to traditional online game guilds. They have fewer rules than professional guilds, no salaries, and all the earnings from hunting monsters and clearing dungeons belong to the players. However, due to their informal nature, their cohesion is weak. Their overall strength is not as good as that of professional guilds. Traditional guilds and professional guilds. The guilds in Dawn can generally be divided into these 2 types. The Qingfeng Guild belongs to the professional guild category, with average salary levels. Ordinary members earn 2,500 a month. Elite members earn 3,000 and guild officers earn 5,000. Such salaries can only be considered average. Seeing that the Qingfeng Guild is on the verge of collapse, many core players of the guild have started to think about switching to another guild. At this time, Qingfeng Tiantian and Qingshui Miaomiao are still unaware of their subordinates' thoughts. They appear quite nervous, fearing that Fenghua Liancheng might not come. But they are also afraid that if Fenghua Liancheng does come and Mufeng fails in the assassination, it would lead to a series of consequences. Times have changed. In the novice village, players had low levels, poor equipment, and few skills. Just because Mufeng was able to suppress a dozen or 20 players from the Fenghua Guild back then, it doesn't mean he can do the same now. Being strong for a moment does not mean being strong forever. If Mufeng loses, especially to Fenghua Liancheng, they would be completely defeated, not only losing but also becoming a laughingstock. After all, such conspiratorial tactics, if successful, achieve their purpose but lack glory. If they fail, they would be worse than a clown, completely reduced to a joke. When the agreed time arrives, Fenghua Liancheng and his group of 20, riding the War City's exclusive mount, the War Beast, come charging from a distance with great momentum. The name War Beast sounds impressive. In reality, it is just a large, blood-red giant bull, a black iron mount. Due to its strong endurance and proficiency in long-distance charges, it was chosen by the War God Hall as a primary mount for the War Knights, specifically for novice War Knights and players from the War City. Qingfeng Tiantian casts an F-level Farsight spell on himself. He came to the War City at level 10 and changed his class to a mystic, skilled in various strange spells. With the enhancement of the Farsight spell, Qingfeng Tiantian's vision is improved. From a distance, he spots Fenghua Liancheng, Dai Lianhua, and the senior officers of the Fenghua Guild among the group. Additionally, there is the melee team leader of the Iron Legion by Lian Changgang, along with 9 Iron Legion players following him. These 9 players from the Iron Legion are all part of the melee team and are direct subordinates and good brothers of Bai Lian Changgang. The rules of the Iron Legion are quite strict. Any personnel changes must be approved by the guild leader. Of course, privately, it's fine for the team leader to take a few team members around. The Iron Legion members have also come along. Qingfeng Tian is not surprised. Ever since Finghua Lianqing allied with the Iron Legion has repeatedly stood up for him. He speculates that if the Iron Legion hadn't come, Finghua Lianqing probably wouldn't have dared to show up this time. After all, he knows how deeply the Finghua Guild fears Chen Ai. The Finghua team only stops in front of Qingfeng Tian and the others, calling back their mounts. Bai Liancheng Gang looked around and said to Finghua Liancheng, "Look, where is there a trace of dust around? If he really came, where could he hide? I don't understand what you're afraid of." Finghua Liancheng saw that there was indeed no sign of Mufeng nearby, nor was there anywhere to hide. The stone in his heart finally fell, and he let out a heavy sigh of relief. It seemed that Mufeng's visit to the Centaur Plain yesterday was just a coincidence. He must have left for the Death Mountains last night or this morning. Knowing that Mufeng wasn't targeting him at the Centaur Plain eased his mind, but soon, Mufeng obtained the golden ring in the Death Mountains, filling him with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Finghua Liancheng chose to vent his emotions on Qingfeng Tianxia in front of him. He mocked, "Qingfeng Tianxia, you useless fool, do you have money but nowhere to spend it? What made you think of sending me money? You wouldn't have forgotten that not long ago you were begging for mercy on your knees in the Bone Forest, would you?" Except for Dai Lianhua, the cadres of the Finghua Guild all cooperated and burst into laughter and ridicule. Bai Liancheng Gang and the 9 players from the Iron Legion stood by silently, watching the show. Qingfeng Tianxia's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. A few days ago, he had indeed lost to Finghua Liancheng in the Bone Forest, but he did not kneel and beg for mercy. That was just Finghua Liancheng's way of humiliating him. Qingfeng Tianxia did not explain or refute. He shouted, "Chen Ai, why aren't you making a move?" As soon as these words were spoken, they startled Finghua Liancheng and Dai Lianhua. The former high-ranking officials of the Finghua Guild had all left the guild due to the overwhelming pressure from Qingfeng Guild in the novice village. The current few Finghua officials were all recruited after Finghua Liancheng came to War City and latched onto the Iron Legion. They did not understand the terror of Mufeng. Ignorance brought them fearlessness, just like the players from the Iron Legion watching the show. Finghua Liancheng looked around in panic, searching for the figure of Mufeng that Qingfeng Tianxia mentioned. Dai Lianhua did the same, but she suddenly dove into Bai Liancheng Gang's arms. Holding Dai Lianhua's soft and fragrant body, Bai Liancheng Gang felt secretly pleased. He glanced proudly at his brothers beside him and raised an eyebrow. A few of Bai Liancheng Gang's brothers gave him a thumbs up, and someone shouted, "Boss is awesome. Boss has great skills." The Iron Legion members cheered and laughed. Meanwhile, the cadres of the Finghua Guild present had rather unsightly expressions. Nominally, the Finghua Guild was allied with the Iron Legion as allies and partners. In reality, the Finghua Guild was more like a little brother to the Iron Legion, often called upon and dismissed at will. This made the Finghua players unable to hold their heads high in front of the Iron Legion players. Seeing their guild leader's nominal girlfriend, who was also the vice president of the guild, hiding in the arms of a captain from the Iron Legion, anyone would feel embarrassed and somewhat ashamed. At this moment, the biggest victim, Finghua Liancheng, was still startled and suspiciously searching for the figure of Mufeng. After about a minute or two, he still hadn't seen the dust that Qingfeng Tianxia mentioned. Finghua Liancheng could basically confirm that Qingfeng Tianxia was trying to scare him. Dai Lianhua also broke free from Bai Liancheng Gang's embrace. Bai Liancheng Gang gave a heavy pinch on Dai Lianhua's perky bottom, and his action was judged by the system as indecent. Dai Lianhua received a system prompt asking if she was sure Bai Liancheng Gang was an enemy. Dai Lianhua chose no. Regarding Bai Liancheng Gang's actions, she was not angry. Instead, she threw him a sultry glance. This made Bai Liancheng Gang feel weak in the knees. He chuckled and then extended his broad tongue to lick his dry lips. The actions of Dai Lianhua and Bai Liancheng Gang were visible to Finghua Liancheng, but he had no time to dwell on it now. Finghua Liancheng looked at Qingfeng Tianxia with a face full of anger. "Today, I will kill you. I'm afraid you won't be able to do that." After saying this, Mufeng dispelled the invisibility technique and his figure slowly appeared beside Qingfeng Tianxia. Mufeng used both the invisibility and flicker techniques. In just a moment, he arrived at the designated location for the duel. Qingfeng Tianxia and the others had arrived first. Mufeng silently stood beside Qingfeng Tianxia and the others. When the Finghua Guild members arrived, Mufeng whispered in Qingfeng Tianxia's ear while still in his hidden state, "I'm here, don't panic." Qingfeng Tianxia, who had been a bit nervous, immediately felt at ease. He curiously looked towards the spot where Mufeng was speaking and asked in a low voice, "Invisibility technique?" Mufeng replied with a sound, not saying much more. Qingfeng Tianxia didn't ask further. He just needed to know that Mu Feng was there. After Fenghua Liancheng humiliated Cheng Feng Tianxia, he confidently shouted, "Chen Ai, why aren't you making a move?" Seeing Mu Feng appear out of nowhere, Fenghua Liancheng was startled again. Dai Lianhua once again burrowed into Bai Liancheng's embrace. "Damn it, Chen Ai, weren't you in the Death Mountains?" Fenghua Liancheng asked, trembling. "I just arrived an hour ago," Mu Feng casually lied. Having Yi Yijichun help spread rumors was not just to deceive Fenghua Liancheng. Mu Feng also needed to ensure that his subsequent plans were not affected. He had to maintain this lie. Fenghua Liancheng had calculated everything but did not anticipate that Mu Feng would have an invisibility skill. Currently, only professions like assassins, thieves, and killers could become invisible. Among magic professions, it seemed that only illusionists could become invisible. He had not heard of any other magic professions that could. What profession is this Chen Ai, after all? The painful memories of being brutally killed by Mu Feng surged in Fenghua Liancheng's mind. The fear of Mu Feng made Fenghua Liancheng's breathing quicken and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He took a few steps back, nervously, turning to look at Bai Liancheng, who was enjoying himself while holding his girlfriend. Seeing Bai Liancheng, he felt as if he had a backing. Fenghua Liancheng mustered his courage to question, What do you want?" "To kill you," Mu Feng said. At this moment, Bai Liancheng, who was lazily squinting his eyes while holding Dai Lianhua, slowly said, "You're called Chen Ai, right? I am Bai Liancheng. You should have heard of my name. I am the leader of the melee team of the Iron Legion. Fenghua Liancheng is under our protection, you." Before Bai Liancheng could finish, Mu Feng shot out a finger of destruction, directly obliterating the terrified Fenghua Liancheng into dust. After killing Fenghua Liancheng, Mu Feng looked at the astonished Bai Liancheng and said, "You speak too slowly, I don't have the patience to listen. Next time you want to save someone, please speak faster." Bai Liancheng's face turned red and white. The strength Mu Feng displayed shocked everyone present. After reaching level 10, Fenghua Liancheng had transferred to the main city and changed jobs to become a shield warrior with extremely high defense. Because he was often killed by Mu Feng in the novice village, he developed a psychological shadow. In the future, Fenghua Liancheng's development path would focus on stacking defense, and all his equipment would also be oriented towards this. Bai Liancheng had once commented on Fenghua Liancheng, saying he was like an iron turtle, extremely difficult to deal with. Even the so-called strongest single-target assassin would find it impossible to kill Fenghua Liancheng in one hit. However, in front of Mu Feng, Fenghua Liancheng's iron turtle shell was as fragile as paper, easily pierced with a poke. He could instantly kill Fenghua Liancheng. This meant that players present with lower defense than Fenghua Liancheng would also struggle to escape the fate of being killed by Mu Feng. Unfortunately, no one present had a defense higher than Fenghua Liancheng. Before the others could react, Mu Feng unleashed several destructive fingers, killing the officers of the Fenghua Guild one by one. The entire process took no more than 8 seconds. They didn't even have time to escape. In a moment, only Bai Liancheng and Dai Lianhua remained among the Fenghua Guild players. When Mu Feng's gaze fell on Dai Lianhua, she trembled all over, her fairly pretty face filled with fear. She tightly clung to Bai Liancheng's waist, pleading, "Steel brother, save me." With a beauty by his side, even though Bai Liancheng was filled with fear, he could only muster the courage to step forward and say, "Friend, give me some face. I am the leader of the melee team of the Steel Legion Guild. You must have heard of our Steel Legion." At this moment, Bai Liancheng finally understood why Fenghua Liancheng was so afraid of Mu Feng. Is this really a player? This is clearly a hacker. What is going on with the official Dawn? They manage sexual harassment, but no one manages hackers? "I've heard of the Steel Legion," Mu Feng said. Bai Liancheng's eyes lit up. Since Mu Feng had heard of his guild's name, it would be easier to handle. No one wants to offend a large guild with unlimited potential. Before Bai Liancheng could be too happy, Mu Feng changed his tone and said, "Unfortunately, whether it's you or the Steel Legion, your face means nothing to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Feng immediately acted, shooting out several destructive fingers. They didn't even have time to escape and all died at Mu Feng's hands. Just before dying, Bai Liancheng's eyes widened in anger as he shouted, "You dare!" He only managed to say half a sentence before it abruptly stopped. Looking at the corpses and the fallen equipment and gold on the ground, Mu Feng revealed a smile. It was another great harvest. Then, he turned to look at Qingfeng Tian and the others behind him. Ever since Mu Feng appeared, Qingfeng Tian and the others hadn't spoken a word. At this moment, witnessing such a visually shocking scene, Qingfeng Tian and the others had no other expressions on their faces except shock, fear, and disbelief. "When are you going to pay my reward of 100,000 gold coins?" Qing Shui Miao quickly said. "Now, your reward is already prepared." "Good, then give it to me." Okay. Qing Shui Miao hurriedly took out the 100,000 gold coins she had prepared in advance and handed them to Mu Feng. Qingshui Miao glanced at the gold coins and equipment scattered on the ground not far away, wishing that all these spoils of war could belong to the Qingfeng Guild. If that were the case, the Qingfeng Guild would definitely be able to stand up again. This thought was only fleeting in her mind. As for Mu Feng's belongings, Qingshui Miao didn't dare to have any ulterior motives. Great God of Dust, how do you plan to deal with these spoils? The gold coins are fine, but the key issue is your backpack. I fear it may not be large enough to hold all this equipment, said Qingshui Miao. Mu Feng replied, you don't need to worry about that. After saying this, Mu Feng made a voice call to Yi Ji-chun, asking, have you arrived? We're on our way, great God. We'll be there soon. Mu Feng looked towards the Western Canyon and saw Yi Ji-chun and his cousin Manga riding the same mount, rushing towards him at full speed. When Yi Ji-chun reached Mu Feng's side, Mu Feng curiously asked, since she's your cousin, she should be quite wealthy, right? Why doesn't she even have a mount? Two players can ride the same mount, but the mount's speed will decrease somewhat. Meng Daofeya, being Yi Ji-chun's cousin, should not be lacking in money, so why does she not even have a mount? This is why Mu Feng asked. Her family doesn't allow her to spend money on the game, they're quite strict about it. I brought her along this time so she could help me carry some equipment in her backpack, acting as a personal warehouse. At first, she refused to come, saying she wouldn't, but then I promised to buy her a mount, and that's when she agreed. Yi Ji-chun explained with a smile. Following closely behind Yi Ji-chun, Meng Daofeya no longer had her previous arrogance, she obediently kept her mouth shut, blinking her big, cute eyes timidly at Mu Feng. After all, Mu Feng was someone who could kill without blinking. She was afraid of angering Mu Feng, fearing he might kill her. 2. I finally leveled up to 14 and don't want to die, was her inner thought. Yi Ji-chun noticed Qingfeng Tianxia and the others behind Mu Feng and asked, who are they? Mu Feng replied, they're my employers, they hired me this time. Oh, Yi Ji-chun nodded with a smile. But in reality he felt a bit regretful, wondering why the great God of Dust didn't kill them too. They had quite a bit of equipment on them as well. Regretful as he was, work still had to continue. Like last time, Yi Ji-chun planned to gather everything together and slowly calculate. This time, with Meng Daofei's help, the two of them would finish it in no time. This time, Feng Huolian Shang was smart, he had not a single gold coin on him, as he had stored all his gold in the bank before coming. Dai Lianhua was the same. Feng Huolian Shang had also instructed the officers who came with him to do the same, storing all their gold in the bank and not bringing any with them. Feng Huolian Shang did this as a precaution. Unexpectedly, this move inadvertently helped him avoid a loss. However, Bai Lian Chang was not so lucky. He carried at least 50,000 gold coins on him, and his 9 subordinates had between 1 to 2,000 or 3 to 4,000 gold coins each. Altogether, they had about 191,600 or so. Instead of hurriedly picking up those gold coins, he approached Qingfeng Tianxia and said, you should hurry back to the guild. Feng Huolian Chang's retaliation will come soon. Seeing his enemies turn into corpses right before his eyes brought an indescribable pleasure to Qingfeng Tianxia. As he reveled in this joy, Mu Feng's words undoubtedly pulled him back to reality. Mu Feng was right, he needed to return to the guild to take charge. With the president and officers of the Fenghuo Guild dead, their equipment dropped and their combat power diminished significantly. Now, Qingfeng Tianxia wanted to see how Feng Huolian Shang would dare to act arrogantly in front of him without his equipment. Qingfeng Tianxia nodded slightly at Mu Feng as if to say goodbye and thank him, then turned to leave with his people. Meanwhile, Qingshui Miao approached Mu Feng and quietly thanked him. Watching Qingfeng Tianxia leave with a spirited demeanor, Mu Feng said nothing. He glanced at Yi Ji-chun, who was focused on picking up equipment along with his cousin, and immediately joined in, collecting the gold coins on the ground. When Mu Feng finished gathering a pile of gold coins, Yi Ji-chun and Meng Daofeya also prepared to gather everything together, calculating the value of each piece of equipment one by one. Mu Feng took a rough look at the attributes of the equipment and found nothing useful for himself. The strongest Steel Legion members were all melee classes, and their equipment was meant for strength-based professions. On the other hand, the officers of the Fire Beacon Guild had 3 magic classes, but their equipment levels were too low. However, Dai Lianhua had dropped a few decent pieces of mage equipment. Mu Feng decided to keep those and planned to give them to Song Jia the next day. After counting, there were a total of 10 pieces of silver equipment, 4 from Fire Beacon City, 2 from Bai Lian Changgang, 1 from Dai Lianhua, and 1 piece each for 3 players from the Steel Legion. There were 35 pieces of bronze equipment, 62 pieces of black iron equipment, and 22 pieces of white stone equipment. In total, 129 pieces of equipment. Mu Feng took 1 piece of silver equipment and 2 pieces of bronze equipment from Dai Lianhua. The white stone equipment wouldn't sell for much, so he simply gave all of it to Yi Ji-chun. The total number of equipment for sale was 104 pieces. Estimated value, 2,034,000 gold coins. This price seemed quite reasonable. Mu Feng nodded in agreement. Iishi-chun swallowed and asked, "Great God, I can't take out 2 million gold coins at once, can we do it in cash?" "Sure. Alright, then I'll transfer the money to your bank card, still the same account, right?" "Wait a minute, just transfer it to another card number for me." "Which one?" "Just a moment, I'll log off for a bit." After saying that, Mu Feng directly exited the game. He took off his helmet, grabbed his phone from the pillow, noted down his sister's bank card number, and logged back in to read the card number to Iishi-chun. "Great God, is this the card number? Don't get it wrong, that would be troublesome." "That's right, don't worry." "Okay. I'll transfer the money now, but it might take a few hours to show up." "Alright." After a few transactions, Mu Feng had developed some trust in Iishi-chun. Moreover, Mu Feng already knew Iishi-chun's true identity and where his family lived, so he wasn't worried about him not paying. His sister had taken care of him over the years, so giving her 2 million as pocket money was no big deal. He just feared that when his sister saw the 2 million in her bank account, she would definitely be shocked. The transaction is complete. Iishi-chun and Meng Daofeya packed the equipment on the ground into their backpacks, one by one. Iishi-chun had the same level 2 backpack as Mu Feng, with 120 slots. More than half of it was filled with materials, items, scrolls, and other goods. Fortunately, he brought his cousin along as a human warehouse, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to carry all this equipment. Meanwhile, Meng Daofeya was playing with a bronze-level staff with decent attributes, unable to resist saying to Iishi-chun beside her, "Brother, I really like this staff. Can you give it to me?" "Sure, if you give me 32,000 gold coins, I'll give it to you." Iishi-chun continued packing without looking back. Meng Daofeya frowned and said, "Hey, I'm your cute little sister. How can you ask me for money? You're not my real sister." Iishi-chun muttered quietly. Meng Daofeya pouted angrily, "How can I not be your real sister? I'm your cousin, blood is thicker than water. Besides, I came all the way to this dangerous place with you. What's wrong with you giving me a staff, you stingy guy? I'll give you a discount of 3,000 at most. You can take it for 30,000 gold coins." Iishi-chun reminded her, "This is still because you're my cousin, otherwise no one else would get this treatment. You should be content, only by being content can you be happy. I don't even have 3,000 gold coins, where would I get 30,000? Brother, please." Meng Daofeya pleaded pitifully. Iishi-chun chuckled, "No worries, I'll keep it for you. When you have 30,000 gold coins, I'll sell it to you." Seeing that her pleas were in vain, Meng Daofeya became furious. "You miser. No wonder you don't have a partner, you'll be lonely for the rest of your life, you stingy single dog." "I don't have a partner because I haven't met a girl I like. What does that have to do with being stingy?" Iishi-chun was speechless. Meng Daofeya threw a tantrum. "I don't care. If you don't give it to me, I'm going home right now." "Wait, didn't we agree? You help me, and I'll buy you a black iron mount when we get back." Iishi-chun panicked as Meng Daofeya started to leave. He would end up alone again, pitifully guarding this equipment, anxiously waiting for his friends to come pick him up. "I don't want the mount anymore, I want this bronze staff right now," Meng Daofeya said. "The black iron mount only costs 10,000 gold, while this bronze staff is priced at over 30,000. It's obvious which one to choose, as long as one isn't foolish." After hesitating for a moment, Iishi-chun nodded. Mainly because the great deity Chin'ai was watching nearby, he was afraid the deity would find it amusing. Otherwise, Iishi-chun wouldn't have indulged her. Upon receiving Iishi-chun's nod, Meng Daofeya immediately joyfully equipped the bronze staff she had just obtained. Seeing this scene, Mu Feng couldn't help but smile. It reminded him of his childhood when he was 7 or 8 years old, not understanding much, and would pester his sister to buy him new and interesting toys when they went shopping. Yet Meng Daofeya was already 15 or 16, still acting like a child. It was evident that her elders at home must have spoiled her a lot, leading to her spoiled and willful personality. Noticing Mu Feng smiling, Iishi-chun felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head, explaining, "Sorry for making the great deity laugh, it's our family's fault for spoiling this little girl too much, making her a bit too proud." Hearing her cousin speak ill of her, Meng Daofeya looked displeased. However, in front of Mu Feng, she didn't dare to say much, especially since she had just complained about him earlier, fearing he would hold a grudge. So, she tried to keep a low profile in front of Mu Feng. Therefore, Meng Daofeya could only remember her cousins bad words about her and silently endure it, planning to complain to Sister Xia when they got back. "Alright, I have things to do, so I won't stay long. Bye." The transaction is complete and the commission with Qingfeng Tianxia has also been fulfilled. There's no need to stay any longer, it's time to go. Mu Feng bid farewell to Yijichuan, summoned the Black Flame Lion, and rode towards the teleportation point at the Centaur Plain. He was preparing to return to Black Lion City. Sanja was estimated to have arrived at the main city today. He wondered if she had successfully become a citizen of Black Lion City. Due to the low number of players, the entry test for Black Lion City has always been simple. With Song Jia's talent and intelligence, such a test would be no challenge for her. Mufeng had great confidence in Song Jia. In his previous life, she was a notorious demon queen. Even Mufeng had suffered a few significant losses at her hands, nearly becoming her plaything. Goodbye. Great God, looking forward to our next meeting. Mufeng had already walked a distance when Ye Jichuan waved and called out from behind him. Alright, stop awning, the person has already left. Meng, Dao Feiyuan said with a look of disdain. Ye Jichuan looked down at Meng Dao Feiyuan and suddenly reached out to grab her cheeks, pulling them to the sides with force, distorting her round and beautiful little face into a strange shape. Not bad, daring to threaten me. Let's see if I'll take you out to play next time. Meng Dao Feiyuan struggled free from Ye Jichuan's hands. Rubbing her reddened cheeks, she scoffed, who wants to go out with you? It's not fun at all, and you make me interact with such dangerous characters. Next time, even if you beg me on your knees, I won't come. Ye Jichuan was unceremonious, giving her a chestnut and said, next time, call him Great God Chen Ai. What dangerous character. He's not even here, what I call him he can't hear, so what's there to be afraid of? Meng Dao Feiyuan said with a smile, completely shedding the fearful demeanor from earlier. Ye Jichuan suddenly lowered her voice. Do you really think Great God Chen Ai has left? Don't forget, he can go invisible. Meng Dao Feiyuan shivered all over, nervously glancing around. Great God Chen Ai is magnanimous. He won't bother with a little girl like me. I'm not afraid. You girl. Ye Jichuan laughed in anger. She looked tough but was actually quite timid. On the other side, Mufeng rode his mount all the way to the teleportation point at the Centaur Plain. His eye-catching mount attracted quite a few gazes, but Mufeng didn't pause at all. Upon reaching the teleportation point, he directly teleported to the nearby whip castle of Black Lion City. The last time he killed, his kill value had accumulated to 43 points. A few days had passed and it had decreased by a few points. Today, he killed 20 people and his kill value broke through the 50-point mark. It was estimated that Black Lion City had already issued a bounty on him. He didn't know how much his bounty would be for being wanted for the first time. According to past rules, the bounty for being on the wanted list for the first time was 5,000 gold coins, and the more serious the crime, the higher the bounty would rise. Once on the wanted list, Mufeng could no longer return to Black Lion City. He could only choose the teleportation point at Whip Castle, which was closer to Black Lion City. After teleporting over, looking at the empty and dilapidated ruins of the castle hall, Mufeng suddenly realized a key point. He hadn't added Song Jia as a friend, so he couldn't contact her in the game. There was no choice. Mufeng had to log out of the game. He became aware in the real world, took off the game helmet, and turned to look at Song Jia lying beside him. She was still in the game. Mufeng reached out to touch her small feet, which were clad in white silk, smooth as jade, with her toes tightly clasped like pearls. It seemed that Song Jia was encountering some difficulties in the game, otherwise she wouldn't be so tense. In this state, Mufeng didn't want to disturb her rashly. Anyway, there was no rush. Mufeng got up to prepare something to eat and to use the restroom. The house was much cleaner and tidier thanks to Song Jia's usual tidying up. It looked quite comforting. Upon entering the bathroom, the first thing I saw was Song Jia's clothes hanging above, mostly pure white, with an occasional light pink or blue and white striped piece. The rental place had no balcony, so clothes could only be dried in the bathroom. Mufeng withdrew his gaze, thinking that Song Jia should be more careful next time. After all, she was a girl, and they weren't particularly close, so it wasn't appropriate. After leaving the bathroom, Mufeng opened the refrigerator, took out a can of cola and a bag of cheese-flavored chips, and sat on the sofa, scrolling through the forum on his phone while munching on the chips. The faint scent of Song Jia still lingered on the sofa. At that moment, his sister suddenly called him. Mufeng already knew that over 2 million had been credited to his account. He answered the call. His sister's anxious voice came through. Shen Shen, someone just deposited over 2 million into my bank account. Is this related to you? Receiving such a large sum of money all of a sudden would make an ordinary person ecstatic, thinking it was a windfall. But this wasn't money found on the ground. The money in the bank account could be traced, and it might have been a mistake by someone or the bank. Mugu thought the same, assuming it was a mistake by someone or the bank. Just as she was about to call the bank, her friend, Guiya Shuang, reminded her that her brother had been doing well in games lately and might have made a fortune, transferring the money to her account. Thus, Mugu specifically called to ask, "Yeah, I got a batch of equipment in the game this morning, sold it for a good price, and transferred it to your bank account," Mufeng said. His sister exclaimed, "Did you sell your golden weapon? What equipment is so valuable?" Mufeng explained, "I said it was a batch of equipment, not just one or two. I won't sell this golden staff until I find a better weapon to replace it, and you keep this money for yourself." "No way, this is too much money, you should keep it." "Don't worry, I'm not short on money." Mufeng paused and said, "When I have time, I'll come visit you." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Just as he hung up, another call came in. An unknown number was displayed. Mu Feng answered the call, bringing the phone to his ear, and heard a familiar, aged voice on the other end. Mu Feng, my young friend, do you have a moment? This voice is Chen Zhongshi. Mu Feng recalled that when he left that day he had exchanged phone numbers with him. I wonder what Chen Zhongshi wants today that disturbs me, Mu Feng speculated in his heart, then replied, if you have time, do you have something to discuss? Chen Zhongshi didn't waste words and said directly, I have a matter. An old friend of mine has been bedridden for many years due to a serious illness, and his condition has suddenly worsened in recent days. I'm afraid he won't make it through tomorrow. You want me to save him? That's right. After a brief pause, Chen Zhongshi quickly added, I'm not asking you to do it for free. My old friend is very wealthy. As long as you can save him and let him live a few more days, the money will definitely satisfy you. How much are we talking about? Mu Feng asked. At least 10 million. Mu Feng inquired, in dollars? It's in Huaxia currency. Mu Feng casually replied, that's fine, although it's not a lot of money, I'll consider it as saving a life. Ha, my young friend Mu Feng has a heart of a bodhisattva and the kindness of a healer. My old friend is lucky to meet you, it's truly a great fortune. Chen Zhongshi flattered him so much that Mu Feng felt a bit embarrassed. No wonder Chen Zhongshi started from scratch and built such a business. This old guy, aside from anything else, has quite a thick skin. Most young people wouldn't dare to speak such flattery. Yet he was accustomed to it, not minding bowing his head in front of a 20-year-old. It truly reflects the old saying, those who achieve great things do not fuss over small details. Mu Feng said, where does your old friend live? I'll go over now. No need, young friend. Just sit at home for a while, I'll send a driver to pick you up. All right. He hung up the phone. Mu Feng stretched on the sofa, got up to wash up in the bathroom and then changed into a clean and tidy outfit in the bedroom. After all, he was going out. It wouldn't be good to look disheveled. His sister had bought him 2 nice sets of branded clothes, but Mu Feng didn't like them much. He preferred wearing black sportswear, which was durable and easy to clean. Even if he accidentally splattered blood on it, it wouldn't be obvious. Just as he finished changing, he heard a knock on the door. It was probably the driver sent by Chen Zhongshi. Mu Feng grabbed his phone and keys to open the door, only to find Chen Zhongshi himself standing outside. This old guy actually came to pick him up in person. He really knows how to handle things. Young friend, are you ready? Chen Zhongshi smiled. Mu Feng nodded, let's go. The two went downstairs together. However, Chen Zhongshi, being old, was out of breath after just a few steps. He had just climbed to the top floor alone, and now going down was a bit too much for him. Chen Zhongshi bent over, supporting his knees, and gasped, young friend, you go down. First, let me catch my breath. Mu Feng, being too kind-hearted, couldn't bear to see the old man like this. Here. He reached into his jacket pocket, which was actually opening his game backpack, and took out a small bottle of brownish-yellow endurance potion to hand to Chen Zhongshi. Chen Zhongshi didn't take it but asked warily, what is this? Just an ordinary medicine, it can enhance endurance. A person of his stature would never drink something of unknown origin. If it contained some poison or addictive substance, it would be disastrous. Mu Feng could guess his concerns just by looking at his expression. Mu Feng said seriously, trust me, I won't harm you. After hesitating for a while, Chen Zhongshi gritted his teeth and took the small endurance potion from Mu Feng's hand. He pulled out the cork from the bottle, looked at the brownish-yellow liquid in the thumb-sized glass bottle, and after a moment, brought it to his lips and took a small sip. In an instant, Chen Zhongshi's eyes widened and he gulped down the entire potion. He felt as if he was filled with strength after drinking this mysterious potion, as if he had returned to his youth with boundless energy. This is incredible. Chen Zhongshi had an incredulous expression on his face. Mu Feng said, let's go, this potion won't last long. After saying that, he continued walking downstairs. Chen Zhongshi hurriedly followed, inquiring about the duration, name, and ingredients of the potion. Mu Feng only told him that the effect lasted for 10 minutes. As for the rest, Mu Feng said nothing. Downstairs, 3 luxury cars were parked by the roadside. Such luxury vehicles were rare in this area, attracting quite a few onlookers and photographers. Chen Zhongshi's vehicle was the elongated luxury car in the middle. 5 or 6 bodyguards were waiting nearby, and upon seeing Chen Zhongshi and Mu Feng, they immediately opened the car doors to welcome them inside. Nowadays, Chen Zhongshi made quite a scene when he went out. He remembered the first time he met him, his granddaughter was injured. And he looked like a helpless old man, lost and flustered, with none of the demeanor of the chairman of the Chun group or the head of the Chun family. Sitting in the car, the excitement on Chen Zhongshi's face showed no signs of fading. He felt great, as if he had returned to his youth, and he truly wished to maintain this state forever. Unfortunately, once the 10 minutes were up, Chen Zhongshi returned to his frail, elderly state. His disappointment was evident on his face. After a while, Chen Zhongshi looked up at Mu Feng, his gaze filled with a hint of pleading, and said, Mu Feng, my young friend, could you give me a few more bottles of that potion? I'm willing to pay any price. Mufeng pulled out about 10 bottles of mini endurance potions from his pocket and tossed them to Chen Zhongshi. They're not worth much, just give what you think is appropriate. In the game, mini endurance potions were sold by potion merchants for 50 gold coins each, which was about $50, indeed very cheap. But Chen Zhongshi did not see it that way. He held those 10 or so mini endurance potions in his hands as if they were treasures bestowed by the gods. To him, they truly were treasures. What is the most precious thing to people? Naturally, it is what they once had but lost and can never regain. Just like youth and time. Only when one grows old does one realize the value of youth. Only when one is old does one cherish time. Chen Zhongshi made his fortune in middle age, his career flourishing, enjoying fine food, wine, and beautiful women. Yet, youth is something that once gone, never returns. Chen Zhongshi tightly gripped the 10 or so thumb-sized potion bottles in his hands while pondering how much money would be appropriate to give. He certainly did not want to give too much, but he also couldn't give too little. If he offered too little, it might upset Mufeng, which would not do. After thinking for a while, and once they had arrived at their destination, he hesitantly proposed a price. 100,000 yuan per bottle, how about that? As he stated this price, Chen Zhongshi carefully observed Mufeng's expression, fearing he might see a hint of displeasure on his face. Fortunately, after hearing the price, Mufeng simply nodded indifferently. Okay. The mini endurance potions, priced at 50 gold coins in the game, were being sold for 100,000 yuan each in the real world. If the potion merchants in the Dawn world found out, they would surely go crazy. After receiving Mufeng's agreement and after asking for Mufeng's bank card number, Chen Zhongshi immediately instructed his bodyguards to transfer the money to Mufeng, fearing that if they delayed even a little, Mufeng might change his mind. A total of 16 bottles of mini life potions. The total amount transferred was 1,600,000 yuan. This made Mufeng think that instead of selling equipment in the future, it might be better to act as a middleman, trading game items and potions back and forth between the two worlds. However, such thoughts were merely fanciful. The power of the state in the real world should not be underestimated. In small circles, where not many people knew, the state might not pay attention, but if it got too big and the state noticed, trouble would follow. Upon arriving at the destination, Mufeng got out of the car. He was now in a private estate in the suburbs of Jinnan City. Having a manor of his own, and built so luxuriously, proved that Chen Zhongshi was right. His old friend was indeed very wealthy. Chen Zhongshi also got out of the car holding a silver white box. The silver box in his arms contained the micro-endurance medicine he had just bought from Mufeng. It was extremely precious, carefully placed inside the box, and no one was allowed to touch it except him. Chen Zhongshi walked to Mufeng's side and said, "Let's go, young friend Mufeng, I will take you to meet my old friend." Mufeng glanced at the silver box in his arms and knew what was inside. But he said nothing more, just nodded. Chen Zhongshi was an old friend of the manor's owner, and everyone working here recognized him, politely inviting him and Mufeng inside. This manor was a typical European-style estate. In front was a garden and lawn, with a luxurious European castle standing in the center, and behind the manor was a field transformed into a golf course. Upon entering the castle, it was magnificent and lavishly decorated. Mufeng and Chen Zhongshi followed the servant up to the second floor and pushed open one of the large doors. The sight behind the door momentarily made Mufeng think he had arrived at a hospital. The room was filled with medical personnel in white coats, along with various advanced medical equipment. The medical staff were bustling about, busy with their tasks. Chen Zhongshi led Mufeng through the crowd of medical personnel to the door of the innermost suite. At the entrance stood or sat dozens of people. They were dressed elegantly and luxuriously, and through Chen Zhongshi's introduction, Mufeng learned that these people were all the children and grandchildren of his old friend. Tonight, Chen Zhongshi's old friend's condition had worsened. It seemed he was nearing the end. A group of children and grandchildren gathered in front of his hospital room. However, Mufeng noticed that these biological children were arguing over inheritance and company shares, while the younger generation, mostly teenagers, were either playing on their phones or laughing and chatting. No one cared about the old man's life inside the hospital room. Chen Zhongshi was already used to this scene. His own family was the same, his children only talked about interests, thinking about how to divide the inheritance when he died, and his grandchildren only liked his money, having no feelings for him, except for the youngest granddaughter, who was also his favorite. Mufeng felt little about this scene. He turned to Chen Zhongshi beside him and asked, "How long until I can see the patient?" "Now, right now, you wait a moment." Chen Zhongshi replied in a fluster, stepping forward a few paces to stand before the arguing children. Upon seeing their father's friend, several well-dressed, imposing middle-aged men and women immediately ceased their quarrel and turned to Chen Zhongshi to greet him in hushed tones. It was unclear what Chen Zhongshi said to them. After a while, he turned and walked back. He said to Mufeng, "It's fine, follow me." Chen Zhongshu led Mu Feng into the hospital room, which was very quiet, with only a few nurses and a doctor present. On the only hospital bed lay a bald old man connected to a respirator. The wrinkles on the old man's face were as deep as if carved by a knife. The two entered the room. A beautiful nurse with a good figure approached, her expression blank as she softly said, "The patient has just fallen asleep. Please do not disturb him. You need to leave." Chen Zhongshu appeared kind and easygoing in front of Mu Feng. However, in front of outsiders, he immediately displayed the authority of the Chen family patriarch. "I am the chairman of the Chen group and a longtime friend of Yang Kuan. I have important matters to discuss with him and I cannot be delayed, so please step aside." Yang Kuan was the name of the old man lying in the bed. Mu Feng had heard this name before. Yang Kuan, a financial tycoon in Jinnan City, was a billionaire, quite wealthy. In his previous life, Yang Kuan passed away due to illness at the age of 71. However, Mu Feng could not remember the exact year or month it happened. It was probably at the end of this year when Yang Kuan passed away, which made the news and trended on Weibo. Upon hearing Chen Zhongshu introduce himself as the chairman of the Chen group, the nurse did not appear frightened or step aside but instead turned to look at the doctor standing by the medical equipment next to the bed. The doctor was a woman. She had a cold, stunning appearance, wore gold-framed glasses, and had her long black hair tied back in a ponytail. The large white coat she wore could not conceal her good figure. The female doctor looked at Mu Feng and Chen Zhongshu, her brows furrowed, seemingly displeased. She walked over gracefully and said softly, "I am Mr. Yang Kuan's attending physician. His condition is very serious. I just pulled him back from the brink of death. The patient is resting, and unless it is urgent, I advise you not to disturb him." "Of course, it is urgent, and it concerns whether Yang Kuan can survive the night." The cold-looking female doctor said sternly, "Don't speak nonsense. The patient's condition is not for you outsiders to comment on. Enough with the nonsense. You're just a doctor hired by Yang Kuan. Some matters are not for you to manage." Chen Zhongshu said seriously, "This morning, I already made an appointment with Yang Kuan to bring someone to treat him. This was all agreed upon, so do not waste my time here." "Bring someone to treat him? Who, him?" The cold-looking female doctor pointed at Mu Feng with a mocking expression. "You want to let such a young boy treat Mr. Yang Kuan? Old man, you must be suffering from dementia." Mu Feng was speechless. It was a bit excessive for this female doctor to call him a young boy. "I ask you, who are you? Do you have a medical license?" the female doctor questioned. "No," Mu Feng answered truthfully. The female doctor crossed her arms and coldly stared at Mu Feng. "Without a medical license, you dare to treat someone? Do you believe I will call the authorities right now and have the officer take you away?" "Hoof." Chen Zhongshu's face darkened as he coldly said, "You can try calling. I want to see who dares to take him away with me here. Regardless, Mr. Yang Kuan is my patient and I must be responsible for my patient." The female doctor stood in front of the bed, blocking Mu Feng and Chen Zhongshu from getting closer. Several other female nurses in the ward also came over and firmly stood beside the female doctor. Mu Feng noticed that one of the nurses, sensing something was wrong, left the ward, seemingly to call for help outside. Chen Zhongshu smiled instead of getting angry and said, "Miss Doctor, I'm afraid you don't know who you've offended." "Enough, stop pretending." Mu Feng couldn't stand Chen Zhongshu's antics any longer. Even at a time like this, he was still putting on a show. Mu Feng said to Chen Zhongshu, "Where are your bodyguards? Why waste time talking? Just throw them out." This isn't my territory after all, and I don't want to go too far," Chen Zhongshu explained quietly. Mu Feng shot him a disdainful glance and turned his attention back to the cold and beautiful female doctor. His time was precious, he had no time to waste on such matters. Since reasoning wasn't working, he wouldn't hesitate to take action. He planned to knock them out first, treat the patient, collect his payment, and leave to avoid wasting time. Just as Mu Feng was about to make his move, a tired and weak voice came from the hospital bed. "Dr. Lee." The female doctor hurriedly turned and walked to the bedside to check on the recently awakened Yang Kuan, advising, "Mr. Yang, you've just woken up, you need to rest and shouldn't talk too much." "Dr. Lee, it was I who asked Zhongshu to bring someone to treat me. Yang Kuan had just undergone surgery and was not in good condition." Every word he spoke took all his strength. "No, I am your attending physician and have the obligation to be responsible for your health. Letting someone like him, who has an unknown background and no medical qualifications, treat you is tantamount to murder." The female doctor was very firm, refusing to allow Mu Feng to treat Yang Kuan. Mu Feng remained silent, rolling up his sleeves, preparing to act again. Yang Kuan spoke. "Again, Zhongshu is my longtime friend, he wouldn't harm me. Besides, if you can completely cure me, save my life, and allow me to live a little longer, I wouldn't place my hopes on Mr. Mu Feng." Yang Kuan's tone was very stern this time. It was clear he was somewhat angry. Just then, the ward door was pushed open, and Yang Kuan's eldest son, Yang Janya, entered with several strong male nurses behind him. "Dr. Lee, I heard someone is causing trouble." As soon as Yang Janya entered, his gaze locked onto Mu Feng. His expression was unfriendly. Yang Jianya had just heard from the nurse that Chen Zhengshi had brought a college student without a medical license to treat his father. Wasn't that ridiculous? Was Uncle Chen getting senile? A kid in his 20s who hadn't even graduated from college could treat what illness? Letting this little brat treat his father was just asking for trouble. Upon seeing Yang Jianye, the female doctor immediately complained, "Mr. Yang, quickly throw this person out. Don't let him disturb Mr. Yang's rest." "All right." Yang Jianye turned to the strong male nurses behind him and said, "Throw that kid out, but be careful not to hurt the old gentleman next to him." As the strong male nurses approached him, Mu Feng suppressed the growing murderous intent in his heart and looked at Chen Zhengshi beside him, saying, "If you can't stop them, don't blame me for taking action." Chen Zhengshi's face darkened just as he was about to say something. On the hospital bed, Yang Cohen, who had been lifeless and frail like an old man, suddenly shouted, "I want to see who dares to act recklessly. Zhengshi and Mr. Mu Feng, whom he brought, are my invited guests. Disrespecting them is disrespecting me, Dad." Yang Jianye wanted to say something more. The furious Yang Cohen shouted, "Get out! All of you, get out! I'm not dead yet, this family is still under my control." It was clear that Yang Cohen held great authority in this household. Yang Jianye dared not say more and left the hospital room in a dejected manner. The nurses and caregivers hurriedly followed suit. In the room, only Mu Feng, Chen Zhengshi, and the female doctor remained. "Mr. Yang, let me give you a piece of advice. If you insist on having this person treat you, don't blame me if I resign," the female doctor said frostily. "Letting this person treat you is undoubtedly playing with your life and is a humiliation to us professional doctors." Yang Cohen replied indifferently, "It doesn't matter. If you can't cure me, I don't have many days left. Trying other methods might still offer some hope." Yang Cohen was quite open-minded about it. The female doctor was a top internist who had returned from studying abroad. He knew his own body well. The doctor had done her best, and with no improvement in his condition, his days were numbered. Just like a desperate person, he would not give up any hope. Mu Feng was Yang Cohen's last hope. No matter how absurd or unreliable it seemed, he would give it a try. Back to the point. The female doctor realized that even threatening to resign could not sway Yang Cohen. She knew he was determined. She said solemnly, "Mr. Yang, if you let me continue treating you, I guarantee you can live for another month or two, but if you let him come, I estimate you won't survive the night." "I understand, you can leave now," Yang Cohen said calmly. As she left, the female doctor did not forget to sternly warn Mu Feng, "If anything happens to Mr. Yang, it will be your responsibility. Just wait for your prison sentence." With that, she left without looking back. Now, only Mu Feng, Chen Zhengshi, and the bedridden Yang Cohen remained in the room. Mu Feng and Chen Zhengshi approached the bedside. After all the earlier commotion, Yang Cohen was a bit overwhelmed and lay on the bed, gasping for breath like a candle flickering in the wind, with the risk of extinguishing at any moment. Once Yang Cohen calmed down, he first looked at Chen Zhengshi and said, "Old friend, I hope what you said is true." Then he turned to Mu Feng and said, "I don't know how you plan to treat my terminal illness, but I have no other choice, so my life is in your hands." Mu Feng wasted no time and directly pulled out a fist-sized vial from his pocket. The vial contained a shimmering purple potion. Revitalizing potion type, alchemical potion effect, instantly restores 35% health and energy, removes any negative status, and cures any disease. Price 13,000 gold coins. Sold by the potion merchant in the main city. Yang Cohen had a terminal illness, and Mu Feng's inferior healing technique could not eradicate the disease, but fortunately he had potions in his backpack. This revitalizing potion was one of the most expensive potions sold by the potion merchant in the main city, priced at 13,000 gold coins per vial. No player could afford the revitalizing potion at the moment. Even rich second-generation players or wealthy players would hesitate to use such an expensive healing potion. The high price of the revitalizing potion was not just because it instantly restored 35% health and energy, but because it could remove any negative status and cure any disease. In the previous life, players had experimented and found that the revitalizing potion could cure 99% of diseases in the real world. Therefore, the revitalizing potion was also known as a panacea. Handing the potion to Yang Cohen, Mu Feng said, "Drink this, and your illness will be cured." Seeing Mu Feng pull out such a large vial from his pocket, Chen Zhengshi's eyes widened in disbelief. Earlier, he had witnessed Mu Feng take out a dozen small endurance potions from that same pocket, and now he had produced such a large potion. How can such a small pocket hold so many things? Could it be Doraemon's four-dimensional pocket? It was indeed surprising for Mu Feng to see Chen Zhengshi, at his age, still watching Doraemon. When Yang Cohen saw the vitality recovery potion in Mu Feng's hand, he couldn't help but wonder if this kid was really playing him. This bottle of potion, no matter how you looked at it, seemed abnormal. It was neither traditional Chinese medicine nor Western medicine. The dazzling purple liquid looked nice, but it resembled something mixed with dye and water. Whether it could cure an illness was still uncertain. Moreover, he was suffering from a terminal illness. It couldn't be that easy to be cured by just one bottle of potion. At first, Yang Koan thought Mufeng had some kind of trick. He didn't expect that he would just drink the potion and claim it could cure all ailments. Who would believe that? Dr. Li was right. If he didn't treat it, he might live a little longer, but if he did, he might not make it through the night. This made Yang Koan, who had already made up his mind, waver again. Seeing Yang Koan hesitating for a long time without saying a word, Shen Zhongshu understood what his old friend was worried about. He took the vitality recovery potion from Yang Koan, held it in his hand, and pulled out the wooden cork from the bottle. A refreshing medicinal aroma slowly wafted out. Upon smelling this fragrance, Shen Zhongshu felt invigorated. He first helped Yang Koan, who was lying on the hospital bed, sit up to facilitate taking the medicine, then quickly positioned the bottle's opening at Yang Koan's lips, trying to feed him the potion. At first, Yang Koan didn't intend to drink the medicine. He was afraid that this strange and mysterious potion would lead to his demise. But once he caught a whiff of that medicinal aroma, he immediately changed his mind and gulped down the potion from the bottle. He continued until he had finished the entire bottle. Mufeng used the ability of the all-knowing eye to check Yang Koan's condition. Yang Koan, gender, male, age, 71 years, lifespan, 83 years, identity, head of the Yang family. Status, late-stage cancer, cured, arthritis, cured, rheumatism, cured. All his ailments had been cured by the vitality recovery potion. Mufeng said, "Your illness has been completely cured." "Really?" Yang Koan asked. "You can get out of bed and try moving around a bit," Mufeng said. As he said this, Yang Koan truly felt that the illness that had plagued him for many years seemed to have vanished. He felt full of vitality. He got up from the bed, wearing a white hospital gown, and walked barefoot on the floor, his whole body brimming with strength. He walked around the bed 2 or 3 times. This state was truly wonderful. His terminal illness had really been cured. But Yang Koan still felt a bit worried. He walked out of the ward and said to the female doctor outside, "Dr. Li, Mr. Mufeng's treatment is over. Could you please help me check my body?" As he spoke, Yang Koan's voice was strong, and he looked energetic, completely unlike an elderly man who had been ill for a long time. Seeing Yang Koan in this state, both his children and the coldly beautiful Dr. Li outside the ward were all shocked. Since Yang Koan had contracted a terminal illness, his health had been deteriorating day by day. In the end, he could only lie in bed, unable to even get up. Especially Dr. Li. She was Yang Koan's attending physician and knew his condition best. Therefore, seeing Yang Koan's complexion gradually becoming rosy, looking like a normal person, was hardest for her to believe. Yang Koan's second son, Yang Jianjia, exclaimed in surprise, "Dad, has your terminal illness been cured?" His eldest daughter, Yang Jiayu, rolled her eyes and said, "Are you stupid? How could a terminal illness be cured so easily? If it were that easy, it wouldn't be called a terminal illness." His third son, Yang Jianxi, asked with concern, "Dad, how do you feel?" Yang Koan smiled and said, I feel great right now, but I still don't know if my illness has been completely cured." At this point, Yang Koan paused for a moment and said to the still-dazed female doctor, "Dr. Li, please help me check my body and do a physical examination." Oh, okay. The female doctor finally came to her senses. She immediately called over several nurses and aides to help Yang Koan with a comprehensive physical examination. In Yang Koan's ward, all kinds of medical equipment were available, even more complete than that of a small hospital. Moreover, all the medical equipment used was imported from abroad, the most expensive and high-end on the market. The physical examination report came out quickly. The female doctor's beautiful eyes looked at the report, and her expression gradually became uncontrollable. After she finished reading the report, she let go of it, and it fell to the ground. She had an expression of disbelief and murmured, "Impossible, this can't be." Seeing this scene, Yang Koan frowned slightly. He ordered, "Go, pick up the examination report for me." As soon as Yang Koan spoke, several of his sons hurried to pick up the report that had fallen on the ground. In the end, it was his eldest son, Yang Jianye, who was quick and grabbed the report first, respectfully handing it to Yang Koan with both hands. Having been ill for so long, Yang Koan could also understand the various data on the examination report. When he saw that the terminal illness, like a vengeful ghost, had been cured, along with arthritis and rheumatism and other minor ailments, all had been healed. Yang Koan couldn't help but burst into laughter. This was a desire for life, a joy of living. But he quickly calmed down. His savior was still in the ward waiting for him. Yang Koan turned to his children and said, "I'm fine now, you can leave. Go do what you need to do. Dad, we..." Before his children could finish, Yang Koan walked into the ward without looking back and closed the door firmly. Inside the ward, there were still Mufeng and the other two. Yang Koan smiled brightly and stepped forward, eagerly saying to Mufeng, "Mr. Mufeng, your medical skills are simply miraculous." "Not bad," Mufeng replied. "You are too modest," Yang Koan sighed. Mufeng wasted no time and got straight to the point. "Mr. Yang Koan, I have other matters to attend to, so let's keep this brief." "About the Payment. Yang Kuan interrupted. Regarding the payment, Mr. Mu Feng, please rest assured, you will be satisfied. After a pause, Yang Kuan said solemnly, how about 50 million Huaxia coins? Mu Feng raised an eyebrow. He had originally planned to ask for only 10 million. After all, the revival vitality potion was only 13,000 gold coins each. Moreover, cash would only be useful for the next 3 years. After that, gold coins in the Dawn world would become the mainstream currency. By then, both Huaxia coins and US dollars would be worthless paper. 10 million was enough for his current expenses. Seeing Mu Feng frown again, Yang Kuan thought he found the amount too low and quickly added, Mr. Mu Feng, I know 50 million is a bit low. Most of my assets are real estate and my cash flow is limited. Please give me a few days and I will gather another 50 million, totaling 100 million for you. How about that? 50 million is fine, I won't be able to spend more than that anyway. Just transfer it directly to my bank card when the time comes, Mu Feng said. That won't do. Yang Kuan was about to say more. Mu Feng waved his hand and said, no more discussion, my mind is made up. I'm hungry now and want to go home for dinner. Mr. Chen, could you please see me off? Sure, Chen Zhongshe replied readily. Mr. Mu Feng, since you're hungry, why not stay? My estate employs renowned chefs from both home and abroad, and they can cook both Chinese and Western dishes quite well, Yang Kuan suggested. No, I want to go home, Mu Feng replied. Yang Kuan tried to persuade him several times, but Mu Feng refused each time. Since you insist on leaving, let me personally see you off, Yang Kuan said. Mu Feng replied, you just recovered from your illness, it's better for you to rest. Chen Zhongshe also advised, yes, old friend, you should take a good rest before discussing anything else. Alright, Yang Kuan said gratefully. To Mu Feng, it's inconvenient today, but I will definitely visit you in person another day. You can just call me by my name, no need to call me Mr. Okay, Mr. Mu Feng, take care. Mu Feng. He and Chen Zhongshe left the estate and got into the car, heading towards the city. On the way, Chen Zhongshe curiously asked, young friend Mu Feng, what is the name of the purple potion you used to treat Yang Kuan? Mu Feng replied. Casually, it's called the Revival Vitality Potion. Chen Zhongshe etched the name of this potion deeply into his mind. He then asked, where did this Revival Vitality Potion come from? Mu Feng replied lightly, from the game. He. Chen Zhongshe chuckled, thinking Mu Feng was joking. He understood that he wouldn't reveal the truth, especially since it was a drug that could cure terminal illnesses. Its origins could not be casually disclosed to outsiders. Chen Zhongshe asked himself if he possessed the Revival Vitality Potion, he wouldn't even let his own flesh and blood know. The two chatted casually along the way. By the time they returned to the apartment building, it was already late at night. Mu Feng got out of the car and bid farewell to Chen Zhongshe. Watching Chen Zhongshe's luxury car drive away, Mu Feng turned his gaze back. At this moment, he was extremely hungry, and just downstairs, a new barbecue restaurant had opened. The aroma of cumin and chili from the barbecue wafted through the midnight air, deeply stimulating Mu Feng's sense of smell and taste buds. His mouth watered uncontrollably as he quickly walked towards the barbecue restaurant. A new store opening should mean good business, but inside, there were only a few tables occupied, and most of the tables were empty. The business was extremely bleak. This was all due to the popularity of Dawn. Nowadays, whether students or office workers, the first thing they do when they get home is log into Dawn. Who has the time to wander the streets aimlessly? Mu Feng didn't eat in the shop. He hadn't forgotten that Sanja was still at home without dinner, so he ordered some food to take away. When Mu Feng returned home carrying the packed barbecue, Sanja was sitting on the sofa watching TV. She was wearing a slightly tight black t-shirt on top and a short skirt that reached the thigh with white stockings on the bottom. Her fair and long legs paired with the stockings were simply stunning. Mu Feng noticed that Sanja seemed to only wear white stockings. He had never seen her in any other color. When she saw Mu Feng come back, Sanja happily said, Brother Mu Feng, you're back. Where did you go tonight? Why are you back so late? I went to help a friend with a small favor. It took a bit of time. Haven't you had dinner yet? Mu Feng asked. I wanted to wait for you to come back to eat together, she replied. You must be starving, right? I bought barbecue from the new place downstairs. Try it and see if it tastes good. The two sat on the sofa in front of the TV, eating barbecue while watching TV. The show was an anime from the East. The plot seemed to be about a yandere female lead who liked the male lead. To get him, she imprisoned him after breaking his limbs. The yandere female lead dressed beautifully every day and made all kinds of exquisite and delicious food for the male lead. She would unconditionally fulfill any of his requests. But if the male lead had even the slightest thought of escaping from the yandere female lead, he would face her cruel treatment. Truly, it was an anime from the East. So twisted. Mu Feng ate a beef skewer while turning to look at Sanja. He saw her engrossed in the anime, even forgetting to eat. Mu Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled about why Sanja liked watching such anime. It seemed she noticed Mu Feng's gaze on her. Sanja turned back and gave him a sweet smile, saying, "Recently, the girls in our class have been into this anime. I had no choice but to follow along to have something to talk about with them. It's a bit bloody, and I don't dare to watch it alone. I can only watch it with you by my side, brother Mufong." "It's not that bad, it's not particularly bloody," Mufong replied, pulling his gaze from the TV and asking, "By the way, are you okay not going to school now?" "It's fine, the teachers all know about my family situation," Sanja said, taking small bites of her toasted bread. Mufong swallowed the beef in his mouth, took a sip of cola, and asked again, "Weren't you supposed to come to Black Lion City today? Did you make it? Did you pass the city entry test?" I passed the test and have already become a third-class citizen of Black Lion City," Song Jia answered. Mufong said, "Great. When you log in, come find me at the Whip Castle near Black Lion City. I'll be waiting for you there." "Brother Mufong, why don't you just come to Black Lion City?" Song Jia asked curiously. "I'm currently a red name, so I can't go to the main city." "I see." After dinner, Mufong and Song Jia logged in at the same time. Mufong logged in at the Whip Castle while Song Jia was in Black Lion City, not far from here. She should be able to come over quickly. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Mufong vaguely heard someone calling his name outside the castle. When he went out to check, it was indeed Song Jia. In the game, Song Jia was wearing a crescent white black iron robe, and her weapon was a two-handed white stone staff. Most of her equipment was white stone level, with only one or two pieces at black iron level. This was the true portrayal of an ordinary player. At this stage, being able to afford bronze and silver levels already meant one was doing quite well as a player. "Good evening, brother Mufong." Song Jia blinked her eyes and said in a soft voice. "You too." Mufong smiled. After saying that, he took out the prepared job change stone and skill stone from his backpack and solemnly handed them to Song Jia. Mufong warned, "Once you take this path, there's no turning back. A moment of choosing an evil profession means a lifetime in the evil faction. Think carefully before making your decision." Song Jia nodded seriously. "Brother Mufong, I've thought it through and won't regret it." "Good." Mufong gave Song Jia the Demon Sorcerer Job Change Stone and the Summon Demon Skill Stone. After receiving the Demon Sorcerer Job Change Stone, Song Jia did not hesitate and used it directly. A pentagram made of shadow flames appeared beneath her feet, and at the same time, a phantom of a demon lord flashed behind her. When the shadow flame pentagram dissipated, Song Jia had successfully changed her job and became a demon sorcerer. "How does it feel?" Mufong asked. Song Jia looked a bit confused and after a while replied, "It's okay. Did you receive a job task?" Song Jia nodded. "Yes, there's one." Mufong inquired, "What is the task?" "I need to find a demon sorcerer NPC to be my mentor. This demon sorcerer NPC must be at least level 80 and have a favorability of over 200 points with me." Song Jia recited the task details to Mufong. "Not bad, this job task isn't particularly difficult," Mufong murmured. "This task is neither too hard nor too easy. The condition of having over 200 points of favorability is easy to fulfill. As long as you give gifts to the NPC, the more you give, the higher the favorability will rise. The key is that finding a level 80 demon sorcerer NPC is not easy." Mufong knew a few, but their whereabouts were a bit unpredictable. Mufong also knew of a demon sorcerer NPC whose location was relatively fixed, right in the tavern of Twilight Village, the mage trainer Anna. These two demon sorcerer job change stones and summon demon skill stones were obtained from Anna. She even once tried to entice Mufong to become a demon sorcerer as well. In the last life, if given the chance to change to a demon warlock, Mufong probably wouldn't have hesitated. Although the restrictions of the evil faction are numerous, the benefits are also considerable. Moreover, the demon warlock profession has a decent strength. It is a T1 level powerful profession, skilled in destruction spells, painful curses, and demon summoning, able to attack and defend, with demon minions serving them. How many players wanted to change to a demon warlock but gave up due to lack of connections and opportunities, or because their talent was too poor? But in this life, he has changed to the strongest hero profession in history, the Nightmare Mage. So naturally, he looks down on the mere demon warlock. The initial profession trainer in the novice village is probably around level 20 to 25, not too high. On the surface, Anna seems to be just a level 20 mage trainer. But behind the scenes, she is likely a high-level demon warlock. Mufong is not sure of her exact level, but she can deceive the priest sent by the church temple to the novice village church. She openly tempts players in the novice village to change to demon warlocks. Her strength is at least above level 50. Mufong speculates that Anna is hiding in the novice village, posing as a new mage trainer, with the purpose of recruiting talents for the evil faction, or perhaps to find a successor for the demon warlock profession. He plans to let Song Jia go to Twilight Village alone to find Anna. Song Jia's talent is exceptionally strong. She is the highest among demon warlocks. After meeting Song Jia, Anna will surely treat her as a treasure. Even if Anna's level hasn't reached 80, she will do her utmost to find an 80-level demon warlock to be Songjia's mentor, assisting her in completing her profession task. Since Anna is gathering talents for the evil faction, she must know many high-level NPCs from the evil faction. Finding an 80-level demon warlock for Songjia as a mentor would be a piece of cake for her. The profession task of the demon warlock would be perfectly resolved. When Mufeng shared this idea with Songjia, she nodded obediently in agreement. Brother Mufeng, won't you accompany me to Twilight Village? Mufeng shook his head. Sorry, I am currently a red-named player. If I teleport to the novice village, I will be captured by the village militia, so I can't go with you to Twilight Village. Alright. Songjia felt a bit disappointed. She had just reached level 10 and thought that once she arrived in the main city, she could stick together with her beloved brother Mufeng all day long. But after just one meeting, they had to part again. The profession task has a time limit. Songjia's demon warlock profession task has a deadline of 7 days. Time is of the essence. After Mufeng and Songjia added each other as friends, he took out the weapons and equipment he had prepared for her from his backpack and gifted them to her. He also gave her all the gold and silver jewelry from the Feline treasure, which could be sold to NPC merchants for a large sum of gold coins. This could be considered as starting capital for Songjia in the game. He also gave her a few teleportation tokens. The poor girl couldn't gather a few hundred gold coins. This is the reality for ordinary players. After all, not everyone is like Mufeng, who can earn millions of gold coins in a short time. He is a reborn person. If he can't reach the peak and become number one in the world again, wouldn't that mean he lived in vain? Receiving Mufeng's gift, Songjia was very touched. The look in her eyes when she looked at Mufeng was filled with love and possessiveness. Mufeng did not notice anything unusual, thinking that the colors in Songjia's eyes were all gratitude. Alright, this matter should not be delayed. Remember, go to the tavern in Twilight Village to find the mage trainer Anna, and be careful to avoid the church and the priest. Don't let anyone discover your true profession, Mufeng reminded. When I find her, what should I say? Songjia asked. No need, when you walk in front of her, she will sense the demonic aura on you and will know you are a demon sorcerer, Mufeng said. I understand, Songjia nodded hurriedly in response. Just like that, Mufeng watched her as she was teleported away through the Whip Castle's teleportation point. Once Songjia left, Mufeng stood in place, pondering for a moment. After deciding where to go next, Mufeng also stood in the center of the teleportation array and used the teleportation token to leave. The empty, dilapidated, and silent Whip Castle returned to its former tranquility. At the edge of the Reaper's Desert, the Sand Market. This is a small neutral city managed by the Merchant Guild. Since the Sand Market belongs to a town and Mufeng carries over 50 points of kill value, he is a wanted criminal. He should not be allowed to enter the city. However, the Sand Market is located in an extremely harsh area, established by desert merchants as a supply and rest city for the camel caravans traveling between the east and west. Unlike the main city, where laws are strict, everything here revolves around gold coins. As long as you pay a sum of gold coins to the city guards of the Sand Market, you can gain entry rights. With money, anything can be negotiated. Almost any city managed by the Merchant Guild allows entry with payment, regardless of whether you are a criminal or a wanted person. However, if you are a wanted criminal with a high bounty, don't blame the Merchant Guild for getting greedy and capturing you for the reward. When Mufeng walked out of the city guard's barracks, he was down 50,000 gold coins but now held a pass signed by the captain of the city guards. The validity period is 24 hours. This means he can stay in the Sand Market for 1 day. 50,000 gold coins can only buy him a day in the Sand Market. Unless there is an urgent matter that requires a trip to the Sand Market, no red-named player would be willing to spend that kind of money unnecessarily. However, Mufeng needed to visit the Sand Market to enter the core area of the Reaper's Desert. The Sand Market is the first stop to enter the Reaper's Desert. It is also the only place that sells maps of the Reaper's Desert. Mufeng tucked the pass into his backpack and walked openly into the Sand Market. Since the Sand Market is not the main city, there are not many players here. It was already late at night, and on the streets, apart from the patrolling market guards and a few scattered players, there was no one else. The Sand Market used to be just an oasis. On the other side of the Reaper's Desert lies the Elven Kingdom. Because the Elven Kingdom does not open teleportation points to humans, merchants wishing to go to the Elven Kingdom can only choose to cross the sea by boat or traverse the Reaper's Desert. Years ago, the Merchant Guild hired a large number of adventurers, sending them to risk their lives in the Reaper's Desert to explore a trade route leading to the Elven Kingdom. The camel caravans heading to the Elven Kingdom would rest here for a few days, both on their way there and on their return. Over time, this oasis developed into a market. Eventually, the market grew into a city. The city is still called the Sand Market. Mufeng's destination this time is not the distant Elven Kingdom, but a mysterious oasis hidden deep within the Reaper's Desert. There resides an NPC from whom he can uncover a rewarding hidden quest. The muddy marsh is different from the Reaper's desert. Although the marsh is large, it is not overwhelmingly so. Mufong also remembered the general direction of the treehouse where Freinen lived in the marsh. Finding the right direction and walking more will eventually lead to the target. The Reaper's desert, however, is twice the size of the northwest province of Huaxia in the real world. Without a map to guide him, Mufong could run his legs off and still not find that mysterious oasis. Although the Sand Market is a city, there are few buildings and most of the streets are lined with tents. Mufong, relying on his memory, arrived at the edge of the Sand Market. The environment here was dirty and chaotic, littered with garbage, and a foul stench permeated the air. Hundreds of tattered tents were set up in this area. Most of the residents were destitute wanderers, the marginalized of the Sand Market city. Mufong looked at the low, dilapidated tents before him, frowning slightly. He casually entered a tent that still had a light on inside. Inside was a thin, pale-faced, beardless wanderer dressed in worn clothes, drinking alone. Upon seeing Mufeng's sudden intrusion, the wanderer was taken aback, then placed a hand on the dagger on the table, speaking in a low voice, "Friend, you've come to the wrong place." Mufong didn't waste words. He pulled out a handful of gold coins from his backpack and said to the wanderer, "I want to ask you about someone." The handful of coins he held looked to be no less than 100. "If you know, tell me where he is, and all these coins are yours." The wanderer's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard, quickly asking, "Who do you want to inquire about? Do you know a cartographer named Owen?" "Owen?" The wanderer fell into thought. Clearly, he didn't know who Owen was. Mufong added, "He also lives here, and he's a particularly talkative goblin." Goblins are not commonly seen in human cities. However, in the Sand Market, a city of merchants, goblin merchants are often spotted. They are quite wealthy and live in clean, comfortable, large tents, attended by servants. But there was only one goblin living in this wretched place. Once Mufong mentioned the distinctive characteristic of the goblin, the wanderer immediately knew who the cartographer named Owen was. "He lives in a red-top tent 30 steps north of here," the wanderer quickly revealed. Mufong tossed a handful of coins to the wanderer and said, "I hope you're not lying to me, otherwise I will come back." The wanderer hurried to pick up the coins scattered on the ground, having no time to respond. Mufong ignored him and walked out of the wanderer's tent, heading north for 30 steps as directed, and indeed saw a red-top tent. The light inside the tent was still on. Mufong walked straight in. The small tent was filled with books and blueprints. Behind a small square table, a green-skinned goblin was busy drawing maps. Quite diligent, still working. Late at night, Mufong couldn't help but sigh. Goblins in this race, the gremlins, looked quite similar. Both were short, with green skin and ugly appearances. But in terms of intelligence, gremlins could easily outshine goblins. They may look alike, but they are two entirely different races. Using his all-seeing eye, Mufong saw that the green-skinned goblin was named Owen. He finally felt relieved. He had found the right person. No, it should be said he found the right goblin. Upon Mufeng's sudden intrusion, Owen showed no signs of panic, as if he was already accustomed to unexpected visitors. Without looking up, he asked, "Are you here to buy a map?" "Yes," Mufong replied. "Are you looking to buy a map of the Death God Desert trade route, an ancient ruins map, or perhaps the treasure map of the Great Eve Skeleton King?" "None of those." "Oh, then what map are you looking to buy?" Owen asked, continuing his work without looking up. "The mysterious oasis," Mufong said. Owen's hands, which were busy drawing the map, suddenly paused, but he quickly resumed his work, slowly saying, "I've never heard of any mysterious oasis." Mufong spoke in a deep voice, "I don't have time for your nonsense. Either hand over the map of the mysterious oasis, or I'll kill you right now. Choose one." Owen looked up at the handsome face of Mufong and muttered, "Those useless drunks in the city guard, as long as they get paid, they'll let anyone in. Sooner or later, this city will be destroyed because of their foolish actions. Today, a murderer can enter the city, and tomorrow it will be hundreds or thousands of bandits and robbers. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you right now." Mufong pulled out his staff, the skull at the top of the Fearbringer staff gleaming with a dangerous light. Owen quickly shut his mouth. "The map of the mysterious oasis is useless to you. Sell it to me, and I'll offer you a good price." Mufong first threatened, then tempted. He was quite skilled at this. "How much?" Owen hurriedly asked. Goblins are a clever and greedy race. When Mufong pulled out his staff and threatened to kill him, Owen realized the situation. The pressure was on. He was just a defenseless cartographer, unable to fight or escape. The only way for him to survive was to obey. Of course, his willingness to agree so readily also stemmed from the goblins' inherent flaws. They were too greedy. As long as there was money, everything was negotiable. Goblins primarily took on roles as merchants, engineers, and alchemists, with merchants being the most numerous. In the renowned merchant guild, goblin merchants made up a third of the members. In cities managed by the merchant guild, goblins could often be found. Mufong pondered, "How about 10,000 gold coins?" Owen shook his head. Too little, give me a bit more. Pity poor old Owen who is homeless. Then 30,000 gold coins? Owen shook his head again. Still too little. Old Owen has been wandering for too long. My wife is still waiting for me to return home in glory. I need a lot of gold coins to go back. I'll double it. 60,000 gold coins. Is that okay? No, still too little. Owen was still not satisfied. Just as he was about to shake his head again, Mufung coldly said, if you dare shake your head again, I'll twist your head off. Owen was so frightened that he froze. He stiffly nodded and forced a smile. Then 60,000 gold coins will do. I am a goblin of good character. Greed is bad, and killing is also bad. I hope the esteemed sir will keep your promise. Without saying another word, Mufung took out 60,000 gold coins. The golden coins covered the entire table, spilling everywhere with a clatter. Owen's murky eyes seemed to take on the same shape and color as the gold coins. Woohoo! Seeing the gold coins, the goblin Owen let out a cheer of excitement. With a greedy look on his face, he stretched out his two hands, thin as twigs and resembling chicken claws, reaching for the pile of gold coins on the table. Before he could touch the coins, Mufung pressed his staff against Owen's bony chest, blocking him. Owen didn't understand magic or martial skills, but he could still feel the terrifying energy contained in the staff through his body. The goblin Owen immediately raised his hands, too scared to move. I've given you the gold coins, where's the map I wanted? Mufung asked in a calm tone. Just a moment. Owen forced a smile. He turned around and went to the bed where he had been sleeping, next to a small bed made of a wooden board and a few bricks, where a wooden box was placed. Owen pulled the box out from under the bed, opened it, and found a few pieces of clothing and some books, all worthless items. He rummaged through the box and found a mapbook. The cover of the mapbook read, Complete Map of the Dawn Continent in large characters. This book contained almost all the topographical maps of the Dawn world, a professional book that every cartographer had. Owen flipped to the page of the Death God Desert area. He carefully cut out this page of the map and handed it to Mufung. Mufung took it in his hand and used the eye of all-knowing to check the true attributes of this page. Mysterious Oasis type map effect can guide you to the mysterious oasis. Owen was quite cunning, hiding the map of the mysterious oasis within the complete map of the Dawn Continent. Every cartographer had this book, so hiding the map of the mysterious oasis in it probably wouldn't raise anyone's suspicion. Mufung immediately used this page of the mysterious oasis map. A region on his personal map lit up instantly, and a route from the sand market to the mysterious oasis appeared. As long as he followed this route, he could reach the mysterious oasis. Of course, the Death God Desert was filled with monsters, so while this road could lead to the mysterious oasis, it wasn't necessarily safe. Mufung nodded in satisfaction, retracted his staff, and said to the goblin Owen, you should have the maps of all areas of the Death God Desert, right? Owen nodded, yes. Bring me a copy of the maps for each area. Alright, just a moment. Owen searched through his pile of books and maps and found the maps Mufung needed, a total of 7 or 8 maps, including all areas of the Death God Desert. Mufung took the stack of maps, carefully checked them, and confirmed there were no omissions. He said to Owen, name your price. How much? The goblin Owen hunched over, smiling ingratiatingly, my lord, if you want them, just take them, no charge. Mufung shook his head. How much? Since you insist on paying, then let's say 1,000 gold coins, Owen said humbly. Mufung glanced at him and said, the general store in the sand market sells maps for 100 gold coins each, the full set. Wouldn't even be 800 gold coins. What do you mean by selling me for 1,000 gold? Owen's smile immediately froze. Seeing his little scheme exposed, Owen quickly changed his tune. I must have remembered wrong, my lord. You're right, it's definitely 800 gold coins. When doing business with the goblin race, one must always be cautious. Goblins are inherently cunning and slippery. A moment's carelessness can lead to being tricked. Just like now. Earlier, Owen had been all smiles, saying he wouldn't charge anything, and then when Mufung insisted on paying, he tried to raise the price by 200 gold coins, planning to take advantage of Mufung. 200 gold coins weren't a lot for Mufung at this point, but that didn't mean he liked being deceived or fooled. After giving Owen 800 gold coins, Mufung used all 8 maps of the Death God Desert area. Suddenly, his personal map lit up a large area. Almost the entire map of the Death God Desert was illuminated, except for a few rare regions. Owen stood in front of Mufung like a well-behaved little student. He respectfully asked, my lord, do you have any other matters? On the surface, Owen was very respectful. In reality, he couldn't wait for Mufung to leave. He was eager to count his money. Owen stared at the pile of gold coins on the table, nearly drooling. There's one more thing, Mufung said slowly. Owen felt a wave of annoyance in his heart, thinking how this person had so many matters to attend to. On the surface, Owen still had to maintain a smile, and asked, my lord, what is it? It's a small matter, just killing someone. As soon as Mufung finished speaking, he suddenly made a move. A destruction finger shot towards the person beside Owen. The red lightning of the destruction finger swept past Owen. It hit the target outside the tent. There wasn't even a scream. The eavesdropper outside the tent was instantly killed, obliterated in a moment. Mufeng and Owen walked out of the tent. Seeing the corpse on the ground, Owen looked puzzled, clearly not recognizing the person. However, Mufeng recognized him at a glance. The eavesdropper outside the tent was the wandering thief Mufeng had just asked Owen about. No wonder this wandering thief was living such a miserable life. He had no self-awareness. His stealth skills were lacking. He even dared to eavesdrop on Mufeng and Owen's conversation. Wasn't that seeking death? Mufeng skillfully searched the corpse, taking all the valuable items from the wandering thief, and said to Owen, "You can handle the body. Don't be too flashy with the money. Be careful of those who might covet your wealth and harm you." Owen glanced at the corpse, shrinking his neck in fear. If Mufeng hadn't killed the wandering thief after Mufeng left, the wandering thief would have likely barged into the tent, killed the defenseless Owen, and taken the 60,000 gold coins for himself. Regarding Mufeng's warning, the goblin Owen hurriedly nodded in response, "I understand." "All right, then I'm leaving." Having achieved his goal, Mufeng walked straight away. "My lord, please wait." Mufeng turned back and asked, "Is there something else?" Owen showed a complex expression and said, "My lord, you are going to the mysterious oasis to meet Itress, right?" Mufeng did not hide his purpose and nodded directly in acknowledgement. "If you see Itress, could you please ask her for me?" Owen stammered. "Do you know why I'm looking for Itress?" "Maybe I'm going to kill her," Mufeng said lightly. Owen looked certain and said, "My lord, you are a good person. You would never harm Miss Itress." "I'm a good person?" Mufeng chuckled self-deprecatingly and turned to leave. When traveling in the desert, it's best to have a camel as a mount, because players moving in the desert will have their speed reduced by 10%. Camel mounts are sold in desert cities. You can buy one from a mount merchant. Although Mufeng has the flickering ring, which allows for instant teleportation, the mysterious oasis is still 30 kilometers away. Covering such a long distance by teleporting bit by bit would be exhausting. He has the black flame lion, but it can't run fast in the desert. It would be better to buy a black flame lion for the journey. However, it is deep night now. Most NPCs are asleep, including the mount merchants. He has to wait until dawn for the mount merchants to start working. There are still a few hours until dawn. Mufeng is pondering where to spend his time. Suddenly, he receives a private message. Opening the friend list, he sees it's from the blood market manager, Death Frenzy, who sent him a private message. "Lord Dust, all the equipment you asked me to sell has been sold. How should I transfer the gold from the transactions to you?" Mufeng replies, "Just send it via email." "Okay, got it." After a while, Mufeng receives an email. It's from Death Frenzy. The email contains only one attachment, 230,000 gold coins. When he went to the Forgotten Wilderness blood market, Mufeng killed a few red-named players who came to provoke him. The dropped equipment was quite good. Mufeng casually handed it over to Death Frenzy to help sell. It wasn't until today that Death Frenzy sold those items, and 230,000 is quite a sum. Mufeng didn't hang himself on a tree. It's better to cultivate several sales channels for selling equipment. Just relying on one leaf nose spring isn't enough. It's not that one leaf nose spring is bad. It's just that in the future, whether Mufeng is killing or running dungeons for equipment, the amount of equipment to sell will only increase. Having more channels is beneficial. Just like last time with one leaf nose spring, he couldn't produce gold and had to trade in cash. At that time, Mufeng was short on money in the real world, which is why he agreed. Next time, he can't use cash for trading. Although Death Frenzy isn't doing great now, taking 2 or 3 days to sell a few pieces of equipment is quite underwhelming. But in the future, as Death Frenzy's blood market grows larger, it will become a sales channel that cannot be underestimated. After receiving the money, Mufeng said to Death Frenzy, "Thanks for your help. This time, if you encounter any trouble in the future, feel free to contact me." Upon hearing this, Death Frenzy's face immediately lit up with an excited smile. He is so respectful in front of Mufeng and busy helping him sell equipment, all just to gain Mufeng's favor and have the Great One support him. Death Frenzy is a solo player. Without the protection of a guild, he only has 2 close brothers to help him manage the blood market. Now that the scale and reputation of the blood market are growing, it is becoming increasingly difficult to manage. To become a red-named player, one must have 30 points of kill value, which means killing 30 players. To kill that many without being killed is no small feat. Red-named players are not easy to deal with. In the past, Death Frenzy could still intimidate the red-named players in the blood market with his strength. But now, there are several red-named players in the blood market who don't take Death Frenzy seriously, and no one follows the rules he set. Death Frenzy knows he needs to find a powerful backing, someone who can intimidate those unruly red-named players. After witnessing Mufeng's strength firsthand, Death Frenzy has decided that Mufeng is a good backing and a strong ally. Now that he has gained the recognition of Lord Dust, Death Frenzy, after his excitement, replied, "Thank you for valuing me, Lord. If you need anything, I will definitely serve you. Seeing this private message from Death Frenzy, Mufong did not reply and closed the friend list and private messages. He thought to himself that the Death Madman still had some cultivation value. In his previous life, he was able to make the blood market grow strong, proving that this person had some ability. In the future, to counter the chaotic gods, he would definitely need to cultivate a force of his own. The Death Madman and his blood market were quite good. After pondering for a long time, Mufong exited the game. He logged off and took off the game helmet. Mufong got out of bed and went to the living room, where some unfinished grilled skewers and barbecued food were still on the coffee table in front of the sofa. He sat on the sofa, casually picked up a cold grilled squid skewer, and ate while playing on his phone. It was around 3 or 4 in the morning. The outside was very quiet, with only the occasional sound of barking dogs and meowing cats. Mufong picked up his phone and browsed the Dawn forum to see if anything major had happened recently. It didn't matter if he didn't browse. When he did, he actually saw a big news item. The newcomer king of Shinhua City, Yi Tiandi, and the Divine Clan Guild have decided to cooperate to jointly challenge the gold dungeon of the Tuksh Gold Mine, aiming to drag the dust god down from the altar. Yi Tiandi was Yi Tian's ID. The Divine Clan Guild was a major guild in Shinhua City. In his previous life, Mufong had also joined the Divine Clan Guild, working diligently and selflessly, rising from an ordinary team member to the position of elite team leader, making significant contributions to the guild. However, because the guild leader's sister had a crush on Yi Tian, in order to win his favor, they disregarded Mufeng's contributions and unceremoniously expelled him from the guild. Yi Tian, Divine Clan. Mufeng's expression turned cold as he murmured, "If I don't avenge this grudge, I, Mufong, vow not to be human." After calming his emotions, Mufong continued to browse the forum. At this time, the highest level player in the world was only level 19. In his previous life, legendary players from both domestic and international scenes had yet to show their prowess. The level cap for the game Dawn was 300. Everything had just begun. After browsing the forum for a while and watching some game live streams, killing 1 or 2 hours, he waited for dawn. Mufong logged back into the game. The sand market during the day was much livelier than at night. Merchants, travelers, and adventurers from human cities and the Elven Kingdom gathered in the sand market. Besides humans and goblins, one could occasionally see 1 or 2 elves on the streets of the sand market. The elven race consisted of handsome men and beautiful women, attracting attention as they walked down the street. The indigenous NPCs of the Dawn world were fine. When they encountered elves, they would at most take a few more glances. However, players, seeing elves for the first time, were all amazed, shouting and using the camera function and recording scrolls to capture the elves. Some bold players even dared to approach the elves, putting their arms around them and trying to get close for a photo. They probably thought of the elves as mindless NPCs. The elves of the Dawn world were not as gentle, kind, and nature-loving as in fairy tales. The elves in the Dawn world were arrogant, petty, vengeful, and had severe cleanliness obsessions. If you dared to touch an elf without their consent, you might as well wait to die. Sure enough, the few players who rashly approached the elves successfully angered them. Under the effect of the all-knowing eye, Mufong could see that the 2 elves, one was a level 58 Elven Ranger and the other a level 60 Elven Warrior. Players below level 20 appeared as weak as infants in front of the elves. In fairy tales, there is only one description of elves that is correct. The elven race indeed loves nature, and one of their favorite ways to kill is to hang the guilty from trees. In the desert, there are plenty of poplar wood, white elm forests, and palm groves. The elves chose to hang those players who offended them from the same poplar tree. The patrol team of the sand market, upon witnessing this scene, said nothing more. The elves are quite wealthy. They are big clients, and one cannot afford to offend them. Players, on the other hand, are merely adventurers found everywhere, not very strong, so if they die, they die. As long as the elves can pay a security management fee, that's all that matters. Seeing the players being hanged alive from the tree, some onlookers among the players were gloating, while others felt a sense of shared grief, developing a mutual hatred towards the elves. Mufong felt neither joy nor sorrow, having no other emotions. Players die, but they can respawn anyway. It doesn't matter. Mufong withdrew his gaze, no longer watching the spectacle, and quickly walked to the trading area of the sand market. There were several mount merchants here. Among them, 3 were goblin mount merchants, and only 1 was a human mount merchant. Mufong did not like trading with goblins. Those green-skinned little guys were too cunning, and doing business with goblins was exhausting. Human merchants could also be unscrupulous, but at most 99% of human merchants were unscrupulous, with a 1% chance of encountering a conscientious merchant. Goblin merchants, however, were 100% unscrupulous. This was beyond doubt. Mufong approached the human mount merchant, a medium-built young man with deep-set eyes, a large hooked nose, and 2 small mustaches above his lips. He looked somewhat fierce, but spoke politely and gently. "Adventurer, how may I assist you?" I would like to purchase a camel mount, Mufeng stated directly. Alright, I have two types of camel mounts. One is the black iron mount, the yellow camel, and the other is the bronze mount, the white camel. Which one would you like? Seeing a potential sale, the mount merchant rubbed his hands and perked up. The yellow camel will do, Mufeng replied. Understood, please follow me, and I will personally take you to choose, the mount merchant said, leading the way. Mufeng followed him to a beast pen. Inside the pen, there were 3 enclosures. Dozens of yellow camels were kept in one enclosure, a dozen white camels in another, and in the third, a large space contained only one black camel. Upon seeing the black camel, Mufeng said, "Oh, you even have a silver mount black camel here." The mount merchant turned back and smiled. "Customer, you are quite knowledgeable to recognize the silver mount black camel." Mufeng chuckled, "It's not that I'm knowledgeable. It's just that the black camel is too easy to recognize. Its fur is black, and in the whole world there is only one kind of black camel. No, actually there is another type of camel with completely black fur," the mount merchant said with a smile. "Oh, what is it? I don't know if you've heard of the demon camel. The epic mount demon camel?" "Exactly." The mount merchant nodded. "The appearance of the demon camel is identical to that of the black camel, which is why some mount merchants in the wild mistook the black camel for the demon camel and made a big fuss about capturing it, resulting in quite a laugh." After a pause, the mount merchant seemed to recall something and explained, "This black camel of mine is reserved by someone. It's not one I mistakenly caught in the wild." Mufeng smiled and said, "I understand, you don't need to explain it to me." The mount merchant also smiled and didn't say much more. Epic mount demon camel. This is a rare mount on the brink of extinction. Mufeng had only heard its name and had never seen it in person. The mount merchant brought Mufeng to the beast pen, where the yellow camels were kept. He raised his hand and gestured, "Feel free to choose, all the yellow camels here are for sale, pick whichever you like." Mufeng looked up and scanned the area. The yellow camels in the beast pen varied in size and condition. Despite the mount merchant's soft-spoken demeanor and seemingly good attitude, he was actually a shrewd businessman. He said Mufeng could choose freely, but the yellow camels in the pen were of varying quality. Finding a good one was up to Mufeng's skill, while picking a bad one would be his own misfortune. The player's scouting skill had limited effectiveness. Fortunately, Mufeng had the eye of omniscience. The condition of the yellow camels in the beast pen was clear to him at a glance. He didn't rush to make a selection but instead asked, "What is the price of the yellow camels?" The mount merchant pondered. "According to the market price in the sand market, a black iron mount yellow camel is 11,000 gold coins. Considering we are both human, I'll give you a discount of 2,000, making it 9,000 each. How about that?" Mufeng asked again, "Are all the yellow camels in the beast pen 9,000 each?" The mount merchant replied without hesitation, "Of course." "Alright, then I want that one." Mufeng pointed to a yellow camel at the edge of the beast pen. Upon seeing the yellow camel Mufeng had chosen, the mount merchant's expression remained unchanged, but he couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. He had just picked the best quality yellow camel in his pen. This adventurer was quite impressive. The mount merchant's business was large enough that he wouldn't fall out with Mufeng over a single yellow camel. He instructed his subordinates to bring out the yellow camel Mufeng had selected. One hand exchanged money, the other hand exchanged the camel. The transaction was complete. Mufeng's mount stable now had a new addition. "Adventurer, are you going to the Death God Desert?" the mount merchant asked. "Yes, Mufeng replied. "How about we travel together? My merchant caravan is also preparing to go to the Death God Desert. Having more people means more security, and we can look out for each other. What do you say?" the mount merchant suggested. Mufeng asked, "Are you going to the Elf Kingdom?" "Yes," the mount merchant said. "I'm going to the Death God Desert to search for the treasure of the Great Thief Skeleton King." Mufeng didn't plan to tell others. His actual destination was the mysterious oasis, so he made up a lie to deflect. "The treasure of the Great Thief Skeleton King," the mount merchant exclaimed. "When I was young, I also thought about adventuring in the Death God Desert to find the treasure of the Great Thief Skeleton King, but I gave up for various reasons." "What reasons?" Mufeng asked curiously. The mount merchant shrugged. "Of course, it was to inherit the family business." "All right." Mufeng had no ill feelings towards these rich second-generation heirs who had family businesses to inherit. After buying his mount, Mufeng prepared to embark on the journey to the mysterious oasis. After bidding farewell to the mount merchant, Mufeng rode the yellow camel, leaving the sand market and heading north. The yellow camel moved through the desert at a speed that could even rival that of a bronze mount. However, the camel mount could only be used in desert areas. On terrains like hills, grasslands, and ice fields, the camel's speed was even slower than that of mounts of the same level, with no speed bonuses whatsoever. Overall, the camel mount was specifically designed for players to use in desert regions. Mufeng opened the map and set the destination to the mysterious oasis. This way, he wouldn't need to control the mount's direction, it would diligently follow the map route to the destination, much like autopilot. Sitting on the back of the yellow camel, Mu Feng admired the beautiful scenery of the morning desert while on his way. As mentioned earlier, the distance from the sand market to the mysterious oasis was 30 kilometers. At the speed of the yellow camel, it would take about 2 hours to reach the destination. Using the flickering ring to teleport would be faster, but it was just too exhausting. Riding the camel was the better option. 2 hours wasn't long. Enjoying the magnificent desert scenery while traveling was quite pleasant. The thought was beautiful, but reality was a bit harsh. Not long after leaving the sand market, Mu Feng encountered monsters in the wild, and not just one, but a group. The Death God Desert was a high-level map for level 100. Deep in the desert, there were countless high-level monsters. The monsters on the outskirts were a bit weaker, but still around level 20 or 30. What Mu Feng encountered was a group of 20-level venomous scorpions. They were ordinary monsters, numbering about 15. Mu Feng raised the Staff of Terror and cast over a dozen Finger of Destruction spells, instantly killing the entire group of venomous scorpions. Equipment, items, and gold dropped all over the ground. Finger of Destruction was the strongest and highest damage attack spell that Mu Feng had mastered at the moment. Therefore, when encountering monsters, it was Finger of Destruction. When facing enemies, it was also Finger of Destruction. So far, Mu Feng had not encountered any enemies that Finger of Destruction could not eliminate. Mu Feng jumped off his mount and picked up the loot on the ground. This took up some more time. Sitting on the back of the yellow camel, Mu Feng glanced at the map. The road ahead was long, and there were quite a few monsters. It seemed there would be no peace on this journey. But it was fine. After looking at the scenery for a long time, one could get tired of it. Encountering monsters and killing them was also quite interesting, preventing the journey from being lonely and boring. Once the hidden quest at the mysterious oasis was completed and he returned to the real world, Mu Feng could prepare to buy a house and a gaming pod. There were many benefits to having a gaming pod. Mu Feng's favorite was that he could use a virtual phone in the game. This way, when he felt lonely and bored in the game, he could play with his phone. It was also more convenient for regular bank transfers and phone calls. The 50 million earned from treating Yang Kuan would be used to buy a house and a gaming pod, leaving a few million as pocket money, with the rest all recharged into the game. Just as Mu Feng was contemplating, another wave of monsters blocked his path. Kill, kill, kill. What was originally a 2-hour journey took until nearly noon by the time he arrived at the mysterious oasis. The blazing sun hung in the center of the sky. The high temperature, like a curse, tormented the creatures of this desert. Before entering the desert, Mu Feng had taken a heat-resistant potion. Therefore, the desert's heat had no effect on him. Seeing that the mysterious oasis was right in front of him, Mu Feng did not rush to go there. Instead, he logged out of the game. It was noon, time to eat. Just as Mu Feng logged out of the game, Sanja also happened to log out. Mu Feng asked, "Did you see Anna in Twilight Village?" Sanja nodded. Mu Feng asked again, "She should know you are a demon sorcerer. How is the situation?" Sanja hesitated for a moment and said, "Sister Anna really likes me. She is a level 120 demon sorcerer and is willing to be my demon mentor. I completed my job quest and received a job treasure chest." I opened the chest and inside were several demon sorcerer skill stones and a demon sorcerer cloak. Mu Feng raised an eyebrow. He had underestimated Anna. He didn't expect that a level 120 great demon sorcerer would willingly disguise herself as a novice mage trainer in the novice village. Anna was willing to make such a great sacrifice. Her ambitions were not small. However, Songjia's completion of the job quest also resolved a concern for Mu Feng. Job quests are rewards given to players. Completing them yields rich rewards. If not completed, there are no penalties. Mu Feng said gently. To Songjia, "Very good, just stay by Anna's side and learn well. With a level 120 mentor, at least in the early stages, you don't have to worry about lacking job skills and equipment." But Songjia spoke hesitantly. It seemed she had something difficult to say. Mu Feng asked, "What's wrong?" "Sister Anna wants me to go to Demon Nest City with her," Sanja said. Demon Nest City, one of the 3 main cities of the evil faction. Players who change to evil professions can only qualify to go to the main city of the evil faction after reaching level 50. Unexpectedly, Songjia was invited to the evil main city at level 10. This showed how much Anna valued Songjia even more than Mu Feng had imagined. "If I go to Demon Nest City, won't I be unable to play the game with you, brother Mu Feng?" Songjia said pitifully. Her tone was filled with reluctance. Mu Feng smiled and said, "It won't be like that. Even if you go to Demon Nest City, it doesn't mean you can't come back. We can still team up for dungeons and fight bosses together. But I want to be in the same main city as you, brother Mu Feng." Mu Feng pondered and said, "To be honest, the main city of the Order faction is not very suitable for you. After all, you are an evil profession. If the church temple finds out your true profession, it could be troublesome. Black Lion City, where the divine authority is weak, but that doesn't mean the temple is without power. If the Lord of Black Lion City is discovered to be a heretic, no one can protect them, they would still die. If players report to the temple that Sanja is an evil profession, not only will the temple reward the reporting player, but they will also put a bounty on Sanja. Unless Sanja can hide her profession like Mufeng. But that condition is quite difficult. There are almost no players or NPCs who recognize Mufeng's profession, only the gods know what a nightmare mage means. Sanja is a demon sorcerer and her skills are too conspicuous. Others will immediately guess her profession when they see her summon demons. Reporting evil professions to the temple is something players often do. It is too risky for Sanja to stay in the Order main city. It is better for her to go to the evil main city. At least she won't have to live in fear. Moreover, she can also receive focused training from the evil faction. Mufeng exhausted his words and finally persuaded Sanja to agree to go to the Demon Nest City. Although Sanja had joined the Black Lion City, she was only a third-class citizen and withdrawing from the main city would only cost her a few dozen points of Black Lion City reputation. The cost was not high. Mufeng repeatedly reminded Sanja that she must first withdraw from Black Lion City before joining Demon Nest City. Otherwise, her actions would be deemed as betrayal and her relationship with Black Lion City would directly change to hatred. At that time, she would not only be an enemy of Black Lion City but also of all the players in Black Lion City. Although Black Lion City was weak, having a sudden influx of enemies was not good either. Moreover, the procedure for withdrawing from the main city was not difficult. If a player had citizen status, they could easily withdraw from the main city. However, if a player had obtained a noble title in the main city, it would be much harder to withdraw. In any case, once you log into the game, you should first return to Black Lion City, and after you withdraw from Black Lion City, we can talk about other things, Mufeng said. Sanja nodded obediently, but she still seemed a bit unhappy. Mufeng comforted her a few more times, and only then did a smile return to her face. At noon, Mufeng ordered a large plate of chicken. After eating with Sanja, the two logged back into the game. In an instant, Mufeng appeared in the vast, scorching desert from the cramped rental room. The high temperature and blazing sun seemed to be roasting his body. Mufeng quickly took a heat-resistant potion from his backpack and hurriedly drank it. Instantly, the cursed heat left him. As a seasoned adventurer, heat-resistant and cold-resistant potions were essential items. Mufeng casually threw the empty potion bottle on the ground. He gazed at the mysterious oasis in the distance and summoned a yellow camel from the mount section. Riding the camel, he continued toward the mysterious oasis. After about 10 minutes of walking, Mufeng reached the edge of the mysterious oasis. The lush green grass and the dry yellow sand were clearly distinct. He arrived at the edge of the mysterious oasis but did not rashly step into that life-filled area. Instead, he used the necromancy spell to summon a silly little skeleton. The necromancy spell was something he obtained in the Black Knight Castle of the Novice Village. He had never had the opportunity to use it until now. This was his first time using the necromancy spell aside from testing. He controlled the little skeleton to walk toward the mysterious oasis. When the skeleton reached the grass of the oasis, suddenly, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, turning the little skeleton to ashes. The power of this lightning was terrifying. The mysterious oasis was covered by an attack-type magic array, and any intruder would suffer lightning attacks like the one just now. The first time, it was one bolt of lightning. If you survived, the magic array would launch a second attack. The second time, 2 bolts of lightning would fall. The third time, 4 bolts of lightning, and so on. It would keep striking until you died. Even Mufeng did not dare to recklessly intrude into this mysterious oasis before him. He could only think of a way to make the owner of the mysterious oasis, Yitris, come out to see him voluntarily. Mufeng had already thought of a method. 1 or 2 intruders triggering the magic array could be sensed by Yitris, but she would not pay attention. Unless the number of intruders reached a surprising amount, she would definitely come out to check the reason. Since there was a way, Mufeng no longer hesitated and immediately put it into action. He frequently cast the necromancy spell, summoning various undead creatures, skeleton warriors, corpses, ghosts, zombie dogs, skeleton archers, and so on. These were all low-level undead creatures, on par with slime goblins, perfect for cannon fodder. In just a few minutes, a large group of undead creatures gathered around Mufeng. At his command, the undead creatures launched a death charge against the mysterious oasis. Suddenly, the defensive effect of the magic circle was triggered, and bolts of lightning fell, turning the undead creatures to ashes under the powerful and terrifying might of the thunder. While continuously summoning, Mufeng commanded the summoned beings to launch their attacks. Above the mysterious oasis, countless flashes of lightning descended. It was quite spectacular. It lasted for more than half an hour. Just as Mufeng was wondering why Yitris was so patient and hadn't come out yet, the owner of the mysterious oasis, Yitris, could no longer endure The thunder ceased and a graceful figure slowly emerged from the depths of the oasis. Mu Feng hurriedly commanded the summoned beings to stop their charge. Yitris had a delicate and beautiful appearance with golden sand-colored pupils, long dark green hair, and pointed ears that proved she was an elf. She wore a white mage robe designed for women, her figure curvaceous, and a pair of straight, fair legs peeked out from beneath the hem of the robe, while her exquisite jade feet were bare on the ground. Yitris looked at Mu Feng and the undead creatures around him, frowning in displeasure, and said, "Young undead mage, this is private territory. You are not welcome here. Please leave immediately." Mu Feng replied respectfully, "Honorable Lady Yitris, I have traveled a long way from Black Lion City to seek you as my master. I wish to learn magic by your side." Yitris glanced at the undead creatures beside Mu Feng. She raised her head, looking down at Mu Feng, and said, "That is not the attitude of someone seeking a master." Mu Feng lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "To attract your attention, I had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure." As he spoke, Mu Feng used the necromancy spell, Dismiss Summon, to send the undead back to their world. "Moreover, I am not an undead mage. I am just an ordinary boy who loves magic. Elves love nature and elemental spirits. They have a natural aversion to the undead and death." Seeing Mu Feng actively dismiss the undead summons and admit he was not an undead mage, Yitris's expression softened slightly. However, regarding Mu Feng's request to be her apprentice and learn magic, Yitris coldly refused, saying, "I have sworn an oath not to take any more apprentices or teach anyone magic. I beg you," Mu Feng said. Yitris was as cold as ice, her expression unchanged. Mu Feng pleaded, "If you don't agree, I will summon undead creatures every day to disturb you, making you unable to find peace. Is this how you plead?" Yitris frowned slightly. "I beg you, if you don't agree, I will haunt you every day until I die," Mu Feng implored. Yitris was quite angry, her chest heaving, and said irritably, "If you don't leave now, I will kill you." "If you kill me, I won't leave," Mu Feng said. In his previous life, Mu Feng had also tried to win over the mysterious oasis's Yitris. He had done his homework, investigating Yitris's preferences and personality. Although it ultimately ended in failure, it was not without gain. Thanks to his previous life, he understood Yitris's character quite well this time. Although she was proud and indifferent like ordinary elves, she was not bloodthirsty. She wouldn't kill without reason. At least, she never personally killed anyone. Seeing Mu Feng's stubbornness, Yitris huffed, "I won't pay attention to you anymore." She turned angrily and walked away. Looking at the departing figure of Yitris, Mu Feng sighed. In his previous life, someone had become her disciple by clinging desperately and begging Yitris on their knees. Although he wanted to emulate that, Mu Feng could not bring himself to kneel before an NPC. Fortunately, this path was not the only one. Mu Feng had another way. Just as Yitris's figure was about to disappear into the palm grove of the oasis, he called out, "I know where Fujina's body is." Upon hearing this, Yitris instantly appeared in front of Mu Feng, her beautiful eyes fixed on him as she asked, "Really?" Mu Feng nodded, "I'll bring Fujina's remains back to you. And you take me as your disciple and teach me magic, how about that?" A cold glint flashed in Yitris's eyes. She said coldly, "I hate being threatened." Mu Feng replied calmly, "That's just life, full of pain and helplessness. Sometimes, even if you hate it, you have no choice but to accept." Yitris pondered, "No, just because you have no choice doesn't mean I have none. I am a secret arts mage, mastering many secret techniques, including several that can make the dead speak the truth." Her words were filled with threat. She didn't like killing, she just didn't like it. To achieve her goals, killing someone was nothing. Mu Feng chuckled lightly. Yitris angrily said, "You don't believe me? I do. Then you can ask my corpse next," Mu Feng said, walking straight into the mysterious oasis. Yitris looked at him, her expression one of confusion. When Mu Feng stepped onto the grass within the mysterious oasis, a bolt of lightning struck down with incredible speed. Mu Feng made no attempt to resist and took the hit. The terrifying damage reduced him to a sliver of health, leaving him with only a few dozen points of life. At that moment, Mu Feng felt extremely weak. Even a slime or goblin could easily end his life. Moments later, 2 more bolts of lightning fell. Mu Feng did not dodge or evade. If he took these 2 hits, he would undoubtedly die. Just as Mu Feng was about to perish, Yitris acted in time, enveloping him in an oval golden shield like a bird's egg, blocking the damage. Yitris hurriedly deactivated the protective magic array of the mysterious oasis. With an incredulous expression, she said to Mu Feng, "You're insane. If I hadn't saved you, you would have been dead." "I'm not insane, I was just showing you my resolve," Mu Feng replied. Yitris's beautiful face was filled with anger. "What kind of resolve leads to dying for nothing?" Mu Feng said calmly, "A ruthless resolve. For my ambition, I don't care if I die." Yitris scoffed, mocking, "If you die, how will you fulfill your ambition?" "I'm not dead yet," Mu Feng smiled. Everything was within his calculations. He had already studied Yitris's information and intelligence in his previous life, doing his homework thoroughly. In Yutree's backstory, Fujina was her teacher, and both were mages of the secret arts school, which was not accepted in the Elven Kingdom. Fujina and Yutree were expelled from the Elven Kingdom. They came to the Desert of Death, where they found an oasis, now known as the Mysterious Oasis, and established the Tower of Mystery Mage Association. They took in apprentices and promoted the theories and knowledge of the secret arts school. Fujina had a kind personality, a gentle temper, treating everyone equally, whether human or elf, commoner or noble. As long as someone wanted to learn the secret arts and was willing to join the secret arts school, Fujina would teach them with all her heart, never keeping anything to herself. Over time, more and more humans who wanted to become secret mages arrived at the Death God Desert, came to the Mysterious Oasis, and joined the Mage Association of the Mysterious Tower. The reputation of the Mage Association grew, and it gradually formed a strong school of mages. But decades ago, a secret mage named Gerger led a group of secret mages to betray the Mage Association of the Mysterious Tower and betrayed Fujina. In order to eliminate the traitors, Fujina went alone to the core area of the Death God Desert to hunt down the traitors led by Gerger. The details of the process are not clear, but the final result was that all the traitors of the Mage Association of the Mysterious Tower were personally dealt with by Fujina, and Fujina also exhausted her life in the process of eliminating the traitors. At that time, nearly 2/3 of the secret mages in the Mage Association of the Mysterious Tower chose to betray. The ingratitude of humans broke Yutree's heart. After Fujina's death, she expelled the remaining humans from the Mysterious Oasis and disbanded the Mage Association of the Mysterious Tower. 7 years ago, a group of adventurers with ulterior motives, wanting to seize the legacy of the Mage Association of the Mysterious Tower, hired a cartographer and a guide to search for the Mysterious Oasis in the Death God Desert. Although they found the Mysterious Oasis, the entire adventuring party perished at the hands of Yutree's. Only one goblin cartographer survived by a stroke of luck due to Yutree's mercy. This goblin cartographer is Owen. This is Yutree's background story. Yutree's found herself in a dilemma. She had vowed in her early years not to take on disciples, but now, the teacher who was as important to her as family had been left to decay in the open for many years, exposed to wind and sun. Yutree's could not bear it. She had to retrieve her teacher's remains. After deep contemplation, Yutree's exhaled heavily. She said solemnly, "All right, I agree." Mufeng did not speak. He knew that Yutree's had not finished her words. Sure enough, Yutree's paused for a moment and continued, "I cannot leave the Mysterious Oasis, so you must retrieve Fujina's remains on my behalf. Is that okay?" Mufeng nodded. Yutree's went on, "In addition to retrieving the remains, you must also complete 3 tests I have for you to officially become my student." "All right." Mufeng nodded again. "System, do you accept the hidden quest, the teacher's remains?" "Yes," Mufeng silently thought. "Good, then you should set off. You must bring my teacher's remains back quickly. If you can't find my teacher's remains, don't come back," Yutree's said fiercely. Mufeng glanced at her, said nothing, and turned to leave. He summoned a yellow camel, mounted it, opened the map interface, set the destination, and the yellow camel moved along the route while Mufeng sat steadily on its back, taking out a bottle of light life potion from his backpack and drinking it to restore his health. Although this task was troublesome, the rewards were indeed substantial. It was estimated that upon completing this chain quest, Mufeng's experience points would reach level 20. The corpse of Fujina was located near the core area of the Death God Desert. There were many monsters there, all of them high level, with levels no lower than 70. With Mufeng's current strength, he could easily defeat 1 or 2 high-level monsters using his agile movements and powerful abilities. However, if he encountered a large group of high-level monsters, it would be troublesome. Therefore, to obtain Fujina's corpse, he could only sneak into the core area of the Death God Desert, trying to avoid monsters and avoid conflict. Mufeng had stealth skills and possessed the blink ring, making it easy to achieve this. The key was the coordinates of Fujina's corpse. This strategy was something Mufeng had seen on a forum in his previous life. He was clear about the general location but couldn't be certain of the specific coordinates. Once he arrived at the place, he would search slowly. It was said that after Fujina's death, her soul transformed into a spirit that wandered in the desert, guiding players to find her remains. There were rumors online, but it was hard to tell if they were true. Mufeng felt it was likely true, otherwise, in the vast desert, without a guide, it would be too difficult to find a person's corpse. Mufeng continued on his journey. After about an hour and a half of walking, he encountered groups of monsters ranging from level 60 to 80 wandering around. Mufeng recalled his mount. He activated his stealth skill to conceal his presence, then used the equipment skill of the blink ring to teleport and actively avoid monsters, heading towards his destination. The journey was surprisingly safe. In the vast sea of sand, if a person died and their body was covered by yellow sand, retrieving it would be as difficult as reaching the sky. Over the years, Yutree's had searched the Death God Desert for her teacher's remains but had found nothing. Fortunately, Mufeng knew the general location of Fujina's corpse. He just needed to find Fujina's spirit. Spirits were similar to ghosts, they were formed from the souls of living beings. Ghosts belonged to the undead and were considered monsters. Spirits could be good or bad, kind or evil. Fujina's spirit belonged to the good category, guiding players without harming them. Mufong carefully avoided a group of desert giants, and when he reached a relatively safe place, he opened the map. He carefully compared the map, searching for the location of Fujina's remains. The area beneath his feet was nothing but sand, with no other references like dead trees or stones. Mufong had to look at the map while searching for Fujina's spirit. Ghosts and spirits were more active at night or in dark environments. During the day, spirits didn't like to come out. In fact, if Mufong came at night, the probability of encountering a spirit might be higher. However, plans often change. After wandering around the area for a while, Mufong finally discovered what seemed to be Fujina's spirit. In the hot air, he seemed to see a faintly visible transparent figure, which was the spirit, and he hurried to catch up. When he arrived at the place where the spirit appeared, the transparent figure vanished again. Mufong looked around and soon saw the transparent figure not far ahead on his left. He quickly walked up to it. Following the spirit, he arrived at the top of a sand dune. This time, the spirit disappeared and did not reappear. Mufong knew he had found Fujina's remains, buried right beneath his feet. He took a shovel out of his backpack. This tool was generally used for digging something or treasure hunting, and Mufong always carried an iron shovel in his backpack. As he dug deeper, Mufong unearthed a body wrapped in a tattered silver-white robe of a mystic. Due to the passage of time, the flesh and blood on the body had been eroded by the wind and sand, leaving only a skeleton. Just as Mufong uncovered the skeleton, a system prompt rang in his ears. "System, you have discovered Fujiana's remains." Ha! Mufong let out a long breath. Finally found it. It was not easy at all. Mufong placed Fujiana's remains into his backpack, summoned his mount, and returned the same way to the mysterious oasis. By the time he returned to the mysterious oasis, night had fallen. The desert climate is changeable, alternately cold and hot. The weather during the day and night is completely two extremes. Due to the extreme cold, Mufong acquired the status of frostbite, with his health decreasing by 1 point per second. He quickly took out a bottle of cold-resistant potion and drank it all. Only then did he remove frostbite from his status bar. When he reached the outskirts of the mysterious oasis, Euceris seemed to have sensed his return and had been waiting outside for a long time. Seeing Mufong riding back on a camel, she couldn't wait to ask, "How is it? Did you find it?" "I did not fail my mission," Mufong said as he took Fujiana's remains out of his backpack. Upon seeing the skeleton wrapped in a silver-white mage robe, Euceris embraced it without hesitation and kissed the skeleton's forehead. Her beautiful eyes instantly became extremely moist, and she trembled as she said, "Teacher, welcome home." At the same time, Mufong heard the system's voice again. "System, congratulations on completing the hidden task teacher's remains. System, you have received a task reward of 50,000 experience points and 10 points of favorability from Euceris." On the way to the mysterious oasis, Mufong had killed quite a few monsters, leveling up to level 19, and now having completed the hidden task, he gained 50,000 experience points, bringing his experience to 51% of level 19. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. "System, you have completed the hidden task teacher's remains and have automatically accepted the subsequent task, the 3 trials of the Mage Tower." Euceris cried for a long time, and after venting her emotions, she wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with her fingers, restoring her cold, frosty expression. She said softly, "I will keep my promise. Tomorrow morning, I will tell you what the first trial is." After saying this, Euceris took Fujiana's remains and disappeared with a teleport. After Euceris left, Mufong logged off as well. Back in the real world, Mufong took off the game helmet, got out of bed to stretch a bit, and saw that Sanja had already logged out of the game and was in the kitchen preparing dinner for the day. After stretching a bit, he walked out of the bedroom and into the living room, preparing to ask Sanja about her leaving the main city in the afternoon to join the Demon Nest City. Just as Mufong was about to speak, he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. Mufong had no choice but to go open the door. Who could it be at this late hour? Outside the door stood 2 old men, Shinjuncture and Yang Kuan. Upon seeing these two, Mufong asked, "Is there something you need?" "Ha, didn't I say last time that I wanted to treat you to a meal to properly thank you? So I specially came to invite you tonight," Yang Kuan said with a beaming smile. Mufong shook his head. "No, dinner is already prepared at my home, so I won't be going out to eat." Yang Kuan was taken aback. Countless people in Jinan City wanted to have a meal with him. No one had ever refused him. This was the first time in many years that he had been turned down, and the reason was so bizarre. But he knew that Mufong was not an ordinary person. It was normal for him to have a quirky personality. Yang Kuan quickly adjusted his mindset. "Mr. Mufong, do you have plans tonight? I wonder if you are free tomorrow evening to visit my estate?" Yang Kuan inquired. Mufong thought for a moment. He probably had no plans. tomorrow, so he decided to go take a look. Tomorrow evening is fine. Great, great, great. Yang Kuan repeated several times, then said goodbye to Mu Feng along with Chen Zhongshi. The two old men walked down the stairs while quietly conversing. Zhongshi, what do you think Mr. Mu Feng likes? Chen Zhongshi sighed, I don't know. Yang Kuan cast a subtle glance at Chen Zhongshi. As old friends for many years, he knew him well. When he said he didn't know anything, Yang Kuan didn't believe him. Although they were old friends, even brothers keep clear accounts. For instance, when Chen Zhongshi introduced Mu Feng to Yang Kuan for treatment. Afterward, Yang Kuan transferred a $1 million referral fee to Chen Zhongshi's bank account abroad. Chen Zhongshi's meaning was clear to Yang Kuan. He smiled and said to Chen Zhongshi, old friend, I recently bought a piece of land near the capital, planning to build a horse ranch. I heard your little granddaughter likes horseback riding. As her grandfather, I haven't given her anything yet. How about I gift her something when the ranch is built? Chen Zhongshi smiled and said, then I'll thank you on behalf of my granddaughter. You're welcome, we are all family. Chen Zhongshi and Yang Kuan continued down a few more steps. Only then did Chen Zhongshi slowly speak, I heard Mr. Mu Feng's rent is about to expire, and I've been to his place. It's very small, even smaller than the room my maid lives in. And look at this messy and noisy environment. TSK. TSK. Chen Zhongshi paused at this point. Yang Kuan understood Chen Zhongshi's meaning. A thoughtful expression appeared in his eyes as he left downstairs with Chen Zhongshi. Mu Feng closed the door just as Sanja came out of the kitchen holding a plate of stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers. She asked, Brother Mu Feng, who was that outside just now? Just two old men. They want to invite me to dinner tomorrow. No. Need to cook tomorrow night. Let's eat out, Mu Feng replied. You can go alone, Brother Mu Feng. I don't know anyone, and it would be awkward for me. I'll just wait for you at home, Sanja said obediently. Mu Feng smiled, it's just a meal, come with me. All right. Although Sanja was only a middle school student, her cooking skills were quite good, with color, aroma, and flavor all present. Mu Feng picked up a chopstick of stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers and tasted it while asking, how's the situation over in the main city? Sanja ate gracefully like a lady, chewing slowly, and only spoke after swallowing her food. I've already withdrawn from Black Lion City, but I haven't joined Demon Nest City yet. Why? Mentor Anna said that to join Demon Nest City, I need to complete an entry task. Any newcomer who just joins the evil faction has to do it. Do you need my help? Mu Feng asked. No, Mentor Anna said she would accompany me to complete the task. Upon hearing this, Mu Feng felt relieved. With Anna, a level 120 demon sorceress, accompanying her for the task, it was like having a cheat code, making it easy to pass. After dinner, Mu Feng still felt a bit hungry, and since he had nothing to do that night, he planned to visit his sister's apartment, see her, and have a late-night snack. Before going, he decided to make a phone call. He wasn't sure if his sister was playing games at the moment. After a few rings, the call connected. His sister's gentle voice came through. Chen, what's up? Nothing, just missed you and wanted to come see you. Now? Yeah, sure, come on over. By the way, have you eaten? Mu Feng hesitated for a moment and said, no. Then do you want to eat KFC? A new KFC just opened near our apartment. Sure, then it's settled. After hanging up the phone, Mu Feng told Sanja and, after a quick wash, went out. Before going, Mu Feng felt embarrassed to show up empty-handed. So he went to a nearby supermarket to buy some fruits and snacks, then took a taxi to the apartment where his sister lived in Aomori. When he arrived, Mu Feng went upstairs and stood in front of his sister's apartment door. He knocked, and the one who opened the door was Long Yashuang. Upon seeing Mu Feng, her eyes lit up as she said, Mu Feng, little brother, long time no see. Hello, Yashuang Jia, Mu Feng greeted. Why are you still standing there? Come in. Long Yashuang stepped aside to invite Mu Feng in. She was wearing a wine-red silk nightgown, and beneath the knee-length hem were her two fair legs, delicate feet in white slippers with round and exquisite toes painted with black nail polish, exuding a sexy allure. Mu Feng entered the room. His sister had set up a small table in the living room, piled high with burgers, fries, chicken nuggets, and cola. Chen, sit down and eat. Mu Feng took off his shoes and sat cross-legged. His sister curiously asked, what brings you here tonight? Mu Feng grabbed a chicken leg burger, took a bite, and mumbled, I missed you, sister. If you miss me, then you should move in with me. With the 2 million you gave me, Yaha and I are planning to get a bigger place. Then we can recruit a few members for the studio, and by then, our studio can officially start operating. Long Yashuang chimed in, Mu Feng, little brother, why don't you join our studio too, okay? Mu Feng looked up at the eager faces of Lang Yashuang and his sister Mu Gu, slowly shaking his head. His path was ultimately different from theirs. The road he was on would surely be filled with blood, slaughter, lies, and pain. There was no need to involve his sister and Long Yashuang. Mu Feng firmly refused to join. This left Long Yashuang a bit disappointed. But then Mu Feng's words brought back her sparkle. In a calm tone, Mufeng said, if you encounter any problems or difficulties in the game, just come to me and I will help you solve them. He had the confidence and strength to say such things, but Lan Yashuang clearly didn't believe it. It was obviously too much. Could he really solve any problem or difficulty? Lan Yashuang smiled. I didn't expect you to be so good at cheering girls up. Although she knew Mufeng couldn't do it since he said so, at least he had the intention. She was already quite touched by that. Mugo, on the other hand, completely believed in her brother. No matter what Mufeng said, she believed it. Seeing that Lan Yashuang seemed a bit skeptical, Mufeng didn't say much more. This topic didn't last long, and the three of them turned to other matters. With the money, the first thing his sister wanted to do was buy a house. 2 million was enough to buy a nice place in Jinan City. Once you have money, you buy a house. This is probably a common issue among the people of Huaxia. Mufeng urged his sister to abandon the idea of buying a house as soon as possible. There are only 3 years left until the end of the world. When the chaotic gods descend, buying a house now would be a huge loss. Renting is better. His sister usually listens to Mufeng, and this matter was no exception. Jinan City is considered a first-tier city, and housing prices are not cheap. At 17,000 per square meter. With 2 million, you could at most buy a house of just over 100 square meters. Too small. Lan Yashuan also suggested renting. She decided to partner with Mugo to set up a studio, which would require a larger space since they would need to recruit new people in the future. A small house would feel cramped. Renting a larger house would be better. Renting a bigger place wouldn't cost much. Once we rent a house, sis, you can buy a gaming pod. Playing games in a gaming pod is much better than using a gaming helmet, Mufeng suggested. He also planned to buy a gaming pod after renting a house. Mugo said, I think the gaming helmet is quite good and convenient. The gaming pod is too expensive. The cheapest one costs at least 1 million. His sister felt a bit pained about the money, thinking that buying a gaming pod wasn't worth it. With the money for a gaming pod, it would be better to spend more on her brother, buying him some good food, brand name clothes, and shoes. Mufeng was unaware of his sister's little thoughts. He continued to persuade her, sis, if you don't buy a gaming pod now, you'll have to buy one later. Why? His sister asked, puzzled. The gaming pod has a nutrient spray system, a life status monitoring maintenance system, and a life suspension system, which can extend a player's online time to a month. A month without going offline. Mufeng continued to explain, in the early stages of the game dawn, it's relatively leisurely, and you can log off whenever you have time. But as the game progresses to the mid and late stages, the appearance of death dungeons and epic quests requires players to extend their online time. Challenging a death dungeon takes a long time, at least 7 or 8 hours, and at most 10 days to half a month. Most importantly, players cannot log off midway when challenging a death dungeon, so having a gaming pod is essential. The same goes for epic quests, you can't log off midway. This is also why Dawn is launching the gaming pod. It's not just for profit but also out of consideration for the players. Oh, then it's not too late to buy one when I challenge a death dungeon later, his sister said with a smile. Mufeng smiled helplessly. Lan Yashuang, who was nearby, frowned, wondering what death dungeons and epic quests were. As a professional player, why had she never heard of them? Lan Yashuang considered herself a professional player. With her gaming skills, awareness, and online time, she was far from being a professional player. But that didn't stop her from calling herself one. She thought, maybe the official website has updated some information recently, and I haven't checked it in the past few days. During this time, Lan Yashuan had become obsessed with a web drama, binge-watching, and playing games every day, leaving her no time to browse forums or check the official website. Mufeng turned to Lan Yashuang and asked, Yashuang, why didn't you buy a gaming pod when the game went public? Mufeng remembered that Lan Yashuan came from a wealthy family. She was a rich second-generation girl. She was the only child in her family, spoiled to no end. 1 million for a gaming pod was nothing to her. Without money, Lan Yashuan didn't dare to take the initiative to set up a studio. The initial investment for a studio was quite large. If you hire employees for the studio, you have to pay their salaries and provide gaming helmets, accommodation, and in-game equipment and supplies. A good studio would also need a chef, cleaners, a gym, and so on. Without at least 100,000, a studio wouldn't get off the ground. I want to buy one, but unfortunately, the apartment is too small, and there's no place to put it. Once I move, I'll switch to a gaming pod, Lan Yashuang said while biting on a cola straw. Mufeng asked again, so where are you planning to recruit members for the studio? Lan Yashuang replied, on the forum. The Dawn Forum has a dedicated section for guilds and studio recruiters. When you recruit, be careful of a woman named Sun Yanjing, Mufeng said. Lan Yashuang looked puzzled and asked, why? Who is she? Mufeng smiled and said, if I tell you to be careful, of course, she's a bad person. Could she be a good person? How do you know? She's a bad person? Do you know her? Lan Yashuang asked curiously. I know her, her character is terrible. If you get involved with her, you'll suffer sooner or later, Mufeng said. Long Yashuang nodded. Okay, I'll remember that. In the previous life, Mufeng had heard his sister mention that Sun Yanjing was jealous and ruthless, causing Long Yashuang's studio to suffer a huge loss. Although Mufeng didn't know the specifics, he thought of it and casually reminded Lang Yashuang to avoid suffering again and dragging his sister into trouble. His sister, Mugu, had already decided to co-found a studio with Long Yashuang. Naturally, Mufeng had to support them. After chatting for a while, Long Yashuang found it boring and decided to watch a movie. Eating fried chicken and burgers while watching a movie with his sister was quite nice. Time flew by. Soon it was around midnight, 1 or 2 o'clock. After the movie ended, Mufeng stood up to leave. Mugu grabbed Mufeng's sleeve and said, Chen, why don't you stay overnight? It's so late, you can go back tomorrow. Lang Yashuang also smiled and said, yeah, don't go. Stay and keep us company for the night. Mufeng glanced out the window. Since there was nothing to do at home tonight, he agreed to stay. Lang Yashuang said, by the way, should we watch Ba Huang Tao's livestream? She's my idol. That works, but I don't know if Chen likes to watch, Mugu said. Looking at Mufeng thoughtfully, Ba Huang Tao is one of the hottest female streamers on Dawn, with over 8 million fans. With her beautiful face, heroic demeanor, and impressive gaming skills, she has attracted a large following. Both his sister and Lang Yashuang are fans of Ba Huang Tao. Mufeng wasn't a fan, but since his sister and Lang Yashuang liked her, he didn't want to spoil the mood. Mufeng said, I like her. Lang Yashuang teased, so what do you like about Ba Huang Tao? Her resilience and perseverance. Mufeng pondered for a moment. Resilience and perseverance? Lang Yashuang said with a strange expression, I thought you either liked her looks or her gaming skills, but I didn't expect your interest to be so unusual. Different strokes for different folks, Mufeng said nonchalantly. You probably haven't seen her. How do you know she has outstanding resilience and perseverance? Lang Yashuang asked curiously. Mufeng smiled and said nothing. Lang Yashuang didn't press further. Although she didn't ask more, Mufeng couldn't help but recall the previous life. Ba Huang Tao betrayed the Order faction and joined the Chaos God's camp. In a battle, Mufeng defeated Ba Huang Tao and captured her. To extract information from her, Mufeng tortured her for 10 days and nights, but she refused to speak. With no way to get anything out of her, Mufeng decided that she was of no use alive. He killed her. Mufeng both admired and despised Ba Huang Tao. He admired her for refusing to betray the Chaos Camp despite being tortured in countless ways. He despised her for having such determination yet betraying humanity by joining the Chaos Camp. Ba Huang Tao's livestreams consisted of 2 sessions, one during the day and one at night, with the night session streaming from 10 in the evening until 5 in the morning. Watching the livestream, the stunning and valiant female warrior Mufeng's expression was neither happy nor sad. Ba Huang Tao was a female player with a strong sense of justice, hailed as the goddess of war. She was supposed to be a key force against the Chaos Evil God, one of humanity's guardians. Instead, she willingly became a minion of the evil god. Mufeng did not know why she chose to betray humanity, nor did he want to know. He only needed to remember one thing: those who betray humanity deserve to die. During the livestream, Mufeng grew tired and fell asleep in the living room. When he woke up, it was already 10 in the morning. Sunlight streamed through the window onto Mufeng, and as he groggily opened his eyes, he felt something heavy pressing down on him. He opened his eyes to see Lang Yashuang sleeping next to him, one long, snow-white leg draped over his waist and her fair arm resting on his chest. Mufeng moved her limbs away. He picked up his phone from the table in the living room, glanced at the time, and realized it was already 10 in the morning. He needed to go home. His sister was also sleeping in the living room. Seeing that she and Lang Yashuang were sleeping soundly, he decided not to wake them and let them rest. Mufeng got up and left. As he walked out of the apartment building, he happened to catch a taxi passing by. He hopped in and returned to the building where his rented room was. He went upstairs and back home. The living room, bathroom, and kitchen showed no sign of Sanja, and when he reached the bedroom door, he saw Sanja lying on the bed, engrossed in a game. Mufeng took a set of clean clothes from the wardrobe in the bedroom. He went to the bathroom, took a shower, and instantly felt revitalized. After changing his clothes, he returned to the bedroom. Mufeng picked up the gaming helmet, put it on, lay down beside Sanja, and entered the game. Last night, he had made an appointment with Yitris. They were to meet outside the mysterious oasis this morning, where she would tell him what his first trial was. It was almost noon now, and he hoped she wasn't angry for having to wait so long. Once Mufeng logged in, he looked around but saw no sign of Yitris. He had thought she would wait for him. Could it be that she left for the mysterious oasis because he was late? It seemed he needed to notify her that he had arrived. Just as Mufeng was about to use the necromancy summoning spell, he suddenly heard a pleasant female voice behind him, like the clear, crisp sound of a stream in early April, clean, transparent, yet with a hint of coldness. If you want to join our mysterious Tower Mage Association, punctuality is the first lesson you must learn. Mufong turned to see Yitres standing behind him, cold as ice. "Sorry, I'm late," Mufong admitted, acknowledging his failure to keep the appointment. Yitres looked at him with cold eyes, remaining silent for a long time, while Mufong also kept quiet, calmly gazing at her. After a long while, Yitres opened her cherry-red lips and slowly said, "You said you want to join the Mysterious Tower Mage Association, right?" "Yes," Mufong replied. "The 3 trials to join our Mysterious Tower Mage Association are very dangerous. You might lose your life during the trials. Are you brave enough?" "Stop wasting my time and let's get started," Mufong said. Yitres widened her eyes, looking at him in disbelief. After a moment, she said with a frustrated expression, "Head west from here and you will encounter a monster called the Sand Sea Worm. Kill 10 of them, that is your first trial, to be completed before nightfall." "Okay." Mufong summoned a yellow camel from his mount tab and headed west to find the Sand Sea Worms. In his previous life, it seemed he had encountered such monsters before. Level 20 elite monsters, quite troublesome. Troublesome, that is, for Mufong in his previous life. In this life, the Sand Sea Worm is merely an ant to Mufong. Soon, he encountered a Sand Sea Worm in the west. This is a solitary monster that likes to hide underground and ambush passing players. It does not appear in groups, but its individual strength is considerable. As Mufong rode his yellow camel across the desert, he suddenly felt a killing intent coming from underground. Mufong quickly recalled the yellow camel into his mount space, then activated the additional skill of the flickering ring, teleporting to the side. He dodged the attack from the Sand Sea Worm hidden underground. Just as Mufong teleported away, a massive figure burst forth from the ground. It resembled an enlarged giant worm, about 30 to 40 meters long and as thick as a train. Its mouth was filled with sharp teeth, stacked heavily, very unsettling. In his previous life, players who joined the Mage Association of the Mysterious Tower faced their first test, usually to kill 10 desert lizardmen, or sand goblins, or giant sand slimes. All ordinary level monsters. Why, when it came to him, was it an elite level Sand Sea Worm? Was it because of his poor attitude towards Yitres earlier, causing her to hold a grudge and deliberately set him up? A retaliatory strike? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Killing is killing, whether it's a Sand Sea Worm or a sand goblin, there's not much difference for Mufong now. Without hesitation, Mufong unleashed several fingers of destruction, instantly killing it. "System, you have killed Sand Sea Worm 1/10. The worm died, dropping 3 or 4 gold coins and a monster material called Sand Sea Worm skin. He picked it up. Mufong continued westward. This area should be the activity zone of the Sand Sea Worms, and sure enough, after walking a short distance, he encountered another Sand Sea Worm. Again, it was dealt with cleanly. The terrifying damage of Mufang's finger of destruction was something no monster could withstand. At the moment, continuing forward. Soon, in less than 2 hours, Mufong had killed enough Sand Sea Worms. He returned to report. When Mufong got back to the mysterious oasis, Yitres was displeased to see him return so quickly and said, how can you be like this, giving up so easily? What future will you have?" She thought Mufong had given up midway. Mufong replied, "I didn't give up, I completed the task." "What?" Yitres looked surprised. She didn't know what skill had been used, but a green glow swept over Mufong, and she already knew he had killed enough Sand Sea Worms. Yitres pondered and said, "You did well, you completed the first test and earned the qualification to enter the mysterious oasis." After saying that, Yitres handed Mufong a strange brooch. "With this, you can come and go freely in the mysterious oasis." The brooch was shaped like a white lightning rune. Mufong held the brooch, played with it for a while, and then put it in his backpack. He looked up at Yitres and asked, "What is the second test? Aren't you going to rest for a while? You just killed 10 Sand Sea Worms, don't you feel exhausted?" Yitres asked, puzzled. "I don't need it, just tell me what the second trial is." "The sooner I finish, the sooner it ends," Mufong said. "Alright, since you insist." After a pause, Yitres slowly said, "The second trial is to collect 10 Desert Star Gems." Mufong raised an eyebrow. "Desert Star? This is going to be tough." Collecting them isn't difficult, but the key is that the mine for Desert Stars is located only in the very center of the Death God Desert's core area. The core area is filled with level 100 monsters. Mufong is still under level 20, a single sneeze from a monster could instantly kill him. Asking him to collect Desert Stars now is clearly making things difficult for him. Mufong calmly said, "The Desert Star mine is in the very center of the Death God Desert's core area. I'm low level, it's dangerous for me to go there." Yitres replied indifferently, "Sending you to the core area now is like sending you to your death. Don't worry, besides the core area, there are actually mines for Desert Stars nearby." "What?" Mufong perked up. Desert Star gems are quite valuable. Whether used to embed in weapons or sold, they are a good choice. If there are Desert Star mines nearby, and he could claim them for himself, wouldn't that mean has good luck finally smiled upon him? To encounter such good fortune while doing a task is really great. Mufong concealed his thoughts and asked, "Where is the entrance to the mine?" "We shouldn't delay, I'll go now." No need, I'll take you there. This desert star mine was discovered by teacher Fagiana. It's private property of our Mystic Tower Mage Association. I'll take you in. You just need to collect 10 desert stars and bring them back. No keeping them for yourself. I'll be watching you at all times. After hearing Yitree's words, Mufong felt a bit disappointed, but it wasn't a big deal. As long as he could deal with Yitree's, the desert star mine would eventually be his. Looking at Yitree's in front of him, Mufong smiled and said, "Then take me there now." Yitree's pulled out an ivory white wand from somewhere and waved it gently a few times. In an instant, Mufong felt the world around him turn upside down, and a few seconds later he found himself in a pitch-black mine. It was completely dark and he couldn't see anything. Mufong hurriedly took out a torch to light it and drank a bottle of night vision potion. His vision returned. Mufong calmed down a bit. The mine, lacking sunlight, felt extremely cold. Is this the desert star mine? Mufong looked around and felt that it was just an ordinary mine. In his previous life, after reaching over level 100, he had teamed up with others to visit the desert star mine in the core area of the Death God Desert. The desert star mine not only had desert star gems but also a companion ore called Stardust Stone. Where there is stardust ore, there are desert stars. This is a basic rule and natural law of this world, the Dawn world. Stardust ore has little value. Its only special feature is that it glows in the dark, like a fluorescent stone. However, once the stardust ore is mined, it loses its luminescent property and becomes an ordinary, useless stone. Since this is the desert star mine, there should be stardust ore, right? Why isn't there any? Mufong thought, wouldn't it be that Yitree sent him to the wrong place? Just as Mufong was puzzled, he suddenly heard Yitree's voice in his ear. Go forward, you haven't found the vein of desert gems yet. You are currently in an ordinary mine. Mufong noticed a white lightning rune on the back of his left hand. This should be Yitree's magical mark, used to monitor him and to teleport him away. Mufong said nothing and followed Yitree's instructions, moving forward. He probably walked forward for more than 200 steps, and in the dim, cramped, and narrow mine, he suddenly saw a glimmer of brilliant light ahead, like the twinkling stars in the night sky. It was the glow emitted by the Stardust mine. There really was a desert star gemstone mine here. Mufong did not rush forward excitedly but slowed his pace, taking one careful step after another. The desert star gemstone mine was not just accompanied by stardust stones. There was also a monster that existed around the desert star gemstone mine, the Starstone Rockman. That was the name of the monster. An 80-level earth element monster, elite level, skilled in earth magic and defensive skills. Extremely difficult to deal with. Fortunately, these monsters spent most of their time sleeping. As long as they were not awakened, it would be fine. The second test. It was a test of the player's ability to respond to danger. For other players, the second test was to go to the territory of the desert lizardmen to find a plant called sand blood and collect 10 of them. But Mufong had to collect 10 desert star gemstones in the territory of the 80-level Starstone Rockmen. The desert lizardmen were 30-level monsters. The difficulty between these two tests was worlds apart. Mufong could already be certain, 100% sure, that Itsuei was deliberately targeting him. She must be angry because he was late this morning and because he had contradicted her. But it didn't matter anymore. Collecting 10 gemstones right under the noses of 80-level monsters, without having to kill them, was a piece of cake for Mufong. He discarded the torch and used stealth on himself. In a hidden state, he walked deeper into the mine. The ground was covered with stardust ore. The glow it emitted filled this area of the mine, making it very bright and clearly visible. Among the stardust ore, he could see a kind of ruby that flickered with a brilliant blood-red light. This was the desert star. It was also Mufeng's goal for this trip. In addition, there were huge dark oval rocks visible everywhere in the mine. These were not rocks, but Starstone Rockmen. When they slept, they would bury most of their bodies underground, disguising themselves as rocks, and could sleep for dozens or even hundreds of years. Their food was the incredibly precious desert star gemstones. After waking up, they would consume one desert star gemstone and then return to sleep. Mufong roughly counted there were about 30 Starstone Rockmen in this mine, which meant there were probably between 90 and 120 desert star gemstones. Only this number of desert star gemstones could sustain so many Starstone Rockmen. I forgot to tell you, there are many Starstone Rockmen in the mine. They are all 80-level monsters and very dangerous. If you wake them up while collecting gemstones, you will be in big trouble. However, since you know that the desert star mine is in the central area of the Death God Desert, you should also know about the existence of the Starstone Rockmen, right? Itsuei's voice came from the magic rune in his hand. Mufong did not speak, just nodded. Seeing Mufong so calm, Yitree was somewhat displeased. She thought Mufong would be startled, but his reaction was completely opposite to what she had imagined. Alright, you can shut up now. Don't wake the Starstone Golem, Mufong said softly. Yitree was quite angry. This guy showed her no respect at all. Angry as she was, Yitris obediently closed her mouth and made no further sound. The Starstone golems were not very sensitive to sound, but that didn't mean they were deaf. Being earth element monsters, they were very sensitive to vibrations in the ground. Any slight tremor could be detected. In other words, the Starstone golems were sensitive to footsteps and the sounds of mining. Unfortunately, Mufong couldn't use levitation, otherwise this task would be easy. He took a miner's pick from his backpack, chose a spot far from the sleeping Starstone golem, and quietly walked over, digging for desert stars. In a concealed state, any attack, collection, or mining would cause the concealment to be lifted. However, Mufong didn't care. He mined while frantically using his concealment technique on himself. This way, when the concealment was lifted, he would immediately use the concealment technique again, re-entering the concealed state. Thus, Mufong could remain in a concealed state continuously, mining 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%, 50%. With each strike of the miner's pick on the gem vein, a series of slight vibrations occurred, and not far away, the sleeping Starstone golem seemed to sense something, as if it were about to awaken. Mufeng's perception was sharper than that of the Starstone golem. He immediately stopped, stood still, and remained motionless. The next moment, the Starstone golem awoke, a short rocky figure standing up. Its entire body was made of rock, with a rough and crude face, barely distinguishable eyes, nose, and mouth. The golem's two eyes were like emeralds, the size of fists, emitting a faint green glow in the mine. The Starstone golem looked around, saw no enemies or intruders, and squatted down again, disguising itself as a rock, continuing to sleep. After waiting for a few minutes, Mufong continued to mine, mining 50%, 51%, 52%, 99%, 100%. A Desert Star gem was in hand. Desert Star, level, perfect type, gem usage, inlay, collection, sale. Inlay weapon, 150% attack accuracy, inlay armor, plus 10. Strength inlay helmet, plus 10 strength inlay shield, plus 30 defense. After obtaining the Desert Star, Mufong admired it for a moment before casually tossing it into his backpack. Then he continued mining. Mining 1%, 2%, 3%. 99%, 100%. When he mined the second Desert Star, the Starstone golem seemed to hear the noise again. It was the same golem that had awakened earlier. It woke from its slumber but saw no one. The golem scratched its head with its strong rocky arms, somewhat puzzled, and continued to sleep. Mufong waited for it to fall asleep again before continuing to mine. This time, he mined 5 Desert Heart gems in a row. It seemed the noise was a bit too loud. The Starstone golem awoke once more. Mufong guessed that this golem, which had woken 3 times, was likely the one responsible for keeping watch in this group of Starstone golems. This time, the golem woke up, its small eyes filled with great confusion. Still not seeing any intruders or enemies, it became a bit angry and decided not to sleep anymore, crossing its arms and sitting down on the ground. Its 2 emerald-like eyes scanned the surroundings, looking ready to confront Mufong to the end. Mufong stood still, calmly waiting for the right moment. After all, Yitris had not specified a time limit for the second trial. His patience was good, he could afford to wait. Soon, an hour passed. The Starstone golem seemed to have lost its patience as well, yawning repeatedly and looking extremely tired. Another hour went by. Unable to endure any longer, the Starstone golem fell into a deep sleep. Once it was asleep, Mufong quickly got to work, continuing to mine. This time, the Starstone golem did not wake up again, and Mufong mined enough Desert Star gems needed for the second trial. He glanced at the magical runes on the back of his left hand. Logically, since he had mined 10 Desert Star gems, Yitris should have teleported him away by now. But why had Yitris not made any move or response until now? Could it be that the magical runes had temporarily malfunctioned? Mufong looked at the dim magical runes, and this thought inevitably arose in his mind. But soon, he shook his head, forcibly driving the thought out of his brain. Yitris could not possibly make such a low-level mistake. The Desert Star gems were quite valuable. If it were someone else, they might take this opportunity to secretly mine a few more Desert Star gems for themselves. But Mufong did not do that. Yitris was definitely monitoring his every move. If Mufong were to steal and mine, Yitris would surely use that as an excuse to declare his failure in the second trial. Mufong would not be deceived by such simple tactics. He endured and waited quietly. About half an hour later, the magical runes on his left hand glowed slightly, and the next moment he was teleported away from the Desert Star mine. Another dizzying spin. Mufong found himself in the vast, boundless desert. Not far in front of him stood Yitris, head held high. Looking proud, she said lightly, "Sorry, the runes malfunctioned and did not teleport you back in time." As expected, Yitris had delayed teleporting him back just to catch him off guard. With Yitris's proud character, she would never admit she was wrong. She even specifically explained that the runes had malfunctioned. How could the runes created by a grand sorcerer possibly malfunction so easily? What a joke! Truly, there's no silver here. Mu Feng said, "It's fine, these are the 10 desert star gems needed for the second trial." As he spoke, he took out the 10 gems from his backpack. The desert stars were about the size of ping-pong balls, varying in shape and a brilliant red color. Mu Feng's expression was calm, unaffected by Yitriz's words. A strange light flashed in Yitriz's eyes. Just as Mu Feng had guessed, Yitriz had not teleported him back in time to test him. She wanted to see if Mu Feng would be greedy and steal the desert star gems. The result was that Mu Feng remained unfazed and indifferent. This made Yitriz regard Mu Feng with a higher opinion. In this day and age, there were not many who could resist temptation. Yitriz extended her delicate hand, summoning the 10 desert star gems to float in the air, slowly drifting to her side. With a wave of her hand, the gems disappeared. Mu Feng calmly asked, "What is the third trial?" "It's getting late, let's talk about it tomorrow morning." With that, Yitriz vanished in a flash, leaving Mu Feng alone in the desert. "Are you ready for tomorrow morning?" Mu Feng murmured. At this time, the sky was already dark, the sun gradually setting, and dusk spread across the entire desert. Mu Feng had originally planned to log off, but he remembered that after completing the first trial, he was allowed by Yitriz to enter the mysterious oasis. He took out the white lightning rune brooch that Yitriz had given him. Wearing it would allow him to enter the mysterious oasis. In his previous life, Mu Feng wanted to join the mysterious oasis and change his profession to a secret mage. He collected information, checked strategies, and confidently arrived at the mysterious oasis, only to be turned away by Yitriz. It was simply because his talent was too poor, being an F rank. In this life, Mu Feng walked into the mysterious oasis that he had longed for in his previous life. He felt little in his heart. It was like a toy he had dreamed of as a child, but grew to no longer like as an adult. It wasn't the toy that had changed, but he had changed. The mysterious oasis was no different from an ordinary oasis, lush with vegetation, and in the center of the oasis was a lake that resembled a silver mirror. Not far from the lake stood a mage tower. This was the Tower of Mystery. The Tower of Mystery was silver white, 100 meters high, with its walls covered in mysterious magical runes. Mu Feng did not go inside to take a look. Having just passed 2 trials, he was not yet qualified to enter the Tower of Mystery. He wandered around for a while and discovered an abandoned teleportation array. No, this shouldn't be an abandoned array. It required a special teleportation token to activate it. Aside from the Tower of Mystery and the teleportation array, there were no other buildings in the entire mysterious oasis. After wandering for a while, Mu Feng logged off. He hadn't forgotten that he had to go to Yang Kuan's manor tonight for a dinner specially held for him. Lying beside him, Sanja had already logged out of the game. Only a gaming helmet remained on the bed. Mu Feng got out of bed, went to the living room, and not seeing Sanja, noticed the bathroom light and the sound of running water. Knowing that Sanja was taking a shower, Mu Feng glanced at his phone and saw an unknown call. He dialed back, and the other party quickly answered. It was Yang Kuan's voice. "Mr. Mu Feng, I wonder if you are ready. I have sent someone to wait for you at your door for quite some time." Just a moment. No rush, I can wait as long as it takes. Then I'll hang up for now." Alright. After hanging up the phone, Mu Feng sat on the sofa and browsed the forum for a while. After a while, Sanja, wrapped in a towel and dripping with water, walked out of the bathroom. "Sorry, brother Mu Feng, for keeping you waiting." "It's fine," Mu Feng said. "Just a moment, I'll go change clothes now." As Sanja spoke, she walked towards the bedroom. Her wet little feet left cute little footprints on the tiled floor. Mu Feng sat on the sofa and waited for a while. After changing her clothes, Sanja came out. She wore a white bare t-shirt on top and black denim shorts on the bottom, her beautiful legs white and straight, without any socks, and on her feet were open-toe sandals. She blinked her eyes and said softly, "Alright, brother Mu Feng, let's go." "Okay." Mu Feng took his phone and keys and left with Sanja. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a person standing at the entrance. Mu Feng was taken aback and asked, "Who are you?" The person wore a flattering smile and said, "I am Yang Jianye, the eldest son of Yang Kuan." Only then did Mu Feng remember who he was. Yang Kuan's eldest son, Yang Jianye. On that day, when treating Yang Kuan, Yang Jianye had barged in and tried to drag Mu Feng out without any explanation. It was only when Yang Kuan, still lying on the hospital bed, spoke up that Yang Jianye retreated. Today, Yang Jianye personally came to his doorstep, waiting for a long time, extremely humble. It was unclear whether Yang Kuan had sent him or if he had come on his own. Yang Jianye saw Mu Feng not speaking. He quickly added, "Mr. Mu Feng, that day I misunderstood the situation and offended you. I hope you can forgive me." Yang Jianye lowered his posture significantly. Ever since he learned that Mu Feng had extraordinary medical skills and could cure terminal illnesses, he had regretted offending Mu Feng in the past. If one were to ask in today's society who fears death the most, it certainly isn't the impoverished masses. Besides immortals, who can guarantee a life free of illness and disaster? This time, when coming to pick up Mu Feng, Yang Kuan planned to personally greet him just like last time to show sincerity. However, Yang Jianye insisted on coming, saying he wanted to apologize for the previous rudeness. After thinking it over, Yang Koan agreed. After all, Yang Jianye was a member of the Yang family. His actions were tied to the Yang family. Since Yang Jianye had offended Mu Feng, he had to apologize and seek Mu Feng's forgiveness so that Mu Feng wouldn't develop a dislike for the Yang family because of this incident. Therefore, before Yang Jianye came, Yang Koan specifically instructed him to ensure he obtained Mu Feng's forgiveness. If he couldn't accomplish that, he should leave the Yang family. Yang Koan's words might have been said in a fit of anger, or they could have been serious. But Yang Jianye didn't dare to take it lightly. The entire Yang family relied on Yang Koan's support. He was the emperor of the Yang family. Everything Yang Jianye had was given by Yang Koan, and since he could give, he could also take it back with a single word. Yang Koan had many children. He didn't need Yang Jianye. Thus, even if he had to wait at Mu Feng's door for nearly 3 hours, Yang Jianye didn't dare show any dissatisfaction. If the high-ranking officials of Jinan City saw Yang Jianye, the young master of the Yang family, in such a respectful manner, they would surely be shocked. Mu Feng, on the other hand, didn't care much about this matter. As the guardian of humanity, he couldn't possibly kill someone over such trivialities. Therefore, he generously forgave Yang Jianye. That matter last time is no problem, Mu Feng said. Yang Jianye felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, and he let out a sigh of relief. Thank you for your magnanimity, Mr. Mu Feng. A smile appeared on Yang Jianye's face as he respectfully said, Mr. Mu Feng, please come downstairs, the car is ready for you, and my father has been waiting for a long time. All right. Mu Feng and Sanja walked downstairs, with Yang Jianye following behind them. A long luxury car was parked downstairs. People around were discussing, speculating about what kind of big shot lived in this rental building, as luxury cars worth millions would frequently stop outside. Once in the car, Sanja had never been in such a luxury vehicle and curiously examined the interior decorations. Mu Feng, however, appeared much more composed. He had never been interested in luxury goods or high-end cars. In fact, to please Mu Feng, Yang Jianye had arranged for several attractive female models and internet celebrities to be in the luxury car. But upon seeing that Mu Feng was not alone and had brought a young girl to the banquet, and not knowing their relationship, Yang Jianye discreetly sent a message while going downstairs, instructing the female models and internet celebrities in the car to leave quickly. Over the years, Yang Jianye had gained some insights into interpersonal relationships. Doing too much might not be a good thing. It could be overkill and lead to mistakes. Sometimes, doing nothing at all is the right choice. Doing nothing also means there is no chance of making a mistake. Yang Jianye had just obtained Mu Feng's forgiveness, and he couldn't afford to make another mistake now. The extended luxury car slowly drove towards Yang Koan's manor. Inside the car, Mu Feng remained silent, while Sanja obediently sat without speaking. After a few awkward exchanges with Mu Feng, Yang Jianye felt the atmosphere was a bit uncomfortable and stopped talking. When the car arrived at the entrance of Yang Koan's manor in the suburbs of Jinan City, Yang Koan led dozens of members of the Yang family to welcome Mu Feng's arrival. Getting out of the car, Yang Koan immediately approached Mu Feng. Mr. Mu Feng, I apologize for not welcoming you properly, Yang Koan said, his old face breaking into a beaming smile as he jogged over. Mu Feng smiled and replied, Old Mr. Yang, I'm sorry to trouble you tonight. After all, Yang Koan had invited him to dinner, so Mu Feng didn't put on any airs and maintained a friendly attitude. Today, your esteemed presence has truly brightened my humble abode. I am greatly honored, Yang Koan said, delivering his formalities with ease. Mu Feng said, I brought someone with me tonight, I hope you won't mind. Yang Koan looked at Sanja, who was following Mu Feng, and smiled kindly, saying, Of course I don't mind, but I wonder who this young lady is to you, Mr. Mu Feng? You know, Mu Feng replied lightly. Yang Koan naturally knew, ever since Mu Feng cured his terminal illness, he had sent someone to investigate Mu Feng's identity thoroughly. He also found out about Sanja, who lived in Mu Feng's home. Both Mu Feng and Sanja were just ordinary people. Investigating their identities was a piece of cake for this big shot. From Jinan City, Yang Koan was old, but he was thick-skinned. He smiled and subtly brushed the matter aside. While smiling, he discreetly glanced at Sanja a few times, thinking that it turned out Mr. Mu Feng had a taste for this type. Coincidentally, he had a few granddaughters around middle school age, not inferior in looks to Sanja. He thought he might introduce them to Mr. Mu Feng one day. The entire Yang family surrounded Mu Feng and Sanja as they entered the manor. Along the way, Yang Koan introduced the manor to Mu Feng, showcasing his investment and effort, treating this place as his retirement home. Every patch of grass in the manor was airlifted from abroad, and every flower in the garden was a precious variety. The buildings were meticulously designed by foreign masters, complete with a golf course, wine cellar, entertainment room, home theater, and more. All the equipment was top-notch. Yang Koan carefully introduced every part of the manor while Mu Feng listened with little interest. He was quite hungry and only thought about eating. After a while, Mu Feng and his group arrived at the luxurious building in the center of the manor. The first floor hall was the venue for the banquet, set up as a buffet. Once at the banquet, the large group of young family members who had been following Yang Kuan and Mu Feng dispersed. They gathered in small groups, sipping high-end drinks from their goblets, occasionally glancing at Mu Feng. Mu Feng was holding a white plate, filling it with exquisite food from the buffet. A big chicken leg, a steak, sushi looked pretty good too. Mu Feng piled a large plate of food and found a table to sit down. Sanja also sat beside him with a plate, which had less food, mostly vegetables and whole grains. Yang Kuan also sat down next to him with a cup of English black tea. Mr. Mu Feng, you have quite an appetite, Yang Kuan said with a smile. Aren't you going to eat something? Mu Feng asked. Yang Kuan smiled and shook his head, saying, I'm getting old, I can't eat much anymore. I'll just have a cup of tea tonight. After saying that, he took a sip of warm black tea, then elegantly set the cup down and said to Mu Feng, would you like to try? It's Queen's black tea from Europe. Mu Feng replied, no, I only love iced black tea. Yang Kuan, what a pity, you're not eating tonight, your chef's skills are really not bad, Mu Feng said, picking up a piece of beefsteak with his chopsticks, eating it bite by bite. Like a meat pie while chewing, he said. Yang Kuan smiled and said, since Mr. Mu Feng likes it, how about I give it to you? It's too much trouble to keep a chef, I'll just stick to takeout, Mu Feng replied. Yang Kuan chuckled. After a while, he said solemnly, I wonder what Mr. Mu Feng thinks of my manor? It's okay, but the defense is a bit lacking, Mu Feng replied honestly. The manor was surrounded by wooden fences, making it easy for enemies to climb over. The greenery inside the manor was beautiful, but if the enemy used fire attacks, it would be troublesome. Moreover, the manor was located in the suburbs of Jinnan City, making it an easy target for the Chaos Legion. After all, Mu Feng had experienced the apocalypse, and his perspective on things was different from ordinary people. The defense is too poor? Yang Kuan looked bewildered. This left him momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment, Yang Kuan adjusted his mindset and forced a smile, asking, so, Mr. Mu Feng, do you like this manor? Mu Feng raised an eyebrow. In fact, since arriving at the manor, when Yang Kuan took him on a tour, Mu Feng had sensed something was off. He didn't expect Yang Kuan to be so willing to spend money just to please him. Such a luxurious manor, given away just like that. Mu Feng looked at Yang Kuan and asked, are you really willing? What's there to hesitate about? Mr. Mu Feng, you are my lifesaver, Yang Kuan replied with a smile. Mu Feng laughed and shook his head, saying, let's not beat around the bush, what do you want? What do you want to get from me? Yang Kuan said seriously, look at what you're saying, sir. I just want to repay your kindness, I really have no other motives. Mu Feng asked with a smile, really none? None. Yang Kuan replied decisively. Once this village is gone, this shop will be gone too. If you want something, say it early. As Mu Feng spoke, he picked up a shell-on shrimp with his chopsticks, looked at it, and, feeling too lazy to peel it, put it back on the plate. Sanja, sitting nearby, noticed and proactively peeled the shrimp for Mu Feng. After a while, Yang Kuan said pitifully, giving the manor to you, Mr. Mu Feng, is entirely out of gratitude for saving my life. But if you could leave me a few bottles of the miraculous medicine that saved me, that would be even better. Just consider it pity for this old man. Mu Feng asked, how many bottles do you want? Yang Kuan pondered for a long time, slowly extending 3 fingers, hesitating, what do you think, would 3 bottles be okay? Trading a manor worth over 100 million for 3 bottles of vitality potion? Mu Feng replied calmly, 3 bottles is too few, you would be at a loss. I'm afraid you might regret it later. Yang Kuan hurriedly said, I'm not afraid of being at a loss, as long as you are willing to give it to me, I won't mind. Too few, I'll give you 30 bottles of vitality potion, Mu Feng said. Mr. Mu Feng, please don't joke, he replied. I'm not joking. Are you really willing to give me 30 bottles of the miraculous medicine? Yes, absolutely, Mu Feng said with a serious expression. Yang Kuan was first overjoyed but then fell into deep thought. He forced a smile and said, I wonder what Mr. Mu Feng has taken a liking to in me. The vitality recovery potion is a divine medicine for you, but for me, it's just a common healing drug, Mu Feng replied. His words were straightforward. However, in Yang Kuan's ears, the meaning changed entirely. Having mingled in society for many years, Yang Kuan prided himself on being well-informed and good at reading people. Mu Feng's tone and expression did not seem like someone who was lying. What he said was very likely true. Indeed, if Mu Feng had no secrets, he wouldn't possess such a miraculous medicine that could cure terminal illnesses. According to the information he had gathered, Mu Feng was just an ordinary college student before, with nothing special about him. Yet, in such a short time, he had undergone a tremendous transformation. And there must be a reason behind it. Perhaps Mu Feng had encountered some extraordinary adventure during this time. The more Yang Kuan thought about it, the more he felt this possibility. Suddenly, Mu Feng appeared to him as mysterious and unfathomable. Yang Kuan felt a wave of dryness in his mouth. He picked up his teacup and took a big gulp of black tea. At that moment he had no mind to savor the fragrance and taste of the tea, gulping it down hastily. After calming his emotions with the tea, Yang Kuan said, "Then Mr. Mufong, let's settle this. I will gift you this manor and you will reward me with 30 bottles of the divine medicine. How does that sound? This manor is nice, but it's not suitable for me." "Oh, is there something you are not satisfied with?" "Firstly, the manor's defenses are too weak. Secondly, maintaining such a large manor is quite troublesome. It must cost a lot of money. Over the year, I have uses for my money, but I can't afford to waste it on this," Mufong said. "So that's the reason, huh? That's easy to discuss." Yang Kuan said with a smile, "I'll cover the maintenance costs of the manor, including security, cleaning, servants, and chefs. How does that sound?" As for Mufang's complaint about the manor's weak defenses, Yang Kuan directly ignored it. "That works just right. I've been planning to change houses these days, so you've saved me quite a bit of trouble," Mufong said. Yang Kuan humbly replied, "It is my honor to relieve Mr. Mufong of his worries." Mufong said, "I can't take out 30 bottles of vitality recovery potions right now, so I'll give you 12 bottles first and then I'll give you the rest later." At that moment he only had 12 bottles of the vitality recovery potion left in his backpack. He would have to wait until he returned to the game to get another 18 bottles for Yang Kuan. Trading 30 bottles of the vitality recovery potion for such a luxurious manner was a huge profit for Mufong. In fact, relying on the game items from the world of Dawn, Mufong could easily swindle these wealthy individuals in the real world, leading them to ruin. But he wouldn't do that. After all, Mufong was a guardian of humanity. His responsibility was to protect humanity and save the world, not to commit fraud. Simply put, Mufong had a conscience, but it wasn't abundant. He took out bottles of vitality recovery potion glowing with a purple light from his pocket and lined them up on the table. Yang Kuan, not caring about being rude, picked up a bottle of the vitality recovery potion to examine it. He had no idea how to distinguish the authenticity of the potion. He merely picked it up, scrutinized it for a moment, then pulled out the cork and sniffed the potion's scent. Confirming it was the same as the one he had last time, he checked each one in turn, and after ensuring everything was correct, Yang Kuan finally felt relieved. Just as he was about to say something to Mufong, his eldest son, Yang Jianye, hurried over. Seeing Yang Jianye, Yang Kuan's face fell, and he said unhappily, "Didn't I say not to disturb me and Mr. Mufong if there's nothing important?" Yang Jianye greedily glanced at the 12 bottles of vitality recovery medicine on the dining table, then leaned close to Yang Kuan's ear and whispered for a while. It was unclear what Yang Jianye said. Yang Kuan's face immediately turned extremely ugly. He said to Yang Jianye, "Go, get a safe." "Yes, father." Yang Jianye hurriedly left. Yang Kuan forced a smile at Mufong and said, "Mr. Mufong, you go ahead and eat, I have something to take care of." "All right," Mufong replied. Yang Jianye came running back with a black safe. Yang Kuan carefully placed the 12 bottles of vitality recovery medicine into the safe. Then, he picked up the safe and walked outside. At the same time, Mufong noticed that the young family members in the hall on the first floor were also heading outside. A noisy argument could be heard from outside. It was unclear what had happened. Mufong didn't care. He continued to eat and drink. Sanja placed a plate of peeled shrimp in front of him. "Thank you," Mufong smiled. Sanja returned a sweet smile. After finishing the shrimp, Mufong had 2 ice creams drenched in chocolate, and after he was full, he wanted to go home. He turned to Sanja and asked, "Are you full?" Sanja nodded, "I'm full." "Then let's go home." "Okay." Mufong picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth, stood up, and walked outside with Sanja. At the entrance of the hall, a crowd had gathered. Yang Kuan was confronting 2 women and a man. Among them, one woman, Mufong recognized. She was the cold and beautiful doctor from the day he came to treat Yang Kuan, though he didn't know if her surname was Li or Zhang. Just as Mufong spotted the cold and beautiful doctor, she also saw him. The cold and beautiful doctor pointed at Mufong and shouted, "It's him." In an instant, all eyes in the room were focused on Mufong. Mufong looked puzzled and turned to Yang Kuan, asking, "What's going on?" Yang Kuan's face turned red, speechless with anger. Mufong then looked at Yang Jianye, wanting to ask him. Before he could speak, a woman who resembled Yang Kuan jumped in front of Mufong and loudly questioned, "Are you the scammer who deceived my father with fake medicine?" Mufong smiled, "The medicine I used is not fake." Whether it's fake or not, you don't get to decide," the woman said, enunciating each word. "Then who does get to decide?" Mufong asked curiously. "This is the medical doctor I invited back from abroad, a graduate of St. George's University who has won the highest awards in the medical field twice, Dr. Wang Dan," the woman confidently introduced to everyone. Wang Dan looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, very young, with a fair complexion and good looks, giving off an air of cultured elegance and erudition. Mufong looked at the medical doctor named Wang Dan, then shifted his gaze back to the woman in front of him. "You must be the daughter of old Master Yang?" "That's right, my name is Yang Ximiao. Mu Feng patiently explained, let me clarify, I'm not a scammer and I didn't use fake medicine. So, you're saying your medicine is real? The kind that can cure terminal illnesses? At this moment, Dr. Wang Dan spoke up. Everyone's gaze turned to Wang Dan. Wang Dan paused for a moment and slowly said, it is known that the diseases currently referred to as terminal illnesses are those that cannot be cured and are thus labeled as such. For many years, the medical community has been striving to conquer terminal illnesses, seeking ways to treat them, yet until now, the prospects remain bleak, with no glimmer of hope in sight. And this person claims to have a cure for terminal illnesses? Don't you find it strange? If such a miraculous drug existed, the news would have spread like wildfire. Why have we not heard a whisper of it until now? Such a wondrous drug that benefits humanity and society. Why not make it public? Once announced, you could undoubtedly become a hero to humanity, saving countless patients. Who could resist the temptation of fame and fortune? Wang Dan turned to Mu Feng and asked, may I ask what your educational background is? Bachelor's degree, Mu Feng answered honestly. What was your major? Computer science. Then where did this drug that can cure terminal illnesses come from? From a game. Ha! Wang Dan let out a mocking laugh. He said lightly, now, without me saying much more, I believe you all have seen through this fraud's true colors. After hearing the conversation between Wang Dan and Mu Feng, the young family members began to whisper among themselves, pointing at Mu Feng. Indeed, a drug that can cure terminal illnesses has never been heard of. Moreover, the origin of this drug is actually from a game? This raises doubts about Mu Feng's mental state. Originally, many in the Yang family were skeptical of Mu Feng. Like Yang Ximiao, they also thought Mu Feng was a fraud. However, due to the authority of the Yang family's head, Yang Kuan, they did not dare to stand up and expose Mu Feng's deceit to his face. In the entire Yang family, only Yang Kuan's youngest and most favored daughter, Yang Ximiao, was not afraid of Yang Kuan. You say the drug is fake, but my father clearly has a terminal illness, and it was Mr. Mu Feng who personally cured him. How can that be fake? Yang Jianya stepped forward to speak for Mu Feng. Yes. No matter how absurd it all seems, the facts are right in front of us. Can it still be fake? Yang Ximiao sneered, elder brother, you really are ridiculously foolish. What did you say? Yang Jianya shouted angrily. The cold and beautiful female doctor said, we have all been deceived. This could be a meticulously planned scam. Yang Jianya scoffed, Dr. Li, don't forget, you were the one who examined my father and also the one who confirmed that my father's terminal illness was cured. If this is a scam, you can't escape responsibility either. The cold and beautiful female doctor replied calmly, the examination results can be forged. I fear I have been used. The examination equipment may have been tampered with. This should be a long-planned scam. Yang Jianya said, the examination can be faked, but we all know how my father's health is. That must be real, right? The cold and beautiful female doctor exchanged glances with Wang Dan. Then, she said solemnly, Mr. Yang Kuan's health condition is what we are most worried about. Currently, although there is no drug to cure terminal illnesses, there are many drugs that can induce hallucinations and deceive the body's senses. These drugs have significant side effects and can be very dangerous. We want to take Mr. Yang Kuan to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup, then the truth will be revealed. Yang Kuan's face darkened as he said, I won't go. I trust Mr. Mu Feng. You all get out of here right now. Dad, we're doing this for your own good, Yang Ximiao said seriously. Yang Kuan shouted, for my good? Then you apologize to Mr. Mu Feng right now, or don't blame me for kicking you out of the family. Yang Ximiao insisted. I know you don't believe anything I say right now, but please come with us to the hospital for another checkup and everything will be clear. I won't go, Yang Kuan replied firmly. What are you all waiting for? Do you want to watch the old man get deceived and die tragically, losing our family business to this fraud? Yang Ximiao looked at the onlooking members of the Yang family. Some of them were stirred into action, while others, intimidated by the old man's long-standing authority, dared not move recklessly. Wang Dan and the cold, beautiful female doctor approached Mu Feng from either side. The cold female doctor spat, you fraud, it's better to confess now. If we expose your lies, what awaits you will be the law's punishment. Wang Dan then said to the female doctor, stop wasting time with him. Call the police right now and have him arrested. Oof. The cold female doctor shot Mu Feng a disdainful glance, then followed Wang Dan's instructions and called the police. Wang Dan also looked down at Mu Feng from a superior position, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. Mu Feng watched this farce unfold before him, feeling exhausted. Sometimes, he truly felt pain. Just thinking about how he fought tooth and nail to protect such a group of people made him feel unworthy. Sigh. Mu Feng sighed. He raised his voice, everyone, I have a method to prove my innocence, quick and convenient, how about it? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. The cold female doctor frowned and scolded, you fraud, what trick are you trying to play? Mu Feng replied earnestly, I'm not a fraud. Whether you believe it or not, just let me prove it and then you'll believe. The cold female doctor was about To retort when Wang Dan stopped her, chuckling softly, let this clown jump around a bit longer so everyone can see his disgrace. A smile appeared on the cold female doctor's face. This method was good. The female doctor coldly asked Mufeng, how are you going to prove it? I'll treat someone on the spot and heal them, that will prove my innocence. Ha, as expected, this method is too low level. It's just finding a stooge. A trick of a con artist. Wang Dan thought he had seen through Mufeng's tricks and said to him with a smile, then please prove it to us all. I need someone to cooperate with me. How about me? Wang Dan said. Sure. Please extend your hand to me, thank you. Wang Dan extended his left hand and Mufeng grasped his wrist. Wang Dan looked at him with disdain. What, you can still take my pulse? I forgot to tell you, my body is very healthy, with no injuries. How are you going to treat me? Without saying a word, Mufeng directly broke Wang Dan's arm. The bone snapped into two pieces, piercing through the flesh, exposing the stark white bone. Blood gushing out, the injury exceptionally horrific. Accompanied by Wang Dan's painful scream, Mufeng smiled and said, look, this is an injury, and it's an external one. Don't worry, I'll heal you right away. Such a horrifying scene sent chills down the spines of everyone present. The cold and beautiful female doctor turned extremely pale, her pupils trembling, her breath quickening, and a terrified scream escaped her lips. Her and Wang Dan's painful cries wove a mournful concerto of agony. Fear gripped the hearts of all. Only Mufeng remained unfazed. He had long grown tired of the sounds of suffering. Although the cold and beautiful female doctor was scared, she was still a professional. Once the initial fear subsided, she quickly regained her composure. She hurried to Wang Dan's side, performing emergency treatment while shouting at the people around her, quick, call for an ambulance, and also call the security office to arrest this madman. The madman she referred to was Mufeng, who had suddenly attacked. He must have acted out of desperation because we uncovered his scheme. It had to be. The look in the cold and beautiful doctor's eyes was filled with rage as she glared at Mufeng. Seeing this, some members of the Young family immediately took out their phones, intending to call the security office to have Mufeng, this dangerous individual, taken away. Yang Kuan quickly stopped his family from calling the security office. Under Yang Kuan's authority, they put down their phones. However, Yang Kuan's youngest daughter disregarded everything and picked up her phone to call the security office. Yang Kuan scolded his rebellious daughter. Yang Ximie insisted that it was for Yang Kuan's good, for the good of the Yang family. Mufeng paid no attention to the father-daughter drama unfolding before him. He walked towards Wang Dan. Wang Dan, frightened, kept retreating until he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Touching his wound caused him to grimace in pain. Mufeng stood before Wang Dan. Once again, Wang Dan and the cold and beautiful doctor looked at Mufeng, their eyes no longer filled with disdain but rather with a hint of fear. The cold and beautiful doctor, worried that Mufeng would harm her, immediately stepped aside, leaving Wang Dan alone. Wang Dan, sweating profusely from the pain, trembled as he asked, what do you want? Don't be afraid, I will heal you, Mufeng said gently. Without waiting for Wang Dan's consent, Mufeng placed his hand on Wang Dan's severed arm. Mufeng activated a secondary healing technique. In the next moment, Wang Dan's severed arm was instantly healed, restored to its original state. Witnessing this miraculous scene, both the Yang family members and Wang Dan, alone with the cold and beautiful doctor, widened their eyes in disbelief. This is impossible, the cold and beautiful doctor murmured. Wang Dan raised his restored arm in shock, feeling as if all his years of medical study had been in vain. Only through personal experience could one understand the profundity of it all. Mufeng said, now, you should believe it. No. Wang Dan exclaimed excitedly, this is absolutely impossible. Mufeng raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, still not convinced? He quickly stepped forward and broke Wang Dan's left arm again. The scream echoed once more. Mufeng activated the secondary healing technique again, restoring his left arm. Do you believe it now? Mufeng asked. Wang Dan nodded vigorously, repeatedly saying, I believe it. The cold and beautiful doctor was in a daze, murmuring, this is impossible. Seeing that there were still those who did not believe, Mufeng did not hesitate to step up and break one of the cold and beautiful doctor's long, beautiful legs. He deliberately waited a while until the doctor had shouted herself hoarse before using the secondary healing technique to heal her. This was to let her experience it firsthand. As a result, no one dared to call Mufeng a fraud anymore. Indeed, one can only win people over with virtue, Mufeng sighed. Then, he turned to Yang Kuan beside him and said, Mr. Yang, we want to go home now, could you please arrange for someone to take us? The manor was in the suburbs, and it was inconvenient to take a taxi. Yang Kuan smiled and said, no problem, let me personally escort you, Mr. Mufeng. You're already quite old, just let the driver take us, there's no need for you to go through the trouble. Mufeng said, it's fine, just right to discuss the transfer of the estate with you in the car, sir. Yang Kuan smiled. Alright, let's go then. Mufeng said. Good, you go ahead, I'll be there shortly. Yang Kuan gestured. Mu Feng walked towards the estate entrance with Sanja. Yang Kuan's smile gradually faded. He glanced at the dazed Wang Dan and the cold, beautiful doctor, then turned his gaze to his youngest daughter, Yang Ximiao. He angrily said, "You almost got me killed today. If this makes Mr. Mu Feng dislike our Yang family, just wait for your doom." Yang Ximiao was about to explain. "Father, Yang Kuan interrupted, "Shut up. From today on, you are grounded. Janya, you are responsible for watching her." Yang Janya nodded hurriedly. "Yes, father. Also, kick these two out of the estate." Yang Kuan was referring to Wang Dan and the cold, beautiful doctor. After dealing with them, Yang Kuan grabbed the box containing the revitalizing potion and hurried to the estate entrance. He met a stretched luxury car that had been waiting there all along. When Mu Feng saw Yang Kuan holding the password box, he joked, "Why do you keep holding onto it? Afraid it will be stolen?" Yang Kuan smiled and said nothing. Once in the car, he placed the password box beside his seat. He said to Mu Feng, "Because some procedures need to be handled, the transfer of the estate will take some time to complete. But Mr. Mu Feng, you can move into the estate at any time. There's no rush on this matter," Mu Feng replied lightly. "Then whenever you want to move, just let me know." "All right." When they returned to the bottom of the rental building, it was already past 11 at night. Yang Kuan left. Mu Feng and Song Jia went upstairs together. Ever since Mu Feng broke the arms and legs of Wang Dan and the cold, beautiful doctor, Song Jia hadn't spoken to him again. Mu Feng didn't mind, although his method was effective. The process was too bloody. Song Jia was probably scared. As they climbed the stairs, Mu Feng said to Song Jia, "I'm sorry." Brother Mu Feng, why are you apologizing? I might have scared you earlier." "Not at all. Those two bad people slandered you, saying you were a fraud. They got what they deserved." Song Jia defended Mu Feng. She thought to herself that it would have been better to kill those two. They shouldn't have been treated for their injuries. Let them repent in pain. Mu Feng asked, "Speaking of which, aren't you curious about the potion I gave Yang Kuan?" Logically, anyone who saw Mu Feng exchange a few bottles of potion for a mansion worth over 100 million would be curious about those bottles. Unexpectedly, Song Jia said, "Not at all." "Why not?" "Because everyone has secrets, don't they?" Song Jia tilted her head, looking adorable. "Ha ha." Mu Feng chuckled a few times, then asked, "Do you have any secrets?" "Yes." Song Jia answered without hesitation. "What is it?" Mu Feng asked curiously. Song Jia said seriously, "Once a secret is known by others, it's no longer a secret." "Yes, you're right," Mu Feng murmured. Returning home, both of them had already eaten. Song Jia quickly freshened up and lay down on the bed in the bedroom, entering the game. The third trial would take place early the next morning. Mu Feng had nothing to do, so after taking a shower, he sat on the sofa and watched a movie to relax. By the time it was 1 or 2 in the morning, Mu Feng logged into the game, left the mysterious oasis, and went nearby to grind monsters and level up. The monsters near the mysterious oasis were around level 20 to 25. Mu Feng was not afraid at all. Just as he was happily grinding monsters, suddenly someone called him on voice chat. It was Death Maniac. Mu Feng stopped grinding and answered the call, asking, "What's up?" On the other end, Death Maniac said in a deep voice, "Lord Dust, I want to ask you for a favor." "What is it?" Death Maniac said, "This afternoon, I was killed by several red-named players working together at my blood market. All my equipment was dropped, and the gold I had saved up for days is gone. The other side is strong, and I am no match for them." Death Maniac was feeling very bad at that moment. If this matter could not be resolved properly, he could forget about continuing to run the blood market in the future. The game world was not much different from the real world. Good people are bullied. If he couldn't make those red-named players who killed him pay the price, then anyone would dare to step on him in the future. Not long ago, Death Maniac had just helped Mu Feng. Now, just a few days later, he was asking Mu Feng for help, which felt a bit awkward. But Death Maniac really had no other choice. The only big shot he knew was Mu Feng. He couldn't find anyone else to help him. After hearing about Death Maniac's predicament, Mu Feng immediately said, "I can help you take revenge and retrieve your lost equipment and gold, but you need to pay me a fee for killing them and provide the locations of those red-named players." Mu Feng's two conditions were very reasonable. Death Maniac did not hesitate at all and immediately agreed. "I probably won't have time in the next couple of days, but when I do, I'll contact you." "Okay, sure." Death Maniac didn't expect Mu Feng to agree so decisively. He felt warm inside and was more grateful to Mu Feng. He was a person who valued loyalty and thought to himself that he was definitely going to cling to this big leg of Lord Dust. After hanging up the voice chat, Mu Feng continued to grind monsters. When dawn broke, Mu Feng returned to the mysterious oasis, waiting for Yitri's third trial. Around 8 in the morning, Yitri's appeared. It seemed that Mu Feng had performed well in the previous two tasks, as Yitri's was quite friendly towards him this morning. The third trial was very simple. Yitri's handed Mu Feng an F-grade skill stone. Telekinetic sense profession, mystic, mage effect, use mental power to pick up items, trigger mechanisms, and strike enemies. Cooldown time, 10 casting range, 10 energy consumption, 7 yitris. Said, first, learn this skill. Mufeng followed her instructions and learned telekinetic sense. What next, he asked. Yitris pointed to a giant rock about a person's height not far away and said to Mufeng, next, use telekinetic sense to move this giant rock to the lake in the center of the oasis. This is your third trial. Complete it and you will be able to join the Mystic Tower Mage Association and become a glorious mystic. Mufeng nodded. He walked up to the giant rock and began to try. Seeing this scene, Yitris revealed a meaningful smile. Telekinetic sense was one of the signature spells of the mystic. It was called a signature. Not because the skill was particularly powerful, but because mystic mages would use telekinetic sense to train their mental strength and willpower. Beginners could at most pick up small items like moving gold coins or pebbles. Moving larger objects was very difficult. Without long-term training and practice, it was hard to achieve. Iris had been a mystic for many years, yet she was unable to move such a large boulder, not even her teacher, Vajana, could do it. As for Mufeng, he could forget it. Iris was clearly trying to make things difficult for Mufeng. It wasn't that she disliked him and didn't want him to join the Mystic Tower. The purpose of her actions was to suppress Mufeng's arrogance. Otherwise, if he were to join the Mystic Tower later, he might write on her as his teacher and do as he pleased. A proper suppression was necessary. After Mufeng experienced several failures and was about to give up, she would then step in and agree to his joining. At that time, he would surely be grateful to her. Just as Iris was lost in her fantasies, Mufeng approached her and said, I have completed your trial. What? Iris was taken aback, looking up to see that the boulder was now beside the oasis lake. This is impossible. How did you do it? As you said, I used mental remote sensing to move the boulder to the lake, Mufeng replied. Then show me again, Iris demanded. All right. Mufeng walked to the boulder, activated his mental remote sensing, and used his mental power to lift the boulder and move it back to its original position. After doing all this, Mufeng returned to Iris and asked, Is this okay now? Iris paused for a long time, her tone strange as she said, Why yes, it's fine. From the moment he first saw Iris, Mufeng had used his all-seeing eye to read her attributes and status. A level 150 Mystic Master. As for Iris's teacher, Vajana, Mufeng had seen on the forum that her level should be around 200. In his previous life, Mufeng was a level 300 mage god, existing on the same level as deities. In terms of skill application and understanding, Mufeng far surpassed both Iris and Vajana. Moving a boulder using mental remote sensing was something Iris could not do. Vajana could not do it either. But that did not mean Mufeng couldn't. Not only did he accomplish it, but he did so effortlessly, as easy as breathing. So much so that Mufeng was unaware of how shocking his feat was to Iris. He thought he had simply completed the trial with ease. Although Iris looked at Mufeng with a cold expression, her heart was in turmoil. A genius. He is simply a born mystic mage. This was Iris's evaluation of Mufeng at that moment. She and Vajana were the most gifted in the mystic school for 1,000 years, and Mufeng's talent surpassed theirs by 100-fold. It should be noted that the talent mentioned here was not about character talent. To verify her suspicions, Iris took out a skill stone and handed it to Mufeng. Upon seeing the level and name of the skill stone, Mufeng was taken aback, unsure of Iris's intentions. What did it mean to give him an A-level skill stone? Was this a reward for completing the 3 trials? But why hadn't he received a system notification? Just as Mufeng was filled with doubt, Yitri said in a low voice, You will learn this skill now and then show it to me. Mufeng glanced at the secret art phantom skill stone in his hand. He raised his head and asked, Is this also part of the 3rd trial? Yitris nodded. All right. Although Mufeng felt a bit puzzled, he didn't delve deeper. After all, it was an A-level skill given for free, so he might as well learn it. Holding the skill stone, Mufeng focused his mind and a system prompt sounded in his ears. System, you have learned the A-level skill Secret Art Phantom. Then, following Yitris's request, Mufeng used the Secret Art Phantom skill on the spot. The skill's effect was similar to a clone technique. It could summon a phantom of magical energy that inherited 30% of the caster's health, 100% of their talents, passives, and skills. The only drawback was that the phantom was difficult to control. It required more practice to manipulate it freely. The phantom summoned by a novice magic mage would just stand there like a silly goose, doing nothing. However, the phantom summoned by Mufeng moved freely and agilely under his control. Moreover, while casting, Mufeng could also manipulate the phantom to cast spells simultaneously, achieving a dual casting effect. Seeing this scene, Yitris was even more convinced. Mufeng was a once-in-a-thousand-years genius of the secret art school. She seemed to see the brilliant future of the secret art school in Mufeng. Yitris forcibly suppressed her inner excitement and said in a calm tone, Not bad, you have completed all 3 trials. Be glad you have qualified to join the Mage Association of the Mysterious Tower and become a great secret archmage. Oh, Mu Feng replied calmly as if it were just a trivial matter. Yitres didn't mind. Her heart was still in the afterglow of excitement. After Yitres acknowledged that Mu Feng had completed the 3 trials, Mu Feng also saw the task completion prompt. System, you have completed the hidden task. 3 trials, earning a reward of 50,000 experience points and the Black Iron title Mage of the Mysterious Tower. System, the title has been added to your title book, please check it in time. System, you have leveled up to level 20, earning 5 free attribute points. Following his usual practice of allocating points, Mu Feng distributed the 5 free attribute points as 3 to intelligence and 2 to stamina. As for the Black Iron title awarded by the system, Mage of the Mysterious Tower, Mu Feng took a glance at the title book. Mage of the Mysterious Tower level, Black Iron effect, spell penetration plus 2%. This title's effect was average, so Mu Feng did not equip it. The only function of this title was to prove that Mu Feng had joined the Mysterious Tower, serving as a mark of identity. In the future, when encountering NPCs or players affiliated with the Mysterious Tower, as long as Mu Feng displayed the title, they would know he was one of their own. However, since the first-generation mentor Fa Jian Na died, the second-generation mentor Yitres had little interest in managing the organization, leading to the gradual decline of the Mysterious Tower. Now, the members of the Mysterious Tower had dwindled to fewer than 10. Yitres smiled at Mu Feng and said, "Alright, next you can go to the Mysterious Tower to change your class to a great and glorious secret archmage." Mu Feng did not look up and said, "I'm not interested in the secret archmage profession, I won't change classes." "What did you say?" Yitres frowned, puzzled, and asked, "If you don't want to change to a secret archmage, why did you come to the Mysterious Oasis?" "I came for the skill tower of the Mysterious Oasis." Mu Feng looked up at Yitres and said slowly, "Since I have joined the Mysterious Tower, it means I have the qualification to enter the skill tower of the Mysterious Oasis, right?" "That's true, but..." Mu Feng interrupted, "Now, could you please take me to the skill tower of the Mysterious Oasis?" Iris looked disappointed. She stubbornly said, "Don't you really want to change your class to a mystic mage?" Mystic mages are one of the most powerful professions in the Dawn world. Every year, many people, regardless of the dangers of the journey, trek long distances to the Mysterious Oasis just to become a great mystic mage. "Are you really going to give up this opportunity that so many people dream of?" Mu Feng's expression was neither happy nor sad as he said, "Take me to the skill tower." A trace of unwillingness appeared on Iris's face. If she hadn't known about Mu Feng's talent, she wouldn't have cared about his life or death. If he didn't change his class, that was fine. With her, she didn't want someone like him to become a mystic mage. But now, the situation was different. If it weren't for her pride and dignity, Iris would have wanted to kneel before Mu Feng and beg him to change to a mystic mage. Seeing that Iris was slow to act, Mu Feng urged her again. Reluctantly, Iris led him toward the skill tower of the Mysterious Oasis. The skill tower was present in almost every main city, major power, and school. However, aside from the Tower of Mystery, there were no other buildings in the Mysterious Oasis. At least, Mu Feng hadn't seen any other buildings in the Mysterious Oasis. Where could the skill tower of the Mysterious Oasis be located? With such doubts in mind, Mu Feng followed Iris to the entrance of the Tower of Mystery. Mu Feng looked at the exquisite and beautiful mage tower before him. He thought, could it be that the Tower of Mystery serves multiple purposes, being both a mage tower and a skill tower? Upon entering the interior of the Tower of Mystery, Mu Feng was momentarily surprised by the scene before him, but the surprise quickly faded from his face, returning to calm. He found himself in a vast grassland. "Is this a small world creation technique?" Mu Feng murmured. Mind, illusion, and space were precisely the powers that mystic mages excelled in. To create such a large small world within a mage tower, the creator would have to be at least level 200. In the entire mystic school, only the first-generation mentor, Fa Jian, could achieve this. In the center of the grassland, there was a town about 200 steps away from Mu Feng and Iris. Iris keenly noticed the fleeting surprise on Mu Feng's face. She smiled at him and said, "Isn't it amazing? Once you change to a mystic mage, you'll be able to do this too." Mu Feng looked at Iris, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Iris had always been rather cold towards him, which might be due to his lack of respect for her. He didn't care. He had 2 reasons for coming here. One was for the skill tower of the Mysterious Oasis. The other was for the large amount of experience points from the hidden quest reward. Both of these reasons could be accomplished without needing Iris's favor. There was no need to increase Iris's favorability. Although he had gained 20 points of favorability for returning the remains of her mentor, Fa Jian, it was just 20 points. Pitifully little, of no use at all. It was far from reaching the level of friendly favorability. Just now, he had passed 3 trials. Yitres' attitude towards him had also changed. The change was so significant that it left Mu Feng feeling puzzled. However, he was too lazy to ponder over such trivial matters and casually exchanged a few words. With a trice, he lifted his foot and walked towards the prairie town. The town was not large, covering about 1,500 acres. The buildings within the town were exquisite and beautiful. There were plantations, training rooms, alchemy, laboratories, enchantment towers, restaurants, warehouses, and other structures. Mufeng navigated through the town and quickly found the location of the skill tower. The skill tower of the mysterious oasis had 7 floors. This meant that the skill tower before him had everything from F-grade skill stones to S-grade skill stones. Given the strength and foundation of the arcane school, it would be impressive for the mysterious oasis to have a dozen S-grade skill stones. Mufeng couldn't wait to head towards the skill tower, but he was stopped by a trice. "Aren't you going to think it over properly?" a trice said. Mufeng shook his head. "You don't need to persuade me any further." At this moment, Mufeng was carrying the inheritance of the nightmare mage profession. How could he possibly give up this hard-earned hero profession to switch to becoming an arcane mage? Compared to the nightmare mage, the arcane mage was undoubtedly like comparing sesame seeds to watermelons. Mufeng would never make the foolish mistake of discarding a watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. He also wouldn't explain this to a trice. Such matters were not easily explained. A trice did not understand the terror and power of the nightmare mage profession. In her eyes, the most powerful and glorious profession was undoubtedly the arcane mage. Explaining it to her would be pointless. It would simply be a waste of breath. Although a trice did not speak further, her expression indicated that she would not give up so easily. The death of the first-generation mentor, Vagina, had a significant impact on a trice. It left her in a slump for many years, until now. But she had never forgotten that Vagina's lifelong wish was to revitalize the arcane school. Now that Vagina was dead, her lifelong wish had turned into a long-held desire. A trice wanted to fulfill her mentor Vagina's long-held desire and revitalize the arcane school. For years, she had wanted to revitalize it but had no clue how to start. Such matters could not be accomplished merely by shouting slogans. After experiencing the betrayal of the arcane mages, a trice had become distrustful of humans. She was also unwilling to let humans join the arcane school. It should be noted that the Desert of Death was adjacent to both the Elven Kingdom and the human city-states. The Elven Kingdom revered nature and elements. The mages there were divided into druids and elemental mages, with no place for the arcane school. Therefore, to revitalize the arcane school, they either had to recruit human students or move to the territories of other races. Moving was easier said than done. Among the orcs, dwarves, goblins, dark elves, half-orcs, dragons, and trolls, none of these races were suitable for the arcane mage profession. After much consideration, humans were still the most suitable. But a trice could never forget that the rebellion that led to Mentor Vagina's death was caused by those ungrateful humans. It was all their fault, otherwise, the mentor would not have died. A trice once thought she would never forgive humans. However, upon meeting Mufeng, she changed her mind. With Mufeng's talent and qualifications, he had a high chance of becoming a god in the future. With him around, the arcane school could be revitalized. At that time, many people would surely follow Mufeng and be willing to join the arcane school. A trice had her plans all figured out. She just didn't expect that Mufeng was unwilling to become an arcane mage. But a trice would not give up. She believed that as long as one worked hard, even an iron pestle could be ground down to a needle. She was not afraid of Mufeng's refusal. After Mufeng entered the skill tower, a trice followed closely behind and also entered the skill tower. The interior of the skill tower of the arcane school was quite distinctive. It resembled a library with shelves lined up, but instead of books, there were skill stones placed on the shelves. The skill stones on the first floor of the skill tower are all F-grade. The arcane school has a bit of a foundation. There are nearly hundreds of skill stones on the first floor. Some are universal skill stones for mages, while others are exclusive to arcane practitioners. There are also skill stones for other magic professions. Mufeng walked between the bookshelves, browsing the skill stones. It had been a long time since Isiel had last visited the skill tower. The skill stones in the skill tower are all second-rate. The true inherited skills of the arcane school, the important skills, are stored in the secret vault of the mysterious tower. I wonder why this person is so interested in the skill tower, Isiel thought to herself, puzzled. She had never seen such a strange person before. Mufeng, the nightmarish mage. His greatest talent is nightmare fusion. With this talent, the ancient nightmarish mages created powerful nightmare forbidden spells and many bizarre yet powerful nightmare fusion beasts. Mufeng's understanding of nightmarish mages is limited to this. Although he doesn't know how to create nightmare forbidden spells, as long as he has enough fusion skills, reaching a certain level, he can create a nightmare forbidden spell. This is a forbidden skill that can even kill gods. Mufeng had been coveting it for a long time. Unfortunately, by the time he learned of the existence of nightmarish mages and their place of inheritance, the War of the End had already begun. The situation was urgent and Mufong rushed to the battlefield with no time to obtain the inheritance of the nightmarish mage. Therefore, the first step for Mufong to change his profession to nightmarish mage is to acquire enough skills and then perform nightmare fusion. He aims to create his first nightmare forbidden spell before reaching level 30. The skill stones in the skill tower of the arcane school are not free. To obtain them, one must exchange contribution points from the mysterious tower. Contribution points can be earned by completing tasks. Mufong made a round of the first floor of the skill tower and picked out several F-grade skill stones. He didn't go to the second floor. After all, he currently has no contribution points, so it would be pointless to go. Mufong then approached Iciel and asked, "Where can I take on school tasks?" School tasks, as the name suggests, are tasks assigned by the arcane school. Completing school tasks rewards contribution points and prestige. Although the benefits of joining the arcane school are not particularly many, Mufong gained a good way to obtain skill stones. Iciel looked at the expressionless Mufong in front of her. She sighed and said, "Right now, I'm the only one in the mysterious tower, so there are no tasks I can give you." Mufong frowned and said, "Then how am I supposed to earn contribution points?" Iciel replied softly, "As long as you change your profession to arcane practitioner, I'll give you 100,000 contribution points, okay?" Mufong shot her a glance. "You're not willing," Iciel weakly said, "then just wait a couple of days. I'll go back and think about it." Mufong said, "Then give me a few teleportation tokens for the mysterious oasis." As mentioned before, the mysterious oasis has a private teleportation point. Special teleportation tokens are required to use it. Iciel should have plenty of these. "Okay, here you go." Iciel was straightforward, directly pulling out 7 or 8 silver-white teleportation tokens from her storage space. Mufong took it, stuffed it into his backpack, and walked out of the skill tower. Ysurus asked from behind, "Hey, where are you going?" "I have things to do, no time to waste here," Mufong replied indifferently. Ysurus furrowed her brows tightly and asked, "When will you be back?" "I'll come back when you have a task for me that gives reward contribution points," Mufong said, leaving the skill tower without looking back. Outside the mysterious tower, Mufong called Sher Kong. As soon as the call connected, Mufong got straight to the point and asked, "Where are those red-named players who killed you?" Sher Kong perked up. He knew that the great Chin Ai finally had time to help him take revenge. Sher Kong quickly replied, "There are 6 of them in the Cursed Battlefield's equipment dungeon and 7 in the Death Mountains east of Black Lion City." "Death Mountains," Mufong murmured. "I heard recently that a death dungeon was discovered in the Death Mountains. Many players are going there to explore and challenge," Sher Kong said. Mufong replied, "Send me their IDs." Most red-named players like to hide their IDs. But Mufong wasn't afraid. He had the all-seeing eye, which could see hidden information about players, NPCs, and monsters. "Okay, I'll send them to you right now." After a moment of silence, Sher Kong hesitated and said, "Great One, can I go with you?" "Sure." Mufong didn't refuse this small request from Sher Kong. Mufong said, "Let's go to the Cursed Battlefield first. By the way, can you get me a few bottles of vitality recovery potions? I'll pay you later." "No problem, how many do you need?" Mufong thought for a moment and said, 30 bottles. "All right," Sher Kong agreed immediately. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Sher Kang awkwardly said, "But, Great One, could you please give me the money for the potions first? I've lost all my belongings and I really can't come up with that much money." Sher Kong was in the black market business. He knew the prices of items, equipment, and potions in the game very well. A bottle of vitality recovery potion costs 13,000 gold. For 30 bottles, that's 390,000 gold. He couldn't afford that much. Mufong said, "No problem, I'll send you the money through mail right now." Since becoming a red name, Mufong couldn't return to the main city. He couldn't go to the bank or deposit money. All the earnings from being the master of the gold dungeon were on him. He quickly edited a mail attaching 390,000 gold and sent it to Sher Kong. Mufong still owed Yang Kuan 18 bottles of vitality recovery potions. Besides that, he also needed to keep a few bottles of vitality recovery potions in his backpack for emergencies. After discussing with Sher Kong, he hung up the call. Mufong walked straight to the teleportation point in the oasis and used the exclusive teleportation token of the mysterious tower to teleport away. Cursed Battlefield. Level 15 map. This used to be a battlefield ruin. Corpses lay everywhere, blood flowed like rivers, and the living suffered. Over time, the area filled with the aura of death and the undead. The monsters in this map were mainly of the undead race. At the edge of the Cursed Battlefield, there was a dungeon and a teleportation point. The equipment dungeon, like the gold dungeon, belonged to the public dungeons. Currently, the master of this dungeon was the leader of a guild called 100 Flowers and Rain. The difficulty of the equipment dungeon was lower than that of the gold dungeon. Of course, the rewards were also lower than those of the gold dungeon. The level 15 equipment dungeon only produced white stone level and black iron level equipment. It was suitable for newcomers to challenge. There wasn't much profit. Being a dungeon master was still relatively profitable. For such a level 15 equipment dungeon, several guilds almost fought to the death. I remember that the day before yesterday, a guild called Wandering Guest occupied this dungeon. Yesterday it was the White Crane Guild, and today it became the 100 Flowers and Rain Guild. Tomorrow, who knows which guild it will be. The gold copy of the Tuksh Great Mine is still more stable. Until now, Mufeng remains the master of the copy. However, now that players have reached level 20, it's likely that someone will soon attempt to conquer the gold copy. At that time, the title of copy master will have to be relinquished. Although the equipment copy isn't that great, there are still quite a few players challenging it. At least 1,000 people, to say the least. The place is crowded, which has diluted the terrifying atmosphere of the cursed battlefield quite a bit. Today, Mufeng is here to kill. It's not good to be too high profile, so he concealed the glow of his equipment and came to a less populated area near the teleportation point, resting on the skull of a giant beast while waiting. He also took the opportunity to observe the red-named players on site. There are quite a few red-named players here. Although they have hidden their IDs, Mufeng possesses the all-seeing eye of equipment. With a glance, he can see the players' statuses. Whether they are red-named, he can tell at a glance. Soon, Mufeng spotted those few red-named players who had killed Shirkang. The first Blade of the East, Blood Eagle leader, Cheerful Netizen, 1, Mr. Zhang. The IDs match, it's definitely them. They, like Mufeng, were staying away from the crowd, their gazes constantly drifting over to the players not far away. From time to time, the few of them would whisper to each other, not knowing what they were discussing. Ordinary players come here with simple intentions. They just want to farm the copy. As for the red-named players, some come to farm the copy, while others come to kill and loot equipment. Mufeng observed the behavior of those red-named players and knew they were here to hunt players. The players coming to farm the level 15 equipment copy are all newcomers, while these red-named players are all veterans, each above level 18. Players targeted by them find it hard to escape. Since he had identified the targets, Mufeng was just about to take action and eliminate these few, thinking that the sooner he finished, the better. But then he thought again, since Shirkang said he wanted to come together, he might want to witness Mufeng avenging him in person. So he decided to wait a bit longer. This small request Mufeng could still accommodate. Mufeng withdrew his gaze. There was nothing worth watching about those few doomed individuals. After a while, Shirkang's figure appeared near the teleportation point. He looked around, searching for Mufeng. When he saw Mufeng not far from the teleportation point, he quickly walked over. Master, sorry to keep you waiting. As Shirkang spoke, he took out 30 bottles of vitality recovery potions from his backpack. Mufeng glanced at them and stored all the potions into his backpack. The people who killed you are right over there. Mufeng pointed to the 5 red-named players. Shirkang's gaze followed the direction of Mufeng's finger. Upon seeing the 5 red-named players, a hint of hatred appeared in Shirkang's eyes. It's them, for sure. Shirkang gritted his teeth. Let's go, kill them and avenge you. Mufeng stood up and stretched lazily. Shirkang softly said, Master, can I say a few words before we kill them? Sure, Mufeng replied. Shirkang was delighted. Great, then shall we go? Let's go. Mufeng followed behind Shirkang as they walked towards the 5 red-named players. The 5 people spotted the dead madman from a distance. Seeing dead madman accompanied by a little follower, they exchanged glances and saw a hint of amusement in each other's eyes. They stood up to greet him. This little gang of red-named players was led by a swordsman known as the First Blade of the Eastern Seas. The First Blade of the Eastern Seas mocked, Isn't this the dead madman? Haven't seen you in a few days, and you've really let yourself go. You don't even have a single piece of black iron equipment on you. You're really doing poorly. Dead madman replied coldly, You little brat, I treated you well back then. When someone bullied you, I stood up for you. I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. Cut the crap. You only helped me once. What do you want me to do? Kneel down and express my gratitude? You set up a market and charged us management fees. I haven't even settled that score with you yet. Killing you once is already giving you face. Hurry up and get lost. Or don't blame me for killing you a second time, the First Blade of the Eastern Seas said disdainfully. You little brat, being ungrateful, don't blame me for disregarding our past friendship today. Dead madman shouted angrily. You? That's laughable. The First Blade of the Eastern Seas mocked mercilessly. His few little brothers behind him joined in the laughter. Dead madman also laughed, based on me, although I can't beat you guys, there are others who can take care of you. Who? Although the First Blade of the Eastern Seas asked who it was, his gaze had already shifted to the figure standing behind Dead Madman, Mufeng. Lord Dust. Dead Madman said with a smile, revealing Mufeng's ID. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the First Blade of the Eastern Seas and his little brothers changed drastically. Damn it, run! Without thinking, the First Blade of the Eastern Seas turned and activated the swordsman's skill, Gale Step, fleeing into the distance. Mufeng wouldn't let them escape. He raised his staff and shot out a destruction finger. Instantly hitting the first blade of the Eastern Seas, the effective destruction finger was triggered and a red lightning bolt jumped to the other few people. He fired a total of 3 destruction fingers, killing all 5 of them. Red-named players were indeed rich. Their equipment and gold spilled all over the ground, shining brightly and attracting attention. Killing red-named players wouldn't increase the kill count. Mufong and Dead Madman had already agreed that he would retrieve the equipment and gold that had been stolen, with the rest going to Mufong. Dead Madman would also pay him an extra reward. Dead Madman searched for a long time by the bodies and retrieved his 2 pieces of equipment. He had lost a total of 180,000 gold coins. The gold dropped by these few only amounted to 120,000, which was far from enough to cover his losses. Mufong instructed him to pick up all the gold on the ground and, after killing the remaining 7, to make up the 180,000 gold coins for him. As for the remaining equipment, it would all belong to Mufong. There were a total of 8 pieces of black iron and 1 piece of bronze. As for the white stone equipment that dropped, Mufong generously gave it to Dead Madman, as he didn't want it taking up space in his backpack. After collecting the spoils, the 2 left. As for the slaughter that had occurred, not many paid attention. After all, it was just a few red-named players who had died. No one would come forward to trouble Mufong and Dead Madman for no reason. We need to hurry. The first blade of the Eastern Seas knows the remaining 7 people. Once he respawns, he will immediately notify them. We can't let them escape, Dead Madman said anxiously. It had taken him a lot of effort to track these people down. If they escaped, they would definitely be on guard. At that time, if the remaining few hid in some corner of the wilderness, it would be difficult to find them again. Don't worry, they won't escape. Let's go to the Death Mountains now, Mufong said. The 2 quickly walked towards the teleportation point. The Death Mountains also had a teleportation point, and as they teleported over, they happened to run into the remaining few. Lonely City Wanderer, Gloomy, Low Quality, Mo Farewell, and the other 7. Dead Mad smiled and said, "Oh, long time no see, where are you all headed?" Among the 7, the leader was the Lone City Rogue. He was also the one who planned the assassination of Dead Mad. The Lone City Rogue was of medium build and somewhat handsome. He was a level 19 water mage. The Lone City Rogue did not speak, his gaze passing over Dead Mad to look at the standing behind him. The Lone City Rogue had seen before. When first went to the blood market in the Forgotten Wilderness, the Lone City Rogue and his group were also there. He recognized at a glance. A flash of panic crossed the Lone City Rogue's eyes. Just now, he had received a private message from the First Blade of the East, knowing that Dead Mad and Dust were searching for them to take revenge. At the moment he received the message, the Lone City Rogue was somewhat skeptical. He made a voice call and learned that the First Blade of the East's 5 members had revived in the prison area, confirming they were not lying. The Lone City Rogue immediately led his underlings to escape. As a result, the 2 groups happened to run into each other. Seeing that escape was impossible, the Lone City Rogue smiled and said, "Is it really necessary, Dead Mad? You even specially invited the Great Dust to kill us. TSK, the fee for the Great One's help must not be low, right? Cut it out. I'm brothers with the Great Dust, you don't understand a thing." When Dead Mad said this, he couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. He secretly glanced at and saw that S' expression was unchanged, which made Dead Mad breathe a sigh of relief inside. His confidence in speaking grew. The Lone City Rogue pondered and said, "I think there's still room for negotiation in our grudge. How about this? I'll return all the equipment and gold you dropped when I kill you, and you let us go, deal?" "No way," Dead Mad said in a deep voice. "Today, you all must die." The Lone City Rogue's face darkened. "So, there's nothing to talk about. Don't be too arrogant. There are only 2 of you, but we have 7. If it really comes to a fight, we're not afraid. You must have forgotten the last time the Great Dust killed 7 people in one go. Stop talking nonsense. I'm about to make a move," said to Dead Mad. Since the Great One had already spoken, Dead Mad nodded. "All right." The next moment, directly cast the finger of destruction. A red lightning bolt shot out. The Lone City Rogue's reaction speed was quite fast as well. He raised a black Manhwa magic wand and quickly cast a spell. A water shield appeared. Instantly, it covered the Lone City Rogue and his underlings. E-level water magic, Water Guardian. Just as the Lone City Rogue was feeling pleased with his reaction speed, reality gave him a loud slap. The finger of destruction instantly shattered the water shield and shot out several more fingers of destruction, annihilating all 7 in an instant. Although it was not the first time seeing make a move, every time he did, waves surged in Dead Mad's heart. "It's truly terrifying." Dead Mad swallowed hard, murmuring in his heart, glanced at the bodies of the Lone City Rogue and the others on the ground, slightly tilted his head and said to Dead Mad, "Go ahead, take back what belongs to you." Dead Mad nodded hurriedly. Dead Mad had a pair of bronze leg guards, which was his best piece of equipment. However, after the Lone City Rogue and the others died, no one dropped Dead Mad's bronze leg guards. They were either sold by them or kept in their backpacks, not dropped. To compensate for the dead madman, Mu Feng allowed him to take one piece of bronze equipment dropped by the Lone City Prodigal. The Lone City Prodigal had 2 pieces of bronze equipment, a mage's cloak and a pair of gauntlets. The dead madman chose a bronze-level gauntlet. In addition, there were 60,000 gold coins. The rest belonged to Mu Feng. Having killed the Lone City Prodigal and the first Knife of the East, the task was complete and it was time to discuss the reward with the dead madman. According to their prior agreement, for each head, it was 5,000. 13 people amounted to 65,000 gold coins. The dead madman quickly pointed out the 65,000 gold coins and presented them to Mu Feng. However, Mu Feng refused to accept them. The dead madman asked, "Great God Dust, what's wrong? Why won't you take the money?" "I want you to help me with something," Mu Feng said, standing with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance. The dead madman laughed. "Look at what you're saying, Great God. You just helped me, so of course, I will help you. I would go through fire and water for you. What do you need?" "I want a challenge." "The Death Dungeon," Mu Feng said. "The Death Dungeon, huh? I've heard that this dungeon is quite strange and no one has cleared it yet." At this point, the dead madman seemed to suddenly realize something and quickly changed his tone. "Of course, since it's you, Great God, I would dare to venture into any strange dungeon. When shall we challenge it?" "No rush, let's wait until you reach level 20. I will notify you when we are ready to challenge," Mu Feng said. "Alright, as long as it's your word, Great God, I will be at your service." The dead madman patted his chest in assurance. Mu Feng asked, "By the way, how many people can you call?" The dead madman looked puzzled. "How many people?" "4. The Death Dungeon challenge, 1 person is not enough, you need to call a few more." "How many do we need?" "Is 2 more enough?" the dead madman asked. "Not enough, the more people, the better. Strength doesn't matter, but they must be at least level 20. The dead madman said, "Then I can call 3 people." "Good." After a pause, Mu Feng said, "I won't take this 60,000 gold coins, consider it the fee for hiring you all." "That's not acceptable. One thing should be separate from another. Helping you, Great God, is my duty. No charge. You should keep it, my request is not easy to fulfill." Mu Feng turned to the dead madman and said, "You all will die in the Death Dungeon, this is compensation." The dead madman was taken aback, confused. "Great God, what do you mean?" Mu Feng said seriously, "What I mean is, are you and your companions willing to die for me once?" "I still don't understand." The dead madman truly did not understand. "I can't be bothered to explain. Just know that when challenging the Death Dungeon, someone has to sacrifice, many will sacrifice." Mu Feng said calmly. The dead madman pondered for a moment, then nodded firmly. "I am someone who repays kindness. You helped me once, so I must help you once. My companions and I are willing to die for you once." "Very good." A smile appeared on Mu Feng's face. "Once you reach level 20, let me know." "No worries, I will take my leave now." Mu Feng patted the dead madman's shoulder and smiled. "No problem, Great God, goodbye." The dead madman bid farewell to Mu Feng. Mu Feng logged off. The dead madman stood in place deep in thought for a long time, then looked up at the dark Death Mountains. A rumor had attracted a large number of players to this place in search of treasure. It also drew many red-named players. Several skirmishes occurred between the two sides, and many players died in the Death Mountains map. The Death Dungeon also appeared at this moment. This should be a hidden dungeon, but for some reason it suddenly appeared. No one knew how to unlock this dungeon. The earlier conversation with Mu Feng left the dead madman somewhat worried. He did not know what Great God Dust intended to do, nor did he understand what Great God Dust meant when he said they would all die in the Death Dungeon. "Since I don't know, I might as well witness it with my own eyes. Anyway, since I'm here, I'll go check out the Death Dungeon and see if it's really as eerie as they say on the forum." On the other side, Mu Feng, who had logged out of the game, picked up his phone and called Yang Kuan, saying, "Mr. Yang, when are you coming to pick up the remaining 18 bottles of Vitality Recovery Potions?" Yang Kuan hurriedly replied, "Now, I'm going right now." "Okay, I'll wait for you." After saying that, Mu Feng hung up the phone. At that moment, Yang Kuan was having tea and playing chess with Chen Zhongsher in a high-end club. After receiving Mu Feng's call, Yang Kuan quickly got up to leave. Chen Zhongsher, holding the black pieces, had just made a brilliant move when he noticed Yang Kuan was about to leave. Hey, where are you going? We're in the middle of the game. This game, consider it your win." "I have something to do and need to leave first," Yang Kuan said. Seeing Yang Kuan's urgency, Chen Zhongsher immediately guessed that he was going to meet Mr. Mu Feng. In Jinnan City, only Mr. Mu Feng could make Yang Kuan take things so seriously. "What are you going to see Mr. Mu Feng for?" Chen Zhongsher asked curiously. Yang Kuan shrugged and said, "This has nothing to do with you. How does it not relate to me? I haven't seen Mr. Mu Feng in a long time either. I'm going with you." After saying that, Chen Zhongsher also stood up, ready to leave with Yang Kuan. "What are you meddling for?" Yang Kuan was anxious and didn't want Chen Zhongsher to come along. Seeing Yang Kuan's attitude, Chen Zhengshi became even more curious about what kind of secret deal he had with Mr. Mufeng. I have to go see for myself, he thought. Chen Zhengshi added, my legs are my own, and I can go wherever I want. You can't stop me, and besides, I know where Mr. Mufeng lives. Even if you don't take me, I'll go myself. Yang Kuan had no choice but to nod in agreement. Sigh, staying home today would have been so nice. Why do I have to come out to play chess with this old guy? Now he realized. It was too late to regret. Yang Kuan just hoped that Chen Zhengshi wouldn't interfere. The two of them sat in the same luxury car. Chen Zhengshi, seemingly casually but actually with intent, mentioned, I heard someone say, Kuan, that your retirement estate is being given away? Yang Kuan shot Chen Zhengshi a glance and said, who did you hear that from? You're quite well informed. That's your retirement estate. Just like that, you're giving it away? Tell me the truth, who are you giving it to? Chen Zhengshi asked again. A friend, Yang Kuan replied nonchalantly. A friend? Chen Zhengshi scoffed, you old fox, trying to play coy with me. Just tell me the truth, is it given to Mr. Mufeng? Yang Kuan retorted, what I give to whom is none of your business. When did you start caring so much about my affairs? You ungrateful wretch, don't forget, when your life was in danger, it was I who brought Mr. Mufeng to save you. Chen Zhengshi, full of curiosity, said, your estate is worth over 100 million. Come on, tell me, what good stuff did you get from Mr. Mufeng in exchange? That's none of your concern, Yang Kuan said stiffly. Chen Zhengshi, in a coaxing tone, said, just tell me, if you do, I can give you a good thing too, which I also got from Mr. Mufeng. When Chen Zhengshi said this, Yang Kuan immediately became interested and asked, what is it? Chen Zhengshi mysteriously took out a bottle of yellow potion from a small metal box he carried with him. It was the micro-endurance potion that Mufeng had previously sold to Chen Zhengshi. After explaining the effects of the micro-endurance potion to Yang Kuan, his eyes lit up. Chen Zhengshi coaxingly said, you tell me what you exchanged for the estate from Mr. Mufeng and I'll give you a bottle of this potion. Yang Kuan thought to himself, since Chen Zhengshi came along, he would find out sooner or later. It was better to tell him now and gain a potion that could make him young again. This deal was not a loss. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kuan nodded in agreement. It's nothing much, I just exchanged a few bottles of the potion that treated me from Mr. Mufeng using the estate. A few bottles? Yang Kuan held up 3 fingers. 3 bottles? Chen Zhengshi asked. Yang Kuan shook his head, it's 30 bottles. What? Chen Zhengshi looked astonished. What kind of magic potion did you give Mr. Mufeng? Such a miraculous medicine, your estate could only exchange for 3 bottles at most. How could it be 30? Impossible. This shouldn't be. Chen Zhengshi murmured in shock. Seeing Chen Zhengshi's helpless expression, Yang Kuan couldn't help but smile and said, I have to thank you. Thank me for what? Chen Zhengshi asked, confused. Thank you for telling me that Mr. Mufeng needed a place to stay, which made me think of giving the estate to him in exchange for 30 bottles of miraculous medicine. Ha ha ha. Yang Kuan laughed heartily. Chen Zhengshi's face immediately showed regret. At that time, he also wanted to gift Mr. Mufeng a high-end villa to get closer to him. But Chen Zhengshi thought, just a villa. With Mr. Mufeng's financial power, he wouldn't lack for a place to live. He might not even appreciate it. So he hesitated to take action. Just when Yang Kuan asked him what Mr. Mufeng liked, Chen Zhengshi casually mentioned this matter to Yang Kuan. He even earned a horse farm in the suburbs of the capital from Yang Kuan. He originally thought that his estate could at most exchange for 2 or 3 bottles of miraculous medicine from Mr. Mufeng, but unexpectedly, he got a full 30 bottles. To be honest, Chen Zhengshi felt a bit envious. It was only natural to feel envious. That was a miraculous medicine that could cure terminal illnesses. 1 bottle of medicine was equivalent to a life. There may not be many wealthy people suffering from terminal illnesses, but there are still quite a few. Rich people fear death. To live, they would be willing to spend their fortunes. If used properly, these 30 bottles of miraculous medicine could yield dozens of times the profit. This was just a conservative estimate. Even if he didn't sell them, he could keep them for himself. Who knows if he might get sick in the future, or if someone in his family might suffer from a terminal illness. This wasn't cursing his family. It was just that no one could predict the future, just in case. If he had known this earlier, Chen Zhengshi would have been willing to build a luxurious estate for Mr. Mufeng just to get a few dozen bottles of miraculous medicine. No way, I have to get a share of this. Otherwise, I won't be satisfied. Chen Zhengshi's eyes turned red with jealousy. Seeing Chen Zhengshi like this, Yang Kuan thought to himself that it was bad. He had gone too far. He had stimulated Chen Zhengshi too much. He definitely wouldn't let it go easily. Now, sure enough, Chen Zhengshi began to plead and beg Yang Kuan to give him a few bottles of miraculous medicine, saying he was willing to pay a high price. Yang Kuan firmly refused. Seeing that this path was not working, Chen Zhengshi turned his attention to Mr. Mufeng. Since Mr. Mufeng could sell to Yang Kuan, it meant he could sell to him too. As long as Mr. Mufeng was willing to sell, he would take whatever price. Yang Kuan saw that Chen Zhengshi had fallen silent again and was no longer pleading with him, and he immediately guessed what Chen Zhengshi was planning. He had exchanged for the miraculous medicine from Mr. Mufeng. Mufeng seemed completely unconcerned about this miraculous medicine, readily giving away 30 bottles. If Chen Zhengshi were to sell it to Mufeng, and Mufeng also sold it, wouldn't that mean he would have an additional competitor in the future? Yang Kuan pondered for a while and decided it would be better to involve Chen Zhengshi. This way, at least Chen Zhengshi would be under his control, preventing the emergence of a competitor later on. Having known each other for many years, Yang Kuan was well aware that Chen Zhengshi was not someone to be underestimated. It was better to maintain a good relationship with him. Currently, Mufeng only knew him and Chen Zhengshi. The fewer people who knew about Mr. Mufeng's miraculous abilities, the better. Yang Kuan shared his thoughts with Chen Zhengshi. The two immediately hit it off, and Chen Zhengshi agreed to cooperate. Each person would keep 5 bottles of the miraculous medicine, and Chen Zhengshi would have to give Yang Kuan some benefits in exchange for his 5 bottles, while the remaining 20 bottles would be sold. The profits from the sales would be split 70-30, with Chen Zhengshi getting 30 and Yang Kuan 70. Since Chen Zhengshi was getting a share, he wouldn't cause any trouble. The car stopped at the bottom of Mu Feng's rental building. Looking at the small building in front of him, Yang Kuan revealed a bitter smile. At his age, climbing so many flights of stairs was undoubtedly a torment for him. Chen Zhengshi also sighed. Although he had a few bottles of mini-endurance medicine, such a miraculous potion was not to be wasted on climbing stairs. Let's go, old buddy, what are we waiting for? Hey! Just as the two were about to head upstairs, Mufeng suddenly called. Yang Kuan. Mr. Yang Kuan, have you arrived yet? Mufeng asked. Yang Kuan replied, I'm here, already downstairs. Please wait a moment, I'll go upstairs now. Mufeng said, no need, the 18 bottles of revitalizing medicine I owe you are in the small supermarket downstairs. You can just go pick them up directly. What? Yang Kuan was shocked. Such valuable miraculous medicine was left in a roadside supermarket. Wasn't he afraid it would get lost? Although shocked, Yang Kuan politely said goodbye to Mufeng and hung up the phone. What's wrong? What happened? Chen Zhengshi asked curiously. Quick, Mr. Mufeng left the medicine in the supermarket. What did you say? Which supermarket? Chen Zhengshi asked anxiously. I don't know, is it this one? Yang Kuan pointed to the nearest supermarket called Carrefour. Hurry, let's go check. Yang Kuan and Chen Zhengshi quickly walked towards the supermarket, followed by several strong bodyguards in black. After a while, Yang Kuan emerged from the supermarket holding a cardboard box which contained 18 bottles of revitalizing medicine glowing with a purple light. Back in the car, Yang Kuan instructed the bodyguards to take out a special password box and carefully place the 18 bottles inside. After finishing, Yang Kuan realized that his forehead was covered in tiny beads of sweat. Chen Zhengshi beside him was in the same state, sweating profusely. Chen Zhengshi took out a silk handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the sweat from his forehead, quietly complaining, Mr. Mufeng is too careless. How can such an important thing be casually left in a supermarket? What if it accidentally gets lost? Yes, Yang Kuan replied. After a few seconds of silence, he continued, but this also shows that Mr. Mufeng doesn't care about these few bottles of divine medicine at all. The divine medicine they regarded as treasures was, in Mufeng's eyes, just some miscellaneous items, easily placed and easily discarded. Chen Zhengshi was lost in thought for a long time before he slowly said, Indeed, Mr. Mufeng is truly a remarkable person. Chen Zhengshi secretly decided that when he returned, he would carefully prepare a generous gift and then choose a time to invite Mr. Mufeng to meet. Perhaps he could even exchange a few more bottles of divine medicine from Mufeng. Yang Kuan had the same idea. He glanced at Chen Zhengshi and coincidentally, Chen Zhengshi turned to look at him as well. The two exchanged a knowing smile. They were both relieved that they had reached a cooperation, otherwise having another competitor would be troublesome. After obtaining the divine medicine, Yang Kuan called Mufeng to inform him that the manor was ready for him and he could move in at any time. Mufeng was not in a hurry and told him to wait a few days before moving. Yang Kuan repeatedly agreed. After hanging up, Chen Zhengshi said to Yang Kuan, our game of chess isn't finished yet, shall we continue? Yang Kuan nodded, sure, I remember that game. We bet on a piece of Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain. The luxury car carrying Chen Zhengshi and Yang Kuan gradually drove away. In the rented apartment above, Mufeng and Song Jia were slurping on snail noodles. There was a snail noodle shop downstairs that sold delicious and affordable snail noodles. Mufeng planned to have noodle soup for lunch, and when he went downstairs to buy it, he suddenly thought that it would be inconvenient for Yang Kuan, given his age, to come upstairs. So he conveniently placed 18 bottles of vitality recovery medicine in the supermarket downstairs. It was easier for him to pick up and saved him from climbing the stairs, sparing his old bones from exhaustion. I really deserve to be the guardian of humanity, always thinking of my fellow beings. Mu Feng couldn't help but feel pleased with himself. Mu Feng picked up a marinated duck leg, took a bite, and the fragrant duck meat was delicious. The shop selling snail noodles was also famous for its marinated dishes. To be honest, Mu Feng felt a bit reluctant to move to the suburban manor. The transportation was inconvenient, and there was no delivery service. The advantage was the peace and quiet, with no one to disturb him. With a bite of meat and a bite of noodles, he quickly finished a bowl of snail noodles. He looked up at Sanja and asked, "How's your situation in the game? How's the task of joining the nest of evil going?" Sanja was wearing a loose white knitted sweater and a pair of knee-high white cotton socks today. She looked serene and cute. With money, Mu Feng didn't treat Sanja poorly. He gave her a good amount of pocket money for clothes and such. However, most of the clothes Sanja bought online seemed a bit mature, like bodycon skirts, stockings, and cheongsams. They were somewhat unsuitable for her age. Although they were inappropriate, Mu Feng was too lazy to care, so he remained silent and said nothing. Sanja raised her small face and softly said, "That task is almost complete. I will soon become a citizen of the nest of evil." "That's good, but you need to be careful of the evil camp's NPCs and players. There are many bad seeds in there, so don't get bullied," Mu Feng advised. I remember." Sanja nodded obediently. "By the way, what level are you now?" Mu Feng asked. "Level 17. "That's fine, just focus on leveling up." Mu Feng was calculating in his mind that clearing the death dungeon required 20 players, and he had only gathered half so far. He still needed to find the other half. The key was that only level 20 players could challenge the death dungeon. It was hard to find level 20 players willing to die for him. "I can only take it slow," Mu Feng thought to himself. "Brother Mu Feng, there's a boy in our class who, like me, dropped out to play Dawn full-time," Sanja suddenly said. "Oh, what was his reason?" Mu Feng asked curiously. Although the government is now aware of some insider information, which has led the Ministry of Education to encourage students to play the online game Dawn, very few students would actually drop out to play games. Songjia's situation is special. Her father often gambles and owes money. When the debt collectors can't find him, they come to Songjia's school to cause trouble. The principal and teachers are quite annoyed. Therefore, no one tried to dissuade Songjia from dropping out. Sanja recounted, "I heard from a classmate that his talent is A-level, and after changing jobs to a hidden profession, he gained S-level job talent with excellent potential. He was selected by a large guild and signed a 1-year contract with a starting annual salary of $1 million. No wonder he dropped out. At such a young age, being able to earn $1 million a year is a rare opportunity." After chatting with Songjia for a while, the two went online and logged into the game. Mu Feng appeared at the teleportation point in the Death Mountains. His mind was racing with thoughts, and he ultimately decided to first get a gathering stone. He wanted to clear the death dungeon. In the Death Mountains, 20 cannon fodder and a gathering stone are both essential. The gathering stone is a rare item that monsters and dungeons do not drop. It can only be obtained by completing tasks or from mysterious merchants. The mysterious merchants' whereabouts are unpredictable. Players might only encounter the mysterious merchant in the wild if they are lucky. The items sold by the mysterious merchant refresh each time. The items are different. Even if you encounter the mysterious merchant, he may not sell you what you need. Everything depends on luck. Mu Feng is quite aware of his own luck. Rather than searching all over the mountains for the mysterious merchant, it would be easier to complete a task that rewards a gathering stone. Mu Feng rummaged through his memories. In his previous life, he had completed not just dozens of tasks, but over 100,000. From small errands like delivering messages to major tasks like slaying dragons and gods, he had done it all. He remembered having completed a few tasks that rewarded gathering stones. However, these tasks could only be accepted in the main city. They couldn't be picked up in the wild. He still had over 40 points of kill value on him. He needed to eliminate them before he could go to the main city. Mu Feng planned to find the temple to buy some redemption tickets to cleanse his sins. That way, he could go to the main city. Mu Feng walked into the teleportation point and transported himself to the Flame City ruled by the Flame Temple. As soon as he emerged from the teleportation point, he was apprehended by a group of soldiers from Flame City wearing crimson leather armor. The leading soldier captain shouted angrily, "Dirty criminal! You dare to stay in the Holy Flame City with your wicked soul? Just wait to rot in prison." Mu Feng calmly replied, "I want to see the priest of the Flame Temple. I want to buy a redemption ticket." The soldier captain's anger immediately dissipated, replaced by a smile as he said, "Sure, I'll take you to the Flame Temple right now." Redemption tickets were first issued by the Punishment Temple. Originally, sinners who were to be burned on the cross could buy redemption tickets to save their lives if they were willing to spend money. Gradually, the church discovered that redemption tickets had a strong money-making ability, and they became popular in various temples. Nowadays, all major temples sell redemption tickets. Before going to the temple, the captain of the soldiers was worried that Mufeng would play tricks, so he sternly warned him a few times. I advise you to behave yourself, don't think about escaping or playing tricks otherwise. Don't blame us for being rude. Mufeng nodded. He had no intention of playing tricks. He just wanted to honestly buy some indulgences. The soldiers from Flame City escorted Mufeng to the Flame Temple. The Flame Temple ruled over Flame City. Therefore, the Flame Temple was built in the center of the city, constructed in a magnificent and luxurious manner, comparable to a royal palace. The captain of the soldiers quickly walked to the temple entrance and whispered a few words to the temple guards. The guards went inside to report. After a while, a priest draped in a blood-red flame robe walked out from the temple. The priests of the Flame Temple liked to dye their hair and eyebrows red. Dressed in a red robe, from a distance, they looked like a burning flame. The flame priest approached Mufeng. He stared at Mufeng and asked, "Are you the one who wants to buy indulgences?" Mufeng nodded. The flame priest said, "The gods have mercy on the world. As long as you are willing to sincerely repent, the god of flame is willing to cleanse the sins on you." The flame priest paused for a moment and asked, "How many indulgences do you plan to buy?" Mufeng calculated in his mind. His current kill value was 46 points. 1,000 indulgences could offset 1 point of kill value, and he planned to reduce his kill value to 20 points, which meant he needed to offset 26 points of kill value, equating to 26,000 indulgences. One indulgence costs 1 gold coin, 26,000 gold coins. After paying the flame priest, he received a sack full of indulgences. Exactly 26,000 indulgences, not one more, not one less. An indulgence is a small card the size of a bottle cap, printed with the church and flame temple's emblem and magical runes. The craftsmanship was rough and shoddy. It was a money-making scheme by the church temple. Although the indulgences were poorly made, their effect was quite good. Mufeng glanced at his status bar. The kill value indeed dropped to 20 points, and he was no longer a criminal. The soldiers guarding Mufeng also retreated. Since he had achieved his goal, Mufeng turned to leave. As for the sack of indulgences, he left it at the temple entrance and did not take it with him. This thing was useless to keep. It would take up space in his backpack, so he simply left it behind. The flame priest, seeing that Mufeng did not take the indulgences, was not angry. He happily took the sack of indulgences back, saving it for the next sale. Indulgences were sold in every main city, but Mufeng came to Flame City not just for indulgences but also to take on a quest. The quest reward was a gathering stone task. Mufeng had been to Flame City many times in his previous life. It was a relatively open city. Even if one was not a citizen of Flame City, they could freely enter and exit. Mufeng walked through the streets and alleys to a tavern in the west city of Flame City with a sign that read Sword and Rose. In the afternoon, there were not many customers in the tavern. NPCs were drinking and chatting inside, and a few players were sitting in a corner trying to curry favor with an NPC. They were probably trying to take on a quest, so they were boosting the NPC's favorability. Mufeng went straight to the tavern bar. Behind the bar stood a tall and burly NPC with a scar on his face. His name was Paul, the bartender and owner of the tavern. He also had a background as a veteran. Paul had a deep hoarse voice, as if his throat had been burned by fire, making his speech quite unpleasant. He said, "What do you want?" Mufeng replied, "Cherry pie and a Bloody Mary." Paul looked at Mufeng deeply and said in a low voice, "I don't sell Bloody Marys here." "Then give me a glass of milk," Mufeng said. "Please wait a moment," Paul shouted at the top of his lungs. "Fanny, 1 large glass of milk, 1 cherry pie." After a moment, a young woman who resembled Paul came over with a glass of milk and a cherry pie. "Please enjoy." After placing the food in front of Mufeng, the young woman stepped back. She looked like she should be Paul's daughter. Mufeng took a bite of the cherry pie. It was average, not delicious, but not bad either. Since Dawn claimed to be a 100% realistic simulation, everything in this world was just like the real world. One could taste gourmet food and drinks. However, no matter how much one ate in the Dawn world, the body in the real world would still feel hunger. Mufeng finished half of the cherry pie and picked up a cup to take a sip of milk. The milk tasted quite good, with a rich creamy flavor. He put down the cup and looked up at Paul, who was wiping the cup with a towel, and said, "Boss, are you in trouble? You seem troubled." Paul glanced at Mufeng without saying anything and continued wiping the cup. Mufeng didn't speak again. After finishing the cherry pie and milk, he tossed about 20 gold coins onto the bar and stood up to leave. "Wait a moment," Paul said. Mufeng turned back and asked, "Is there something? Have you been to Nightshade Town?" "No," Mufeng denied. "Don't pretend. In the whole world, only the Nightshade Tavern sells Bloody Marys." "Not necessarily. I've been to the cities of orcs and barbarians, and I had Bloody Marys there too. What you drank should have been bloodbone wine, made from fresh beast blood and beast bones." "I guess I remembered wrong." Mufeng laughed. "It seems you have been to Nightshade Town too, otherwise you wouldn't know so well." Paul shook his head. No, I haven't been, but my wife is from there. I heard about it from her. It seems your wife must be an excellent thief, Mufong praised. Nightshade Town is the base of the Thieves Guild. Most of the NPCs in the town are thieves, and since Paul's wife is a resident of Nightshade Town, she must be a thief. That's why. Mufong said that. My wife is indeed a thief, but she is not excellent at all, Paul said seriously. It was clear that Paul had a very rigid personality. Alright then, did you stop me for something? Paul hesitated for a moment and said, I can tell you are a powerful adventurer, so I want to commission you for a task. Got the hook, Mufong thought. You haven't misjudged me, my strength is indeed great, but the price to hire me isn't low. Can you afford it? Mufong asked. Paul said expressionlessly, I've been running a tavern for many years, so I've saved up some money. If it's not enough, I'm a retired soldier and have a few weapons and items I've used before. You can take them if you like. Let me see the weapons and items you've used. Follow me. Paul had his daughter come out to temporarily attend to the guests while he led Mufong to the second floor of the tavern. The Sword and Rose only provided drinks and food to guests, not lodging. The second floor of the tavern was small, with only 3 rooms. One was Paul's bedroom, one was his daughter's bedroom, and the other was a storage room. At this moment, Mufong and Paul stood in front of the storage room door. Paul opened the door and rummaged around inside for a while. After a bit, he came out holding a large, dusty box. In front of Mufong, Paul opened the box. On top lay 2 magic crystal pistols, and beneath them was a set of officer's uniform and a piece of runic bulletproof armor. Judging by the style of the uniform, it should belong to the army of magic. Energy City. Underneath the pistols and uniform were several items, including the gathering stone that Mufong wanted. Without hesitation, Mufong took the gathering stone from the box and played with it in his hand. I really like this item, tell me what the mission is. Paul did not respond but instead tidied up the items in the box, returned them to the storage room, and closed the door. He said to Mufong, I would like to commission you to go to Nightshade Town to look for my wife's whereabouts. If she is still alive, please tell her that my daughter and I miss her very much. If she is dead, please help bring back her remains. What is your wife's name? Mufong asked. Lucia. Alright, but I have a question. What? Mufong asked curiously. What was your wife doing in Nightshade Town? Did she run away from home or is she missing? I don't know. Paul shook his head and slowly said, 3 years ago, my wife suddenly left one day without a word, leaving only a letter that said she had an urgent matter to attend to in Nightshade Town and would be back soon. However, she has been gone for 3 years, and during this time, I have sent people to Nightshade Town to look for her. But everyone who went to Nightshade Town disappeared and never returned. Not a single person came back? No. Then how can you be sure your wife is still in Nightshade Town? 3 years is a long time, she might have left long ago. Mufong asked. Paul said solemnly, no, she is still in Nightshade Town. She has never left. How can you be so sure? On the 10th of every month, I receive a letter sent from Nightshade Town, sent by my wife. What does the letter say? Nothing at all, it's an empty envelope, but I know it is a letter from my wife. Mufong nodded thoughtfully, sounds like the beginning of a mystery story. I miss my wife very much, I want to go to Nightshade Town to find her, but Nightshade Town is very dangerous, and I have a daughter to take care of, so I can't take the risk. Paul remained calm, even in this moment, without panicking. Can I see the letters your wife sends you every month? Sure. Paul turned and walked into his bedroom. In less than a moment, he came out holding a stack of envelopes. Mufong took the thick stack of letters and checked them one by one. They were all empty envelopes with nothing inside. How can you be sure these are letters sent by your wife? Paul said, they have my wife's scent on them. Mufong then picked up one envelope, brought it close to his nose, and sniffed. It smelled of orange blossoms. Paul explained, my wife loves the scent of orange blossoms, so she often uses perfume with that fragrance. I can tell as soon as I smell it. Thieves, assassins, and killers, due to the nature of their profession, wearing perfume is a taboo. No wonder Paul would say his wife was not good enough. Alright, I accept this mission. I will set off for Nightshade Town right now. After saying this, Mufong tossed the gathering stone back to Paul. That's the rule. You can only receive payment after completing the task. System, you have accepted the golden level mission, the disappeared wife. Paul reminded, I don't know what has happened in Nightshade Town over the past 3 years. No one is allowed to enter the town except for thieves. I suggest you hire a thief as a guide. I will cover the cost. With that, Paul tossed a pouch of money to Mufong. It was heavy. Mufong opened the coin pouch and took a glance inside. There were probably over 10,000 gold coins. Enough for Mufong to hire a thief to lead him into Nightshade Town. Mufong then said to Paul, can you give me a few letters sent by your wife? Sure, but I must remind you that thieves use a kind of alchemical powder called blocking powder to prevent anyone from tracking them by scent. Paul replied, blocking powder only works on ordinary hunting dogs but not on hellhounds. Mufong smiled. A look of surprise flashed in Paul's eyes. You can get a hellhound? That's quite a skill. Just a so Mu Fong said as he placed several envelopes scented with orange blossoms into his backpack, then told Paul, "It's fine, I'll be on my way. You can check out the Suajali Tavern, it's a gathering place for thieves." Paul added, "You can hire a thief guide there and gather information about Nightshade Town." "Got it," Mu Fong replied. With that, he went downstairs and hurried out of the tavern. In front of the tavern's main door, he noticed a few players flattering an NPC who was a thief. The thief's gaze was fixed intently on Paul's daughter, Fanny. Fanny, being an ordinary person, was completely unaware. When Paul came down from the second floor, the thief shifted his gaze away and focused on Mu Fong. Mu Fong met his eyes for a moment before looking away and leaving directly. He planned to follow Paul's advice and head to the Suajali Tavern first to hire a thief guide and gather information. Although this task was tedious, it was currently the most suitable one for Mu Fong. Other tasks that involved gathering reward stones had too high level requirements. This task had no level requirement. As long as the tavern owner, Paul, recognized you, it was fine. The tavern owner was eager to save his wife. No matter what your level or strength was, as long as you didn't look too weak and pitiful, he would entrust you with this task. In the past 3 years, over 300 adventurers had died in Nightshade Town. In his previous life, due to the tedious nature of the task, Mu Fong had not taken it on. He had directly bought a reward stone from the trading network. In this life, no one had discovered the usefulness of the reward stone yet. No one would specifically take on such a task. Mu Fong was the first. Although he had never done it, he had seen the task process on the forum and vaguely remembered the details. Arriving at the Suajali Tavern, he found it located on a dirty, muddy street. Inside the tavern, it was a chaotic mix of people, both NPCs and players, in a smoky atmosphere. Mu Fong entered the tavern and looked around, heading straight for a thief NPC sitting in the corner. NPCs were invisible, but players could easily see the large words "Information Merchant" above the thief's head. Information merchants could be found in every main city, and most of those asking to buy information were players. At that moment, 3 players were queuing to buy information from the informant at the Suajali Tavern. Mu Fong was in 4th place. After a while, it was finally his turn. The informant was about 50 or 60 years old, bald and beardless, with a small frame and a face full of wrinkles, dressed in black robed leather armor, equipped with a dagger and a gunpowder pistol at his waist. When it was Mu Fong's turn, the informant asked, "Here, to buy information?" The informant didn't waste time and directly handed Mu Fong a piece of yellowed parchment. He said, "Here are the information and prices, take a look." Mu Fong glanced at the contents of the parchment. F-level information, complete monster guide of the Ashen Plains. Price, 500 gold coins. F-level information, experience guide for the Burning Tower instance. Price, 500 gold coins. E-level information, analysis of the Lord Boss Flame Goblin King's weakness. Price, 1000 gold coins. D-level information, collection locations for Black Iron level forging material firework stone. Price, 2000 gold coins. The information sold by the informant was all related to the surrounding areas of Flame City. Mu Fong looked for a while but didn't find any information that interested him on the parchment, so he asked, "I'm planning to visit Nightshade Town soon, do you have any suggestions?" "Nightshade Town?" The informant's expression turned strange. "Young man, I advise you not to go. It's been quite unstable there for the past 2 years. What happened there?" Mu Fong pressed. The informant replied, "I'll tell you for 5,000 gold coins." "All right." Mu Fong didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. "You pay first." 5,000 gold coins, the informant said. "You tell me first, then I'll pay." "No way, pay first, then I'll tell you. That's the rule. If you don't follow it, I won't do business with you." "Fine." Mu Fong had no choice but to pay first. He took out the pouch of coins that tavern owner Paul had given him. He counted out 5,000 gold coins and handed them to the informant. "The old president of the Thieves Guild in Nightshade Town has gone missing, and a new president hasn't been elected yet. The guild is unmanaged and becoming increasingly chaotic." The informant sighed. "And then?" The informant shrugged. "That's it. I've been rooted in Flame City for many years and haven't returned, so I only know this much." "Why did the old president go missing?" "I don't know." "Why? Is Nightshade Town closed off, and why won't they let outsiders in?" "I don't know." Mu Fong angrily said, "You don't know anything. Did I just waste so much money?" The informant chuckled. "Clearly priced, no deception. I asked for 5,000 gold coins. You could have bargained, but you agreed so quickly. That's your fault, not anyone else's. You scoundrel." Mu Fong's eyes flashed with killing intent. "Old man, I advise you to keep one eye open when you sleep at night." The informant scoffed. "Are you trying to scare me? I'm a level 40 rogue. Why would I fear a young brat like you? If you still had strength, would you be carrying a gun for self-defense at your waist?" Mu Fong mocked. "Who are you trying to scare? Rogues specialize in skills, and assassins specialize in assassination. Neither of these professions would use guns or magic crystal guns." 1. The sound of gunfire. is too loud and easily exposes you. 2. The power of guns is limited, and bullets and magazines are expensive. Using a gun is less cost-effective than using poison crossbow bolts and hidden weapons. From the dagger and gun the informant carried, Mufeng guessed the truth about the informant's lack of strength. He had made a black-hearted profit of 5,000 gold coins. The informant felt a bit guilty and uneasy, fearing Mufeng's retaliation. He added, "How about this? I'll throw in an extra piece of information for you. 5,000 gold coins for one more free. How about that? Do you know where the black market in Flame City is?" "What black market?" "The dark market," Mufeng whispered. "I don't know." "Alright then, remember to close the doors and windows at night, or I will come looking for you." After threatening, Mufeng stood up to leave. The information dealer, frightened, hurriedly stopped him. Wait. I'll ask you one more time, where is the black market?" The information dealer hesitated for a long while before squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. "You can go to Rat Alley. There's a gnome named Gale there, he knows how to get to the black market." "Introduce me to a thief as well. I need a guide to Nightshade Town," Mufeng said. "No need for me to introduce, this tavern is full of thieves. As long as you can pay, someone will be willing to work for you." Mufeng's gaze swept over the many NPCs in the tavern. Just as the information dealer said, most of them were thieves. "I'll wait to hire a thief guide later. This isn't urgent. First, I'll take a trip to Rat Alley and then discuss other matters." Mufeng left the noisy sewer tavern. After some twists and turns, he arrived at the infamous Rat Alley. Rat Alley was the slum of Flame City, home to many poor people, the lower class, and criminals. The alley was marked by signs of burning. The buildings were dilapidated, and the air was filled with the stench of charred things. This was because the Temple of Flame worshipped the god of flame and ashes. In Flame City, fires were considered a good omen. If a fire broke out, the flame priests strictly forbade the public from extinguishing it, even if it meant burning people alive. Therefore, the buildings in Flame City were all made of stone, fireproof and burn-resistant. Rat Alley had criminals, and the Temple of Flame knew about it. They would periodically come to Rat Alley to set a fire. Whether any criminals had been burned to death was unclear. In any case, every time the flame priests set fire to Rat Alley, many poor people would die. The noble priests did not care about the lives of the poor. Upon arriving in Rat Alley, Mufeng had no idea where to find the gnome Gale, so he just wandered around. Since this place gathered a large number of criminals, there were bound to be many eyes watching. Sure enough, after wandering in Rat Alley for a while, two strong men emerged from the shadows. One was a level 31 assassin, and the other was a level 34 boxer. "Hey, kid, are you lost? This is Rat Alley, not Flower Street," the boxer said. "I know, I want to see the gnome Gale," Mufeng replied. "Lord Gale is not someone you can just meet." "Get lost, pretty boy," said the assassin. Mufeng didn't waste words and directly pulled out a handful of gold coins, tossing them over. The shiny gold coins scattered on the ground. Mufeng's act of throwing money without a word was well received by the two strong men. As they picked up the coins from the ground, they said, "Wait a moment, we'll go get Lord Gale right now, just stand here and don't move." After picking up the coins, the two left, leaving Mufeng behind. After a while, as Mufeng stood in place, he suddenly sensed that something seemed to be behind him. He turned back to look. He saw a short figure emerging from the shadows. "A shadow sorcerer?" Mufeng murmured. "Is it you who wanted to see me?" the gnome Gale asked. He was less than 1 meter 30 tall, dressed in a black suit, wearing a tall top hat, and holding a black cane, all in a gentlemanly style. Mufeng got straight to the point. "I want to go to the black market. I was sent by the information dealer at the sewage alley tavern." "All right." The gnome Gale tapped the ground with his cane, and a shadowy passage appeared, leading who knows where. "Follow me." The gnome Gale was the first to enter the shadow passage. Mufeng followed closely behind, and the next moment he found himself in a closed room. The room was empty, with only a teleportation array set up. "Here, with this teleportation point, you can reach the black market." The gnome Gale handed Mufeng a black teleportation token. In his previous life, Mufeng had also been to the dark market. Although he hadn't used the teleportation point in Flame City, the process was roughly the same. Mufeng stepped into the center of the teleportation array. This teleportation point could only send him to the dark market. He activated the teleportation array. The next moment, Mufeng appeared in the dark market. It was an underground city, without sunlight, about the size of a dozen sports stadiums, with buildings made of obsidian, brightly lit and bustling with people. There were NPCs and players alike. There were evil factions and order factions. Mufeng hesitated for a moment when someone urged him, "Hurry up and get down, don't just stand there, you're blocking the people behind you." Behind Mufeng, a death knight appeared from the teleportation. He said nothing, his body cold, holding a runic greatsword entwined with blood and evil power. Mufeng slightly stepped aside to let the death knight pass first. The teleportation point in the dark market was built on an altar. Mufeng stepped down from the altar. Immediately, a large group of people surrounded him. They were all weak races like human boys, halflings, grey elves, and black goblins. They were ragged and emaciated. "Sir, do you need a guide? I know the dark market very well, I know everywhere. Hire me, I only need 10 gold. Sir, I only need 5 gold, I'm cheaper, please hire me." Mu Feng refused, saying, "I don't need one." Seeing Mu Feng's refusal, the children stopped bothering him and went to find others to solicit business. As mentioned before, Mu Feng was familiar with the dark market. No matter how many teleportation point entrances there was only one dark market. Mu Feng came to the dark market to get a demon dog pet. To find someone or something, a demon dog was essential. It was much stronger than ordinary hunting dogs or military dogs. The blocking powder, commonly used by thieves, was also ineffective against demon dogs. However, this thing was expensive. Buying one was out of the question, renting one would be better. The dark market was divided into several trading areas. Area 1 was for buying and selling weapons and equipment. Area 2 was for potions, scrolls, skill stones, and items. Area 3 was for pets, mounts, and slaves. Area 4 was for rare treasures and monster materials. Area 5 was for the auction house and information trading. Mu Feng headed to Area 2. This area was filled with beast cages, pens, and cells for holding slaves. The air was thick with the smell of beasts and a foul odor. Mu Feng searched around and found an NPC with a sign above his head reading Demon Pet Merchant. This NPC had dark blue skin and various demonic features. He was a half-demon, a race born from the union of demons and humans. Mu Feng approached and asked, "Do you have any demon dogs here?" The demon pet merchant's eyes lit up and he immediately said enthusiastically, "Of course, the cub is 300,000 gold coins. And the adult demon dog is 1 million gold coins. Which one do you want?" "I want to rent an adult demon dog." "Renting, huh?" The demon pet merchant pouted and muttered, "You should have said so earlier, made me happy." "For nothing. What's the rental price?" Mu Feng asked. "For an adult demon dog, it's 1,000 a day." "Alright, I want to rent one." The demon pet merchant turned and shouted towards the tent next to the beast cage. "Titi Ma, come out and serve the customers." Mu Feng frowned. Why did that sound strange? After a few seconds, a demon dog the size of a golden retriever sprang out from the tent. The demon dog had bright red fur all over, covered with a layer of black scales on its back, 3 spiky antennae-like protrusions behind its head, and a huge red nose covered in bumps and tumors. It was ugly to the point of being disgusting. Mu Feng used the all-knowing eye to check its attributes. Demon dog Titima level 30 race, demon health 1500 attack, 900 racial talent, demon armor skills, bloodthirsty chase, D, bite, D type pet rank, silver age, 44 years. Adult, I remember that the lifespan of a demon dog is around 60 years. This one is already 44 years old, isn't that a bit too old? Mu Feng said with disdain. The demon pet merchant replied, not old at all. Demon dogs only enter old age after 50. Besides, you're renting a demon dog, surely for finding someone or something, an older one has more experience. More experience, my foot. He had seen demon dogs on the battlefield and forums before. Other demon dogs at this age were already level 50 or 60. But this one was still hanging around at level 30, it was too useless. Mu Feng said, "Can you give me a different one?" 1,000 gold coins a day, I'm not short on money, so don't try to fool me with an old dog. The demon pet merchant hesitated. In the past few days, many people have come to rent demon dogs, and I only have this one left. It's the only one I have. Mu Feng looked at the demon dog beside him with a face full of disdain. At that moment, the demon dog spoke up. Demon dogs are part of the demon race, a highly intelligent species with an IQ comparable to humans. They can speak the demon language and the common tongue. The smarter demon dogs can even speak multiple languages. The demon dog Titima said in a deep voice, "Young man, don't look down on me. I've traveled many places in my youth and have seen a lot." Mu Feng was too lazy to listen to its nonsense and kicked it aside. Ouch, the demon dog yelped. The demon pet merchant angrily said, "What are you doing? Are you going to pay for the damage?" Mu Feng directly pulled out a handful of gold coins from his backpack and tossed them over, about 100 or so. The demon pet merchant immediately beamed with joy. "Feel free, you can hit or scold as you like, just don't kill it." The demon dog muttered, "You're better at being a dog." "What did you say?" The demon pet merchant couldn't hold back anymore and kicked it. "That's what you get for cursing." The demon pet merchant, the only one in the entire dark market. Since there was only one demon dog left, it would have to do. However, the price needed to be lowered. Otherwise, it would be too much of a loss. Mu Feng had 1,600,000 gold coins in his backpack. This didn't mean he would spend money recklessly. He would save where he could and spend where necessary. After negotiating with the demon pet merchant for a long time, the other party finally agreed. For the first 10 days of rental, it would be 700 gold coins per day. After 10 days, the price would revert to the original 1,000 gold coins per day. A contract was signed with the demon pet merchant. He gave Mu Feng a demon summoning stone the size of a baby's fist. The method of use was to hold the summoning stone and recite the name of the demon dog Tima to summon it to his side. The pet's summoning stone could be placed in the backpack or in the pet slot. Players could use it with just a thought. The transaction was complete. The demon pet merchant didn't forget to recommend his pets to Mufeng. Dear guest, I see you don't have a pet. Have you considered buying one? I have little demon pets and hellhounds. No, I'm not interested in demon-type pets. Mufeng shook his head in refusal. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something. Mufeng asked the demon pet merchant, by the way, who usually rents the demon dogs. I don't know that. I never ask what I shouldn't, the demon pet merchant said with a smile. Mufeng was just casually asking. Since he didn't say anything, Mufeng didn't press further and turned to leave. After Mufeng had taken a few steps, the demon pet merchant suddenly said, although I don't know who they are or what their identity is, they are like you. People of the Order faction. Mufeng paused for a moment. After a while, he continued walking forward. Since he had bought the demon dog, Mufeng's task here was complete and it was time to leave. However, since he had come all the way to the dark market, he might as well take a look around to see if there was anything he wanted to buy. After browsing through the major trading areas, Mufeng ended up with a few dark-type skill stones, all of F and E grades. He also bought a few bottles of high-level potions with special effects. These were prepared for Yang Kuan and Chen Zhongshu. After these two old fellows experienced the benefits of the potions, they would definitely come back to pester him for more. At that time, he would give them these special effect potions. They would surely like them. He could also trick a bit of money from these two old fellows. No, he meant to sell them for some spending money. Returning to the teleportation point he came from, Mufeng asked the administrator of the dark market teleportation point and purchased a teleportation token. He was teleported back to the closed room where the Shadow Sorcerer Gale had brought him. Seeing Mufeng return, the Shadow Sorcerer Gale asked, "That was quick, I thought I'd have to wait for you half a day." Mufeng smiled and didn't reply. Gale adjusted his clothes and said, "Then let's head back to Rat Alley now." Okay. Gale tapped the wall with his staff. A shadow passage appeared. Through the passage, Mufeng returned to the surface, back to Rat Alley. The dark market welcomes your next visit. Mufeng heard Gale's voice behind him. When he turned around, Gale was already gone. Mufeng quickly oriented himself and walked back the way he came, heading out of Rat Alley. Because he had come out from Rat Alley, a squad of Flame City Patrol soldiers stopped him. There was no choice. He could only part with some money to avoid trouble. Mufeng spent some gold coins to bribe the patrol soldiers, thus avoiding a trip to the security office. He returned to the Sewage Alley Tavern. In the corner, the information dealer was still selling information to players. Mufeng approached the bar and found the bartender. The bartender of the Sewage Alley Tavern was a young man who was unremarkable in both appearance and build. He was both the bartender and an intermediary. Mufeng has the all-seeing eye, able to see the hidden professions and identities of NPCs. He said to the bartender, "I want to hire a thief as a guide to take me to Nightshade Town." The young bartender smiled and said, "According to the rules, you need to buy some food and drinks, spend a little money, then I can introduce you. Then, give me a smoked meat sandwich. What would you like to drink? Ginger ale. Alright, please wait a moment." Mufeng asked again, "Now you should tell me. You can look for Marshall, he recently mentioned wanting to go back to Nightshade Town, and you two are going the same way." The young bartender ducked under the counter, and after a while he took out a bottle of ginger ale, opened it for Mufeng, and said, "He'll be here in about an hour. He likes to come to the tavern in the afternoon to drink and work at night, sleeping during the day." The young bartender suddenly laughed. "That guy is a night owl. If you hire him, you'll probably have to stay up late to travel with him." "It doesn't matter," Mufeng said indifferently. The young bartender looked at Mufeng deeply and asked, "Are you also going to Nightshade Town to seek treasure?" "Seek what treasure?" Mufeng asked, raising his head. "Nothing much, I'm not sure either. I just occasionally heard drunken customers mention that there are treasures in Nightshade Town." The young bartender smiled and said, "Such things happen often. Rumors spread about treasures in certain places, luring countless treasure hunters, yet they find nothing, and in the end, the rumors are proven false, all a deception." Mufeng casually replied, "Yeah, all a deception." In reality, he had quietly taken note of this information. After a while, his smoked meat sandwich was ready. It was just a couple of slices of bread with several slices of smoked ham and mayonnaise inside. The most common and ordinary food in a tavern. Mufeng finished the whole sandwich and drank a bottle of ginger ale, waiting in boredom. Dawn does not have a fullness value. Players can eat as much as they want in the game without worrying about gaining weight. He seemed to be just eating, but in fact, he was paying attention to the conversations of the thieves around him, hoping to hear some useful information from them. However, the thieves' vigilance was stronger than Mufeng had imagined. Despite appearing drunk and rambling, shouting and making noise, once important topics came up, they would speak in low voices. Mufeng had strong perception, but his hearing was the same as an ordinary player. He couldn't hear any useful information, only catching a few scattered words: treasure, thief guild, old president, missing. A hint of excitement appeared in Mu Feng's eyes. It seemed this task was not simple. Besides the gathering stone, he might even gain an extra benefit. No wonder there were so few players who completed this task in his previous life. Nightshade Town was much more dangerous than Mu Feng had anticipated. Just as Mu Feng was waiting for Marshall, two players walked into the tavern and headed straight to the bar with the same intention as Mu Feng. They were both looking to hire a thief to go to Nightshade Town. The bartender informed them that there were currently no thieves heading that way, but if they were willing to pay more, there were thieves who would be willing to go. The two players whispered among themselves. Perhaps due to their tight finances, they ultimately decided not to hire anyone. Watching the two players leave, a thoughtful expression crossed Mu Feng's eyes. An hour passed. Marshall arrived at the tavern on time. He was in his mid-20s, wearing a black mask and a set of dark clothing, with a coat made of beast scales. At his waist hung a dagger and a hand crossbow, while on his back were a pouch of hidden weapons and a quiver of crossbow bolts. A standard thief's attire. Marshall walked into the tavern, approached the bar, and ordered a large mug of malt beer. As the bartender poured his drink, he also mentioned that Mu Feng was looking to hire him. Marshall turned to glance at Mu Feng, then took his beer and sat down next to him. I heard from the bartender that you want to hire me to go to Nightshade Town? That's right. How much are you offering? How much do you want? Marshall pondered. 2,000? That works. Alright, I plan to leave tonight. Can you go? I can. Marshall took a big gulp of beer, exhaled contentedly, and said, You're not a thief. What do you want to do in Nightshade Town? Looking for someone. Who? Maybe I know them and can help you find them, he said. The wife of the owner of the Sword and Rose Tavern. Oh, so you're looking for her. Right, I should have thought of that. Who else would you look for in Nightshade Town? Marshall laughed. Do you know her? Marshall took another sip of beer and said, Of course I know her. I used to drink with her at the tavern. But I advise you to give up. Why? Mu Feng asked curiously. This world is dangerous. There are monsters everywhere in the wild, and death is common. If someone goes missing for a day or two, there's still hope they might be alive, but if they've been missing for 3 years, the chances of them being alive are slim to none. Marshall raised his cup and took a big gulp of beer. He continued, although it sounds cruel, she's probably dead by now. Paul should give up. Time can heal wounds. After a year or two, he might feel bad, but after 8 or 9 years, he'll feel better. By then, he can find a young and beautiful one, and that'll be fine. He loves her a lot. I'm afraid he'll never forget her. Don't be foolish. We're all men. Greed and lust are our nature. Love is just a trick for fools. After finishing, Marshall drained the beer from his oak cup and won. Go. He shouted to the bartender, another round. Then he turned to Mu Feng and asked, What was I saying? Love is just a trick for fools, Mu Feng replied. Oh, right. Love is just a trick for fools. You mustn't believe it. Mu Feng said solemnly, I still want to go to Nightshade Town. Alright, as long as you're willing, I also want to earn your 2,000 gold coins. Marshall said with a grin, in light of you giving me gold coins, let me buy you a drink. What do you want? Ginger ale. Mu Feng was not polite. Alright, bartender, another ginger ale. Coming right up, the bartender responded. Mu Feng then asked, By the way, do you know why Nightshade Town is under lockdown? I don't know, and I don't want to know. As long as my actions aren't hindered, I can't be bothered with that. Marshall suddenly smiled and said, Maybe the Thieves Guild is being considerate of us, which is why they issued such a strange order. Non-thieves wanting to enter the town must be accompanied by a thief. It's clearly a way to make us earn some extra money, Mu Feng said with a smile. It seems the Thieves Guild has pretty good benefits. It's just average, to be honest. The benefits aren't as good as those of the Assassins Guild and the Killers Guild. Those two actually make money. Our Thieves Guild can't earn too much, Marshall sighed, looking gloomy. At that moment, the bartender approached with a large mug of malt beer and ginger ale. Marshall loved to drink. He took the beer and gulped down more than half in one go. Besides enjoying drinks, he was quite talkative. Marshall said to Mu Feng, You said you wanted to go to Nightshade Town. I thought you were looking for treasure. Looking for what treasure? Mu Feng asked again. This was the second time he had heard this response. The first was from the bartender. The second was from Marshall. It seemed that as long as someone was going to Nightshade Town, they assumed it was for treasure hunting. Moreover, the two players who had just come by to hire a thief guide also seemed to be going to Nightshade Town for treasure. What treasure could Nightshade Town possibly have? I don't know, and I don't know how long it's been, but it seems to have started this week. There are rumors on the streets that there's treasure buried in Nightshade Town. Isn't that nonsense? If there were treasure, the Thieves Guild would have dug it up long ago. Outsiders wouldn't even get a chance, Marshall said disdainfully. Where did the rumors come from? Mu Feng asked. Marshall replied, From the Blazing Rose Tavern. That's a gathering place for you outsiders. I don't know if you've been there. Outsiders. That's what the natives of the Dawn world called the players. Just as players could easily distinguish NPCs in a crowd, NPCs could also recognize players at a glance. Hearing about the Blazing Rose Tavern, Mufong was taken aback. Could it be? A sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He stood up and said to Marshall, "I'll step out for a moment, I'll be right back." "Okay," Marshall said, taking a small sip of beer, and reminded Mufong, "Remember, we're leaving at 10 tonight. Don't be late, I won't wait for you. Keep an eye on the time. Don't worry, I won't be late." With that, Mufong left the Suajali Tavern and set off towards the Blazing Rose Tavern. The Blazing Rose was a high-end tavern. The environment was good, the prices were reasonable, and it was close to the resurrection point where players gathered. It was very popular among players in Blazing City. In his previous life, he had also visited the Blazing Rose a few times. He found the place easily. As soon as he entered the Blazing Rose Tavern, he heard players shouting inside, "Treasure hunting team recruiting priests and mages, level 15 and above, female players preferred. The Three Musketeers Guild is recruiting strong melee players, tank players, no gender limit, no number limit, to explore and search for the Bloodmark King's treasure. The treasure will be shared equally. Bloodmark King's treasure map, 500 gold coins each, fair and square, come by." Bloodmark King's treasure. Mufong murmured. "So that's it, I thought. How could there be treasure in Nightshade Town? If there were, he should have heard about it in his previous life. Moreover, as Marshall said, if there really was treasure in Nightshade Town, how could the Thieves Guild not know?" Among the second-tier thief classes, there are those skilled in treasure hunting, known as relic hunters. The relic hunter's class talent, Treasure Bloodline, is a passive ability that allows them to sense precious treasures within a certain range, like having a built-in treasure radar. Most relic hunters work for the Adventurers Guild and the Archaeologists Guild. However, relic hunters are still second-tier thief classes. The Thieves Guild must have a few relic hunters. Mufong looked at the group of thieves in the tavern, acting mysteriously. He thought Nightshade Town really had treasure. For a moment he felt delighted, thinking he had discovered a hidden treasure that no player had found in his previous life. But it turned out they were talking about the Bloodmark King's treasure. What a letdown. The Bloodmark King was a prince from the era of the Thousand-Year Empire. He was a powerful prince with fiefs, castles, and his own army of loyal soldiers. He held a high position, was strong, and had great ambitions. Generally, such ambitious princes do not end well. The Bloodmark King proved this point. He once raised an army to rebel, intending to march into the imperial capital, Emperor City, to replace the current emperor and become the new emperor of the Thousand-Year Empire. But the Bloodmark Prince failed. His army was annihilated by the imperial forces. His territory was seized, and his castle was burned down. The Bloodmark King fled in a sorry state, pursued by the imperial army. Before he died, he buried his lifetime wealth in a certain place, leaving behind a treasure map. The treasure is real. However, the location of the treasure is not in Nightshade Town, but elsewhere. Watching the players in the tavern calling friends to go to Nightshade Town to search for the Bloodmark King's treasure, Mufong felt a wave of speechlessness. The treasure is not only not in Nightshade Town, but the actual treasure site is far away, separated by 1,000 miles. No matter how they look at the treasure map, there shouldn't be such a large discrepancy. Unless the treasure map they are looking at is fake? Mufong approached the player selling the treasure map. "Brother, can I take a look at the treasure map you're selling?" Mufong asked. The player replied, "No way, this is a treasure map. How can I just show it to someone? If you want to see it, you have to buy it. It's only 500 for one, not expensive." "Is this treasure map real or fake?" Mufong asked. "Of course it's real. My treasure map has been verified by the system. It's a genuine treasure map." "Alright, give me one." After spending 500 gold coins, Mufong received a brand new treasure map. Bloodmark King's treasure, copy, level, silver type. Treasure map effect. Follow the guidance of the treasure map to find the treasure. Description: the wealth and treasures accumulated by the Bloodmark King throughout his life. Whoever finds it can be as rich as a nation. The treasure map marks the location of the treasure, which is Nightshade Town. Just one glance at the treasure map, and Mufong concluded it was fake, a forgery by someone else. He remembered clearly that the Bloodmark King's treasure was definitely not buried in Nightshade Town. A counterfeit item. Others might not be able to do this, but someone in the Thieves Guild could. It seems someone wants to lead players and NPCs to Nightshade Town. But what is their purpose in doing this? Mufong pondered for a long time, rummaging through his memories of Nightshade Town and the Thieves Guild from his previous life. Although he was a reborn person, he hadn't experienced everything or known everything. The world of Dawn is vast, comparable to the real world. Even in his previous life, players had not fully explored the world of Dawn. Many unsolved mysteries still remain. In his previous life, he was a mage, familiar with the Mage Guild, but he knew nothing about the Thieves Guild and Nightshade Town. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with a reason. Mufong simply decided to stop thinking about it. He would take it one step at a time. He would figure things out after. Arriving at Nightshade Town, Mufong hadn't forgotten that the purpose of this trip was to find Paul's wife, complete the task, and obtain the Gathering Stone. Finding Paul's wife was the key. Everything else could wait. He casually stuffed the fake treasure map into his backpack. Then he walked out of the Blazing Rose Tavern and returned to the Sewage Alley Tavern. Inside the tavern, Marshall was eating. Since he had to travel again in the evening, he needed to stay alert, so after a few beers, he stopped drinking. Mufong sat down opposite Marshall. He invited Mufong to eat something, and Mufong didn't hold back, taking a pickled meat sandwich from Marshall's plate to eat. Marshall was quite the chatterbox. He kept talking nonstop, and even while eating, he couldn't be silenced. Mufong listened attentively. The young bartender nearby joked, "Marshall, congratulations on finding an audience who enjoys listening to your nonsense." "Get lost," Marshall laughed and scolded. Not all of what he said was nonsense. Mufong gained a lot of key information from his words. Marshall had returned to Nightshade Town to participate in the election for the Thieves Guild president. Mufong was curious. Since it's an election for a new president, this is a big deal. Logically, all the thieves should return, but look at the Sewage Alley Tavern. So many thieves can't even be bothered to move. Why is that? Most professionals would join some guild or faction. Whether players or NPCs, it was the same. Guilds like the Thieves Guild, Mage Guild, and Warrior Guild had the most players and NPCs joining. They had less work, decent benefits, and strong factions. Marshall laughed. For most thieves, it doesn't matter who becomes the president of the Thieves Guild, as long as it's not themselves. They'd rather do a few tasks to earn some money to buy drinks. The election for the Thieves Guild was quite casual. The number of people who showed up was what counted. The candidate who received the most votes would become the new president. Mufong couldn't help but think back to his previous life. The Mage Guild. Elections required all affiliated mages to be present. At that time, he even voted for a certain candidate. In this life, he hadn't joined the Mage Guild. Theoretically, he was now considered part of the arcane school. Then why are you going back? Mufong asked again. Given Marshall's personality, he shouldn't be interested in such matters. Mufong had only known Marshall for a few hours, but he had already gained some understanding of his character. Marshall smiled. "My mentor is a candidate. I'm going back to vote for him." "I see. It's all about human relationships," Marshall sighed. "My mentor has done me a favor. No matter what, I have to go back and support him this time." After finishing their meal, Marshall glanced at the time. It was almost time to set off. He turned to Mufong and said, "Let's go." "Okay." The two stood up and walked out. Once they exited the tavern, they headed straight for the teleportation point. Nightshade Town does not have public teleportation points. There is a private teleportation point, but only the officers of the Thieves Guild can use it. Marshall is not an officer. Even if he were, he couldn't take Mufong along. The private teleportation point of the Thieves Guild can only be used by officers and the guild leader. Even the guild leader cannot bring outsiders. Near Nightshade Town, there is a novice village. First, teleport to the novice village and then set off from there to Nightshade Town. "By the way, do you have a mount?" Marshall asked. "My mount can only carry one person. The road to Nightshade Town is quite far, and without a mount, it will take a long time to walk. Since we are still in Flame City and you don't have a mount, I suggest you buy one quickly." "I have one," Mufong said. "Then that's good." They arrived at the teleportation point. The two of them teleported to Deep Forest Village. This is a novice village, and at night, the streets of the village are filled with new players. Upon seeing Mufong, several young female novice players surrounded him. Big shot, let's be friends. Please take me along." "Big guy, you're so handsome, let's be friends." "Big shot, which main city are you in?" "I'll come find you to play when I reach level 10. Mufong passed by the female players with a blank expression, ignoring them. They did not know Mufeng's true identity. Calling him Big Shot or Big Guy was just like how people in society call each other brother or sister. It's a way of showing respect based on level. No matter who you are. If your level is higher than mine, you're a big shot, it can't be wrong. Mufong was good looking and had a high level, so he naturally attracted the attention of the new female players in the novice village. Seeing that Mufong ignored them, the female players pouted and went off to play elsewhere. Marshall watched this scene and chuckled. "The girls from your hometown are really enthusiastic. If they like you, you can go flirt with them," Mufong said. "Forget it," Marshall shook his head. "For some reason, a portion of you seems a bit dim-witted. Last time I was out shopping, I saw a few outsiders daring to tease the temple priestess. They really have guts. But you're different, you're a good person," Marshall praised Mufong. "Thank you, you're not bad either." Marshall laughed. "Ha, of course." Mufong summoned his black flame lion. Marshall, well informed, recognized it at a glance as the exclusive mount of Black Lion City. "I didn't expect you to be from Black Lion City. I thought you were from Flame City." "It's not easy to come all the way to Flame City to make a living," Marshall sighed. "It's not too bad," Mufong casually replied. Marshall also summoned his mount, a bronze-level shadow wolf. The two rode their mounts, racing through the streets of the novice village, out of the novice village, and speeding towards Nightshade Town. The Shadow Wolf's speed was impressive, comparable to the Black Flame Lion. Moreover, in dark environments, the Shadow Wolf could become invisible, making it a very suitable mount for thieves. Deep Forest Village is on the edge of a forest. Nightshade Town is deep within the forest. To reach Nightshade Town, one must pass through a dense thicket. The reason Nightshade Town was built in such a secluded place is due to the Thieves Guild's bad reputation and many enemies. The absence of teleportation arrays is also for this reason. There's no helping it, the profession of a thief is hated by many, always sneaking and picking locks. Marshall goes to work every night. What do you think his job entails? In his previous life, Mufong rented a room in the slums of Divine Grace City. The room only had a few boxes for storing unimportant materials and equipment. The costs of banks and warehouses were too high. Renting a room was cheaper, and a few boxes weren't worth much. At that time, Mufong thought he was getting a good deal, but that very night, a thief broke in and stole the materials and equipment he had stored. Although they weren't worth much, but that was also something Mufong had painstakingly collected. Because of this matter, Mufong was upset for a long time. On the way, Mufong received a private message from Sanja. She asked what Mufong wanted to eat for dinner. Mufong replied, "I'm afraid I will be online late tonight. You eat first, don't worry about me." Soon, Songjia replied, "Okay, got it." After closing the private message, Mufong asked Marshall ahead, "How much longer until we arrive?" "Soon, about half an hour more," Marshall replied. Mufong focused on driving the mount towards Nightshade Town, with no road to follow. Mufong could only follow Marshall. Traveling through the forest, the path was difficult, uneven ground, and there were branches and stones blocking the way from time to time. Half an hour passed. Mufong vaguely saw flickering lights ahead. "It's Nightshade Town, we've arrived at Nightshade Town." Marshall, who was walking in front, slowed down. He turned back and said, "We've arrived, right ahead is Nightshade Town. When the Thieves Guild members question you, just say you are my friend who came with me. Don't say you came to find Paul's wife." "Why?" "Sigh, it's hard to explain in a short time. When we get to the town, I'll explain it to you." Not long after Marshall finished speaking, a nimble figure suddenly appeared ahead. Dressed in black leather armor, with a dagger and crossbow, fully equipped, it was clearly a thief. Marshall stopped. Mufong also stopped right behind him. "The acting president has ordered that no outsiders are allowed to enter Nightshade Town," said the nimble figure. "Brother, make an exception, he is my friend who came with me," Marshall said with a smile. "All right then, you can go in." "Thank you." Mufong was taken aback. This was too lenient, wasn't it? They let them through so easily? Was there really any difference between having this ban and not having it? Marshall and Mufong rode their mounts towards Nightshade Town. In the center of the forest, there was a large open space and a lake. Nightshade Town was right next to the lake, not very large, with a population of about 100 or so. On the way, Marshall smiled and explained to Mufong, "Working for the guild doesn't pay much, so why work so hard? Just go through the motions anyway. Once the new president takes office, this ban will be lifted. By the way, who is the acting president that person mentioned just now?" "Victor Darkblade," Marshall said, "the proud disciple of the old president, extremely powerful, one of the few strong members of our Thieves Guild." "It's him." Mufang's mind stirred. In his previous life, he heard that this Victor seemed to have committed some unforgivable crime, being hunted down by both the church and the Thieves Guild. Mufong then asked, "When did Victor become the acting president?" 3 years ago, after the old president went missing, he took over as acting president. Mufong nodded thoughtfully. As they spoke, the two had already arrived at Nightshade Town. It was a very quiet little town, with no streetlights on the roads and almost no pedestrians. Only occasionally, 1 or 2 drunken thieves staggered by. They arrived at their destination. Mufong paid him 2,000 gold coins as agreed. "Let's go, I'll take you to the tavern, which is also an inn. I don't know if you've heard of our specialty drink in Nightshade Town, the Bloody Mary. It tastes quite good," Marshall said. "I've heard of it and have tried it, it really does taste good," Mufong replied. In his previous life, he had bought this drink at the trading post, but he had never been to Nightshade Town to drink it at the tavern. "Come on, I'll treat you to a drink." Having easily earned 2,000 gold coins, Marshall was in a good mood. The two arrived at the only tavern in Nightshade Town, pushed the door open, and found it quite crowded inside. There were players and NPCs, all seated tightly. Marshall knew quite a few people in Nightshade Town. As soon as he entered the tavern, a familiar face greeted him. "Hey, Marshall, you're still alive. I thought you had died in the tavern of Flame City." "I thought you had died in the Flower Street of Divine Grace City," Marshall laughed. "You smooth-talking brat." The person wasn't angry and laughed back. "You haven't been back in years, why did you suddenly return today?" someone asked. Marshall answered honestly. What else could I do? Of course, I'm here to vote for my mentor. As a disciple, I naturally have to support him." This answer was acceptable. Many thieves had returned to Nightshade Town in recent days for the same reason as Marshall, to vote for their preferred candidate. Someone joked, "Marshall, why don't you vote for Master Venomous Tooth with us?" Master Venomous Tooth said that anyone who votes for him will get a 10% discount on poisons bought from him in the future. Marshall scoffed, "I'd consider it for a 20% discount, but 10%? Forget it." Another person noticed Mufong, who had come with Marshall. "Hey, what's going on today? Why are there so many outsiders in our Nightshade Town? Marshall, what's he here for?" The speaker was a tall, scarred-faced, middle-aged man. His equipment was quite high-level, and the respectful attitude of those around him made it clear that he was likely a cadre of the Thieves' Guild. Although thieves often slacked off on the orders and tasks given by the Thieves' Guild, when in front of a cadre, no one dared to show disrespect. Marshall didn't dare to joke around either. Just as he was about to speak, Mufong interjected, "I'm here to seek treasure. I heard that there is a treasure buried by Prince Bloodmark himself in Nightshade Town, so I came to take a look." As soon as Mufong said this, most of the NPCs and players in the tavern turned their attention to him. "Tisk, where did this rumor come from? I've lived in Nightshade Town for nearly 10 years, and it's the first time I've heard that this rundown place has treasure." The scarred-faced thief cadre couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Silly kid, you've been fooled. In Nightshade Town, there are only thieves, no treasure." Other thieves also laughed mockingly. Their eyes moved back and forth between Mufong and the players in the tavern, as if they were looking at a fool. Especially Marshall, who laughed the loudest. "I don't believe it. I have a treasure map, and the treasure map is real." Mufong shook his head. The scarred-faced thief cadre became interested and said, "Show it to me, I'll help you identify if it's real or fake. In my youth, I also loved treasure hunting, and I've seen no less than 100 treasure maps. I can tell at a glance if it's real or not." The group of thieves urged him to show the treasure map. Mufong was quick to comply, pulling out the treasure map and tossing it to them. The scarred-faced thief cadre flicked his hand, and a rope dart flew out from his sleeve. In his hand, the rope dart was exceptionally agile, directly wrapping around the treasure map. With a pull, the treasure map was in his hands. After obtaining the treasure map, the scar-faced thief officer held it in his hands and studied it seriously. At first, there was a smile on his face, but gradually the smile faded, replaced by a look of seriousness. This looks real," the scar-faced thief officer murmured. "What?" The other thieves were taken aback. The scar-faced man was not lying, he had indeed been a skilled treasure hunter in his youth. The Archaeological Scholars Guild had even wanted him to join them. However, he didn't like the atmosphere of the guild, so he stayed with the Thieves Guild and became an officer. Since the scar-faced officer said so, the treasure map must be real. It couldn't be fake. Suddenly, all the thieves crowded around, wanting to take a look at the treasure map. Marshall was no exception, he looked curious as well. The scar-faced officer had a fierce appearance, but he was quite nice. Seeing everyone crowding around, he directly put the treasure map away, not letting the other thieves see it. He stood up and walked over to Mufong. "You're right, there really is treasure in Nightshade Town. Keep the map safe, be careful not to get it stolen. There are thieves all around," the scar-faced officer said with a complex expression. "Scar-faced boss, that's too much. Are we that kind of people?" one thief protested. "Yes, we thieves have our principles." Regarding these complaints, the scar-faced officer couldn't be bothered. At that moment, he felt complicated. He had grown up here, lived for so many years, and now learned that this cursed place really had treasure. His feelings were like a poor man sleeping on a gold mine without ever realizing it. "No, I need to go find my teacher," the scar-faced officer muttered and quickly left the tavern. His teacher was a relic hunter. Originally, the scar-faced man had planned to become a relic hunter himself. However, his talent was a bit lacking and he couldn't successfully change his profession, so he settled for being a thief. After the scar-faced man left, Mufong casually sat down at a table in the corner. The thieves were discussing among themselves, their eyes occasionally glancing over at Mufong. Marshall came over with 2 old copper wine cups. The cups contained a blood-red drink, which was Bloody Mary, a specialty of Nightshade Town. "Oh my god, I never expected there really was treasure in Nightshade Town. 2 outsiders invited me to come treasure hunting in Nightshade Town, and I flatly refused, damn it," Marshall said with a face full of regret. In the scene, Marshall was not the only thief regretting, because only thieves could accompany others into Nightshade Town. In the player teams coming to seek treasure, those who were thieves had it easier. The Thieves Guild allowed them in. If there were no thieves in the team, they could only hire a thief NPC to lead them in. Therefore, most thieves had encountered invitations from players. Invitations to hunt for treasure together. Most thieves shared Marshall's thoughts. They didn't believe there was treasure in Nightshade Town and treated the matter as a joke, ignoring the players. Now, thinking back, they felt like they were about to regret their intestines turning green. Marshall rubbed his face and leaned closer to Mufong, asking, "Brother, can you show me your treasure map?" "Sure." Mufong took out the treasure map and handed it to him. Marshall exclaimed excitedly, "Good brother, that's generous of you. When we get back, I'll take you to the flower street to have some fun. Mufeng smiled but said nothing. He had carefully examined the treasure map. The mark for the buried treasure was indeed in Nightshade Town, but it did not indicate the exact location. Nightshade Town was neither too big nor too small. Without an accurate mark, it would be difficult to find the treasure. This treasure map he had was a copy. It wasn't the original. The original's whereabouts were unknown, and it didn't matter if someone saw the copy. Moreover, this treasure map was fake, not the real Bloodmark King's treasure. This is the Bloodmark King's treasure. I've heard about it for a long time, but I never expected it to be hidden right beneath our Nightshade Town, Marshall said with excitement. Thieves were a profession that was second only to merchants in their obsession with wealth. Treasure and riches were Marshall's favorite. Dust, let's team up and search for treasure together, okay? Marshall suggested. Treasure hunting is just a pretext. You still don't understand my true purpose? Mufeng whispered. Besides, don't you have the new guild leader election to attend? Things like electing a new guild leader are trivial, they don't matter. We've waited 3 years already, so why rush now? A few days' delay is fine, Marshall said nonchalantly. What? About your mentor? Aren't you supposed to support him? Mufeng asked. Marshall replied boldly, what mentor? Once I find the Bloodmark King's treasure, he'll have to call me mentor. Mufeng was speechless. Marshall muttered to himself, this kind of treasure map has secret codes. As long as you crack the code, you can find the exact location of the treasure. Mufeng expressionlessly picked up the Bloody Mary and took a small sip. This was not ordinary food but a grade of food that could enhance attributes. Bloody Mary type food level, black iron effect, drinking increases frenzy effect by 5%, lasting half an hour. Alcohol content 99% durability, freshness value 10 out of 10. Origin, Nightshade Town Tavern cellar. After drinking the Bloody Mary, Mufeng immediately felt invigorated, becoming extremely excited. It was like taking a stimulant. No, it was even stronger than the effect of a stimulant. Besides the attribute effect of the Bloody Mary, it also tasted quite good. Looking at the blood-red liquid in the old copper cup, a surge of madness and a desire to kill everyone in the tavern welled up uncontrollably in Mufeng's heart. He knew he was drunk. In his previous life, he had first gotten drunk in the game because of the Bloody Mary. He hadn't expected it to be the same in this life. Being drunk was not good, especially in such a situation and environment. Without saying a word, Mufeng immediately called out to the bartender, give me a bowl of sobering soup. Sure thing. The bartender replied and quickly brought over a bowl of sobering soup. After drinking the sobering soup, Mufeng regained his clarity. Rather than calling it sobering soup, it would be more appropriate to say it was a medicine specifically used to relieve drunkenness. The frenzy state he gained from the Bloody Mary was also lifted after drinking the sobering soup. After a while, the scar-faced officer who had just left returned, and he was not alone. He was supporting an old man as they walked into the tavern together. Upon seeing the old man, all the thieves showed a hint of respect on their faces. Marshall quietly explained the old man's identity to Mufeng. He is Master Payer, the most experienced relic hunter in the Thieves Guild, and also the mentor of the Scar-Faced boss. Clearly, the Scar-Faced man and Master Payer had come for Mufeng. As soon as they entered, they walked straight to Mufeng's table. Marshall immediately stood up and respectfully stood to the side. The master stood, for he was not qualified to sit. Mufeng remained seated, unmoving. He was not a member of the Thieves Guild and did not need to appear overly humble. Being too humble would not only fail to please the other party but would also lead them to look down on him. Young man, may I see your treasure map? Master Payer asked gently. He was about 70 or 80 years old, with a face full of wrinkles, hair and beard both gray, a hunched figure, dressed in a large black robe. Payer, a level 114 relic hunter. Elder of the Thieves Guild, trainer of relic hunters, mentor for relic hunter job transitions. All this information and intelligence was gleaned by Mufeng through the eye of omniscience. Mufeng did not refuse Master Payer's request. He said, the treasure map is with my friend. Beside him, Marshall cleverly handed the treasure map to Master Payer with both hands respectfully. Upon receiving the treasure map, the master immediately began to examine it. He did not just look, he even took out several professional tools to authenticate the treasure map's authenticity. Some of the tools and props were unfamiliar to Mufeng, things he had never seen before. Master Payer was busy for quite a while. He looked up, slowly putting away the tools and props, and said, it's real. Mufeng raised an eyebrow. He thought to himself, this treasure map looks quite genuine. Even a level 114 relic hunter couldn't tell its authenticity. But then, another statement from Master Payer made Mufeng's pupils constrict, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Master Payer said, it is not a creation of the illusory craftsman, it is real. The treasure of the Bloodmark King is buried right here in Nightshade Town. The illusory craftsman, also known as the Master of Forgery, is a hidden class of the fraudster. This is a life-oriented class that specializes in creating various weapons, equipment, and skill stones that can easily be mistaken for the real thing. The fraudster hidden class is already rare enough. NPCs who transition to become illusory craftsmen are even fewer, as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It is rumored that the Thieves Guild has one illusory craftsman and several fraudsters. Therefore, upon seeing the fake Bloodmark King treasure map for the first time, Mufeng concluded it was fake, forged by an illusory craftsman. But now, Payar had confirmed through authentication that the Bloodmark King treasure map was real, not forged by an illusory craftsman. This meant that there really was a treasure of the Bloodmark King beneath Nightshade Town. But if the treasure of the Bloodmark King was in Nightshade Town, then why was it discovered in another place in the last life? Or was the treasure of the Bloodmark King in the last life a fake? Perhaps the treasure of the Bloodmark King had always been buried in Nightshade Town. This was the true treasure site. Or maybe this Master Payar was lying. The treasure map was fake, forged by an illusory craftsman. He said this to cooperate with the illusory craftsman's lie, to make the false appear true. Mufeng's mind was racing with thoughts, and he couldn't untangle the relationships in this situation. Little brother, can you let me make a copy of this treasure map? I won't shortchange you, just name your price, Master Payar said in a deep voice. I bought this treasure map for 500 gold coins, so just give me 500 gold coins, Mufeng replied. Alright, I understand. Master Payar nodded slightly, signaling the scar-faced man beside him to take out the money. The scar-faced man pulled out a money pouch from his pocket, counted out 500 gold coins, and stacked them into 10 piles on the dining table along with a copy scroll. Copy scroll type consumable effect can be used to copy paper products, cannot copy books. He took the copy scroll and made a copy of the Blood Seal King's treasure map. I wish you a pleasant time in Nightshade Town, Master Payar said as he left with the scar-faced man in a hurry. After Master Payar arrived at the tavern, all the NPCs and players turned their attention to Mufeng. They were closely watching every move of Master Payar and Mufeng. Seeing that Master Payar confirmed the treasure map was real and even made a copy to take away, everyone was now certain that the treasure was real and the treasure map was real. Nightshade Town really had treasures. The thieves were all excited, their eyes shining with anticipation. After a while, several thieves approached Mufeng and asked, Brother, can you let us make a copy of the treasure map? Don't worry, we won't shortchange you. Mufeng nodded. Sure. He was now in Nightshade Town, the thieves' den. As the saying goes, it's not the thief you fear, but the thief who has their eye on you. Anyway, he wasn't the only one. With a treasure map, there were probably players in the tavern who had one each. If they wanted to make copies, let them. Charging 500 gold coins per copy wasn't asking too much. Soon, many more thieves came to Mufeng with money and copy scrolls to have their treasure maps copied. In just a moment, Mufeng earned 5,000 to 6,000 gold coins. Other players in the tavern saw Mufeng making a small profit from copying maps and tried to do the same, buying copies of the treasure map to make some money. But the thieves didn't accept that. Mufeng's treasure map had been authenticated by Master Payar, and they didn't have that. Who knew if theirs was real or not? If there was a real one, who would buy an uncertain treasure map? Unable to sell their own treasure maps made many players envious of Mufeng, and their gazes towards him were somewhat unfriendly. Mufeng didn't care. If they dared to come looking for trouble, he dared to kill. The night was deep. Most people in the tavern had already left. The thieves, being night owls, were excitedly searching for treasure in the streets and alleys of Nightshade Town. Meanwhile, some players logged off, while others went treasure hunting in the middle of the night, becoming part of the crowd searching for treasure clues. Marshall was still studying the treasure map intently. The map had several lines of coded language and numbers, which should indicate the specific coordinates of the treasure. Marshall planned to decipher the coded language first before going treasure hunting. In his words, sharpening the axe won't delay the work of chopping wood. Marshall wanted Mufeng to accompany him to the Nightshade Town library, where there were many books, including a few specialized decoding books. Mufeng shook his head and refused, saying, I have something to do, I need to leave for a while. Alright, then. I'll wait for you at the library, Marshall said before leaving. Mufeng had eaten quite a bit in the game, but his body in the real world was still in a state of hunger. He logged off, planning to eat something before doing anything else. He couldn't let his real world body starve. Exiting the game, he walked out of the bedroom and smelled the aroma of food. Sanja had prepared a meal and was waiting for Mufeng. Brother Mufeng, just a moment, some dishes have already cooled down, I'll go heat them up, Sanja said as she picked up a plate and headed to the kitchen. Mufeng hurriedly called out, it's fine, I love eating cold food, this is just perfect. Sanja sat down again. Mufeng picked at a mouthful of cold rice, chewing as he asked, so, has the entry task for Demon Nest City been completed? It has, Sanja nodded obediently and said, I am now a first-class citizen of Demon Nest City. Mentor Anna said that if I take on a few more tasks, I can be granted a title. Wow, that's impressive, Mufeng exclaimed. To become a first-class citizen upon entering the city is enough to prove the importance that the evil faction in Demon Nest City place on Sanja. After finishing their meal, Mufeng went online. He sat in a corner of the tavern, contemplating the upcoming opportunities. Whether the Bloodmark King's treasure is real or not, Mufong couldn't figure it out. He decided to put this matter aside for now. They would definitely not be able to find the Bloodmark King's treasure anytime soon. This is a silver-level treasure map. At such a level, it would take at least a week to decipher the secrets within the treasure map. It would be better for him to focus on the main task first. He needed to find Paul, the tavern owner's wife, complete the task, obtain the gathering stone, and then discuss other matters. However, there was one thing that concerned Mufong. Why did Marshall not allow him to say in front of the thieves in Nightshade Town that he was here to find Paul's wife? Could it be because Paul often sends people to Nightshade Town to look for his wife? Did that annoy the thieves of Nightshade Town? No, it shouldn't be such a simple reason. He had a feeling that there was definitely something wrong here. Let's not forget that the adventurers who were sent here by Paul mysteriously disappeared. Mufong decided to first go to the library in Nightshade Town to ask Marshall for clarification. He inquired with the bartender, learned where the library was, and set off. The library in Nightshade Town was not far from the tavern, just 2 streets away. It is worth mentioning that the buildings in Nightshade Town do not have locked doors. After all, this is a den of thieves, everyone has lockpicking skills, and locking doors is practically useless. It would be better to leave the doors unlocked altogether. As for any valuable items, just keep an eye on them and be careful not to lose anything. Arriving at the library entrance, Mufong was just about to go inside when he happened to bump into Marshall coming out. His face looked extremely unpleasant. What was wrong? What happened? Mufong asked curiously. Nothing, Marshall sighed. I got a bit too excited and forgot that I was cursed with knowledge. Cursed with knowledge? Yeah. What kind of curse is that? I've never heard of it before, Mufong said, looking puzzled. Marshall sighed again and explained, I don't really know, but ever since I was a child, for some reason, whenever I read, I get sleepy, and when I want to sleep, I feel dizzy. In short, I can't read. You tell me, isn't that a curse of knowledge? Mufong. Marshall continued, deciphering the treasure map is not going to work, we need to think of another way. I see that the elder of your thieves guild, Master Payer, is also very interested in treasures. Do you think we can compete with him? Payer is a level 114 relic hunter. This profession specializes in treasure hunting. Master eats meat, we drink soup. Marshall said with a cheerful smile. Anyway, the treasure is in Nightshade Town, with so many eyes watching, we can't miss out on the benefits. Let's not talk about that. Mufong voiced his doubts. I ask you, before coming to Nightshade Town, you told me not to say I was here to help Paul find his wife. Why is that? Marshall looked around to ensure no one was eavesdropping and whispered, do you remember? I told you that Nightshade Town is currently managed by the acting president, Victor? Mufong nodded slightly. I heard that Victor likes Paul's wife, Marshall said in a lowered voice. Over the years, Paul has hired many people to come to Nightshade Town to find his wife, but all those hired adventurers have died. Mufong showed an interested expression and asked, are you saying that Paul's wife, Lucia, went missing because of Victor? And those adventurers died because of him? I don't know, I have no evidence, so I dare not say anything recklessly. Marshall shook his head. Then where did you hear this from? Nightshade Town is so small. The thieves almost all know about it. This matter has spread long ago, Marshall replied. Mufong asked, do you all think it was Victor who did it? Victor is the prime suspect, but the elders are willing to testify for him to prove his innocence. With elder support and no actual evidence, no one dared to make a fuss about it. Moreover, Victor has a terrible temper. Ever since he became the acting president 3 years ago, he has stayed at the guild base, rarely coming out, and his temper has become increasingly strange. If anyone dares to speak ill of him. Marshall did not continue but made a throat-cutting gesture. Mufeng's face showed a thoughtful expression. Marshall advised, I suggest you better not investigate this. Not to mention that 3 years have passed, whether Lucia is dead or alive. If you offend Victor because of this, you're as good as dead. Victor is a level 156 thief. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a chicken. You should give up this task and focus on treasure hunting with me. Even if we only get to drink some soup, the treasure we find will be enough for us to squander for a long time. Mufong calmly replied, I will not give up this task. On one hand, he was determined to obtain the gathering stone. He had already invested a lot of time, energy, and gold into this task. Now that he was in Nightshade Town, it was too late to give up. On the other hand, he felt that this task was not simple. It seemed to hide some secrets. According to his experience from his previous life, the more difficult and complicated the task process, the more generous the rewards would be. Seeing that Mufong seemed resolute, Marshall stopped persuading him and instead cautioned, then you must be very careful. Okay. Since you plan to investigate and find Lucia, where do you plan to start? Marshall asked curiously. Mufong said, before coming here, I specifically hired a hellhound. You are quite well prepared, Marshall praised, then said, you go ahead. I'll check with the mentor, he might have a way to decipher the code. After saying that, Marshall left. Mu Feng went to the small alley next to the library and glanced at the demon summoning stone in the pet enclosure and, with a thought, a purple-red 5-pointed star demon summoning array suddenly appeared on the ground before him. An evil aura spread out. The hellhound Titima slowly emerged from the demon array. In this unfamiliar environment, Titima timidly looked around, afraid, and said, "Where is this? Is it dangerous?" Titima was not much braver than a mouse, showing none of the demon race's ferocity, bloodthirstiness, or dominance. Seeing its cowardly appearance, Mu Feng felt a slight disdain in his heart. But after all, it was a discounted rental, you get what you pay for, so there was nothing to complain about. As long as it was usable, that was enough. Stop talking nonsense, help me sniff it out and find the owner of this scent. Mu Feng took out an envelope soaked in the fragrance of orange blossoms. Seeing it was a woman's item, Titima's eyes lit up, and without bothering to complain, he immediately leaned in, taking deep breaths of the feminine scent on it. It smells so good. The owner of this scent must be a beauty. I want to be caressed by her soft little hands. From time to time, his ugly dog face would show a look of intoxication. This lecherous dog was both timid and lustful. Truly hopeless. Mu Feng could hardly suppress the urge to kick it a few times. He barely managed to hold back a thought. Can you find her? Is the owner of this scent in this small town? Mu Feng asked. Titima nodded humanely and said, "Yes, she is nearby." "Great, now take me to find her." "At your command." With the order given, Titima set off cheerfully, his 4 short legs sprinting out of the alley and dashing towards the center of Nightshade Town. Mu Feng followed closely behind Titima. Is it really that easy to find her? This seems too simple. Mu Feng felt an uneasy sensation in his heart. He thought this matter shouldn't be so easy, it should be more complicated. The demon dog Titima raced ahead. After passing through 3 or 4 streets and alleys, they arrived at the center of Nightshade Town, stopping in front of a plain and unadorned building. This building was a gray 3-story small house. There were no windows, and the entire structure had only a small brass door. It was quite strange and peculiar. Titima turned back urgently and said, "Hurry, hurry, take me inside, the beauty is right in there." After seeing the building, Mu Feng paused for a moment, then stopped in his tracks, standing still. As expected, this matter would not end so easily. The small building before him was none other than the base of the Thieves' Guild. Marshall had mentioned it earlier. Ever since Victor became the acting president, he had been staying at the guild's base, rarely coming out. "What are you standing there for? The beauty is still waiting for me," Titima urged again. Mu Feng asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure she is in there?" "I'm sure. My combat power may be a bit weak, but when it comes to smell, I'm one of the best in my clan." Mu Feng ignored Titima's self-praise. He looked at the pet area, his mind moving, initiating a summoning. Suddenly, a demon magic circle appeared beneath Titima, sending him back to his original place. "No, I haven't seen the beauty yet, I don't want to go back." Ignoring Titima's wails, the demon magic circle pulled him back. Finally, it was quiet in his ears. It had been too noisy. Mu Feng secretly decided that when he rented a demon dog again in the future, he would definitely choose one that talked less, or perhaps one that was mute. He looked up at the strange little building before him. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze, turned, and left. He was preparing to find Marshall. He needed more information about the acting president of the Thieves' Guild, Victor Dartblade. Marshall said he was going to find his mentor. Mu Feng didn't know where his mentor lived, so he asked a passing thief and found out where Marshall's mentor resided, but no one was home. He wondered where Marshall and his mentor could have gone at this late hour. After thinking for a moment, he headed straight to the tavern. There, he indeed saw Marshall and a middle-aged man drinking and laughing together. When Marshall saw Mu Feng, he was very excited and quickly waved for Mu Feng to come over and sit. As Mu Feng approached, he pulled him over and introduced him to the middle-aged man beside him, saying, "Mentor, this is my brother I met outside, named Dust." Then, Marshall introduced Mu Feng again, "Brother, this is my mentor, named Ajin." Ajin had an ordinary appearance, was of medium build, and had a head of dazzling blonde hair, dressed like a thief. However, there were no bows, crossbows, or hidden weapons visible on him. Similar to an assassin, he had 2 daggers at his waist. The fact that Ajin was equipped with dual daggers indicated that his close combat skills were certainly not to be underestimated, Mu Feng thought. "Hello," Ajin said politely. Mu Feng also respectfully greeted him. "Brother, you came at just the right time. I was just about to ask my mentor about the treasure map's cryptic text," Marshall said with a beaming smile. Ajin frowned and said, "Marshall, don't forget, we have to elect a new president early tomorrow morning. I don't have time to waste on this boring treasure hunt." After saying that, Ajin raised his glass and took a big gulp of wine, then let out a loud belch. No time to decipher the cryptic text, but plenty of time to drink. Mu Feng felt helpless but soon let it go. Like master, like disciple. Just look at Marshall's ridiculous demeanor, and one could guess that his mentor Ajin was probably not very reliable either. Marshall blinked. and said seriously, "This is the genuine treasure of the Bloodmark Prince, located in Nightshade Town. The treasure map has been personally verified by Master Payer. It can't be fake." Ajin laughed and said, "Hey, treasure in Nightshade Town? Ha ha." Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. "Did you just say it was verified by Master Payer?" "Yes. Is it true? There's treasure in Nightshade Town?" "Absolutely," Marshall said emphatically. "Then what are you waiting for? Quickly, let me see the treasure map," Ajin said excitedly, rubbing his hands together. Marshall hurriedly took out the treasure map and handed it to Ajin. Ajin took it, looked at it for a long time, and finally he put down the treasure map with a serious expression. Seeing his expression, Marshall thought there was hope. He quickly asked, "Mentor, what do you think? Can you decipher the cryptic text?" Ajin weakly replied, "I can't, I don't understand it either." "Marshall, Mufeng." Ajin seemed a bit embarrassed by the disdainful looks from the two. He scratched his head and said, "But I know who can decipher the cryptic text." "Who?" "In our Nightshade Town, the most knowledgeable person in the entire Thieves Guild, Elder Tuja." "Him?" Marshall frowned and said, "Isn't Elder Tuja a con artist? Can his words be trusted?" "Oh, I've known Elder Tuja for many years and we have a good relationship. He wouldn't dare to deceive me," Ajin said confidently. "You two wait here for a moment, I'll go find Elder Tuja." Marshall kindly reminded him, "I remember that Elder Tuja goes to bed early. He's probably already fast asleep. Why not wait until tomorrow? After all, tomorrow is the big day for electing a new president. Election my foot, the treasure is right in front of us. Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Ajin vanished like a gust of wind from the tavern. "Mentor, wait for me. I'm going with you," Marshall shouted, then turned to Mufeng and said, "Brother, let's go." Mufeng grabbed him and said in a deep voice, "I have something important to ask you." "What is it?" Marshall asked. Mufeng lowered his voice and said, "It's about Victor, the acting president." At this moment, it was already midnight. The tavern still had quite a few patrons, mostly thief NPCs, with few players. Marshall understood the importance of the matter. Anything related to Victor couldn't be discussed in public. Nightshade Town had many of Victor's spies. The two of them moved to a corner of the tavern, a concealed spot. Mufeng eagerly inquired, "You said that since Victor became the acting president, he rarely leaves the guild base. Do you know why?" Marshall lowered his voice and replied, "I don't know. Victor has always been a bit eccentric. A lone wolf who never drinks or indulges in pleasures. Everyone says he is more suited to be an assassin than a thief. Why? Aren't those two professions similar?" Marshall remained silent for a long time before slowly saying, "As a thief, Victor never steals. On the contrary, he is extremely bloodthirsty." "How bloodthirsty?" "The number of lives he has taken is no less than 1,000. Mufeng's expression showed no change. The number of people Victor had killed was still far from the count Mufeng had. "Have you ever been to the guild base?" Mufeng asked again. "No," Marshall replied solemnly. "Since he became the acting president, the guild base has been closed off. Aside from him and the elders, no one is allowed to enter." After hearing Marshall's words, Mufeng fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Marshall hesitated and said, "You haven't uncovered something, have you?" Mufeng nodded. Marshall swallowed hard, curious. "What?" Mufeng slightly raised his head. Marshall continued, this time asking in more detail, "What have you found out?" After a moment of hesitation, Mufeng murmured, "Lucia might still be alive, and she is right in the Thief Guild's base." "Hiss." Marshall gasped. After a while, he stammered, "Really? Are you sure? You're not mistaken? It's been 3 years, we don't even know if Lucia is dead or alive. How do you know she is locked up in the guild base?" Mufeng told Marshall about how Lucia sent an empty envelope to Paul every month on the 10th. He also shared the results of the demon dog scent tracking. All the clues pointed to the acting president, Victor. 3 years ago, the old president went missing and far away in Flame City, Lucia received a letter that seemed urgent, prompting her to hurriedly return to Nightshade Town. Victor had always liked Lucia. Then she went missing, and Victor became the acting president. After Victor took power, he closed off the guild base, where he stayed every day. The situation was becoming clear. Victor had imprisoned Lucia in the guild base. He killed every adventurer sent by Paul to search for Lucia. A chill crept up Marshall's spine, and the fear and panic in his eyes flashed by. He was not afraid because Victor had imprisoned Lucia and committed murder. He was afraid because he had glimpsed Victor's secret. If Victor found out, he would definitely kill to silence him. He would. The murderer Victor. Marshall couldn't help but recall Victor's old nickname. He felt cold all over, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his body unable to stop shivering. Marshall asked softly, "What do you plan to do?" "I haven't thought it through yet," Mufeng replied calmly. "I advise you to leave this matter alone. Once we get the treasure, you can return to Flame City and explain the situation to Paul. He can handle it," Marshall said. "Is Paul strong?" Mufeng asked curiously. I don't know, but Paul is a retired officer, and soldiers are usually very loyal. The army will back him up. Mu Feng responded, as if to agree. Just then, Ajin, who had just left a short while ago, returned. He saw Mu Feng and Marshall sitting in the corner and curiously asked, "Why are you two sitting here again?" Marshall didn't answer and countered, "Teacher, how's the situation? What did Elder Tujia say? He told me to get lost." Ajin stammered, "You were right, let's visit him tomorrow morning instead. That guy can't sleep because of the noise. Tonight, I wasn't the only one bothering him." Marshall, Ajin boasted, "No rush, I'll go find Elder Tujia again tomorrow. With my relationship with him." At that moment, Mu Feng suddenly asked, "I want to buy a few thief skill stones. Where can I buy them?" Marshall and Ajin both looked at Mu Feng. Marshall asked in surprise, "Brother, aren't you a spellcaster? Why do you want to buy thief skill stones?" Mu Feng shrugged, "I'm helping a friend whose profession is a thief. After all, this is the location of the Thief Guild, and I think the thief skill stones here should be quite comprehensive." "That's true. By the way, my mentor is a thief trainer, you can ask him to buy." Marshall nodded, gesturing to Mu Feng. Ajin didn't waste time and directly tossed a black booklet to Mu Feng. This was the skill catalog. "You're not one of us in the Thief Guild, so you could originally only buy F-level skill stones, but since you're Marshall's brother, I'll make an exception this time and let you buy E-level and D-level skill stones." Ajin smiled. "Thank you," Mu Feng said, taking the skill catalog to browse. F-level, stab, 500 gold coins. F-level, double jump, 500 gold coins. F-level, lockpicking, beginner, 500 gold coins. E-level, double strike, 1000 gold coins. E-level, invisibility, 1000 gold coins. E-level, poisoning technique, 1000 gold coins. E-level, throwing dagger, beginner, 1000 gold coins. E-level, climbing, beginner, 1000 gold coins. E-level, smoke bomb, 1000 gold coins. D-level, strong invisibility, 4000 gold coins. D-level, chisel strike, 4000 gold coins. D-level, silence barrier, 4000 gold coins. Mu Feng quickly selected 5 thief skills. After he mentioned the skill names to Ajin, he immediately took out 5 skill stones from his storage space, 2 E-level skill stones, and 3 D-level skill stones, a total of 14,000 gold coins. After paying, Mu Feng received the 5 skill stones. "I'm tired, I want to rest for a while," Mu Feng said and went upstairs. Marshall and Ajin, the master and apprentice, stayed on the first floor of the tavern, continuing to study the secrets of the treasure map. The taverns and rooms were clearly priced at 200 gold coins for a night's stay. After paying the tavern owner 200 gold coins, he led Mu Feng to a relatively clean and tidy room. In the characteristic of Nightshade Town, the door was left unlocked. The tavern owner specifically reminded Mu Feng, "Keep an eye out while you sleep." Stealing in Nightshade Town is a legal and compliant act. After all, they are thieves. Except for a few outliers, which thief has not stolen? Nightshade Town is managed by the Thieves Guild, and the rules are set by the guild, naturally favoring the thieves. If you don't want to lose your belongings, you must take good care of them. If you lose them, don't blame others. Thieves, unlike assassins and killers, rarely kill, except in special circumstances. Once the tavern owner left, Mu Feng took out the skill stones he had just bought, lined them up, and placed them on the bed. E-level, footprints of imprint. E-level, invisibility. D-level, strong invisibility. D-level, silent barrier. D-level, counter detection technique. These skills all share a common feature: they are supportive. The effect of footprints of imprint is that walking will not leave footprints, whether on snow or sand. The effect of invisibility is similar to the assassin's stealth technique. Strong invisibility is an enhanced version of the invisibility skill. Silent barrier, as the name suggests, creates a barrier that isolates sound when this skill is used. Counter detection technique can render detection guards ineffective. Mu Feng learned all 5 skills one by one. Then, he used his professional talent, Nightmare Fusion, to merge the newly learned 5 skills with the previously learned assassin's stealth technique. Footprints of imprint plus invisibility plus strong invisibility plus silent barrier plus counter detection technique plus stealth technique equals void escape technique. Void escape technique level B profession. Nightmare Mage effect allows the caster's physical body to escape into the void, walking the world with spirit, shadowless, and formless, immune to detection guards, and unable to attack. Duration 10 minutes. Cooldown 1 natural day. Energy consumption 600. After seeing the effect of the void escape technique, Mu Feng nodded in satisfaction. He immediately used the void escape technique to conceal his figure, then activated the equipment skill of the blink ring to teleport out of the tavern room. He arrived on the first floor of the tavern. He deliberately walked around in front of Aiken, very close to him. Aiken, however, had no perception of it at all. Marshall's mentor Aiken, though seemingly a bit unreliable, is a level 98 master thief. His skills in invisibility and counter-invisibility are among the best. If someone uses an invisibility skill in front of him, he will definitely see through it. The fact that even Aiken could not detect the existence of the void escape technique made Mufeng feel much more at ease. He used the blink ring to teleport away. Moments later, Mufeng's figure appeared in the center of Nightshade Town in front of the Thieves' Guild base. He walked to the brass door of the guild base and without saying a word he teleported inside. Mufeng chose to enter through the door rather than phase through the wall for a reason. If you phase through a wall without having X-ray vision, you don't know what the situation is behind it. What if the wall is solid or there are obstacles? Although such situations are rare, they do exist. If you dive in headfirst, wouldn't that be the end? It's safer to pass through the door, at least there won't be traps behind it, though there will inevitably be a few detection guards. Sure enough, Mufeng instantly teleported into the interior of the Thieves' Guild base, and what came into view was a narrow corridor with a few reconnaissance guards stationed in the corner. The function of the reconnaissance guards is similar to that of cameras, serving to scout and monitor. They can also detect invisible units. The stealth of thieves, the sneaking of assassins, and the concealment of killers are all rendered ineffective in front of the reconnaissance guards. In the world of Dawn, almost every larger faction installs many of these in their own bases, and some large guilds do the same. Fortunately, Mufeng's talent fusion created the void escape technique, which is immune to the reconnaissance guards. Luckily, he didn't foolishly use the concealment technique to barge in directly. Otherwise, he would have been discovered by the reconnaissance guards without accomplishing anything. Next, it's time to get down to business. Mufeng thought. The demon dog said that the owner of the scent on the envelope was right here. Although Tima is timid and lecherous, its sense of smell should not be wrong. Lucia is imprisoned somewhere within the Thieves' Guild base. The only question is, where should he start looking? The guild base is very quiet, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Such silence is indeed a bit eerie. Marshall had said that currently only the acting guild leader and the elders can come and go. Ordinary members and officers are not allowed to enter. The elders are either resting or searching for treasures, so it's likely that no one is in the guild base. This means that at this moment there are only Mufeng and Victor in this building. This is quite good. Mufeng did not hesitate and stepped inside. In a place like this, there are bound to be secret rooms and prisons. Lucia should be locked up inside, so he would search slowly. This is a rectangular 3-story building, like a thin blade. At the end of the corridor is a staircase leading to the second floor, with a few small rooms on either side of the corridor. The first floor has the archives, offices, and so on. Mufeng went straight up to the second floor. The second floor has meeting rooms and offices for the officers. Mufeng conducted a simple search around but found nothing suspicious. He approached the stairs, preparing to go up to the third floor to check. Just as he stepped onto the stairs and began to ascend, an ominous premonition suddenly surfaced. In his mind, killing intent, strong killing intent. Although the other party was trying hard to conceal it, it still could not escape the keen senses of the battle-hardened Mufeng. He is extremely sensitive to feelings of killing intent and malice. Mufeng slowly began to retreat. He looked up, and someone on the third floor had sensed his presence. But he guessed it was just a slight feeling of something being off. If they had discovered him, they would have come down long ago instead of waiting on the third floor like a sitting duck. Mufeng took a few more steps back. Then, with a teleport, he directly moved to the third floor. The layout of the first, second, and third floors is almost the same. After arriving on the third floor, he saw a lithe figure standing at the top of the stairs, waiting for something. The figure was dressed in dark clothing, wearing black dragon scale armor, and holding dual daggers, almost blending into the darkness. Victor, Dark Blade, Acting Guild, leader of the Thieves Guild, level 156 Master Thief, nicknamed the Murderer. Just as Marshall had said, Victor looked less like a thief and more like an assassin. It was only after seeing Victor with his own eyes that Mufeng understood the meaning of this statement. Still too weak, Mufeng murmured. At level 156, even with 3 SSS level talents, Mufeng is no match for him. With one strike, he could kill him instantly. This feeling of weakness is truly frustrating. Mufeng did not dare to move recklessly. He stood still, and as long as Victor did not move, he would not move either. A long time passed. About an hour and a half later, Victor suddenly moved. He sheathed his daggers, turned, and walked away from the staircase towards Mufeng's direction. Victor's face was not covered by a thief's mask. He was expressionless, like a block of ice that had not melted for 1,000 years. Mufeng slowly took a few steps back. Victor arrived at the door of the president's office. On the third floor, pushed the door open and then closed it behind him. Mufeng used a teleportation spell to enter the president's office as well. The president's office of the Thieves Guild was very small and shabby, containing only a black wooden desk, 2 black chairs, and a decorative wine cabinet. There was no alcohol inside the cabinet. This place was even more dilapidated than the interrogation room of the Mage Guild. In his previous life, Mufeng had visited the president's office of the Mage Guild once. To put it bluntly, it could be described as resplendent, magnificent, and adorned with jewels. In short, it was incredibly luxurious. Now, looking at the Thieves Guild's president's office, it was extremely shabby. Victor returned to the president's office, sat down beside the black wooden desk, spread his hands on the desk, and stared blankly, not moving at all. He resembled a cold, lifeless puppet robot. It's a pity this guy isn't becoming an assassin, Mufeng thought to himself. Thieves do not believe in gods, while assassins generally worship a god of shadows and assassination, commonly referred to as the god of assassins. Many among them are fanatics, adhering to the assassin's code and living a life akin to that of ascetics. They abstain from alcohol, pleasure, and are taciturn. This is what a qualified assassin's day looks like: bland, joyless, and devoid of fun. Victor sat still. Mufeng also remained motionless, observing Victor. He couldn't believe this guy could stay like this all day. Since Lucia might be imprisoned here, he should at least go check on her, bring her some food or something. Staring intently at Victor. This method might seem a bit foolish, but it was the best approach. Mufeng didn't know where the secret rooms and hidden passages of the Thieves Guild were, and it wouldn't be wise to search for them openly. Any disturbance would alert Victor. It was better to follow Victor, he would eventually lead him there. Soon, an entire night passed. The sun rose in the east and the morning light began to appear. The president's office had no windows and no clock. He had no idea how Victor kept track of time, but at exactly 5 o'clock, he stood up on time and walked toward the wine cabinet in the corner of the office. He moved the cabinet aside, revealing a hidden single-person teleportation array beneath it. He stepped into the single-person teleportation array and a faint blue light flashed, causing him to disappear completely. This teleportation array should be a fixed-point teleportation. But where would it lead? Mufeng did not rashly teleport over. Using the teleportation array would leave traces that could not be erased. That would immediately alert Victor. He decided to leave first, have breakfast, and then think of a way. Mufeng teleported to the first floor and was just about to leave when he saw a man dressed as a postman, with his back to Mufeng, walking toward the brass door. A postman? How could? Mufeng was taken aback, his face showing surprise. Just as he was astonished, the postman had already pushed the door and left the guild's base. Mufeng hurriedly chased after him. However, when Mufeng also teleported out of the guild's base, he did not see the postman's figure outside. Where did he go? From the moment the postman left until Mufeng also teleported out, it took less than 3 or 4 seconds. In that brief moment, the postman had vanished? How was that possible? Unless the postman can teleport, why did he suddenly disappear? Could it be that he can become invisible? Or perhaps he is? This matter feels strange. It's too abnormal. Why did the postman come here? It should be to deliver a letter. To whom? Lucia? Mufeng exhaled a breath of foul air. Indeed, this matter is not that simple. Mufeng glanced at the date. Today is the 9th, tomorrow is the 10th. Paul receives a letter from Lucia every month on the 10th. It seems it was sent out like this. So where is Lucia? In which corner of this building is she hiding? At first, Mufeng thought that the teleportation point in Victor's office led to the place where Lucia was imprisoned. But now it seems that's not the case. Inside the building, he clearly sensed that it was only him and Victor, with no third person. The postman and the Lucia who writes and sends letters. What are they? That postman is definitely not human. Ever since Victor left, the entire Thieves Guild has become strange. Mufeng turned to look at the building in front of him. At that time, Victor was standing at the 3rd floor staircase, probably not because he discovered him, but because he was on guard against something else coming up. The Thieves Guild, the mysterious disappearance of the old president, the prohibition of anyone entering. The Thieves Guild, the strange Victor, the eerie postman. Mufeng pondered for a long time and decided to find Marshall. He needed more information about everything concerning the Thieves Guild. Back at the tavern, Marshall and Ajin were drunk and sprawled on the tavern table, asleep. Mufeng nudged Marshall's shoulder. He groggily woke up, saw it was Mufeng, and asked, "What's up? Is there something? Where is the post office in Nightshade Town? I want to take a look." Marshall yawned and said, "There's no post office in Nightshade Town. If you want to send a letter, you have to go to Deep Forest Town." As expected, Mufeng's expression turned serious. Just as he was about to continue asking, Master Pyre, who had come to find him last night, arrived at the tavern looking for him again. "Little brother, do you have a moment? I have some things I want to ask you," Master Pyre inquired softly. Mufeng turned to look, and after a moment he smiled and said, "Of course I have time. I happen to have something I want to ask you too." Marshall is just an ordinary member of the Thieves Guild. What he knows is definitely not as much as the guild elders. "Oh, you have something to ask me?" Master Pyre said curiously. "What do you want to ask? Shall we go upstairs to talk?" "Sure," Master Pyre readily agreed. The two went upstairs to the room where Mufeng had stayed yesterday. As soon as he entered, Mufeng noticed something was off. Yesterday, he remembered the window was clearly shut, so why was it open today? Did someone from the tavern come in? Or did a thief come in? What's wrong? Master Pyre noticed that Mu Feng's expression was a bit off and asked, "It's nothing, I just feared that a thief entered the room yesterday." Mu Feng said lightly, "Ha, in Nightshade Town that's normal. Just endure it for a few days," Master Pyre said with a faint smile. Mu Feng also smiled and said, "Master, feel free to sit. What do you want to ask me?" Master Pyre was not polite and sat down next to a wooden chair in the room, muttering to himself, "I'm getting old, I can't deny it anymore." After he settled down, Master Pyre said solemnly, "Young man, can you tell me about the origin of your treasure map?" "Of course, this treasure map of mine has a simple origin. I bought it for 500 gold coins at the Blazing Rose Tavern in Flame City." Mu Feng spoke honestly. "Do you know where the original version of this treasure map is? Where did it come from?" "I don't know," Mu Feng replied. He truly did not know about this matter. "I see." Master Pyre responded with a sound, then fell into silence and contemplation. Noticing his serious expression, Mu Feng suddenly thought of something. He pondered and asked, "Master, have you cracked the cipher of the treasure map and know where the treasure is buried?" Master Pyre chuckled, "If I knew, I would have gone to dig it up long ago. Why would I be here chatting with you?" Mu Feng calmly asked, "Is the treasure buried in the Thieves' Guild base?" Master Pyre was taken aback, slowly raising his head, his sharp gaze fixed on Mu Feng. "Have you cracked the cipher too?" Mu Feng did not answer but countered, "Isn't the old president missing within the Thieves' Guild base as well?" "Who are you?" Master Pyre questioned sternly. "My name is Chen Ai, and I was entrusted by Paul, the owner of the Sword and Rose Tavern, to come to Nightshade Town to find his missing wife." Mu Feng revealed his identity and background. He did this to gain Master Pyre's trust. "So, you're saying your treasure hunt is a cover and your real goal is to find someone?" Master Pyre squinted, sizing up Mu Feng. "That's right," Mu Feng replied. Master Pyre lowered his gaze. "Well, I actually noticed early on that you didn't come for treasure. I see no greed for money in your eyes, which proves you have no interest in the treasure at all." Mu Feng repeated his earlier question. "Old president, was he really missing in the guild base?" "That's none of your business, and I advise you to mind your own. You're just a level 20 mage, you can't handle this, so you should go back early," Master Pyre said and left directly. As he was leaving, Pyre said in a low voice, "Go back and tell Paul to consider Lucia dead." "No, just tell Paul directly that Lucia is dead. That's enough. So he doesn't hold on to false hopes. Too many people have already died in Nightshade Town. Don't let him send more people to their deaths." Master Pyre left, leaving Mu Feng alone in the room. "Don't panic, first have breakfast before thinking about anything else." Mu Feng logged off. Sanja, lying beside him, was still in the game. It seemed it had rained last night. The sky outside was a clear blue, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of a post-rain day. He got out of bed and went to the living room. In the past, Mu Feng used to enjoy cooking. But now, with tens of millions in his bank account, cooking, forget it, better to order takeout. While he could still order takeout in these 3 years, he might as well do it a few more times. In the future, the profession of delivery person might disappear. Everyone would be playing games, who would still deliver food? Mu Feng was not someone who liked to indulge, but he also wouldn't shortchange himself. He ordered 2 incredibly luxurious breakfasts, picked up his phone, logged onto the forum, and searched for information about the Bloodmark King's treasure. Instantly, many posts appeared. Quite a few people were forming teams to go treasure hunting in Nightshade Town. Some had already arrived in Nightshade Town, fervently searching for the treasure. Bloodmark King's treasure even made it to the trending topics. Since it has already made the trending list such a big deal, why have I never heard of it in my previous life? Could it be that I remembered it wrong? Mu Feng furrowed his brows, looking puzzled. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from his sister. He answered the phone, and his sister's gentle voice came through. "Shen, are you busy?" "Not busy, what's up?" "I mean, are you busy in the game?" "Yeah, you bought a treasure map at the trading post and wants to go treasure hunting in Nightshade Town. Let's go together," his sister said cheerfully. "Nightshade Town?" "Yes, the legendary Bloodmark King's treasure. I heard there are artifacts in the treasure. Do you want to come with us?" Mu Feng smiled and said, "No need, I'm doing a very important task and can't get away." "Alright then, bye. Remember to take care of yourself and eat on time." He hung up the phone. Mu Feng's expression was neither happy nor sad. After waiting a while, the takeout arrived, and Sanja happened to log out of the game. The two had breakfast together, and Sanja casually said, "Brother Mu Feng, do you know about the Bloodmark King's treasure? It's been all the rage these past few days. A classmate invited me to go treasure hunting. Brother Mu Feng, do you want to join us?" Mu Feng shook his head. "I'm doing an important task, no time." "Okay then, I heard that to go to Nightshade Town you need players and NPCs of the thief profession to accompany you. It's really a strange place." "Yeah, it really is strange," Mu Feng murmured. After breakfast, Mu Feng continued playing the game while Song Jia went out. Today was Saturday and she had made plans with her classmates to go shopping for clothes. Logging into the game, Mu Feng's figure appeared in the tavern's second floor in room in Nightshade Town. At the same time, Mu Feng seemed to sense something behind him. He turned around and saw Victor sitting on the edge of the bed, holding 2 daggers, silently staring at him. Victor's expression was wooden and indifferent, like a dull piece of wood. From his appearance, it seemed he had been waiting for quite some time. Mu Feng was not surprised to see Victor. He had confronted Elder Payer, and the elders of the Thief Guild were on Victor's side, so Payer would naturally report this matter to Victor. Mu Feng turned around and casually greeted, "Good morning, President." Victor politely responded, "Good morning." The two fell into silence for a long time, and Mu Feng was the first to ask, "Did you come to find me about Paul's wife?" Victor nodded but still did not speak. The room fell into an awkward silence again. Marshall was right. Victor really resembled an assassin, even more so than a real assassin. The Silence Creed had led many assassins to willingly cut off their own tongues, practicing the divine law. Victor's tongue had not been cut, but he was not much different from one who had. Standing there in silence, staring at each other was not a solution. Someone had to speak first. So, Mu Feng directly asked, "Where is Lucia?" "In the Thief Guild," Victor said. "Is she imprisoned by you?" Mu Feng asked again. "Yes," Victor replied. Mu Feng said solemnly, "Why?" "She was misled. She killed the old president. She wanted to kill more people, so I stopped her and imprisoned her," Victor said flatly. "Then who killed those adventurers hired by Paul?" Mu Feng asked again. "I did." "Why did you kill them?" Victor said, "I told them the truth, but they didn't believe me and insisted on saving Lucia. I had no choice but to kill them to stop them." "Is there no prison in Nightshade Town? Must you kill people?" Mu Feng said, looking speechless. "No," Victor replied. After a pause, Victor continued, "Killing them was also out of necessity. They have already been bewitched." "By whom?" "An evil god. Or some powerful being? An indescribable existence." Mu Feng's expression gradually grew serious. "The Dawn world has all kinds of existences: gods, demons, fairies, evil spirits. Among them, there are many who excel at bewitching people's hearts. If one cannot determine the identity of the other party, they will be referred to as a powerful existence. Only beings of divine level can be called indescribable. This mission is becoming more and more interesting," Mu Feng remarked. Victor pondered, "I came to find you to make you leave Nightshade Town right now. The treasure map is fake. The treasure cannot be in the Thieves Guild base. This is a trap, and the treasure is just bait. I don't want to leave. I must complete this mission." Mu Feng said, "I respect your wishes." Victor sheathed his dagger and stood up to walk outside. At the door, he paused, turned back to Mu Feng, and said, "You can stay, but if you are also bewitched, I will kill you." "How do you determine if one has been bewitched?" Mu Feng asked curiously. "You probably haven't been to the Thieves Guild base, right? If you see a famous postman at the guild base, that proves you have been bewitched," Victor said before leaving. "The postman, what does it really represent?" Mu Feng muttered to himself as he looked at the system time. When he saw that today's date was the 6th, he was instantly stunned. He remembered just coming out of the Thieves Guild base this morning. The date was clearly the 9th. Why had it changed now? It should be the 9th. He remembered the date. No, today is the 6th. Mu Feng immediately logged out of the game. Back in the real world, he picked up his phone, and the date displayed was also the 6th. At that moment, Mu Feng realized how terrifying that indescribable existence in Nightshade Town was. It could silently alter his memories, even adding a few days of false memories. The postman was a switch. The moment you see the postman, it proves that your memory has deviated, and the date will change to the 9th. This is also why Paul receives a letter from his wife every month on the 10th. Gradually, you will become deeply entangled and completely bewitched. Just like now. Returning to the game, Mu Feng went to the window and happened to see a postman walking into the alley across from the tavern. It was exactly the same as the scene in the Thieves Guild base at that time. He could only see the strange postman's back. He knew that if he chased after him, the strange postman would disappear again. Regarding Victor's earlier words, Mu Feng chose to believe. He also felt that someone was deliberately attracting people to Nightshade Town, and the treasure map of the blood Mark King was probably forged by that person. He just didn't know where the single-person teleportation point in the Thieves Guild president's office led to. Mu Feng stood by the window, pondering for a long time, then went downstairs. On the first floor, Marshall, his mentor Ajin, and a handsome young man were sitting at a table, discussing something. Mu Feng equipped the eye of all-knowing. With just one glance, he knew who the handsome young man was. Tuje Qiaoshi, level 78 con artist, elder of the Thieves Guild, trainer of con artists in the Thieves Guild. Seeing Mu Feng come downstairs, Marshall enthusiastically introduced Elder Tujia to him, Ajin's close friend. "Scammer, ha! This profession is quite rare." Mu Feng respectfully greeted Elder Tujia, who smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Marshall patted Mu Feng's shoulder and whispered excitedly, "Elder Tujia is knowledgeable and talented. He cracked the treasure map cipher in no time." "Oh, So do you know where the treasure is buried now? Mu Feng asked. Of course, it's right. Before Marshall could answer, Ajin interjected, it's at the Thieves Guild's base. Mu Feng feigned surprise and excitement. He quickly said, then what are we waiting for? Let's go dig for treasure right now. Good brother, don't be anxious. Have you forgotten? Boss Victor has a ban against anyone approaching the guild's base, Marshall whispered. Mu Feng scratched his head, anxious, so what should we do now? Don't panic, don't worry, I'm here, Ajin said with a calm demeanor. You? Mu Feng looked puzzled. Elder Tu Jia explained, Ajin is the elector for the new guild leader. As long as Ajin is elected and becomes the new leader, Boss Victor's ban can be lifted. Mu Feng's eyes lit up. Haha, I said it. That Victor kid, why would he issue such a strange ban? He must have known about the Bloodmark King's treasure long ago. That kid is really slick. Ajin grinned. By seniority, Ajin is indeed a generation older than Victor and has more experience, so he can refer to Victor as a kid. However, Marshall did not dare to, still respectfully calling him Boss Victor. Boss Victor's ban has been in place for 3 years. What if the treasure has already been taken by him? Marshall expressed his concern. What if we find the treasure and there's not a single gold coin left? It would be a wasted effort. It won't happen. The treasure map's cipher has 2 layers. The first layer is the specific location of the treasure, and the second layer is the method to unlock the treasure, Tu Jia explained confidently. The first layer is easy to decipher, but the second layer's cipher is not so easy to crack. I bet Boss Victor hasn't gotten the treasure even now. Marshall raised a question, but we haven't cracked the second layer's cipher either, have we? Don't worry, with me here, I guarantee that in no more than 7 days and no less than 3 days, we can crack the second layer's cipher, Tu Jia said with full confidence. Then I will trouble you a lot, Elder, Mu Feng immediately complimented. Tu Jia replied lightly, no trouble at all, it's just a small matter. Then Tu Jia added, the key now is whether Ajin can be elected as the leader. That's the focus. Exactly, I'm going to campaign for votes right now. Ajin stood up and hurriedly walked out. Marshall followed his mentor, as he was also going to rally his friends to vote for Ajin later. Because of the Bloodmark King's treasure, the entire Thieves Guild was focused on this matter. No one cared about the election. As a result, the election for the new guild leader was postponed until the day after tomorrow morning. Marshall and Ajin left. In the tavern, only Mu Feng and Elder Tu Jia remained. The latter kindly asked, young brother Chen. I heard you came from Flame City. Did you come specifically to seek treasure? Mu Feng, without any guard, replied, yes. Tu Jia smiled slightly and suddenly said, I see your treasure hunt is a pretense. You're really looking for talent, right? What? How did you know? Mu Feng's eyes widened, showing disbelief. Ha ha. Tu Jia maintained his smile, don't be nervous, I won't tell anyone. We're on the same side. What do you mean? Mu Feng frowned in confusion, I don't understand what you're saying. I have a subordinate who happened to see you at Paul's Sword and Rose. He told me about it, which is why I guessed. You were sent by Paul to Nightshade Town to find Lucia, right? Mu Feng nodded. Tu Jia continued, I just said that I am on the same side as you. Do you understand what that means? Mu Feng shook his head again. Tu Jia's face showed a pained expression as he said in a deep voice, Lucia is my sister. We grew up together, and now she is imprisoned by Victor. How can I, as her brother, not care? Are you siblings by blood? No, but we are as close as brothers. Then where is Miss Lucia imprisoned? Right in the base of the Thieves Guild. Every morning at 5 o'clock, Victor goes out for half an hour. During that time, you can quietly sneak into the Thieves Guild base and try to find clues. Okay. Without hesitation, Mu Feng agreed. After a while, Tu Jia walked out of the tavern door with a smile on his face. He looked back at the tavern, a strange smile appearing on his face. It's just a matter of reaching out. He looked pleased, as if he could already see the day of his success and his victorious demeanor. What Tu Jia did not know was that after he left, Mu Feng returned to his calm demeanor. He glanced down at the system's battle records. Tu Jia used C-level skill, Lie Spell, on you. Your SSS level talent, Abyss Will, activated, negating the effect of this skill. Tu Jia used A-level skill, Brainwash Storm, on you. Your SSS level talent, Abyss Will, activated, negating the effect of this skill. Tu Jia used B-level skill, Bamboozle, on you. Your SSS level talent, Abyss Will, activated, negating the effect of this skill. The profession of a con artist is indeed dangerous. One careless move and you could be deceived and manipulated by him, Mu Feng muttered to himself. Fortunately, he had the SSS level hero talent, Abyss Will, which could negate all illusion and mental manipulation skills. It seemed that Elder Tu Jia was the mastermind behind it all. If he continued to hide in the shadows, Mu Feng would likely have to investigate for a while longer to discover him. However, he did not expect that this mastermind would jump out on his own, foolishly trying to control Mu Feng with his skills. Although Mu Feng could immunize himself against such methods due to his talent, Aojin and Marshall would find it difficult to escape. They had already been manipulated by Tuja. Even though Tuja's words were full of holes, Marshall and Aojin, affected by the con artist's skills, remained oblivious. That indescribable existence was known only to acting President Victor and a few elders of the Thieves' Guild. Master Payer should be on Victor's side. It was also unclear which of the remaining elders stood with Victor. Mufong stood up and walked outside. Just as he stepped out of the tavern door, he activated the void escape technique and then used the teleportation skill to arrive at the Thieves' Guild base. At this moment, Victor should be inside the base. He teleported into the Thieves' Guild base. Here, Mufong saw the figure of the strange postman again, who was heading towards the second floor. This time, it was still just a silhouette. The postman's face was not visible. Mufong did not know what this postman was or what kind of existence he represented. It was best to ignore him. Mufong activated the equipment skill blink, teleporting directly to the third floor, arriving at the president's office. Victor was indeed there. Just like last night, he sat motionless by the desk in the president's office, like a wooden man. Upon seeing Mufong, Victor curiously asked, "What's the matter?" "Just now, Tujia the deceiver found me and told me that Lucia is being held captive by you." Mufong relayed what Tujia had just told him. He also informed Victor that Tujia had used the scammer skill to manipulate Aojin and Marshall. In summary, Tujia was very likely the mastermind behind it all. After listening to Mufeng's words, Victor stood up and walked outside. Seeing this, Mufong asked, "What are you going to do?" Victor replied with a look, "Of course, since Tujia is the mastermind, of course, I'm going to kill him." "You don't doubt that what I said is false?" Mufong asked, puzzled. A normal person, upon encountering such a situation, would definitely first investigate whether what Mufong said was true or not before making a decision. However, Victor chose to believe Mufong directly. This inexplicable trust made Mufong feel very strange. Victor pondered, "There's no need. I suspected Tujia the deceiver was problematic from the start and have wanted to kill him for a long time, but I just lacked evidence." Mufong asked, "So are you going to kill him now?" Then go ahead." Mufong did not stop Victor. After all, they had already found the mastermind. If they didn't kill him, they might as well keep him around for the new year. Killing him would resolve everything. This matter could also come to an end sooner. "By the way, where have you locked up Lucia? Can I take her away?" Mufong never forgot his mission. "There's a teleportation array under the wine cabinet. You can find the imprisoned Lucia through the teleportation array. You can take her away, but you should know one thing: she has been deeply influenced and may not be willing to return." Before leaving, Victor reminded him. After saying this, he tossed Mufong a special teleportation token. The teleportation token was necessary to activate the teleportation array. Once he left, Mufong went to the wine cabinet in the corner of the president's office and moved it aside. The hidden single-person teleportation array appeared. At the same time, Mufong heard someone knocking on the door of the president's office. It should be the postman, who was still persistent, clinging to Mufong. Mufong ignored him. Holding the special teleportation token, he stood on the teleportation array and activated it. In the next moment, a blue light flashed. Mufong found himself inside a ruin. He opened the map to see where he was and discovered he had appeared in a place 100 miles away from Nightshade Town, Black Pine Hill. He should now be in a ruin beneath Black Pine Hill. A dark, dilapidated palace buried under the hill. The crumbling walls and broken structures emitted a faint glow from fluorescent lights, casting dim light. He walked deeper into the ruins. After a while, at the end of the palace ruins, he found a collapsed, ruined throne, upon which sat a desiccated corpse with wings on its back. An angel? Mufong was stunned. Could this be an angel's palace? He just didn't know which pantheon this angel belonged to. The corpse's wings were dark and lifeless, formed from strange runes filled with an inexplicable power, and upon this power, Mufong felt a hint of familiarity. This is the power of distortion, could it be? A look of excitement appeared on Mufeng's face. Just then, a female voice interrupted his thoughts. "Who are you?" The voice came from behind him, and Mufong turned to look. In the corner, there was a prison cell made of fine iron, inside which was a woman with a haggard expression and beautiful features. Under the all-seeing eye, Mufong learned her name, Lucia, the target of this mission. Mufong immediately stepped forward and said to her, "Hello, Lady Lucia, I am here on behalf of your husband, Paul, to take you home." "Really?" Lucia's eyes brightened, her face filled with hope. Mufong replied, "It's true." "Then hurry and let me go," Lucia pleaded. But Mufong did not act. "Wasn't Paul the one who hired you to rescue me? Hurry and get me out of here." Mufong remembered Victor's words before he left. Lucia had been deeply bewitched and would never comply easily. How could he take her back to Flame City? This was a problem, and a troublesome one at that. Perhaps he should wait a bit longer. Wait for Victor to deal with Tujia and then ask him if he had any sleeping potions, dizziness scrolls, or silence shackles. Are you believing Victor's words? He is a liar, a madman, everything he says is a lie. I am not bewitched, please, save me, let me out. Lucia cried, I miss my husband Paul, I miss my children, please have a heart, I beg. I want to go home. Looking at the pitiful, crying Lucia, Mufong pondered for a moment and said, I will take you home, you just need to wait a little longer. No, we must escape immediately. Or the demon Victor will come back. You have been deceived by him, he is the worst one, he is the one who is bewitched. Lucia sobbed, Victor is a devil, you don't know what he has done to me these 3 years. Please, let me go home. Mufong remained silent. He glanced at the battle record in the lower left corner. Lucia used A-level skill, Beguile, your SSS level talent, Abyss Will, has activated, negating the effect of this skill. Sigh. Mufong let out a long sigh. He no longer paid attention to Lucia and began to explore the ruins. Inside the ruins, there was nothing of value. It was unclear whether it had been looted or if there was nothing to begin with. Mufong leaned towards the former. Besides the teleportation point he had just used, he also discovered a passage leading outside. However, this passage was sealed off. The passage was filled with various traps. This should be the work of the Thieves' Guild. Besides hunters, thieves and assassins were also skilled at setting traps. If I'm not mistaken, someone discovered this ruin and dug out a passage, which Victor later found and sealed off. The person who discovered this ruin should be Tu Jia Xiaoxi. I don't know if he stumbled upon it by accident or found it through some means. If I had known, I would have gone with Victor. Maybe I could have interrogated Tu Jia about how he found this ruin. Given Victor's efficiency in killing, Tu Jia is probably dead by now. It's too late to say anything, there's no time. But Victor is truly ruthless. He set up numerous traps in the passage, including many B-level and A-level traps, and even a couple of S-level traps. Although he didn't completely seal off the passage, with so many deadly traps here, it's likely that no one could get in. He really spared no expense. The cost of traps is not low. Just as Mufong was staring blankly at the traps in the passage, suddenly he caught a glimpse of a fleeting blue light at a distant teleportation point. Someone was using the teleportation array. Who could it be? Has Victor returned? In the nearby cage, Lucia noticed the newcomer and showed a hint of joy on her face. Upon noticing this, Mufong immediately heightened his vigilance. If it's not Victor, then who could it be? Soon, the newcomer revealed himself. It was Tu Jia Xiaoxi, battered and in a sorry state. Mufong raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise in his eyes. Tu Jia Xiaoxi's profession is a scam artist, a secondary combat profession leaning towards support. He has combat ability, but it's weak, much weaker than a priest. In terms of combat power, he is weaker than a priest. The strengths of a scam artist lie in deception, brainwashing, and manipulating people's hearts. With very few combat skills, Victor is a level 156 thief, specializing in killing techniques with formidable combat power. Killing a level 78 scam artist would be a piece of cake. I never expected Tu Jia to still be alive. That's what surprised Mufong. This guy doesn't seem as weak as he looks, Mufong muttered. Lucia, with tear-streaked cheeks, leaned against the cage and joyfully said, Tu Jia, my dear, you finally came. Quickly save me, let me out. Tu Jia glanced at Lucia in the cage but ignored her. How did you get here? Mufong asked curiously. That single-person teleportation array should only be usable by someone holding a teleportation token. Tu Jia raised a teleportation token that looked exactly like the one in Mufong's hand and sneered, I can create fake treasure maps that are indistinguishable from the real ones, so naturally, I can also create fake teleportation tokens. I was able to find this place thanks to you. If you hadn't used that single-person teleportation array next to the deceptive puppet, I wouldn't have known there was a teleportation array in the long room. Mufong nodded slightly, no need to thank me. The deceptive puppet that Tu Jia mentioned should be the strange mailman that often appears before Mufong. However, the profession skilled in forgery should be the illusory craftsman. It's truly unbelievable that Tu Jia, merely a scam artist, can also forge. My dear, please save me. Lucia cried out desperately from the cage. Yet, Tu Jia remained indifferent. Lucia calling Tu Jia my dear, this undoubtedly put a colorful hat on Paul. Mufong curiously asked, what's her story? Tu Jia glanced at Lucia and casually replied, it's nothing. I heard Victor likes her, so I called her back, intending to use her to manipulate Victor. I didn't expect Victor to be much colder than I imagined. Hearing the truth from Tu Jia, Lucia's face turned ashen. I was just a tool, she murmured. Tu Jia's gaze turned icy as he stared at Mufong, gritting his teeth. I underestimated you. You actually managed to resist my skills and even reported me to that bastard Victor, causing my plan to fail and everything to be lost. Mufong said, then you should have run away, instead of coming here to seek death. Tu Jia scoffed, you, a level 20 little mage, are as weak as an ant, yet you talk so big. And what if you're level 78? Can you kill me? Mufong replied. Tu Jia was left speechless. Mufong was immune to his trickster skills, unable to control or brainwash him. Moreover, he was in poor condition with low health and depleted energy. If a fight broke out, the outcome was uncertain. Tujia suddenly smiled strangely and said, I may not be able to, but it can. Mufong followed Tujia's gaze and looked back. The angelic corpse sitting on the ruined throne showed no signs of life. Dead beyond dead. Him? Isn't he dead? Mufong asked curiously. Tujia laughed maniacally. He is dead, so I will resurrect him. Mufong looked at him oddly. Do you know what kind of being he is? I don't know, but I know he is very strong. Tujia's face showed fervor. That's enough. I advise you to run away right now, or once I resurrect him, just wait to die. Mufong chuckled. I actually want to see your resurrection technique. Tujia's gaze turned sinister and he sneered. Anyway, I want to kill you too, so it's just right that you don't run. With that, Tujia took out several exquisite high-level attack scrolls and high-level defense scrolls from his storage space. He was afraid Mufong would take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. He was guarding against Mufong. In the past, in such situations, Tujia would have used his silver tongue to deceive Mufong, tempting him to achieve his own goals. But now, Tujia knew his skills were useless against him. So, he decided not to hold back. Victor had been delayed by him, but not for long. He might come to kill him soon. Time was of the essence. He had to resurrect that esteemed lord right now. As long as he resurrected that lord with the power to distort and alter reality, he could turn the situation around and reverse the defeat. Tujia glanced at Mufong beside him, sneering inwardly, this fool, once I resurrect that lord, you'll regret it. He took a deep breath, one hand gripping the scroll while the other pulled out a strange black book from his storage space. The cover of the book was smooth and delicate, made of leather. Not beast skin, but human skin to be precise, made from the skin peeled off a deity. While carefully guarding against Mufong, Tujia opened the human skin book and laid it on the ground. Regarding Tujia's actions, Mufong did not stop him, standing quietly by and watching. Then, Tujia took out a bottle of soul essence from his storage space. This was a rare material. When a wise race dies, special methods can extract soul essence from the corpse. Humans are one of the wise races. Players can also extract soul essence from their corpses after death, but only once a year. This is to prevent players from exploiting bugs. In Tujia's hand, the bottle contained at least 200 soul essences. This bottle represented 200 lives. Tujia looked at the bottle of soul essences in his hand and sighed. What a pity, if it weren't for you ruining my plan, this bottle would have at least a few thousand soul essences. Although Mufong also wanted to accuse Tujia of wantonly killing innocents to achieve his goals, he had killed too many people himself to stand on a moral high ground and criticize him. Mufong could only respond with silence. Tujia didn't waste any more words, opening the bottle with one hand and pouring the soul essences onto the human skin book. In the next moment, the pages emitted a faint dark golden glow. Twisted runes floated up from the pages and an indescribable power filled the air. Great resurrection spell, Tujia said in a deep voice. Revive. In an instant, the twisted runes floated up, rushing like a storm towards the decayed throne into the body of the angelic corpse. About 1 or 2 minutes later, a rhythmic vibration suddenly echoed within the palace ruins. It was the sound of a heartbeat, the heartbeat of that angelic corpse. Tujia really did it. He truly revived that corpse. Feeling the immense vitality contained within the heartbeat, a look of ecstatic joy appeared on Tujia's face, and he laughed wildly, as if mad. I succeeded. Although a mere 200 souls can only sustain the great resurrection spell for a day or two, it's enough. Once the angel is revived, you're doomed. Mufong ignored him and stared curiously at the angelic corpse. He saw the corpse's fingers tremble slightly, and gradually, the 5 fingers of the corpse slowly clenched into a fist. In the next moment, the corpse raised its head. A pair of hollow eye sockets, devoid of eyeballs, stared intently at Mufong. Mufong remained expressionless while the corpse smiled faintly, taking a deep breath as it continued to inhale air. The flesh and blood on its body gradually grew, decay dissipated, and the aura of death retreated. In just a moment, he transformed from a corpse into a living human. The man had a handsome face, a strong physique, and a pair of twisted wings enveloping his body. When he spread his wings again, he wore a black robe. Mufong used the all-knowing eye to read his information but only retrieved a few lines of question marks. This was the first time the all-knowing eye had failed. Seeing the angel successfully revived, Tujia immediately knelt on the ground and respectfully said, Mysterious and great existence, I am your humble follower. It was I who revived you. The angel smiled slightly and said, Thank you. Oh, this indescribable being, its power is strange and terrifying. I thought it was an evil god, but it turns out to be quite polite and easy to talk to. But that's fine, the more foolish gods, the better, it makes it easier for me to control it. Tujia thought to himself. Angel, please kill this person, it is he who obstructed your resurrection ritual. Tujia immediately requested the angel to execute Mufong. The angel shook its head. I will not kill him. Why? Tujia's eyes widened in shock. The angel pondered, You revived me, and I thank you, but I will not kill him. Change your request. Tu Jia looked at Mu Feng in confusion, not understanding why the angel would not kill him. Since that was the case, Tu Jia gritted his teeth and said, "Then please help me kill another person. His name is Victor. He is the leader of the Thieves' Guild." The angel was about to agree. Mu Feng immediately said, "Victor is my friend, you cannot kill him." Tu Jia's gaze turned venomous as he mocked, "Who do you think you are? Why would the angel listen to you?" Unexpectedly, the angel shrugged and said nonchalantly, "All right, as you wish, I won't kill Victor." Then, the angel looked at the stunned Tu Jia and said, "Why don't you change your request?" This. Tu Jia didn't understand why the mysterious angel he had worked so hard to resurrect was so obedient to Mu Feng. Just as Tu Jia was lost in thought, the angel smiled at Mu Feng and said, "Hello, young nightmare mage, my name is Mephistopheles, a level 300 twisted angel, and I am your senior." Mu Feng bowed and said, "Hello, senior, my name is Dust." The second job of the nightmare mage is indeed the twisted angel. It was not wrong for Mu Feng to call Mephistopheles senior. "So you two know each other," Tu Jia muttered to himself in realization. He looked at Mu Feng, despairing, "No wonder I had to resurrect him. You didn't stop me." Mu Feng shrugged and said, "I wanted to stop you, but you wouldn't agree. Now I'm in trouble." Tu Jia's face turned pale. His mind raced, knowing that if he stayed any longer his life would be in danger. But leaving just like this, Tu Jia was unwilling. He had gone through so much trouble to resurrect Mephistopheles, finally reaching this point, yet he gained nothing. The more Tu Jia thought, the angrier he became. Simply put, he would gamble everything. He knelt on the ground and pleaded with Mephistopheles, "My lord, please grant me some reward for resurrecting you." "What do you want?" Mephistopheles asked. "Power, great power," Tu Jia replied without hesitation. "All right." With a wave of Mephistopheles' hand, the pitch-black human skin book used to resurrect him appeared in his hand. Mu Feng used the Eye of Omniscience and saw that the book was titled Nightmare Codex, but he could only see the title. The specific attributes were a series of question marks. After obtaining the Nightmare Codex, Mephistopheles gently waved his hand, and the book automatically flipped pages. It stopped only when it reached a specific page. Mephistopheles waved his hand again, and a page automatically detached from the Nightmare Codex, floating in the air and landing in Tu Jia's hand. After receiving the page, Tu Jia's face lit up with joy. He didn't even have time to thank him and turned to run. He ignored Lucia's cries for help from the nearby prison, leaving her to fend for herself. Mu Feng silently watched this scene, and just as Tu Jia was less than 10 steps away from the teleportation point, about to escape, he finally moved. With a series of teleportations, he appeared behind Tu Jia, and without saying a word, he shot out several Finger of Destruction spells. All of them hit Tu Jia's back. Earlier, Tu Jia had been attacked by Victor and had barely escaped with his life, suffering serious injuries. Now, he was ambushed by Mu Feng, a righteous ambush. Tu Jia was clever. As he fled, he had been holding several high-level defense scrolls. When he encountered an attack, he immediately activated the scrolls in his hand. Instantly, several layers of colorful shields appeared around him. Mu Feng's Finger of Destruction pierced through Tu Jia's shields as easily as piercing a soap bubble. "No!" Tu Jia's expression twisted, his eyes filled with fear. Tu Jia is dead. A lot of things have exploded everywhere. At the same time, Mu Feng received a system prompt, having killed a level 78 NPC beyond his level, earning a massive experience reward. This directly helped Mu Feng level up to level 21. The items dropped by Tu Jia Xiaoxi mainly included a Fraudster Job Change Stone, a B-level Fraudster Skill Stone, a C-level Fraudster Skill Stone, and 2 D-level Fraudster Skill Stones. There were also 3,212 gold coins. No equipment was dropped. As for the page of the Nightmare Codex that Tu Jia obtained, it did not drop. Mu Feng felt a bit regretful. He suspected it might have been taken by Mephistopheles. However, the Fraudster Job Change Stone, this is a rare item, so he collected it well. After tidying up the spoils, Mu Feng went to face the twisted angel Mephistopheles again. "I can feel the gods are sleeping, and it seems the war of the gods is about to begin again." Mephistopheles smiled. In another 3 years, the chaotic evil god will descend. At that time, the war of the gods will continue, Mu Feng said. Mephistopheles raised an eyebrow and asked, "The kind that is never-ending?" Mu Feng hesitated. "Yes. War, I love war. I love the suffering of living beings. I love the corpses scattered everywhere. I love the wails of gods before they die. I love the decay of all things. I love the rain of blood." Mephistopheles smiled and asked, "Dust, do you like war?" "It's okay, I can't say I like it. Nor do I hate it. That won't do. We are nightmare mages, slaughter and war are our destinies. I thought killing gods was. That's just a pastime." Mephistopheles smiled meaningfully. "I can't wait to participate in the war of the gods 3 years from now. Will you join the battle?" "Yes." "What are you fighting for?" "To protect humanity." Mephistopheles pouted. "Boring reason. What if it's for revenge?" Mu Feng asked. Mephistopheles yawned. "Equally boring. War is not a game. You must love war to enjoy the pleasures it brings." What protection, what revenge, will only distract you and prevent you from immersing yourself in the beauty of war. But it's okay, once you live long enough and experience enough wars, you'll understand the joy of war. Mufong calmly said, compared to war, I prefer to stay at home playing games, eating fried chicken burgers, and drinking cola, living carefree. A great ideal, Mephistopheles praised. Mufong couldn't tell if he was sincere or sarcastic. I can't talk to you for long, I have to leave, the resurrection spell can only sustain my life for 3 days, I need to find a way to extend my life. After saying this, Mephistopheles flapped his twisted wings and prepared to leave. Mufong stopped him and said, wait a minute, since you're level 300, can you leave me 2 or 3 artifacts? Just consider it taking care of the younger generation. Mephistopheles scratched his head, I want to help you, but all my artifacts were destroyed in the last war, and now I'm broke, with nothing at all. You can see, under this black robe, I don't even have an undergarment. Mufong slowly looked at the Nightmare Codex in Mephistopheles' hand. Everything was unspoken. I can't give you this, it's my last weapon. If I give it to you, what will I do in the future? Mephistopheles hurriedly put away the Nightmare Codex and explained. Mufong said, I don't want the whole Nightmare Codex, just give me 1 or 2 pages. Mephistopheles said seriously, it's not that I don't want to give it, but we nightmare mages have always emphasized self-reliance and not taking handouts. Mufong suspiciously said, really? I suspect you're lying, you just don't want to give it. Mephistopheles changed the subject, how about this, I'll give you a nightmare courier instead. What is that? A special tool that allows you to contact me anytime, anywhere, exclusive to us nightmare mages, Mephistopheles said, pulling out a strange-looking black copper whistle. Blow it, and you can summon the nightmare postman. Mufong took it and, following Mephistopheles' instructions, blew the whistle. In the next moment, a little yellow dog dressed as a postman appeared out of thin air in front of Mufong, walking on 2 legs. Do you want to send a letter? The little yellow dog postman asked. Mephistopheles quickly said, give it something to send. Mufong took a gold coin from his backpack, flicked it with his thumb, and the coin landed in the little yellow dog postman's hand. Who should I send it to? The little yellow dog postman asked again. Mephistopheles. Received. The little yellow dog postman then disappeared, only to reappear beside Mephistopheles a moment later. You have a package. Please sign for it, the little yellow dog postman said. Mephistopheles took the gold coin, which counted as a signature. The little yellow dog postman vanished. Mufong, curious, asked, what would have happened if I hadn't given it anything and didn't let it send? It would have killed you. Is it strong? The Nightmare Postman is a creation of the ancient nightmare mages. Its power is strange and unpredictable. When you use it, it's best to follow the rules. Don't toy with them, Mephistopheles advised. As he spoke, he stuffed Mufong's gold coin into his pocket. Mufong didn't mind, it was just a gold coin, a mere $1. But had Mephistopheles really become this poor? I need a few months to regain my strength. If you need anything, contact me through the Nightmare Postman. Alright, I should go now. Okay, goodbye. Mufong waved to bid farewell. The twisted wings behind Mephistopheles flapped slightly, the air distorted, and in the next moment he vanished. Mephistopheles was gone. Inside the ruins, only he and Lucia remained. Mufong approached Lucia's cell, looking at the woman inside, her face filled with sadness and pain, and he said nothing. Lucia shrank back in fear in the corner, pleading softly, I know I was wrong, please, take me back to my husband and daughter. Mufong nodded. He destroyed the lock on the cell, opened it, and released Lucia. Thank you, you are a good person. I was blinded before, deceived by Tuja. Now I just want to spend the rest of my life with my husband and daughter. Before Lucia could finish, Mufong unleashed several fingers of destruction at her abdomen. He killed her. Before she died, Lucia's face was filled with disbelief, as if she couldn't understand why Mufong wanted to kill her. The reason was simple. Mufong was the truth of the nightmare mage and could not be exposed. Whether it was Tuja or Lucia, upon seeing Mephistopheles for the first time, what awaited them would be death. Even if Mufong did not act, Mephistopheles would take action to silence them. If a level 300 twisted angel were to resurrect, if the gods found out, they would stop at nothing to kill Mephistopheles. Polite and gentle words were merely Mephistopheles' disguise. From the conversation just now, it was not hard to see that Mephistopheles was a war maniac, a fervent lover of slaughter. This was not surprising. The nightmare mage lived a long life, and in 1,000 years he was either a god of death or killed by a god, with death always by his side. Those nightmare mages and twisted angels who survived to this day had all experienced countless battles. Kind-hearted and peace-loving people, after being drenched in so much blood and death, would also become bloodthirsty. Mufong sighed, fortunately, I have always held on to my heart and have not become a slaughter maniac like Mephistopheles. Killing and death are ultimately the path of evil, love and hope are the future. So, what should be done with Lucia's body next? Paul had said that regardless of life or death, Lucia must be brought back. The body was too large to move, it would be better to burn it to ashes and take it back in an urn. Just as Mu Feng was troubled by the lack of oil to ignite the body, a flash of azure light appeared not far away. The teleportation array was activated. Someone else was coming. Who could it be? Mu Feng turned back alertly and saw Victor. This guy finally arrived. Near the single-person teleportation point, Victor was bending down to examine the corpse of Tujia Qiaoshi. Upon seeing Mu Feng, he asked, "Did you kill him?" "Yes." "Well done." Victor praised, then noticed the lifeless body of Lucia at Mu Feng's feet. With a heavy tone, he asked, "Did you also kill her?" Mu Feng nodded. He knew Victor liked Lucia. He wanted to say it wasn't him, but the wounds on Tujia's body were identical to those on Lucia's. A slight comparison would reveal the truth. Rather than lie and be exposed, it was better to speak honestly. Victor looked sadly at Lucia's body, and in the end, with no other choice, he sighed. Well done. He did not ask Mu Feng why he killed Lucia. Perhaps he understood in his heart that Lucia had been deeply influenced by Tujia and could no longer extricate herself. There was no cure for her. If it were him, he would have to kill her too. Seeing that Victor did not pursue the matter, Mu Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. This guy was quite decent. He did not want to be enemies with him. Hey, what happened to the angel's body on the throne? Why is it missing? Victor noticed the disappearance of Mephistopheles' body and immediately asked Mu Feng. Mu Feng shook his head and said, "I don't know. I haven't seen the angel's body since I arrived at this ruin." Explaining about Mephistopheles was too troublesome. It was better to simply say he didn't know. With the angel's body gone, Victor's expression turned serious. He knew that Tujia's ultimate goal seemed to be to resurrect that angel's body. Now, Tujia Qiaoshi was dead, but the angel's body had disappeared. This made Victor suspect whether Tujia had succeeded and whether that angel had truly been resurrected. "By the way, do you have any oil?" Mu Feng asked. "What do you need oil for?" "Paul asked me to bring back Lucia's remains." Victor glanced again at Lucia's lifeless body. After a long silence, he took out a palm-sized can of oil and handed it to Mu Feng. The oil was similar to gasoline in the real world, with excellent flammable properties, and was a primary material for making torches and incendiary bombs. He poured some oil over Lucia's body. Then, using a torch, he ignited it, and the body was instantly engulfed in flames, turning Lucia's body to ashes in no time. Mu Feng looked at his backpack and found no suitable container for the ashes. He then cast a pleading glance at Victor. Beside him, Victor, helpless, took out a box from his storage space, removed its contents, and handed the empty box to Mu Feng. He collected some ashes in the box. The system prompt rang in Mu Feng's ears, informing him that the task was complete and to return to Flame City to find Paul and collect his reward. This matter was finally over. Not only had he successfully completed the task, but he also had an unexpected gain. Mephisto, though poor as a church mouse, was powerful and made for a good ally. In the future, if he encountered troubles or enemies he couldn't handle, he could ask Mephisto for help. He had a penchant for killing in war. Eliminating enemies was something he surely wouldn't refuse. Mu Feng said to Victor, "What should we do with Tujia's corpse? Should we burn it too?" Victor nodded. "Let's burn it." Mu Feng casually set Tujia's body ablaze. As well, he watched the flames engulf Tujia's corpse and turned to Victor, asking, "Do you know how Tujia discovered this ruin?" Victor replied, "This ruin wasn't discovered by Tujia, but by my teacher. He thought it was just an ordinary ruin and originally wanted to invite Master Payer to investigate, but Master Payer was busy at the time, so he sent Tujia instead. Tujia is well-read and has a deep understanding of ancient ruins, second only to Master Payer in the Thieves' Guild. However, ever since Tujia came to this ruin, many strange things have happened in the Thieves' Guild. First, my teacher went missing, and then many others disappeared one after another. At that time, I suspected Tujia was involved. Ever since he entered this ruin, strange events have occurred one after another. But I never found concrete evidence, so I didn't kill him." Mu Feng asked. Curiously, "Is he very strong? Why didn't you kill him earlier and let him escape here?" Victor explained, "He's not strong, but he possesses a very strange item that can distort rules, making him exceptionally troublesome." "If you killed Tujia, did you find that item on his body?" "It's a book-type item." "No," Mu Feng replied. Victor said seriously, "Well, I must remind you that the tragedies that have occurred in Nightshade Town over the past 3 years stem from that black-covered book." "I understand," Mu Feng said nonchalantly. The Nightmare Codex had been taken by Mephisto. Even if it were left behind, Mu Feng wasn't afraid of it. The root of the chaos lay in people's hearts, not in any item. With matters settled, Mu Feng prepared to leave while Victor stayed behind, seemingly wanting to investigate the mystery of the angel's corpse disappearance. Using a personal teleportation point, Mu Feng returned to the Thieves' Guild president's office. He found the place in disarray, with signs of a struggle everywhere. Stepping outside, Nightshade Town was bustling with hurried and panicked thieves darting around like headless flies. The streets were filled with shouts, curses, cries, and wails. Mu Feng activated his void escape technique and teleported back to the tavern. The tavern was now packed, with people all tense and anxious. In a corner he found Marshall, who was drinking away his sorrows. He approached him. Seeing Mu Feng, Marshall looked curious. "Brother, it's been 2 days, where have you been?" Mu Feng frowned slightly, wondering if Marshall had lost his memory. They had seen each other every day for the past 2 days. It didn't make sense. What was going on? He tentatively replied, "I haven't done anything these past 2 days, just wandered around Nightshade Town." "What have you been up to?" Marshall raised his glass and took a sip of wine, saying, "As you can see, I've just been drinking at the tavern. The meeting to elect the new president was postponed, so I had nothing to do but drink for 2 days." Indeed, Marshall's memory had been altered. Mu Feng immediately glanced at his backpack and noticed that the Bloodmark treasure map of the Bloodmark King had also disappeared. The fake treasure map was created by Tuja to lure people in, harvest their soul essence, and cast a resurrection spell to bring back Mephistopheles. Tuja could produce so many realistic fake treasure maps, likely relying on the distorting power of the Nightmare Codex to alter reality, turning falsehood into truth. Now that Tuja was dead, the Nightmare Codex had returned to Mephistopheles. The distorting power had become ineffective. Everything had been forcibly reverted to normal. The Bloodmark King's treasure map had vanished, the players who had come to Nightshade Town in search of treasure had disappeared, and Marshall's memories of the treasure were gone as well. Seeing Mu Feng standing beside him, Marshall couldn't help but say, "Sit down, why are you just standing there?" Mu Feng sat down opposite Marshall. Once he was seated, Marshall suddenly lowered his voice and asked, "Aren't you here in Nightshade Town looking for Paul's wife? Did you find her?" Mu Feng hesitated for a moment before answering, "I found her." "Really? Is Lucia still alive?" Marshall asked, stunned. Mu Feng shook his head. Marshall sighed, saying, "It would have been better if you hadn't found her. If she was still missing, at least there would be some hope. Once confirmed, the last bit of hope is shattered. Paul really loved Lucia. He resolutely chose to retire for her, and in the end, sigh, yes, it's too tragic," Mu Feng lamented. "By the way, where did you find Lucia?" Marshall asked curiously. Mu Feng replied, "I can't tell you that, but I can tell you that Lucia was imprisoned by someone." "Who?" Marshall pressed. "Tujia the smooth talker," Mu Feng said. Since Tujia was already dead, it was reasonable for him to take the blame. Marshall suddenly realized, "I knew it was him. Ever since Lucia went missing, I suspected he was involved. My suspicion was correct. Con artists are indeed no good." Mu Feng shot him a glance, thinking, "Your suspicion was correct, huh? You used to suspect it was Victor." Marshall finished his drink and ordered 2 more mugs of malt beer from the bartender. No wonder this morning, Boss Victor suddenly took action and said he wanted to execute Tujia. It seemed that Boss Victor also knew the truth. Marshall sighed deeply, saying, "Sigh, it's also Victor's fault for not clarifying things beforehand, causing chaos in the Thieves' Guild and leading to a civil war." "Why is that?" Mu Feng asked, a bit curious. Chaos was normal, but a civil war seemed a bit exaggerated. Thieves were usually carefree and rarely engaged in fierce battles. Marshall explained, "At that time, Tujia was in a meeting with us, discussing the process for electing a new president. Boss Victor came in, and without saying a word, he wanted to take out Tujia right in front of many of us. He was a senior member of the Thieves' Guild and had a group of followers to protect him. Immediately, someone tried to stop him, but Boss Victor also had a loyal group, and when they saw him being attacked, they jumped in to help. This led to a fight between the 2 groups. Now those 2 groups are still fighting all over Nightshade Town, and the brothers in the tavern are remaining neutral, not helping either." Sighed. At that moment, a red scarf thief sat down at the nearby table. "I just overheard that you seem to know the reason why Boss Victor killed Elder Tujia." Marshall said, "It's because of Lucia." "Isn't Lucia already missing?" "What does this have to do with her?" the red scarf thief asked. "Lucia isn't missing, she's been imprisoned." "What? Who imprisoned Lucia?" "Tuga the smooth talker." "God, is that true?" "Absolutely true," Marshall said seriously. "I discovered long ago that bastard Tuga harbored ill intentions, cunning and treacherous. He imprisoned Lucia, and this morning, Big Victor found out. Everyone knows that Big Victor has a crush on Lucia. His beloved has been imprisoned for 3 years and ultimately met a tragic end. This is unacceptable." The red scarf thief immediately understood. No wonder. If I encountered such a thing, I would have to kill Tuga." Nearby, another thief inquired, "Hey, what happened to Elder Tuga?" "Let me tell you, do you all remember Lucia, who has been missing for 3 years? Under Marshall's vivid description, everyone in the tavern learned that Tuga had imprisoned Lucia for 3 years and that Big Victor, upon discovering the truth, had angrily executed Tuga. Although it was Victor who had imprisoned Lucia for 3 years and it was Mufeng who had killed her, the root of the matter lay entirely with Tuga. Blaming all the sins on Tuga was only natural. Now that they knew the real culprit was Tuga the smooth talker, many neutral thieves also took action, eliminating Tuga's remnants in Nightshade Town. It wouldn't be long before the internal strife would cease. He had also helped Victor one last time. The influence of the twisted power was corrected. Victor killed Tuga, and it was a fact that Lucia was imprisoned. At that time, he would have no way to argue his case, and his end would surely be tragic. In his previous life, Mufeng vaguely remembered that Victor's fate was to defect from the Thieves' Guild and be wanted by them. It seemed to be because of this matter. Victor was quite a good person. Helping him would also benefit himself in the future. Alright, the task is complete. It's time to go back and collect the reward. After saying goodbye to Marshall, Mufeng summoned his mount and left along the streets of Nightshade Town. Upon arriving at Forest Village, he used the teleportation array to return to Flame City. Exiting the town's teleportation point, Mufeng headed straight for the Sword and Rose Tavern. At this time, it was nearing noon, and customers were coming and going to eat and drink at the tavern. When Mufeng walked in, Paul, who was pouring drinks for the customers, was stunned to see Mufeng return alone. Before Paul could ask, Mufeng took out the box containing Lucia's ashes from his backpack and said solemnly, "I'm sorry, your wife, she is dead." Paul's face turned ashen, and he trembled as he reached out to take his wife's ashes. Just then, Paul's daughter happened to come out of the kitchen with food. Seeing this scene, she immediately understood what had happened. She let out a painful scream and collapsed to the ground, fainting, the food she was holding scattering everywhere. "Fanny!" Paul shouted. He immediately rushed forward to care for the fainted Fanny. "I'm sorry, the reward will have to wait." With that, Paul picked up the unconscious Fanny and headed upstairs. After a while, Paul came down holding a package. After going downstairs, Paul drove all the customers who were still eating and drinking in the tavern out. The customers also saw that Mufeng had returned with Paul's wife's urn. Knowing that Paul was in a bad mood today, they left without complaint. Once everyone had left, only Mufeng and Paul remained. "This is the reward. Here's the gathering stone you wanted, along with a little something from me," Paul said in a deep voice. Mufeng took the package, opened it, and found a gathering stone and 50,000 gold coins inside. At the same time, Mufeng also received a system notification. Experience points rewarded. His experience points rose from level 21 0% to level 21 9%. Mufeng put away the gathering stone and returned the 50,000 gold coins to Paul. "This is enough." Mufeng shook the gathering stone in his hand and said. Paul didn't even glance at the 50,000 gold coins Mufeng returned. "I want to know the cause of my wife's death and who the murderer is," Paul said expressionlessly, his tone flat. Even so, Mufeng could still sense the deep hatred and murderous intent in Paul's words. Mufeng repeated what he had prepared to say to Paul once more. After listening, Paul sighed painfully and said nothing. Seeing Paul and his daughter in such pain from losing their loved one, Mufeng felt a slight discomfort in his heart, but there was nothing to be done. Having discovered Mufeng's secret, Lucia had to die. Otherwise, if she told others about the Nightmare Mage and the Twisted Angel, if she told the Temple Church, then it would be Mufeng who would die. Furthermore, Mufeng didn't believe that Lucia, who was easily swayed by Tuja to abandon her family and willingly become Tuja's tool to seduce Victor, would be a good wife or a good mother. She was destined to be a restless person. Killing her, Mufeng had no regrets. If in the future Paul learned the truth and came to kill him for revenge for his wife, Mufeng would also have no regrets. After bidding farewell to Paul, Mufeng walked out of the Sword and Rose Tavern, which was immersed in painful sorrow. He arrived at Rat Alley. Since it was his second visit, the Shadow Sorcerer Gale took the initiative to find him. In the shadows of a small alley, the gnome Gale stood, facing Mufeng with a smile on his face. "Dear guest, are you here to go to the black market?" "Yes," Mufeng replied. "Good, please follow me." Gale was dressed in a well-tailored black suit, with a prominent bow tie at his collar and a top hat on his head, still looking like a gentleman. It must be said that the gnome Gale looked somewhat like the Shinigami elementary school student from Eastern comics. Gale tapped the ground with his cane, summoning a shadow passage, and Mufeng arrived again in that enclosed room. Gale smiled and said, "Dear guest, this is probably your second time at the black market, right?" Mufeng nodded. "My rule is that the first time I take you to the black market, it's free, but the second time, I'm afraid I have to charge a small handling fee." A merchant-like smile appeared on Gale's face. "How much?" Mufeng asked. "I think 800 gold coins is a reasonable price. What do you think?" 800 gold coins, alright. Mufeng directly took out 800 gold coins and paid Gale the handling fee for going to the black market is something almost every black market contact charges. The price ranges from 500 to 1000. The teleportation points to the dark market exist in the main cities of the evil faction and some of the Order faction's main cities. If the temple were to catch an NPC like Gale who colludes with the evil faction, they would surely tie him to a cross and burn him alive. The risk is too high. Naturally, black market contacts want to secure more benefits for themselves. The Shadow Sorcerer Gale is still somewhat principled. The first time is free, and only the second time does he charge. After receiving the money, Gale's smile widened even more as he swiftly activated the teleportation array. Through the teleportation array, Mufeng arrived at the dark market, heading straight to the number 2 trading area where he found the demon pet merchant. "Hey, I didn't expect to see you again so soon," the demon pet merchant greeted Mufeng. "Yeah, how's business?" "Not bad, just barely making a living." "Business has been slow lately," the demon pet merchant complained. Mufeng smiled and didn't take it to heart. He handed over the pet stone for summoning the demon dog Titima to the demon pet merchant. He also paid the rental fee for Titima during this period. After settling the bill, Mufeng intended to leave. The demon pet merchant stopped him and cheerfully asked, "I've recently gotten a batch of pet cans. Want to try your luck opening cans?" Mufeng had often done this in his previous life, but he hadn't opened a single can in this life yet, and he felt a bit eager. "Alright, I'll open a few cans and see how lucky I am." The demon pet merchant chuckled and said, "Please follow me." He led Mufeng to a tent next to the animal pens. The tent was large, filled with various cages of different sizes, and in the corner there were boxes of pet cans and miscellaneous items piled up. In the center of the tent, a large long table had already been set up. It was covered with brown pet cans. The cans were similar to blind boxes containing pet cans, equipment cans, skill cans, and so on. They could yield various different items. The levels were divided into mud cans, black iron cans, bronze cans, and mythic cans. On the table were all the lowest level mud cans. Mufeng laughed. "They're all mud cans, not even a black iron can. Aren't you embarrassed to bring these out?" The demon pet merchant smiled awkwardly. "This isn't my first time selling cans. I was afraid of losing money, so I just got a batch of low-level cans to test the waters and see if they can sell." "So, does that mean I'm your first customer? Don't you have a discount for me?" Mufeng asked. "How about 10 for 1 free?" "That works." The mud cans were the cheapest, costing 100 gold coins each. Mufeng gave the demon pet merchant 1,000 gold coins and said, "Let's start with 10 and see how lucky I get." "Alright." The demon pet merchant took the money and handed Mufeng a black iron hammer. "Feel free to smash them. What you get depends on your luck." Mufeng raised the hammer and struck the nearest can. Crash! The mud can shattered instantly, but there was nothing inside. It was an empty can. This kind of thing happened often. Mud cans frequently yielded empty cans. Mufeng's expression remained unchanged as he continued to smash the second can. Crash! It was still an empty can. Mufeng's expression was still calm as he lifted the hammer and struck the third can. This time, it wasn't an empty can. The third can opened to reveal a low-level pet can, which was decent. A low-level pet can was worth at least 200 gold coins. If Mufeng could open a pet egg, he would make a significant profit. Unfortunately, good luck never favors Mufeng. 10 jars plus 1 jar given for free by the demon pet merchant, a total of 11 jars. All smashed open, only yielding a low-level pet can. A complete loss. Mufeng sighed, putting down the hammer in his hand. "This is fate, nothing to complain about." The demon pet merchant behind him chuckled, and when he saw Mufeng looking at him, he immediately put on a regretful expression. "What a pity. Want to play again?" Mufeng said. "Will you give me another jar?" "Of course, buy 10, get 1 free," the demon pet merchant said generously. "Then let's play again," Mufeng said indifferently. After paying 1,000 gold coins, Mufeng continued to open jars, and this time his luck was slightly better. He smashed 7 clay jars and got 2 low-level pet cans. Until he smashed the 8th jar, he saw an egg-shaped object inside. "This is a pet egg." A smile appeared at the corner of Mufeng's mouth. It seems his luck isn't too bad after all. However, the demon pet merchant's smile froze, looking a bit unhappy. Mufeng reached out to take the pet egg from the jar and checked its attributes. Abyss slime, pet egg, rarity, black iron, hatching success rate, 100%. Will it hatch? So it's a slime pet egg. What a waste of my excitement, Mufeng said, somewhat disappointed. Slimes are one of the lowest tier pets. So low that most pet merchants won't sell them because they don't make a profit. The demon pet merchant patted Mufeng's shoulder with a smile and said, "Don't be sad, the abyss slime may not be worth much, but at least it's a pet. You can sell it to someone else and make a little money. You still come out ahead. Do you want it?" "I'll sell it to you," Mufeng asked the demon pet merchant, while holding the abyss slime pet egg. "I don't want it," the demon pet merchant decisively refused. "This is a high-end pet shop. We don't take inferior pets." "Just right, you don't have a pet, so keep it for fun." The abyss slime eats anything. It's a good choice for handling garbage. Abyss slimes are everywhere in the demon lair. You can catch a handful easily. Mufeng suddenly remembered that the Nightmare Mage's class talent can not only fuse skills but also fuse pets and mounts. Perfect, he could use the abyss slime for an experiment. After all, this pet is relatively cheap, so he wouldn't feel bad if it died. Without hesitation, Mufeng directly hatched the abyss slime. System, hatching will take a total of 10 minutes. Please be patient and do not interrupt the hatching process. Mufeng placed the hatching pet egg on a nearby table. There were still 3 clay jars left to smash. Mufeng raised the hammer and smashed them all. His luck seemed to have run out. He didn't get anything. The demon pet merchant beside him, not forgetting his merchant nature, kept chattering, trying to sell pet cans and pet equipment to Mufong. Mufong said speechlessly, "I say, boss, it's one thing to sell pet cans, but isn't it a bit excessive to sell me pet equipment? What can a slime wear? The slime is a liquid creature, like jelly, unable to wear equipment. No need for pet equipment, just buy a few boxes of pet cans, consider it supporting my business," the demon pet merchant said with a hint of humility in his tone. Mufong refused. "No need, the slime eats anything, just let it eat monster corpses. Raising a slime doesn't require feeding it pet cans. Slimes have low intelligence and are not picky eaters, they can eat anything. Especially the abyss slime, which is a dark attribute pet that loves to eat flesh and blood, making it easy to raise." Seeing that he couldn't sell anything, the demon pet merchant fell silent. Hatching pet egg in progress. 98%, 99%, 100% hatching time is over. The black iron-colored eggshell gradually shattered, and a fist-sized black slime bounced out. It came to Mufeng's feet, affectionately rubbing against his calf. Its body was dark, with 2 red eyes the size of mung beans. "System, please name your pet." A dialogue box appeared in front of Mufong. After thinking for a moment, he entered the name Black Char in the name field. Naming successful. Pet, Black Char species, Abyss slime rarity, Black iron level, 1 health, 20 energy, 10 attack power, 2 racial talent, Devour corpse, F skill, Dark arrow, F age, juvenile hunger value, 100 to 100. So weak. I don't even know how to proceed with pet fusion. Should it be pet to pet fusion? Or can I fuse a pet with a monster? Mufong planned to ask Mephistopheles. Fortunately, he had the nightmare courier, making it easy to contact Mephistopheles. Mufong recalled Black Char back to the pet bar and bid farewell to the demon pet merchant. He left the dark market. The shadow sorcerer sent Mufong back to Rat Alley. "Dear guest, we welcome you next time." Leaving Rat Alley, Mufong planned to return to Black Lion City first, then prepare to challenge the Death Dungeon of the Death Mountains. Now, he had the Gathering Stone. He just needed 19 cannon fodder to command. Through the teleportation point of Flame City, Mufong returned to Black Lion City. It had been a long time since he last came back. Black Lion City was as desolate as before, with very few players walking on the streets. Unlike Flame City, where players were everywhere, bustling and lively. There was no helping it, this was the sorrow of a small town. Just like in the real world, young people always yearn for big cities. While no one goes to small 3rd or 4th tier counties, it's the same principle. Mufong first went to the grocery store to buy stationery, envelopes, a feather quill, and a wax seal. If Mufong obtained a noble title, there would be an NPC from the Heraldic Institute to design a personal coat of arms for him. At that time, he could stamp his exclusive noble emblem on his letters. Although it was of little use, it was good for showing off. Mufong sat down at a table outside a nearby restaurant. In the afternoon, the sun was bright and a gentle breeze blew. The weather was very nice. He began to write a letter to Mephistopheles. The content of the letter was simple, just asking if there were any precautions when using Nightmare Fusion to fuse pets and mounts. After finishing the letter, Mufong took out the strange whistle, put it to his mouth, and blew it hard. The next moment, the Nightmare Courier, a little yellow dog, appeared in front of Mufong. It wore a dark green courier uniform, a little courier hat on its head, and stood upright on its hind legs, looking quite cute and adorable. But its pair of dog eyes were dark and deep, inexplicably giving a sense of terror. Even Mufong, who had been through many battles, felt a hint of fear and dread when staring into the little yellow dog's eyes. Was this the terror of the ancient Nightmare Mage's creations? This was just a courier delivering messages. One could only imagine how strong the combat creatures created by the ancient Nightmare Mage must be. "What do you want to send?" the little yellow dog postman asked. "A letter," Mufong said as he handed the written letter to the little yellow dog. The little yellow dog stretched out its paw to take it, stuffed it into its dark green satchel, and tilted its head to ask, "Who is it for?" "Mephistopheles." "Oh." In the next moment, the little yellow dog postman disappeared. I don't even know when Mephistopheles will reply. Anyway, let's log out of the game and have a meal. I only had breakfast this morning and haven't eaten anything else. It's already afternoon, almost evening. I'm so hungry. After logging out of the game, Mufong dragged his hungry body to the living room. Today, Sanja went shopping with her classmates and hasn't returned yet. Mufong thought about calling Sanja to ask when she would be back. But when he picked up his phone, he suddenly remembered that he didn't have Sonjia's phone number. They had been living together for a while, yet he didn't even have her mobile number. With a bitter smile, Mufong put down the phone, then picked it up again. Since he couldn't wait for Sonja to come back, he might as well order takeout to eat and order a portion for Sonja too, in case she didn't eat while she was out and would have something to eat when she returned. After ordering takeout, Mufong opened the Dawn Forum app on his phone. This morning, the Bloodmark King's treasure had sparked countless players' interest, and they had agreed to go treasure hunting in Nightshade Town. But now, when Mu Feng wanted to look for information about the Bloodmark King's treasure on the forum, he couldn't find a single post. Indeed, the real world was also not immune to the corruption of the distortion power. The Nightmare Mage's second job, the Distorted Angel. It could even affect the real world. Just thinking about being able to wield such powerful strength in the future made Mu Feng's heart yearn. Once he reached level 80, he could change to a Distorted Angel. Half an hour later, the takeout arrived. He ordered 2 bowls of Japanese beef rice. Large portions, with a thick layer of grilled beef rolls on top of the white rice. Mu Feng, unable to bear his hunger, quickly devoured 1 bowl of beef rice. Still a bit hungry, Mu Feng looked at the bowl of beef rice he bought for. Sanja licked his lips but ultimately resisted the temptation. It would be better to eat less in the evening. If he kept eating like this, he would soon become a little chubby. After finishing the Death Dungeon strategy, he should prepare to move. This rental place has poor sound insulation, and the space is small. He can't even fit a gaming pod. Without a gaming pod, there's no nutrient supply system. He simply can't stay online for long periods. In the future, when he has to do epic quests or tackle a large dungeon, he would need to be online for days on end. Without a gaming pod to supply him with nutrients, he would starve to death in the game. By the way, his sister also said she wanted to move. He didn't know if she had moved yet. With nothing else to do tonight, he might as well visit his sister in Muchamil. Mu Feng immediately picked up his phone and called his sister, Mu Gu. After a while, the call connected. "Hello, Chen, your call is just in time. Yeah, and I are out, come find us," Mu Gu said. Mu Feng asked, "What are you doing out?" Yeah, and I found a nice apartment yesterday and have already rented it. We were just cleaning the place and now we're out to get some fresh air and eat something. You should come too." Mu Gu, being perceptive, noticed that her brother's appetite had increased significantly after a few interactions. Therefore, whenever there was a chance to eat, she would definitely let him know. As soon as he heard about food, Mu Feng immediately agreed. "Alright, sis, I'm on my way." Knowing their location, Mu Feng hung up the phone, went to the bathroom to freshen up, and then headed out. He took a taxi to the Wanlan Yaju community. They had rented a place in this community. Near the community, there was a hot pot restaurant. His sister and Lang Yashuan were waiting for him at the hot pot restaurant. Upon arriving at the restaurant, he found the 2 women. It was clear that today, Sister Muge and Lang Yashuan were both very happy. "Chen, I ordered some beef that you love to eat. Take a look at the menu and see if there's anything else you want, and feel free to order," Muge said softly. Mu Feng took the menu and glanced at it. The dishes ordered by his sister and Lang Yashuan were already quite a lot, more than enough to eat. He said, "That's enough." Then he set the menu aside. Today, because they were cleaning the house, both women were dressed very simply, but it couldn't hide their bright and beautiful faces and good figures. Lang Yashuan came from a wealthy family and was a young lady who had never done any rough work. Today, she and Muge had worked hard all day cleaning, exhausted to the point of not wanting to say a word. Upon seeing Mu Feng, she perked up and threw him a flirtatious glance but didn't say anything more. This left Mu Feng feeling a bit helpless. If you're tired, just rest. Why throw flirtatious glances? Mu Feng didn't understand. Muge, however, was used to it. She often worked outside, and this amount of work was easy for her. "Chen, we're moving tomorrow. Can you come help us?" she asked. "Of course," Mu Feng replied without hesitation. Although he planned to prepare for a challenging dungeon tomorrow, since it was his sister's request, he could push everything else back. Muge smiled and said, "Thank you in advance. As you can see, Yada is weak and exhausted today. We have a moving company to help tomorrow. You just need to help me organize the furniture and clean up a bit." "Okay, no problem." Mu Feng asked, "What time should I come tomorrow morning?" "Around 9 o'clock. That's the time we agreed with the moving company," Muge said. After having hot pot, his sister took him to tour the house. They rented. The first floor apartment was quite large, about 200 square meters. The Wanlan Yaju community was far from the city center, so the rent was quite cheap. Mu Feng looked around the house, which had 4 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. He asked, "How many people do you plan to recruit for the studio?" As soon as the studio was mentioned, Lang Yashuan became excited. She immediately said, "We plan to recruit 7 or 8 people, to make a total of 10. Are you planning to run a small studio?" Mu Feng asked. Lang Yashuan replied with enthusiasm, "Exactly. With 10 people, the income from regularly running dungeons will be enough to support us. Once we have money, we can expand the studio." "That's a good idea," Mu Feng praised. "Right?" Lang Yashuan said proudly. Then she sighed and said, "Now that we've rented the house, there's one thing that has been bothering us for a long time." "What is it?" "It's the name of the studio. We don't know what to call it." Lang Yashuan looked sad. "Well," Mu Feng said seriously, "can't you just pick any name?" "That won't do. A good name is very important to us," Lang Yashuan said earnestly. Mufeng didn't expect that his sister would also have a look of agreement. How about we call it Fenghua, the Fenghua studio? Mufeng directly mentioned the name of Long Yashuan's studio from his previous life. He originally thought that upon hearing this name, Long Yashuan would be very pleased. After all, this was the name she had chosen for her studio in the previous life. Since she chose this name in the last life, it meant that she should be quite satisfied with the name Fenghua Studio. However, to his surprise, Long Yashuan curled her lips in disdain and said, "Are you an elementary school girl? This name is so ugly. Who would name something like that?" "You would," Mufeng silently complained in his heart. "No, let's change it. I want a name that's more grand and imposing. How about Unity Studio?" Mugu suggested. "Too ugly. Then how about Icefrost Studio?" Mufeng said with a smile. "It's perfect since both of you are in the ice and frost profession. This name is quite nice. Very suitable. It feels too cold. I want a name that can warm people's hearts." Mufeng, Mugu. After chatting with his sister and Lang Yashuang about naming for quite a while, they really didn't know what name to choose. In the end, Lang Yashuang still accepted Mufeng's suggestion and named the studio Fenghua Studio. After that, Mufeng returned to his rented apartment. As soon as he entered, he saw Sanja lying on the living room sofa with her little feet propped up playing on her phone. She was dressed in a t-shirt and hot pants, her delicate feet adorned with a pair of white short socks, swinging her little feet back and forth. "Brother Mufeng, you're back," Songjia said softly. Have you had dinner? I had takeout in the afternoon and ordered a beef rice bowl for you." "I've eaten. I saw that takeout and put it in the fridge." "That's good." After a moment of silence, Mufeng continued to ask, "By the way, do you remember what you said to me when you went out today?" Songjia had gone out shopping with her classmates. She had mentioned to Mufeng that the Blood Mark King's treasure was very popular lately and she wanted to go treasure hunting with him. Mufeng had declined, saying he was busy. His question was to find out what impact the disappearance of the Blood Mark King's treasure and the correction of reality would have on the real world. He had asked the same question to his sister, but she no longer remembered calling him, and the call records had mysteriously disappeared. Songjia's pretty face turned red and she shyly said, "When I went out, I asked Brother Mufeng if you wanted to go shopping with me, and you said." "What did I say?" Mufeng had a bad premonition in his heart. "You said you hadn't relaxed alone for a long time and were almost going crazy." By the time Songjia finished speaking, her beautiful little face had turned as red as a ripe apple. Mufeng's expression was blank. He didn't know what to say. He also didn't know what expression to use to face Songjia. After a long time, he forced out a smile and awkwardly said, I was just joking with you, don't take it seriously." Songjia nodded, her face still flushed. "Then I'm going to play a game." After Mufeng said that, he escaped back to his bedroom and logged into the game. After years of honing, his thick skin had already been developed. Such trivial matters were quickly thrown out of his mind. Once online, the first thing he did was call Shirkan with a voice message. The call connected. Mufeng got straight to the point and asked, "How are your preparations? Are you ready to challenge the death dungeon?" "I'm all set," Shirkan said decisively. "I remember you can bring 3 people plus you, that's a total of 4, right?" "That's right. All level 20? "Yes. That's good. Wait for my notification. I estimate that the day after tomorrow we can challenge the death dungeon." After Mufeng finished speaking, he was about to hang up. "Wait a minute, Big Shot, don't hang up yet. Is there something else?" Shirkan hurriedly said, "Big Shot, I've gone to check out the Death Mountain dungeon." And then? "The difficulty of that dungeon challenge is not low. So far, no one has cleared it." The tone of Death Maniac was filled with worry. The reason the dungeon was called a death dungeon was that the death penalty was extremely severe. Players were not allowed to exit midway. When players entered the death dungeon, there were only 2 outcomes, success or failure. The only consequence of failure was death. Losing experience, losing gold, losing equipment. Up to now, no one had succeeded in the challenge. Death Maniac was worried that they would also fail, and if they did, the losses would be heavy. "Don't worry, I will clear it." After saying that, without waiting for Death Maniac to respond, Mufeng hung up the voice call. Then, he called the 4 female college student players he met in the gold dungeon at Tuksh. Since parting ways in the gold dungeon, Mufeng had not actively contacted them again. They had sent him quite a few private messages wanting to team up with him to clear dungeons and fight bosses. During that time, Mufeng was busy and had turned them all down. He wondered if they would come. "Let's try a voice call." He gently called Dream Knight. The voice was quickly answered on the other end. Dream Knight's sweet and sexy voice came through. "Big God, why do you have time to call me tonight? The day after tomorrow, I want to challenge a dungeon. Do you want to join me?" Mufeng asked. "Of course, which dungeon?" "The Death Dungeon of the Death Mountains." Clearly, Dream Knight had heard of the infamous Death Dungeon. She knew it was terrifying and dangerous. The other party hesitated for a while, but, in the end, she agreed. Perhaps she remembered how Mufong had cleared the gold dungeon with absolute advantage and received an S-level rating. She believed in Mufong. By the way, you should call your 3 sisters too so we can go together as 4. Dream Knight thought Mufong was only inviting her. She had felt a bit smug thinking she was the only one favored by the big god. But now, the big god had invited her 3 friends as well. Can you not invite them? Dream Knight asked softly. No, Mufong coldly refused. Alright. Dream Knight sounded a bit disappointed. After ending the call, Mufong browsed through his friend list looking for the next cannon fodder. At that moment he saw the well-mannered killer priest he had encountered at the blood market for the first time, known for harming teammates. Well-mannered. At that time, Mufong added him as a friend just for this moment to use him as cannon fodder. In the death dungeon, he called well-mannered, and after a long time, the other party finally answered. Dust God, you looking for me? What's up? I want to clear the death dungeon and need teammates. Do you want to join me? Are you inviting me to your team? That's right, is there a problem? No, of course not. I couldn't ask for more. Well-mannered chuckled. Great, I'm preparing to challenge it the day after tomorrow. I'll notify you of the specific time. Wait a minute, you haven't said which dungeon you're challenging, Well-mannered said, puzzled. The death dungeon of the Death Mountains. Hiss, that dungeon. Well-mannered gasped, his tone retreating. The dungeon is very dangerous. It's been so many days and no one has cleared it. It's still a death dungeon, and if we can't clear it, it means we all die in the dungeon. So, do you still want to come? I'm not going, Well-mannered decisively refused. Mufong secretly curled his lips. He knew that the refined gentleman would never come when he heard there was danger. But there was no choice. To challenge the death dungeon, they needed to gather 20 people. It was easy to find brothers to run dungeons, but it was hard to find cannon fodder willing to die for him. Mufong patiently advised, of course I know the death dungeon is dangerous. Do you think I would willingly go to my death without sufficient confidence? The refined gentleman was quite perceptive and cunning. He immediately caught Mufeng's implication. Great God, do you mean you have a strategy for the death dungeon? He asked. That's for sure. Mufeng's tone revealed strong confidence. Such a confident attitude infected the refined gentleman. He couldn't help but believe Mufeng's words a little more. The refined gentleman pressed on, what is the strategy? Mufong smiled and said, I can't tell you that. If you want to see, then come with me to the dungeon and you'll know. He was very clear in his heart. When dealing with the refined gentleman, he couldn't force him, he could only entice him. The difficulty of the death dungeon was extremely high, and the difficulty of the dungeon was directly proportional to the rewards. The Death Mountain dungeon was the hardest in the national server, the highest difficulty to date. Since the discovery of the death dungeon, no one had ever come out alive. Just like the name of the dungeon, it seemed to exist solely to create slaughter. Sure enough, sensing the taste of profit, the refined gentleman hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. The reason he agreed so readily was also because, at the beginning, Mufong had let Yishi-chun spread rumors online that there was a treasure in Death Mountain, attracting countless players. This led to the activation of the death dungeon. Although this news was just a rumor, it was taken seriously by the refined gentleman, making him regard Mufong with a higher opinion. Mufong said, Great, wait for my notification the day after tomorrow. Great God, is there a specific time? I can't just clear my whole day to wait for you, right? The refined gentleman calculated. Mufong understood that he was asking for benefits. Don't worry, I won't make you wait in vain, Mufong smiled. Alright, then I'm relieved, the refined gentleman said cheerfully. After hanging up the voice call, Mufong calculated in his heart. With the 4 from the Death Maniacs, the 4 from Dream Knight, and the refined gentleman, there were a total of 9 people. To challenge the dungeon, they needed 20 people, so he still needed 19 cannon fodder. With 9 gathered, he still needed 10 more. Where could he find them? Mufong immediately thought of Yishi-chun, the young master of the Xuanye group. His sister, Yixia, was the president of the top guild Deep Blue Dream, and she had quite a few subordinates. If he asked him, he should be able to gather 10 people. With this thought, Mufong immediately called Yishi-chun. Nighttime was when the most players were online. All the friends in Mufeng's friend list were online. After all, playing games could replace sleep. Who would refuse to combine entertainment and rest? As soon as the voice call connected, he heard Yishi-chun's familiar voice on the other end. Great God, Chin AI, is there a big business coming up recently? He and Mufong were now quite familiar. Their conversations were no longer as restrained and unfamiliar as before. Mufong straightforwardly explained his intentions. When Yishi-chun heard that the great god wanted to run a dungeon with him, he felt flattered. But when he realized it was to go to the death dungeon, the flattery disappeared, leaving only shock. Mufong also knew that the death dungeon had a notorious reputation. Even if Yishi-chun had a good relationship with him, he would never recklessly follow him to the death dungeon. To die So, he directly told Yishi-chun that he had a way to clear the death dungeon. Yishi-chun exclaimed in surprise, "Really? Yes, it's true." Mufong tried to appear as confident as possible. If he had no confidence at all, how could he persuade others? Yishi-chun also knew the vast powers of the Dust God. Since the Dust God said he had a way, then there really was a way. Like when Jibin Bin, Yishi-chun did not hesitate and immediately agreed. He also promised Mufong that he would gather enough 10 level 20 players for him. Yishi-chun was already level 20, so he just needed to find 9 more. Mufong did not say that Yishi-chun and the others would be used as cannon fodder. However, to prepare them mentally, Mufong gave Yishi-chun a heads up, telling him that to clear the dungeon, some sacrifices would be necessary. Yishi-chun listened and did not mind. As long as they could clear the death dungeon, losing a few people was not a big deal. After all, it wasn't real death. After 18 seconds, at the resurrection point, they would be fine again. It seemed that this time, when going into the dungeon, they needed to find some cannon fodder. Yishi-chun thought to himself. What he did not know was that in Mufeng's eyes, he was also cannon fodder. Alright, now they had enough people. After helping his sister move tomorrow, they could challenge the death dungeon the day after. Mufong hung up the voice call and closed the friend list. Stretching, Mufong was pondering where to go to pass the time next. Should he go level up? Or should he first go to the weapon shop to repair his equipment? Suddenly, Mufong noticed a beautifully dressed woman standing behind him. Her beauty was like that of a celestial being, truly breathtaking. With golden long hair, a blood-red palace gown, a proud chest, a slim waist, and curvy hips, she had a pair of straight, fair legs. Her scarlet eyes were fixed intently on him. Mufong was taken aback. This woman did not seem like a player, but she also did not resemble an NPC. NPCs in the main city always had their names and professions displayed above their heads, just like player titles. This beautiful woman did not display a name, and even the all-seeing eye could not read her information. What on earth is this? Mufong did not act rashly. Instead, he cautiously stepped back. Unexpectedly, the beautiful woman smiled slightly at Mufong, then took out a letter and handed it to him. Mufong took it with a puzzled expression. Then, the beautiful woman vanished into thin air. Her appearance was exactly like that of the little yellow dog postman, and they were both delivering letters? It was only then that Mufong realized she was the nightmare postman, and the letter she gave him was a reply from Mephistopheles. This beautiful woman was Mephistopheles' postman. That dog. He got a little yellow dog postman for himself while keeping such a beautiful nightmare postman. Mufong couldn't help but curse Mephistopheles. But then, he thought again, he had no close ties with Mephistopheles, just a senior-junior relationship. It was already quite good for Mephistopheles to give him a nightmare postman for free. He had no right to be picky. However, everyone has a love for beauty. If it weren't for the invasion of the chaotic evil god, Mufong would just be an ordinary college student. It was only natural to yearn for beautiful things. The envelope also carried a faint, refreshing fragrance. The envelope was the one that Mufong sent out. The letterhead was also the page that Mufong sent out. Mephistopheles was probably in the wild, without paper or pen, so he had to write on the back of the letterhead used by Mufong with charcoal. The handwriting was messy and chaotic. Mephistopheles wrote in an ancient language. Mufong couldn't understand a single word. However, the system's service was quite considerate, automatically translating some languages in the game for players. Common human language, Elvish, Orcish, Dwarvish, and the like. These popular languages and scripts were automatically translated for free by the system. Ancient Elvish, Ancient Orcish, Demonic Script, and Dwarven Secret language, among other niche languages and scripts, were not allowed to be translated by the system. If one wanted to understand them, they could pay to learn these languages. It wasn't cheap. Fortunately, ancient language was included in the free translation category. Mufong didn't have to spend a single extra penny to understand it. Mephistopheles' reply roughly meant that for nightmare creations, it was best to use monster materials dropped by strong monsters. This fusion could enhance pets or mounts. If one insisted on fusing 2 types of pets or 2 types of mounts, there was a certain probability that the pet's soul would fuse, and there was also a certain probability that a dual soul situation would occur. This was not a good thing. In a dual soul situation, the 2 souls would compete for one body, leading to mutual slaughter. This situation only occurred with low-level nightmare mages. After reaching a higher level, the nightmare mages' understanding and control of their talent would allow for a 100% fusion of biological souls. After reading Mephistopheles' reply, Mufong already had a plan in mind. After putting away the letter, Mufong summoned the Black Flame Lion and left Black Lion City. He arrived at a secluded area in the wild near Black Lion City. First, he opened the pet bar and released the abyss slime black charcoal. This brainless creature bounced around him as soon as it appeared, looking quite happy. It was quite cute, but too weak. Mufong opened his backpack to check the monster materials he had. Let me see. Tusks of stoneskin wild boars, liquid from fire slimes, claws of thunder lizardmen, bones of ogres, all low-level monster materials. High-level monster materials were hard to come by but were also very valuable. Professions like tailoring, alchemy, blacksmithing, cooking, and scroll-making had a huge demand for monster materials. This led to a continuous rise in the market for monster materials. Mu Feng had obtained high-level materials a few times, but at that time he didn't have a secondary profession, didn't need them, and sold them all. Only some scattered low-level monster materials remained in his backpack, just right for experimentation. Mu Feng took out a thick skin of an ogre about the size of a palm, then whistled, and the slime-black charcoal came over happily. Mu Feng reached out and held it in his hand. With his left hand holding the ogre's thick skin and his right hand supporting the abyss slime-black charcoal, Mu Feng activated his professional talent, SSS-level Nightmare Fusion. A dark, golden light flashed. The next moment, the monster material in his left hand disappeared, while the abyss slime in his right hand seemed to have become a bit stronger. Just a bit. Although it looked the same as before, there was no noticeable difference. But under Mu Feng's all-seeing eye, he saw that the black charcoal fused with the ogre's thick skin had its defense increased by 1 point. The effect was good. Mu Feng was very satisfied. He had 18 more pieces of ogre thick skin in his backpack, took them all out, and fused them with black charcoal. In an instant, black charcoal's defense skyrocketed. It reached 19 points. Mu Feng then tried to fuse other monster materials with black charcoal. Wolf teeth could increase attack power by 1 point. The hind legs of grass chrysanthemum rabbits could increase movement speed by 3 points. The fur of the blazing firefox could increase fire resistance by 1 point. The horns of the barbarian goat could increase toughness by 1 point. Its sheepskin, like the thick skin of an ogre, can increase defense. Its hoof adds 1 point of movement ability in complex terrain. Complex terrain refers to cliffs, mud swamps, and the like. Unfortunately, there is only one hoof, otherwise, it could be fused with the black flame lion. It is a mount, and the movement ability in complex terrain would be useful for it. All the monster materials in the backpack were used on black charcoal. The backpack was emptied, making black charcoal's attributes extremely terrifying. Pet, black charcoal race, abyss slime rarity, black iron level, 1 health, 1302 energy, 400 attack power, 240 defense, 37 fire resistance, 13 lightning resistance, 7 frost resistance, 3 racial talent, devour corpse, F skill, dark arrow, F age, juvenile hunger value, 89 out of 100. It has become stronger, but not by much, mainly due to its low level. It still needs proper training to be of great use. It needs to become a good pet that can stand on its own. In the last life, Mu Feng also had a well-cultivated good pet, with whom he had a close relationship. Unfortunately, in the 8th year of the apocalypse, he was trapped in the disaster maze. With food running out, he was almost starving to death. In desperation, to survive, he had to eat his own pet. That was how he survived. Recalling the painful experience of his last life, Mu Feng sighed, a hint of sadness appearing in his eyes. He recalled black charcoal back to the pet slot. Mu Feng rode the black flame lion, heading deep into the Dragon Hills. Leveling up. He would also level up black charcoal a few levels and gather some monster materials for it. When players are in battle, if their pet is in combat status, it can enjoy the experience points dropped by monsters. When the experience points are full, it levels up. If the pet is in a resting state and not in battle, it does not gain experience and cannot level up, except for hunters and a few other classes. Most classes can only send one pet into battle, regardless of how many pets they have. Normal players have 3 slots for pets and 3 slots for mounts. If they want to increase the number of slots, they can find mount merchants and pet merchants. The service to increase pet and mount slots is not free. Those unscrupulous merchants charge a high price. Most players find 3 pets and 3 mounts sufficient. Mu Feng currently has 1 pet and 2 mounts, so he doesn't need to consider increasing the pet and mount slots. He fought monsters. Mu Feng summoned black charcoal, letting it stay by the side without participating in the battle. The monsters in the Dragon Hills are all above level 10. Black charcoal is only level 1 now, and although it has become much stronger after the Nightmare Fusion enhancement, it is still not very useful. Because black charcoal's level is low, the monsters in the Dragon Hills provide a lot of experience points, allowing for rapid leveling. In just 8 or 9 hours, it leveled up to level 11. At this time, dawn was breaking, and all things were awakening. Mu Feng glanced at the time, 5:42 a.m. It was time to log out of the game. Today, he also needed to help his sister move. Mu Feng first returned to Black Lion City, then logged out of the game. He took off the gaming helmet. According to his routine, Mu Feng turned to check if Sanja was still beside him. She was still playing the game, dressed in a cool outfit, her graceful figure, long beautiful legs, and fair tender feet all captured in Mu Feng's eyes. He withdrew his gaze, got out of bed, and stretched a bit. Then, he went to the kitchen, opened the fridge, and found a bag of chips and a box of milk. Sitting on the sofa, he started eating while watching the morning news. This morning he was too lazy to order takeout. He figured he would go find his sister, who would also provide him with a meal. About half an hour later, around 6 o'clock, Sanja woke up, her little bare feet stepping out from the bedroom. Brother Mufong, you woke up really early today. Yeah, I have something to do today, need to head out for a bit, I'll be back in the evening. Alright, what do you want to eat for breakfast? I can make it for you. No need. Mufong lifted the bag of chips in his hand and shook it, saying, this is fine. The agreed time with his sister was 9 o'clock. Mufong left for his sister's apartment at 8 to help her organize her things. This morning, his sister Mugu and Long Yashuang both got up quite early. By the time Mufong arrived, the two had already organized most of the items, packed them up. Only some odds and ends were left. Chin Chen, you came really early, have you eaten? His sister asked with concern. Mufong nodded, I have. After that, he didn't say much and started helping with the packing and moving. There wasn't too much stuff, and with his help, it was all done in no time. At 9 o'clock, the moving company arrived. They loaded everything onto a small truck. Once the truck drove away, Mufong, along with his sister and Long Yashuang, took a taxi. On the way, Long Yashuang said to Mufong, you must have saved up a few million by now, why don't you buy a car? It makes your sisters take taxis. Mufong had a driver's license but had never bought a car, mainly because he had always stayed at home, rarely going out. Having a car wouldn't be used often. Taking a taxi was more convenient. You're saying that, but your family is pretty well off too, why don't you buy a car? Mufong replied. Long Yashuang raised her chin and said, I don't like driving. Mugu laughed. From the side, it's not that she doesn't like driving, she just hasn't passed her driving test after failing many times. Long Yashuang's pretty face flushed and she retorted, I'm a girl, I'll have a boyfriend in the future. Whether I can drive or not doesn't matter. Mufong smiled and said nothing. Upon arriving at the Wanlan Yaju community, they moved everything from the truck into the house. Next, it was time to organize the new home. This was the most tiring and troublesome part. Fortunately, Mufeng's data-driven physique made him work like 3 people. In less than a morning, everything was done. Sister Mugu, feeling sorry for him, poured him a glass of water and said, you must be exhausted. Mufong took the cup and drank it all, saying, it's fine, not too tiring. Long Yashuang, acting like a flirt, kept touching Mufeng's shoulder and chest. She smiled and said, I didn't expect you to be so capable. There's even more impressive stuff, do you want to see? Mufong chuckled. Long Yashuang was taken aback for a moment, then laughed, you must let me see it later. After saying that, she playfully pinched Mufeng's arm with her fair, rosy fingers and shot him a flirtatious glance. What Mufong referred to as impressive was his SSS-level talent as a Chaos Apostle and his SSS-level occupational talent of Nightmare Fusion. It seemed Long Yashuang misunderstood something. At that moment, his sister walked out from the inner room. Long Yashuang immediately withdrew her hand from Mufong. Ah, I'm so hungry, what should we eat today? Long Yashuang asked her sister Mugu. We had hot pot yesterday, how about we go for barbecue today? Mugu pondered for a moment and asked. Sounds good. Long Yashuang agreed, and Mufong had no objections either. After eating barbecue outside, my sister and Long Yashuang prepared to go to the furniture city again, picking out a few pieces of furniture like a bed and a desk. Then they went to the mall and bought a few gaming helmets. This was to prepare for running the studio, the gaming warehouse. My sister and Long Yashuang planned to wait a while before buying more until the studio officially opened. Mufeng wanted to help his sister buy them, but she refused everything. Mufeng didn't say much more. He planned to buy them online in a few days and have them delivered to the house. Even if his sister didn't want them, she would have to accept them. By the way, how's the recruitment for the studio members going? Have you found anyone? Mufeng asked. Long Yashuang replied, we've recruited 3 people, 2 locals from Jinnan City and 1 from out of town. We're planning to interview them in the next couple of days. Muge said to Mufeng, Chinchin, you shouldn't move in with us. It would be easier for your sister to take care of you that way, otherwise she won't feel at ease with you living alone. Mufeng shook his head, I'd rather live alone. Long Yashuan wrapped her arm around Mufeng's shoulder. She was quite tall, almost the same height as Mufeng. When she wore high heels, her beauty was striking and her smile was captivating, but her words were teasing. Can you really get used to living alone in such a big manner? You should live with your sisters instead. Yesterday, upon learning that his sister was renting a place, Mufeng had mentioned during a hot pot meal that he had a large manor, about 100 acres, and wanted his sister to move in with him. But neither his sister Muge nor Long Yashuan took it seriously. They thought Mufeng was joking. It was like when a family member suddenly tells you at dinner that they bought a Maserati. Your first reaction is to think they're joking. Similarly, Mufeng hadn't moved to the manor yet and couldn't provide any proof. He could take his sister and Lang Yashuan to the manor to find Yang Kuan for verification, but that would be a hassle. He decided to let it go. If they didn't believe him, so be it. He would find a chance later to prove it to them. Mufeng wasn't a middle school student anymore. He didn't need to go out of his way to prove himself in front of girls. In the afternoon, he helped his sister assemble some furniture. After finishing, Mufeng returned home. As he went upstairs, he caught a whiff of the sour smell of snail noodles in the air, which made him a bit hungry, so he bought 2 servings of snail noodles and some marinated dishes from a nearby shop. Back at the rental, Sanja happened to be taking a shower. Seeing the reflection of her fair skin and perfect figure on the glass door of the bathroom, Mufeng couldn't take his eyes away for a long time. He knew it wasn't appropriate, but he just liked to look. After Sanja finished her shower, she came out wrapped in a towel, completely unguarded. Upon seeing Mufeng, she sweetly called out, "Brother Mufeng, can you accompany me to run a dungeon tonight?" "What dungeon?" "An 18-level material dungeon." "Sure." Mufeng readily agreed. Although he had to challenge a death dungeon early the next morning, accompanying Sanja to farm a material dungeon that night was just a casual thing for him. "Great!" Sanja cheered. Thinking carefully, after living with Sanja for many days, their conversations were nothing more than about what to eat, what for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They had never teamed up to fight monsters or completed dungeons together. Since he had nothing to do at night, he might as well accompany Sanja to tackle a dungeon. Sanja had limitless potential in the future, and he needed to take good care of her, making sure she didn't stray onto the wrong path. He believed that with his presence as a guardian of the human race, Sanja would surely be influenced by his bright and righteous aura, leading her to goodness. They agreed to meet in Frost Whisper Forest. After having some snail noodles, Mufeng and Sanja lay on the bed, put on their gaming helmets, and logged into the game simultaneously. Once online, Mufeng arrived at the teleportation point in Black Lion City and headed to Frost Whisper Forest. Frost Whisper Forest, located near Frost City, was quite famous for having a material dungeon. Like other dungeons, Frost Whisper Forest was an 18-level material dungeon, and the area near the entrance was equally crowded. Sanja had been waiting for Mufeng by the teleportation point in Frost Whisper Forest for a long time. She wore a wide-brimmed pointed wizard hat and a black magic robe, with a pair of long, fair legs bare of stockings, and delicate feet clad in small leather boots. Songjia's outfit made her look like a little witch from an anime set in a western fantasy world. When she saw Mufeng arrive, she bounced over to him like a little deer, lifting her head slightly, her pretty face tinged with a blush, gazing at Mufeng but saying nothing. Songjia had joined the Demon Nest City, receiving focused training from the evil faction, with Anna, a high-level demon sorceress, as her mentor. She had been living quite comfortably these days, with a full set of excellent gear. The staff in her hand, though its glow was hidden, Mufeng's keen eyes immediately recognized that the black Nanmo ruby staff she held was of golden quality. Noticing Mufeng's gaze, Songjia proudly raised her staff and said softly, "This is a golden weapon given to me by my mentor. It's universally applicable for magic users. Brother Mufeng, you're also a mage, so you should be able to use it too. Here, take it." Mufeng waved his hand, saying, "No need, it was given to you by your mentor, so you should keep it. If you give it to me, wouldn't that be wasting your mentor's good intentions? Besides, my staff is also golden quality, and I'm quite comfortable using it, so I don't plan to change it." As he spoke, he casually patted the Fearbringer's staff at his waist. The last time he helped the death maniac take revenge, he had hidden the glow of all his equipment to avoid alerting anyone. After that, he was too lazy to turn the equipment glow effect back on. Although Anna seemed like a femme fatale, she was quite generous with her students. Songjia's excellent gear and golden staff were likely all gifts from her. Without further ado, let's challenge the material dungeon now. I remember that this material dungeon has a maximum limit of 5 people, and we can form teams freely or challenge it solo, Mufeng pondered, recalling. Before level 20, there were a total of 3 material dungeons. In his previous life, Mufeng had challenged each one countless times, farming materials and earning gold. Therefore, he was very clear about certain rules and restrictions of the material dungeons. By the way, why are you farming the material dungeon? Are you short on gold? Mufeng asked curiously. The Frost Whisper Forest material dungeon mainly produced 3 materials: frost spider limbs, frost spider eyeballs, and frost spider silk. The frost spider limbs could be used to craft weapons. The frost spider eyeballs could be used to brew potions, which were needed by alchemists. Frost spider silk was a high-quality thread, as fine as cow hair and as tough as cow tendons. It was perfect for sewing clothes and was a favorite among tailors. Among the 3 outputs of the material dungeon, frost spider silk was the most valuable. Farming materials usually meant having a secondary profession or doing it for profit. It was unclear what Songjia's reason was. Songjia said, "I chose a secondary profession the day before yesterday and I'm preparing to gather some materials to practice my secondary profession skills." "What profession is it?" Mufeng asked curiously. "Is it a blacksmith, an alchemist, or a tailor?" Songjia shook her head. "None of those." Then what is it?" Mufeng looked puzzled. The Frost Language Forest dungeon only produced materials that could be used by those 3 secondary professions. Wait a minute. The 3 secondary professions he just mentioned were all from the Order faction. The evil faction had its own exclusive combat professions, and naturally, it also had its own exclusive secondary professions. Sanja shyly lowered her head and said softly, "It's a stitcher." Stitcher, an exclusive secondary profession of the evil faction. It was somewhat similar to a tailor, as both involved sewing something with needle and thread. However, tailors sewed clothing and leather armor, while stitchers sewed together corpses and body parts, creating stitched zombies, which lean more towards combat. Usually, those who chose stitcher as their secondary profession were necromancers. They were already accustomed to being with the undead, skeletons, and the undead race. Stitched zombies looked terrifying and grotesque, which ordinary players could not handle. Only necromancers could endure it. There were very few demon warlocks who chose stitcher as their secondary profession. Especially among girls, even fewer chose stitcher. Who would want to spend all day sewing together corpses and body parts? Hearing that Sanja had chosen stitcher as her secondary profession, Mufong frowned slightly. It wasn't that he had a prejudice against evil secondary professions. It was just that he remembered that in his previous life, the demon queen Songjia's secondary profession was also stitcher. She loved to cut off a part of the body of captured enemies while they were still alive. Then, she would sew it onto a stitched zombie made up of human limbs and organs. On the battlefield, many players from the Order faction would vomit upon seeing the stitched zombie made of human body parts created by the Demon Queen, and many would tremble in fear, losing all will to fight. In this life, upon learning that Songja had once again chosen stitcher as her secondary profession, Mufong couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. Seeing that Mufeng's expression wasn't good, Songja quickly said, "I'm sorry, brother Mufong, I didn't know you didn't like the stitcher profession. I'll go back to the main city right now and delete it." Unlike primary professions, secondary professions could be deleted. It only required a fee to do so. Once a secondary profession was deleted, its level, skills, and proficiency would all disappear, with no possibility of recovery. Deleting a secondary profession required caution. Mufong relaxed his frown and smiled. "It's fine, I'm just worried you might not understand stitcher and be scared by the stitched beasts you create in the future." Songjia smiled lightly and said, "Brother Mufong, I have a lot of courage, so I won't be scared." Mufong said, "That's great, let's go, we need to queue up to enter the dungeon." Due to the scarcity of material dungeons and the high number of challengers, a long line had formed at the entrance of the dungeon. Songjia happily linked her arm with Mufeng's and walked towards the queue. The young girl, filled with youthful longing, had a face as delicate as a flower, pure and dripping with desire. But what she couldn't see was the fleeting killing intent that flashed in Mufeng's eyes. The Demon Queen, in her previous life, had slaughtered millions of humans. Her sins were profound. In this life, she had to either learn to be good or die. There was no third option. Although it was cruel, it was also a desperate measure. Mufong believed that his heart and actions were as clear as a mirror, and everything he did was just. Everything he did was for humanity. They arrived at the end of the line. Mufong and Songjia stood quietly, waiting for their turn. In front of them, most of the players challenging the material dungeon were in teams of 5 or 4. Teams of 3 were rare, and teams of 2 were even less common. Although Songjia was a bit worried that it might be difficult for just the 2 of them to clear the material dungeon, she also didn't want anyone else to join their team and disturb her time alone with her brother Mufong. After all, whether they succeeded in the dungeon challenge or not didn't matter. As long as she could be with her brother Mufong, that was enough. Songjia glanced at her brother Mufong beside her, and her heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey filled with sweetness and delight. She didn't speak, unwilling to break this sweet atmosphere, just wanting to remain immersed in this sweetness forever. Meanwhile, Mufong was calculating in his heart. If Songjia really committed acts that extinguished human hearts in the future, should he kill her? Or would it be better to imprison her? He didn't truly believe that with his company, Songjia would become the cruel and heartless demon queen from her previous life. One must always be prepared for the worst, just in case. Thinking of this, Mufong turned to look at Songjia beside him, and just then, Songjia also looked up at him. Their eyes met. Songjia's pretty face flushed with shyness, while Mufeng's killing intent faded away. At that moment, 3 people approached. Without any sense of awareness. "Little sister, are you just the 2 of you? Do you want to team up with us?" The speaker was a handsome swordsman in silver armor with dyed golden hair. His ID was Wu Sa, level 20, and he was a streamer. Mufong could tell this mainly from the floating live streaming sprite beside him. Behind him stood 2 men, one on each side, both of whom were less attractive than him, looking rather ordinary. One had the ID Future Dream, a level 20 fire mage. The other was Shrimp Boyfriend, a level 19 hunter. These 3 were a streaming team on a platform called Tremor, with over 60,000 fans. Not too many, but not few either. Their streaming content revolved around flirting with girls and tackling dungeons together. The streamer Wu Sa, relying on his looks and streaming identity, had always been successful in flirting with girls. He had a bad habit of liking to flirt with girls who already had boyfriends just to watch them argue because of him. He would then stream this as content. Today, Woosaw came to Frost Language Forest, ready to repeat his old tricks, hoping to flirt with two girls to tackle a dungeon together and stream it. Then he spotted Song Jia and Mu Feng. The moment he saw Song Jia's stunningly beautiful face, he was smitten and immediately approached to strike up a conversation. He believed that with his handsome looks, flirting with a girl like Song Jia would be a piece of cake. He flashed what he thought was a charming smile and began his opening line. Before he could finish, Song Jia rejected him. Woosaw wasn't angry, he shamelessly persisted. Little sister, don't be so heartless. You might not know me, I'm Woosaw, live on Tremor, with 600,000 fans. Let's get to know each other, just add each other as friends, nothing more. If you want to do something else, I don't mind. After saying this, Woosaw laughed heartily. His two teammates behind him also joined in the laughter. Song Jia's small face was as cold as ice, and she coldly spat out a word, get lost. Being scolded to get lost by a little girl, even with a thick skin, was a bit embarrassing. He glanced at Mu Feng, then maliciously said to Song Jia, you and him don't look like siblings. You're so small, running around with a man, you wouldn't be selling yourself, would you? Looking for death. Song Jia's pretty face darkened, and she directly raised her staff, casting a spell. Demon Summon. A dark purple pentagram appeared on the ground, and in the next moment, countless little demons swarmed out. There were no less than 10 of them. Damn, you dare to make a move. Woosaw cursed loudly, raising his sword to defend himself. Little demons. The basic summon of a demon sorcerer, slightly stronger than goblins in individual strength. The number was the little demon's advantage, but it was rare to see a demon sorcerer who could summon more than a dozen little demons at once. Only Song Jia, with her exceptional talent, could do it. Once they broke free from the demon summoning circle, the little demons, under Song Jia's command, charged at Woosaw like hungry wolves. Saw's profession was ironclad swordsman. From the name of this profession, it was clear that defense was his specialty. Facing the siege of the little demons, he was busy dealing with them but was not afraid. Ironclad protection, iron sword to kill demons. Behind him, his two little brothers also raised their respective weapons to attack Song Jia. One was a fire mage, the other a hunter. Both of their ranged attacks were not weak. The fire mage casually conjured a fireball the size of a human head and threw it at Song Jia. The hunter pulled out a shotgun from his backpack, aimed at Song Jia, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunpowder propelled the bullet, shooting out of the barrel at high speed towards Song Jia. After casting the E-level skill, Summon Little Demon, Song Jia immediately began to cast her second skill, E-level Shadow Shield. This skill was not a profession skill of the demon sorcerer but a universal skill of the shadow system. Because the demon sorcerer had few defensive skills in the early stages, she learned Shadow Shield to serve as her defensive skill. Just as the fire mage and the hunter's ranged attacks were about to hit Song Jia, her Shadow Shield was ready. A protective shield resembling a dark shield appeared around Song Jia, shielding her. The ranged attacks of the fire mage and the hunter struck the shadow shield. The two of them were unable to break through Song Jia's shield. At this moment, Woosaw, who was in the front line taking the damage from the little demons, cried out for help. The little demons were several times more ferocious than goblins. They swarmed around Woosaw, their sharp demonic claws piercing through the gaps in his armor, directly causing damage to his flesh. A few little demons jumped on Woosaw, clawing at his eyes and gnawing at his cheeks with their fangs. The player's pain sensitivity was at the lowest. Facing the siege of the little demons, although it didn't hurt, Woosaw couldn't find a way to break free for a moment and could only call for his companions for help. Seeing this, the hunter immediately put away his shotgun, drew a 3-foot-long shark-toothed hunting knife from his waist, and stepped forward. With one slash, he struck a severely injured little demon on the head, instantly killing it. The hunter was a relatively versatile profession. He could fight in close combat, ranged, set traps, and command pets in battle. A person's energy is limited, and it is impossible to master everything. Most hunters can only excel in two areas, melee and traps, or ranged and pets, or pets and traps. And this hunter before us clearly excels in melee and pets. He took out his hunting knife and dispatched a small demon, then immediately summoned his pet from the pet bar to fight. It was a shrimp the size of a small dog, a level 15 black iron pet. It charged forward with its two massive claws, pinching a small demon's left leg. With a powerful grip, the demon's left leg snapped, blood spilling everywhere. Despite the severe injury, the demon did not retreat or show fear. Instead, it was provoked into a frenzy. It let out a shriek, its sharp fangs biting down hard on the shrimp's shell, gnawing it to pieces and devouring its flesh and blood. Seeing his pet under attack, the hunter rushed over to help. At that moment, Song Jia completed her third and fourth skills. E-level Demon King's Resurrection. D-level Summon Voidwalker. The effect of the Demon King's Resurrection skill is to sacrifice a small demon and summon 3 small demons in return. Summoning a Voidwalker as The name suggests summons a Voidwalker to fight for you. The Voidwalker is a higher-tier demon than the small demon, skilled in defense. Typically, a common warlock can only summon one Voidwalker. However, Sanja summoned 3 at once. With the newly appeared 3 small demons and 3 Voidwalkers, the scales of victory gradually tilted in Songjia's favor. She continuously cast F-level Shadow Arrow, harassing and attacking the 3 without a care. Soon, the 3 were beaten to the point where they could barely lift their heads. Their health points were below half, and they were about to be on the brink of death. Fearing they would die here, the 3 begged for mercy. Good. Sister, we're sorry, we were wrong, please let us go. Songjia said nothing, she was determined to slay these 3 right here. Meanwhile, Mu Feng had not intervened at all. Just a few small fries. If he were to act, it would just be a matter of casting Finger of Destruction. Songjia could handle them on her own. He was just curious to see how strong Songjia was. Seeing that begging for mercy was futile, the 3, disregarding the fact that they were live streaming, began to curse at Songjia. Her beautiful eyes glinted coldly. Her strikes became increasingly ruthless. Before long, under the onslaught of the demons, the 3 met a gruesome end. Equipment and gold dropped all over the ground. Songjia also gained a few points of kill value. After finishing off the enemies, Songjia turned to Mu Feng, showing a pitiful expression. Mu Feng understood that the fault was not hers. He immediately offered some comforting words. The battle between Songjia and the 3 drew a lot of attention. Once the fight ended, the crowd dispersed. This was not in a town, but in the wild, where player duels were common. Songjia picked up the equipment dropped by the 3, intending to share half with Mu Feng. Mu Feng refused. This is your loot, you keep it, he smiled. Songjia did not insist and accepted it. Those 3 poor souls didn't drop anything good, making it so that even brother Mu Feng didn't want it. The small episode concluded. The 2 continued to queue. The line moved quite quickly, and soon it was Mu Feng and Songjia's turn. Since they were helping Songjia gather materials, she was confirmed as the team leader. In dungeons, the items dropped and the rewards for clearing the dungeon are, by rule, managed by the team leader until they exit the dungeon for distribution. Mu Feng had no interest in the materials from the Frost Whisper Forest dungeon. The items dropped in the dungeon and the rewards for clearing it would all belong to Songjia. Entering a dungeon consumes fatigue points. Players have 100 fatigue points per day. Entering the next dungeon consumes 10 points. Once inside the dungeon, Mu Feng and Songjia found themselves in a small grove that closely resembled the Frost Whisper Forest. After a 10-second countdown, at the edge of the small forest, many frost spiders the size of off-road vehicle tires appeared. Their 8 legs stirred across the frost-covered ground of the woods. At an extremely fast speed, they rushed towards Mu Feng and Songjia. There were no less than 60 of them, all level 18 ordinary monsters. Songjia held her breath and focused, immediately entering battle mode. Meanwhile, Mu Feng remained calm and collected. Just like in the previous battle, Songjia first summoned a little ghost, then cast a shield on herself. After that, she summoned a Voidwalker, preparing to unleash the skill Demon King's Resurrection at the right moment. Then, she frequently used shadow arrows to finish off enemies and deal extra damage. Mu Feng's combat was much simpler. Upon encountering monsters, he would immediately cast a Destruction Finger. Destruction Finger had additional ricochet damage. Hitting one enemy would cause the damage to bounce to another enemy closest to it. Then it would bounce again. A single Destruction Finger could easily wipe out a large group of enemies. Mu Feng and Songjia worked together. In no time, they cleared the first wave of monsters. Then came the next wave, a total of 7 waves, each wave stronger than the last. At this moment, Songjia's combat talent began to show. She already had the demeanor of a future demon queen. The battle was orderly and calm. The dungeon was successfully cleared. The completion rating was D. Next, Mu Feng had 2 options: exit the dungeon or continue the challenge. Songjia wanted to exit. After all, continuing the challenge would be much harder than the current difficulty. To be honest, Songjia wasn't confident about succeeding in the challenge. But Mu Feng was unconcerned and decided to continue the challenge. Songjia obediently agreed and chose to continue the challenge. There was a 10-minute break before the next wave of monsters would arrive. Taking advantage of this time, they could pick up the materials dropped by the frost spiders. Frost spider's limb, type, monster material description, the hardest part of the frost spider, can be used to forge weapons. Origin, level 18 Frost Whisper Forest Material Dungeon. Frost spider's eye, type, monster material description, the most mysterious part of the frost spider. Alchemists are very interested in them. Origin, level 18 Frost Whisper Forest Material Dungeon. Frost spider silk, type, monster material description, the silk spun by the frost spider, exceptionally tough. Origin, level 18 Frost Whisper Forest Material Dungeon. Mu Feng helped Songjia pick up the monster materials that had fallen in the snow. Together, they collected 18 frost spider's limbs, 27 frost spider's eyes, and 3 small bundles of frost spider silk. Hiss! Mufong had a puzzled expression. In his previous life, when he challenged the Frost Whisper Forest dungeon, he also received a D rating. But the materials dropped by the monsters were definitely not as many as this time. In his previous life, he only got 1 small bundle of frost spider silk, 12 frost spider's limbs, and 20 frost spider's eyes. The difference between the 2 times was too great. Suddenly, Mufong thought of something. He asked Sanja, "What is your luck value?" 98 points? Songjia's voice was sweet and soft. Sure enough, someone like Songjia, who hadn't used an S-level talent card, could still obtain S-level talents. They were all favored by the gods. Mufeng's luck value was 0. Comparing people can be deadly. However, Mufong had long since gotten used to this. In the past, he would have been indignant, cursing the unfairness of fate. But now, he could accept it calmly. "What's wrong?" Songjia asked again. Mufong chuckled lightly and said, "It's nothing, just a bit puzzled earlier. There were too many materials produced in the dungeon, and now I know the reason." Songjia said, "Is it because my luck value is high?" Mufong nodded slightly and said, "The benefits of a high luck value are not just this: the drop rate of equipment, the chance to trigger hidden quests, the probability of discovering hidden treasure chests, all are closely related to luck value." Songjia nodded in realization and said, "No wonder the mentor has praised my good luck more than once. It's because I'm under the protection of the gods." Mufong frowned and asked, "Did she say which god is protecting you?" "No, there are so many gods in the Dawn world, and I didn't ask." For details, Songjia shook her head. "The evil camp has many gods of faith, diverse and chaotic. Among them are not a few ancient sin gods of great evil. If chosen as a favored one, the consequences would be unimaginable. The god of the demon sorcerers seems to have only one demon lord, with no other gods. It should be fine." 10 minutes passed quickly. Songjia prepared herself to face the next wave of monsters. With Mufong around, the 2 of them cleared the dungeon, their ratings climbing from D to S, until they occupied the dungeon. The battle process will not be detailed further. Since it was a dungeon cleared by Mufong, there was no reason not to occupy it. This dungeon originally had a dungeon master. It was Frost City, the president of the Frosty Sky Guild. With 1 clear, Mufong occupied this dungeon. The dungeon master is selected based on the contribution to clearing the dungeon. Although Songjia had worked hard, by the later stages of the dungeon, she found it a bit overwhelming. If it weren't for Mufong, they wouldn't have been able to clear it completely and obtain an S rating. Therefore, the new dungeon master of the level 18 Frost Whisper Forest Material Dungeon is now Mufong. At the same time, he received a system prompt. System: dungeon occupation successful. System: 10% of the resources produced by the dungeon belong to the dungeon master. This is the second dungeon Mufong has occupied. The first one, the Gold Dungeon, has remained unsurpassed by anyone due to its high challenge difficulty. Mufong still sat steadily in the position of Dungeon Master. High difficulty also means rich rewards. Since occupying the Gold Dungeon, Mu Feng's life could barely be described as earning gold by the day. Hundreds of thousands of gold coins. As a reborn person, he didn't take them seriously at all. Just small change. As for the second occupied dungeon, which is this one, the rewards are much lower than the Gold Dungeon. Moreover, the Snowy Sky Guild is not made up of fools. They had worked hard to reach the position of Dungeon Master. How could they easily give it to someone else? Before long, the core players of the Snowy Sky Guild would mobilize, following the president, to challenge the Frost Whisper Forest Dungeon again and seize the position of Dungeon Master. This is also why Mufong has the strength to occupy all the current dungeons but has not done so, because the current dungeon difficulties are too low. If Mufong occupies it in the morning, it would probably be occupied by someone else in the afternoon. Then, by evening, the position of Dungeon Master would change hands. Again, the competition is too fierce. Back and forth, it is really too troublesome. It's better to occupy some high-difficulty dungeons. Others won't be able to occupy them successfully for a while, and he can enjoy some leisure. After exiting the dungeon, Songjia looked at Mufong with admiration and said, "Brother Mufong, you are really amazing. So awesome." Mufong smiled and said nothing more. He asked, "Do you want to challenge the dungeon a few more times to farm some Frost Spider Silk?" Songjia chose the tailor as her secondary profession. The Frost Spider Silk is top-notch sewing material. She was farming this dungeon specifically for the Frost Spider Silk. At that moment, Songjia had 12 small bundles of Frost Spider Silk and 2 large bundles in her backpack. The large bundles of Frost Spider Silk were rewards for successfully completing the dungeon. With so much silk, it was already enough for Songjia to use. She waved her hand and sweetly said, "That's enough. This much Frost Spider Silk is already sufficient." Mufong said, "Actually, if you don't need those frost spider limbs and spider eyes in your backpack, you can go to a nearby stall and exchange them all for spider silk." "You can do that?" Sanja exclaimed with admiration, "You really know a lot." In fact, Sanja understood everything Mu Feng said, she just liked to praise him. Recently, she had seen on her phone that boys like to be admired by girls, so she wanted to give it a try. Mu Feng's response to Sanjia's admiration and praise was just a polite smile, without much reaction. Mu Feng accompanied her to a stall near the dungeon entrance. They exchanged all the frost spider limbs and spider eyes in her backpack for frost spider silk. 3 frost spider limbs could be exchanged for 1 small bundle of frost spider silk. If it was the frost spider eyes being exchanged, 5 spider eyes were needed for 1 small bundle of silk. After finishing Mu Feng and she strolled around Frost City. Like Flame City, Frost City had very loose controls. Non-citizens could also enter Frost City and move around freely, just needing to pay a gate tax of 100 gold coins. Her sister and Lang Yashuang were also in Frost City. In the game Dawn, adding friends could only be done face-to-face. Therefore, Mu Feng had never added his sister and Lang Yashuang as friends. However, if his sister and Lang Yashuang saw him with such a pretty girl like Songjia, they would inevitably ask a lot of questions, which would be quite bothersome. So, Mu Feng decided against contacting his sister. The specialty of Frost City was various costumes, and there was a dungeon that dropped costumes within the city. This attracted many women to come. Costumes served only one purpose, to look good, and high-level costumes would also grant players additional attributes. Although not much, it was better than nothing. Walking on the main street of Frost City, one could see many players wearing all kinds of gorgeous, extravagant, and dazzling outfits. They were very eye-catching. The prices of costumes were extremely high, more than double that of equipment of the same level. Wealthy players loved to wear costumes to show off their wealth. Sanja bought sewing needles, scissors, awls, and other sewing tools at the tailor shop in Frost City. The tools for tailors and seamstresses were interchangeable. Frost City was the headquarters of the Tailor Guild. The sewing tools here were of much better quality than in other places. Mu Feng, on the other hand, bought a black iron grade enhancement furnace at a blacksmith shop. He didn't need this right now. It would be useful when he cleared the Death Dungeon in the Death Mountains. The two of them wandered around Frost City for a while. Feeling bored and having nothing else to buy, they left the city to level up nearby. During the leveling process, Mu Feng deliberately summoned his pet. In the Material Dungeon, Mu Feng did not let his pet out. This was because in the Material Dungeon, killing monsters only dropped materials, not experience, gold, or equipment. Mu Feng was too lazy to summon Heighten. It was too weak now and not very useful. In battle, he had to keep an eye on it at all times to prevent it from accidentally dying at the hands of a monster. The cost of resurrecting a pet was not cheap. Wow, brother Mu Feng, your pet is so cute. Songjia hugged Heighten, rubbing its jelly-like body. She squished it flat and then round. Fortunately, slimes were silly and had low intelligence. If it were any other type of pet, Songjia's playful antics would surely make it angry. Mu Feng said, "If you like it, I can give you one." Although slimes were weak, they were still somewhat cute in appearance and inexpensive. Therefore, many female players liked to keep one. Now, in the trading hall, there were many players selling slime pet eggs. Fiery slime, frost slime, thunder slime, earth slime, holy light slime, abyss slime, all kinds of slimes were available. Songjia sighed, "I want one too, but I'm afraid my mentor won't agree." Anna probably wanted to train Songjia well. Slimes, being small pets, served only for fun. They didn't enhance one's combat power and could lead to a loss of ambition. Anna would definitely not let Songjia keep one. "Then has your mentor prepared a pet for you?" Mu Feng asked. Songjia replied, "Yes, but I don't like it. The pet she gave me is too ugly." "What kind of pet is it?" "It's a demon dog." Songjia pouted, "That thing is not only ugly but also talks too much and is too noisy." "That's true." Mu Feng nodded in agreement. He recalled the demon dog he rented a couple of days ago. It talked too much and was quite lecherous. "Then why didn't you take it?" Mu Feng persuaded, "The demon dog has many flaws, but you can't deny its excellence. You should accept it." Songjia smiled brightly, "No need, my mentor promised to give me a hellhound instead. Hellhounds are a higher class of canine demon than demon dogs. Not only are their abilities and combat power stronger than those of demon dogs, but they also lack the bad habits of demon dogs." Mu Feng said, "Your mentor really dotes on you." "No, it's you who dotes on me, brother Mu Feng," Songjia said sweetly. The two chatted while leveling up, and soon it was morning. They logged off simultaneously, had breakfast, and then logged back into the game. Songjia returned to the Demon Nest City, while Mu Feng teleported to the Death Mountains. The dungeon in the Death Mountains was a hidden dungeon with special opening conditions. The condition was that the number of player deaths in the Death Mountains must reach 100. This condition was not too harsh, but it was extremely difficult to complete, especially without knowing the prerequisite for opening the Death Mountains dungeon. Mu Feng let a rumor fabricated by Yi Shi-chun spread. After it circulated, it attracted a large number of players, both ordinary and red-named players. Naturally, they could not find the treasure mentioned in the rumor. Thus, those red-named players turned their attention to the ordinary players. Greed, slaughter, and death were inevitable. As he expected, within a few days, the triggering conditions for the Death Mountains dungeon were met, and the dungeon opened. Upon arriving at the Death Mountains, Mufong immediately sent private messages to the cannon fodder, no, to his good brothers. The first to arrive were a few from the Death Maniac group. Among the three he brought, Mufong recognized two as Death Maniac's good brothers, who helped maintain order in the blood market with him. The other was a female player in her 20s. She had a round, egg-shaped face, a good figure, and was close to Death Maniac. Dead Mad laughed and said, "Great God, you've met my two brothers, so I won't introduce them. This is my girlfriend, called Saitsai-chan." Mufong politely greeted her. For some reason, Saitsai-chan seemed a bit afraid of him, her smile forced. Mufong didn't mind. However, Dead Mad was quite ruthless, knowing that this time he was bringing Mufong as cannon fodder. But to gather enough people for Mufong, he resolutely brought his girlfriend along. After some small talk, Dead Mad said in a deep voice, "Great God, should we challenge the dungeon now, or wait a bit?" "Let's wait a little longer, until we have enough people," Mufong replied. "All right." After waiting a moment longer, Iishi-chan led 9 people through the teleport point to the Death Mountains. He immediately spotted Mufong standing not far away. As he walked over, he saw Dead Mad and a few others standing beside Mufong. Iishi-chan asked, "Great God, who are they?" Mufong said, Teammates who will help us clear the Death Dungeon." "Isn't there a few too many people? Isn't there a limit on the number of people for the Death Dungeon?" Iishi-chan asked in confusion. He had only heard of the notorious reputation of the Death Dungeon but had never personally challenged it, so he was not familiar with its rules. "There is a limit, 20 people," Mufong answered. "Wow, this is the most people I've ever challenged a dungeon with, it must be fun," Iishi-chan said with a smile. The 9 people behind him were all temporarily pulled from his sister's guild, their strength average, but all at level 20. Iishi-chan also wanted to borrow a few experts from his sister, but she disagreed. He had no choice. In this family, his status as the older brother was the lowest. What could he do? He had spoiled his sister so much when they were young that she grew up with no respect for him. However, Mufong had also said that with him around for this challenge of the Death Dungeon, everything would be fine. Just find a few weaker ones to be cannon fodder. Listening to the Great God of Dust was definitely the right choice. The 9 people Iishi-chan brought had already been told that the person in front of them was the Great God of Dust, strong and not to be trifled with, and they must not offend him. Although they came from a large guild, they were just ordinary members and didn't dare to act arrogantly in front of the Great God Mufong, each one showing a humble attitude. Next to arrive was Wenji Binbin. Seeing that Mufong had invited him over, Dead Mad frowned but didn't say much. Wenji Binbin had a bad reputation, mainly because he often tricked his teammates. His reputation was already ruined, and no one in their guild wanted to team up with him. Only because Mufong needed cannon fodder did he team up with him. After Wenji Binbin arrived, he greeted Mufong with a smile. Then he walked up to Dead Mad and started talking to him. When Shi Binbin chuckled softly, "Dead Mad, your business has been quite good lately, you must have made a lot of money, right?" "It's alright," Dead Mad replied indifferently. When Shi Binbin secretly glanced at Mufong and whispered, "Dead Mad, how did you become the sidekick of the Great God of Dust now?" Dead Mad shot him a sideways glance and said, "What do you mean?" When Shi Binbin smiled and said, "It's nothing much, just curious. I'm a lone wanderer with nothing to do, and when the Dust God invited me to a dungeon, of course I agreed. But aren't you going to do business at the Blood Red Market anymore? I saw the notice saying you were taking a day off today, and I was wondering what happened to you. I didn't expect you to come to the dungeon with the Dust God. You even brought your partner along. That's really rare. What benefits did he promise you for helping him? Come on, tell me." Si Kwang said, "I'm helping the god purely out of my own willingness." When Shi Binbin pouted and said, "Boss Si Kwang, that's not interesting. I don't believe you when you say that. I'm sincere with you, so you can't just talk nonsense to me." Si Kwang laughed and said, "A while ago, I was ambushed and killed by a few bastards at the Blood Red Market. You should know about that." When Shi Binbin certainly knew. He was there at the time. "What are you saying this for?" When Shi Binbin asked, confused. Si Kwang smiled and said, "After that, I took revenge personally and killed them one by one. Now they're still locked up in the town's prison. They'll only be able to come out when their kill points drop to 0. When Shi Binbin's eyes widened. This was the first time he had heard of this. No wonder he hadn't seen the Lone City Prodigal and the First Blade of the East these days. It turned out they were in prison. When Shi Binbin curiously asked, "Boss Si Kwang, can you let me in on how you successfully took revenge?" "Of course, it was thanks to someone helping me." "Who?" Si Kwang smiled without answering, instead looking at Mufong beside him. When Shi Binbin followed Si Kwang's gaze and saw Mufong. "Oh wow, it was the Dust God who helped you take revenge?" "See, Kwon nodded with a smile. When Shi Binbin grinned and asked, how much did it cost? Inviting a master like the Dust God to take action must have been expensive, right? I didn't spend a single cent. Si Kwang said, a hint of pride on his face. How is that possible? When Shi Binbin clearly didn't believe it. He couldn't believe that Si Kwang's relationship with the Dust God was good enough to that extent. Si Kwang said lightly, believe it or not. When Shi Binbin fell silent, he felt that what Si Kwang said might really be true. It seemed that Si Kwang's relationship with the Dust God was indeed extraordinary. In the future, before provoking Si Kwang, he would have to weigh whether he could afford to provoke the Dust God behind him. Who knows, the Dust God might even have a stake in the blood-red market. Si Kwang glanced at Wen Ji Binbin and secretly nodded. This was the effect he wanted. To make people wary of him, he needed a strong backing. The Dust God was a good backing. The only downside was that the god's actions were a bit low-key. If the god could be a bit more high-profile and have a louder reputation, that would be even better. Meng Yiqing and the 4 girls arrived last. As soon as she saw Mu Feng, Meng Yiqing's eyes lit up and she immediately approached him. She said sweetly, Dust God, since we last met, why haven't you contacted me? I've missed you so much. Behind her, the lowly-sized Xian Tutu muttered, what are you pretending for? The female player with the ID Qinghua Qingcheng smiled helplessly. Another female player named Hai Lan. Niao had no unusual expression on her face, just a bit unnatural. I'm usually very busy and don't have time to chat aimlessly, Mu Feng said honestly. Meng Yiqing wasn't angry and playfully punched Mu Feng's chest, saying, you talk so interestingly. Interesting? Mu Feng, who had always been told he was boring by women, was being complimented for the first time, saying he was interesting. After chatting a few words with Meng Yiqing, Xian Tutu, Qinghua Changchang, and Hai Lan Niao took turns to greet Mu Feng. Alright, everyone is here, it's time to set off. A group of people, grand and imposing, walked towards the entrance of the Death Dungeon. The most common team configuration in Dawn is 5 or 6 people, with 3 or 4 being typical. Teams of more than 7 are already rare. A 20-person team is unheard of. Mu Feng's team attracted a lot of attention. Some found it curious, while others scoffed. Fools, do they think having more people means they can successfully challenge the dungeon? That's right, the Death Dungeon is not an ordinary dungeon. Having more people doesn't help. When they all fall inside, they'll know how formidable the Death Dungeon is. The cold words of nearby players made the cannon fodder in the team anxious. Their fear of the Death Dungeon intensified. The closer to the Death Dungeon Diekwang got, the tighter his brows furrowed. Among these people, although he had not personally challenged it, he had watched live streams of others challenging the Death Dungeon online and had talked for a long time with players who had attempted it. His understanding of the Death Dungeon was second only to Mu Feng in the team. What those people said was true. Challenging the Death Dungeon was not about numbers, but about the player's courage and luck. Diekwang, at the end of the team, looked at Mu Feng's back, secretly pondering what the strategy of the great god Chensi was for clearing the dungeon. Among the team, Iya Jichuan was the least nervous. He was all smiles along the way, as if he were on an outing. On the road, Iya Jichuan came to his side, elbowed him in the waist, and laughed, Great God, I didn't expect you to have quite a good charm with women. It's just average, Mu Feng replied. Iya Jichuan teased, Great God, how humble. Mu Feng smiled and said nothing. Upon reaching the entrance of the Death Mountain dungeon, Mu Feng stopped, turned to the crowd, and said, Before we enter the dungeon, I have a few points to clarify. If you want to clear the dungeon, you must listen to me. First, you should remove all your equipment from your gear and weapon slots. As soon as Mu Feng mentioned the first point, someone questioned him. Great God! Without equipment, if we encounter monsters in the dungeon, won't we be doomed? The one questioning was Iya Jichuan. In fact, all 19 members of the team had doubts about Mu Feng's first point. Players' combat power mainly comes from the following aspects. First is their innate talent, second is equipment, third is skills, and fourth is potions, items, scrolls, etc. Players without equipment and weapons are like tigers without claws. Removing all equipment and entering the Death Dungeon is just asking to be killed, right? Everyone looked at Mu Feng, wanting to hear his reasonable explanation. It's fine, I will protect you, you just need to lie down and win, Mu Feng said. Alright, Iya Jichuan shrugged, he trusted Mu Feng the most. Whether it was Mu Feng's words about just lying down and winning that moved him, Iya Jichuan immediately began to remove his equipment piece by piece, putting all his weapons back into his backpack. After taking off all his gear, Iya Jichuan wore a white linen short shirt on top and matching linen shorts on the bottom, barefoot, just like a newbie player arriving in a beginner village.